I clearly have the strongest support system, but I have to uninstall it just because when I asked for a newbie gift pack, the system firmly said, "What's a newbie gift pack? Don't you want to become stronger through your own efforts? Stop always looking for shortcuts. Then what do I need you for?" Unexpectedly, the system suddenly got angry. "What are you saying? I am very powerful. You know my ID number 001, don't you know how valuable it is?" Hearing this, I looked at the ring on my hand. Since there is no newbie gift pack, let's uninstall it. Keeping you is useless. It's better to wait for the old man in the ring. Then trust me, buddy, I will let you use it in the future. Once you use it, you will know how useful it is. Let me show you your panel first. Built-in tags, crosser, Son of Destiny, etc. System gift, Destiny antagonist, etc. Special physique, innate Dao bone, parentheses dug out. Note, can't even keep a bone. Nothing at all. The antagonist system is committed to making you the number one black hand in the 9 heavens and 10 earths. When you encounter the Son of Destiny, you kill. When you encounter the Daughter of Destiny, we snatch. In short, one word, what is yours. What belongs to others is also yours. However, when the panel opened, the system fell silent. Hey buddy, what do you mean by this antagonist system? Are you trying to steal my own opportunities and then kill me? Seeing this, the system weakly said, "Hey buddy, how can you be the Son of Destiny? I think there is a misunderstanding here." Upon hearing this, I immediately roared in anger. "Uninstall must be done. No, you quickly self-destruct for me. Hurry up." The system was also on the verge of tears. "Bro, give me some time to figure out what happened." "Figure out? I am the Son of Destiny who follows the will of heaven. What are you? Hurry up and self-destruct. Any delay is a blasphemy against the will of heaven. How about we discuss it? I'll go steal one for you." "No, I'll go find a newbie gift pack for you. Is that okay?" "No, even if you double it, it's useless." It's really speechless. Just heard the system was still excited. But this damn system turned out to be an antagonist system. The Son of Destiny plus the antagonist of Destiny. What has he become? Bro, trust me. Although it's my first time assisting the Son of Destiny, I guarantee you will surpass the will of heaven. Surpass what will of heaven? Why should I confront the will of heaven for no reason? Trust me, I will not let you down. A newbie gift pack, right? Just wait for me. After saying that, the system disappeared without a trace. After a while, a voice rang out, "Your system is robbing." No, it's discussing philosophy. This scene left me dumbfounded. If I didn't hear wrong, it was just talking about robbery. Definitely robbery. It's really not a serious system. Well, I might as well study the ring left by my mother. At the same time, in the reception hall, the head of the Lin family, Lin Zhengqi, had a serious expression on his face. "Master Lin, your son is no longer worthy of our young lady. It's better to let the young master come out and explain in person, and let the matter with our young lady end here. Otherwise, I'm afraid he will be entangled." Lin Zhengqi was furious at the words. "I have already agreed to the annulment. Why should I let him come out?" But Tang Jia's worshipper still smiled and said, "The young master is the one involved in the marriage contract, so let him come out." Feeling the threat from the other party, Lin Zhengqi wished he could just kill him on the spot, but if he really did so, the Lin family would probably disappear completely. He sighed deeply at the thought of this. "I'll take you to find him." At that moment, I was studying the information in my mind. "Your system has successfully returned. Congratulations on obtaining the villain system, check-in system, and newbie check-in gift pack." Before I could say anything, I heard the gasping sound of my own system. "Hey buddy, I gave you a big gift pack and even expanded a check-in function for you. Is that good enough for you this time?" "What expansion? How did you expand it?" "Of course, can the mighty know? 001 system not have some tricks up its sleeve? Anyway, now I have a check-in function." Then I opened the novice gift package. "Congratulations, host, for obtaining many rewards such as the cultivation of the golden core realm. You just robbed the system. Where did all these good things come from?" The system arrogantly said. I was completely immersed in the rewards, not hearing anyone speak. "Young Master Lin, just accept reality. The once genius has fallen. Shouldn't people give themselves a way out?" Seeing the other party repeatedly ignoring him, the Tang family's worship was about to explode. Tang Shuoqin frowned slightly and walked up slowly. "Behaving like this will only make me look down on you. Do you know that?" However, still not getting a reply, Tang Shuoqin was suddenly a little angry. "When I was a child, I always followed behind you, but you ignored my love. Now that you are no longer a genius, why pretend?" Thinking of this, she raised her hand and slapped towards that face, but a strong spiritual force burst out from the other person, directly knocking her out. This sudden scene left the other two people stunned in place. How is this possible? Isn't he a waste? The old face worshipped by the Tang family was full of shock, and Lin Jintian's eyes widened in disbelief, never expecting his own son to have such power. It should be noted that only the ancestors of each family have the cultivation of the golden core, and it is the kind that is about to enter the earth. Oops, my own son has become an old ancestor. Should I kowtow to my son? It was only then that I came to my senses. I had just acted subconsciously due to the crisis my body sensed, but at this moment, I couldn't feel any spiritual power in Tang Shuoqin anymore. I had actually broken her sea of qi in an instant. This scene made me both laugh and cry. I still had a very pretentious line that I hadn't said yet. The plot of not underestimating the poor youth was cut off like this, and it was cut off by my own hands. Then I turned my head and saw the Tang family's offering. Who is this old guy? Why do I feel like he doesn't look like a good person? The Tang family's offering suddenly shivered. He was only at the peak of the foundation building stage. How could he fight against the golden core stage? So he quickly replied, "Young Master Lin, I am the Tang family's offering. I even held you when you were a child." The next moment, a white light flashed, and a blood hole appeared on the forehead of the Tang family's worshipper, who fell to the ground with an incredulous expression. However, Lin Jintian frowned. His son had never even killed a chicken before, so how could he have punched through Miss Tang's dantian today and then killed someone without blinking an eye? It all seemed unreal no matter how he thought about it. This made him become more alert. "Son, could it be that you have been possessed?" Hearing this, my face darkened. Possessed by what? Mind your own business. Before the Tang family worshipper arrived, they must have said a lot of bad things about me. This idiot is dead. Oh, and what about Miss Tang from the Tang family? With that, I walked towards Tang Shuoqin, which startled Lin Jintian. "Don't do it. You can't kill her. Cutting the grass without removing the roots. It will grow back when the spring wind blows. What if she gets entangled by blue-silver grass?" Lin Jintian quickly spoke up. "This Tang Shuoqin hasn't actually done anything wrong. The engagement was also initiated by this old man. And besides, your mother really likes her. Now she's also a useless person. So just let her go. You have the final say. After all, you are my father. But as for this Tang family offering, it's better to have someone burn his body, in case someone comes and shouts about resurrecting their loved one. If it's a fake resurrection, it would be too scary." With that, Lin Yi turned and walked towards his own room, but the more he thought about it on the way, the more wrong it became. Bad. I've become the villain. Jia. Host, you really are such a person. There's a saying circulating in the system world that you blue star crossing people never play by the rules. You are now the son of heaven's mandate, but what you just did, TSK, is no different from a villain. Hearing the system's words, Lin Yu was speechless for a while, and only after a moment did he say angrily, "I'm tainted by you. I'm the son of heaven's destiny. Do I have to commit to being a villain? I'll uninstall it for you in a moment." What? This time, it was the system's turn to get angry. "You received my newbie gift pack, and I even went through the trouble of getting you an expansion system, and this is how you treat me. Call me sweetie when you need me, but throw me aside when you don't, right? Is this some kind of placement play? I don't care, I'll follow you." The villain system assisting the son of heaven's destiny. This is the first time in the history of the world. Don't you give me that whole lifting up your fall pants and disowning them thing. I don't care. I don't care. The system was spamming the middle of Lin Yi's head one after another. That voice made Lin Yi's head spin when he heard it. Alright, I know, stop arguing. Why are you acting like a woman with this spilling? You're not a female system, are you? The system was silent for a moment before speaking. "I am asexual." "Oh, you're a yin and yang statue, huh? How presumptuous you are you. Lin Yi, I at. %#. Hearing that burst of birds and flowers, Lin Yi directly turned the system off. Back in his room he began to scrutinize everything he had been given in that newbie packet earlier. Innate Dao body, this name sounds dangling, surely an invincible physique, sword heart, Jindan stage cultivation, flatulent sword technique. Odds are that either one of them would be something that would make people go crazy if they took it out. So he had to go and get some background out now, either by worshipping a powerful master or a powerful clan. After all, the destined son was a self-contained hate attraction. The word ill-fated is multiplied by 2. It's a hell of a start, and if you don't have some help, you're going to get your ass kicked right out of the gate. Though all of the children of the Divine Order eventually become the protagonists of the world, it's the children of the Divine Order who grow up. You're going to get your ass kicked before you get up. To be honest, Lin Yi himself felt that he was still quite afraid of pain. Lin Yi was sitting on the bed, feeling the changes in his physique. This innate Dao body was indeed very good. The aura between heaven and earth was converging towards him in a steady stream. However, a somewhat strange point was that through his internal vision, Lin Yi realized that the Jin Dan in his Qi Si seemed to be a bit different. Even if he had never reached the Jin Dan realm, he was familiar with the fact that after Foundation establishment came Jin Dan. The Jin Dan in a cultivator's body was coalesced with his own spiritual energy. Golden Dan, as the name suggests, should be golden in color. Why is this one inside himself black? And this Jin Dan is almost half the size of the Qihai. Are you sure this is a Jin Dan and not a power pill? Open the system. Sensing something strange, Lin Yi immediately opened the system and began to ask, "System, are you right about this newbie gift package? How come this golden Dan of mine is so big and black? What words? What words is this?" As soon as he heard Lin Yi's inquiry, the system was as if it had exploded. "How is it not Jin Dan? Let me ask you, have you ever dug up someone else's Jin Dan?" That didn't. Then it's not. The Jin Dan is black. You have a bigger Jin Dan because you're an innate Dao body. It makes sense, doesn't it? Reasonable. Right? Lin Yi wasn't so sure. After all, he really hadn't dug up a golden elixir, he'd just heard it from others. In his previous life he also common netizens said that hearing is not believing and seeing is not believing. Is there a misunderstanding of the system? I'll tell you what. We're buddies, I definitely can't screw you over, just trust me and you're done. The system said smugly. Then this golden elixir. Ding dong. Before Lin Yi could inquire in further detail, an electronic tone came from within his head. Please ask the host to go to the Zhengqi sect to sign in, the reward for signing in is unknown. Zhengqi sect? Listen, the name sounds high and mighty at first, and it should be the kind of sect that is the leader of the righteous path, just right for him, the son of the heavenly destiny, to go forward. System, you kinda know what you're doing. Nonsense, we are buddies, I don't help you to help me. You just use me well, I'm good, slowly you will know how many functions I have. The system's tone was full of small arrogance. This time Lin Yi didn't get stubborn with him, people were giving arrangements for signing in rewards, and there was also a newbie gift bag. We are the son of destiny as a normal system to use him on the end of the line, otherwise waiting for the ring old grandfather, do not know when to wait. If not for the timely appearance of the system. Facing that Tang Shuachin, he was only able to let out the harsh words that he was not fooling the youth. But what if Mr. Ring never wakes up? What's wrong with being middle-aged and poor? What about old age? The dead are the greatest? Tears of a grave robber. Feeling the constant flow of spiritual energy from heaven and earth converging in his body, Lin Yi really wanted to say. It's so fragrant. Overnight, Lin Yi had been consolidating his cultivation. By the time the next day just dawned, he was planning to head to the Zhengqi sect, although he still didn't know where that Zhengqi sect was, but with the system, this little thing was afraid of nothing. As a result, as soon as he arrived at the parlor, before he could even open his mouth, his father came over with a serious face. Year, right now the entire U City, no. I should say that all the immortal cultivation sects around U City know about your arrival at the Jin Dan stage, and the Tang clan side has sent someone to ask for forgiveness, so what are you going to do? Father, I want to go to the Zhengqi sect. Zhengqi sect? Lin Jintian frowned as he pondered the name in his mind, and a moment later said, Year, there is no such sect near our U City, where did you learn about it? Is there none nearby? Thinking about it was right, if it was that easy to sign up for a reward, wouldn't he just take off? Father, I learned about this sect occasionally, and I think that if it's called the Righteousness sect, that one shouldn't be far behind, so I want to worship in that sect. So that's how it is, then in that case, Year, you need to hurry up and leave before you can do so. The Immortal Cultivation sect near our city has gotten the news, and it is expected that they will send people to lure you into the sect in a little while, if you directly refuse in person, in case they. Lin Jintian didn't finish his sentence, but both father and son understood what would happen if they rejected all the clans. A genius who hasn't grown up is just a genius after all. The current Lin Yi was simply not qualified to say no to everything. The Immortal Cultivation clans aren't little cuties. If you don't join them, what if one day you, Lin Yi, become entangled in their interests? This was a remote mountain town, so if you wanted to go somewhere else, you had to leave as soon as possible. Chapter 5 Well, it's pretty cool. Then, father, you. Don't worry about me. Before Lin Yi could finish his sentence, Lin Jintian knew what he was concerned about and quickly waved his hand, saying cheerfully, You think I'll wait here? I've already distributed all of the family's resources. If anyone wants to stay here, let them stay, and we won't stop them if they want to leave. But I'm definitely leaving.
Hearing Lin Jintian's words, Lin Yi was also puzzled for a moment. One must know that from the time he was born until now, Lin Jintian hadn't even left the Lin family a few times, let alone leaving Yu City.
And distribute all the resources in the family? You're running away? And it was at this time that a trace of remembrance appeared in Lin Jintian's eyes. I want to go to your mother. Sure enough. Lin Yi secretly sighed.
The opening of Destiny's Child was a perfect opening for him, after all, as a traveler, who wouldn't want to be Destiny's Child? But for his father, or future partner, it could be a nightmare. As we all know, if you want to become a heaven's destined son, you can't even become strong if you don't have a tragic or even humiliating story. Carrying different weights of things naturally gives different results.
And this storyline of the father going to the mother is pretty common.
Originally, he wanted to open his mouth to dissuade him, but seeing his own father's serious and wistful eyes, Lin Yi could only nod. I know, father, take care of yourself.
Ha, brat, you were still worried about your father, but it is you.
Go to that cultivation sect to pay good attention to it. Okay, we father and son do not stir up emotion, the whole with the parting of life and death like. After saying that, Lin Jintian took out a Qian Kuan ring and handed it directly to Lin Yi.
I guess it's a dad's resource for his son in there.
Lin Yi did not excuse himself to accept it directly. This is his own father's love for himself. If he excuses himself, it will show too much bias. After silently observing his own father's panel, Lin Yi took the Qian Kuan ring and turned to leave. Lin Jintian looked at Lin Yi as departing back inside. Yira, my father is waiting for the day when you are famous in the 9 heavens and 10 earths, but before that, I have to go and clear some obstacles for you before I can do so.
Lin Yi didn't say any more sensational parting words to Lin Jintian.
Even though they were father and son, the feelings between the men were never easily expressed in words.
What's more, after seeing Lin Jintian's panel, Lin Yi also put his heart down.
Sure enough, how could it be simple for a father who was the son of the divine order? In addition to the lack of an early death phase, there are amazing golden words, so I guess this time it was for the background of the chosen one's future that he left.
After quietly leaving Yucheng,
Lin Yi asked the system about the direction of the Zhengqi sect.
You'll just go all the way west.
In less than 10 days, you'll definitely be able to reach the Zhengqi sect. The system swore with assurance.
All the way west?
Lin Yi looked at the dense forest in the west and secretly wondered if this system was punking him. This forest led straight to the 100,000 mountains, and it was filled with ferocious beasts and strangeness, and there were even rumors that those powerful forbidden Jedi were also in it.
One slip up and it could really be game over.
But thinking about the destiny of the heaven's fated son, it did seem like he needed to run wherever there was danger to be right. With that, he stopped dwelling on it and plunged headlong into that forest in the west.
Yucheng. Later in the evening, all the major sects sent some of their people to this small border city.
The purpose was to bring Lin Yi, the supreme genius born in that Yu city, into the sect.
You're already in the Jindan realm before you've even entered the sect's cultivation?
Now it seemed that the digging up of his Dao bone should be an illusion, or perhaps, even if the Dao bone was really dug up, he still had other secrets. So whether it was for the sake of such a supreme genius or for the secret of this genius, they had to make a trip before they could do so.
As a result, I just came to Yucheng and found the huge Lin family empty? Bastard! To actually tease us like this. Boom!
One of the cultivators became infuriated and casually struck, directly destroying the Lin family's courtyard. With debris flying all over the sky, the faces of every cultivator present were gloomy. They hadn't expected that a secular person from a small fringe town would actually dare to swing them around, saying that they would join the sect, but in the end, they directly fled.
Chase after them immediately.
Reward a member of the Lin family for joining the immortal sect if you catch him.
That's right. These bastards are bullying us like this, they simply don't care about us.
Humph. A genius who hasn't grown up can be nothing more than a genius. Originally I wanted to use some wistful tactics on you, but now it seems that I have to be a bit more aggressive. Use the soul search technique on the people of the Lin family if you catch them. We must find the whereabouts of that little guy. If Lin Yi were here to hear their conversation, he would definitely say something about the flavor being too right. The chosen one must have suffered a lot of trials and tribulations in the early days, otherwise how could he have soared to the heavens? However, at this time, Lin Yi had already entered the 100,000 mountains, and had no idea what had happened in Yucheng. The 100,000 great mountains are vast and sprawling, with high mountains and dense forests. One after another strangely shaped peaks were situated among them, and walking into them one could feel gusts of gloomy winds coming in. In addition to the complex environment here, those terrifying ferocious beasts were likewise the reason why people didn't dare to easily wade into it. After all, ferocious beasts were different from foreign beasts. They wouldn't reason with you, and if they were able to eat you in one bite, they definitely wouldn't leave a second bite. What's more, it was rumored that even people from the immortal sect had to be careful when they came here. Inside the 100,000 Great Mountains are several forbidden zones of life. If one were to accidentally enter it, one would surely encounter great terror. Swish! A white sword light flashed, and the hideous-looking ferocious beast was beheaded by a sword. The young man in white robes was panting slightly, his ink-like hair clinging to his handsome face, obviously exhausted. He had just turned his finger into a sword and killed this ferocious beast in front of him. The teenager was none other than Lin Yi. Ever since he had entered this great mountain of 100,000, this ferocious beast in front of him was already the 42nd ferocious beast he had killed. Hell, I don't know what kind of path the system is taking. Those ferocious beasts along the way were simply too many to count. Fortunately, he didn't encounter any overly powerful ferocious beasts, or else he would have to be accounted for here. Thinking about the fact that he possessed two ill-fated words, Lin Yi frowned for a moment. Even if it's to consolidate your cultivation, there's no need to have so many ferocious beasts to practice on, right? The system was silent for a moment before speaking. Do you think it could be you? What do you mean? This is the 100,000 mountains, buddy. You yourself carry the destiny of the Son of Heaven's destiny, and you're still endlessly using your sword chi to kill these ferocious beasts, even if those ferocious beasts can't detect your aura, but you're repeatedly using your sword chi, and that sword chi is almost going to go straight up into the sky, so you think that people are blind. And no one told me. Lin Yi was also crying and laughing. Who knew that this ferocious beast could sense the fluctuations of aura? With an innate Dao body, coupled with the body that had once been nourished by that Dao bone, even in a physical fight, he was by no means weak to these ordinary ferocious beasts. There's another reason to use sword energy besides being faster, and that's pretty cool. Well, really, it's quite handsome. Chapter 6, Demon. Don't be reckless. After learning this, Lin Yi began to stop using his spiritual energy. Any ferocious beasts encountered in the way were basically killed with a single punch. Indeed, after such an action, there were far fewer ferocious beasts coming to him. It's not a little bit easier, although I run into the occasional ungrateful one. Continue on your way to the west. Soon, Lin Yi heard a fight ahead. After shielding his own aura, he carefully walked towards the front, hiding behind a large tree to observe the situation ahead. One could only see a small group of 3 or 5 cultivators working together to deal with a giant python. That giant python had the thickness of 4 or 5 people, and if he had seen this thing in his previous life, he would have been afraid of dying of fear on the spot. But it's normal for this world of light to have such a giant python. It looked as if the giant python was guarding a red-colored fruit, and even though Lin Yi was far away, he was able to clearly smell an aroma. It was obvious that the fruit was not extraordinary. 3 or 5 cultivators, both male and female, looking at the uniform dress they were wearing, they should be disciples of some sect. That giant python's body carried uncountable white marks, obviously injured by those cultivators with sharp weapons. However, the python's scales were hard enough, so they didn't hurt the flesh and blood, just leaving a white mark. Roar! The giant python let out a wild roar, kicking up flying sand and stones, frightening away countless ferocious beasts. The roar of that giant python was like that of a real dragon, chilling people to the bone, and the bloody aura emanating from that bloody mouth drew the surrounding flowers and trees to wither instantly. A few cultivators were a bit flustered by this scene. Especially those 2 girls among them. In their panic, they almost threw all the spirit swords in their hands to the ground. Obviously, all of these people were also first-time adventurers and didn't have much experience. All take your swords. This vermilion fruit was discovered by us. If we can take it away, our cultivation resources will not be a problem. This is nothing more than an early-stage Jindan. If we join hands, we will definitely be able to subdue it. Set up a sword formation. Under the angry shout of the leader among them, several people also calmed down, quickly surrounding the giant python in separate stations and closed in. The spirit swords in their hands transformed into a stream of light, under the rampant shooting of sword chi, constantly leaving a trace of white marks on the scales of the giant python. Dang it! The clanging of metal rang out from time to time. Several cultivators were clearly at the foundation establishment stage, and the strongest one was only at the peak of the foundation establishment stage. In conjunction, it was able to beat a Jindan stage python to the point where it was difficult to fight back. A few of them were bound to be disciples of large sects. Under the spiritual energy surging, the giant python also continuously rolled its body, and a poisonous gas that corrupted everything spread in all directions. But that poisonous gas didn't have the slightest effect on these cultivators at all, and they should have some kind of poison avoidance spirit in their bodies. Soon, under the rounds of attacks, the giant python became more and more invincible, and after letting out a furious roar towards the sky, it quickly fled into the distance, and while fleeing, it also turned its head to give a reluctant glance at the red fruit. Hoo-hoo! It worked! It worked! Great, now we won't have to worry about our cultivation resources. This dam still wants to compete with us for resources? It's simply looking for death. Several people laughed as they approached Yugo. Everyone's face was filled with greed. This vermilion fruit is ours. The leader reached out to take it, but just at this time, a black shadow violently attacked the other's fingers from above the vermilion fruit. Ah! The leader let out a startled roar, and the few people next to him pressed on, unaware of what was happening. That's like a killer bee? Quickly give me the antidote to the poison. Quickly. Give. Without saying a word about breathing, the face of the leader instantly turned purple-black, and his eyeballs continued to protrude outwards. The whole person seemed to be suffering great pain, stretching out his hands and asking for help from the companions in front of him. But the cultivators who saw this scene, which still dared to move forward to help, as if to avoid the plague general backward. Within seconds, the man directly fell to the ground, and his body began to break and evaporate as if it were a bubble. How did the killer bees hide here? Swish! Just as several people were still shocked by the death of their companions, a giant python once again sprang out from the nearby Shunlin. That python actually went and came back. It knows there are killer bees there. The giant python twisted its huge body, and those vertical pupils revealed a humanized mockery. Roar! The giant python let out a sky-shattering roar and charged violently towards the few cultivators. Having lost their leader, they were completely caught in a passive situation. The giant python's body weighed as much as 1,000 pounds, and a casual sweep could send them flying backwards. Damn sinful animals! I want... Pust! One of the cultivators was swallowed directly into the belly by the python before he could finish his words, and at this sight, the others became even more flustered. Holding a spirit sword in his hand was a complete messy swing, obviously as a foundation establishment stage cultivator, but he didn't even use the basic spells. Far behind the big tree, Lin Yi was communicating with the system. Do you think it's right for me to go out and help right now? Is that what a chosen one should do? That's not right. The heaven's destined son will be able to get a chance anywhere he goes. You should wait until they're all dead before slaughtering the python and getting the vermilion fruit. What words this is? I'm a man of destiny who believes in truth and beauty. That. I have to remind you not to mention whether or not you're a true believer. Those people are almost done. Ha! Lin Yi hastily retreated from the system and looked around. Indeed. At this time, the giant python was simply going to kill madly. Those cultivators were devoured by the python one after another, and the only two people left, not knowing what was going on, were also poisoned by the snake, and sat paralyzed on the ground, losing the ability to resist. Demon! Don't be reckless! Where could Lin Yi hold back at this time? His entire body transformed into a stream of light and shot straight at the giant python. Roar! The giant python turned its head towards the suddenly appearing Lin Yi and opened its bloody mouth, a foul-smelling gas being directly spewed out by it. Swish! Lin Yi's palm turned into a sword finger, and as he waved it around, white sword light erupted from his finger, diffusing the supreme sword Dao. Although there is no sword in his hand, that sword finger is like a divine sword against the sky, indestructible. The white sword Qi, like a flood, was not a single path at all, but was like 10,000 swords returning to the emperor, transforming into a white dragon, directly smashing down towards the giant python. Boom! The giant python twisted its body, its hard scales, pieces of which stood, and a dark light flashed above the scales. As the white sword dragon collided with the scales, it let out a roar that shook the sky and shattered the ground, and the surrounding plants and trees were instantly destroyed by the sword Qi. Between the raging sword Qi, even the earth appeared to have ditches. Violent collisions, terrifying exchanges, this was a fierce battle of sword skills, with Lin Yi's sword finger as the center spewing out invincible sword intent, completely different from the previous group's petty sword formation. Chapter 7, System, Are You Really the Son of Heaven's Destiny? Dang it! Between the stirring of the sword Qi, a sound like metal clashing was emitted from the giant python. The genus of scales on it was truly overpowering. If that terrifying sword Qi had hit an ordinary person's body, I'm afraid that it would have already torn them into pieces. There was an unlucky cultivator who was swept into it by the fluctuation of this sword chi, and not even a single intact part was left behind. The remaining one was hiding in the deep channel cut out by the sword chi. The collision between the sword chi and the giant python still continued. The huge body of the giant python was continuously knocked backward by the sword chi, hissing and roaring. Phew! Just at this time, Linyi stepped on the sword box and floated into mid-air, his white clothes fluttering. At this time he was like a young sword fairy. Only one of his hands was seen transforming into a sword finger held high above his head, and white sword chi was constantly accumulating above his sword finger. When the white light shone completely around, Lin Ye's gaze was fixed. The raised hands snapped downward. Chop! Swish! A sword light directly chopped off the body of the python, and after chopping off the body of the python, the white sword light continued to rampage forward along the ground, invulnerable wherever it went. The ferocious beasts, plants and trees, and boulders and streams on the path were all split in two. With the flavor of this sword, heaven and earth lost their colors. The giant python still maintained its snarling posture, but its huge body had already transformed into two halves, and with a bang, it directly collapsed onto the ground, blood flowing all over the place. Lin Yi, who was dressed in white, stood on top of the sword box. His ponytail was gently raised by the breeze, and between the fluttering of his hair, he appeared to be so dusty. An inopportune system voice sounded at this time. Ahem. That, host, sorry to interrupt you pretending, if you don't go down, I'm afraid that the only one left is going to die. What? Lin Yi couldn't care less and hurriedly jumped down from on top of the sword box. Check that last cultivator's injuries. Just now, in the middle of the battle with the giant python, a cultivator who had received a poisonous wound was caught inside the sword chi, and at that time, even if Lin Yi wanted to save him, it was already too late. Now there's only one left. You can't die. Otherwise, wouldn't there be no one to spread the word about him, the son of heaven's destiny, pulling out his sword when he saw an injustice in the road? Thinking of this, Lin Yi immediately jumped into the deep canal to see what was going on. The only remaining lone seedling was a female cultivator. Her face was blue and purple and she was breathing heavily, but because she was only slightly tainted with the toxin, she was not dead yet. At this moment, the female cultivator's eyes widened when she saw Lin Ye's arrival, her eyes filled with terror. She had just witnessed her own senior brother being torn to pieces by this person in front of her with his sword chi. This female giver. Yuck! What the heck, this female bodhisattva? Female Taoist priest, oops, whatever, this woman, don't worry, I'm not a bad person. Really? Lin Yi hurriedly held the female cultivator up and took out an elixir from his Qin Kuan ring, feeding it into the female cultivator's cherry mouth. Only after the female cultivator ate the elixir did her greenish-purple face slowly regain its blood color. What are you? You? The first thing the female cultivator did when she recovered from her injuries was to pick up her own spirit sword and aim it at Lin Yi, her pretty face filled with vigilance above. When Lin Yi saw this scene, he wasn't annoyed, instead he smiled and said, "Girl, I'm really not a bad person, you've misunderstood me. You killed my senior brother." At the mention of her senior brother, the female cultivator's face was covered in tears. They were very close to each other, and at the last moment, it was also her senior brother who pushed her into the deep canal, while her senior brother died tragically under the sword energy. It was a misunderstanding. Lin Yi laughed bitterly, "You should have seen it, I was helping you guys kill that python just now, I didn't pay attention for a moment, alas. This matter is really my problem, sorry, I'm willing to make amends." Reparations. How do you make amends? My senior brother is dead, ooh. The female cultivator bent her body down, put her hands on her knees, and began to cry out. "Girl, don't cry, don't worry, I will safely return you to the clan." "I don't. You killed my senior brother, I want you to pay for it." The female cultivator suddenly stood up and chopped towards Lin Yi with her spirit sword. There was no spirit power attached to this sword, but when Lin Yi saw that spirit sword coming, his body, which had been fighting with ferocious beasts these days, subconsciously moved. Swish! White light flashed. The female cultivator's body and head were separated, and her blood splattered all over the ground. The head that fell off stared wide-eyed at this moment, looking at Lin Yi incredulously. It seems to be saying, "I didn't even use my spiritual power for this sword, you should have dodged it. You didn't even dodge and just gave it to me to kill me? Didn't you say you are a good person?" Lin Yi was also startled when he saw this scene. Immediately, he bent down and picked up the woman's head, and pressed it right up against his body. Don't say, because the sword chi was fast enough, it didn't cause much damage to the flesh and bones, so this time it was more like putting together building blocks, that the head was really pressed back by him. That one, it still works when you press it, right?
Isn't it a bit dirty, or I'll wash it for you? Lin Ye's face was full of anxiety. He's a good man, the chosen one. How can he kill at every turn? It was all because of this damn ferocious beast in the middle of the 100,000 mountains that made his body have muscle memory in the midst of killing. If one day I witness the great Dao, I will definitely cut down these ferocious beasts. Just at this time, the system spoke quietly. Buddy, tell me honestly, are you really the son of heaven's destiny? Crap. Because that female cultivator's head always fell off, Lin Yi was sweating in a hurry and responded with 2 words without a good mood. Well. The system continued to speak somewhat oddly. Would you like to see what you look like now? What do I look like? I knew you couldn't see it. Here, let me help you. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a plane mirror. Hear the system beep. Lin Yi frowned slightly. He didn't understand what the system meant by this. Show him what he looks like? What's so strange about the way he looks? Swish. With a flash of light, a mirror appeared beside Lin Yi, and when he turned his head to look at it, he almost surprised himself. Finally, I understand what the system is talking about. At this time in the mirror, a man dressed in white, covered in blood, carrying a dead head in his hand, is constantly putting together blocks to play it. I am not right. It's a hallucination. This head definitely still works. After saying that, Lin Yi didn't care much and directly unbuckled his belt. Dude. You're cool. What are you doing? You want it while it's hot? IABT feel BT, can you stop? What words? What words this is? Lin Yi was infuriated, the system was slandering him. After he pressed that first rank right back onto his neck, he tied it tightly with the belt in his hand. Chapter 8, Are you from the Zhengqi sect? Ah, so it's about fixing. The system sighed in relief. Lin Yi, on the other hand, looked at the work in front of him with satisfaction and smiled heatedly. Don't you laugh, man, I'm scared. The system spoke with some tears. What are you afraid of? You're a villainous system afraid of me, the son of destiny. Lin Yi despised. Aren't you going to assist others to kill and plunder a little freshman like me? What are you afraid of me for? Ha? Who knew you were so BT? Really, I'm convinced. Lin Yi subconsciously looked at the mirror again, and as expected, he was indeed a little creeped out by the fact that he was heckling at a corpse. Was he born to be a villain? Nope. Damn old system thief, actually messed up my Tao. I am the son of heaven's destiny, a person favored by heaven, and my life can be described in 3 words. That's true beauty. How can I be a BT? It's a hallucination. It's definitely a hallucination. Aha! Lin Yi nodded vigorously. He didn't realize that in the middle of the sky, there was a crow constantly surrounding the place. In the meantime, in the middle of the eerie hall, the crowd of cultivators whose cuckoo was bubbling with black gas were staring at this scene in disbelief. Damn, this kid is evil. What's he doing? He's talking to the corpse? And he's heckling the corpse. No, this is too scary. I've never seen such a vicious kid. What's he doing? What's he going to do? After he kills someone, he's going to press his head back in? The smile on that face is so terrifying, I'm shivering as a devil cultivator. An innate devil body is a born bad seed? This kid was born to join my demon sect. That's right. This is the kind of heart that is needed to practice devilry. Our devil son finally has someone who can inherit it. Jindan realm cultivation, not bad, bring him back quickly. Do we really need to accept such a BT in our demon sect? I have some bad feeling about it. Go to 2 people to contact him for a while, the golden age is coming, our clan has one more heavenly pride with an innate devil body, the rise is inevitable. At this moment, Lin Yi naturally didn't know that he had been spied on. Satisfied with the blocks in front of him, he jumped out of the deep canal, he still had a trophy to take. Something like a killer bee could only deal with some unprepared cultivators, and a random sword chi would be able to tear them apart. So Lin Yi simply took down that vermilion fruit. Is this thing the chance? Looking at the red fruit in front of him, Lin Yi didn't think much about it, he didn't know its effect yet, so he couldn't eat it blindly, and directly put the vermilion fruit into the Qiankuan ring. He was still in need of finding the orthodox sect. Otherwise, it might be troublesome in case the people among the clans near Yu City chased after them. Thinking of this, Lin Yi didn't think too much about it and directly transformed into a stream of light, shooting off into the distance. He heard the roar of a ferocious beast.
It must be that the battle just now had attracted the attention of those ferocious beasts. When the giant python was still alive, the aura on its body was able to shock those ferocious beasts. After all, they belong to the same source, they must have a special way of communicating with each other. But now that the python is dead, this place has become a no man's land. Those ferocious beasts will have no more scruples. Lin Yi also didn't want to cause trouble. After all, the ferocious beasts in the 100,000 mountains, that was a constant stream. In case a few Yuaning stage, or even Zifu stage ferocious beasts came, he would be finished. Swish! Lin Yi, who had transformed into streams of light, advanced extremely fast, and only after he had completely exited that area did he dissipate his spiritual energy and walk on foot. Again, after several days of continuous walking, Lin Yi finally saw silhouettes again. A few cultivators dressed in black robes were laying their hands on the ferocious beasts blocking the road. This is the time to show true beauty. Last time was a mistake. This time there's absolutely no room for mistakes. Only to see Lin Yi break through the air like a sharp arrow, and after entering the battlefield, sword light stirred. Those ferocious beasts couldn't last a single sword at all in his hands before they turned into powder. After all the ferocious beasts were swept away, Lin Yi smiled brightly at the surrounding cultivators. This smile of his was causing the bodies of those people to stiffen. Kidding aside, they had seen the images that the Holy Lord had given them before they came, and the man in front of them was a pure BT. Even though there were elders hiding nearby, coming out to save people once there was danger, the fear that went deep into their bones made them tremble unconsciously when they faced Lin Yi.
Why don't they thank me? Was my smile not friendly enough? It's not right.
Lin Yi completely forgot. Before leaving in a hurry, the blood on his body is not clear. There are also traces of blood on his face, coupled with the fact that these people have seen his highlight moments. Lin Yi's smile in their eyes is simply a nightmare. Just as a few people were trembling, Lin Yi spoke, "Why don't you guys say thank you?" A few people suddenly realized, and hurriedly walked to the front of Lin Yi to make a bow, that posture as low as it could go.
Many thanks to this Taoist brother for saving me. The favor of saving my life is simply hard to repay.
We were frozen just now and forgot to thank him for a moment. Please don't be offended, Taoist brother.
Aha! That's right, kinda polite and a nice guy.
Lin Yi nodded, then smiled and said, "There's no need for you all to be like this, I'm just seeing the road, and since you're already in no harm's way, I'll take my leave first." After saying that, Lin Yi turned around and was about to leave.
Taoist brother, wait.
Seeing that Lin Yi was about to leave, the few cultivators hurriedly spoke out to stop him. They were here to test Lin Yi. It was hard to open the topic, even if they were afraid, they still had to complete the task.
Lin Yi turned his head and said suspiciously, Is there anything else you all want? Dao brother, my name is Wei Wuji, this is Chen Wenlong, and this is Gong Yuxuan, we're all here for training. I haven't yet asked Dao brother what his name is?
There's no need to be polite, my name is Lin Yi, and I'm planning to head to the Zhengqi sect to pay my respects.
Zhengqi men?
Upon hearing this name, several people stared wide-eyed, those eyes full of disbelief.
What's wrong? Brother Wei, is there something wrong with the Zhengqi sect?
Lin Yi said in disbelief.
Cough cough.
No problem, it's a good sect there, I just don't know how you learned about this sect, Brother Lin. I remember that the Zhengqi sect is very low-key.
Wei Wuji pretended to be puzzled. The system is sincere. Sure enough, there's the Shagakukan. Seeing Wei Wuji's reaction, Lin Yi knew that this Zhengqi sect wasn't fictionalized by the system.
Seeing that a few people were still puzzled, Lin Yi had nothing to hide and spoke directly. I learned about this Zhengqi sect from a friend's mouth.
Zhengqi sect, listen, this name is bound to be the sect that carries out justice. Cultivators of my generation should uphold justice in the world, wouldn't such a clan be worth joining? Seeing Lin Yi's righteous look, Wei Wuji and the others were speechless for a while.
Good guy, if we hadn't seen what you did before, our brothers would have been fooled by your righteous look.
Chapter 9, The Holy Land of Paradise. Upholding justice in the world? How do you defend it? By making works of art out of the people who are against you. Thanks for making a righteous face.
You're more devilish than the devil.
It was simply a role model for people of the devil's way. Brother Wei, what's the problem?
Lin Yi's voice pulled Wei Wuji back from his broken thoughts. He hadn't forgotten what this fierce man in front of him had done, and hurriedly spoke with feigned surprise. Brother Lin, I didn't realize that you were actually going to the Zhengqi sect. A few of us are disciples there.
Really?
Lin Yi was also surprised. This is really a mountain of no way out and a village in the dark. He had actually encountered the disciples of the Zhengqi sect practicing and he had saved them. When the time came to join the righteousness sect, wouldn't his reputation for true goodness and beauty be able to spread directly? It's true that it's worthy of being the son of heaven's destiny. This self-carrying aura has that flavor. Naturally it's true, I can't lie to anyone but my savior. If I cheat Brother Lin, let me be punished by the heavenly Dao and have karma added to my body. Wei Wuji had a serious and earnest face. The two people beside him looked at Wei Wuji somewhat speechlessly. Seems to be saying, you this oath, do not you lose heart, the heavenly punishment seems to be a commonplace for us. And a positive chi gate. Wasn't that small sect exterminated by us how many years ago, and because the location where the Zhengqi sect is located is full of spiritual chi, so we moved the Holy Land there.
Now you're a member of the Zhengqi sect? Then who are we?
Truth be told, Brother Lin, these two and I are both senior brothers. It would be simply wonderful if you could join our clan. We'd have the chance to repay your favor.
Snap.
Seeing that the two were still there, Wei Wuji directly gave one of them a slap. Only then did the two of them react, and they also opened their mouths with a look of surprise. Yes.
Yes. Brother Lin, if you join the Zhengqi sect, won't we be true brothers?
Lin Yi looked at the trio's joyful appearance and was similarly surprised. Then I'll ask the three Dao brothers to introduce themselves.
Ha 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 ha, well said, well said.
Wei Wuji had an expression that was wrapped around me, and with that, several people began to walk in pairs. In the middle of the forest, a few black shadows also heard Lin Yi's words and then shot off into the distance.
Among the immortal cultivation world,
there are countless forces of all sizes, and it is the law of the jungle. It was not uncommon to see the destruction of people's clans at every turn. However, what could be called the devil's way was not because of its ruthless methods, but rather the fact that the gongfu it practiced was harmful to heaven and harmony. The so-called righteous cultivators, the Tao of nature, use the spiritual power between heaven and earth to break through themselves, and when the Mahayana time comes, they feed back to heaven and earth. The devil's way is the complete opposite, swallowing the sky and devouring the earth to strengthen their own bodies, coupled with the sect's ruthless style, so it is called the devil's sect.
Good and evil are not mutually exclusive. This is a matter of the roots of cultivation.
There was once a sect called the righteousness sect. It's a small force but it makes big wishes. I would like to use my righteousness to slaughter all the ferocious beasts in the 100,000 mountains and the devil cultivators hiding in them. It's all well and good to wish for it, but it's really only if you have the strength to do it. The result was predictable, not to mention slaughtering the beasts. The first day of making that grand wish, it was exterminated by a huge devilish force. The name of that devilish sect was called the Sacred Land of Ultimate Bliss. When a holy land faced an ordinary clan, there was no need to say that it was crushing, casually blowing on their breath. The other party would be ashes and ashes. The territory of the Zhengqi sect was also directly occupied by the sacred ground of ultimate bliss. Other people were afraid of those forbidden zones, but the sacred land of ultimate bliss was not. Both are equally immortal Dao lineages. Who is afraid of who? In the Holy Lord's Hall of the Extreme Bliss Holy Land, a group of people were currently listening to the report from the elders below. He's going to worship the righteousness sect? To uphold justice in the world? Ha 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 ha. The Holy Lord on the stage, that is, the Extreme Bliss Demon Sovereign, simply looked as if he had heard the funniest joke, and tears came out of his eyes as he laughed. This kid is not a scourge of the world or considered the world's blessings, but also to maintain justice in the world. It, innate devil body, ruthless means, obviously not yet worshipped in the clan, cultivated to the Jindan stage, is simply a natural devil. This kid is afraid that he doesn't have a problem with his head, right? Doesn't he know his own methods? I've already sent people to check, and there isn't a single whole body of any of the ferocious beasts that he killed along the way. All of them were abused and killed. No exceptions. But he wants to join the Zhengqi sect, TSK, it's a bit difficult. Ha 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 ha, what's so hard to do? The Extreme Bliss Fiend laughed. He wants to worship the Zhengqi sect, just give him a Zhengqi sect, tell the disciples that we will now be called the Zhengqi sect. No one is allowed to tell that kid the truth. After all, the innate demonic body is our base card to fight for passage in this golden great world. Also, change the words outside the mountain gate away. We are the cultivators of the Zhengqi sect.
Change your name? The crowd of elders looked at the demon sovereign in shock. To change the name of the sect just for a single disciple, what kind of play is this? That's right. I, the sacred land of ultimate bliss, have never acted without a trace, and a disciple with such talent is destined to blossom into a monstrous demonic might in this golden age. So since that's the case, why can't we be a little sincere? But the disciples under the door. He.
My extreme bliss sacred ground is originally the weakest and the strongest. The winner is honored. Give them the record crystal stone to see if they think they can steadily win against that kid at the Jindan stage, even if they are allowed to become demonic sons. So what?
I understand.
It's estimated that that brat will be able to reach our holy land in a few more days, so without further delay, I'll go and prepare first.
Well, remember, make sure it's alright. Don't worry, Holy Lord.
Lin Yi definitely didn't know what had happened in the sacred land of ultimate bliss. At this moment, he was talking with Wei Wuji and the others. As a traveler, he had always been careful in the past. After all, although he thought he was the son of heaven's destiny, the hangover hadn't arrived yet. That big miss of the Tang family, he was not pretending to be high and mighty by treating her coldly. Apart from the fact that the other party was a small child at that time, there was also a reason why he didn't know what to say. There was a saying on the internet in his previous life that stuck with him. The lower the sound, the greater the compulsion.
He's pretending to be high and mighty in order to maintain his persona. So there really wasn't anyone to talk to.
Now that he had met Wei Wuji and the others, he was truly happy from the bottom of his heart, not to mention, they were about to become his senior brothers again. Lin Yi was happy chatting, but Wei Wuji and the others were going to cry. But they know that this person in front of them is a ruthless person. Now that face gentle smile must be a disguise.
Maybe when the time comes it will have to be made into a work of art for them.
The reason why he thought so was because he had encountered a few ferocious beasts on the way, and Lin Yi had directly lords over them with a few sword fingers.
And after that, this Lin Yi took the head of the ferocious beast, intending to press it back.
What the hell kind of interest is this?
Chapter 10, finally arriving at the righteousness sect. And you say you're not a BT.
Therefore, Wei Wuji and the others didn't dare to utter a single breath, and when Lin Yi said something, they only compensated with a smile. Such a reaction was rather comforting to Lin Yi. It's true that it's worthy of being the righteous sect.
Is everyone quite nice to talk to?
As for pressing the ferocious beast's head back just now, he just wanted to try and quickly kill it before pressing the head back if the other party would still be alive. After experimenting with it a few times, there was still that glimmer of success.
Aha! Since there was a success rate, the female cultivator from before must be fine.
She would live, and she herself wouldn't be considered to have committed a murder.
Ugh! I'm such a kind person.
Because he had been thinking about that female cultivator, Lin Yi actually unknowingly said what was on his mind. The moment these words came out, Wei Wuji and the others even stood in sweat.
This one is more than a BT, it's an unaware BT. From now on, we'll be fellow disciples, so stay away from him. Otherwise you won't be able to keep your own head.
Wei Wuji and the others just kept leading Lin Yi towards the west with such trepidation.
Even when it was time to rest for the night, one eye was open.
A few days passed. Wei Wuji and the others were clearly cultivators, but they were mentally drained.
Wait a minute.
Just as the crowd continued to rush, Lin Yi suddenly spoke. As soon as he spoke, he scared Wei Wuji and the others so much that they almost jumped up.
These days they had been taking Lin Yi in circles in order to stall for time. Had they been discovered? So, what's wrong, Brother Lin? Wei Wuji cautiously inquired. Nothing, I just wonder if we've been here before. Ha!
Wei Wuji's forehead was in a cold sweat and his tone was trembling. He really didn't know who was the devil anymore.
Buzz!
Just when Wei Wuji didn't know what to say, suddenly, in the sky, an ancient flying boat appeared in the sight of several people. Seeing the flying boat, Lin Ye's eyes narrowed lightly, his upright body resembling a sharp sword that was about to be sheathed.
As a traveler, he never let his guard down.
This was also why he would notice that Wei Wuji and the others were leading him around. On top of the flying boat, there was an old man dressed in a white robe. He had crane hair and looked immortal and dusty. Soon, the flying boat landed in front of several people. The crane-haired old man walked down slowly. Wuji, have you guys forgotten about the sect's psychedelic array? If you hadn't seen a few of you taking a detour through the record crystal, wouldn't you have gotten lost in these 100,000 mountains?
Looking at the immortal airy old man, Wei Wuji's eyes widened. Was this still the blood-refining hall elder who couldn't move without a jagged smile? What's with the outfit now?
A few small. Hurry up and cooperate with the old man, or else your fat bodies will be lit up with heavenly lanterns. Upon hearing the voice transmission in his mind, Wei Wuji also immediately reacted and hurriedly arrived in front of the old man to slightly salute. Elder Li Shen, I'm sorry, a few of us forgot about the mantra of the Grand Formation, and I didn't expect to actually startle your old man.
Well,
The crane-haired old man stroked his beard with satisfaction, then looked at Lin Yi on the side, pretending to be surprised. Oh, I see that this little friend's cultivation has already reached the Jindan realm. I don't know what clan's teenage pride ah? Senior Lin Yi, greetings to senior. Through the conversation just now, how could Lin Yi not understand that the old man in front of him was definitely an elder of the Zhengqi sect? Since he was going to join this sect, he naturally had to be polite. Truth be told, the latecomer has not joined any sect, and this time when I came here, I also wanted to go to your sect to pay my respects. Oh? Ha 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 ha. The crane-haired old man laughed out bashfully. I see, the old man unintentionally, but was able to see a juvenile heavenly pride in advance. It seems to come out of no loss ah. Senior is flattering. Lin Yi said modestly. He. Since it is to travel to our clan to pay homage to the master, then leave with the old man. This psychedelic grand formation is an ancient formation, and those children forgot the password, but it is us who have slowed you down. Go with me. Thank you, senpai. Lin Yi boarded the flying boat under the old man's guidance. After the several people had all boarded the flying boat, along with the surge of spiritual energy, the flying boat instantly disappeared above the ground. The speed of the flying boat was simply ridiculously fast, which made Lin Yi, who was riding a flying boat for the first time, extraordinarily fresh. But it didn't take long for the freshness to reach its destination. As the flying boat landed on the ground, Lin Yi also saw the huge boulder in front of him that exuded a sense of antiquity, and on top of the boulder were 3 large characters carved. Positive Airman. Previously, from the top of the flying boat, this Zhengqi sect was situated in the mountains, probably with thousands of peaks, and the entire sect exuded a wisp of immortal qi. As far as the eye could see, it was full of life, as if it was a place where immortals lived in legends. I had thought that this Zhengqi sect should be a not too big or small sect. After all, people dared to be situated in the middle of the 100,000 mountains. Now here, this is not a clan, this is simply a huge holy land. It's worthy of the system, it's really reliable. Is worshipping the master the pinnacle? Lin Yi's attention had been focused on this Zhengqi sect, unaware that Wei Wuji and the others behind him all had their mouths wide open. This is our clan? The clan had turned into this mess after not coming back for a few days. Snap! Wei Wuji and the others all received a slap from the old man, and after that, seeing the old man's threatening eyes, each one of them instantly looked as normal, no longer daring to show surprise. He. Little friend, this is our Zhengqi sect. Now that you have come, let the old man be a holler and take you to meet the Holy Lord. An audience with the Holy Lord? The word Holy Lord is not something to be called casually. In the immortal cultivation sect near Yu City, the person with the highest position could only be addressed as the Patriarch. The title of Holy Lord, then this Zhengqi sect must be a holy place. Picked up a treasure. Lin Yi's eyes were filled with scorching heat, but he didn't forget to express his gratitude to the old man at the side. Many thanks, senior. I'll trouble you then. There's no need to be polite, you can call old man Li Lao. Old man is an elder of the law enforcement hall, responsible for the sect's laws. We'll get closer in the future. Many thanks to Elder Knight. Alright, let's go. Although the Holy Lord he has a lot of work to do day in and day out, but when he was on the flying boat, the old man had already notified him, so I'm sure that at this moment, he should be in the Holy Lord's hall waiting for little friend. After saying that, Elderly took the lead and walked towards the interior of the sect, followed closely by Lin Yi. Only after entering the sect did Lin Yi truly know what it meant to be a holy place. The surging spiritual energy around them was practically condensing into liquid. Below the Zhengqi sect was bound to be a place where spirit veins gathered. And as far as the eye could see, there was an immortal peak, and occasionally there were disciples in white robes flying with swords. A true immortal cultivation sect, he had finally seen it. Chapter 11, The Holy Lord of Righteousness. Under the leadership of Elder Calendar, several people set off towards the Holy Lord's hall. On the way, Lin Yi felt countless gazes on him and wondered if it was an illusion. In those gazes, in addition to surprise and curiosity, there was also a hint of fear? Also right. Thinking that this Zhengqi sect must be mostly full of righteous cultivators, it was inevitable that they would feel horrified when they saw themselves covered in blood, right? Lin Yi sighed in his heart. Obviously, he had come to the Zhengqi sect to pay homage to the master, but he had forgotten to change his clothes, and inside the Qiankuan ring that his father had given him, there wasn't a single piece of clothing or anything like that, except for some spirit stones and gongfa. Hopefully, this holy lord of the Zhengqi sect wouldn't blame himself for being rude. A few people traveled along, and with a wave of Elder Calendar's hand, the surrounding spiritual energy surrounded a few people's bodies, accelerating their speed. Soon they arrived in front of a large hall with solemn treasures. I don't know why, but it seems that this hall has just been renovated, and the paint on it has not yet dried. Devil. Cough. Holy Lord, Calendar Xingyun seeks an audience. Elder Calendar shouted from outside the great hall. Well, come on in. Accompanied by a muffled voice, Elderly gave a wink to Wei Wuji and the others on the side, and the latter few instantly understood the meaning. Speaking to Lin Yi, who was on the side, he said, Brother Lin, we won't follow and get involved in this matter of meeting the Holy Lord. I hope that you'll be able to succeed in worshipping the Master, so that we can become masters and brothers at an early date. After saying that, without waiting for Lin Yi to react, Wei Wuji left with those two people without looking back. It was almost as if they couldn't wait to grow more legs. Lin Yi didn't have time to wonder before Elder Calendar led him into the main hall. As you entered, it was glorious, with a white jade-paved floor, strange images inscribed on the surrounding walls, and column after column of carved dragons supporting the great hall. The carved dragons seemed to come to life looking down on the living world. Continuing forward, you came to the center of the great hall. On both sides were neatly arranged seats, on which sat a single immortal cultivator, and by looking at the aura on their bodies, one could tell that they were definitely unearthly powerhouses. At the very front, on top of a huge chair, sat a majestic middle-aged man. That middle-aged man was dressed in a Taoist robe, and his sword-browed face was filled with righteousness. Just by looking at this face, it is definitely the bull's ear of the righteous path. Elderly, what is the reason for this visit? And to have the elders all gathered together? The Holy Lord's majestic voice rang out. Upon hearing this, Elder Calendar made a bow and said, Sacred Lord, truth be told, I found a good seedling outside who wants to pay homage to our sect, so I'm letting you meet with all of your fellow sect members. Oh? The Holy Lord seemed to be interested and turned his gaze towards Lin Yi. Well. The roots are good, indeed a good seedling, this. Well. Late Lin Yi, meet the Sacred Lord and the elders. Lin Yi stood out and spoke without being humble. He himself was the destiny of the Son of Heaven, and although he didn't know exactly what he was going to do, he had read so many novels in his previous life after all. Not being condescending is the right thing to do. As expected, the Holy Lord's tone carried a hint of appreciation. Lin Yi, not bad, facing the might of so many people, yet you are happily unafraid. On the path of cultivation, apart from talent, you need a strong heart, and it seems that you have all of them. Sure enough. The netizens are honestly not deceiving me. Destiny's Child is going to yank like a 2x4 in the face of anyone, and the main fight is a not-so-subtle one that people will surely appreciate. Just as Lin Yi was secretly glad that he had guessed correctly. The Sacred Lord spoke once again, like you, a juvenile heavenly pride, you've obviously set foot on the path of cultivation, why did you not choose a clan to join even though you've reached the Jindan stage? Truth be told, Holy Lord, it's like this, I've been here before. Lin Yi told the truth about all the things those sects had been doing for so many years. At one time, as the pride of heaven, those clans wanted to lick as much as they could, but at the back, his cultivation regressed, and those clans directly abandoned him. Even the fiancé came to withdraw from the marriage. Granted, this is normal drama for the chosen one, but as a person involved, these things are not comfortable at all. Boo! Outrageous! The Sacred Lord slapped on his chair and shouted angrily, those people simply have eyes but no pearls, such a heavenly pride, since they already intend to take it under their door, why did they do that backstabbing thing again? It's simply a waste of the righteous path. Hearing those words from his own Holy Lord. One after another, the corners of the mouths of those surrounding elders twitched. Good Lord, this is coming from you, Supreme Demon? Backstabbing, enemy of the righteous, ruthless, sinister, aren't these all your labels? So now you're the leader of the righteous? Can you stand on the moral high ground and talk about others? The Holy Lord didn't pay any attention to the looks of those old farts, but continued to speak to Lin Yi. Lin Yi, do you know that you have a special physique? I know. Lin Yi wasn't surprised that the other party was able to tell about his physique. After all, they were the Holy Lord of the Holy Land, so was it possible to say that they didn't have some skills? Besides, that Elder Calendar, if he hadn't seen that he was burdened with an innate Taoist body, how could he have let the Sacred Lord and so many elders gather in the same room to come and let himself pay homage to his master? Then do you know what kind of physique you have? The Holy Lord carefully inquired. Earlier, a senior said that the late generation was burdened with an innate Dao body because when the late generation was born, there was a companion Dao bone, and I think it was because of that Dao bone that they gradually possessed this innate Dao body, right? What? The innate Taoist body? Taoist bones? The Holy Lord had a shocked look on his face. Yours is clearly an innate demonic body, and an innate Taoist body, beautiful as you are. As for the Taoist bones,
This is something he didn't know about at all.
When Lin Yi said those clans before, he didn't bring up this Dao bone either, he just said that he had a high cultivation level.
Where's the bone? Where's the bone?
Seeing the expression on the Holy Lord's face, Lin Yi knew what the other party was wondering about and smiled bitterly. That piece of my Dao bone was dug up by someone.
What?
Now, the people inside the entire hall were not calm.
The Taoist bones were dug up? You kids are still alive?
I'm afraid I'm not kidding. Swish! A strong wind struck, and the Holy Lord came directly to Lin Yi's side, a hand striking his shoulder. At this moment, Lin Yi subconsciously turned his palm into a sword finger, and white sword light continued to gush out at his fingertips, but in the end, he forcefully suppressed it back. Killing ferocious beasts these days had caused his body to react subconsciously. The Holy Lord didn't turn against him, instead, he was probing what was going on within his body.
It's true, it's true. The Holy Lord sighed, you did once possess a Dao bone right above your chest, and the Dao rhythm of that bone still flows around it.
Companion Dao bones are generally bound to one's own destiny, and once the Dao bone is lost, then you should instantly go up in smoke.
But you're alive and well now, it's unbelievable.
The Holy Lord's eyes were on the verge of glowing.
Now they had really picked up a treasure. Chapter 12, Mrs. Meow.
This son's Dao bones were dug up, yet he was still able to live, and he also possessed an innate demonic body. It seemed that the reason for the sudden drop in his cultivation before was this innate demonic body. Innate, as the name implies, is not a grafted graft.
Rather, they are born with it.
So this kid is a born devil star. I think that at the moment of his innate demonic body awakening will certainly consume a large amount of spiritual energy in his body, and a sudden drop in cultivation is also normal. The elders in the middle of the Great Hall also discovered this problem.
The Sacred Lord must have probed that kid's situation, innate demonic body plus Dao bones, what kind of demon is this?
With their extreme happiness Holy Land.
Yuck!
With the power of their Zhengqi sect, they will find the bastard who dug out the bones if they really cannot find it. If not, they will go to find a person who has a Taoist bone, and will just dig out his bones chant.
It's all dog bones anyway.
The devil's body is supposed to be the path of invincibility.
Many bones, many ways.
If the Dao bone and the devil body are brought together in one body, TSK.
This kid will not take off.
The position of the devil's son was absolutely well deserved. Plus that flash of overwhelming sword energy just now. It didn't seem impossible to change the name of the clan for his sake. The main thing in the Golden Great World was the Battle of the Heavens Pride. The fight was more than just the opportunity to become an emperor and an immortal, there was also that fight for Qi.
If the fight is won, then the devil shall descend.
If they lost, the devil's path would suffer a much more severe backlash than those of the righteous path. Therefore, the position of this devil's son is exceptionally important, which is why the Holy Land of Ultimate Bliss has delayed in establishing a devil's son.
The Holy Lord looked at Lin Yi like a kind old man and said gently, Lin Yi, do you know the identity of the person who dug up your bones?
Unknown. Lin Yi really didn't know who the one who dug up his bones was. After all, he was only a foundation stage at that time, facing a powerful cultivator. There was no power to fight back. Directly in front of his eyes, when he opened his eyes again, the Dao bone had already been dug away.
It's okay, kid, from today onwards, you are a member of my extreme Zhengqi sect. If I find that person in the future, I will thwart his bones.
This.
Bring him to justice? Do justice for heaven?
Oops.
Anyway, it is that will help you to take revenge.
The Holy Lord's face was filled with righteous indignation, and in the next second, he would even say, I am not bound to sin.
Thank you, Holy Lord.
Lin Yi looked at the Sacred Lord with a bitter face and sighed that he had worshipped the right sect. Although the Son of Heaven's destiny has to suffer, he has already suffered for so many years, it's no problem to enjoying it now, right, with such a righteous clan as the backstage. I'm sure his path of cultivation should take a lot fewer detours.
Then now is the time to find a master for you.
Swish swish swish. Just as the Holy Lord uttered the word master, the elders swarmed up in a brainstorm like those grandparents who crowded the bus in the previous world.
It directly surrounded Lin Yi.
Sacred Lord, so what? The old man counted with his fingers last night and calculated that I would gain a disciple today.
I'll be the master of this brat. Cough cough cough.
I don't have long to live anymore. Why don't you just leave this child to me to teach? Consider it as the last thing I do for the clan.
Fart.
I see that you are alive and well, or I should be the one to do it. We have the most beautiful women in the peak, and this kid is a talented man. It's a good time to need a stove tripod.
Needing a Dao mate.
I'll do it.
Don't even grab it. You hit me. The entire hall instantly became noisy. The scene was so large that the elder calendar on the side was also dumbstruck. But it makes sense when you think about it. With Lin Ye's kid's talent, who wouldn't be moved? If he hadn't been so prone to revealing himself there, he would have wanted to compete for this top disciple. Well, you're all in bad shape. Stop it. The Holy Lord also had 2 heads. What kind of people are these? When they said that they were changing the clan before, each one of them had a drooping old face, almost as if they were directly cursing at him, the Holy Lord. Now it's good, seeing Lin Yi himself, the attitude directly 180 degrees big change. Are you all dog-faced? Ahem. This Lin Yi's natural talent you've all seen, in my opinion, it should still be taught by me personally so as to not let the jewel go unnoticed. The Holy Lord said with a sigh. Fart. Shameless. Old pipsqueak. How dare you? Once they heard that the saint's main goal was to eat alone, these elders were instantly displeased. What do you care about the Holy Lord in this regard? It's no good if your own father comes. This disciple they will take. Unbridled. Is that how you guys talk to this seat? The Holy Lord said angrily. That's all, Holy Lord, Holy Lord. Listen to the old man, this child, you can't grasp it, let the old man come himself. I'll take care of this kid, proper. Oops. You bunch of old pikers. You're still mad with this seat. It seems that if I don't clean you up, you won't know what's going on. Who's afraid of who? Just fight. Everyone, including the Holy Lord, had the aura of fighting at the drop of a hat. Lin Yi stood in the middle of it, and was at a loss as to what to say. However, he looked at the group of red-faced elders. The righteousness sect is the righteousness sect. In order to teach a disciple who was willing to uphold justice in the world, they all went so far as to make their mouths dirty. This kind of behavior was simply the light of the righteous path. Well, leave the boy to me. Just as the crowd was still bickering, a gentle and intellectual voice rang out. When this voice came out, everyone instantly stopped talking and turned their heads to look at the entrance of the Great Hall. Lin Yi also turned his head to look with the sound. It didn't matter if he looked at it, he immediately sucked in a breath of cold air. A woman dressed in grey robes appeared in front of him. The woman wind bundu temples, light sweeping eyes containing spring, skin as fine as jade, soft light if greasy, cherry mouth without point and red, delicate as a drop, cheeks 2 strands of hair with the wind gently brushed the face with the addition of a few minutes of seductive style. Loose robe bulging, simply cannot cover that rich body, looks beautiful, the corner of the eye that a tear mole is like the eye-catching pen. Young woman? No. It's just like a mature woman. In his previous life, Lin Yi had only seen such a woman in the anime of the country where he grew up. The woman's entire body presented a gentle and sensual feeling, as if she were the mother of the earth who was able to embrace everything. Mrs. Wonderful, what brings you here? When the Holy Lord saw the visitor, he hurriedly greeted him. The woman known as Lady Myriad smiled faintly. I heard that a young genius has come to the sect, causing all the elders to all gather, so how could I not be there? After saying that, Mrs. Miao took lotus steps and slowly arrived in front of Lin Yi. That pair of beautiful eyes looking at the flow, obviously so gentle and sensible, but seductive, the sense of contrast makes people simply cannot feel the woman's person. Little one, are you willing to worship me? Chapter 13 Reward, Seal of the Human Emperor. Lin Yi froze in place. It wasn't the woman's likeness that made him gawk, it was the fact that he was overwhelmed and didn't know how to speak. It hadn't been half an hour since I came to this Zhengqi sect. How could he know about the problems within the sect in such a short period of time? Not to mention that all of these elders must be strong, and there was also a Holy Lord who wanted to take him as a disciple. Pressing on with the choices. As the son of heaven's destiny, can a mere beauty handle him? What a joke. Just as Lin Yi was in a dilemma, the Holy Lord spoke. Lin Yi, Lady Myriad is my senior sister, which means that she's higher than me in terms of both cultivation and status, so if she's willing to take you in, then you'll pay your respects to the master. This time, although the many elders' eyes held resentment in them, none of them opened their mouths to stop them. You know that just now when the Holy Lord said he wanted to take on a disciple, they all went out of their way to fight. As a result, the moment this one called Mrs. Wonderful came out, they all went out, which was evident in her clan status. Beauty, cultivation, and strength all rolled into one. If Lin Yi didn't know who to worship, he'd be an idiot. Thinking of this, Lin Yi made a deep bow to Lady Miao. Master above, accept my disciple's bow. The aroma hits you. A jade hand gently helped Lin Yi up. Mrs. Myriad laughed softly. There's no need to be polite, little fellow. You're the first disciple I've taken in, just be casual. Yes.
Because Lin Yi's mother disappeared when he was small, plus he was also an orphan in his previous life, the knitted brows and smile of Mrs. Meow in front of him actually made him feel a few moments of maternal care. This was one of the reasons why Lin Yi had chosen to worship her. Seeing that there was no hope of accepting a disciple, the many elders were not discouraged. After all, their own holy land was about to produce a top demon. Just at this time, the sacred lord spoke once again. Lin Yi, you are now at the Jindan realm. For a youngster who has never joined the sect, your cultivation is already very strong, but for some of the core disciples, your cultivation isn't enough to look at. 1 month from now will be our clan Saint Son competition, and although I would love to establish you as a Saint Son, that would definitely not be convincing and would affect you, so I'm now establishing you as a Saint Son alternate, which is also known as a sequence disciple. If you want a higher position, let yourself use your strength to get it. Thank you, Sovereign. At the mention of the great competition of the Sacred Sons, Lin Yi knew that according to the normal routine, that time would be his own moment of glory. A month's time was definitely enough, not to mention the system, but just the beautiful master that he worshipped was definitely able to give some assistance. And that ring. Caressing the ring on his finger, Lin Yi became somewhat speechless. After reading so much of his spiritual energy, he should have awakened under normal circumstances. Even if you don't come with a ring, Grandpa, come with a grandma. What do you mean you haven't been sober? Ding dong. Masakato signed in successfully. Congratulations to the host for receiving the sign-in bonus. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the seal of the human emperor. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the exquisite Cheongsam X100 large size, definitely enough. Congratulations to the host for obtaining an Earth-grade spirit sword X12. Congratulations to the host for gaining 1 year of cultivation. Hearing the rewards given by the system, Lin Yi was once again speechless. I can understand you expanding a signing system, the seal of the human emperor, the Earth-grade spirit sword, and the cultivation, but what's the meaning of that exquisite Cheongsam? I wear or the Holy Lord wear, or my master. Well, it seems that it is not impossible, Come with me, little one. Just as Lin Yi was still pondering, that knowing voice resounded once more. Mrs. Meow looked at her new young apprentice with a big smile on her face. It looks like it's going to be interesting to see what life is going to be like from now on. Yes, master. Accompanied by a breeze, Lin Yi and Lady Meow's figures disappeared into the great hall. And the otherwise brightly lit hall seemed a little gloomy at this moment. The so-called righteous people, a group of moralistic people before, made a jia sound. Jia, Holy Lord, I think we must find that bone digger. Lin Yi even has an innate demonic body, plus the Dao bone, in the Great World Contest, we're definitely in the forefront of the pack. That's right. If I really can't find one, I'll go find one with a Dao bone and dig it over to Kid Lin. Dao bones, demonic body, why don't we try again to see if we can place some other parts for the future Saint Sunim? Multiple physiques for multiple paths? You're right, I'll go find those with special physiques now. Capture them and give them to Lin Boy to use. Listening to the elder's routine, the Holy Lord frowned and pondered for a moment before saying in a cold voice, immediately send someone to check for me, the city where Lin Yi is, as well as the nearby clans. Maybe this Dao bone was dug up by those idiots, it's just as well, we'll be able to help Lin Yi out, and we'll also be able to get the Dao bone back. Even if we turn the place upside down, we'll get to the bottom of it. Yes. Hearing the words of their own Holy Lord, the elders also began to act. The clans near the remote small towns, then they must be some small shrimps, casually moving around, they were able to make them go up in smoke. As for whether or not it would trigger public anger, jokingly, they are a demonic sect, so they are afraid of a hairy public anger. On the other hand, Lin Yi was wrapped in a breeze, and when he opened his eyes again, he had arrived at a secluded mountain peak. There were a few crisp words above a wooden plaque. See you peak. This mountain peak should be one of those thousands of peaks in the Holy Land of the Zhengqi sect. However, although there was a majestic spiritual energy here, there was no semblance of cultivation. Xingyue Peak, just like the name, this mountain peak was extremely secluded, so secluded that there weren't even any spirit beasts. The entire peak was nothing but a cabin not far away. Seeing that Lin Yi had been looking around, Mrs. Meow softly inquired, "What's wrong? Isn't it disappointing that I don't have anything here but you and me?" Upon hearing this, Lin Yi hurriedly spoke, "How come? I was just thinking, there isn't even a single spirit beast here, won't you be lonely on weekdays, master?" Loneliness. Lady Meow looked at Lin Yi suspiciously, and after a moment softly smiled, "You little fellow, you're poking fun at your teacher. People who cultivate, if they can't tolerate loneliness, how can they climb the great Dao? And, from what you've said, you must have had a lonely childhood too?" Indeed. Ever since Lin Yi's cultivation had regressed, he could have learned a bit about what it meant to be human. Before, no matter who were eager to lick the soles of his shoes, when the name of genius disappeared, those who used to be begging for mercy all avoided you as if avoiding the plague in general. That's not true, I've gotten used to it over time. By the way, Master. Lin Yi clearly didn't want to continue dwelling on this topic. Hastily changing the subject, there's only one house here, how are we going to sleep at night? Chapter 14 How did you lose your paint on this seal of the human emperor? Mrs. Myriad's pair of beautiful eyes carried a sense of teasing. Little fellow, what are you thinking about? I'm your master teacher. Oh. This. Lin Yi scratched his head, slightly embarrassed. He was just looking for a topic to talk about, he hadn't thought through it. On the first day of initiation, if he was pressured to molest his master, it would be a big deal. Master, I'm going to build a house now. After saying that, Lin Yi drilled in towards the woods as if he were fleeing. Lady Miao in the back looked at Lin Yi's departing back, her beautiful eyes filled with tenderness. Lin Yi, who had entered the middle of the woods, his face returned to a bemused expression as he immersed his mind into the system. It's time to collect his reward. Extract the seal of the human emperor and extract the cultivation. Buzz. Muddy spiritual energy filled Lin Yi's chi, and the black golden dan gradually became more and more solid. Middle Jin Dan became. When you step into the path of cultivation, you naturally have an understanding of the realms. The realms of the cultivation world are divided into refining chi, building foundation, Jin Dan, Yuanin, transforming into God, merging, Zifu, transmigration, Mahayana, saint, supreme, great emperor. The Jin Dan stage was only just getting started. But like the Holy Lord said, for the younger generation, reaching the Jin Dan stage was already a genius. After stabilizing his cultivation, Lin Yi took out that system-given human emperor seal. A golden seal appeared in Lin Yi's hand. The golden seal is the size of a palm. I do not know what material is made of, which is engraved with a hideous appearance. Live 9 real dragons, seal side, engraved with mountains, rivers, grass and trees, one side of the sun, the moon and the stars, one side of the rushing river, and the last side of the engraving of the word emperor. The seal of the human emperor, wonderful luck to the true good offices of the big end, drive the gods and ghosts of the ancestral law, take in the evil demon of the pivot, are all tied to the power of this seal work. Can be invisible and scattered shadow hide the gas collection of God, so that the yin and yang 6 changes in its body, so that the ghosts do not see its shape. The seal of the human emperor represented the chi of the human race and was not able to be divided by the level of a magic treasure spirit weapon. Just as Lin Yi turned the seal of the human emperor upside down intending to see what was inscribed underneath that, he suddenly saw the golden mark left by the palm of his hand. Lin Yi used his other hand to gently stroke the seal of the human emperor, and as expected, a slight golden color once again appeared on his fingers. System. What's the matter, buddy? You can't leave me for a moment, can you? Alas. Is really a pampered host. Shut up. Don't disgust me, let me ask you, come on, tell me, how did this seal of the human emperor lose its paint? It's not a counterfeit, right? Counterfeit? What a joke. This is... Apparently, the system had also seen the gold color staining Lin Yi's hands through his line of sight. Somewhat sheepishly, he opened his mouth, the human emperor seal. Cough. The seal of the human emperor. You think, since the beginning of the ancient era, the seal of the human emperor has existed, countless epochs have passed, and the human emperor has gone through countless great battles with it. So isn't it normal for the seal of the human emperor to lose a little paint? Can't you feel the chi of the imperial way above? Also, what is inscribed at the bottom, that is the human emperor scripture, I took the trouble to grab. For you to get you such a good resource, you don't thank even if it's not, but also said that I gave you a fake and shoddy product. Doesn't your conscience hurt? Being bombarded by this barrage of the system. Lin Yi was also a bit confused. Could it be that he was really wrong about Unity Sun? Think about the fact that the human emperor has indeed experienced countless great battles with this human emperor seal. A bit of damage is within acceptable limits. Lin Yi turned the seal upside down and saw the Gongfu inscribed on it. Buzz. A black chi suddenly surged into Lin Yi's spiritual platform. The mysterious Gong method also appeared in his sea of consciousness. Images of blood, flesh, withered bones, and wailing as if the world was being destroyed also began to surface. After a while, Lin Yi panted heavily and wondered, this is the human emperor scripture? That's in there. That's the human emperor scripture. The system hurriedly interrupted Lin Yi's suspicions. Think again, the human emperor was able to unify the human race and go against the grain of heaven. What did he rely on?
Could it be to convince people with virtue? Of course not. He relied on amazing killing methods. Only when you become strong will others reason with you. In the ancient era, the human race was weak, and if it wasn't for the human emperor's great tactics to cross the world, do you think the human race would be as prosperous as it is today? So what's wrong with this human emperor scripture's main focus on killing and attacking? Lin Yi was listening to the clouds, but inexplicably felt that the system was right. I misunderstood you, Tun-chan. It's good that you know, just admit you're wrong and forget it, you're all buddies. Who will I help if I don't help you? The system said arrogantly. Lin Yi didn't continue talking, but immersed his mind and began to comprehend that human emperor scripture. The human emperor scripture in the divine soul was divided into 3 chapters. Fetal movement, middle of the road, the world at large. It was just so plain and unadorned, but a terrifying killing intent flowed through it. The fetal movement chapter was more than appropriate for building the supreme Dao foundation. So Lin Yi directly started cultivating. That human emperor scripture's method of operation matched extremely well with his innate Dao body, and it should be said that it was worthy of being produced by the system. Just as Lin Yi was cultivating, something also happened above the great hall. Only a few disciples hurriedly came to report. Devil! No, Holy Lord, there are a few people from the immortal sect who are wandering around near our Holy Land, and looking at them, they seem to be looking for someone. Oh! Upon hearing this, the Holy Lord was immediately interested. The location of his extreme bliss sacred ground had long been known by countless great powers, and beating them to death they wouldn't come here and ask for trouble. Therefore, the immortal sect disciples who came here must be some small forces that didn't know about the Holy Land. Thinking back to Lin Yi's earlier comment about those immortal sects intending to force him to enter, the Holy Lord instantly had an idea. Get them in and send them to the sonship candidate. Yes. Several disciples turned around and left after receiving the order. The sacred lord sat in his chair as if he were an emperor reigning over the world, a wise light flashing in his eyes. I'm still the devil's sect here after all, Lin Yi. I'd like to see what you plan to do when you meet these people. If your heart is unstable, I'll have to think of a way to help you. In the middle of a forest, a few cultivators were panting and talking after killing a nearby ferocious beast. This Lin Yi is too capable of running. If it didn't have the aura of a Dao bone, where would we find him? This little bastard, teasing us like this, when he is caught, he will definitely be made to spit out all his secrets and then die in the most painful way. Aren't we going a little too deep into these 100,000 mountains? It's rumored that there are forbidden zones inside, as well as the existence of terrifying beings. Fear nothing. How would those terrifying existences pay attention to us ants? Just leave immediately after finding Lin Yi. Chapter 15. Is that my Dao bone? These ferocious beasts are constantly flowing. That Lin Yi is only a Jindan stage, how on earth did he kill his way out? There's definitely a big secret in his body. Sure enough, I told you that the once Mrs. Lin came from a mysterious background, and how could she not leave a backhand for her son? He. Yunfei, this time you'll be able to have a new chance. Remember, you're shouldering the hopes of many of our clans. A young man in a brocade robe smiled. Seniors, please don't worry yet. Yunfei naturally knows the heavy burden he carries. That's good, ha. Let's keep looking for that Lin Yi's. Swish. Just as a few people were talking, a strong wind hit them, and turning their heads to look, they didn't know when, but 2 people had suddenly appeared in front of them. Those 2 looked at them with derisive expressions, as if they were looking at a few monkeys. Although the gods were hateful, these cultivators were all people with meticulous minds, and those who appeared in the middle of these 100,000 mountains were not simple characters. If you accidentally offend someone you can't afford to offend, it will kill you. Thinking of this, the old man at the head of the group hurriedly stood out and made a bow. 2 fellow Taoists, looking at your 2 outfits, you should also be righteous cultivators. We have mistakenly entered these 100,000 mountains in order to look for our own clan's disciples. If we have infringed on your clans, we are willing to find our disciples and leave immediately. A friend of the way? Ha. You call the 2 of us Taoist friends? Ha. The 2 men's loud laughter caused several cultivators to lose their heads. The white robes on the other party and the aura, if any, were definitely that of a righteous cultivator. It's okay to call me friend? Just when a few people couldn't figure out what to do, the painting style of those 2 cultivators on the opposite side suddenly changed. Only wisps of black gas gushed out from their bodies. The righteous aura on his body before was merely a characteristic of the robes on his body. This group of people were demonic cultivators. Thinking of this, several cultivators' pupils tightened. Had I known that I wouldn't come to this 100,000 mountains, this time I really encountered a big terror.
For the righteous cultivators of small clans, encountering a devil cultivator in the middle of these 100,000 mountains was simply more terrifying than a ferocious beast. Especially the two female cultivators, when they thought of the legends, those cruel methods of the devil cultivators, they simply couldn't stand still. Two seniors, there must be a misunderstanding here. If I have accidentally intruded into your territory, I will just leave when I and the others do. After saying that, the cultivator in the lead intended to leave with the others. But at this time it was not his turn to make decisions. Only to see the two demonic cultivators Jia laughed. Want to leave? It's too late. You all sent to the door, how can we let you go? Just good, captured you back, let's see how the Holy Sun candidate plans to deal with you. Buzz. The black chi surged, the devilish might was monstrous, the two devil cultivators struck out at the same time, and this part of the heaven and earth was covered up. Those few cultivators were still planning to counterattack when they saw this, and each of them offered up their strongest magical treasures. Manhwa faced these two suddenly appeared devil cultivator, they are like overrate themselves to shake the tree. Dao stream of light impact to that cover came above the black curtain, all disappeared. I can't die. I still have a great future ahead of me. How can I die here? The youth previously known as Yun Fei had a hideous expression on his face and wanted to escape, but the crushing of his cultivation level prevented him from doing this at all. Boom! The entire forest emitted a violent tremor. Immediately afterward, a large pit with a circumference of dozens of miles appeared, and those cultivators disappeared. At this moment, Lin Yi in the middle of the woods was still continuously condensing his cultivation. The human emperor scripture was really divine and extraordinary. Just this fetal movement chapter alone made Lin Yi feel his sea of chi opening up more and more. And the divine soul began to solidify. The system currently had a sign in function, but it didn't provide Lin Yi with enlightenment, meaning that he was able to master the human emperor scripture in such a short period of time solely because of his own natural enlightenment. Apprentice, come to me. Just as Lin Yi was constantly immersed in cultivation, a gentle voice resounded in his ears. The sound sobered him up. Mrs. Wonderful is looking for him? Without too many questions, Lin Yi directly transformed into a stream of light and headed to the wooden house where Lady Miao was. It was only after they arrived here that they saw two disciples with a few cultivators tied up like dumplings in front of the door. Seeing Lin Yi's appearance, the two disciples brightened up and hurriedly walked up and spoke. Saint Sun candidate, you're here. These people were brought to you by the Saint Master who asked the two of us to bring them to you and said that you could do with them as you please. Although these two disciples didn't look young and their cultivation levels were high, they were still disciples, so when they saw Lin Yi, the alternate Saint Sun, they were respectful. Mrs. Miao stood there and didn't say anything, she just looked at Lin Yi with a smile on her face. Obviously this matter was for him to make up his own mind. Dispose of it at will? What do you mean? With doubts, Lin Yi walked forward and carefully looked at the few bound cultivators. Seeing Lin Yi's appearance, those cultivators' eyes widened. How could they not expect that Lin Yi had actually become a demonic cultivator? And listening to those two people, Lin Yi was still a Saint Sun candidate. What the hell is this? Lin Yi also looked at a few people with some familiarity, and not long after, it dawned on him. Wasn't this the people from those immortal cultivation clans near Yucheng? Ding dong. The system has detected the holder of the Dao bone. Lin Yi heard the system's beat, but he was in the spirit. His Dao bone was dug up years ago, and as a result, a nearby clan had a Dao bone holder? Dude! I found the guy who dug up your Taoist bones. The system's voice rang out at a very opportune time. Is that my Dao bone? That's right. It's definitely yours and matches you 100%. Lin Yi's eyes showed a cold aura, which meant that his own Dao bones had been dug out by those sects. Lady Myriad as well as those two disciples saw Lin Yi's eyes and nodded without revealing that they were right. Those images from before were right. His own holy son in waiting, who thought he was a good man, but he was a man of cruel means, wanting to kill these righteous cultivators just by seeing them? Unico. You said it shouldn't be a problem for the chosen one to be vindictive, right? No problem, of course there's no problem. The Son of Heaven's destiny definitely has an axe to grind within the normal plot. Whoever is against me, the ashes are raised for him. That's good. Lin Yi nodded, and before he could say anything, Lady Miao on the side was the first to speak. Apprentice, my cabin is yours, what you want to do with them is your business, I'll build another one. After saying that, Lady Miao's figure disappeared. The only people left in the field were Lin Yi and the two disciples, as well as the several dumplings that were tied up on the ground. Chapter 16, The Understanding Unity Sun. Saint Sun candidate, do you need our brothers to do it for you? No need. Facing the enthusiasm of the two disciples, Lin Yi shook his head. Since they didn't discern the presence of the Dao bone, that meant that there must be something concealing the scent on that cultivator's body. He had thought that he would just obediently go and follow the plot and become the son of heaven's destiny, but he had underestimated the cruelty of the cultivation world. On the surface, he said that he accepted himself as a disciple, but in reality, he sent someone to dig up the bones for transplantation, which is a good handful of calculations. That being the case, it was only fitting that these people were left to clean up after themselves. With this in mind, Lin Yi reached out and waved his hand. The powerful spiritual energy directly wrapped around the several dumplings on the ground and entered the wooden house, and he also headed inside. Boo! Upon entering the cabin, closed the door to the room firmly. Those two disciples looked at each other. Why don't we get out of here first? The Holy Lord said for us to see how the Holy Son alternate disposes of these people. Just wait, even if the Holy Son wants to kill them, shall we not clean up the bodies? Fair enough, just wait. Lin Yi didn't pay attention to what the two disciples outside were saying. After he entered this wooden house, he found that the entire room was very simple, with wooden tables, wooden chairs, and wooden beds. Mrs. Myriad was living a life that was simply a retirement life in the immortal cultivation world. The aroma that hung in the air was refreshing. However, when he thought of his Dao bones being dug up, Lin Yi's face completely sank. Woo woo woo. A few cultivators kept struggling, but their spiritual power was sealed and they had been given cartilage powder. Now they were even worse than ordinary people, not to mention breaking free from that rope. They couldn't even do it if they wanted to wriggle. Swish! A sword light flashed. The cloth over the mouth of one of the female cultivators was cut open. Only Lin Yi forgot that his cultivation level had been raised, and for a moment he didn't control it, and that sword chi directly cut open the female cultivator's mouth, and now she looked as if she was a cracked woman. Ah! The screams resounded through the cabin. The two disciples outside also shivered when they heard this voice. Lin Yi was first stunned, then he squatted down, extended two fingers, touched the corner of the female cultivator's mouth, and soft spiritual energy gushed out. Buzz! Although the wound did not heal, it had a pain-relieving effect, and the female cultivator slowly calmed down, her eyes filled with fear. Sorry, didn't control the force. Lin Yi first expressed his apologies, and then spoke gently. I'll ask, you answer, okay? The female cultivator didn't say anything, still looking at Lin Yi with that horrified expression. Swish! The sword light flashed. The female cultivator was directly cut off half of her head, her white teeth were exposed, looking extremely horrible, and the red and white splashed all over the surrounding cultivators. They squirmed even more. Ugh! Is it bad to cooperate with me properly? Lin Yi blandly wiped his hand on the female cultivator's body, followed by the same old trick of slashing the cloth on the other male cultivator's mouth. I ask, you answer, okay? Good good good. You ask, I'll say anything. That male cultivator was clearly terrified and his speech became stuttered. That's nice, or you know better. Lin Yi reached out and pointed at the person who possessed the Dao bone and smiled. Who is he? He's the son of the Flying Tiger Sect's patriarch, Li Yunfei. Well, then why does he have something of mine on him, do you know? Your stuff? The male cultivator's eyes widened. How could he not expect that Lin Yi had actually seen it? Ugh, surely it's still not cooperating. Lin Yi watched as the male cultivator froze in place and extended his sword finger. Along with the flash of sword light, the man's head split apart in response. At this moment, there were still 3 people left on the ground: an old man, a Li Yunfei, and a female cultivator. Old people and children fly first, and now that there are no children, let's start with you. Lin Yi once again slashed the cloth band around the mouth of the old man in the lead and smiled. Let's start with the last question. Tell me, why does he have something of mine on him? He is the young master of the Flying Tiger Sect, Li Yunfei. Several sects near your city have joined forces in order to grow their own forces. They all wanted a top genius from their own forces. The planned candidate was you, but that Flying Tiger Sect's master felt that outsiders were not trustworthy. That's why I dug out your Dao bone while you were out practicing. The old man seemed to be afraid that if he spoke slower he would be slaughtered by Lin Yi, so he hurriedly said all of his words in one breath. Oh, so that's how it is. Lin Yi nodded. I see you look like you have some familiarity. Tell me, who dug up my bones? It wasn't me. It definitely wasn't me. I had been practicing within the sect that day. How could I have gone to the Fire Snake Cave to ambush you there? Well, I didn't say it was the Fire Snake Cave either. What's your hurry to explain? I'm scared. The old man cried with snot and tears coming out of his eyes. Normally he was pampered in the sect. In that remote place in Yuqing, he was practically the emperor of the land. Seeing that his life was in jeopardy, how could he still bear it off? Just at this time, a trace of blood flashed in Lin Ye's eyes. Do you know, at that time when I was having my bones dug out, that feeling, TSK, was really too painful. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for signing up to the Master's log cabin successfully. Get rewarded with 9 soul regenerating nails. Remarks, like a maggot in the bone, it hits the human body and instantly penetrates into the bone marrow and cannot be dispelled. It will make the person suffer from the world's afflictions and cannot seal the meridians in Qi, and cannot self-destruct.
The system understands things.
Lin Yi suddenly felt the docility of this system.
Give me a pillow when I'm sleepy. Destiny's Child?
It's normal to have a bit of torture.
Absolutely normal.
With a flash of dark light in his hand, the 9 soul regenerating nails were nailed directly into the old man's body.
Ah!
Unprecedented screams rang out, causing the 2 disciples waiting outside the door to jump in fright. How much pain was this endured to scream so miserably?
The Saint's Son candidate is scary as hell, and to say he's not a BT?
Listening to the old man's miserable screams, Lin Ye's face actually flashed with a hint of enjoyment, but it quickly returned to its original state.
It's too loud.
Swish! With a flash of the sword finger, the old man's tongue was directly cut off, and his mouth was filled with blood as he stared wide-eyed and roared silently.
At this moment, Li Yunfei as well as the female cultivator, the filth flowed out right down their pants. Obviously, they were terrified. Everything you want to know is already known, you two.
Lin Yi sat down on the only chair in the cabin, seemingly pondering what to do with the 2. It wasn't long before there was a sudden flash of light.
By the way, do you guys think that if the head is cut off and then connected at once, can it live?
I've always experimented on ferocious beasts before, and only experimented on people once, and couldn't get detailed data, so I'll use you guys this time.
Woo woo woo.
The 2 squirmed wildly, their eyes filled with pleading. But at this moment, Lin Yi had clearly been given over to the desire for knowledge in his brain, palming his sword fingers and walking forward. Chapter 17: The Interest of the Saint's Son Candidate.
Ah!
Li Yunfei's eyes were filled with horror. He had never come into contact with Lin Yi. He had long heard of his talent, and therefore, in his jealousy, he had asked his own father to dig up his bones. If I had known that he was such a ruthless person, I should have just killed him.
Well now, it's your turn to suffer. What do you mean by cutting the head off and then pressing it back on? Can that live? The female cultivator beside him was even more frightened to the point that she was about to have a mental breakdown.
Lin Yi pondered for a moment and suddenly remembered something. Although the Dao bone thing was his, to be honest, he didn't really understand the properties of that thing. If they accidentally played Li Yunfei to death, what if the dugout Dao bones lost their spirituality? Right. Gotta dig the bones first. With this in mind, Lin Yi extended 2 fingers and pressed them against Li Yunfei's chest. I've kept mine for so long, it's time to give it back to me, but alas, I don't have any anesthetic, so it might hurt a bit, so bear with me. Pust. With the sound of entering flesh, Li Yunfei once again let out a pig-killing howl. The female cultivator beside him stared at the scene with wide eyes in horror. Who would have thought that Lin Yi would turn his head to see the female cultivator's eyes glaring like copper bells, instantly rising in compassion? Kids don't want to see such a bloody scene, let me help you. A stream of light crossed the room and 2 round eyes fell to the ground. Meanwhile, the digging for bones continues. Lin Yi seemed to be afraid that his bones would be damaged, so when he dug, he was careful, afraid that the sharp sword Qi would injure the Dao bones. This led to doubling Li Yunfei's pain. Pust. Blood splattered all over the place, and a piece of crystalline and slightly glittering bone was finally dug out. Lin Yi looked at the piece of Dao bone in his hand with some excitement in his eyes. Yes, this was indeed his Dao bone, and as soon as he got his hands on it, he felt the strands of Dao rhythm as well as the bloodline connection. Moreover, if he was not wrong, this Li Yunfei had transplanted the bones for so long without even comprehending the treasure arts within. I really don't know what he did with the bone. So it's like a special physique, right? Totally a pearl in the rough. Although he wanted to put it into his body right now, Lin Yi was a bit disgusted. After all, it had just been dug out of the other party's body. The clan behind you, when a period of time passes, I'll personally make a trip, so the few of you will take the lead and go below to scout the way for it. Lin Yi directly ended the lives of Li Yunfei and the female cultivator with his sword light, and the cabin instantly fell silent. Crap! Lin Yi suddenly thought of a problem, that is, he was joining the Zhengqi sect now. Especially since he had just worshipped his master, what if his master felt that his methods were too bloody and didn't teach him anymore? See that mess on the ground? Ding dong. Understanding little Tally Ho sounded the beep again at this moment. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the universal blue.
Universal glue? Does this stuff really work? Li Yunfei and the old man were fine, just stick the head back on, but what about the female cultivator who had her head cut in half and had an eyeball snapped off? Forget it. Let's get it done first. Thinking of this, Lin Yi directly took out the universal glue from within his storage space and started to get busy. The two disciples waiting outside discussed in whispers after hearing the cabin quiet down. What do you suppose the Holy Son in waiting he's doing now? Who knows? Don't forget to tell your brothers and sisters not to mess with this Holy Son without a second thought. He's pure white cut black. Nonsense, I don't need you to remind me, just listening to the screams makes me numb. How come the Saint Son candidate is so ruthless? I presume the Holy Son is in the middle of his room studying his art at this time? Ha! Squeak! Just as the two of them were discussing vigorously, the wooden door was slowly pushed open, and Lin Yi stepped out, wearing a red robe that was spotless. The red bodice has gilt cloud patterns at the edges. With the hair tied up with him and that handsome face, he was a relegated immortal descending to the world. This clothes can be said to be his trophies. Li Yunfei is a son of a patriarch, Shankuan ring in the middle of the rich, all new clothes, but also flirty, and has the function of defense. Right in the middle of a body of blood, don't know what to do about it, dozing off with a pillow is just too comfortable. Saint Son alternate, you play. Not, you done? Aha! Hearing a disciple's careful inquiry, Lin Yi nodded, and then spoke with a somewhat unnatural expression. You guys take care of those people, and remember, don't spread this matter out. Yes. You can rest assured. Our brothers' mouths are simply notoriously tight. That's good. Lin Yi nodded slightly, then seemed to think of something and opened his mouth to inquire. Right, you guys help me find out where those people's clans are. I have some things I want to talk to them about. The pupils of the two disciples tightened. Good lord, the son in waiting is not having enough fun. These people weren't enough, even going to the other side's clan to pick people who fit the fetish? Not bad for a Saint's Son candidate with a special fetish. Lin Yi ignored the looks of the two men. He now felt that he wasn't strong enough. He had to find a more secluded place to integrate his Dao bones into his body and then go out to practice before he could do so. Yesterday's vengeance is like a sword in the back. Those clans had to give an account of the bone digging. Although his own clan was powerful, it was after all the righteous path, and if he knew that he was going to go after those clans, he was afraid that it would affect his reputation among the clans. So this is something that would be better done on your own. After waiting for Lin Yi to leave, the two disciples carefully walked into the wooden house. Once inside, there was no hell of blood and flesh as expected. Several cultivators were kneeling on the ground side by side, and each of them seemed to have something shiny reflecting on their necks. The two men walked up to take a look, and even though their hearts were strong enough, they were taken aback. They saw something. Several were all beheaded and then glued back together with something special, and one, even decapitated from the face up. One of the female cultivators had her eyes protruding outwards, apparently her eyes had been gouged out. The last youth, a hole appeared in his chest, which was still bleeding. This Saint's Son candidate is simply a natural-born demon star. He won't be able to click even us one day when he's having fun, right? I can't, I'm going to throw up. What about this? How are we going to bring these bodies to the Holy Lord to look at? I'm afraid we'll accidentally drop some parts or something on the way. You're an idiot. Won't you wrap them in spiritual energy? I'm scared. You are truly a devil in vain. Chapter 18. Pass it on, the Holy Lord has spoken. The two men painstakingly brought those corpses to the Holy Lord's great hall. A group of elders came to report on the situation, and were dumbfounded when they saw the things that the two of them had brought with them. What are you guys doing? Learning from the Holy Son alternate? If you want to learn, you can't bring this to the Sacred Lord's hall. What if the Sacred Son alternate sees it? We're the Zhengqi sect now. Upon hearing the elders' accountability, the two men wanted to cry. One of them spoke with a slight sobbing voice. We didn't want to, this is what the Saint's Son candidate did. That's right, we heard outside the cabin that the Holy Son alternate he tortured these people for more than an hour, he even changed into blood-red clothes. Upon hearing this, the Holy Lord froze for a moment, then rejoiced, ha 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 ha, sure enough. It's true, my lord didn't look at the wrong person. Only such a ruthless person can revitalize my sacred land of ultimate bliss. The elders were also slowed down, and each one of them smiled with an open brow. But there are still some people who have some skepticism. Sacred Lord, although we are demonic cultivators, more cruel means is not unheard of, but the Holy Son waiting for him this hobby, I'm afraid that spreading out will make those people. Nothing.
Before that elder could finish speaking, the Holy Lord waved his hand and interrupted the other party. This honored one just wants the entire world to know. My extreme bliss sacred land will soon have a supreme heavenly pride that will suppress the world, and it's still the kind that can't be messed with. Don't you understand after so many years of dealing with those so-called righteous people? It's never any reasoning that keeps them honest, it's the fist, the ruthlessness. Only then will they be able to make those guardians of theirs honestly shrink inside their turtle shells for me. After saying that, the Holy Lord turned his gaze to the two disciples. What else did he say about the Holy Son in waiting? One of the disciples hurriedly spoke. The Saint Son alternate said that he wants us to find out where their sect is. Yes. Boo. The Holy Lord slapped the arm of his own chair and shouted with excitement. Ruthless in his methods, meticulous in his mind, proud in his talent, and knows how to cut off the roots. Such a person is simply a heavenly pride tailor-made for our extreme bliss holy land. The heavens did not give birth to his Zhengqi, and the devil's way is as long as the night. You guys send someone to tell the people below, forget it, it's better to let you personally take action, old calendar. Doesn't our family's Saint Son candidate like special tactics? Then you'll lead the people to destroy all those clans and chop off their heads before sticking them back. And you too, quietly inform all the disciples of this matter, and tell them a message that they should not go looking for trouble from the Saint Son candidate, and not expose the matter that we are demonic cultivators. Yes. The two immediately turned around and left after hearing the Holy Lord's words. First, you find the group that you play well with. Pass it down. The Holy Lord said not to expose our demonic cultivator identities, and also, the Holy Son alternate he likes to chop off people's heads, and stick them back after chopping them off. Don't mess with him anyone. Those cultivators from before have already been chopped off by the Holy Son alternate and are now poking around to find out the location of their clans. Got it. Those disciples immediately ran around. Pass it down. The Holy Lord said that whoever exposes his identity as a devil cultivator, the newly arrived Holy Son will have his head chopped off, and even the clan will not be spared from being implicated. Pass it down. The Holy Lord said, the Holy Son in waiting he likes to cut the head of the devil cultivator. Don't ever expose your identity. Those cultivators who were captured into the sects have already been chopped by the Holy Son, and he also put out the word to uproot those sects. The egg yolks have to be shaken and scattered for him, and the earthworms have to be chopped vertically. Pass it down. The Holy Lord said that the Holy Son candidate likes to eat people's heads. If he doesn't eat for a day, his body will feel uncomfortable. Now the Holy Lord has already sent someone to go to the Holy Son candidate to find delicious heads. Everyone stay away from the Holy Son candidate. Be careful of being eaten by the head. Pass it on. As the rumors grew, the entire sect was shocked from top to bottom. Their Holy Son likes to eat people's heads? What's that supposed to mean? It also has to be something he thinks tastes good, and if he cuts the head off and it doesn't taste good, he's going to glue it back on? This is a devil cultivator, or a pure heavenly devil. What kind of person likes to eat their head so heavily? And then look at that body that the two disciples threw to the back of the mountain to dispose of. Indeed, the head of each body was cut off and glued back on. In other words, these head saint candidates are not satisfied? Then what to do? Get away from him. Don't eat us. Originally, there were some disciples who were still thinking of challenging this so-called Saint Son candidate. After all, for his sake, the entire extreme bliss sacred ground had been turned into the positive chi sect, and it was precisely the time when everyone's hearts were unbalanced. Who would have thought to pop such a hard-hitting story? You can't challenge anyone but a monster who likes to eat people's heads. This news wasn't just within the extreme bliss sacred land, it quickly spread throughout the entire southern heavenly domain. Soon after, when all the powers, big and small, knew that a world-defying ferocious demon had come out of the sacred land of extreme bliss, and that ferocious demon relied on eating human heads to raise its cultivation level. Some of the sects that originally boasted of their righteousness all directly closed their mountains. They weren't a holy land, they didn't have such a strong heritage. What if that Holy Son candidate of the extreme bliss holy land took a liking to them and directly ate them up? If you can't beat them, just shut up honestly. For a while, everyone was at risk. On the other side, that Lin Yi, who was known as the Gaijin Fierce Demon Head Eater, was currently listening to Lady Miao's teachings in a well-behaved manner. The red dress does suit you. Lady Miao looked at Lin Yi tenderly, her tone full of softness. Master, I'm sorry I soiled your cabin. There's no harm in it. I've already said that I'll give you that wooden house, and also, since you've already worshipped the master, it wouldn't be right if I didn't give you some kind of meeting gift. Swish. Lady Miao flicked her jade finger and a stream of light cut through the sky and landed in Lin Yi's hand. This contains my Zhengqi sex techniques, as well as some small gifts I've specially prepared for you. Take it. Many thanks, master. Lin Yi said in a grateful tone. For some reason, the aura of Lady Miao's body made him feel unusually close. And also treated him so genuinely, naturally, he should be grateful. Lady Miao walked to Lin Ye's front in a graceful manner, her jade hand lightly tapped Lin Ye's forehead, and lightly laughed. Between you and me, master and disciple, there's no need to be so courteous, little fellow, grow up obediently. Well. Lin Yi nodded. After the two of them exchanged a few pleasantries again, Lady Miao took the lead and left, while Lin Yi began to check out the storage ring. Positive air wonderful. Hidden sword technique, sword drawing technique, general sword technique, sword intent. As well as dozens of spirit swords. Mrs. Miao could see that Lin Yi was a person who used swords, so all of the gifts she gave for the meeting were sword-related. Among those spirit swords, there were even heaven-level spirit swords, and it seemed that the 12 earth-level spirit swords given by the system appeared to be unusable. The grade of the magic treasure spirit sword is the same as the Gongfa, all from low to high, Huangshan Di Tian Shang Zun Di. Each level is subdivided into beginner, intermediate, and advanced. Chapter 19 Goldfinger Awakens. A heaven-level spirit sword? Lin Yi took out the heaven-grade spirit sword in his Qian Kuan ring. The body was snow white, with hidden snow patterns on the sword, and above the blade, there was a chilling aura, definitely a rare and good sword. Just as Lin Yi was looking at the sword in detail, the system suddenly spoke quietly, disliking the spirit swords I gave you, right? I also purposely got you 12 handles just to fill your sword box, now it's good. The newcomer has changed the old man, those 12 handles of spirit swords you love to take care of, the others gave it to you, you rejoice in it. Well, I know, after all, our feelings for each other can't beat reality, right? Hearing the system's complaint, Lin Yi was speechless for a moment. There are times when you really can't figure out what's going on with your own system, and when you're in Blue Star reading novels, aren't those systems pure and simple aids? This system of his is good, not to mention gagging, even on weekdays, like a person, not moving a little emotion. Now it's even more like a whiny woman. What kind of tiger and wolf words are these, and feelings? He, a son of heaven's destiny, and the villainous system, had a gross feeling. Lin Yi remained silent, but the system continued to speak to itself. Well, I know, after all, I'm not worthy anymore. Okay, just wait, I'm the system of sequence 0000001. You think I can't do anything about that vixen? Wait. Wait for me to come back. Ding dong. Your system is triggered to fight and now starts to go out to the extensions. Countdown to 99%. Lin Yi simply had a head full of black question marks. What, Tetsuko, are you that tough? Why don't you start by telling me what you mean by extensions and where you got that sign and feature from? In the beginning, this villain system, apart from giving him a bunch of inexplicable villainous destinies, but nothing. One trip out and I got a check-in feature back. And now you're going out? Lin Yi was wondering if his own system had gone out to rob, but what could a system rob? Robbing other systems. In the meantime, some traveler in the midst of 3,000 worlds. He was secretly rejoicing because of his system, which had given him a feat that was so strong that it exploded. A beep suddenly came out of his head. Warning! Warning! There's an alien system intrusion. Tinkerbell. Before the traveler could come from his shock, his own system suddenly went silent, and more than that, after calling out a few times, the system didn't reply. Only the panel function is available, and the mall is even outright locked. Asshole! What kind of person invades my system? If I find out, I want you to die without a burial place. Aha! The screams resounded throughout the world. At this moment, Lin Yi didn't even know what kind of great karma his system had brought him. He began to cultivate the gong method given to him by Lady Myriad. Positive air wonderful. This feat is definitely top-notch. It was actually able to pull on each other with the human emperor scripture, forming a situation where 1 + 1 was greater than 2. The Dao bone had also been embedded in his body after he had rinsed it out. Nowadays, the power of the human emperor scripture was stored in the Dao bone, while the power of the positive Qi myriad was filled in the Qi Si. The two techniques mirrored each other but didn't disturb each other, so it could be said that Lin Yi had truly mastered them. At this moment, Lin Yi was sitting cross-legged at the edge of the waterfall, constantly consolidating his techniques as well as his realm. What he couldn't see was that while he was practicing, black gas was bubbling up from his body, and that black gas was about to condense into liquid. Dawning black chi surrounded it, and an ancient ring on Lin Yi's finger was emitting a shimmering light. Lin Yi was awakened by the spiritual energy emanating from the ring and extended his hand with a slight frown. He had long been disappointed with the golden finger that came with this son of destiny. When people are withdrawing from the marriage plot, the golden finger appears and then the path of conquest of the destined son begins. This Goldfinger of his own, not to mention awakening, a little reaction, otherwise, he would bind that what villain system. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The ring continuously flickered with a shimmering light, and suddenly, along with a great glow, an overwhelming figure appeared within the ring. That figure became more and more solid as the light became more and more intense. Not long after, Linyi finally got a good look at the figure. It was a magnificent woman with a white dress that accentuated her figure that was only a shade weaker than Lady Miao's. Eyes flickered with a bit of starlight, with a few moments of coldness, and a refusal of indifference permeated his body. Immortal chi lingering, Taoist rhythms flowing, the end is a magnificent and unparalleled, ink hair pouring down like flowing clouds, scattered waist. And then look at her appearance, eyebrows, clear eyes, white teeth, even if it is a light makeup, but show her more extraordinary, out of the ordinary, just like a white lotus that cannot be desecrated. Lin Yi was startled and subconsciously spoke, "Granny awakened?" That peerless figure had obviously heard Lin Yi's soft call, her brow slightly frowning. Obviously, she wasn't too happy with the title of old grandmother.
"Who are you calling? I'm talking to myself and no one's screaming."
Lin Yi is not stupid to know in the Blue Star, the woman's name that is a nightmare can be called small, but absolutely cannot be called big. Although this kind of divine soul in the ring, generally speaking, is an old demon that has lived for thousands of years, or else it would not be possible to become the golden finger of the Son of Heaven's destiny, but the age is age. If it is directly danced to the face, then it is purely and purely looking for death.
"Are you a descendant of that man?" Hearing that cool voice, Lin Ye's eyes widened. "Which person? Can we not be riddlers? You tell me directly, come on, which person is that person?"
The face of the woman in the ring was a bit ugly, but she forced herself to hold back her emotions and spoke, "I have an agreement with that person that I will support her offspring to become strong after 10,000 years. You kneel down and worship your master."
Ha!
That condescending look made Lin Yi directly sneer out.
"Good guy, I give you 3 colors and you start a dying house? And made me kneel and worship. What a joke. Why are you laughing?" The woman wondered. "I'm laughing at your idiocy." Lin Yi stopped pretending and directly drank in a cold voice. "You're cursing me? Nonsense."
Lin Yi said without a trace of anger, "And I'm kneeling down to worship my master, let alone the fact that I already have a master. With this attitude of yours, why would I want to worship you as my master?
Figure you're older? Or figure you don't bathe?"
Inside other people's novels, when old grandparents and grandmothers awaken, it's either a moment of crisis or a life-saving favor, and with a favor, it doesn't matter if your attitude is even close.
"Now that we've met for the first time, you're condescending? You're so hungover, but you still turned into a divine soul. What are you mad at me for?" Chapter 20, Dragon Slayer. "You." Obviously, the woman was a little confused by Lin Yi's barrage of bombardment.
And she couldn't understand a lot of what the other person was saying. But she heard and understood that this Lin Yi was being rude to her.
Buzz.
The woman's body exuded wisps of Dao rhythms, and her terrifying might instantly cause the empty space to sink deeper. And I don't know if it was because he didn't want others to find out, but a transparent light shield directly enveloped the clearing.
"It's the formation." Lin Ye's pupils tightened.
Roads of ancient and complex runes appeared on top of his body, and those runes surrounded his body, with a white halo flickering out from his chest.
The Dao bone was activated.
The innate Dao body plus the Dao bone simultaneously exerted force to resist the woman's pressure. The human Emperor's Sutra also began to run continuously in the Qi Sea. When the woman saw this scene, she obviously came to be interested, and her might grew stronger and stronger. At this moment, Lin Ye's feet reached out to the ground, and cracks covered the earth. The veins on his forehead rippled and his bones emitted a mournful sound, a terrifying aura that he had never felt before. The aura caused his body to gradually bend.
"Break me!"
Lin Yi forced himself to straighten his back despite the sadness of his bones, and the skin on his body began to ooze with traces of blood.
The eyes became bloodshot. Buzz.
The treasure art inscribed on top of the Dao bone became visible at this moment.
Dragon Slayer.
The surfacing of this precious art caused Lin Ye's eyes to become incomparably brighter, and immediately afterward, his hands formed seals. Between heaven and earth, a palpitating aura immediately filled the air, a destructive force that was tyrannical and terrifying. His full head of Chinese hair flew in a messy manner, the injuries on his body were recovering, and with a loud shout, his palm and fingers slowly paddled, and dozens of white sword lights shot out.
Unlike before, this white sword light also carried a black aura within it.
That black gas was precisely the derivation of the dragon slaying technique. Capture the creation of heaven and earth, take the essence of the universe and the flood, use your body as the handle, spiritual power as the blade, mountains, rivers, grass and trees as the momentum, and borrow the power to bombard the sky. That ping chaos sword technique was terrifyingly abnormal under the dragon slaying technique's augmentation. Seeing the sword chi that shot out, even that absolutely gorgeous woman was slightly surprised. It seemed that he hadn't expected that a tiny Jindan stage cultivator would be able to use such a powerful and unparalleled move. Whether it was the dragon slaying technique or the flattening sword technique, they were all treasured techniques that were capable of decapitating the divine soul. The woman was already in a weakened stage, and if she were to receive this strike with her divine soul, she would be left with injuries that would be difficult to heal, not to mention ashes. With this in mind, the woman tapped her jade finger, and heaven and earth seemed to be frozen in this moment. The several incoming sword chi also disappeared between the woman's sleeves, waving. Only after the sword chi had disappeared as much as it could, did the heavens and earth slowly regain their clarity. Lin Yi looked at the woman suspiciously. He didn't know what tactics the other party had used, and at that very moment just now, he felt as if his heart had stopped beating. Spell it out with her. Seeing that his sword light was stopped, Lin Yi didn't care, wanting to activate the human emperor seal above his spirit platform and go through thick and thin with it. But just at this moment, the absolutely gorgeous woman spoke. The voice was still cold, but compared to before, it had a few more emotions. Okay, stop. I'll stop when you tell me to stop? Lin Yi had a hint of madness in his eyes, clearly not intending to stop. The woman said helplessly, after you are my deceased, it is wrong of me to strike with you, as well as my attitude at the beginning, so I am sorry. This blunt apology instead froze Lin Yi. No. Where's your strong man's dignity? Where's your dignity? What's the point of apologizing? I'm obviously about to launch. No, about to explode. You give me this. So? No, it's okay? Lin Yi had a confused expression on his face. Well, thanks a lot. The woman nodded and continued to speak. You are equipped with a special physique, with an innate devil body and Dao bones converging in one body, destined for the future. Stop. Stop. Lin Yi made a pause gesture and retorted, have you been sealed inside the ring for a long time and your eyes aren't working well anymore? I'm an innate Dao body. What innate demonic body? If you don't know, ask, don't talk nonsense. Innate Dao body? The woman's beautiful eyes were full of doubt. Could it be that 10,000 years had passed and the people of this era called the innate demonic body the Dao body? And the woman's divine thoughts began to envelop the surroundings. Here is purely a magic door. That rushing demonic gas end is horrible. Very. Is it after the deceased has become a devil cultivator? It's just a matter of time. The descendants have their own blessings, and what qualifications does he have to care about others as a person with only a divine soul left? Well, innate Dao body, I was wrong before, sorry. You're. The woman moved to a blunt apology, so that Lin Yi really will not be a little. Now it seems that her attitude before was also just thoughtless. Such a straightforward person is really a little difficult to get. It's hard to believe that it's because she talks like that she's been given a beating just for her soul. Just as Lin Yi was darkly poking and pondering, the woman's figure became somewhat illusory. I don't have much time left, so I'll make it short. You're the descendant of that person. There are great enemies watching you in the cosmic stars and rivers. You must be careful. I'm limited in the amount of power I'm able to accumulate right now, so I need to slumber for a while. When I wake up, I will inform you of everything. Remember one thing, and that is to never let anyone see that tattoo on your chest. I will wake up as soon as possible. After saying that, the woman turned into a stream of light and surged into that ring once again. Lin Yi looked at the ring in his hand, confused. A great enemy watching from the stars and rivers of the universe? This woman is from 10,000 years ago. It's been 10,000 years and she's still gazing? Peeping Tom? But think of his mother's unannounced death, and the destined son with the ill-fated destiny. Lin Yi subconsciously placed his hand above his chest. When he was little, that place in his Dao bone did have a golden pattern that resembled a cloud pattern, but Lin Yi never knew what that thing did. It wasn't until the Dao bone was dug up that the cloud pattern gradually disappeared. Now, tear it up. Lin Yi directly tore open the clothing on his chest, and as expected, the golden cloud pattern on his chest appeared again. It seems the color has deepened a few points. I don't know what's going on with my life. Moreover, he was only at the Jindan stage, so it was useless to try to think too much, and the most important thing he needed to consider right now was how to become stronger. To cope with the Saint Sun contest in a month's time. The only way to have more resources is to get a higher status. The system hadn't returned yet, and the best way to get stronger at this time was to go out and practice. With this in mind, Linyi took out the spirit swords bestowed by his master from within his storage space, and in order to not make things difficult for the system, he took out 6 more spirit swords from the ones the system had given him. After preparing the 12 spirit swords, they were all put into the sword box. This white jade sword case can nourish the sword and add a hint of sword power on top of the sword.
Chapter 21, Shangzhou City.
From the Qianquan ring, he once again took out a red dress and put it on his body, carrying the white jade sword box on his back. The appearance of the white jade sword box is warm and low profile, coupled with the unique hidden breadth of the sword box, so there is no need to worry about any pikestaff. And if you want to store the sword momentum, you must use spiritual energy to constantly temper the sword box. If it is installed in the Qianquan ring, you can lose this wonderful use. That was why Linyi had carried the sword case behind his back, not simply to be cool. After organizing everything, Linyi walked in the direction of the wooden house. He needed to talk to his own master. After all, it was because he wanted to go out of the clan to try out. Coming to the center of Qingyu Peak, in a short period of time, the second wooden house had already been built. At that moment, Mrs. Mythic was sitting on a chair outside, looking at the scenery around her.
Little one, you will find your bones? Hearing Lady Miao's words, Linyi nodded, not hiding anything.
Well, that's good. You came over here in this getup because you wanted to go out? Master, for the big competition in January, I feel that I need to go out and practice a bit. After all, only when the realm goes up can I get 9 out of 10, not to mention, I just got my Dao bone back, and I need to go through some battles to sharpen it up a bit.
What an anxious little fellow, go on, go on.
After saying that, Mrs. Miao took out a token from the arms of that dimensionally great and threw it to Linyi. Accepting the token that still had a few aromas, Linyi was puzzled. Master, what is this? This is my token. No one will stop you when you go out. Moreover, if you are in danger, you only need to activate the token with your spiritual power, and I will come forward to protect you. At those words, Linyi's heart warmed. Without saying anything else, he turned to leave. Looking at her own disciples departing back, Lady Miao's pretty face carried a few doting smiles. Just like what Lady Myriad said, coming to the entrance of the Holy Land, those disciples did need tokens to be able to enter and exit at will. But Linyi had just walked to the door, and before he could say anything, those disciples guarding the door directly released them. The Holy Lord has ordered that if you, the Holy Son candidate, need no token to enter or leave, just go out.
Thanks a lot.
Linyi, who walked out of the Holy Land, was a bit surprised. Mrs. Miao was his own teacher. It was normal for her to care about herself, but he didn't think that the Holy Lord had also given him such a right. But I don't know whether it was an illusion or not. Why were those disciples looking at themselves with some slight fear in their eyes?
You don't need to think about what you can't think about.
When he went out, the disciple guarding the gate deliberately gave Linyi a map. After all, this place was in the middle of the 100,000 mountains. If he didn't have a map and walked around, he would have walked into some kind of forbidden zone of life. This was why a token was needed to leave the Holy Land. It's not about captive disciples, it's more about protecting them.
Is the closest city to here Shangzhou City?
If you wanted to get stronger quickly, you naturally needed to follow the old path of the heaven's destined son, which was to go wherever there was danger. The routine was put there. As long as there was a secret realm or something like that, it definitely had his resources. He was an old bookworm in his previous life. Can he not understand this point? And the best way to figure out the information was to go forward to the place where the cultivators gathered. After choosing his destination, Linyi directly transformed into a stream of light and sped off into the distance. Who walks the road if you can fly? It's not like it's that kind of world where doqi turns into horses. Naturally, you should step on the sword. This time, there was no need to wander around, so even if the radical spiritual energy attracted those ferocious beasts, it didn't matter. Just directly use your speed to get rid of them.
Shangzhou City.
This place serves as a city close to the 100,000 mountains.
There was an endless stream of cultivators coming and going.
After all, in addition to the dangers in there, opportunities naturally existed in there as well, and the greater the risk, the greater the opportunity. Therefore, even though it was a dangerous place, people often went there to find a ray of chance. The city of Shangzhou became a staging area in front of the 100,000 mountains. Both sides of the street are covered with stores. These stores are all for the cultivator to prepare, after all, but all secular people, who is fine not life to go to break what 100,000 mountains off. It is because of the existence of these stores that Shangzhou City has also become more and more prosperous. Whether it was a cultivator of the devil's path or the righteous path, no one was allowed to make a move in this city. This was the rule, and if they disobeyed, the entire righteous and devil's paths of Shangzhou City would strike out at the same time against them. At this moment, inside a spirit food restaurant, a group of cultivators were discussing something.
Have you guys heard about that news that just came out of that Extreme Bliss Holy Land?
Nonsense, who here hasn't heard that there's an extremely ferocious Saint Son candidate from that Extreme Bliss sacred ground, who is said to like eating human heads?
Is it eating people's heads? Why did I hear that he was into eating people alive?
No, what I've heard is that he likes to make buns out of people then savor them with the blood.
Such a person is simply a demonic star descending into the world.
It seems that in the future of the southern heavenly domain, I'm afraid it won't be peaceful. It's just that I don't know if such a character can make it onto the heavens' remarkable ranking. At this moment, Lin Yi was carrying a sword case as he walked into this ancient and prosperous city. Those guards guarding the city simply let Lin Yi leave his name and then released him after collecting a few lower-grade spirit stones. They are a free city here, besides not being able to make a move. Who cares who your status is, even if you were some kind of gaijin demon lord, as long as you pay the entry fee, then it's whatever. Seeing those cultivator stores on both sides of the street, Lin Yi was interested. In the past, he had been living in the middle of that small, remote city of Yuqing, and he was pretty much clueless about the immortal cultivation world, not to say he didn't know anything about it.
How big is the entire southern heavenly domain?
A small place like Yuqing, not to say there were a million of them, it was almost the same. Even if it was a mighty cultivator, if he only used his spiritual energy to fly, I'm afraid that he wouldn't be able to go around the entire southern heavenly domain in his entire life.
So at this time Lin Yi looked at everything fresh, rather like a country bumpkin entering the city. The cultivators coming and going were also giving Lin Yi frequent sideways glances. With the addition of the innate Dao body and the Dao bone, Lin Yi's entire body seemed to emit a faint glow, unusually dazzling amongst the crowd. Coupled with his already extraordinary looks, he naturally attracted everyone's attention. Especially the female cultivators, each one was filled with curiosity as they sized up Lin Yi. Lin Yi was completely unconcerned about the gazes of the crowd. His eyes were long on other people's bodies, so he could look at them if he wanted to. The best place to go if you want to pry is naturally a restaurant. So Lin Yi found a passerby and directly inquired about the best restaurant amongst the entire Shangzhou city. Lin Zhengqi had left him quite a few spirit stones, and his own master who had just worshipped him had likewise given him quite a lot of spirit power, of which there were countless lower-grade spirit stones and more than enough middle-grade spirit stones. There were even a lot of top-quality spirit stones. Don't you enjoy life when you're rich? A tavern, that has to be the best. Chapter 22, What? How can there be such a ferocious demon in the world? Soon, Lin Yi found that best restaurant in Shangzhou city. Saying that it was the best, it was actually just that the building was a bit larger. After all, in the vicinity of the 100,000 Great Mountains, an occasional wave of ferocious beasts could turn the city into nothingness. This is a situation where no matter how gorgeous materials are used to decorate, they will be ruined. What's more, the cultivators also do not care about this so-called facade, only need to be inside. The spiritual food can be a great tonic. Naturally come more people. Walk inside the tavern. One of the stewards walked straight up and lit up when he saw Lin Yi's outfit. This Taoist brother, it's so right that you chose our restaurant. Upstairs please. After walking up to the second floor along with the stewards, the aroma of spiritual food came to the surface. If a cultivator wanted to cultivate, apart from absorbing the spiritual energy between heaven and earth, the spiritual energy within the spirit stones could also help one to cultivate. And as for the meat of the exotic beasts, apart from supplementing one's spiritual energy, it was also able to strengthen one's body and replenish one's qi and blood. This is why spiritual food is so popular. Please sit down, Taoist brother. The steward brought Lin Yi to a position by the window and immediately introduced his own spiritual food. Dao brother, you've come to the right place this time. This store has just put on a batch of spirit food of flaming birds, absolutely value for money. Blazing flame bird, one of the exotic beasts, eating its flesh and blood would not only replenish its qi and blood, but the lucky ones might comprehend a hint of the realm of fire. Well, let's serve this, and by the way, another jug of spirit wine. Okay. The steward immediately went to prepare the spiritual food with excitement. Lin Yi, on the other hand, perked up his ears and began to listen to the conversations of the people around him. Alas, you guys, will that fierce demon come to our place? After all, we are very close to the 100,000 Great Mountains here. Definitely can't, since the Extreme Bliss Holy Land side didn't block out the news. It means that in a short period of time, this person won't come out, or else those righteous cultivators won't be able to join hands to exterminate the devils. Fair enough. Lin Yi heard a few people talking and instantly became interested. The sacred land of ultimate bliss, fierce demons. These two phrases can be intriguing when put together.
The name of the sacred land of ultimate bliss is pure villainy, not to mention the fierce devil.
Just as Lin Yi was thinking, the men spoke again.
This ferocious demon delights in eating human heads, so don't you guys expect him to come here.
Che, what's there to be afraid of then? With so many of us cultivators here, how dare he show off? Besides, no hands are allowed in the middle of Shangzhou City, it's just safe in this city. The sacred land of ultimate bliss, brother.
Will that bunch of them tell you any rules? This fierce demon came out of nowhere, and with the extreme bliss holy land as its backer, I'm afraid it will devour the heavens and the earth in the future.
Why do you like to eat human heads? Could it be that this person is of a foreign beast bloodline? No, absolutely not, I've heard, he's human.
Lin Yi was listening, but he was getting more and more alarmed.
Man-eating man? What kind of BT is capable of doing something like that, and likes to eat heads?
Where do you get off? Such a ferocious demon had actually come out of this world, it seemed like it could possibly be a roadblock for him to become stronger as the son of heaven's destiny. In a moment, I will find someone to inquire about what kind of power this sacred land of ultimate bliss is, and also learn about this so-called fierce demon in the meantime.
Humph, a mere ferocious demon, my senior brother can turn his hand over and suppress it.
A few cultivators were in the middle of a heated discussion when a dainty cry suddenly came out from the side. Lin Yi also curiously looked in the direction of the voice. Corner of a position, sitting a man and a woman, the man dressed in green Taoist robes, a bookish, looks very elegant, the woman's face is pretty, at this time as a proud little peacock. It was her who had just made the noise. A few cultivators were clearly a bit dissatisfied when they heard the woman's words. One of them grunted coldly, "Senior or not, I don't know, I only know that eavesdropping on people is a very offensive behavior."
That's right. We brothers are talking, eavesdropping is even better, now you're chiming in, what?
Just that senior brother of yours is powerful, then let him go to the sacred land of ultimate bliss to put down the demons.
A newborn calf is not afraid of tigers, still a senior brother, I think it's a love brother, ha.
The woman's small face reddened when she heard a few snickers.
Boo!
Slammed the table and stood up. If you have the guts to fight with your aunt, what kind of skill is it to chew on your tongue here?
Boo!
The few cultivators over there similarly slapped the table and stood up, shouting angrily, "Little, are you looking for death?
Are you not the one who was chewing the cud?
Now you're being wicked, why don't you let that loved brother of yours help you?
Asshole!"
The woman daintily shouted and directly drew out the spirit sword at her waist, swinging and slashing at the several people. Don't look at the woman's young age, but she was clearly at the Jindan stage of cultivation, and those few cultivators were only at the foundation establishment stage. Not to mention resisting, in the face of the pressure of that Jindan stage cultivation, a few of them just stood directly dumbfounded in place, unable to move at all. Even if they were beaten to death, they would never have thought that someone would actually dare to make a move in this Shangzhou city. Just as the spirit sword was about to slash at the several cultivators, a ray of white sword light cut through.
Dang!
The woman's spirit sword was directly hit by that sword light and flew off.
Who is it? Who is it that is laying hands on Auntie?
The woman looked around and finally saw Lin Yi. At this moment, Lin Yi was sitting on a chair, his gaze indifferent as he looked at the woman.
The woman arrived in front of Lin Yi in 3 or 2 steps, condescendingly saying, "Are you the one who's blocking me? Eavesdropping on people's conversations in the front, striking out to hurt people in the back, is that what the elders at home taught you?" Hearing Lin Yi's lecturing words, the woman was obviously very unconvinced. "It was clearly them who provoked me. What are you meddling in? Is provoking you going to get your life hurt? In that case, are you provoking me now? I can also choose to kill you, right?" Lin Yi's eyes showed a cold aura, clearly moving to kill
this Taoist brother. Right at this moment, the male cultivator who was sitting with the woman stood up and walked over to Lin Yi, bowing slightly and saying, "This matter is my sister's fault, please don't pay attention to it, Dao brother."
"Senior."
Seeing that her senior brother was speaking for the person in front of her, the woman stomped her foot, her face full of resentment.
"Don't make a scene, junior sister. Otherwise, I'll go back and report to senior and have his old man teach you a lesson." "Ha!"
The woman's eyes held a bit of fear in them.
The few cultivators not far away passed grateful glances at Lin Yi. "This Taoist brother, I wonder if I can take a seat." The man smiled gently and spoke very politely.
Stretching his hand, that was only for the general public, Lin Yi coldly spoke, "No." The reason for this attitude towards the man was solely because before, when the woman was striking out at innocent people, the man clearly had the ability to do so but didn't stop her. When he saw that his own sister was about to be taught a lesson, he stepped forward again.
"Hypocrite!"
This was Lin Yi's first impression of him.
Chapter 23 Traveling to the Secret World.
Hypocrites are more disgusting than true villains.
There's nothing to say to people like that. How dare you speak to my senior brother like that? The female cultivator said angrily.
I'll cut your tongue out if you say half a word more. You. Although the female cultivator was filled with anger at the moment, Lin Ye's indifferent tone made her understand that the other party was serious. If he did speak again, he might not be able to keep his tongue.
The female cultivator even subconsciously covered her mouth.
The man was not discouraged when he saw Lin Ye's look of rejection and said gently, Dao brother may have some misunderstanding about me. This senior sister of my family is usually spoiled with sassiness. This is my problem. Please don't blame Dao brother. Let's put it this way, in order to make amends to Dao brother, I know of a secret realm. If Dao brother comes with me, how about we split the treasures in the secret realm 50-50?
The secret world.
Hearing those two words, Lin Ye clearly came to be interested. What did he come to this Shangzhou city for? Wasn't it to find those so-called secret realms to enhance himself?
You fall asleep and someone brings you a pillow?
It's really worthy of being the destiny of the Son of Heaven. Seeing Lin Ye's interest, the man struck while the iron was hot. Dao brother, if you come across a treasure of your choice, how about you pick it first?
Senior. Before Lin Ye could say anything, the female cultivator on the side couldn't help herself and looked at her own senior brother with a face full of anxiety.
That was clearly a chance they had found. Why should they go and share it with someone else? The male cultivator, on the other hand, gently spoke to her. Opportunities come to those who are able to take them, and I see that this Taoist brother is a rare person, whether it be in cultivation or character, and in this chaotic world, it would be nice if there were more cultivators who could become stronger together. Then our future won't be plunged into darkness. Evil is in the world. Our cultivators should be self-reliant and unite together in order to be able to do so.
Sifu.
The female cultivator looked at her own senior brother with tearful eyes, clearly moved to tears by his words.
By the way.
Just at this time, the male cultivator seemed to have thought of something and spoke to Lin Ye with a slight apology. Dao brother, my name is Luo Weiyu, and my senior sister's name is Zhengqi. I wonder if I could tell you the name of my brother?
My name is Lin Ye. Lin Ye said indifferently. Ah, brother Lin, I wonder if you would like to travel with us to that secret realm?
At those words, Lin Ye looked at Luo Weiyu with a smile on his lips. He wasn't the Zhengqi who had lost his brain and cerebellum, and for Lok Weiyu's earlier words, they sounded like they were quite hot-blooded, but when he thought about it, this kid didn't have a good heart.
Give him the chance?
Either he was being made cannon fodder, or the chance was definitely something he couldn't handle on his own.
Either way, he's counted himself out.
In that case, it's a good idea to check it out, just looking for a place to practice anyway. Wouldn't it be better to have it handed up ready-made? Thinking about this, Lin Ye smiled and said, naturally, I'm willing.
Great.
Luo Weiyu's face was filled with a look of surprise, and then he anxiously said, Brother Lin, the opportunity is not to be missed, why don't we set off now?
Good.
Lin Ye didn't say anything, and casually threw out a bunch of lower-grade spirit stones towards the steward before getting up and following Luo Weiyu away. After the crowd had left, the few cultivators continued their discussion.
I didn't expect a little girl to be at the Jindan stage. It's too terrifying. Which clan's heavenly pride is this?
What's even more terrifying is that red-clothed young man. A single sword light was able to knock down his spirit sword. If it wasn't for him, I'm afraid we would have died here.
Thanks to him, that little girl really doesn't have a brain. In the middle of this Shangzhou city, she actually wants to make a move? Could it be that she has a horrible background and isn't afraid of the rules here? I don't know.
It was at this point that the crowd realized that one of their companions had been keeping silent and not participating in the discussion at all.
I couldn't help but inquire curiously, brother, what's wrong with you? Haven't been talking yet, scared silly? People are gone.
The call of his companion slowly brought the silent cultivator back to his senses. He looked up with fear in his eyes.
Did you guys hear the name of the boy in red? What name? Didn't he say his name was Lin Ye? Do you know the name of that saint's son candidate of the Extreme Bliss Holy Land? You can't mean.
Aha! The man nodded heavily, and instantly several people felt that the spiritual food on the table didn't smell good anymore.
Geez. What kind of people did they meet? After leaving the restaurant, the three of them went straight out of the city. Along the way, Luo Weiyu kept sidetracking Lin Ye's identity.
If you were facing a chatterbox, you might still ask something, but facing Lin Ye, who was already wary, it would be a fart's errand for him to ask anything.
How can you be like this? Elder brother, he kindly shared the secret realm with you. It's not even if you don't appreciate it, you're talking to you in an indifferent manner.
Violet Kite pouted, her appearance looking a bit cute. Originally, she had an extremely hot temper, but every time she wanted to angrily shout at Lin Yi, she remembered the other party's murderous eyes from before. The words that came out were no longer inquisitive, but instead had that aggrieved tone. For such a brainwashed person, Lin Yi wouldn't even say a word more to her. Luo Weiyu once again turned into Mr. Nice Guy and began to comfort his own little sister. The three of them headed in the opposite direction from the 100,000 mountains. During this time, because Lin Yi didn't talk much, Luo Weiyu had no choice but to chat with his own little sister about the surrounding scenery. All of them were above the Jindan stage of cultivation, and the three of them could fly with their swords. After half a day of rushing, it came to a barren mountain. The crimson evening sunlight added a bit of eeriness to this barren mountain, and Zhengqi on the side was tightly gripping the corner of Luo Weiyu's coat, looking a bit flustered. As for Luo Weiyu, he was bland and always wore a smile at the corner of his mouth. If someone were to look at him from the front, they would be able to see the fire in the depths of his eyes.
Obviously this mountain has something he wants. Dumb. Badlands, dead trees, crows. The mountain had obviously lost its vitality and was barren as far as the eye could see. Occasionally, we could see corpses that had already rotted and stank, and those crows were constantly gnawing on the carrion on them. There are more white bones than can be counted. Apparently, it's a good place to kill for treasure. Senior brother, is there really any chance here? It's too scary, why don't we go back? Hearing that his junior sister wanted to go back, a trace of impatience flashed through Luo Weiyu's eyes, but it passed in an instant. Still softly comforting, don't be afraid little senior sister, there's senior brother to protect you. You also want to be praised by your master, right? As long as we get the chance here, then going back will definitely be able to make you a saintess. Aha! The words had clearly worked, and Violet Kite's eyes had firmed up, and although there were still a few moments of fear, she had quickened her pace. Chapter 24, The Broken Temple. The three of them traveled quickly along the way, and those crows landed on the withered branches, their blood-red eyes staring intently at the three of them. Probably thinking that soon they'll be able to get their fill again. Surrounded by howling winds, the sound of the wind seems to be mixed with the low sobbing of whoever. If the average person encounters this scene, I'm afraid that they won't dare to take a step forward. With Luo Weiyu leading the way, the three of them soon arrived at an open space. In the center of that open space, there was a dilapidated temple. The temple entrance has a Buddhist Shimeji statue. That Shimeji open teeth and claws, alive, obviously is the holy beast of Buddhism, at the moment is to add a few points of evil meaning. The original vermilion door was now modeled to reveal its original wood color due to the passage of time. The flakes of paint that peeled off and scattered on the ground were like trails of blood. Most of the temple was shrouded in darkness, like an ancient beast with its bloody mouth open, wanting to devour everything. This is it, Brother Lin. Luo Weiyu had a look of excitement on his face. To tell you the truth, I once obtained a map that showed that within this broken temple, there is a supreme chance for the Buddhist sect. As long as we can get our hands on it. It's like what we said before, 50-50. Aha! Lin Yi nodded non-committally. As the three of them moved forward towards the temple, the two Shimeji statues seemed to have come to life, and no matter which direction they looked from, they were watching the three of them. Squeaky! The broken gate made a harsh, rotting sound. The three of them walked into the broken temple. Looking around, the entire temple wasn't big, except for a broken house right in front of it. There was only a dead Bodhi tree inside the courtyard. If this Bodhi tree was still alive, it would certainly be a supreme treasure. After all, there have been monks who became enlightened under the Bodhi tree and eventually attained the fruition of the Buddha. But now the linden tree had died and apparently lost any usefulness. Peeking in through the window frame of that broken house, he was able to faintly see a statue of Buddha. The three of them walked slowly towards that Buddha statue, while operating their spiritual energy and being alert to their surroundings. Opportunity comes with it. If one was not careful, not to mention not getting the chance, one's life would be buried here. Stepping inside, the worn wooden floors creaked and the air was littered with that scent of decay and decay intertwined. Lin Yi raised his head to look at the Buddha statue. This Buddha statue was only a little more than 10 feet tall, and was able to easily see its face. When Lin Yi was in Yuqing, because he himself aspired to the world of immortal cultivation, he had read all kinds of strange books, and naturally, Buddhist scriptures were also rare. But the face of this Buddha statue he had never seen before, and more than that, half of that Buddha statue's face was normal, and the other half of the face had the corners of the mouth upturned, and blood seemed to seep outward from the corners of the mouth. A thought of Buddha and the devil? What the hell is this Buddha statue? From the body of this Buddha statue cannot feel any sense of compassion, there is only endless mockery and contempt for the living weird feeling. The organ is just ahead.
Brother Lin, please also follow a little closer so as not to leave you behind. Luo Weiyu walked towards the bottom of the Buddha statue without looking back at the moment, reaching out to hold one of the candlesticks behind that statue, his hands surging with spiritual energy. Click here for. Under Luo Weiyu's power, the candlestick slowly turned.
One prohibition after another surfaced at this moment as well. Seifu. It is now. Take out the seal-breaking talisman given to you by Master. Oh. Zhengqi's hands and feet from the Qianquan ring took out a talisman inscribed with complex runes. Just look at it as if the soul of God was stabbed. It could be seen how high the grade of this talisman was, and it was definitely from the hands of a great power. Purple Kite held the talisman in her hand and threw it directly towards the candlestick. Boom! A huge roar sounded and the entire broken temple began to shake, such a violent vibration, but it only made the broken and disfigured temple drop some dust. It's amazing that the main structure has no effect whatsoever.
With the appearance of the talisman, the restrictions on top of that candlestick were broken one after another. Every time a restriction was broken, a corner of the talisman would be missing. The entire 36 prohibitions were completely destroyed after the last corner of the seal-breaking talisman disappeared. Luo Weiyu's face had a hint of madness on it. He made it. Rumble. Along with the prohibition being completely broken, the ground of the broken temple began to vibrate violently, and immediately afterward, a dark and deep tunnel appeared on the ground. From the decaying intent and wisps of black smoke pouring out of the tunnels, this broken temple seemed to resound with the sound of Buddha. But that Buddhist sound didn't make people feel like meditating. Instead, all three of them felt the sea of qi disorganized and the spiritual platform clouded. Several people hurriedly ran their entire body with spiritual energy to keep their sanity. Brother Lin, this is the location of the chants, how about we head there together? Good. The current Lin Yi could be described as being as shy as gold, completely different from when he was in the Zhengqi sect before. Luo Weiyu didn't care, and as if he was afraid that Lin Yi would think too much, he took the lead and jumped down. Violet Kite took one last look at the already dim sky outside, took a deep breath, and jumped down with it. Lin Yi, who was the only one left, looked up again thoughtfully. He was the only one who noticed that the bizarre Buddha statue actually lowered its head and looked at the three with a mocking expression. The blood coming out of the corners of his mouth was becoming more and more visible. Taunting me? I'll smash you when I come out later, I'll make you stare at me. After leaving behind these harsh words, Lin Yi let down towards the giant mouth of the abyss. After a few moments, accompanied by a roar, the cave entrance slowly closed again, the ground was still covered with dust, and the Buddha statue returned to its normal appearance. Everything was as before. Boo! This tunnel wasn't deep, and in 3 breaths of effort, Lin Yi landed on the ground. At this moment, Luo Weiyu took out an illuminating crystal, and the surroundings were thoroughly reflected in the eyes of the three of them. Modeled ancient pathways, walls carved with bizarre patterns. The reason why I say that those patterns are weird is because on top of it is a mass of black gas after mass of black gas shrouding the earth, and one monk facing those black gas, with tears in his eyes, but his mouth open wide, as if he was having a maniacal fit of laughter. Just by looking at that pattern, it seemed to be caused to ripple in the bottom of the heart, causing the corners of one's mouth to inexplicably rise. Great! We're in the right place. Luo Weiyu was so excited that he took the illuminating crystals and headed ahead. Lin Yi followed closely behind. In the middle of this mottled and dark ancient road, the only thing that was bright was the little bit of light from the crystals. Luo Weiyu was rushing forward with a brain at the moment, and seemed to have completely forgotten his image as Mr. Nice Guy. Zhengqi also sensed her own senior brother's abnormality, and under panic, she could only come to Lin Yi's side and subconsciously grabbed the corner of Lin Yi's coat. Lin Yi frowned slightly, but didn't say anything more. The most important thing right now was to figure out what kind of chance was inside this. Chapter 25, Killing Rudra. Step by step, the three of them advanced deeper into the ancient path. The only sounds left in his ears were footsteps and a powerful heartbeat. The longer she stayed in the dark environment, the more scared that Violet Kite became, and the harder her hand gripped Lin Yi's coat corner. Phew! Just when the three of them were still thinking that this darkness was never ending, suddenly, above the walls on both sides, a ball of fire appeared. That flame does not look like the unusual red color, but through the sultry blue. The appearance of this fire did not bring warmth, but let the surrounding added a hint of piercing cold. The firelight led all the way to unknown depths. Was it kindly leading the way for a few people? Or is it leading people to the abyss? I don't know why, but Lin Yi felt that something deeper down seemed to have a few intimate intentions with himself. The black golden Dan within the sea of chi was trembling slightly at this moment. Following the path that emanated a blue glow, the three soon arrived at a secret room. But it was more like a crypt than a chamber. The smell of decay on it earlier was pungent enough, and the smell of this corpse gas at the source was on the verge of fainting. At the very front stood a huge coffin that seemed to be cast in bronze with complex runes inscribed on it. The fluorescent blue light added a bit of an eerie atmosphere to the entire tomb. Yikes! Violet Kite let out a gasp. It turned out that when Luo Weiyu's crystals that were used to illuminate the tomb were lit up, he was able to see a pile of charred corpses around him. Those corpses weren't withered bones, they seemed to have flesh and blood, but all of them had turned charred black, as if they had been burned by fire. Sitting, standing, lying, the corpses were in different forms. The only thing that was the same was that the corners of their mouths were upturned, as could be seen from the charred faces. In other words, these people died laughing. Lin Yi felt that this scene was very familiar, and after some careful thought he suddenly remembered that this was not exactly the scene depicted in the mural on the wall when he entered the tunnel. When Luo Weiyu saw this bronze coffin, he immediately and excitedly walked forward to take a closer look. Lin Yi, on the other hand, came to the tombstone next to the bronze pavilion and stretched out his hand and lightly waved it. A wave of spiritual energy blew the dust off the top of the tombstone, revealing the words carved on it. The Buddha's light is universal and all beings mourn, the ghosts cry and the gods howl for the bliss to open. Good and evil are never what they are, and killing a living being is as bad as killing a heart. Only these 4 short verses remain on the tombstone. Rudra? This Buddha's name, as a traveler Lin Yi is naturally very familiar, but the evil Rudra. This tomb is chaos? Absolutely not. The bronze coffin suppressed evil spirits, but if the person in that coffin was Rudra, then it was impossible for them to enter the tomb. In this world of light and strange, even the corpse of a strong person also has the divine power of life, and there are even legends that the corpse of the great emperor who was buried in the void, once again born, so that the 10,000 domains become barren. Although it was not known what kind of strong person the evil Rudra in the middle of this verse was. However, just based on the blood-soaked verses, he was able to know that this person was definitely an unearthly powerhouse. Finally found it. Finally. Luo Weiyu reached out and caressed the bronze coffin as if he was looking at a stunning beauty. It took a long time to come back to his senses. Only to see him regain his gentle temperament and arrive in front of Lin Yi. Dao brother, I said before that you and I would split the chance here 50-50. You may not know that both this bronze coffin and the objects in it are great chances that are rare to see. If you don't mind, I'll take this bronze coffin with me, and the things inside will be given to you, brother Lin. Zhengqi, who should have stood out and said by what right will the chance be given to him, will just leave a broken coffin, was unusually silent at the moment, not knowing whether it was because of fear or because of the so-called companion effect from pinching Lin Yi's corner of his coat all the time on the way here before. The chance in the coffin for me? Lin Yi looked at Luo Weiyu with interest. The latter made a determined expression. That's right. Although this chance came simply, but brother Lin, believe me, the chance in here is absolutely unimaginable. If it wasn't for the fact that I found the map of this place, coupled with the seal-breaking talisman in my senior sister's hand, I'm afraid that this chance would have been long buried in the ground. Oh, you're right, but let's do it this way, let's swap. I want this bronze coffin, how about you want the chance inside? Hearing Lin Yi's words, Luo Weiyu's face stiffened slightly, but in an instant, he returned to his normal state. That's fine, if you say so, brother Lin, then the chance inside belongs to me, and this bronze coffin belongs to brother Lin. Good. Lin Yi nodded and continued, then you go and take away the chance inside, and I'll just carry this coffin away. This. Luo Weiyu's expression suddenly became difficult. Is it hard to believe that there will be any danger after opening this coffin? Brother Locke, you shouldn't be plotting against me, right? Seeing Lin Yi blink at him, the veins on Luo Weiyu's forehead rippled, but he still managed to force them down and smiled farcically. How could that be? Brother Lin, you're underestimating me a little bit. If I truly harmed your heart, how could I have brought you here? Fair enough. Lin Yi walked towards the coffin and placed his hand on top of the bronze coffin. As soon as he touched this bronze coffin, a strong sense of decay enveloped his entire body. The feeling made one's soul tremble and the sea of chi quake. However, Lin Yi acted as if nothing had happened, feeling the rotting aura to himself. Within moments, Lin Yi crossed his palm into a finger and pointed a sword finger on top of the coffin. Dang! The white sword light penetrated through his body and impacted on the bronze coffin with a loud bang. Boom! The entire tomb began to shake. Zhengqi ran to the corner in fear, while Luo Weiyu's face was a little dark at the moment, only to see that he slowly came behind Lin Yi. The pupils of his eyes hidden in the darkness were like a predator staring at its prey.
The material of this bronze coffin is indeed good, Brother Locke. What do you think of this thing as your permanent residence?
Lin Yi violently turned his head, and 2 fingers directly clamped down on the incoming spirit sword. At this moment, Luo Weiyu's face was hideous. Holding his spirit sword, he wanted to sneak attack Lin Yi from behind, but he didn't expect the other party to actually turn around at this time. Brother Lin, I kindly brought you here to look for a chance, but you've badmouthed me 3 times, it's intolerable, so let me use your blood to open this bronze coffin. After saying that, the spirit sword in Luo Weiyu's hand shook, directly breaking free from between Lin Yi's 2 fingers. Immediately after that, he pinched its spell with one hand. The spirit sword's light flourished, and the sound of the sword resounded throughout the entire tomb.
Go to hell! Lin Yi! Luo Weiyu's face grew more and more livid as his spirit sword stabbed forward, followed by a continuous zoom in the air, the sword breaking the yin and yang, and a clean white-colored light flashed above the sword, like a silver dragon rushing in. The silver dragon opened its huge mouth, wanting to swallow Lin Yi in one fell swoop. If one was swallowed by that silver dragon, it was needless to think that the overpowering sword chi would probably directly strangle one.
Chapter 26. Facing the incoming silver dragon, Lin Yi didn't panic and bowed slightly. The white jade sword case behind him flickered with wisps of fluorescence.
Sheath.
Click. It was accompanied by a low drink from Lin Yi. The white jade sword box behind his back opened completely like a peacock opening its screen. There were 12 spirit swords placed neatly inside, each with a killing intent on top of it.
Lin Yi's slender fingers caressed one of the sword hilts. That spirit sword was instantly sheathed. Immediately after that, Lin Yi held his spirit sword in his hand and ghostly rushed towards the silver dragon. He pulled the spirit sword in the air with a sword flower and chopped the dragon with a thunderous momentum. The waves of white swords rushed in like a tidal wave, the killing intent getting stronger and stronger. Even the bronze coffin made a banging sound. The spirit sword in Lin Yi's hand smashed down with incomparably berserker power, shaking the void. Dang!
The sound of metal on metal rang out. That silver dragon faced the white sword wave that was like a tidal wave, and the moment it made contact, it was devastated and destroyed. Luo Weiyu didn't have time to be shocked by the heavenly great spirit sword in his opponent's hand because Lin Yi had already chopped towards him with the spirit sword in his hand.
The Qianquan ring in Luo Weiyu's hand flickered with light.
A shield as white as a mirror stood in his way.
Clank!
The spirit sword chopped on top of the shield with a crunching sound and sparks. Although the shield was a top-grade treasure, it was still difficult to block the thunderous momentum. It was clearly just a spirit sword, but it had the power of a mountain-like mountain, and with a single chop of the sword, the 4 to 5 meter tall thick treasure shield was instantly split in 2. Luckily, at the critical moment, he took out another spirit sword and blocked Lin Yi's sword. Sparingly, his tiger's mouth was cracked by this power in an instant. The bones of the hand were even more painful. Sharp sword light ravaged the tomb. The white sword awnings were like a monstrous river. Numerous wounds appeared all over Luo Weiyu's body, and that gentle and elegant face became tattered, with a trace of blood hanging from the corner of his mouth, as he was filled with a look of shock. This was just a wave of the sword's awnings. If he was actually hit, he didn't dare to imagine the consequences. Luo Weiyu quickly retreated backwards. Light blossomed within his body. His injuries were slowly recovering. As a pride of a great clan, the last thing he lacked was a technique. But at the same time, he realized that he appeared to have kicked the bucket. Thinking of this, Luo Weiyu turned his head and roared, "Senior sister! Why don't you come and help me subdue the devil?"
Ha!
Zhengqi was in a daze because of the sudden battle between the two, and when she heard her own senior brother's angry roar, she subconsciously responded, followed by her shell teeth clenching her lower lip, and came to Locke Weiyu's side with a bit of reluctance. Lin Yi fell back and looked at the two men companionably in a bashful manner. One more or one less didn't make much of a difference to him.
Lin Yi, I have to say, you exceeded my expectations.
Luo Weiyu's eyes flashed with a hint of viciousness. There was a string of black rosary beads in his hand at an unknown time. The rosary had about 18 eye-sized blood-colored beads that emitted an eerie bloodlight. Lin Yi's eyes narrowed lightly. He felt the aura above the blood-colored bead, which was a rosary. It was clearly 18 cultivators who had been refined into human pills.
The resentment up there is extremely high.
Even Violet Kite felt the terrifying resentment above the string of rosary beads and looked at her senior brother with some shock. Not knowing exactly where the other party had gotten the evil thing from, Luo Weiyu at this time had no time to defend his image as a gentleman. Lin Yi's threat to him was just too great. He had to be killed, otherwise it would definitely affect his plans.
Woohoo!
A whimpering sound emanated from the top of the blood-red rosary beads, as if it were an unjust soul trying to claim its life.
Lin Yi!
Just use your blood to forge my supreme path. After saying that, Luo Weiyu quickly turned the rosary beads, and channels of blood-red spiritual energy burst out from it, and Zhengqi looked towards her own senior brother, and vaguely, it seemed as if there was a Buddha's shadow appearing behind him. The mouth murmured a Sanskrit sound that disturbed the soul. Put. The sound of entering flesh rang out, and Luo Weiyu tremblingly lowered his head down just in time to see a sword hilt that had completely disappeared into his chest. Lin Yi stood in front of him and said disdainfully, "Fighting is fighting, you're still reciting Buddhist scriptures, is the forward swing so long? What's the matter, are you the thunderbolt runner when Tai Lai? Next time when you fight, remember something, just do it, am I an idiot to wait for you to build up your strength? But you don't seem to have a next time." After saying that, one of Lin Yi's hands directly grabbed Luo Weiyu's hair, and then he ruthlessly smashed it towards the bronze coffin. Dang! Blood spatters in all directions. His own physique was extremely strong, and his strength was naturally terrifying to the extreme, and with this full strength, Luo Weiyu's head instantly became thinly crushed. Red and white splattered all over Violet Kite. Yikes! The roar resounded through the cave. How could Zhengqi not expect that his own senior brother would actually end up like this? Thumbs up. Luo Weiyu's flesh and blood was directly absorbed by the bronze coffin with a snorting sound. Boom! The bronze coffin slightly opened up a slit, and a large amount of corrupted qi gushed out. On the contrary, Luo Weiyu was completely corrupted at this point, and his entire body had directly transformed into a dry corpse. Even when the bronze coffin opened up a crack, Lin Yi still didn't go forward and instead looked towards the still screaming Violet Kite. "Now, it's your turn." Violet Kite had been stunned and stood frozen in place. Lin Yi grabbed its chest with one hand and tugged her towards the bronze coffin. Let go of me." Halfway there, Zhengqi suddenly recovered and began to struggle continuously, but how could she possibly be Lin Yi's opponent? He was soon brought to the bronze coffin. Just as Lin Yi was about to sacrifice her coffin with the Violet Kite, a sudden burst of brilliance erupted from her body. Buzz! A white light appeared behind Zhengqi's back, and immediately afterward, a cool silhouette appeared behind her. It was a woman, but unlike Zhengqi, it was a woman with a strong aura. "Sister! Help me!" The silhouette's beautiful eyes looked coldly at Lin Yi, her jade hand lightly waved, and she slapped a palm through the air. Lin Yi's sword fingers were crystal and glittering like 1,000 hammered divine iron, indestructible, and the white sword-ons, erupting with monstrous killing intent. Boom! There was a deafening roar as the sword finger clashed with the palm of the hand. However, the moment the light dissipated, the figure of Violet Iris also directly disappeared, and within the entire tomb, only Lin Yi and those corpses remained. I can't believe I ran away. Ding dong. Your system has returned. I'm ING here. Dude, did you miss me? The system's beatific voice once again resounded in Lin Yi's head. Miss you? Can I hit you? Where are you? This breath is actually so sweet. Ahem, so that evil. Chapter 27 Eerie Buddhist Sounds. At this moment, Lin Yi ignored what the system was saying. Self-consciously, he knelt down and picked up a string of rosary beads. There is still a constant stream of resentment emanating from above. It was too much of a coincidence that Luo Weiyu had the map to this place and the string of rosary beads in his hand. Fingers lightly twisted the string of rosary beads, and a whimpering sound emanated from them. The black qi visible to the naked eye wanted to erode the fresh flesh, but whenever that black qi landed on Lin Yi's body, it was as if it had been electrocuted and immediately dissipated. This string of rosary beads seems to be a bit uncomplicated. I had thought that this string of rosary beads was just made by burning and exercising an ordinary cultivator, but now it seemed that it was definitely not that simple. Each rosary seems to be a small world of its own. If he wanted to break through the seal outside and enter the small world inside, he simply couldn't do it with Lin Yi's cultivation level at the moment. It seems that the person who made this string of rosary beads is definitely a powerful person. At least like Luo Weiyu, given 200 years, he might not even be able to reach this height. Buzz! Just as Lin Yi was still sizing up the rosary in his hand, the rosary suddenly flickered with a faint red light and a wisp of black gas slowly floated towards the bronze coffin. Bronze coffin! Seeing that bronze coffin not far away, Lin Yi's expression became serious. The way Locke was you before was vivid in his mind. Although the bronze coffin had opened a crack at the moment, it was definitely not that simple. Because Lin Yi was the one who pressed Luo Weiyu into that bronze coffin, the suction force of the bronze coffin, he naturally felt it as well. If I'm not mistaken, the reason why Locke Weiyu invited him here. It is to sacrifice him to this bronze coffin.
Also chosen to be sacrificed was his junior sister, Violet Iris. This bronze coffin must be irrigated by the blood of a heavenly pride, and it takes two. Otherwise, why would Lok Wei Yu need to do more? My destiny as the son of heaven should be able to carry it.
Lin Yi stared at the bronze coffin and muttered. The opportunity was right in front of us, there was no reason to miss it. Thinking of this, Lin Yi slowly walked towards the bronze coffin, and in 2 breaths of time he arrived at it. The closer you get, the more you can feel the gravitational force. The blood in your body seems to be uncontrollably want to come out of your body. This bronze coffin is really weird. Just as Lin Yi used the spirit sword in his hand with the intention of lifting the coffin lid. Inside the bronze coffin, a sudden burst of Buddhist words rang out. Buzz, manga, tantra, abracadabra, mimi, un. Buzz, manga, tantra, abracadabra, mimi, un. The grand Buddhist sound resounded through the heavens, shaking the entire tomb. If Lin Yi was able to see outside right now, he would realize that all 6 elements of heaven and earth were trembling. Compassionate, solemn, subtle, and esoteric Zen sounds were incomparably vast, cleansing away the dirt and washing away the mortal dust, and the area around that broken temple was bathed in a sacred and peaceful light. Obviously, the bronze coffin that had been constantly emitting black gas before was this precious and solemn at this moment.
This is by no means a hallucination.
That Buddhist sound was as if it was in his ears, causing Lin Yi's divine soul to begin to vibrate. It took a long time before the sound of Buddha's voice ceased a little.
Boom, boom, boom. Another heartbeat sounded in the tomb, as if some ancient being was reviving.
The red rosary beads worn above his wrist began to tremble.
Lin Yi's heart tightened and he subconsciously turned his body sideways. Boom!
A black claw slapped hard on the ground where he had just been. Turning his head to look, he didn't know when. The dry corpses in the entire tomb had all moved, and their empty eyes were staring straight at Lin Yi.
Ah! What's all this stuff? Scared the unity to death.
The system screamed from within Lin Yi's head.
Turn off the voice. Ding dong.
Accompanied by an electronic tone, Lin Yi directly turned off the system voice, which quieted him down, and he also began to observe the dryads.
Buzz! The bronze coffin erupted in a blaze of light.
Those dry corpses seemed to have gotten some kind of instruction, accompanied by an ear-piercing sound of click clack clack clack. Those dry corpses rushed up towards Lin Yi with open teeth and claws. I don't care what kind of demon or devil you are, I'll cut it off with my own sword. Lin Yi pulled his spirit sword into a sword flourish, and a great sun appeared behind Lin Yi. The equal chaos sword technique was divided into 2 chapters, the sun and the moon, and the one he had used before had always been the moon chapter. But against these dryads, the day piece is undoubtedly the best way to go. Phew! The sea of chi within Lin Yi's body was trembling crazily, and the vast and boundless ocean of general spiritual energy turned into magma at this moment.
The great sun is in the sky, burning everything.
The entire tomb was illuminated, the dark creatures had nothing to hide from, and in the air, the humidity was evaporated into mist. At this moment, Lin Yi's entire body was covered by daylight. His body seemed like an immortal divine furnace bursting with flames. He was like a fire-bathing monarch, and like an ancient god who controlled flames.
Brilliant and inviolable.
The spirit sword in his hand even turned crimson. Facing the incoming dryads, he violently swung out his spirit sword.
Boom!
Explosive sounds rang out as hot waves of fire erupted directly towards those dry corpses. The tomb was impacted by waves of fire, the crimson light impacted all around, those tiles on the ground all became red, as if the gates of hell had been opened, and the red lotus karmic fire was about to incinerate all things.
It's an unimaginable force.
It was also the first time Lin Yi had performed this flat chaos sword technique day chapter, and he hadn't expected it to be as terrifying as it was. The dry corpse was incinerated the instant it came into contact with the flames only, not even a crumb was left behind. However, in a moment, Lin Yi put away his spirit sword, and the great sun behind him disappeared, and the surroundings fell into darkness once again. Lin Yi slowly walked forward. This time the bronze coffin seems to be honest up, not to mention what the sound of Buddha, even the gravitational force has disappeared.
Boo!
Reaching out and touching the bronze coffin, the red lotus karmic flame that seemed to be able to burn everything just now melted all the floor tiles of the tomb, but the top of the bronze coffin was still cold.
What the hell is this material?
Lin Yi was clearly very interested in the bronze coffin in front of him. But now was not the time to figure out the material. He needed to open it up, and since Luo Weiyu knew so much, there must be some great opportunity inside the bronze coffin.
He wasn't lucky enough to get it, but Lin Yi could.
Swish! Lin Yi's sword finger slashed, and the white sword light instantly cut away.
With a loud clang, the lid of the bronze coffin shifted slightly.
Seeing that this move was useful, Lin Yi turned his palms into sword fingers with both hands and blasted the bronze coffin.
Dang it! The entire tomb was splattered with a cloud of dust and smoke.
I don't know how long it took before the crashing stopped.
Looking around, the lid of that bronze coffin had been lifted most of the way off, and inside it was wrapped in darkness, so nothing could be seen. Seeing this, Lin Yi frowned slightly and kicked in the crystal stone that Luo Weiyu had used to illuminate him earlier. The expected crash wasn't there at all. It was as if the bronze coffin was like a bottomless pit. Lin Yi was understanding that whether there was a living being inside this bronze coffin or not, this was deliberately luring him over. Chapter 28, Dude. What the hell did you put on your back? You don't get a tiger without going into the tiger's den. It's dry.
With a hint of madness in his eyes, Lin Yi walked directly towards the bronze coffin. Up close, the inside of the bronze coffin was still pitch black, and the crystals that had been kicked in to illuminate it were nowhere to be found.
What was that?
In the darkness, Lin Yi suddenly saw a bit of faint red light.
Gazing at it, it's still blurry. Just then, the faint red light seemed to flash. Boom!
Lin Yi instantly felt the aura of the ancient past come over him.
Tyranny, cruelty, madness, destruction, bloodlust.
All negative emotions were constantly eroding Lin Yi's divine soul at this moment, and the corners of his mouth were unconsciously rising.
If someone was here, they would probably be surprised by him.
Lin Yi just stood there dumbfounded, and the bronze coffin didn't have the slightest difference, and the one person and the one coffin didn't know how long they had been standing still.
Boom!
A stone from the ceiling fell to the ground, unusually clear in the middle of the silent chamber.
Lin Yi's eyes suddenly widened and his body involuntarily shook. Hoo.
He was panting heavily, his clothes were already soaked with sweat, and his whole body was as if he had survived a robbery.
No one will ever know that at that very moment, just now, he died. That's right.
As the red light inside the bronze coffin flickered, he was truly dead. The 5 skandhas are empty and the 6 senses are extinguished.
Buzz.
The Dao bone in Lin Yi's chest glowed with a faint light, and if he looked closely, it seemed that there was a wisp of gold color mixed in with the white light.
Tear away.
Tearing his clothes apart, he was able to clearly see that the cloud pattern on his chest was shining brightly at the moment. It was this cloud pattern that pulled him back from the brink of death. At the same time, the red rosary on Lin Yi's wrist also looked extremely strange. Just now, when he died, an inexplicable force was sucked into this rosary.
A page of Buddhist scriptures also appeared inside Lin Yi's sea of consciousness. Is this what's called chance? Lin Yi didn't have time for any chances right now. He needs to leave here. This bronze coffin is really a bit weird, if not wrong. The red light in that coffin just now is not a strange thing at all. Rather, the eyes of a living being? When you gaze into the abyss returns the gaze. Was he just in a stare down with a creepy being?
Lin Yi, who figured this out, instantly felt his scalp tingle.
Broken temples, burial chambers, evil Buddhas, coffins.
These elements were intertwined, and it was pure luck that he was still alive up to this point.
Open system. Lin Yi. You big. Oops, you opened the voice. Hey. You okay? Good brother.
Originally, the system seemed to be cursing, but the moment the voice picked up, he immediately changed his drawing style.
I'm fine, system. With your insight ability, are you able to see clearly the beings inside this bronze coffin? A living soul? Isn't that thing just a coffin? The material is nice, but there's nothing inside. Lin Yi didn't say anything else. It seemed that the things inside couldn't even be seen by the system. Since that was the case, let's just leave.
Anyway, red rosary beads or that page of Buddhist scriptures, he had gotten enough chances.
Finding a place to get a good look around is the way to go.
Thinking of this, Lin Yi turned around and left without the slightest bit of lingering. Walking on top of the modeled tunnels, it was awfully quiet all around. If this wasn't the world of immortal cultivation, but one of those ordinary worlds, it was estimated that at this moment, Lin Yi's sweat hairs would have risen. All the way up the system in that chatter, Lin Yi also did not close. No other. In this gloomy environment, a chatterbox is still able to enliven the atmosphere. Just at this time, the system seemed to be stuck, and the words directly swallowed back in the middle of the sentence.
Brother, buddy. Hearing the system's somewhat trembling voice, Lin Yi was puzzled. What's wrong with you? You. What the hell did you put on your back? At those words, Lin Yi's eyes widened and his body instantly froze in place. To say that there was something on his back, needless to say, it was naturally that white jade sword case, and he was even able to feel the slightest bit of coolness coming from the white jade sword case. But because his attention had been on being alert to his surroundings, he actually didn't notice. Isn't the white jade sword case a bit too heavy?
Lin Yi loosened the sword case belt around his waist, and the moment he turned around, a sword finger chopped through.
Dang!
The crystalline jade-like fingers rested directly against a mottled and worn bronze coffin, and the loud sound made the tunnels tremble.
Why? That bronze coffin actually followed him out. Not only that, the white jade sword box seemed to be assimilated and absorbed by the bronze coffin, or rather, the sword box was now the bronze coffin. At this point, the bronze coffin had shrunk to nearly a person's height. There was also a belt on top of it, the very belt that Lin Yi used to tie the white jade sword case. He could even feel his 12 spirit swords hidden inside the bronze coffin. Aha! The system once again let out a crashing shriek. God damn it, he was just a system, and a system from the world of immortal cultivation. How did he get involved with ghosts and monsters? What's up with this bronze coffin? Unlike the system that was about to cry out, at this moment, Lin Yi calmed down instead. He had already personally realized the weirdness and ominousness of the bronze coffin. Now that the bronze coffin had assimilated the white jade sword box, he would have to carry the bronze coffin if he still wanted that powerful sword box. It's a blessing that can't be avoided. Lin Yi clenched his teeth and walked directly to the front of the bronze coffin, ignoring the ominous aura emanating from it, and directly grabbed the belt and tied it to his body once again. At this moment, Lin Yi was dressed in red, carrying a bronze coffin, and above his wrist was a rosary bead that emitted a bloody resentment. The once teenage white-clad sword fairy is no longer there. Dude! You quickly put it down, I'm scared. How about this, you throw this thing away, and I'll find a way to snatch a white jade sword case back for you, okay? Lin Yi turned a deaf ear to the systems pleas. Want to get what have to take the risk, this bronze coffin needless to say, there must be a big secret inside, only at this time he is not capable of exploring what is hidden inside. Not to mention, this bronze coffin has killed him once. It would have been just as well if it had just left, and it was haunting itself? Then let's see who's got a hard life. A ruthlessness appeared in Lin Yi's eyes. He was already stubborn, and now a broken coffin is playing a scaring game with him? Then we'll see if it can scare itself to death, or if it opens its secrets and takes it apart. With that thought in mind, the coffin-carrying teenager headed out of the tunnel. Rumble. Walking to that dark door, the bronze coffin emitted a ghostly light and the dark door opened automatically. Chapter 29: The Second Son of Heaven's Destiny. Boom! The first moment he stepped out of the dark door, Lin Yi removed the bronze coffin from his back. It was directly aimed at the Buddha statue and smashed it. Accompanied by a deafening roar, that Buddha statue also directly collapsed. There wasn't even a speck of dust on top of the bronze coffin. Lin Yi calmly put the bronze coffin back on his back and whispered to the Buddha statue, "When I say I'm going to smash you, I'm going to smash you, I'll make you look at me." After leaving these words behind, Lin Yi turned around and walked towards the outside. In the middle of the broken temple, the broken Buddha statue emitted an eerie glow, a bizarre scene that no one saw. Lin Yi, who had left the barren mountains, found a small nearby town to settle in. After all, this was the world of cultivators, and no matter which city or pool, there were rest houses that were specifically responsible for serving cultivators, and even practice rooms. After handing over a few spirit stones, Lin Yi walked into the middle of the practicing room and began to check the page of Buddhist scriptures in his sea of consciousness. The sutra shone with golden light and emitted a metaphysical aura. Touching the sutra lightly with his consciousness, a burst of Buddhist sound rushed into his mind. One-page sutra. This is the name of the scripture, such a precious and solemn sutra, but the scripture above is too deviant. Not to mention persuading people to be good, it is simply an evil scripture that turns all people into puppets. Such a scripture would probably be held as a treasure only by demonic cultivators. Lin Yi would want to destroy the scripture, but realized that it was able to help him maintain a clear mind when it was subdued in his spiritual platform. In other words, the scripture itself was a magic treasure. If there were any magic treasures or techniques that specialized in attacking the divine soul, they would definitely be able to block them with this scripture. With this discovery, Lin Yi lost the idea of destroying it. The big deal was that he didn't need the scriptures on it. Now the seal of the human emperor had been subdued in his chi-si, a page of scriptures was subdued in his spiritual platform, and the bronze coffin protected his body. It's not an exaggeration to say that it's a triple blossom. Truly, there is not a single dead spot on the entire body. Next was the string of red rosary beads. Lin Yi had already tried to integrate his spiritual energy into them, but the 18 small worlds were still in a blocked state. Definitely not enough of a realm to see through the confusion. Still need to be strong as soon as possible to be able to
With this in mind, Lin Yi got the spirit stones out of his Qian Kuan ring and used them to cultivate. Being a mid-Jindan cultivator himself, the cloud pattern on his chest also lit up slightly while he was cultivating with the spirit stone, and the crimson-colored rosary bead also emitted wisps of blood qi around his circumference. He didn't know how long he had been cultivating for, but when Lin Yi opened his eyes, he had inexplicably advanced 2 small realms, directly reaching the peak of Jindan.
If you want to break the boundary, it is useless to just sit in bitter meditation.
The woman who had come to rescue Zhengqi in the middle of the bazaar chamber earlier had interested Lin Yi, and in their haste, the two of them had gone toe-to-toe. But don't forget that Lin Yi was the main body, while that woman was a shadow. Violet Kite called that woman her sister, which meant that she was of the younger generation. If everyone in the younger generation had this kind of strength, Lin Yi would need to hurry up and strengthen himself before he could get his hands on the position of Saint Sun. The reason why he wanted this so-called Saint Sun position was because, only by becoming a Saint Sun would he have a constant stream of resources to use for cultivation. The grandmother inside the ring said that someone was watching him from the depths of the universe. It now seems certain that the path set by his own father to find his mother will not go well either. To get to the bottom of everything, you need strength. In the past, Lin Yi always felt that he possessed the destiny of the Son of Heaven, and that he only needed to follow the trajectory, and sooner or later, he would be able to witness the great Dao.
Now it seems that. Alas! Lin Yi sighed lightly, he hadn't forgotten what kind of contraption he was bound to. The villain system. What are the main objectives?
It is, of course, to devour the individual sons of Heaven's destiny.
He's not the only one in this world who's a chosen one.
You know, when he was in the Blue Star, those novels Lin Yi had read, there wasn't a single son of destiny in them that wasn't outrageous. Getting stronger was like drinking water. This kind of feeling prevented Lin Yi from stopping for a moment, his mind gradually changing. Lin Yi, who walked out of the cultivation room, suddenly saw a group of cultivators hurrying to the outside of the city, and under the inexplicable, pulled over a cultivator to open his mouth to ask,
"This fellow Taoist, what are you going to do in such a hurry?"
"You." There was a burst of fire from being pulled suddenly, but then the cultivators saw Lin Yi's dress. Red clothes like red blood, a bronze coffin behind his back, and a rosary in his hand that emanated resentment.
With that outfit, it's either a demonic practitioner or a BT. Definitely someone not to be messed with anyway.
That cultivator's eyes instantly turned from anger to clarity. The beast tide is here. The 100,000 great mountains have begun to riot for some unknown reason.
Tide of the beast.
Lin Yi had naturally heard about the beast tide when he was once in Yu City. The ferocious beasts would not leave the 100,000 great mountains under normal circumstances, but that was also under normal circumstances, and once they rioted, they would play with their lives and rush outside. All the cities, buildings, and living beings in the way will be destroyed by the constant tide of beasts.
I didn't expect to actually meet him. Isn't that a bit of a coincidence? Is this how the Chosen One is treated? Troublesome entangled bodies that explode wherever they go. He's got 2 words of ill fate inside his destiny. Seeing that Lin Yi didn't say anything, the cultivator quietly slipped away. He would rather face the beast tide than this person with an evil aura.
Ding dong.
Discovering the Chosen One.
While Lin Yi was still pondering, the system's beep suddenly sounded.
Especially if the system says it. Destiny's child? The first person you've met with the same destiny has appeared? This has to be met. System, where is the newly appeared heavenly fate? Southwest, 3 miles away.
Lin Yi looked around. At this moment in the southwest direction, the sky has been completely dark. Layers of robbery's clouds shroud the sky. From time to time descends thunder, as if the world is destroyed in general.
That's where the beast tide is headed. In other words, that heaven's destined son is going to reap the benefits inside the beast tide? That's not good. We're all destined for heaven. I have to have my share of any favors.
Thinking of this, Lin Yi transformed into a stream of light and sped towards the southwest wind.
Outside the city gates at this time, dark clouds rolled in and darkness enveloped everything.
The ferocious beasts came in like a tidal wave, their silhouettes looking particularly hideous in the moonlight. Above the city walls, the cultivators nervously gripped their magical treasures, their gazes fixed on the threat ahead. They weren't there to guard the city, they just wanted to see if they could reap the benefits in the midst of the beast tide. The ferocious beasts let out deafening roars, their footsteps causing the earth to tremble, and some of the monsters were as huge as small mountains, waving their thick arms and destroying everything in their path.
Chapter 30 Chu Hao. At this time, at a corner of the city wall, 2 young cultivators stood together, and they were followed by an old man.
Miss, hurry up and leave with me. I've already notified the nearby clans, soon they'll send people, the beast tide is too dangerous. The old man persuaded the young woman bitterly. The woman is only 18 or 19 years old, tall, voluptuous, elegant demeanor, black hair such as paint skin like jade, beautiful eyes look forward, the most attention is the pair of long legs, close-fitting white pants worn on her body, simply let a person want to get into the wrong. Hearing the old man's words, the young girl shook her head and turned her gaze to the teenager at the side. Little Hao, do you really want to stay? The teenager called Xiao Hao had a clear face, but his body was very strong, and a strong suit was worn on his body, emphasizing that robust body. He looked at the tidal wave of ferocious beasts with an incomparably resolute expression. Senior sister, there are still many ordinary people within this city who have not been evacuated. Can we expect those who are watching the fire from the other side of the river to come and save them? At those words, the young girl's pretty face carried a trace of anxiety. But how can you hold back the beast tide alone? I probably won't be able to block it, but it's good to buy some more time. Senior sister, you should quickly leave with Uncle Fu, I'll be fine. You. The young girl was furious for a while, then she gambled, if you don't leave, I won't leave either, otherwise, even if I go back, I won't be able to explain to my master. This. The young man pondered for a moment and spoke, if senior sister doesn't leave, please don't get involved in my fight. Blocking those ferocious beasts is both for the sake of the people in this city and for me to sharpen myself. On the side, Fubo said with an ugly face, kid, don't you understand what kind of situation you are in yourself? You are only at the foundation establishment stage of cultivation and you still want to hold back the beast tide? Hurry up and leave with me, if not, the lady won't go. What do those people in the city have to do with you? Humph. The teenager snorted coldly, Uncle Fu, I really didn't expect you to be able to say such words. We belong to the same human race, how can it be okay? Are we going to let these ferocious beasts slaughter my human race? What a joke. You're afraid, but I'm not. Being taught such a lesson by a teenager, Fubo's face obviously couldn't hang on, extending his finger to the teenager and angrily rebuking, you. Well said. Just as Fubo was about to say something, a voice interrupted him. The three of them turned their heads to look, and at some point, a red-clothed teenager carrying a coffin walked up to them. He was the one who opened his mouth just now. Kid, what are you? Uncle Fu already had a belly full of anger, and when he saw Lin Ye's appearance, he opened his mouth without the slightest hint of politeness. Me? Lin Ye pointed at himself and laughed lightly, I'm a passerby, just now I was just listening to this fellow Taoist's words of justice, which moved me a bit, and only then did I open my mouth to call out. As he spoke, the teenager's panel was also displayed in front of Lin Ye's eyes. Name Chu Hao. Bone age, 17. Cultivation level, peak foundation establishment. Physique, bastard emperor body. Destiny, son of heaven, peach blossom luck, late bloomer, ill-fated, parents double king, luck plus. Seeing Chu Hao's golden panel, Lin Yi wasn't surprised, after all, he started with the same words. But this parental double king is kind of interesting. This Taoist brother, are you also here to stop the beast tide? Seeing Lin Ye's appearance, for some unknown reason, Chu Hao's heart felt a bit intimate and subconsciously opened his mouth to inquire. Aha! Lin Yi nodded, this body of cultivation, if not to be able to bless the people, at least to benefit a party, otherwise also cultivate what immortal, go home and plant vegetables to forget. The young girl on the side couldn't help but secretly nod her head when she saw that this handsome young man who had suddenly appeared had actually said something like this. I had thought that this young generation, all for the sake of some immortal path or something like that, had forgotten the original heart of being a human being. I didn't realize that there was anyone else who had this bare heart like junior brother. And judging by his appearance and temperament, he should still be a disciple of a large sect. Dao brother, I am Chu Hao, a disciple of the Xianyu sacred land. This is my senior sister, Ling Ruocheng. I haven't asked for your name yet? There's no need to be so polite, just call me Lin Yi. So it's brother Lin. When Chu Hao heard what Lin Yi had said earlier, he even treated this person as someone with the same character as himself, and his good feelings increased greatly for a while. Humph. No matter what, in the midst of the fun, there's always someone who messes up. The man was Fubuki on the side. He snorted coldly, what Lin Yi said just now was clearly aimed at him, so the more he looked at Lin Yi, the worse he looked at him, and mocked, sheltering the living? Benefiting a party? Who do you think you are? The great emperor of the ancients? The most important thing in immortal cultivation is talent and heart. As for the affairs of others, what has it got to do with you? Even if these people died in the beast tide, it was their destiny. If Uncle Fu. Before Uncle Fu could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by Ling Ruocheng's petulant voice, you hurry back to me.
Miss, it's out of your hands, the master sent me to follow you, you must leave with me.
Having been disturbed by a junior one after another, Uncle Fu clearly ran out of patience and intended to use strong arm tactics to take his own young lady away. Just as his wither-like hand was about to touch Ling Ruocheng's white wrist, a slender hand grabbed his arm. Fu Bo turned his head to look. At some point, the red-clothed teenager had already come to his side, and it was the other party who grabbed his arm.
Kid, what do you want? This is my... Snap. Fu Bo hadn't even finished his sentence when his face suddenly hurt. That red-clothed teenager actually slapped him in the face? Put.
A mouthful of blood mixed with a few fallen teeth, Fu Bo looked at Lin Yi with a face full of incredulity.
The latter laughed softly. I'm talking to you nicely, but you think I'm being nice. What's the reasoning for that? Old dog, you don't think you're strong, do you? Kid. You seek death.
Uncle Fu did not expect that he, a Yuaning stage cultivator, would be insulted like this. With a wave of his hand, he offered a copper lamp from the Sea of Qi, letting his spiritual energy burrow into it like a snake, and the two were united, illuminating the sky. The copper lamp hung high in the sky, spilling down a flame that burned towards Lin Yi, the scorching temperature distorting the void.
Brother Lin, be careful. Fubuki, stop.
Hearing Chu Hao and Ling Ruocheng's cries, Uncle Fu became even angrier.
Let an outsider beware. And what about me, do I deserve to die?
With this in mind, the aura in Fu Bo's hands flourished, and the entire city wall brightened under the light of the fire.
Kid, die.
Fu Bo maneuvered the sea of fire, wanting to incinerate Lin Yi directly. Lin Yi, who saw the scene, had a slight disdain on his face.
You call this a baby? You don't even need a sword to hit you. Only to see Lin Yi waving his fist, striking towards that copper lamp, his battle power like waves, rolling the remnants of clouds, his fist covered in white light, cutting through the air like a star rumbling and crushing through the sky, causing the void to tremble continuously. Chapter 31, Rushing into the Beast Tide. That roiling wave of fire was pierced by Lin Yi's punch. The sky seemed to be raining meteors and fire, and the bronze lamps in the void were shaking continuously. The cultivators in the distance were watching the clash that was happening here, and they were all in awe of Lin Yi's battle prowess. The aura on that Fu Bo was clearly that of a Yuaning cultivator. Lin Yi, however, is a Jindan, and he's using Jindan to fight against Yuaning? To actually have such a powerful battle force. Which clan's pride is this? Fu Bo's face was reddening at this moment, obviously not expecting his moves to be broken by a junior's punch. The air was still filled with the powerful divine energy from Lin Yi's punch. For such a youngster, at such an age, to actually have such majestic battle power, he was either a rare genius or an elite heir cultivated by the Holy Land. Since we've already offended him, let's just slaughter him and definitely not cause trouble for ourselves later. When he thought of this, Fubuki's eyes stared. The copper lamp emitted a ghostly light in the void. Fu Bo made seals with both hands and shot out dozens of spiritual energy to surge to the copper lamp. Buzz! The copper lamp continued to grow larger in the void, and the ethereal light within it flourished, and immediately afterward, that ethereal light burst out and transformed into a ferocious blade, tearing through the air and slashing longitudinally towards Lin Yi. Chopping shape destroying god blade. Uncle Fu bellowed out, veins rippling on his forehead as spiritual energy gushed out from his body, clearly using his full strength. The ferocious knife exuded an ominous and bizarre aura, and the copper lamp was Fu Bo's original treasure, supplemented by various heavenly materials and geomancers to condense, but also integrated into the souls of ferocious beasts. The breakthrough was unstoppable. It was as if there were powerful beasts roaring in the air. Facing this strong slash, Lin Yi showed disdain. Even the light of a glowing fire wants to compete with the white moon? He palmed into sword fingers. A wheel of moonlight appeared behind him. The Sword of Equal Chaos Technique, Moon Chapter. With the rising of the bright moon, the surroundings were instantly lit up, and the meaning of coolness and loneliness surrounded the hearts of all the onlookers. It was an earth-shattering killing intent derivation with incredible killing power. The bright moon is beautiful but hidden. Swish! The sword light shot out, and the cold aura flourished. The bright moon in the air directly met the absolute ferocious sword. The imagined big collision didn't appear. The soft moonlight directly obliterated that overwhelmingly ferocious blade without a sound. Click here. Cracks appeared around the circumference of the copper lamp. Put. When the essence treasure was injured, under the pull of his mind, Fu Bo directly sprayed out a mouthful of blood. Kid. You. Pust. The sound of entering flesh rang out, and at some point, Lin Yi had arrived in front of Fu Bo under the illumination of the moonlight, and two slender fingers were inserted into his chest. You won't get a second chance.
Lin Ye's gaze held a hint of blood in it.
Fubuki was too scared by the look to move. Brother Dao.
Well, he should have been taught a lesson already. Chu Hao came forward at this time, seemingly wanting to stop Lin Yi.
The latter looked at Chu Hao, with a hint of inexplicable meaning on his face. I should have been the same as you, but
I will send you a sentence. When breaking the rules, I don't want tuition for this lesson. At this moment, Fubuki's hands were behind his back, as if he was reaching for something. Just moments before his hand was outstretched. Swish! Blood light rushed to the sky. With the flash of sword chi, his head instantly took off, and then fell downwards again. He was still holding a special weapon in his hand and wanted to attack towards Lin Yi, but obviously, he didn't have that chance anymore.
Uncle Fu! Ling Ruocheng couldn't help but chortle out. Although Fu Bo had this and that bad, but after all, it was her housekeeper, and very loyal to her, and now see the body had split in the form of a family, where she could keep calm. A pair of beautiful eyes stared straight at Lin Yi, as if they were about to strike the next moment. And Lin Yi likewise returned the gaze. If she dared to make a move, then it would be better to just let her go down to accompany that so-called Fu Bo. Senior Sister Ling. Just as the atmosphere was tense, Chu Hao hurriedly spoke. It was Uncle Fu who struck first, as you can see, not to mention, Brother Dao was merciful just now, and Uncle Fu actually had to sneak attack. Dao brother was merely defending himself. If Senior Sister Ling wants to blame, then blame me. You. Hey. Looking at her beloved senior brother, Ling Ruocheng sighed and ultimately did not say anything to Chu Hao to blame him. Unbeknownst to him, Lin Ye's hand had been placed behind his back, and only when he saw that Ling Ruocheng had given up on dealing with him did the sword light on his fingers dissipate. The first Destiny's child to be encountered. Lin Yi still wanted to learn more about this so-called Heaven's Destiny trait from Chu Hao's body. If it wasn't a necessary moment, Lin Yi didn't want to lay a deadly hand on him. Brother Dao. Chu Hao was afraid that if this continued, his own senior sister would inevitably have a head twitch and take a shot at this Dao brother he had just met, so he hastily changed the topic. The beast tide is already about to come. Dao brother, do you want to go forward with me to stop the beast tide? Lin Yi nodded and smiled, naturally. Ling Ruocheng, who was on the side, also stepped forward. Senior brother, since your mind is made up, I won't stop you anymore, but I'm going to go with you. Well. Originally, Chu Hao really didn't want to put his own senior sister in danger. But after seeing the determined look on the other's face, he gritted his teeth and agreed. Under the shocked gazes of the crowd of cultivators, the teenage girl rushed towards the wave of beasts below the city. Roar! The ferocious beasts let out earth-shattering roars as they quickly raced towards the side of the city. Right at this moment, 3 streams of light rushed straight into the midst of the beasts. Boom! In just an instant, dozens of ferocious beasts directly flew backwards. Although Chu Hao's realm was only foundation establishment, his physique was strong and unrivaled, and when he faced those ferocious beasts, he was able to smash them out sideways with just a pair of fists. Ling Ruocheng's spirit sword in her hand, wielded out a cold and icy intent, and with one swing of the sword, several ferocious beasts were directly turned into ice crystals. 2 people, 1 fist to the flesh, the other is like an elf in the ice slowly dance. Only Lin Ye's side was simply a bloody hell. The moment he rushed into the beast tide, he turned his hands into sword fingers and slashed continuously at the surrounding ferocious beasts. Blood and severed limbs were flying. He was like a big mill of flesh and blood. The fierce beasts that rushed up all entered into his mill, and none of them were able to die in one piece. Swish, swish, swish. Several more ferocious beasts turned into broken pieces, and Lin Ye's face wore a faint smile. He realized that with the human emperor scripture running, all the blood chi from the death of these ferocious beasts poured into his body. To the usual cultivators, these ferocious beasts were monsters with no spiritual intelligence. But for him, it was a tonic. Every inch of his flesh and blood was getting stronger. The emperor of man's scripture feeds killing by killing? With this discovery, Lin Yi became even more frantic. Boom! The bronze coffin opened and the 12 spirit swords inside shot out, aiming at those ferocious beasts for another round of slaughter. Chapter 32 Sun and Moon over the sky. Along with the gusts of killing, Lin Ye's body gradually radiated an eerie bloodlight. The string of rosary beads in his hand even seemed to come alive in general, greedily absorbing the surrounding blood chi. Roar! Just as Lin Yi was getting excited about killing, at the back of the beasts, a giant ferocious beast that looked like a small mountain took large strides towards Lin Ye's side. I don't know how many of my kind were trampled into meat cakes on the way. But its huge eyes stared at Lin Yi with a deadly glare.
Seeing the ferocious beast coming in his direction, Lin Ye's eyes narrowed lightly. He wanted to try and see if the stronger the ferocious beast was, the more reinforcement he would receive. With this in mind, before the beast could come over, Lin Yi directly shot towards the beast like a stringed arrow. At the same time, the 12 spirit swords traveled with him. Boom, boom, boom. Each step of the ferocious beast caused the earth around it to tremble. A look of mockery actually appeared on that hideous face as it saw the watching human charging towards it. Immediately after that, his arm bent backward and his fist, which seemed to be carrying bone armor, slammed forward. Boom! The punch made a loud sonic boom before it was completely struck. Although the ferocious beasts were not able to utilize spiritual energy, their physique was extremely strong, especially that small mountain-like ferocious beast, with such a tall body. Their strength was needless to say. Facing the fist that made the void explode, Lin Ye's expression was calm and volatile as he turned his hands into sword fingers and 12 spirit swords intertwined in the air, forming a sword formation. The silhouettes of the moon and the great sun emerged behind him. Cold and silent, burning everything. Two very different types of sword intent appeared across the sky. A horrifying sight occurred. A round of bright moon was like a great mill of annihilation slowly swirling around his left hand, and a round of great sun was like an immortal divine furnace, slowly rotating in front of his right hand. The supreme pressure filled out, the heaven and man united. He was like an ancient god, pushing the sun and the moon. The surrounding ferocious beasts that were weaker were all intimidated by this pressure. It was not a fear of death, but a natural fear of that sun and moon pressure. Those cultivators standing on the city walls in the distance were also dumbfounded when they saw this scene. Which clan's heavenly pride is this? It's actually so strong. The sun and moon are in the sky, and the sword breaks the heaven and earth. This person's sword intent is simply terrifying. The same are all Jindan stage cultivators in front of him, just that overflowing sword chi alone is capable of causing them to die. All dressed in red, carrying a bronze coffin as a sword case. I've never heard of such a character. Could it be those ancient Jedi hidden within the divine origin? Impossible. The Golden Great World has just begun. How could the Jedi appear at this time? Then how do you explain his battle prowess? In the midst of the beast tide, that ferocious beast obviously also sensed Lin Ye's threat, and it roared up to the sky, its other fist similarly striking out towards Lin Yi. The two fists one after the other carried supreme pressure and ruthlessly smashed over. Lin Yi was clearly planning to fight hard this time. Facing the incoming fist, he pushed the sun and moon with his hand and directly met it. Boom! A huge roar resounded through the heavens and earth. The hundreds and thousands of ferocious beasts around them all turned into powder. Even Shu Hao as well as Ling Ruoqing, who were fighting in the distance, flew backwards due to the might of this force, and it was only with great difficulty that they were able to stabilize themselves. The two of them fixed their eyes and instantly sucked in a breath of cold air. A deep pit that looked like a rift valley appeared in the center of the beast tide. It was as if the stars in the universe had fallen and smashed out on the ground. The surrounding ferocious beasts that were close turned into powder, and those that were a little farther away became pieces of meat. As for the small mountain-like ferocious beast, half of its body was completely blown apart. That red-clothed teenager slowly landed on the ground under the illumination of the moonlight. His red clothes did not have half a wrinkle, and apart from his face being a bit pale, he did not have the slightest injury at all. Where exactly is this? Brother Lin's heavenly pride. It's simply terrifying. Shu Hao's eyes carried a few envy in them. He also wanted to become this strong, nay his current physique was not completely unsealed. Only able to awaken his physique through a fight. Ling Ruoqing on the other side frowned slightly. She was similarly shocked by Lin Ye's power, and at the same time, for some reason, there was a hint of scorn in her heart for this teenager. It was as if the two were competing rivals. Having only just met each other, what do the two have to compete about? Is it a competition for the future immortal path? But if it was the immortal path, all the cultivators in the entire universe were competitors, so why did he have that sense of competition for this young man? Lin Yi, who had landed on the ground, felt the rushing qi and blood in his body with a cozy look on his face. Fruity. His guess was right. The stronger the ferocious beast, the more benefits it would bring him. In order to deal with that giant hand, he used his bottom card, running the Ping Chaos Sword technique to the extreme, and even using the Dragon Slayer technique. That's how you kill your opponent in one blow. The spiritual energy in his body was mostly depleted, but the gains were huge. The first thing was that his realm had already broken through from the Jindan stage to Yuaning, and that was what happened if you didn't break through. Early stage of Yuaning. If he had been in that place in Yuqing, he would have been able to call himself a king. That's just the cultivation gain, and then there's the physique. His current physique was not to say that it was invulnerable to swords and spears, but it was at least several times stronger than that of an ordinary cultivator, and was even able to compare to those cultivators who specialized in body refining. If we could find more of these ferocious beasts and kill them, I wonder what kind of state my physique will be strong to by the end of the day. At the thought of this, Lin Ye's eyes glowed red, and the way he looked at the surrounding ferocious beasts was almost as if he was looking at a pile of feasts. There was very little spiritual energy left in his body, but so what? Keep getting stronger to do so. Swish swish swish. 12 sword lights crossed, and those spirit swords once again returned to Lin Ye's side and began to chop away at those ferocious beasts. Lin Ye quickly immersed himself in this killing. That feeling of gradually becoming stronger mesmerized him, and he became a meat grinder in the midst of the beast tide, accompanied by blood and broken meat wherever he went. But even in the midst of this metaphysical feeling, he did not completely lose his rationality. There were incomparably strong and ferocious beasts in the rear, each of which was not comparable to the previous one, so he chose to kill them in a circle. As long as you don't go to the back, then won't you be able to get stronger without worrying? But as he killed, Lin Yi noticed the problem. These ferocious beasts didn't look like an ordinary beast tide. Unusual beast waves were only meant to attack the surrounding cities, but this time, these ferocious beasts in front of them instead seemed to be fleeing for their lives. That's right, on the run. There seemed to be something in those 100,000 mountains that made them afraid. The reason why this was discovered was because when Lin Yi was slaughtering the ferocious beasts, those beasts were basically passively resisting. Chapter 33, Where's my chance? The chance is in there? Lin Yi knew that if the ferocious beasts appeared to be moving in such a strange way, then something big had definitely happened inside. With both Heaven's Destiny sons in this city, it wasn't surprising that any chance existed. With that in mind, Lin Yi fought hard while considering how he was going to enter the depths of that dense forest. Those powerful beasts at the back were no joke. Even though he had now broken through to the Yuanying stage, his breath hadn't stabilized yet, so it wasn't easy to break through the wave of beasts. If he went around the road, even if he waited until he entered it, it was expected that the chance would have run out of sight. Riches and riches. Lin Yi gritted his teeth, and the 12 spirit swords were taken back into his coffin as his entire body glowed. A quick dash toward the back. Shu Hao, who was still fighting the ferocious beasts, didn't notice the situation over here, but Ling Ruoqing saw it. Her beautiful eyes had been watching the red-clothed boy. After all, the other party had an aura that was familiar yet unfamiliar to her. And that competitive feeling. Therefore, Ling Ruoqing's kept her attention on Lin Ye's body in addition to dealing with the surrounding ferocious beasts, seeing that he had begun to move. Although he was surprised in his heart, he followed all the same. She had to keep an eye on that guy. Lin Ye's palms turned into sword fingers, and for those weaker ferocious beasts around him, he directly tore them apart with a devastating aura. Strengthening the body was also restoring the spiritual energy. These ferocious beasts were simply not enough to fear. What was difficult was to break through the blockade line of those powerful ferocious beasts at the very back. Although the ferocious beasts did not have spiritual energy, so there was no realm division. However, it had a combat power that corresponded to the cultivator's realm. The one before should have been at the Yuanying stage, and the terrifying aura of flesh and blood at the back was definitely above Yuanying. I'm afraid that there are even those at the stage of ensoulment. In this situation, it was basically impossible to break through head-on. Dragon Slayer. Right. Lin Yi suddenly remembered his own base card. That dragon slaughtering technique was able to strengthen the flat trouble sword technique, and naturally, it was also able to strengthen itself. With this in mind, a faint ethereal light surged through Lin Ye's entire body. His aura became bizarre and ferocious in a moment, just like a devil descending into the world. Boom! Between the stirring of sword chi, Lin Yi also turned into a stream of light and slammed straight towards the ferocious beasts at the back, his voice like thunder. The ferocious beasts in his path were all smashed to pieces by him. Those powerful ferocious beasts in the back saw this scene and their huge bodies blocked Lin Ye's front, clearly not intending to let him pass. But at this moment, Lin Ye's entire body was like a supreme sword, indestructible. The addition of the Dragon Slayer technique allowed him to tear through space and slam straight into the ferocious beast. Thumbs up! That mountain-like ferocious beast actually had a hole directly knocked out of its chest, and the stream of light that Lin Yi had transformed into also directly disappeared above the battlefield. Seeing this scene, Ling Ruoqing's palm lit up slightly, and with the appearance of a talisman, her aura completely disappeared. On the entire battlefield, Shu Hao was the only one left to fight against those ferocious beasts, and in the midst of killing them over and over again, his body was gradually evolving. On the other hand, Lin Yi, who had entered the middle of the forest, didn't care about the blood stains all over his body, and his spiritual energy overflowed out in all directions, spreading out to the surroundings. Trying to probe the source of that beast tide. Fruity. Nowadays, all the ferocious beasts near this forest have disappeared, except for a mountain peak in the distance, which exudes a strange Taoist rhythm. Right there! Feeling the Dao rhythm, Lin Yi's heart rejoiced. He had found the source. With that, he headed for the mountain. Because he had kept his attention on that Dao rhyme, he didn't even notice that a long-legged beauty was following behind him. Why is the scent there so strange? Is that where he's going? Ling Ruocheng obviously also sensed the aura in the mountains, while the intelligent woman also knew the source of this beast tide. There must be danger in that mountain. But again, with danger comes opportunity. Ling Ruocheng gritted her teeth. If Lin Yi could go, why couldn't she? Thinking of this, Ling Ruocheng remained hidden and chased after Lin Yi in the direction he had gone. Lin Yi didn't encounter any dangers along his journey. The ferocious beasts near this forest all rushed out, instead providing him with convenience. Soon, they came to the foot of the mountain and saw a cave that was shining with a 7-colored light. It doesn't even have to be said to know that there must be a chance in there. Lin Yi walked towards the cave. As soon as he entered the cave, he smelled an aura of blood, which was extremely thick, and there were streaks and streaks of plasma on the ground. It sure looks like it's been through countless fights in here. Did someone get there first? Thinking about this, Lin Yi became vigilant. He was here to seek opportunities, not to give away his head. Slowly walking towards the cave, the surroundings were unusually quiet. The deeper you went inside, the thicker the bloody atmosphere became, and even the ground was able to see the remnants of some ferocious beasts. What the hell is in here? Above the limbs of those ferocious beasts, there was still a powerful aura left behind, and if he wasn't wrong, these ferocious beasts were all Yuaning or above in battle power. So many ferocious beasts, but they all died here? Lin Yi took out the Heaven-Grade Spirit sword from the bronze coffin behind him. The whole person's muscles tensed, feeling all the movements around him. This cave now seemed to have only one exit. If he encountered some unbeatable existence, he had to react at the first opportunity. Lin Yi carefully walked into the deepest part of the cave. There were simply too many corpses of ferocious beasts to count, and there was a deep pit in the very center that was a pool of blood made of thick blood. Only unlike the corpses of those ferocious beasts, the aura inside this blood pool had disappeared. Absorbed by the living? What about the living? Other than the corpses of the ferocious beasts and the pool of blood, Lin Yi didn't see anything else, and there wasn't even a single fluctuation of breath around. Late? The veins on Lin Yi's forehead rippled. How could he not expect that the chance that came to him actually flew away? Even if the blood pool still had power, it would be fine. So much ferocious beast blood, if he jumped into it, he would still take off. Nope. Just as Lin Yi was planning to leave in a gloomy manner, he suddenly saw something reflecting in one of the corners of the cave. Walked up to find out. It's a skin. A snake skin. Just by looking at the faded snake skin, he knew how big the snake that had been in this cave before was, and if it were stretched out, it would probably be hundreds of meters long. This is about to turn into a dragon, isn't it? No wonder so many ferocious beasts were needed as supplements. Caves. Snakes. Tides of beasts. Lin Yi had all this information strung together in his head. Not long after, incredulously murmured, "This is the place where the divine favor is given to the divine fate's son?" Chapter 34. Don't look back, sister. It's my brother. The reason why he said that was because when he was in Blue Star, Lin Yi hadn't read a lot of novels. Isn't that what some of the episodes in there are about? The Destiny's Child stumbles into a cave by mistake, then sees a Medusa transiting, and this and that ensues. The combination of a divine favorite plus a wife. Simply a dream start. As a result, he came a step too late? Or was it that there were other Heaven's Destiny sons here besides him and Shu Hao who had come here to intercept them? Boom! Lin Yi punched above the mountain wall, and a large crater appeared above it. No, we can't return empty-handed. This snakeskin seems to be quite good. It looks like it's hard to be destroyed by swords. Take it away. With the idea that thieves don't go empty, Lin Yi intended to take this snakeskin away. Who would have thought that at this time, he suddenly sensed something strange. As he turned around, the spirit sword in his hand swung over. Wait a minute. It's me. The spirit sword was resting on top of a slender neck. Ling Ruocheng was standing there, a few drops of fragrant sweat running down her white forehead. Because Lin Yi was looking at the snakeskin there out of her mind, she walked up and wanted to ask what was going on. As a result, before she could even open her mouth, a spirit sword almost directly lords over her.
Seeing the visitor, Lin Yi frowned slightly. What are you doing here? You are so unreasonable. Could it be that you can come here but I can't? Ling Ruocheng was also furious. Lin Yi had killed her butler before, and now he had almost killed her. As a result, even if there was no guilt, they even looked at her so icily. You followed me? Lin Yi didn't have any pity on him and directly poked Ling Ruocheng's small mind. Exactly. Ling Ruocheng also had no intention of hiding it. Didn't you say before that you wanted to fight against the beast tied together with senior brother Chu Hao? Why did you quietly leave in the middle of it? Lin Yi was also a bit speechless as he looked at the woman in front of him. Are long legs so brainless too? If he didn't have a few good feelings about Chu Hao's person, he would have slaughtered this woman by now. I shouldn't need you to be in charge of my affairs, right? As for the matter of the beast tide, what I should contribute has already been done, and the rest of the matter, of course, needs to be done by those who are capable. Hearing what Lin Yi said, Ling Ruocheng's shell teeth clenched her lower lip. She wasn't the kind of unreasonable woman, only that when she remembered Fu Bo's death, her heart inevitably twisted a little. What is this? Just when Ling Ruocheng didn't know what to say, she also saw the snakeskin on the ground. The horrific aura of that snakeskin secretly alarmed her. I wonder what kind of existence there had been in this cave. Although there was some fear in his heart, he saw the 7-colored snakeskin and ghostly stretched out his hand. Wait! It was too late for Lin Yi to exit and stop it, and Ling Ruocheng touched the snakeskin. Thumbs up! A pink air mass rose up into the air and Lin Yi directly held his breath while Ling Ruocheng was sprayed. This is... In just an instant, Ling Ruocheng's beautiful eyes became mesmerized, and seeing this scene, how could Lin Yi not know what that pink aura was? This was supposed to be his chance. Damn! The pink gas surrounded Lin Yi as well as the angry kung fu, but he didn't care. After all, he had already held his breath. However, he didn't expect that breath to directly invade his body. Even the innate Dao body didn't carry that breath, as the breath itself was devoid of any Dao rhythm. This time, Lin Yi's face also turned red. Ling Ruocheng let out a cry at this moment, her entire body hanging onto Lin Yi's body, those long legs that were longer than a man's life constantly tugging at Lin Yi's heartstrings. Originally, Lin Yi was still able to use a page of scriptures in his divine soul to maintain his clarity. However, as Ling Ruocheng approached and the two auras merged, it seemed that his one-page scripture couldn't carry it anymore. Ling Ruocheng had completely lost her mind, and her entire body was rolling even hotter as she kept clinging to Lin Yi. It was your initiative. After saying that, Lin Yi pressed Ling Ruocheng down onto the boulder. Sibling, don't look back, I'm my brother. The tide of beasts outside the 100,000 great mountains, Chu Hao was still resisting it to the death. But those weak ferocious beasts he could still cut down with his physique. Those powerful ones appeared, he could no longer hold on, his entire body was covered in blood, and his face was a few shades paler. Just when he was about to hold out, a stream of light rushed towards the area. The nearby clans finally arrived. There was no lack of great powers among those cultivators, charging into the tide of beasts, their terrifying Dao rhythms tearing apart all those ferocious beasts. When the onlookers saw this scene, the cultivators also rushed forward, intending to pick up the pieces. The tide of beasts was quickly halted in its advance under the suppression of hundreds or thousands of cultivators. The heavens and earth were constantly shaking, the void collapsed, the buckets shifted, and countless Dao rules filled the void. This beast tide that was like a catastrophe was also completely wiped out amidst the devastating attacks of the cultivators. Chu Hao looked at the surrounding ruins and kept searching around, trying to find those two familiar figures, but he couldn't find them no matter how. It couldn't help but make him feel anxious. Senior sister and brother Lin, absolutely nothing will happen to you guys. This little friend. Just as Chu Hao was resting his broken body, intending to continue searching, a soft voice rang out. Immediately after that, several cultivators landed beside him. Obviously, they all looked at Chu Hao's powerful physique that was constantly fighting in the ferocious beasts. If such a person joined the sect, then they would have another powerful heavenly pride. Several seniors. Senior is looking for two friends. I'm afraid I won't have much time to chat with seniors. Chu Hao did not lose his manners under his anxiety. A few people looked at each other, and were obviously very satisfied with Chu Hao's character as well. Who is little friend looking for? I'm afraid that you won't be able to hold out for long with all your injuries like this, so take this pill first, and we'll take you to find someone. Thanks, senior. The matter was urgent, so Chu Hao did not have time to be polite and sat on the ground, and after taking the pills, his injuries were indeed slowly recovering. Soon, he was up from the ground.
Seeing the injuries on his body recovering this quickly, the few old men were even more satisfied. Although the pills were useful, being able to recover from injuries so quickly had nothing to do with one's own physique.
Such a powerful body must have some kind of special physique.
You can't miss out on such a heavenly pride.
Little friend, I wonder who you are looking for.
It's a man and a woman. The man is dressed in a red suit, he is a juvenile heavenly pride. The woman is my senior sister, dressed in white clothes and pants, her appearance is beautiful.
Beautiful. It's not even beautiful half the time.
Instead, his own face was red. Elder sister, I will soon become stronger, and when that time comes, I will tell you my feelings.
Chapter 35 Brother Lin, he's a good man.
There had been some regret that the physically strong kid in front of him had a clan. The result was the sudden sight of his reddened face.
It seems that this kid likes women. With a weakness, it's easy to do.
Find a few female disciples from the clan, seduce them, so that he can come directly to our clan is not impossible.
A man and a woman, right? Don't worry, we'll find them for you.
A few old men looked at each other and smiled. Obviously they all saw each other's little plans. While cleaning up the battlefield, they also started to look for the man and the woman. But after searching for several hours, still no trace of the two. Even those huge ferocious beasts were cleared away and not a single trace was found. As time passed, Zhu Hao became more and more anxious. Besides being his senior sister, Ling Ruoqing could be the one he adored. As for the other, Lin Yi, he was also familiar with him at first sight.
Two people just disappeared?
Zhu Hao continued searching without dying.
The other side. In the middle of the cave.
Along with the flashing blue light, Ling Ruoqing changed into a brand new dress, and it had to be said that her long legs made whatever she wore unique. At the moment, her pretty face was slightly pale, hiding a slight blush. While the beautiful eyes of Ru Shuwei were a bit lost in thought, after picking up the broken and blood-stained clothes on the ground, she looked straight at Lin Yi who was on the side.
Swish! The spirit sword was directly above Lin Yi's neck. Ling Ruoqing said with hatred in her tone, Lin Yi, you caused me harm.
Ha!
Lin Yi opened his mouth, unbelievably said, I harmed you?
Don't make a scene, it's clearly you who harmed me. I've told you not to touch it, you had to go and touch it.
And at the end of the day, you're the one who pounced, and you're still. Shut up.
Ling Ruoqing's pretty face was covered in shame and anger, and her beautiful eyes were filled with tears as she looked at Lin Yi. I really want to chop you up with a sword.
Chop it, chop it.
Lin Yi spread his hands, not meaning to resist in the slightest. Unbeknownst to him, his chi-si was trembling madly, the human emperor scripture was in constant motion, and if that spirit sword came any closer to him by half a point, the seal of the human emperor would directly surface to subdue it. Ling Ruoqing's beautiful eyes looked straight at Lin Yi, her hand holding the spirit sword trembling a little. She really wanted to chop the other party with a sword.
Nay, this matter is really not Lin Yi's fault, and
because of this kind of thing to kill people, the other party has not yet blocked the meaning of her Taoist heart will be uneasy.
But what now? Master Chu Hao.
Thinking of that resolute-faced teenager, Ling Ruoqing subconsciously backed up a few points, directly hitting the wall.
Careful.
A red light flashed by, and Lin Yi directly wrapped a hand around the other party's surplus waist, preventing her from falling to the ground. After all, those long legs are really hard to come by.
It would be unattractive to break it instead. Get off me.
Ling Ruoqing's jade hand pushed hard against Lin Yi's chest, trying to struggle out.
Well, well, well. Boo.
Lin Yi suddenly let go of his hand, directly causing Ling Ruoqing to fall to the ground, and the latter looked at Lin Yi with an incredulous expression, as if to say,
is that how you let go? Ahem.
What's that? Just now, but you let me let go. Fall down. This matter cannot be blamed on me. Ling Ruoqing's shell teeth clenched her lower lip, and after wiping the crystals between her eyebrows, she made an effort to stand up, but it was this action that seemed to have pulled the wound, and her eyebrow wrinkled slightly.
But at least they are practicing people.
Directly from the Qianquan ring took out an elixir, will be served, not a moment has been completely restored.
Lin Yi looked at this scene but was dumbfounded. This elixir can even cure that kind of injury?
Ling Ruoqing blankly glanced at the other party without any good reason and turned around to leave, but she seemed to have thought of something.
In an icy tone, he spoke, this matter is not to be told to Senior Chu, and also, from now on, let's not meet. You're lifting your fall pants and denying it.
Swish. Facing the spirit sword against his neck once more, Lin Yi said helplessly, all right, whatever you say.
Humph. Ling Ruoqing snorted coldly and turned to leave. Lin Yi removed that snake skin and left with it. The cave was instantly quiet. After a while,
swish.
Lin Yi went and returned, checking out the wave once more and muttered, "Surely the chance in here has gone? Forget it."
After leaving again, it wasn't long before he actually came back once more.
Well, it looks like there really isn't any.
Swish swish swish. After coming back 4 or 5 times in a row, talking to himself, finally, Lin Yi's figure disappeared completely. After a long time, fluctuations began to appear in that calm blood pool.
Immediately afterward, a seductive woman emerged from within.
That woman's face like hibiscus, eyebrows like willow, more than peach blossoms, and charming eyes are very seductive, skin like snow, a head of black hair pulled into a high bun of beauty, a bunch of plain waist, not a handful, a pair of uniform as jade like legs, white reflections, even the beautiful and petite lotus feet are also in the silent enchantment. Her big eyes with a smile containing playful containing demon, water cover fog around the ground, knee swing, small corner of the mouth slightly cocked, red lips slightly open like attracting a kiss. The moment she stepped out, the pool of blood transformed into a red robe that was draped over her body. It was difficult to use any words under the sky to fully describe this woman's charm.
It's simply the best thing on earth.
At this moment, she was staring straight at the cave entrance with those watery eyes. "Rather a vigilant little fellow, but you took my snake mold. This matter won't be forgotten just like that. I've memorized your scent. When I recover, I'll go looking for you." Lin Yi of course did not know that after he left, the chance came out of the blood pool. At this moment, he was returning to the outside of the city with Ling Ru watching. Looking at the corpses of ferocious beasts all over the ground, as well as the hundreds of cultivators, it was clear that the beast tide here had been resolved.
"Senior sister. Brother Lin." Seeing the two return, Chu Hao excitedly greeted them. "Sure enough, they're both fine. Master Chu."
When Ling Ru watching saw Chu Hao, her beautiful eyes carried a slight blankness, not knowing what she was thinking.
Apparently Chu Hao didn't notice Ling Ruocheng's abnormality and instead looked towards Lin Yi. "Brother Lin, where have you guys been?
I've been searching for a long time, and I thought you guys were in danger."
We're merely going inside the forest to check out the beast tide."
Before Lin Yi could open his mouth, Ling Ruocheng directly stepped forward to interrupt him.
"The beast tide situation?"
Chu Hao's pupils tightened, facing an endless tide of beasts and breaking into the forest. That was an unimaginable danger to endure. And since his own senior sister wasn't actually that powerful, it now seemed that the two were able to come out safely solely because of Brother Lin. "Brother Lin, thank you for helping me take care of senior sister,"
Chu Hao said with a solemn expression on his face. No.
Lin Yi waved his hand. "What are you polite with me? It's not a matter of passing.
Brother Lin is really a good man." Chapter 36 Little Southern Auction? Ling Ruocheng looked at Lin Yi with a ghostly gaze.
Another slightly grumbling look was given to his own senior brother.
"Thank him? You are unaware of what he actually did in the middle of the forest and what he has to be thankful for."
Chu Hao didn't have the kind of feats and systems that could peek into people's hearts, so of course, he didn't know what Ling Ruocheng was thinking at the moment. He was now giving all the credit to Lin Yi for his own senior sister being able to return safely.
As a result, the other party is still so humble. Isn't this a model of righteousness? "Brother Lin, I wonder where you're going next?" "I don't know."
Lin Yi shook his head. "I'm going out of the clan to practice. I haven't decided on a destination yet."
"Oh?"
Hearing Lin Yi's words, Chu Hao's eyes lit up. "That's right, Brother Lin, not far away, in the middle of a small southern country, an auction will soon be prepared, and the heavenly prides of all the nearby forces will all gather here."
"How about we pair up? A gathering of celestial pride?" This news was a pleasant surprise for Lin Yi.
Where there was a gathering of heavenly pride, there must be no small chance.
This so-called auction is certainly not simple. "There's no need, Senior Chu." Before Lin Yi could answer, Ling Ruocheng directly took over the topic. Lin Yi, he said before that there might be something else, so he shouldn't be able to travel with us." After she said that, she looked towards Lin Yi, her beautiful eyes full of threats. "Senior sister, how can you say that?"
Lin Yi hadn't responded yet, but Chu Hao directly stood out. "Brother Lin, he has just said that he doesn't have a destination. Could it be that you, senior sister, are still holding a grudge because of what happened to Uncle Fu before? Brother Lin, he protected you unharmed in the middle of the forest. We should be thanking him for that. That incident with Uncle Fu was also his fault. It's not Brother Lin's fault." Ling Ruocheng looked at the serious-faced senior brother and couldn't help but be speechless.
"Do you have any idea what's going on between the two of us that he's protecting me? He's so protective. Nursing me with a comment. Don't look back, sis. It's my brother." "What kind of talk is that?"
"Your stupid senior brother has to help count the money when he's been sold." Lin Yi spoke up at this time. However, Brother Chu, there's no need to cause a ruckus between the two of your fellow siblings over me.
Brother Lin. What kind of words are these? We traveled in pairs.
It is necessary to travel to the little southern kingdom together. After saying that, he didn't wait for Ling Ruoqing to say something else before directly deciding on this matter. Lin Yi gave Ling Ruoqing a helpless look, as if to say, you see, I refused, he insisted I go. Seeing that there was no way out, Ling Ruoqing had no choice but to acquiesce to this fact. Though several old men had certainly seen Ling Ruoqing and Lin Yi.
Are all Heaven's Pride mass-produced now? Both of this one Heaven's Pride's friends are also Heaven's Pride?
If all three of these people were to come to our clan, TSK, it's hard to imagine how much benefit we'd get from this golden great world.
But come on, didn't you hear what that girl doll just called the boy in red? Hayao Shiba? What's going on? The one from the sacred land of ultimate bliss? Why did this little devil come out? Didn't he say he was in seclusion at the sacred land of ultimate bliss? Quickly!
Immediately tell the young disciples of the sect that they absolutely can't cause any trouble.
Or else it will be a big deal. What's that kid doing?
Just as a few people were talking, a young and handsome cultivator arrived in front of Ling Ruoqing.
Showing a self-proclaimed charming smile, this fellow Taoist, I wonder if I would have the honor of learning your name?
Seeing the annoying flies appear, the already upset Ling Ruoqing naturally did not have a good attitude.
Get out!
Being scolded so angrily by the other party in public, the young cultivator visibly stalled.
Lin Yi didn't feel the least bit surprised to see this scene. Destiny's daughter?
Especially in the face of the Destiny's son, a little fly that is normal, and then it is pretending to make a grudge and then pretending to make a grudge again and then make a grudge again. But just when Lin Yi thought the setup would play out before his eyes,
a harsh wind struck.
Immediately afterward, a crane-haired old man appeared beside the young man and slapped him across the face.
Elder Bai, you. Snap.
The young cultivator's face was slapped out of shape, and he directly flew backwards, crashing into a boulder with his life and death unknown. The crane-haired old man bowed slightly to the three young friends. This disciple of mine is young and unintelligent, and I, the division head, have come to apologize on his behalf for the matter of the sudden surprise of a beautiful woman.
Question mark. Lin Yi had a question mark on his face. What about the promised pretending to hit the face? You don't even give Chu Hao a chance to pretend to be a pussy, isn't that a bit excessive? Elder Bai don't have to be polite, it's not his fault, you even gave me pills before, Okay. It's alright. That's all. Farewell.
Before Chu Hao could finish his words, Elder Bai directly came with a 4 in a row, turned around and left without any lingering. Just before leaving, he vaguely glanced at Lin Yi next to him. This devil can't be messed with, and the group of lunatics from the sacred land of ultimate bliss can't be messed with even more. If it wasn't for his own resourcefulness in slapping that asshole kid, this little devil would have eaten that asshole kid's head? It's too scary. It's better to leave this place of wrongdoing quickly. A group of sect elders directly ordered the disciples to leave. Even some of the valuable ferocious beast materials were not wanted. Looking at the windy retreat in front of him, Chu Hao's eyes widened.
Are they on something important?
Ling Ruoqing, who was on the side, glanced at Lin Yi thoughtfully. Only Lin Yi himself was puzzled.
Are those people devils? Why else would they be a bit frightened to see me? As expected, the name of the Righteousness sect is indeed the nemesis of demonic cultivators. But how did they know that I was from the Zhengqi sect? Could they have heard my story?
Brother Lin, since it's already fine here, let's leave and go to the little southern kingdom ahead of time, so we can also figure out what exactly they're auctioning off.
Well, let's get going.
After saying that, the three of them directly sped off into the distance. Along the way, Chu Hao was worried that his own senior sister had been holding a grudge against Lin Yi, so he frequently rounded up the situation for the two of them, and even gave them space to speak alone, just to clear up any misunderstandings. But it's clear that it doesn't help. Her own senior sister seemed to treat that old housekeeper who had taken care of her with great affection, deliberately keeping her distance from Brother Lin.
Hey!
Chu Hao sighed darkly. Without the suffering of others, do not persuade others to be good. After all, Fu Bo died in the hands of Brother Lin. It is better to give the senior sister a period of time to calm down first. Lin Yi, on the other hand, was thinking. Those devil cultivators that he encountered before must have used some unknown means to find out about his identity as a disciple of the Zhengqi sect. This time, at the Little Southern Kingdom auction, all kinds of celestial pride gathered, so I think there should be people from the devil sect as well, right? At that time it would be just right to see if they could recognize my identity, and if they did, they would have to use their means to force some questions about how they really knew.
Chapter 37, The Return of the System.
The little southern kingdom was said to be very close, but in reality, that was in terms of a cultivator's calculations. If an ordinary person just walked that slowly, it would be nice to walk for a year to get there. The three of them sped along without the slightest intention of conserving their spiritual energy. Anyway, they were going to the auction and not to fight. Soon, it came to a city gate. As far as the eye could see, above the huge city gates, 3 big words were written, Little Southern Kingdom. It was an ancient and solemn city with towering walls and interlocking masonry, as if telling of the vicissitudes of time. The gates of the city loomed large, wide, and heavy.
Entering the city, it was prosperous as far as the eye could see.
The stores along the street were full of all sorts of items, ranging from antiques and paintings to magic treasures and elixirs. There is an old bell tower in the center of the city, and the sound of the bells echoes in every corner of the ancient city. In the distance was a green hill that surrounded the ancient city like a natural barrier. The mountains are surrounded by clouds, adding a touch of mystery to the ancient city.
Brother Lin, senior sister, let's pick a restaurant to land in first.
Chu Hao took the lead, and he walked towards the front. Lin Yi and Ling Ruocheng walked behind, neither of them speaking. After a while, it was Ling Ruocheng who was the first to be unable to hold back.
Why did you? You come along?
Lin Yi had a puzzled look on his face. Wasn't it you guys who told me to come along, especially your good senior brother? He had to drag me here, I couldn't refuse.
No telling him about us. What is it? Ah, you mean inside the cave. Shut up.
Ling Ruocheng interrupted Lin Yi in shame and anger. Senior brother, he doesn't know what happened between us yet, and as you can see, his character is rather upright and simple, so I don't want him to get too close to you.
So what? To be honest, I'm actually quite innocent, really.
You?
Ling Ruocheng looked at Lin Yi with a look of contempt. You're simple and upright? Wasn't it you who said that?
And younger sibling, don't turn around, you clearly did it on purpose.
Who says that simple, decent people can't have a little fling? He's back. You're not allowed to talk nonsense.
Originally, the two were going to continue debating a bit more, but it turned out that Chu Hao trotted over it this time. Brother Lin, senior sister, I met a few friends who were at the Welcome Immortal building and asked us to go there together as well. For this auction, everyone is here for different purposes, so we want to discuss it in advance to avoid people calling for prices indiscriminately and cheaper others instead.
Upon hearing this, Ling Ruocheng nodded.
Inside the Little Southern Kingdom's auction, there was an item that their clan had to get.
It would be nice to price some information out ahead of time.
Lin Yi naturally didn't have any problem with it. He had originally come to meet some of the heavenly prides amongst the southern region.
Ding dong. Your system returns. Congratulations on acquiring the villain system. Congratulations on getting the sign in bonus feature. Congratulations on getting the Demon Punisher bonus feature. Dude. I'm ING back.
Accompanied by a familiar voice, that so-called villain system also appeared in the mind. Long before entering the cave, the system inexplicably stopped moving. The panel only showed the system dormant. On the bright side, Lin Yi was still walking with the duo of Chu Hao Ling Ruocheng towards the welcoming immortal building, but had sunk his mind into the system interface.
Tell me, where did you grab this Demon Punisher bonus feature from again? We've already gotten him a sign-in feature before, and this time another one? What words? What words this is?
Can the cultural unification be called robbery? I'm doing this for the sake of you, the host, and purposely helped you get it back.
As the son of heaven's destiny, don't you want to promote the righteous path?
Just now, I got you a devil extermination reward system, as long as you kill enough people.
To kill enough devils, the reward will be high enough. Nothing wrong with that, right? Killed enough demons.
Lin Yi thought about it. In fact, the system was right. He did want to swat away all the evils and devils in the world with his 3 feet of green peaks, which was the duty of the son of heaven's destiny. Look at others. Chu Hao, true goodness and beauty are gathered in one. This is the role model of the son of destiny. Of course, he's not bad. Only by getting stronger and stronger as he continued to exorcise demons would he be able to figure out the cloud pattern on his chest, the bronze coffin behind his back, and where that parent of his had gone. Now that he thought about it, there was so much he needed to do that he simply couldn't stop getting stronger for a moment.
By the way, buddy, I got something for you to keep. Ding dong.
Congratulations to the host for obtaining the bone chopper. Everything can be boned. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a scalpel so meticulous that even an eyelash can be removed without injury. Congratulations to the host for obtaining corrosive water essential for destroying corpses. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a top-quality spirit stone 10,000. Congratulations to the host for obtaining black silk 100. Lin Yi was also speechless when he felt these rewarding things. I'm decent, unity, and you're giving me these things? Exorcism? There are times when exorcism is not used. Besides, you only have the human emperor seal now. There is also the human emperor sword and human emperor streamer. Putting together a 3-piece set, surely many evil demons are going to find you. Didn't I give you some of this stuff just in case? You make such good sense that I can't even argue with it. Nope. What about black silk? Black silk, you can put it over your head, people won't recognize you. In reality, the three of them soon arrived at the welcoming immortal building. It had to be said that in a prosperous place like the little southern kingdom, the restaurants were still relatively luxurious. The few cultivators in front of the restaurant saw Chuao's eyes light up, and right after that, they all turned their gazes to Lingru watching. Sure enough, Lin Yi secretly said. The chosen one has always had very few friends in this area, even though he has been blessed with heavenly help. After all, you can't punch your friends in the face by pretending to punch them in the face, right? It's almost as bad if you don't say you're the enemy of the world. The reason why these people were warming up to Chu Hao was merely for the purpose of Ling Ru watching by his side. Fairy Ling, you're here as well? I've known senior brother Chu since we first met, so I purposely invited him to come along to our party, and it's just as well that you're joining us as well. Yes, but Fairy Ling, there's one thing you mustn't be angry about when you say it out loud. In addition to us from the righteous path, a few of the devil's path's celestial pride have also come to this gathering. After all, everyone is here to participate in the auction, so I hope you won't take offense, Fairy Ling. The guest follows the host. Ling Ru watching wouldn't be ignorant of this point of reasoning and then nodded. At this time, a few people also noticed Lin Yi. After all, with his red clothes and a bronze coffin on his back, it would be too hard for people not to notice him. I wonder what this heavenly pride is. Hearing a few people's inquiries, Chu Hao hurriedly spoke. This is a Dao brother I met on the way. He's a disciple of the Zhengqi sect, Brother Lin. His strength definitely qualifies for the word heavenly pride, so I brought him along. Zhengqi sect? A few cultivators looked at each other and seemed to be constantly searching for everything about this sect. Chapter 38. Are you addicted to acting? After thinking for a long time, the faces of several people were a bit embarrassed. Originally, this kind of head iron wave from the Zhengqi sect was still relatively famous in the cultivation world. Now this has been going on for many years. Cultivation has no age, many things have long since dissipated with the passage of years. Who would remember a sect that has been destroyed? A few people looked at each other. Thinking that in the southern region, there are countless large and small cultivation forces, this so-called Zhengqi sect is probably just a small sect. In that case, one more is no more and one less is no less. Only. A few people took a closer look at Lin Yi's exiled appearance, and a hint of vigilance rose in their hearts. It is an iron law that the son of manifest destiny has a clean face. But he's getting the villain's boost all the same. There's a glamour aura and an exiled immortal descending from the world in his destiny. The appearance and temperament naturally transformed. However, in order not to be rude in front of immortal Ling, several people still issued a warm invitation. This fellow Taoist of the Zhengqi sect. My name is Lin Yi. This Lin. Lin what? Hearing the name Lin Yi, several people were instantly shocked. Lin Yi. The Lin Yi of the Extreme Bliss Holy Land? The Lin Yi that likes to eat human heads? Isn't he in seclusion at the Holy Land of Ultimate Bliss? How come he's here? Seeing the expressions of several people, Lin Yi was puzzled. What's wrong? Everyone, what's wrong with my name? No problem. No problem at all. A few people's heads instantly shook like rattlesnakes. They weren't the so-called Heaven's Pride, at most they could be called geniuses. Facing a supreme demon like Lin Yi, he couldn't compete with strength, he couldn't compete with power, and he couldn't even compete with BT. How could they dare to have any opinions? And this Lin Yi called himself the Zhengqi sect. The matter of the sacred ground of ultimate bliss finally reminded them of a head iron sect in the depths of that memory. Yeah. The sacred ground of ultimate bliss is built on top of the skeletons of the orthodox sect. This Lin Yi must be the absolute fierce devil himself. He said that he was from the Zhengqi sect, so he must be trying to hide his identity, and it was possible that he had his eye on Fairy Ling's head. It's a shame to lose such a beautiful fairy. After a few people sympathetically glanced at Ling Ruocheng, they respectfully said, Zheng. Zhengqi sect's brother Lin, please also follow us upstairs. Although Lin Yi wondered about the attitudes of a few people, he didn't think twice about it. He was now thinking about what a few people had said earlier. This auction, the righteous and devilish paths all came, and some of the devilish heavenly prides were upstairs. The first time I saw those so-called magic sects, I was still a little excited in my heart. With a few people leading the way, the trio quickly made their way up the stairs. As soon as I came up, I heard a loud noise. What a joke! What virtue and ability do you devil cultivators have to want that treasure? Don't even think about it. Jia. Words don't say so dead. If we didn't shoot it, we will also directly snatch it from your hands. The zero-sequence battlefield will be opened in a matter of days. Aren't you guys afraid of being targeted by us at that time? When have you not targeted us, a bunch of moralistic people, also presuming to witness the great Dao? What a laugh! Why don't we compete directly before the auction opens, life or death? Who's afraid? Just fight. Ta. Footsteps sounded and the crowd all looked up. Lin Yi's trio walked up and instantly felt countless gazes, as well as that aura of pressure. A group of heavenly prides together was not the least bit weaker than the pressure of the older generation. The terrifying power caused the few cultivators leading the way to almost sit on the ground. On the contrary, Lin Yi's three people, each of them looked as normal. The muscles on Chu Hao's body bulged. Even though his realm was not enough, his physical body was terrifyingly strong. Ling Ruocheng's body emitted a faint icy blue glow, and her pretty face was covered in frost. Lin Yi was the only one with the corners of his mouth rising, clearly excited. It was because he heard a system beep in his head. 5 demonic cultivators are found and killed for a large reward of points. The devil's cultivator is really here. The pressure lasted for a few moments before suddenly dissipating. The few cultivators who led the way also came back to their senses and hurriedly introduced them to the crowd. This is Qinjin from the Tianlang Holy Land. This is Luangjia sect's Lu Renfeng. This is Jiang Shuji of the 100 Flowers sect. This is... The group of cultivators from the righteous sects were introduced first, and immediately after that, they began to introduce the demonic cultivators on the other side. This is Chen Ziyun of the 10,000 Devil Cave. This is Golden Bell from the Acacia sect. This is... The pride of the righteous and devilish paths formed two forces, sitting opposite each other on both sides. Obviously, even though he had come here because of the auction house matter, the righteous devils were still not on opposite sides. This one, Fairy Ling Ruocheng Ling, I don't think everyone is unfamiliar with the only two. One is Fairy Ling Ruocheng's senior brother, Chu Hao. The other one is Lin Yi of the Zhengqi sect. That cultivator stiffly uttered the words Lin Yi of the Zhengqi sect. Lin Yi? That Lin Yi? People from both the righteous and the devilish paths stood up because of the word Lin Yi. None of them had expected that Lin Yi, who had recently become famous in the southern region, had actually appeared in front of their eyes at this time. Ling Ruocheng had also noticed something wrong a long time ago. This period of time, because she had been busy with her own business outside, caused her to seem to be derailed from the cultivation world. What kind of person is Lin Yi? Only Chu Hao was still stupidly unaware of what was happening. Everyone, take your seats. Hearing the words of a few cultivators, Chu Hao and Ling Ruocheng didn't need to say much and directly walked over to the side of the righteous cultivators and sat down. And Lin Yi observed and likewise took a seat on the proper side. As a result of sitting down like this, not to mention the cultivators of the righteous path were dumbfounded, even the demonic cultivators were dumbfounded. No buddy, you're sitting in the wrong seat. Is that where you're supposed to sit? You're more BT than any of us, eating people's heads at every turn, and you think you're righteous? That, brother Lin, your position is there. One of the cultivators stiffly came to Lin Yi's side and said. Lin Yi looked at the opposite location, which was where the demonic cultivators were gathered, and couldn't help but frown slightly. How can my generation of righteous cultivators be in the company of demonic cultivators? Ha! No, big brother, you're addicted to acting. You're a righteous monk? What kind of righteous monk are you? And the opposite side of that Acacia sect's Jean Ling'er was smilingly looking at him, and that look made people salivate. Is this also in your calculation, Lin Yi? First, you got yourself a status of being a member of the Zhengqi sect, in which case you sit over there naturally as a matter of course. Then penetrate them and kill all those moralistic people. As expected of a man who was called an absolutely ferocious demon. Unbeknownst to him, at this moment, Lin Yi was thinking about how many points he could get by killing all those people on the other side. Alright, without further ado, let's decide on the distribution of those auction items first. Chapter 39. No, dude, you're into it too much, aren't you? Lin Yi sat on a chair, picked up the teacup on the table, and sipped the tea delicately. Listening to the distribution of the auction items by the people on both sides, there was also a breathlessness. In his opinion, as long as you look on the shoot, cannot shoot to grab the end of the chant, but also make it so complicated. At this moment, Ling Ruoqing was secretly transmitting with an acquaintance to the side. From time to time, she swept over Ling Yi with those beautiful eyes, and the more she heard, the more frightened she became. What kind of devil is this man who took away his most precious? The cultivation clans near Yuqing were slaughtered, and some of the cultivators who managed to escape were also wanted, and put out a cruel word: whoever dares to take in those remnants will be executed, and the yolks of the eggs will be shaken apart for you, and the earthworms will be chopped vertically. Those large and small clans have now become hell on earth. And some delicate-looking boys and girls were also taken away by the people of that devil's door, with the beautiful name of saying that their own saint's son-in-waiting likes to eat human heads, so they give more to get some reserve resources to go back. Think of that head-eating mouth once. Ling Ruoqing then retched with a gust of disgust. The absolute ferocious devil of the Holy Land of Ultimate Bliss actually called himself a person of the Zhengqi sect, and before, outside that city, he even said something like, "My generation of cultivators saved the world," under the words. Now it looks like he's acting. The city is so deep and the means are so ruthless, such a person is worthy of sitting with them? Thinking of this, Ling Ruoqing hurriedly transmitted her voice to Chu Hao. "Senior brother, you have to be careful of that Lin Yi, he is a devil, he." "Okay, sister." Chu Hao turned his head, his face serious, his tone heavy as he transmitted, "Senior sister, I know you're holding a grudge because of what happened to Uncle Fu, but brother Lin, he's definitely not some devil, I believe in him." Chu Hao's words caused Ling Ruoqing to be speechless as well. "How long have you two known each other? Why do you trust him? And you're sympathizing with him? I was kind enough to warn you, but you misunderstood me." Ling Ruoqing's beautiful eyes carried a few hints of resentment. But obviously, at this moment, Chu Hao didn't even notice. On the other side, Acacia Sect's Jean Linger smiled sweetly, he. "I say that you moralistic people are also worthy of getting that item? Like I said before, the secret realm map can be given to you guys, but that spirit item, we are bound to get it." "Demoness, you wish." Lu Runfeng of the Langia sect stood up and shouted angrily, "What's the use of us wanting that secret realm map? You guys clearly know that that spirit object is the key to open the secret realm. That works." Goldbell winked those big eyes wryly, "The key and the map are for you, and the blood-stained rag, we'll take it." "No way. Boo." Lu Renfeng was about to say something else, but Chen Ziyun of the 10,000 Devil Cave directly slapped the table. "What's the point of talking about this or that? Let's all just go our own way." "That's right. Come on, who's afraid? If I don't let you crawl out of here today, I'm going to write my name backwards." Chen Ziyun's words were like stirring up a hornet's nest, and the heavenly pride of the righteous and devilish paths all stood up and stared angrily at each other. Big deal. Lin Yi, on the other hand, sat calmly sipping his tea, his mind pondering the news that had been conveyed in their words. The secret map, the secret key, and the blood-stained rag? From the tone of Goldbell's voice, the rag was the most crucial thing. I just don't know what kind of creature's blood is stained on it. Meanwhile, the heavenly prides on both sides had already turned from declaring war on each other before to cursing angrily, and the next step was definitely to make a move. Chen Ziyun of the 10,000 Devil Cave squinted his eyes lightly, the devilish aura on his body surging, clearly unable to hold back. Next moment. Swish! The sword light flashed. Chen Ziyun quickly retreated backward, but blood still flowed out from the top of his neck. It was good that he ducked in time, or else at this moment it was estimated that he had already been dismembered. Wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, Chen Ziyun looked towards Lin Yi, who was sitting on a chair. It was the other party's sword finger that almost slaughtered him just now. Not to mention Chen Ziyun, this sudden turn of events caused everyone to freeze in place. What are they all looking at me for? After Lin Yi took a sip of tea, he placed the teacup on the desktop and revealed a kind smile. Didn't you say you were going to do it? I see that none of you have moved, so it's just me first. Jean Linger had a questioning look on her face. She had previously thought that Lin Yi was sitting on the side of the righteous people just to make it easier to strike at them. As a result, he struck out at Chen Ziyun, who was also a demonic cultivator. Even if the devil cultivators were to look at each other, no matter how much they dislike each other, they would still be united in the face of the battle between the righteous and the devils. No, man, what do you mean? Are you in too deep? The moment Lin Yi stood up, both the righteous and demonic paths all subconsciously took a step back and looked at him warily, pressing on to find out who this unorthodox man would strike at next. As a result, Lin Yi pointed to the attendant on the side and pointed to the teacup on the table.
There's no more tea, fill it up for me.
Yes. Yes, right away. Because of Lin Ye's strike, it made the place quiet, no one spoke, making eye contact with each other. Xinjin of the Tianlang Sacred Land hurriedly rounded up the scene. Guys, we're here to talk, not to start a fight, so why don't you all sit down and we'll go over it in more detail. With someone to start with, it was natural for everyone to sit down. Chen Ziyan looked at Ling Yu with slightly resentful eyes. The wound on his neck had already healed, but who would heal the wound in his heart? Right, Wakaru. A male cultivator of the righteous path stood up and looked at Ling Ruoqing with gentle eyes.
I remember that in this auction, there was an item that was a treasure left behind by your Ling family, right? Everyone.
The male cultivator made a bow to the people around him. I don't need anything else, but I have my eye on that ice crystal jade bracelet, so I hope that you all will give me face and just don't fight with me.
The crowd also recognized the man who spoke.
He is the heir to the Kong family from Nanling, Kong Huai. A cultivation level is unfathomable, a rare teenage pride. The reason why he showed kindness to Ling Ruoqing was because of the news that came out some time ago.
The Kong family and the Ling family are going to be joined in marriage.
The Ling family belongs to a declining family, completely incomparable to the flourishing Kong family, and the marriage between the Kong family and the Ling family completely belongs to the Ling family's high reach. However, Ling Ruoqing was the holy daughter of the top sect among the southern region. It was probably for this reason that the Kong family had thrown out an olive branch to the Ling family. The Ling family was naturally happy to further their power and recreate the glory of their ancestors. Kong Huai spoke while walking slowly to Ling Ruoqing's face, a gentle smile on that face, and with his handsome face, it was called a poise. Falling flowers are intentional but running water is not. Ling Ruoqing's pretty face was still covered in a layer of frost when she saw Kong Huai walking towards her.
Chapter 40, here comes the pretentious face-punching drama. Wakaru?
Kong Huai acted as if he didn't see the frost on Ling Ruoqing's face, calling Ling Ruoqing with intimate terms of endearment to himself. Right at this time, Chu Hao on the side was the first to hold back and stood out. This Taoist brother, my senior sister doesn't want to talk to you, please leave. When the surrounding people saw this scene, all of them didn't have the intention to continue chatting about the auction, instead, they fixed their eyes on this place.
Apparently, it's more important to eat the melon than to trade it.
Or a melon between two celestials.
Oh.
Kong Huai did not lose his demeanor, instead he turned his head to look at Chu Hao. I wonder how this fellow Taoist is addressed.
My name is Chu Hao.
Chu Hao said without being humble. So it's Brother Chu, since you're Ruoqing's senior brother, then you're also my senior brother. Truth be told, our two families already have a marriage contract, that's why I've come to look for Ruoqing to catch up on old times, which has caused you to get the wrong idea, senior brother.
I'm not your senior.
Chu Hao shook his head and said with a straight face, elder sister, she won't join forces with you either. Even if Kong Huai wanted to maintain his persona no matter how much, but when it came to the matter of love between a man and a woman, especially when he saw that the Chu Hao in front of him was definitely interested in his own woman, his voice couldn't help but lower.
This fellow Taoist, I don't think it's your turn as an outsider to say anything about Ruoqing and I, is it?
You. Chu Hao still wanted to say something, but was directly interrupted by Kong Huai, not to mention that this fellow Taoist, your cultivation is only at the foundation establishment stage, it's better to properly focus your mind on cultivation, isn't it?
Kong Huai.
Ling Ruoqing said coldly, I don't know what kind of decision my family has made for me, but I won't be joining forces with you, so just die.
Wakaru.
Kong Huai lightly narrowed his eyes, his tone carrying a hint of danger. Words can't be spoken carelessly. Uncle Ling has already personally recognized our marriage, do you want to withdraw?
I just don't know if your Ling family can afford it. You want to threaten my senior sister?
Where could Chu Hao not hear Kong Huai's meaning at this moment? This fellow Taoist, I'm not threatening, like I said, the matter of the marriage contract is a decision made by the two families, whether it's me or Ruoqing, we have to listen to the family's wishes.
As for you, are you standing up to try to stop our engagement?
So what if it is?
Humph. Kong Huai snorted coldly.
Immediately after, a powerful aura emanated from him, which pressed across Chu Hao's body. One Yuanying stage, one foundation stage. Without even having to think about it, the table behind Chu Hao instantly crumbled, and the sad sound of clacking those bones came from his body. However, he gritted his teeth and insisted on not taking a step back, bracing himself strongly to prevent himself from collapsing.
Ling Ruoqing's pretty face carried a hint of anxiety.
She couldn't make a move against Kong Huai because just like the other party said, the destruction of the Ling family was only at the snap of Kong's fingers. Even if she was a holy maiden, the clan wouldn't go hard against the Kong clan for the sake of her clan. The Kong family not only had power on this side of the southern domain, but even in the central state, they had dabbled in it. It can be described as an extremely powerful family. Other than some holy places, no one dared to go against the Kong family at all. At this moment of great danger, for some unknown reason, Ling Ruocheng's beautiful eyes looked towards Lin Yi with a hint of pleading. The latter put down his teacup and sighed softly. Originally, he was still thinking of watching Chu Hao, who was also the son of destiny, explode. This was obviously a plot of pretending to hit his face off. He still didn't know how Chu Hao had to explode in order to be able to hit him in the face, but now that he saw Ling Ruocheng's pleading eyes, Lin Yi knew that he couldn't do it alone. After all, he did take Ling Ruocheng's most precious thing. Theoretically, Ling Ruocheng was now his woman, and there was nothing wrong with going to bat for her. Thinking of this, Lin Yi stood up and walked slowly to Kong Huai's side. Kong Huai's eyes were also filled with vigilance when he saw Lin Yi's arrival. Everyone knew the current reputation of Lin Yi as a ferocious devil, and the other party was from the sacred ground of extreme bliss, not weaker than him in the slightest when it came to his background. Lin Yi walked to Kong Huai's side and spoke softly. "Stop it, go wherever it's cool and stay there for a while. Aren't you tired of standing for so long? Brother Lin, you and I have no grudges in the past. I don't think you'll make things difficult with me, right?" For Lin Yi, Kong Huai obviously used a different attitude. Bullying is on full display with him. "Brother Lin." Chu Hao gratefully looked towards Lin Yi. When everyone was watching the fun, it was Lin Yi who stood out to help him. Sure enough, whoever said that Brother Lin was a devil, he would be in a hurry with. Can someone who possesses such great righteousness and treats him like a brother be a bad person? Seeing that Kong Huai still had no intention of leaving, Lin Yi shook his head and said helplessly, "Speaking human language to you, don't you understand? Brother Lin, you should know that I am a member of the Kong family, and when it comes to background, I am also." Lin Yi didn't have the slightest intention of paying any attention to what Kong Huai had to say, and reached out his hand to himself, grabbing towards Kong Huai. Aha! Kong Huai's pupils tightened and he subconsciously took a few steps backward. Then, thinking that his actions were a bit humiliating, he hurriedly walked back again and said in a cold voice to Lin Yi, "You really want to go against me?" Lin Yi said indifferently, "Get out of my way and I won't take a shot at you." Deception. Kong Huai couldn't be a human being if he held this breath back. His body vibrated and glowed, and immediately afterward a light glow shot out from his body. 9 kinds of weapons emerged from the light: swords, guns, and halberds. Immediately afterward, these 9 weapons transformed into 9 long rainbows that stabbed at Lin Yi's circumference. And Lin Yi still stretched out a slender, white hand. That hand seemed to have a demonic nature, emitting a faint white aura, and the 9 long rainbows crashed into it and crumbled inch by inch. As his sword finger struck out, the sword chi transformed into a long dragon that crossed the air, and with a stab of the sword finger, the long dragon roared and rushed towards Kong Huai. The silhouette of the bright moon appeared behind Lin Yi, and the moonlight illuminated the entire pavilion, and everyone present was able to feel that sense of loneliness and coolness. "I will not lose." Kong Huai roared, his hands formed seals, and several streams of light once again emerged from within his body. Those streams of light continuously intertwined, forming a heavenly net in the air, and as the golden light flashed, that intertwined golden net covered towards that long dragon of sword chi. At the same time, a delicately shaped fine iron brush appeared in Kong Huai's hand. Wisps of Dao might emanated from above that brush. As his arm continued to wave, the brush traced a spiritual energy track in the air. Those spiritual power trails were attached to the golden net, making its golden light a few points brighter. Lin Yi cut the moon sword seal in his hand and maneuvered the long dragon of sword chi, slamming headlong into the top of that golden net. Boom! A roaring sound rang out, and the furnished tables and chairs and screens in the pavilion instantly turned into dust, and the sword chi that shot out caused the surrounding walls to show channeled sword marks. The formation patterns inside the restaurant lit up, in a constant effort to resist the sword chi invasion. Chapter 41, Crazy, Pure, and Simple Crazy. Click here for. The golden dragnet could not cover that long dragon of sword chi after all. Accompanied by the hissing sound of the white dragon, the golden net appeared to be overwhelmed and crumbled. Ha! Kong Huai's pupils tightened. He hadn't thought that Lin Yi's strength was actually so terrifying that he couldn't even block a long dragon of sword chi that was struck by just his sword fingers. At this moment, he couldn't care less about the image of a gentleman, and his face became hideous. The fine iron brush in his hand swung forward with great force, in a vain attempt to block that long dragon of sword chi. However, that white dragon destroyed everything and directly knocked the fine iron brush in his hand away, and immediately afterward, it crashed into his body. Boom! At the last moment, wisps of Dao rhythm emanated from his body. The transparent light shield directly enveloped his entire body.
This is the defense treasure.
Although the defensive supreme treasure managed to block the long dragon of sword chi, the force still sent Kong Huai flying backwards with the impact.
After shattering one of the pillars, it ruthlessly crashed into the array pattern. The array pattern in the pavilion gave off a halo of light and was nearly broken.
The many celestial pride sucked in a breath of cool air. Not to mention how Lin Ye's realm was, just this attack power alone was terrifyingly strong. The entire person standing there was like a sword out of its sheath. The dual identity of a sword cultivator plus a devil cultivator made it so that when people wanted to mess with him, they would have to think about whether or not they would be able to fight with each other first, or else, the end would probably be similar to this Kong Huai.
Damn it!
Kong Huai landed on the ground. The sword chi did not injure him, but the force of the recoil almost caused him to spit blood from his mouth. He did get careless. If he had used his full strength right off the bat, he definitely wouldn't have lost so badly. Unbeknownst to him, Lin Yi had not only not taken out his own weapon up to this point, he was even standing in place, not moving a single step.
Looks like we're not going to be able to talk.
A few heavens pride shook their heads when they saw this scene. Lin Yi, who represented the devil cultivator, had already fought with Kong Huai, and there was no point in continuing to talk as the two sides simply couldn't come to terms regarding the auction items.
It's just a matter of everyone being able to do their own thing.
A portion of the group stood up without a moment's hesitation and turned to leave.
What's the point of staying here if you're not going to talk about it?
Everyone came with a mission this time, and if one of them was accidentally caught inside the trouble, it would be a real joy. Based on the idea that it was better to die a friend than a pauper, those people all directly left this party pavilion. Kong Huai looked at the bland-faced Lin Yi in front of him.
This time he lost his face, but how?
The opposite party was a madman, not to mention his ruthless methods, but he also struck out when he said he would, not caring at all who you were.
A nutcase like that should either be killed outright or kept far away from him. And it's clearly not a good time to keep fighting him.
Today's matter, Kong remembered, next time.
You still come.
He was thinking of putting in some harsh words to get back his face, but the opposite side of Lin Yi rushed over again. In his haste, Kong Huai once again covered his entire body with that defensive supreme treasure.
Boom!
One of Lin Yi's sword fingers struck hard on top of that light shield, and Kong Huai also crashed into the wall once again.
Break your turtle shell! Boom boom boom! Both hands attacked in unison and white ons flashed.
Kong Huai was like a sandbag nailed to the wall at the moment, and as Lin Yi continued to strike, spiderweb-like cracks appeared on top of the wall. How could Kong Huai not have imagined that this person in front of him would continue to strike at him because of a harsh word, feeling that killing intent that was like substance, Lin Yi still wanted to kill him?
Crazy! This is pure, unadulterated lunacy.
Thinking of this, he no longer cared about face, and directly took out a boundary-breaking talisman from within his Qianquan ring.
Buzz!
Along with the manifestation of the runes, Kong Huai's figure disappeared into the pavilion. Shen Ziyun from the 10,000 Devil Cave on the side had originally held a grudge against Lin Yi because of what had happened before. But after he saw this insane appearance of Lin Yi, only scorn remained within his eyes. Just like Kong Huai thought, no one would have nothing to do with messing with a madman, and a madman with a ruthless and powerful heart.
That's what a demonic cultivator is.
Jean Linger looked at Lin Yi with a smile on her face, a hint of appreciation in her beautiful eyes.
I'll take your life at the drop of a hat.
That's what a devil should look like.
Negotiating? Who will negotiate with you? Of course, if he didn't like eating heads, he'd be a perfect man. Brother Lin.
Seeing Kong Huai disappear, Chu Hao hurriedly walked forward with a few moments of gratitude in his tone. For the sake of my matter, I didn't expect to pit Brother Lin against Kong Huai. After that, if you have any matters, feel free to command.
I will definitely go to the soup. Well, knock it off.
Lin Yi interrupted Chu Hao's long speech. I didn't strike for you. After saying that, Lin Yi glanced at Ling Ruocheng, who was not far away. The latter met Lin Ye's gaze and instantly became somewhat flustered. But Chu Hao didn't know what was going on in there, and he thought Lin Yi was trying not to guilt-trip him.
Brother Lin is such a nice guy.
Chu Hao secretly sighed inwardly. If Brother Lin encountered any predicament in the future, he would naturally be duty-bound to do so.
Ding dong.
Outside the western city, 30 miles, host bloodline scent detected. Hearing the system's beep, Lin Yi suddenly came to life.
Bloodline breath? The mystery of your own birth?
With this in mind, Lin Yi didn't want to stay here and didn't even greet Ling Ruocheng, Chu Hao and the others as he turned around and left. The crowd was also looking at his departing back in disbelief.
He's not going after Kong Huai, is he? Could it be that Kong Huai's head is very much to his liking?
No matter what, with a ferocious demon like this coming out of our southern region side, I'm afraid the future pattern will change. When the spiritual void battlefield opens, all will be revealed.
Leave first, this negotiation fell apart anyway.
The crowd was discussing about Lin Yi. Ling Ruoqing was staring at Lin Yi's departing back in a daze, somewhat out of her mind, not knowing what she was thinking about. On the other hand, Lin Yi, who had left the pavilion, sped at full speed towards the west of the city. His figure transformed into a swordlight, not paying the slightest attention to the shouts of curses from the rear. Soon after leaving the western city gate, he came to an open space.
Here is where the system prompted him for directions. Unity-san, you said you detected a bloodline aura. What is that? Is it my family, or what?
I don't know, I just detected an aura of the same origin as you, and now this aura is getting weaker and weaker. Just as the two exchanged words,
several silhouettes appeared around Lin Yi,
surrounding him in an encircling position in the center. Looking at their appearance, each one of them was immortal, and with a righteous face, they should be righteous cultivators.
Chapter 42 Great Terror in the Universe. Lin Yi was now anxious about the aura of his bloodline. Seeing the appearance of these people didn't give it much thought, and subconsciously opened his mouth. Seniors, I don't know what I can teach you?
One of the old men at the head of the group stood out with a bit of hatred on his face.
Lin Yi, we can finally find you. Looking at these unfamiliar faces in front of him, Lin Yi was puzzled. I don't know when you seniors met me? I'm a bit unable to remember.
Lin Yi.
Another old man roared out, how long do you want to pretend? Can't you see the Dao robes on us?
A robe? Lin Yi took a closer look at the Dao robes on a few people on the other side. Their Dao robes varied, but they should be righteous cultivators correctly. After all, most of the devil sect preferred some black clothing and accessories. And what about the righteous path, which prides itself on its innocence and not being complicit in the filth? Naturally it has to be light-colored to go with it.
Lin Yi, you devil.
Letting the sacred ground of ultimate bliss send people to slaughter our clan to death, and even take away our children and grandchildren to be used as food. We hid inside this little southern kingdom, and the heavens had the eyes to let us meet you.
This time, let's see how you escape.
The more these people's words were said, the more confused Lin Yi became.
I'm the son of God's destiny, am I a devil?
And what about the holy land of ultimate bliss? I've never even seen this holy land in the first place, so how could I go and slaughter your clan?
Everyone, you've misunderstood, haven't you? I don't have
anything to do with that extreme bliss holy land.
Stop your sophistry.
Before Lin Yi could finish his sentence, the old man roared out angrily once again. All of their cultivation levels were at the level of transformation or even harmonization.
It's a surefire game.
Lin Yi didn't explain too much more when he saw this. Looking around for a place he could escape to, it wasn't true that he was the son of the divine order, but it wasn't like he was a head iron waif. This was a full dozen or so cultivators who were above the level of transformation spirit. As for Lin Yi, he was only at the early yuaning stage, so now he could only think of a way to leave first before he could do so.
Thinking about how to escape? Don't think about it.
One of them guessed Lin Yi's thoughts and sneered. We unfolded the sky-covering formation while we surrounded you, not to mention you running out, even your breath can't be transmitted.
Yes?
Hearing that escape was hopeless, Lin Yi calmed down instead.
Since you can't escape, you won't. Buzz.
The silhouettes of the bright moon and the great sun once again emerged from behind him.
The seal of the human emperor that was subdued in the Sea of Qi also trembled crazily. Since he wanted to fight for his life, then he would fight thoroughly. Either they die or I do.
Lin Yi's eyes were filled with madness. The trapped beast was still fighting, let alone him.
Die.
A dozen cultivators rushed forward towards Lin Yi at the same time. And at the same time, the system was frantically shouting in Lin Yi's mind.
Get out of here. What bloodline sent? Fake. It's all fake. It's a trap. Lin Yi's pupils tightened.
Just as those cultivators were about to surround him, the sky suddenly dimmed. Immediately afterward, a bright light flickered, and a river of stars emerged amidst the dim clouds, allowing one to clearly see the stars in the universe. And suddenly, a crack appeared in the dark and cold universe, the surrounding stars instantly crumbled, and the sound of the great Tao Brahma resounded through the heavens and earth. In a trance, it was as if the nine heavens palace had descended here, and wisps of immortal Qi lingered around the crack.
Shocking divine might burst out from within the crack. Click here for
This heaven and earth were torn apart, the clouds of the 10 directions were extinguished, and the stars trembled as the chi penetrated the rainbow.
The aura in that crack was like an ancient god awakening.
At that moment, the cultivators who intended to strike at Lin Yi all fell to their knees, their bodies trembling and sweating profusely, as if they were ants being suppressed in the face of a giant dragon. Lin Yi was the only one who was able to feel that ancient godlike aura, but his chest lit up with a faint glow, counteracting the pressure that could easily crush him.
What is that thing?
Lin Yi looked up, and inside that crack in the universe, there was a hint of blood.
Look closely, it's an eye.
That eye was huge, and the stars became small in front of that eye. This was the first time Lin Yi had seen a being with such great power. A subconscious murmur escaped his lips. Xian? Boom! The earth trembled madly, and the will of heaven and earth wanted to block the descent of that great terror, but in the face of that ancient godlike being, it was clearly meaningless.
Next moment,
the huge blood-red pupils blinked lightly.
It's such a blink of an eye.
Countless stars directly turned into powder, and there were living beings in those stars, which means that billions of lives directly went up in smoke because of this glance.
The terrifying might struck straight into this heaven and earth.
The will of heaven and earth could no longer hold out, and the world was about to fall apart.
Sinners should be executed.
In the middle of the crack, an immortal voice that sounded as if it was from the 9th heaven came out. Somehow, Lin Yi could feel that the great terror in that crack was talking to him.
Sinners? Who's the guilty party? That I should be put to death? Who are you to stand tall and pronounce my fate?
Lin Yi's eyes were red, his innate Dao body and Dao bones all stirred up at this moment, and the human emperor seal in his body was about to break out.
Trying to put me to death? You deserve it too.
Lin Yi directly removed the bronze coffin from his back.
Big scary? Big spooky? Let's see if you're scary or my bronze coffin is scarier. Click.
Lin Yi directly opened the lid of the bronze coffin. The reason why he did so was because he felt the aura from above the bronze coffin that he had felt before in the broken temple.
In other words, the beings inside the bronze coffin were activated by something inside that cosmic rift.
The moment the bronze coffin opened, the golden light rushed into the sky, shining for billions of miles, the haze penetrated the sun and the moon, and the sound of Buddha drifted between heaven and earth, as if countless monks who had attained enlightenment were reciting the sutra and transcending the world at the same time. The great terror in the universe also stopped there because of this sight, with a hint of doubt and scorn in its huge eyeballs.
Boom, boom, boom.
The strong heartbeat sounded again, and with each sound, several of those surrounding cultivators were blown into a bloody mist. The clearing was also dented downward with a deep crater. Only Lin Yi was not affected.
Boom!
A hand suddenly reached out from within the bronze coffin. I thought that such a Buddha's voice to universalize the living beings inside should be the living Buddha in the world of the solemnity of the treasure. But as it turned out, the hand was covered with rotting flesh and white bones, and its aura was even more bizarre and ominous. The rotting hand reached out and then swung into the air. The universe trembles and the void collapses.
Rolling black gas against the flow of the sky.
Between the agitation of the black gas, the wisps of immortal gas in the universe dissipated and the cracks healed. Before the crack closed, that huge eyeball was still staring at Lin Yi in death.
Chapter 43, He's eating people. Wait until silence returns to the surroundings.
Other than the deep pit on the ground, everything seemed like it hadn't happened, and those cultivators who had come to surround Lin Yi had all been reduced to a bloody mist of flesh and mud. I had thought that the anomaly in the universe just now would cause the strongest person in this world to appear, but it turned out that it didn't. The beings in that crack seemed to have directly blocked off this heaven and earth, not a single wisp of breath leaking out.
Click here for.
Right at this moment, the bronze coffin resounded with a roar, followed by the lid actually closing automatically. The sharp-eyed Lin Yi saw that the decaying hand seemed to be caught in a chain that emitted an ethereal light, and was dragged back hard. It's too scary. No, it's too scary in uniform. Man, this bronze coffin of yours is definitely not decent. Quickly find a place to throw it away.
Back to me to give you a good one. I will immediately go out to hunt. On the road.
The system was like a scared little girl,
constantly asking Lin Yi to throw away the bronze coffin.
But at this moment, Lin Yi directly ignored the system as he pondered what the living being in that cosmic rift was.
Say he's guilty?
And deliberately set up this trap to lure him over. The woman in the ring had once said that there had always been beings in the universe watching him.
Because of his bloodline?
What was wrong with his bloodline? It seemed that apart from that cloud pattern, Lin Yi hadn't found any divine differences in himself. The air around them was still filled with the cultivator's blood aura. These were all cultivators above the level of god transformation, and like the chi and blood of ferocious beasts, Lin Yi found that the blood and flesh of these people could also give his physique a boost. There was no use thinking too much, the priority was to get stronger. With this in mind, Lin Yi sat down cross-legged and began to frantically absorb the blood chi around him, and his entire appearance became bizarre. After a long time, he was able to absorb all that blood chi. But because of the excessive loss, his physique was only a little stronger than before. Only the Sea of Qi had expanded another circle. In the Sea of Qi today, a baby-like crystallization of spiritual energy sat in it. That was his yuaning, and it was correct with the previous guess, his yuaning was still black. This is really getting darker and darker, and I don't know if those cultivators, the first baby, are all this color. Right. As the Qi Sea became larger, it would naturally be able to hold more spiritual energy. It was time for this early yuaning cultivation to break through. Buzz. Along with the Qianquan ring flickering with light, a vermilion red fruit arrived in his hands. This was the vermilion fruit that had gotten out from under the mouth of that giant python when he had traveled to the 100,000 Great Mountains earlier. He had been able to feel the rich spiritual energy on it before, but he hadn't had the time to devour it. Now take advantage of the Sea of Qi becoming larger and eat the fruit directly. Click. A bite down, the juice overflowed, except that just like the name of this vermilion fruit, the juice that flowed out was also red, just like blood. The other side. Kong Huai was leading several cultivators towards Lin Yi's side. Before, those few remote clan remnants rushed towards Lin Yi in a furious manner, so I guess a group of people above the level of transformation spirit would be able to kill that Lin Yi, right? Even if we can't kill them, we can still make up for it. When the time comes to push Lin Yi's death on them, we won't have to bear the wrath of the sacred ground of extreme bliss, and we'll still be able to help the young lord take revenge. Ha 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 ha, Lin Yi, if you wanna blame yourself for being stupid and making enemies everywhere. Kong Huai, who was at the forefront, heard the remarks of the crowd and his face was livid. At this moment, how could he have any semblance of a gentleman's demeanor? Lin Yi was on the verge of becoming his demonic obstacle. If he didn't kill him with his own hands, then his Dao would be unstable and he might have to stop in the future. Cut the crap, hurry up, I want that Lin Yi dead. Young lord. A group of cultivators quickly arrived outside the western city gate. What was that all about? After a few people arrived at the open space outside the west city gate, they were all shocked by the sight before them. A large area of open space at the moment actually directly sunken more than a few meters. The strange thing is that the flowers, plants, and trees on it are still like the original. What kind of greatness can do this? Do those cultivators have such means? This shouldn't be the case. If they had such means, would they still be in such a sorry state? What a strong smell of blood, there must have been a big battle here. With that yuaning stage kid Lin Yi? How could he possibly achieve this level of combat with a group of god transformation cultivators? Could there be someone from the sacred land of ultimate bliss coming? If that's true, I'm afraid we won't be able to avenge this for a while. There's someone up ahead. Hearing the voice of one of them, several people hurriedly looked forward, only to see that there was indeed a silhouette in the center of the open space in the distance. There was a rich blood aura lingering around him. On the ground, several puddles of bloody mud and limbs fell there, along with pieces of robes. Those few remaining Dao robes? They're all dead? Who's that guy in the middle? It's Lin Yi. How could Kong Huai not recognize that figure? After all, Lin Yi's red robe was just too striking. The large and eerie bronze coffin was still falling beside him. Good chance, just him by himself. Let's go and make it quick. Wait. There must be a demon when things go wrong. How did those cultivators die? The people from the extreme bliss holy land. Young lord, wait. Before the crowd could finish their discussion, they only saw Kong Huai couldn't hold back any longer and ran over in Lin Yi's direction. The fine iron quill was held in his hand. This time, he was bound to take Lin Yi's life and make this person who had insulted him in public pay. Lin Yi! Kong Huai's hiss resounded through the heavens and earth. Just by listening to that tearing sound, one could tell how much he resented Lin Yi. Click here. Lin Yi, who was stuffing his head with vermilion fruits, heard someone call out to him and thought that there were still people who ambushed him. There's still fire in the mud, what do you guys mean by one after the other? The angry Lin Yi's eyes became bloodshot at this moment. The moment he turned his head, he saw the familiar figure. Kong, why? Wasn't this person the one who had been taught a lesson by himself in the pavilion before? He came to seek death again? Kong Huai, on the other hand, froze directly on the spot. What did he see? Lin Yi was holding a red heart in his hand and was chewing on it, even swallowing it. That blood flowed all over the place. You. After saying 3 U words in a row, Kong Huai had been frozen on the spot. Previously, I thought that this fetish of eating human heads was just a blackmail by that group of people. After all, even if it was a demonic cultivator, there was still a bottom line, right? What's the point of eating that stuff? It's not good. But now what does Lin Yi mean by this? He got tired of eating the head and started eating the heart. Especially since there were several puddles of blood and flesh around Lin Yi. In Kong Huai's opinion, those people had been eaten alive by Lin Yi. How else could it have shattered like that? Chapter 44. No, what are you running for? Young lord. Just at this time, the few cultivators also caught up, and were still wondering why their young master suddenly froze. The result was a similar sighting of the scene before us. Vomit. A cultivator who couldn't help himself directly dry heaved. He had cultivated immortality for most of his life, but he had never seen such a heartless person. This is not a little devil, the absolute ferocious devil cannot even describe him. Who's got nothing better to do than eat people with gusto? This is your own kind. What are you doing here? Lin Ye's eyes were showing a cold light at the moment, and with his face full of juice splattered by the vermilion fruit, the whole of him was an evil ghost crawling out of hell. Me. Kong Huai subconsciously grabbed his subordinate's arm. He was a little frightened. But unbeknownst to him, the man was even more scared than he was, and his body was trembling a little. It was nice that he was a cultivator, and he had seen countless big scenes, but he just hadn't seen a man-eating man. This has nothing to do with cultivation, completely as physiological cannot stand, that deep into the marrow of the fear so that they have forgotten that they are able to destroy mountains and seas of cultivators. You want to come and kill me? Lin Yi stood up and said indifferently. He had already felt the strong aura of those cultivators. This Kong Huai must have come prepared. If you want to escape, you have to face them with a strong attitude before you can do so. But that's not what the guys across the street thought. More than a dozen cultivators above the level of transformation god were all devoured by this Lin Yi, leaving only the flesh and blood on the ground as well as the heart in Lin Yi's hand. In other words, this Lin Yi definitely had some kind of undercard. It was not yet known if there were even people from the sacred land of ultimate bliss hidden in the shadows. Young master, let's go first. This Lin Yi is emboldened and has his eyes fixed on you. I'm afraid he's got his eye on you. Ha! Kong Huai was practically pissed off. What kind of words are these? It goes without saying what the other party sees in him. It must be that he didn't have enough to eat, and he sent it to his door again. Now at this time, what face is not face, Taoist heart is not Taoist heart, saving the little life is the most important thing. Kong Huai was not an idiot, and what the several household servants had analyzed, he had naturally analyzed as well. Lin Yi was able to be fearless of so many cultivators above the level of transformation spirit, so surely it was a sure thing to deal with them as well. As terrible as death is, even worse than death is being eaten alive. Boom boom boom. Lin Yi approached Kong Huai step by step, and with every step forward, Kong Huai's body subconsciously leaned back, even needing the assistance of his household servants to stand. He wanted to shout at the moment. Don't you come over here. But after opening his mouth, nothing came out. Lin Yi stood still a dozen meters away from Kong Huai, his eyes full of battle intent, without the slightest intention to dodge. The two sides just stood in silence. It's about time. Lin Yi's eyes stared. Now that he had subdued them, the next good time to escape was next. Swish! Lin Yi's body flashed with bloodlight, and in an instant, he transformed into streams of light and shot off into the distance. At the same time, before he could shoot off, it was as if those cultivators had exploded, and when they saw the light flickering on Lin Yi's body, they immediately pulled Kong Huai and turned away without looking back. Just kidding. My own young master is being watched. If they were eaten here, they probably wouldn't escape death just the same. Running away would only be punished by the young lord, but if you didn't run away, you would lose your life. Fortunately, these household servants were responsible, and even when they escaped, they took Kong Huai with them. Lin Yi, who had transformed into a stream of light and shot off into the distance, sensed that something was wrong, stopped his stance, and turned his head to look. Nice guy. The group had run even faster than he had, and now they were only able to see a few black dots. What do you mean? Lin Yi had a question mark on his face. No, what are you running for? Shouldn't I be the one running? During Lin Yi's confusion, those people had completely disappeared. Could it be that my heaven's destiny sun destiny has taken effect? The tiger's body shook and they were directly scared away? Sure enough. I told you that the destiny of the Son of Heaven's destiny is bull, desperate. This time the system didn't mix with Lin Yi about how the villains were the most powerful, because he also wondered why those people were running so fast. Seeing that the crisis was over, Lin Yi once again looked for an unoccupied place. The Shugua had begun to digest in his body, and he needed to break through the realm. Lin Yi, who was sitting on top of the boulder, closed his eyes tightly as a channel of blood qi surrounded his body. The entire person was even faintly emitting a black light. The little Lin Yi in the sea of qi made the same pose as him, and not long after, the aura of the Zhugua finally began to converge on top of the Yuaning. With the influx of aura, the black Yuaning was gradually getting bigger. Mid-Yuaning, breakthrough success. Along with Lin Yi opening his eyes instantly, the powerful spiritual energy directly shattered all of the plants and trees as well as the boulders near him. He's not getting much out of this one. In addition to this vermilion fruit allowing his cultivation to break through a small realm, the Human Emperor scripture, that fetal movement chapter, seemed to have deepened his understanding by a few points. He even comprehended an exclusive gong method from within the fetal movement chapter. The seal of moving mountains and the law of blood refining. Open the panel. Ding dong. Host, Lin Yi. Bone age, 16. Tags, Traveler Son of Destiny Peach Blossom Luck Perseverance Rusher Rebellious Disciple Talented Ill-Fated. System Gift, Heaven's Destiny Villain Charming Aura Banishing Immortal Descending to the World Black Hand Ill-Fated Short-Lived Looks. Special Physique, Born with Taoist Bones Innate Taoist Body. Realm, Mid-Yuaning Stage. Techniques, Xian Level Burning Yang Duel, Xian Level Body Refining Technique, Human Emperor Scripture, Weird Scriptures, Ordinary Body Refining Technique. Stances, Yellow Level Flaming Palm, Yellow Level Shattering Kick, Xian Level Flying Sword Technique, Xian Level Flying Knife Technique, Flowing Cloud Sword, Flat Chaos Sword Technique, Moving Mountain Seal, Blood Refining Technique. Secret Treasures, a page of scripture, the seal of the Human Emperor, and a bronze coffin. The villain system is committed to creating you to become the first Black Hand of the 9 heavens and 10 earths. When encountering the Son of Heaven's destiny, we will kill. When encountering the Daughter of Heaven's destiny, we will rob. When encountering the opportunity, we will seize. In a word, what's yours is still yours, and what's someone else's is also yours. Seeing his panel, Lin Yi also nodded in satisfaction. But what he was wondering was that the sect technique his master had given him was called the Ordinary Body Refining Technique? Is this orthodox sect that low-key? Even the sect's supreme technique had been given such a name. We don't know when the auction will start yet, let's go to the city first. With the gifts from the system as well as his own master, Lin Yi's Qiankuan ring is now full of them, not to mention the Qiankuan rings of those God-realizing cultivators, and he hasn't wasted a single one of them. If you're so rich and powerful, why don't you go to the auction and throw away a lot of money? Ding dong. Lin Yi got up and was just about to leave when the beep came from the system once again. The Punisher's system begins to settle. There were 9 transformation devils and 4 harmonization cultivators. Settlement incentives are as follows. Chapter 45, the auction begins. Congratulations to the host for gaining Demon Punisher points x 15,000. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Demon Execution Flying Dagger. Congratulations to the host for obtaining top quality Spirit Stones x 100,000. Congratulations to the host for completing the first kill, rewarding the Human Emperor Sword x1. Hearing the system's beep, Lin Yi froze. Subconsciously, he opened his mouth and inquired, System, what's the situation? How did I somehow complete the demon extermination mission? The system also responded immediately, Host, have you forgotten about those cultivators who surrounded you? Although they were subdued by the bronze coffin with that thing in the universe, the bronze coffin is yours so it counts on your head. But the way I see them dressed, they should be righteous cultivators, right? This demon punisher. What words? What words this is? Before Lin Yi could finish his sentence, the system angrily interrupted him. Do you have the self-cultivation of a person who was the Son of Heaven's destiny? Think about it, the Son of Heaven's destiny is an existence blessed by the heavenly Dao, so doesn't his behavior represent what heaven and earth are doing? Aha! And then you think, what the hell is that thing that's working against heaven and earth? Isn't that properly villainous? Aha! You represent the will of heaven and earth, and when they come to surround and kill you, then they stand against heaven and earth, that is, the villain, and isn't that villain a devil? What's wrong with you getting the demon execution reward? It seems like there's nothing wrong with it? Lin Yi frowned, and although he felt that the system was being sophomoric, for a moment he felt that what it said made quite a bit of sense. Yeah. I am the son of heaven's destiny, you guys come to surround and kill me, you must be the villain. If you think about it like this, it seems that there is no problem to get the Demon Punisher reward. Wait a minute, Unity, let me ask you since this is considered demon extermination, then the enemies I encounter in the future. They are all demons. As long as they're against you, they're demons. You just have to have a reward for that, you can't let a big good guy like you get cold feet. The system exhorted in a serious tone, and one more thing you have to remember, except for the one who is against you is a devil, the others, if you want to get the reward, then if you say he is a devil then he is a devil. Lin Yi didn't pick up the conversation again because he realized that this system appeared to be giving him a crooked reasoning. So he directly checked up on the system rewards he had gotten earlier. Spirit stones and point rewards weren't anything exotic, and if you wanted to exchange points for something, this amount of points wouldn't be enough. Instead, it was the demon execution flying dagger as well as the human emperor sword. Especially the latter. He had gotten the seal of the human emperor before, and now he had gotten the sword of the human emperor, so he was really just planning to let him put together the 3 pieces of the set? There was no need to consider the divine difference of the human emperor's sword first, the most urgent thing to do was to go and look at that auction. Spirit stones were growing in number, so how could they be spent without spending them? And, the Demon Punisher reward. Yuck! The system is messing with my mind. After endeavoring to empty the shortcut path from his brain, Lin Yi sped towards the little southern kingdom. On the other hand, in the middle of the little southern kingdom, Shuhao walked behind with a puzzled look on his face, not knowing why his own senior sister was angry. After leaving from the Heavens Pride gathering, it seemed that she hadn't said a word to him. Is it because of Kong Hui? That's not right. Elder sister said she hates this union. Alas! Women's minds are too difficult to understand, or brother Lin understands me. Sifu. Just as Chuhao was still thinking about Lin Yi, a clear and cold voice suddenly rang out. What's wrong, sister? After I shoot back what the sect needs this time, I'll go into seclusion for a while. Oh, also good, after all, there is still a period of time before the spiritual void battlefield, senior sister, it would also be excellent if you can make a breakthrough before then. Just as Chuhao was still talking incessantly, Ling Ruoqing suddenly stopped her steps, turning his head to look at him slyly. That look caused Chuhao's scalp to tingle for a moment, and he subconsciously inquired, "What's wrong?" "Senior sister. What the hell do you think of me?" "Ha?" Suddenly a playing straight ball made Chuhao a little stunned, and his face also slightly reddened, but after thinking about their respective identities, he still spoke stiffly, "I am naturally to my senior sister as a pro-sister in general." "Yes?" Hearing this answer, Ling Ruoqing didn't react too much and turned her head to continue walking towards the front. For some reason, in this moment she relaxed a little. The two of them were just walking slowly one after the other, but it was Chuhao who took the lead to break the calm. "Right, senior sister, the auction should be starting soon, right? Let's go over and take a look first." "Well." Ling Ruoqing nodded, and then the two of them walked in the direction of the auction house. In the middle of the little southern kingdom, most of the cultivators were heading towards the auction house. After all, this auction was too important. In front of a tall and luxurious building, the door was already filled with cultivators. This was the auction house of the little southern kingdom, and for the sake of the safety of this auction, even the gatekeepers had been replaced with cultivators of the god transformation realm. After all, the items in this auction were really eye-catching. We are all cultivators, and it is inevitable that someone will harbor evil intentions. Amidst the crowd's anticipation, the auction house also slowly opened its doors. A middle-aged steward walked out and looked at the surrounding cultivators with a smile. "Everyone, the auction is about to begin, please state your clan name and register to enter." With that, the steward let out the doorway. These cultivators began to enter the field in an organized manner. At the same time, Lin Yi came this way. Seeing that the auction was about to begin, he then came forward, intending to enter it. Clan name: Zhengqi Sect, Lin Yi. Zhengqi Sect? Zhengqi. The registered cultivators were still wondering when they heard Lin Yi's words about the Zhengqi Sect when they suddenly remembered that not too long ago, Kong Hui had been brutally beaten up by that absolute ferocious demon and had even nearly decapitated him. That person was Lin Yi of the sacred land of ultimate bliss, calling himself the Zhengqi Sect. With that, he looked up. As expected, he was dressed in a red robe and carried a bronze coffin. Who could it be if not Lin Yi? You. Not that you are here? And please enter. After shakily handing Lin Yi a sign, the cultivator in charge of registration was sweating profusely. With such ferocious demons coming to the auction house, there was no telling how much of a storm this auction would set off.
No way.
Back to negotiate with the owner of the auction house.
Gotta add money.
After entering the auction house, sure enough, there was a huge crowd of people, large and small forces, and even scattered cultivators, all converging here.
You can see how attractive that auction is.
This fellow Taoist, please also hand me the jade token. At those words, Lin Yi handed over the sign he had gotten earlier. The steward's face didn't change when he saw the jade card, and he directly led Lin Yi to the front and sat down. Whether it was the sacred land of ultimate bliss or Lin Yi himself, both had this qualification to sit in the front row. It was just that Lin Yi was a bit puzzled as to why he was placed in the vicinity of the demonic cultivators.
Lin Yi, you're here too? Chapter 46, The Map of Mountains and Rivers.
There was a scent coming from the side as well as the delicate voice. Special purple hair fell like a waterfall over her shoulders, and her black dress added a bit of charm and mystery.
Pretty face, pale skin. Who else could it be if not that demonic cultivator, Jean Linger? Do we know each other well?
Facing this self-centered Jean Linger, Lin Yi frowned. What was a Devil's Way cultivator doing talking to himself, the Saint's Son candidate of the Zhengqi sect, in such an intimate tone? The truth that good and evil are not mutually exclusive is not understood. Or is this the script of the destined son, and what unspeakable story is he going to dog himself again with this witch?
Why don't we know each other well? We're one of us.
Jean Linger's little face made an exaggerated expression, as if to say that Lin Yi was being too outgoing. Faced with Jean Linger's sly appearance, Lin Yi was unmoved and spoke indifferently. I'm a righteous cultivator, don't confuse me with you.
Gotta. When Jean Linger heard Lin Yi's remark, those beautiful eyes rolled their eyes.
She knew that this one didn't seem to have woken up from his roleplay yet.
If you're a righteous monk, then I'm an ancient living Buddha. Brother Lin.
A familiar voice came from not far away. Lin Yi turned his head to look. Chu Hao was sitting in the second row of seats, and was enthusiastically waving his hand with Lin Yi. With regards to this heaven's destined son, the current Lin Yi didn't have any ideas. Previously, it was just to confirm some of his own ideas. It seemed that this Chu Hao was a little too close to himself. After a casual greeting, Lin Yi turned his gaze to the stage.
A few moments later, wait until all the cultivators had entered. That middle-aged stewards also walked up to the high platform.
We are all cultivators, so I don't care about all the red tape, so in order not to waste your time, I'll just go straight to the auction. After all, it was a cultivator's auction, and there was absolutely no need for human feelings or anything else. As long as your auction house has resources, then there will naturally be a steady stream of cultivators coming here. It was also Lin Yi's first time participating in this auction, so he felt that everything was new. As the steward clapped his hands, several maids brought up the first lot.
Earth Grade Extreme Spirit Pill. San Yen Dan, I'm sure you all know how rare this elixir is, the medicinal effect? It's that it gives one a 10% chance of comprehending that San Yen exotic beast's innate divine ability. Starting price, 50,000 lower grade spirit stones, please also bid. As the first lot appeared, as expected, the cultivators were all mobilized. The first lot was an Earth Grade Extreme Spirit Pill. That finale lot is going to take off. Cultivators who were interested in this elixir began to scramble to call up the price. Lin Yi, on the other hand, was calculating the exchange rate of this spirit stone. One medium-grade spirit stone was equal to 100 lower-grade spirit stones, while one upper-grade spirit stone was equal to 100 medium-grade spirit stones. In other words, the starting bidding price for this Earth Grade Extreme Spirit Pill was only 5 top-grade spirit stones? According to the starting price, it looks like he'll be able to fight for the finale. 120,000 spirit stones. $150,000. XX. This pale flame clan's foreign beast, its innate aptitude is that pale flame, a 10% chance of comprehending its innate aptitude, that is also quite heaven-defying. So the asking price soared all the way to 430,000 before it was auctioned off. Lin Yi didn't have the slightest interest in this kind of thing, and neither did the surrounding great sect cultivators. If you want to acquire that innate divine ability, the big deal is to catch more San Yen foreign beasts. Next is the second lot. As the steward shouted, another lot was carried up. The cultivators in the back had another burst of frantic bidding for this lot that had appeared. On the contrary, the cultivators in the front row were very calm. The third piece, the fourth piece, more and more heavenly treasures were carried up, and the atmosphere of the scene became more and more enthusiastic.
After auctioning off 10 pieces of heavenly treasures, the stewards faintly smiled and began to speak on the main topic. I think you all know the news. Some time ago, my master sent someone to the Dragon Scale Mountain, where he found a treasure site. Although many senior experts were lost as a result, the gains were equally great. We have sought out the true dragon's treasure trove and obtained quite a few good things from it, so we are auctioning them all together today to thank everyone for their support. The hearts of the cultivators present were also on fire. If there was one thing that was the most anticipated about this event, it would be this so-called true dragon's treasure trove. It was well known that true dragons were keen on hiding treasures, and no matter what heavenly treasures they had, they would lock them up in their treasury. Judging from the strength of the ancient true dragon above, the things that came out of this true dragon treasure trove would not be heaven-defying. Even if it's just some remnants, it's enough to send those of them flying. The steward on the stage didn't talk any more nonsense, but had someone bring up the first item obtained from the true dragon treasure trove. Only to see the maid's hand holding a wooden box, which was opened and contained an ancient and worn scroll. It appears to be a painting. Only the old man slowly took the scroll in his hands. Everyone, you should know about the Mountain River Emperor, right? One of the ancient emperors of the human race. His legacy has been unknown. The legacy of the ancient one? Hearing the steward's introduction, the eyes of the crowd of cultivators were about to turn red. But there are sensible people who are extremely calm. What the hell? The legacy of the ancient emperor is a tiny painting? After whetting the cultivators' appetites, the stewards laughed softly and said, "This mountain and river diagram is a painting left behind by the mountain and river emperor when he was young, and the reason why we know about it is because there is a residue of his sword intent inside. This sword intent is still young. It must have been left by the great emperor when he was young. The reason why I didn't open it was because I was afraid of being injured by this sword chi or destroying the diagram. Of course, it may not be an inheritance inside, it could also be a technique, a move, or a sword intent, the specifics of which can only be seen by the person who opens it. The starting price of the mountain and river diagram, 1 million spirit stones. Please also start bidding." After the steward's introduction, the cultivators all began to whisper. The mountain river emperor's sign could not be described as loud. But what if there's nothing in there at all? What could a wisp of sword intent represent, not to mention that it was left by the ancient great emperor when he was young? Lin Ye's eyes narrowed lightly. He was also a sword user and could feel the raging sword intent within that scroll. The ancient one? Not to mention the gimmick, the surging and raging sword intent alone had already moved Lin Yi. "I'll offer 1,200,000 spirit stones." A sword cultivator made a high bid. For sword cultivators, no heavenly material or treasure was as reliable as a 3-foot-long sword in their hands, and the mountain river emperor was another great emperor who used a sword. No matter what was inside, even if it was just to see the young great emperor's sword intent style, the spirit stone was worth it. $1.5 million. 1,800,000. With the first one to open his mouth, the bids were shouted out one after another. Chapter 47, Receiving News. The bidding went all the way up to 5 million lower grade spirit stones before stopping slightly. By this time, it was also time for the major clans. It was for this true dragon treasure trove that they had come. Inside the treasury left behind by the ancient true dragon, how could there be an ordinary item? Even a scroll would have to be obtained. A few people from the big clans soared the price all the way up to tens of millions of spirit stones. When converted into top-grade spirit stones, it would be thousands of them. This caused many scattered cultivators and small power clans to directly give up. After all, if they added more, they would not be able to think about the other lots. For the sake of this scroll, it's not appropriate. Langya Sec's Lu Runfeng stood up at this moment. "I'll offer $20 million. It directly doubles the price of the real." Chen Ziyun, who was sitting beside Lin Yi, said disdainfully, "Isn't this pure idiocy, and $20 million? Goldbell smiled seductively. "What's wrong? Chen Ziyun, aren't you going to raise the price? What do I need that for?" Chen Ziyan shook his head. "This what if I shout out a high price and that idiot stops shouting? That's a losing deal I won't do." As soon as the words fell, Lin Yi stood up. $30 million. $30 million? Many cultivators looked over to see who was raising the price. Red robes, bronze coffins. After seeing that the person who had called for the price was Lin Yi, the group of cultivators nodded as a matter of course. Previously, in that so-called Heaven's Pride gathering, Lin Yi had displayed his sword skills once. It was as if that long dragon of sword chi was still floating in front of everyone's eyes. Even those who didn't go to the Heaven's Pride gathering had heard about it from other people's mouths. This was a fierce man who ate people alive. He even directly beat Kong Hui to use the boundary-breaking talisman to escape. It wouldn't be surprising for such a person to compete with anyone, let alone with Lu Runfeng. He. Jean Linger smiled wryly and looked at Chen Ziyun. Chen Ziyun, it seems like you just said that whoever buys this is an idiot? Chen Ziyun. At the same time, she glanced at Lin Yi rather grudgingly. You said you wanted it, you said it earlier, you shot it just after I put the word out. It's about me, isn't it? If you strike out at me afterward, say I insulted you? What a black-hearted Lin Yi. Lu Renfeng's face was also cloudy when he saw Lin Yi call for a price, just as he was about to open his mouth again. An old man from the Langia sect hurriedly walked over, first holding Lu Runfeng, and immediately afterward, he began to transmit his voice. Lu Renfeng's face, which was still angry, first turned into gloating, then calm, until it was horrified after hearing the transmission. Unbelievably, he looked at the red figure. Then he sat down trembling. At the same time, all of the people from the many large sects and forces started to transmit their voices to their own family members from entering the auction house. This bizarre scene made a portion of the people present scratch their heads and want to break those people's mouths open. Can't you say it openly and honestly in front of us? You're all transmitting one by one. What about us? What's going on? As those people listened to the transmission, they all turned their gazes towards Lin Yi. That look was downright complicated. Jean Linger's petite body shuddered and looked at Chen Ziyun with slight sympathy. You better pray that he's not targeting you on purpose, or else. Ha! Chen Ziyun burst into tears. Apparently he had heard the transmission as well. Outside of the western city, a group of cultivators above the spirit transformation realm failed to surround Lin Yi and ended up being eaten alive. Kong Hui led his men to surround and kill, and was directly scared away on the spot by the scene in front of him. Not to mention how those cultivators above the level of transformation spirit actually died. Just saying that Lin Yi was really eating people alive and had eaten all those people into mush, thinking about it made people sick with fear. What kind of ferocious demon is this? At this time, the middle-aged steward on the stage also very knowingly left time for the crowd to whisper. After all, the auction, naturally the higher the bid the better, they are secretive, maybe in the discussion. He waited until the crowd had all quieted down before speaking. $30 million for the first time. $30 million for the second time. $30 million for the third time. Sold. The mountain and river diagram became Lin Yi's thing, and no one called for more. Originally, this scroll was a gamble. It definitely wouldn't contain the mountain river emperor's inheritance, and as for the young emperor's 1.5 moves, it wasn't so precious as to risk them going up against Lin Yi. Right after the maid brought over the mountain and river map, Lin Yi was just about to pay for the spirit stones. Chen Ziyun, who was on the side, was the first to step forward. I only saw him say with a straight face, Brother Lin, you and I are like old friends at first sight. Just now I made an unintentional mistake and the words I said inevitably offended you, so I'll be responsible for this consumption. After saying that, without waiting for Lin Yi to react, Chen Ziyun directly threw a Qiankuan ring to the maid. The seated Jean Linger murmured, Chen Ziyun, you're really from the heart. As for Lin Yi, he didn't say much after receiving the mountain and river diagram. Anyway, it's the magic cultivator who pays the bill for himself, so it's not worth it. Chen Ziyun, who saw Lin Yi's expression, relaxed. His guess was right. Look at Lin Yi's silent demeanor, it was clear that he was planning to eat him. Gagging the other party with 30 million spirit stones was a very appropriate spending of spirit stones. The next few items were all bidding against each other by the major clans. Those loose cultivators instead didn't have a chance. Compared to financial power, compared to might, how could they possibly compare? As for Lin Yi, he was completely uninterested. Even if there were a lot of spirit stones, there was no need to take a shot at something you weren't suited for. Guys. Just 3 lots remain. The middle-aged stewards directly clapped his hands, attracting everyone's attention before opening his mouth. I'm sure some of you know that this time, we found the best thing, which is a map of a secret realm, the key, and a piece of blood-stained cloth. Because these 3 items are closely related, I will bundle them together for the auction. The reason why I say they're precious is because it's possible that this secret realm is a secret realm left behind by a true dragon, and on top of that piece of cloth, it's dyed with the blood of a true dragon. What? When these words came out, people who didn't know the truth all froze. The secret realm of the true dragon, the cloth dyed with the blood of the true dragon. There is this old saying in the cultivation world that a true dragon is full of treasures. This is true from the ancient times and even the chaotic ancient times. However, the true dragon clan was, after all, a powerful and unrivaled race, and in the ancient times, even the great emperors of the ancients were not able to easily lay their hands on this race. Now the true dragon is extinct. If there really was a true dragon secret realm, what if there was a dragon corpse inside? This is absolutely mind-blowing secret treasure. How did the auction house afford to put this out for auction? It seemed to see the confusion of the crowd. The middle-aged steward smiled faintly. A piker is not guilty of a crime. Our master naturally understands this reasoning, and this small auction house of ours may not be able to grasp a true dragon mystic realm either. Instead of risking being an enemy of the entire southern domain, it would be better to just let this out as to who among you will be able to obtain it. That's up to you guys. The starting bid is $10 million, and the bidding will now begin. 3,000 bundles together and still something related to the true dragon. The scene first lapsed into silence, followed by what was staged as a frenzy. $20 million. $50 million. $100 million. $300 million. In just a few breaths of effort, this spirit stone was called up to hundreds of millions, and it was still jumping, so it could be seen how appealing things related to true dragons were to cultivators. The true dragon's blood on top of that piece of rag would also be a real treasure if it could be refined out. So no matter what's inside that secret realm, the cloth alone is definitely not a loss. Looking at the grim-faced cultivators scrambling to bid, Lin Yi realized that it seemed like he didn't have enough spirit stones. If we can grab all these people's spirit stones. Yuck. The system is messing with my mind. System, huh? Not buddy, got me again? Nonsense. If it weren't for you, could I, as the son of heaven's mandate, think of robbing a house when I have nothing else to do? It's clearly darkness in your own heart. Unico hissed and yelled, I'm such a kind-hearted Unico and I've let you bring me down. Oh. If you were kind, could you be a villainous system? Finding no words to say, Unity immediately fell into silence and said, but, I'll just hang up honestly. Chapter 48, did you see how deep I hit it? I'll give $1 billion. Lu Runfeng stood up and yelled out at the top of his lungs. $1 billion. Even if it was converted into top-quality spirit stones, this was still 100,000, and the spirit stones mined from a not-so-small spirit vein would be just that. It could be said that this was the entire spirit stone of the entire vein. This number was a real shock to those in the room. But that's not all. Chen Ziyan stood out and said disdainfully, what's the point of shouting so loudly? 1 billion and you're shouting so loud, is that all you have in your hand? I'll offer 1 billion and 100. Lu Runfeng followed closely behind, 1.2 billion. I'll give you 1,200 million. Lin Yi looked at Chen Ziyan hailing the price here with a somewhat odd expression. Good man, you're brother Crow, aren't you? How much people offer? You offer an extra 100. Are you sure it's okay to bid like that? I won't be affected by the table later, will I? The cultivators of the righteous and evil paths in their own camps had apparently reached an agreement. Let Lu Runfeng and Chen Ziyan call the price. None of the others got involved. True Dragon's secret realm. This was a secret realm, and what was inside, if it were to be eaten by one clan, it would definitely cause anger. Instead of that, it would be better for everyone to share it together. But good and evil do not oppose each other, so the two camps of each other who do not want to let this thing fall into the hands of the other. $1.5 billion. $1,500 million and one. $2 billion. $2 billion and one. 25. No matter how much Lu Runfeng called for, this Chen Ziyan still added that tiny 100. This made Ryu Runfeng increasingly sullen. The gaze towards Chen Ziyan was full of killing intent. The latter was not afraid at all. Everyone was a heavenly pride. Who was afraid of who? I'll beat you by 100 to whatever you offer. Finally, Lu Runfeng was the first to be unable to hold back and directly shouted out his base price, $6 billion. $6 billion and one. Without the slightest hesitation, Chen Ziyan added another 100. Boom! The light on Lu Runfeng's body flourished, his palm was crystal clear as if it was going to be transparent, and then golden lightning erupted. The electricity caused the monks on the sidelines to be irritated out of their eyes. Chen Ziyan, you see death. Ha! Chen Ziyan laughed coldly, his body's demonic qi surged, directly sealing the black qi with gusts of wailing sounds. I see death? You come and try. I've long wanted to slaughter your moralistic bastard. And you're still planning to send me to the door? The two men's saber rattling caused the surrounding cultivators to frown a bit. In particular, the middle-aged steward on the stage had a face as heavy as water. Buzz. Just as the two were about to make their move, the surrounding formations lit up and ancient runes surrounded the walls. This place was long ago inscribed with a great formation in advance by a great power. Between the surges of the array pattern, a force of intimidation enveloped the entire field, and in just an instant, the auras on Lu Runfeng and Chen Ziyun all dissipated. The two celestial pride's faces turned pale and almost fell straight to the ground. Everyone, this is an auction house, not a martial arts hall. If you have any grudges, please go out of the auction house to settle them. You can't make a move here. The middle-aged steward spoke solemnly. Lin Yi looked at the middle-aged man with interest. There was just a moment when the other party revealed an aura that was exceptionally familiar to him.
It's like it's one of our own.
One must know that, looking at Lin Yi's current techniques other than that ordinary body refining technique, which was the technique of the Zhengqi sect, all the others were unique.
In other words, that familiar aura was the technique of the Zhengqi sect? Could it be that this middle-aged steward was from his own clan? Or was?
Seemingly sensing Lin Yi's gaze, the middle-aged steward smiled faintly at Lin Yi.
The latter was more certain of his suspicions. Under the shroud of the array pattern, everyone subsided. Jokingly, this was not a simple array, this was a killing array. If the people from the other auction house were not careful, they would be able to cover them all in the killing formation. It must have been a formation that was set up at great expense, and its power was naturally extraordinary. Alright, the highest price now is 6,100,000,000 spirit stones. I don't know if there's anyone else to raise the price? Hearing these words from the middle-aged steward, the scene once again fell silent. Even if they wanted to add, they didn't have any spirit stones left. Especially the group of cultivators from the righteous path, all of them were crying. They had already put together all the spirit stones. I didn't realize I still hadn't gotten those down pat. 6 billion. This could have bought out some medium-sized clans. Who knew that bringing $6 billion wouldn't be enough? It seems that these demonic sects came prepared. Now let people come to send the spirit stone is definitely too late. As for the goods against goods, not to mention the auction house people take it or not, their own side did, people magic cultivator naturally can also do. At the end of the day it's not likely that you'll still have people crushing your head. Lu Runfeng's face was as black as ink. Until he received the transmission. Slightly relaxed, he opened his mouth. Chen Ziyun, count yourself as a winner this time. Isn't it just the true dragon's secret realm? Big deal, we don't want it. Ha! The surrounding righteous cultivators knew it was going to be bad when they heard Lu Runfeng say that. As expected, the eyes of those demonic cultivators all darted around. Are you Lu Runfeng, the one who can keep his temper down? But you still admit defeat in public. Things happen for a reason. He. Silverbell-like laughter resounded through the auction house. Golden Bell's pretty face carried a hint of snickering. It seems that you guys are planning to rob it from us in addition to the auction house. Good or not? What? What? You're finally going to tear off that mask of hypocrisy? Also, let's see the real thing under our hands. The righteous cultivators on the other side could not wait to directly strangle Lu Runfeng to death when they heard these words from Jean Linger. Telling you the truth is so you can prepare in advance. Who made you redundant? And what to admit defeat? Is that your character? The only one who was confused was Lu Runfeng, and he even looked at Jean Linger in shock. Ah? You guessed it? I've hidden so deeply and you can guess it. This woman is not easy to deal with. Shu Hao's face was a bit ugly at the moment. As the son of heaven's destiny, he had been given quite a lot of chances, and he even had the patronage of his master. I brought so many spirit stones just for my senior sister's heirloom. But not at all today. Could it be that the information put out earlier was wrong? It shouldn't be. This is what the auction house had put out before. There is absolutely no way it could be false. Thinking of here, straight-talking Chu Hao directly to the stage of the steward's opening. May I ask this senior, among the auction, there is a jade bracelet, I do not know. This little friend, there is indeed an ice crystal jade bracelet inside the lot. Nay, our owner is very fond of that bracelet, so it's not for sale. Available. Hey, okay. Chen Ziyun immediately interrupted Chu Hao's words. Now it's an auction for a supreme treasure, a broken bracelet. What do you have to ask? After saying that, he also ignored that Chu Hao's expression as if he wanted to kill someone, and directly looked at the steward. This senior, I wonder if we can just announce the results now. Nature. The stewards nodded, then looked at the crowd on the scene. Then the last 3 supreme treasures will go to this Mr. Chen, and today's auction will end here. I hope everyone will come and support us more. With that, he signaled those maids to present the 3 treasures. Each treasure is presented in an exquisite gift box. A map, a spirit of unknown material, and a blood-stained green cloth. Shen Ziyun couldn't help but breathe heavily when he saw these 3 items as well. That's them. Finally took it.
Instead, it was Jean Linger who placed it into the storage ring, and Shen Ziyun did not have any objections to this scene. Although the auction had a result, the nerves of the cultivators present were still tense. From the previous conversation, this true dragon mystery realm matter was far from over, and it was estimated that a battle between the righteous and the devils would soon be staged. Click. As the gate was opened, some scattered cultivators as well as cultivators from small forces all scrambled outside. They don't have any seniors, there are no spiritual treasures inside the storage ring that can save their lives, and their cultivation is not as good as those big power cultivators, so staying here to watch is not looking for death. Even if you want to see it, you have to find a safe place to talk about it. Ling Ruocheng pursed her lips slightly, clearly a bit unwilling. The owner of the auction house had his eye on the treasure that was her family heirloom? How would one get it back then, with spirit stones? People got almost tens of billions in one auction. Force? Not to mention who the person behind the auction house was, such behavior would not be supported by one's master and clan behind him. Chapter 49 Deception. Sister. Seeing Ling Ruocheng in this state, Xu Hao was also secretly anxious, but there was nothing he could do. At this time in the auction house, the scattered cultivators as well as those cultivators from the small clans all left. The rest were these so-called righteous and devilish monks. They looked at each other, their hot gazes seemingly turning into arrows, wanting to shoot each other straight through. The reason Lin Yi didn't leave was because he wanted to see the action. And it looks like the Demon Punisher feature is able to get tons of points and rewards in the middle of a melee. Ha! Jean Linger's jade fingers lightly wrapped around the hair on her forehead and spoke quietly. It seems that these so-called righteous cultivators are going to kill and seize the treasure from us devil cultivators. Fart! Lu Runfeng stood up, his face flushed red as he said angrily, "What killing and seizing treasures? The heavenly Dao does not allow you devil cultivators. If you are allowed to enter the true dragon mysterious realm to obtain the opportunity, I'm afraid that the future of the southern region will be devastated by life and death. In order to uphold the righteous path of the world, we naturally won't stand by and watch the supreme treasure fall into your hands." Ha 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 ha. Shen Ziyun laughed out loud. Sophistry? What sophistry? Obviously wanting something inside the true dragon mystic realm, and actually talking in such a grandiose manner. What righteous monks? Bull. If you are able to defeat us, even if you give up the treasure to you, so what? Lu Renfeng wanted to say something else, but was stopped by Qingjin, who was at the side, and then turned his head to look at the demonic cultivator and said in a cold voice, "Then let's see the real thing underhand. Come on, who's afraid?" Chen Ziyun rolled up his arms and rolled up his sleeves, clearly wanting a big battle. The clans of the two forces of the righteous Dao and the devil's Dao had roughly 4 or 5 clans with each other. Both the strength of the celestial pride and the power of the clan were very different. It's really not yet known who the deer will be. As for Lin Yi, Ling Ruocheng, and Xu Hao, they seemed like outsiders. The former are just those who think they are watching. Ling Ruocheng and Xu Hao, on the other hand, came alone and did not bring any elders from the clan with them, so neither of them were considered to be in the battle force. The cultivators of the righteous and devilish paths looked at each other with hostility, and then they turned around and walked towards the outside of the auction house. There was a shocking killing formation in this auction house, so it definitely couldn't be fought in here. And since the little southern kingdom was an important city, it was impossible for them to fight in the city, the only option that was outside the city. After seeing all of the cultivators from the righteous and devilish paths leave, Lin Yi also slowly stood up. "Brother Lin, are you going to participate in the battle as well?" Xu Hao stood up and inquired suspiciously. After all, Lin Yi was now classified as a demonic cultivator, and even if Xu Hao believed in Lin Yi no matter how much he wanted to, this was a fact that could not be changed. So Xu Hao was a bit torn. If Lin Yi went to help those demonic cultivators, what should he do? Nature. Lin Yi nodded. "Getting rid of demons and defending the way is what my generation of cultivators should do. Aren't you going to go as well?" Hearing Lin Yi's words, Xu Hao was somewhat unable to understand, because he didn't know which side of the devil Lin Yi was talking about. Ling Ruocheng also stood up at this time. Her white dress made her look like a fairy above the 9 heavens. This time she didn't wear tight pants, so naturally she didn't reveal those proud long legs. Only to see her walk slowly to Lin Yi's front and speak out to remind him, "This time, the Langya sect's patriarch might be here, so it's best if you don't get involved." When he said it, all three froze. Xu Hao was wondering why his own sister had to remind Lin Yi of the arrival of the Langya sect's patriarch. Originally, he had thought of transmitting to Lin Yi, but the result was that Ling Ruocheng, who was Lin Yi's enemy, actually opened her mouth to remind him. Ling Ruoqing, on the other hand, wondered why she cared about Lin Ye's death. If Lin Ye, the devil, really died, it would be considered to return justice to those who had been eaten, and there would be no one who would know about what had happened in the cave that day. Both of them were a bit dazed, and Lin Ye was the only one who had a puzzled look on his face.
No, what are you telling me this for? The head of the Luangia sect? Isn't the Luangia sect the right way?
Shouldn't he be safer with a powerful cultivator coming from the righteous path? He was a disciple of the righteousness sect. It was probably because there was a possibility that the demonic cultivator's side had sent out some kind of great demon as well, which was why Ling Ruoqing had reminded herself.
Thinking of this, Lin Ye's gaze towards Ling Ruoqing carried a bit of warmth.
The latter obviously noticed Lin Ye's gaze, and for some reason, she actually began to dodge. I've taken note of Fairy Ling's kindness. I'm still going to take a look, just to see the action. They shouldn't be able to make a move on me. After saying that, Lin Ye turned around and left. When Ling Ruoqing learned that the other party was still going to go, there was a hint of anxiety in her beautiful eyes.
Shu Hao even wanted to make a sound to stop it. But Lin Ye's speed was too fast, and in an instant, he disappeared before the eyes of the two. Outside the east side, the cultivators of the righteous and devilish paths sped towards the outside of the city after exiting the auction house. Since we can't talk about it anymore, it's only natural that we have to use our fists to solve it.
Both sides had similar strengths, so naturally there was no question of who was afraid of whom. In an open space outside the city, people on both sides stood opposite each other, their gazes filled with killing intent. Over the years, there has been constant friction between these forces. Wanting to be promoted to a holy land, nay, the resources and heritage were simply not enough. If one could completely devour the other party and then unite their side, they would certainly be able to become a holy land. So with or without the matter of this true dragon mystic realm, they would continue to fight until one side was completely devoured.
Enemies are not as good as each other.
The battle hadn't even started yet, and there was already a lot of shouting and cursing.
A group of demonic cultivators are also presuming to enter the true dragon mysterious realm? It's simply absurd.
A chance in the sky, only those with virtue deserve it.
He.
Moralistic old mongrels, in the end, aren't you all for this true dragon's secret realm, and virtue? You have a fart of virtue. Today, it is necessary for you devils to be splattered with blood on the spot. I'll light the lantern of heaven for your fat body oil today. Both sides were constantly cursing angrily, while Jean Linger's beautiful eyes were constantly flowing over each of the other's bodies. After a few moments, her eyebrow frowned slightly and she said softly, "Something doesn't seem to be right. These people's faces all carry a look of eating us up. I'm afraid there's a deception."
Nothing.
Chen Ziyun waved his hand. "I've already notified my family's old ancestors. They'll be bringing people here soon. Even if those old mongrels have some kind of plots and tricks, as long as we hold out for a while, we'll be absolutely fine."
Let's hope so.
Although the words were said this way, Goldbell's heart was always a little unsettled. On weekdays, although these righteous paths also hated them after killing them, it would definitely not be as obvious as it was today.
Chapter 50, The Battle Begins.
As he spoke, the emotions on both sides of the fence had pressed on. Especially Lu Renfeng, he is originally a hot-tempered person. In the auction house suffered so much anger, now is not a good time to vent.
Zip zip zip.
Accompanied by flashes of electricity, Lu Renfeng's resembled the descendant of an ancient god. His body was wrapped in golden lightning.
Chen Ziyun, Jean Linger. You two deserve to die.
After Lu Renfeng said these words through clenched teeth, his body's aura flourished and his hands cupped seals.
Boom!
A bolt of electricity struck violently towards where Chen Zi and Jean Linger was. That speed was hard to see with the naked eye. Basically, the moment the sound appeared, the golden bolt of electricity arrived in front of the eyes of the two.
How dare you! Chen Ziyun remained undaunted as he stamped his foot on the ground. Boom!
Accompanied by a roaring sound, rolling black waves erupted out, and those black waves transformed into a vortex that directly enveloped the golden lightning.
Zip zip zip. Not long after, the golden lightning completely disappeared, and this move became the trigger. Kill them. Buzz.
In a flash, the two sides of the cultivators battled together. The turquoise waves were heaving, the spiritual power was flourishing, countless runes crashed together and blossomed with light. This was the collision of spiritual power, the derivation of Dao rhythms. A radiant light pressed down, rumbling like a golden mountain torrent raging. The earth trembled and the mountains collapsed. Just a moment's impact created a horrifying scene that was like a natural disaster. Kill. There were cultivators wielding broadswords with both hands, destroying the world and cutting across the 8 directions under wide openings. A cultivator pinched a seal with one hand, and the Dao rhyme transformed into a sea of scorching fire that burned everything. Countless spirit swords wreaked havoc in the air, swirling up a storm of sword chi. Magic treasures straddled the sky, and between the swings of Dao rhythms, strong enemies flew into ashes. Both the righteous and devilish cultivators had the presence of great powers. In order not to injure their own disciples, those mighty ones all rose into the air, and as the precious arts blasted against each other, the wind and clouds changed, and the sky and earth lost their colors. Half of the sky was covered in golden light, while the other side was rolling with demonic might. Boom, boom, boom. Lu Renfeng's eyes were icy cold, his murderous aura penetrated and rolled out like a cold current as he locked onto Chen Ziyun. Die! Zip, zip, zip. Golden lightning constantly intertwined on Lu Renfeng's body, and within a short time, a golden armor was formed, and monstrous light shone throughout the battlefield. Immediately afterward, those lightning bolts transformed into a long spear and appeared in Lu Renfeng's hand. At this moment, he was clad in golden battle armor and holding a golden lance, just like a heavenly soldier descending into the world, extremely powerful. The long spear in his hand buzzed, accompanied by a thunderous force, and ruthlessly slammed into Chen Ziyun, his murderous aura rushing into the sky. Good timing! Chen Ziyun let out a loud cry, his body heaving with black waves. With that, he struck out with his fist, directly smashing on top of the tip of the gun, emitting a metallic tremor that made the ground crumble by inches. The tip of the gun was directly lifted up between the black waves. Jingle bells! Just when Lu Renfeng was planning to fight again after one blow failed, a crunchy bell rang out. Ha! Lu Renfeng turned his head violently, and as expected, the seductive Jean Linger had already come to his side, the bell in her hand constantly shaking. Wave after wave of transparent Dao rhythms emanated from above the bell. At this moment, all the surrounding cultivators, including Lu Renfeng, felt their spirit platforms obscure and their souls tremble. This is a divine soul attack. Your opponent is me. Just as Chen Ziyun was planning to take advantage of the opportunity to beat the dog, Xinshan rushed towards Jean Linger. The bone-chirping sound emitted from above his arms that were like fine iron was deafening. Along with his punch, Golden Bell went straight backward. Without the interference of that bell, Lu Renfeng once again battled with Chen Ziyun. Dang it! Above the battlefield, the sounds of collisions were endless, and the colorful Dao rhythms induced the surrounding void to become distorted. Formations surged from the walls of the little southern kingdom, clearly not wanting to be affected by the Dao rhythm that came out recklessly. On top of the city wall, there was a crowd of watching cultivators. They were either cultivators from small clans or casual cultivators. They were not qualified to join this battle at all. What's more, even if they were allowed to join, they wouldn't know who to help. What business is it of theirs in the dispute between the righteous and the wicked? Rumble. Just at this time, the tightly closed city gate was suddenly opened a crack, and a red-clothed teenager carrying a bronze coffin walked out slowly. It's Lin Yi? The cultivators on the city walls cried out in shock when they saw Lin Yi's appearance. Lin Yi represented the sacred land of ultimate bliss. Could it be that the sacred land of ultimate bliss is also going to participate in this battle? The reason why a holy land was called a holy land was that apart from its own heritage as well as its might, there was also the point that it was transcendent. The so-called battle between the righteous and the devils, only a force that was also a holy land and claimed to be righteous would dare to say something about executing the devils or something like that to the extreme bliss holy land. Didn't see those righteous sects in the middle of the battlefield. When they saw Lin Yi, they didn't say anything like exterminating demons. Even when he was at the auction house, he retreated when he could, not intending to start any conflict with him at all. The battle above the battlefield was still in full swing, and the sky was also in white heat. Lin Yi's pupils tightened when he saw this scene after walking out, and he actually felt a hint of excitement. Hastily, he shook his head, shaking the excited and bloodthirsty feeling out of his head. I'm a decent guy, just kidding. I'd only be sorry to see this. How could I be excited? But ahem. Looking towards the cultivators who had died in battle one after another. It's all about exorcism bonus points. Isn't that a gift from God? Chen Ziyun, Jean Linger right, how many points can these devil cultivator heavenly pride give me? Just as Lin Yi was about to walk into the battlefield exorcism. The people in the battlefield had obviously noticed him as well. Especially Lu Renfeng. After he knocked Chen Ziyun back with one strike, he looked towards Lin Yi and spoke through clenched teeth. I already gave you 3 points at the auction house, and now you're here to cause trouble. Want to help these demonic cultivators? Don't even think about it. Xinshan also came to Lu Renfeng's side at this time. Both of them knew what it would mean if Lin Yi joined the battlefield at this time. Those who represented the sacred land of ultimate bliss, they could not be moved.
But you can't just stand still and let him kill you, can you?
So it was only possible to utilize the rules, and it was the consensus that the younger generation was not allowed to meddle in the affairs of the older generation. As long as the two of us strike at the same time, even if we kill him, not to mention stopping him, the sacred land of ultimate bliss will have nothing to say. After all, he was the one who joined the battlefield first. The two of them glanced at each other, obviously knowing each other's thoughts, and then rushed up towards Lin Yi, who had sneaked all the way over.
At this moment, Lin Yi was still thinking about how many points he could actually get.
The excitement was humming, and I even wanted a little fondue. As a result, two streams of light crossed and came directly towards him. After seeing the visitor clearly, Lin Yi had a head full of questions.
Ha! Chapter 51. If I say you're devils, you're devils. No. What's wrong with you two? Are you blind and looking at the wrong person? What's the point of coming at me?
Before Lin Yi could open his mouth to inquire, the two of them, Lu Runfeng and Xinjin, then struck out directly.
Boom!
The golden lance in the fist that was as heavy as a mountain ruthlessly smashed into Zi Xiao. For a time, the air was filled with electricity and shadows of fists, and runes burned and burst in the air. Lin Yi frowned slightly and turned his hands into sword fingers as he moved forward to meet them.
Dang!
The sound of metal clashing rang out, and the ground around them instantly crumbled as one finger blocked the tip of the gun and the other blocked the fist.
Are you two looking for death?
A red light flashed in Lin Yi's eyes.
He came here to exterminate the demons, and two righteous people ended up taking direct action against him? Lin Yi!
Lu Runfeng roared, since you want to join this battle, then I'll just cut you down here, and I'm sure the people behind you won't say much.
That's right.
Xinjin, who was on the side, chimed in, Lin Yi, we had already let you have 3 points earlier at the pavilion gathering as well as the auction house, but I didn't expect that you would still want to get involved in our fight. Since that's the case, you won't be allowed to stay.
Xinjin let out a shout, his entire body was like burning, he was glowing, the muscles on his body bulged, and his feet sunk deep into the ground.
The power of qi and blood burned throughout his body, causing his aura to climb to its peak. On the other side, Lu Runfeng didn't stay idle either, taking a step backward, holding a golden lance, looking out of the world like an ancient god on high.
Seeing that the two were being unreasonable, Lin Yi didn't say anything more. Okay, you two don't understand human language, right? It's okay then. Demon punishment reward? When I say you are demons, you are demons. Buzz.
Lin Yi's entire body glowed, his entire body was covered in white runes, densely packed. The Yuaning in the Sea of Qi supported the sky with both hands, a powerful aura bursting out from his body. It was almost as if he was crushing and trying to destroy everything.
Come on!
Lu Runfeng no longer stayed his hand and blasted out a supreme beam of light to thwart Lin Yi. Xinjin's body was filled with qi and blood, and he struck out with a fist that traversed the 8 directions. The sound of an explosion was emitted in the air. Lin Yi was alone against 2 heavenly prides without a trace of fear on his face. Swish! A spirit sword flew out of the bronze coffin and landed in the slender hand. The entire aura of Lin Yi, who was holding the sword, changed.
The divine aura raged, the white aura was monstrous, and the teenage sword immortal reappeared.
Facing the incoming pair of fists, Lin Yi swung out a sword with a bland expression. Swish! The white sword aura was extremely sublimated, a sword chopped down, invulnerable. The flavor of this sword, the earth and sky lost color. Under the sword's recklessness, before it touched, it was already injured. Several wounds appeared on top of Xinjin's arms. Facing the hundreds of meters of sword light, he knew that he was unable to carry it, and his body quickly dodged to the side, accompanied by a roaring sound. The sword light brushed against him. That white sword light spread to dozens of miles, and a huge crack appeared directly in the middle of a distant mountain. A sword breaks the mountain. At this time, Lu Runfeng had also killed. He had already seen Lin Yi's terror, so before rushing up, he had already performed many secret techniques, and even pulled out all of his own cards inside the Qiankuan ring. Fabulous treasures, electric light, precious arts, several rays of light blossomed in the air with radiance and splendor. This bright light hid a morose killing intent. Xinjin, who had dodged the sword light, naturally rushed up as well. Seeing that Lu Runfeng had used his bottom card, he would naturally have no reservations as well. Buzz! A miniature mountain appeared in his hand, which was his innate magic treasure, made from countless heavenly materials. Throwing it into the air, the mountain began to turn directly into a real mountain in general. Thick spiritual energy surrounded the mountain, and Xinjin arrived on top of it with a flash, stomping on it, wanting to suppress Lin Yi directly. Seeing that the 2 heavens' pride had both used their bottom cards, Lin Yi tightly gripped the spirit sword in his hand, his killing aura surging, the yuaning in his sea of qi emitting wisps of black gas, buzzing into a dark light that swept forward. At this moment, there was no more sound between heaven and earth, no more sounds of fighting with battlefields, no more light from the intertwining of treasure arts, only the dark light covering everything. A sword covers the sky. Time stood still, the void collapsed, a brief moment seemed as long as the ages, and everything was frozen in place until, at last, there was a soft sound. Click here for. All sorts of magic treasures cracked, and then exploded in the void, all turning into pieces. At the same time all those runes in the air were worn out and rapidly dimmed. The mountain was split in two, and the golden electric light gradually dimmed until it disappeared. Lin Yi stood in place, and a black shadow emerged behind him, which similarly made a movement to draw his sword.
Dragonslayer is as terrifying as it gets.
With the dragon slaying technique, the flat chaos sword technique was simply like destroying the two heavenly prides in front of him, splattering the sky with blood.
Run Feng. Townie.
In the sky, the elders who were still fighting with the demonic cultivators saw the scene and their eyes widened. These two people were the successors of their clan, and now that the great world had just opened, they were decimated by their peers. It even died by the hand of one man.
That Lin Yi was only a yuaning stage, and he was going to go against the heavens at this realm? Could it be that he is on the path of invincibility? Ding dong.
Congratulations to the host for the achievement. I say you're a devil, you're a devil. Congratulations to the host for killing two yuaning stage celestials. Congratulations to the hosts of. Listening to the demon punisher system emit that pleasant beat, the corners of Lin Yi's mouth rose slightly.
Sure enough, this demon punisher system was very reliable.
When I say you're a devil, you're a devil.
The system honestly doesn't deceive me.
As for those few old dangs above the sky pushing and pushing, Lin Yi didn't care at all.
You want me to stand around and wait to die when your people come over and make a move on me? Lin Yi. You deserve to die.
The righteous cultivators in the middle of the battlefield in the distance, seeing that the two of them, Lu Runfeng and Qingjin, were split in two, immediately also reddened their eyes. On the side of the devil cultivators, there was a huge surge in morale. It was true that this absolute ferocious demon cannibalism was somewhat frightening to all demonic cultivators, but if this was one's companion, it would be too reliable. Lu Runfeng and Qingjin, how unbelievable they were, thinking that they were able to surpass all the heavenly prides in this golden great world. Now that they were split in two, there was still an unbelievable look on that face, as if they didn't believe that they would die here.
Lin Yi. I will kill you.
I don't care if you're some kind of supreme ferocious demon. I want to avenge senior brother Renfeng. Lin Yi, who was listening to the system rewards, was in a good mood when he heard the cursing over there. A pair of bloodshot eyes looked towards the battlefield.
Cursing me?
Looks like you're all devil cultivators cloaked in the righteous path.
If you are devils, you are mine to kill.
Only Lin Yi's hands were seen cupping seals.
Boom!
A mountain peak in the distance suddenly rose up, and countless birds and beasts were frightened and fled in panic.
Chapter 52, He cuts anyone. Moving mountain seal.
This was the technique Lin Yi had previously obtained from the human emperor scripture. Now it finally came in handy. The mountain-moving seal was not something that Qingjin's mountain-like magic treasure could compare to. This was true mountain-moving, or nothing could be moved.
With enough spiritual power, you could even lift an entire world.
A sky full of stars can also be used as a weapon. This was the terror of the mountain-moving seal. Lin Yi had mastered this technique before, and now that he used it, although he was a little rusty, it didn't affect him at all. The mountains that covered the sky crossed over the battlefield, the entire sky was covered, and the surroundings were completely darkened. This instant caused the cultivators of the righteous and devilish paths to directly stop fighting, their gazes horrified as they looked toward the mountain that covered the sky.
Chen Ziyan said in a shocked voice, "This bastard is not distinguishing between his enemy and himself. He wants to kill them all at once." A portion of the cultivators had already begun to flee in all directions. Cultivators above the god of transformation were all fighting high above the sky, and most of the ones fighting below were ordinary disciples, a few of whom had Yuaning realm cultivation, while the rest were basically Jindan. If such a mountain pressed down, they wouldn't be directly crushed into mush. There was no desire to fight, they all turned their heads and ran. At this moment, the few cultivators in the sky also saw the scene over here, and the two sides stopped fighting. This Lin Yi is simply inhuman. It's fine for him to kill those moralistic old mongrels. Why does he have to involve our people? You fart! You're the ones who are old mongrels. Let's stop the war first, or else all our disciples will be wiped out.
Seeing the giant mountain pressing down on their disciples, how could the cultivators above the spirit transformation realm still be calm, and they rushed towards the battlefield. Among them, there were 17 or 18 cultivators at the god transformation stage and 6 or 7 at the harmonization realm. These people could be considered the backbone of these great sects. The 2 old men of the harmonious realm came directly above the battlefield, one of them, hands pinching the seal, the whole turned into a bright divine sun, a wave of the hand, the sky collapsed, a terrifying sound of the Tao resounded through the sky, as if in the reopening of heaven and earth. Spiritual energy transformed into a giant hand and fiercely slapped at the mountain. Boom! The loud roar deafened the ears of the cultivators below, and countless pieces of debris fell, smashing and injuring many who couldn't escape in time. But it's better than a total loss. Lin Yi. The demonic cultivators who had recovered looked at the red figure with a slight grudge. The righteous cultivators, on the other hand, had eyes that spat fire, itching to kill Lin Yi. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for killing. Congratulations to the host for killing. Beep after beep rang out, and those debris smashed quite a few ordinary disciples to death, which was a rewarding experience. Staring at me again? The way those righteous people were looking at Lin Yi clearly made him very upset. Wasn't the reason why I moved the mountain to smash you all because you scolded me? Now, it's good that you're glaring at me again. Do you really think I'm made of clay? The crisis of the entire army was lifted, and the strongest of the righteous and demonic paths in the sky once again fought together. This was why Lin Yi was fearless. The 2 sides were fighting as if they were in full swing, and this so-called third power of his own appeared, and no matter what, he would not make a move against himself before those powerhouses were able to distinguish between victory and defeat. The big deal is to use the boundary-breaking talisman to leave directly. This place hadn't been set up with some kind of formation that trapped the sky and locked the earth, and the boundary-breaking talisman would definitely be useful. With this in mind, Lin Yi directly turned into a stream of light and rushed towards the battlefield. The crowd that slowed down at this time once again fought soundly together. Lin Yi's speed was too fast, and before they could react, several of them were directly cut off by the sword light. The path is simple. Joining in such a battle does not require any flashy moves, 1 person and 1 sword is enough. Swish swish swish. Between the raging sword light, many young cultivators were decapitated without even having the time to react, and even if the others wanted to shout out to remind their companions, they would be cut off by the extremely fast sword light before they could even open their mouths. It's a one-sided slaughter. Just as Lin Yi kept swinging his spirit sword, someone finally spotted him. It was a devil cultivator, and the first time he saw Lin Yi, he shouted out excitedly, "Great, Lin Yi has come to help us." Before the words were finished, the demonic cultivator froze on the spot. He had thought that Lin Yi, as a demonic cultivator, would definitely enter the battlefield to kill those righteous cultivators. As a result, people did go after the righteous path, but he didn't let go of the demonic cultivators either. As long as the cultivator in front of Lin Yi, no matter if you are a demon, all of them will be chopped with a sword. Chen Ziyun also spotted Lin Yi's figure at this time, and as he saw him continually striking out at people on his side, he cursed out loud, "Damn, why is he chopping up anyone? This is purely a madman." Lin Yi's other hand that wasn't holding a sword gently melted into motion. A round of sun emerged, and violently pushed outward, and with a boom, the golden light was brilliant, and it exploded on the spot, and the sword-ons in it impacted in all directions, and instantly shattered several cultivators. There were a few others who wanted to come and sneak attack, but Lin Yi turned around, the runes lit up, and the sword flashed. Those few sneak-attacking cultivators perished on the spot. More and more people died tragically under Lin Yi's hands. He was like a tireless butcher, massacring inside the slaughterhouse that belonged to him. Pieces of blood qi surrounded his body, and if one looked closely one would be able to realize that the blood qi had directly integrated into his body. Boom! Just as Lin Yi was killing, the sky exploded in the distance. Countless demonic cultivator powerhouses fell from the sky. Above the sky, the Dao rhyme intertwined. This heaven and earth, wind and clouds are in the vastness, whimpering and ringing. This is a kind of extinction. In the case of ordinary cultivators, if they touch this Dao rhyme, it is estimated that they will be bursting on the spot. Elder Feng and the others lost? No. Jean Linger's beautiful eyes narrowed lightly. The collective fall of the demonic cultivator elders was definitely not as simple as a defeat. How is it possible for all of them to be defeated at the same time? Either those righteous cultivators have used some means, or they have a stronger cultivator coming. But no matter which conjecture it was, I'm afraid that they devil cultivators were in for a big trouble. As expected, accompanied by the sunburst, a figure emerged in the air, the figure surrounded by a terrifying Taoist rhythm, standing in the air, hands dancing, the devil cultivator all seriously injured dying. The distant peaks were affected by the waves of this Dao rhyme and directly collapsed, and the sky seemed to be torn apart as well. Lin Yi had obviously noticed the figure as well. TSK. I was hoping to get more points, but now it looks like there's no chance. Although he considered himself to be the son of heaven's destiny, Lin Yi had always had a vigilant heart.
If you meet a strong enemy you can't fight and still go reckless, that's not called bravery, that's called idiocy.
That strong man standing across the sky was obviously not something he could deal with now. Even if he fought for his life, it was useless. The bronze coffin was now in a state of silence, and it was not expected to be used.
It would be better to leave while you can.
Just as Lin Yi turned around with the intention of leaving, a voice sounded behind him.
Where are you going, little friend? Chapter 53: The Realistic Cultivation World.
Swish! Lin Yi, who heard this voice, didn't turn around. Instead, he directly transformed into a swordlight and sped towards the distance.
Just kidding, the hell knows what's calling him. Turning back and pretending at this point?
Using his life to pretend to be something like this, Lin Yi couldn't do it, and with the dragon slaying technique, Lin Yi's speed was as fast as it could be.
That terrifying speed made his figure illusory.
Returning to the little southern kingdom at this time now was obviously not an option. After all, there was nothing in the little southern kingdom that could hide, so it would be better to just run away towards the mountains in the distance. It was also only after entering some intricate terrain that it was possible to temporarily get rid of this kind of powerhouse, and then use the boundary-breaking talisman to leave when they found an opportunity. If one were to use a boundary-breaking talisman under the eyes of such a powerful person, one would probably be interrupted on the spot before the boundary-breaking talisman could take effect.
Lin Yi wasn't that idiotic. Buzz. Just as Lin Yi continued to sprint towards the mountains, symbols flickered around him.
At the same time, the sky above the fog mist, space distortion, strands of Taoist rhythms constantly intertwine in the air to form a net, a huge net to cover the entire sky, and then spread down toward the ground.
The entire battlefield and even the little southern kingdom was covered in this giant net. Zip zip zip.
The Dao rhythm above the giant net emitted a nuisance sound and also blocked Lin Yi's escape route.
Locking up the sky and imprisoning the earth, space blocking?
Lin Yi naturally knew what the other party had done when he saw the surrounding Dao rhythms.
With his current strength he certainly can't break through this giant net, let alone.
Lin Yi slowly turned around, and as expected, a purple-robed old man was looking at him with a smile. That person is a purple robe, surrounded by 108 halos, each of which is crystal bright, between the hands and feet, the flow of Taoist rhythms, the power to take people's souls. With such a powerful cultivator appearing, it was only normal for those demonic cultivators to be defeated.
Little friend, why don't you accompany the old man for a chat?
Lin Yi's eyes narrowed lightly as he looked at the old man in front of him, and although he knew that he definitely couldn't deal with this kind of powerhouse at the moment, his hands were still building up strength. The sword of equilibrium, the art of slaying dragons, and the law of blood refining. Even that page of scripture had the seal of the human emperor. The means that can be thought of are accumulating, only need an opportunity, with a thunderous momentum counterattack each other, even if not able to hurt each other in the slightest, but also to try to break through this blockade array.
As long as one was able to leave this area, the boundary-breaking talisman would be able to take effect.
There is no need to be so vigilant, little friend. The old man and your clan are old friends, so naturally I won't make a move against you. The old man shook his head slightly. Obviously he had seen through the many means Lin Yi had prepared. Since this was the case, Lin Yi also relaxed. The fact that the other party was able to see through his own tactics was proof that they didn't mean anything to him at all.
Rather see what he's going to do.
Seeing the spiritual energy around Lin Yi dissipate, the old man became even more satisfied. With a light wave of their robes, the two appeared directly above the battlefield. At this time, the devil cultivators had been completely subdued. After all, those devil cultivator elders were all defeated, and the instant the elders of the righteous path came down, the battle was resolved.
Chen Ziyun still had a disdainful look on his face. It's really worthy of being a righteous path. Come to an auction, all let their own patriarchs hide in the dark. TSK. Tactics are even more ruthless than us. Fart.
The cultivators of the righteous path stood out and shouted angrily at Chen Ziyun. Our patriarch was just passing by here and naturally came to help when he saw us fighting. Besides, getting rid of evil is what righteous cultivators should do.
Ha! Jean Linger gave a mocking smile. Getting rid of evil?
If you guys were really here to kill us, I would be able to look at you a few times higher, but aren't you here for that true dragon mystic realm? When the purple-robed old man heard Jean Linger's words, he didn't get angry. Instead, he opened his mouth with a gentle face. This little friend is right. The old man came for this true dragon mystic realm, but since ancient times, the king has become a king and the enemy has lost the king. The old man came, but your family elders didn't come, didn't they? Of course, even if your master, Autumn Moon, came, he would still have to be defeated under the old man's hand. Bah! Jean Linger drank. Louis, you old man is so shameless, as the head of a clan, actually came to sneak attack us juniors, right? Saying that, she seemed to have thought of something. Her beautiful eyes turned, that Lu Runfeng should be your own grandson, right? TSK. Really deserves to be a strong personate. Watching his own grandson die a tragic death did not even make a move to stop it. What are you worried about? Let me guess. All this time, you've been delayed in making your move because you're worried that there's a senior powerhouse coming from our side too, right? Afraid that you'll be caught in an ambush, aren't you? Even your own grandchildren are willing to go out of their way. You're really a role model of righteousness. The purple-robed old man known as Louis lightly narrowed his eyes. Wisps of killing energy flowed from his body. Golden Bell was right, he was afraid. After all, demonic cultivators always used some underhanded tactics. It was possible that they were luring him into a trap as well. So even when his own grandson died tragically, he didn't show up. It wasn't until he reached the end of the day and realized that there was indeed no one from the Devil's Way hiding in the shadows that he stepped out. As soon as he appeared, he crushed all those devilish cultivators with a thunderous strike. It can be said that this is a pure villain, but the cultivation world want to compete for the fairy, and which one is not as careful as a thin ice? Most of the ones with that kind of head iron became dry bones. Even so, having been spoken to in the face by a junior in public, Louis's face was somewhat ugly. Runfeng, he gave his life for the righteousness of the world, sacrificing his life for righteousness. I, as a grandfather, have nothing but pride for him. A hint of exclamation appeared on Louis's face. Then he turned his head to look at Lin Yi. This little friend, Runfeng, he struck out at you first. Naturally it's his fault, you don't have to care, I won't hold a grudge against you. Lin Yi didn't speak, instead his pupils tightened and his muscles tensed. You know, a dog that bites doesn't bark. Even if this Louis no longer valued kinship, how could he not take revenge for the death of his own grandson at the hands of others? So there must be something in it for him. As expected, while Lin Yi was still pondering what he had that warranted such caution from the other party, Louis spoke up once again. By the way, little friend, I have a few moments of youthful friendship with your clan's seniors, why don't you notify them and show up to meet them? Ha! Goldbell sneered. This old dog was really still afraid. Previously, they were worried about their clan's senior masters ambushing them here, but now they were worried about the division behind Lin Yi. The sacred land of ultimate bliss. The Holy Land is a behemoth. If he messed with the other party, the consequences were simply unimaginable. In particular, there was also news that Lin Yi had been surrounded by a dozen cultivators above the transformation god realm earlier, but had finished off all of those people. Chapter 54, Drawing the Sword. Lin Yi was only at the Yuaning stage right now, even if he was a Jedi who took the path of invincibility. However, it was still impossible for him to go against the grain and attack a cultivator several realms more powerful than himself. You have to know that it was a dozen or so cultivators above the level of transformation spirit. It was a qualitative change from Yuaning to Huanshan, not to mention, there were also harmonization realm cultivators among them. To kill so many people, and even kill them silently, the only explanation that could be given was that Lin Yi's clan behind him had stepped in. Looking at the gentle and kind face of Louis in front of him. If it was an ordinary person, I'm afraid they would have been tricked by him. Lin Yi wouldn't fall for it. When I was at Blue Star, I watched the Three Kingdoms in water margin. Can I believe this little trick of yours? Then he calmly spoke, the seniors of my clan are not here, so if seniors want to catch up, I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you. Well. Hearing Lin Yi's words, Louis nodded. It's a bit of a pity. The more Lin Yi said this, the more he felt that there was someone behind the other party. If he directly said something about the clan's seniors coming right away, it would instead make Louis suspicious. For such cautious people, the more straightforward they speak, the more the other person has to guess instead. Kill if you want to. I don't have time to listen to your hypocritical talk here. Chen Ziyun's violent temper came up. Death is death. Anyway, falling into the hands of this group of righteous cultivators, it would either be a more painful death or a more painful one. Instead of living and letting the clan be humiliated, it would be better to die. How could I make a move against a junior? Little friend, you are too anxious. Louis laughed. How about asking little friend to hand over the things related to that true dragon mystery realm? In that case, I would be able to let you guys go.
Are you lying to children? Golden Bell said coldly, you let us go? Ask yourself if you believe that? When are you going to take advantage of this time and not weaken our clan? You're hitting me in the face with that abacus bead of yours. I'm telling you, you don't want to get the map and key to the true dragon's secret realm. With Luyi's realm, he was naturally able to easily tell that there was something fishy about Golden Bell's Qiankuan ring. The Qiankuan ring has been energized by spiritual power? If you die, it should be that the Qiankuan ring will self-destruct, right? What a decisive little girl. But it's not like there's no way around this added spiritual power. And you were right in that statement before, you guys really can't leave. I won't let the demonic cultivators go on a rampage, all of you will die here. Saying that, Luyi stretched out his hand, and his spiritual energy transformed into a spiritual snake, drilling towards Jean Linger's Qiankuan ring. It was obvious that he was planning to use means to pry the Qiankuan ring open. Swish! It was at this time that the sword light appeared. In the sky, a large sun and a moonlight shadow emerged. Regardless of the Dao rhythm flowing through it, if one looked closely, one would still be able to see the wisps of black gas there. The blood on top of the battlefield was also frantically sweeping this way. Use your soul as a handle, and use your blood to refine your blade. Lin Yi seized the opening where Luyi was trying to break open the Qiankuan ring, and the blood-red longsword in his hand fiercely chopped over. Just now, Luyi had said that he wouldn't let a single person in here go. In addition to these hostile forces, if I'm not mistaken, he's also going to go after himself. The reason for this feeling was because the cloud pattern on Lin Yi's chest was glowing slightly. Only in times of life and death crisis would the cloud pattern show such a mutation. Lin Yi knew that this sect leader called Luyi would definitely go after him. He'd been waiting for a chance. And when Luyi focused his attention on the Qiankuan ring, this was his chance. Boom! Scarlet sword burst, like a huge wave rolling general, vibration of the sky and the earth roar, sword chi stirring between the sound waves generated by the tangible and qualitative, can clearly see the blood-colored ripples such as tsunamis like the vastness of the ups and downs of the sky and earth, like the waves lapping at the shore. The blood-colored sword awnings gradually formed into a giant sword, accompanied by a sword chop towards Luyi between Lin Yi's swings. It's a potential. When the momentum is built up to the extreme, it forms the intention. Sword intent. The realm of intent that could only be grasped by cultivators above the level of the transformation spirit had been seen in Lin Yi's sword. Between the stirring of the sword chi, it directly toppled all those righteous cultivators around them. The devil cultivators, on the other hand, looked at Lin Yi with eyes full of heat. They hadn't expected that at this time, Lin Yi would actually dare to take a direct shot at Luyi. That Luyi was a cultivator of the Purple Mansion realm, and there were even rumors that he was about to cross the threshold. A Yuaning stage cultivator in front of him, not to mention pulling out his sword. I guess he doesn't even have the courage to stand up straight, completely overrate himself. However, Lin Yi did more than just draw his sword. Observing that sword intent as well as the murderous aura on his body, he was trying to kill the other party. Dang! The metallic clanging sound resounded. The terrifying airwaves lifted all of Jean Linger Chen Ziyun and the others over. The blood-colored giant sword directly cut off the distant mountain peaks, and the great formation that was imprisoning the sky and locking up the earth fluctuated violently. Although the distant cultivators couldn't see what was happening in the big formation, the roaring sound was heard exceptionally clearly. That roar was like thunder. A great collision occurred in this place, divine radiance filled the air, the breath was astounding, and dazzling bloodlight flooded the entire heaven and earth. I don't know how long it took before the bloodlight gradually dissipated. It also reveals the inside. Lin Yi drew his sword and the blood-colored blade chopped above the old man's palm. There was a line of blood in the center of that palm, as if it were a tiny wound. A drop of blood slowly fell to the ground. Luyi's eyes showed a cold aura as he looked at Lin Yi in front of him and said in a chilling voice, "Little friend, the old man didn't make a move against you, so why did you sneak attack?" Ha! Lin Yi let out a cold laugh. "Old dog, do you still want to pretend? Is it my turn after slaughtering those people? It's a shame that this sword didn't decapitate you." Hearing Lin Yi's tone not only didn't have any apologies, but even had a bit of regret, the reason being that he hadn't beheaded him. This caused Luyi's face to completely darken. "Looks like I'm going to help your elders teach you what it means to respect your seniors. Say it." Luyi's other hand grabbed directly towards Lin Yi. Terrifying Dao rhythms flowed through his hands. This was clearly not as simple as teaching. He was trying to erase Lin Yi. Under the chi lock, Lin Yi had nothing to hide. Or rather, he had no intention of escaping at all at the moment. Escaping from a Purple Mansion realm?
Or in the case of imprisoning the sky and locking up the earth, it was basically completely impossible.
If you can't escape, then fight. Just at the moment when that large hand was about to grab Lin Yi. Boom! With a loud bang, that heavenly locking earth formation was directly shattered.
Looking up, a strike of the Dharma seal struck across the air. The power of that Dharma seal was terrifyingly incomparable, emitting a radiant light that caused the earth to crumble and chaotic rocks to strike the air, as the light of the Dao rhythm flooded this place. This legal seal directly struck through the clouds. The end was mysterious and terrifying.
Chapter 55, Gone in a Flash of Light. Ha!
That terrifying might naturally made Louis stop his hand. Basically at the first sign of trouble, he turned to run. To be able to break this big formation and come directly with killing intent, it was either the extreme bliss sacred land behind Lin Yi, or the sect elders of those devilish little brats.
Either way, he was unbeatable. So Louis turned around and walked away without the slightest intention to stay. Bullying my disciple and still want to leave?
The icy voice resounded through the world. Immediately afterward, light flourished between heaven and earth, and a figure dressed in a Taoist robe appeared in the void.
Master?
Lin Yi exclaimed out in shock, not expecting his own master to actually come. Only to see Lady Myriad take a step forward in the void, a step in which the sky collapsed and the earth fell. The aura on her body was like the withered universe and the boundless starry sky, illusory and ethereal, giving people a sense of nothingness and eternity.
It's obviously standing there, but it can't be captured.
It was as if the ancient gods above the 9 heavens were patrolling the sky. Louis felt the void collapsing around him, so how could he dare not desperately escape? His body burned with wisps of flame. This was the intrinsic Dao fire, and he was burning his own Dao in exchange for extreme speed. Under normal circumstances, someone as selfish and self-serving as Louis, who was bent on pursuing the immortal path, would never be able to make such a move. Nay, the gap between the strength of the enemy and the enemy was too great, and if he stayed for one more moment, he might have to die.
When your life is at stake, what is the path?
There is a path only when you are alive, but nothing when you are dead. But that heaven and earth momentum was just too powerful. He was a cultivator at the peak of the Purple Mansion realm, burning the Dao path and using extreme speed, but he still couldn't escape from the scope of the heaven and earth momentum enveloping him.
Boom!
Mrs. Wonderful's lotus steps moved lightly. All laws broke down, the void constantly crumbled. She was like the immortal empress who was reigning over the world at the moment, full of majesty. A thought came out, and all laws followed. The great power of heaven and earth transformed into a small box, trapping Louis inside and shrinking continuously. The essence Dao flame on Louis's body directly extinguished, and his body was like a withered body, constantly drying up and shrinking. The righteous cultivators simply despaired at the sight of this scene.
It's useless even if their patriarch has come?
Obviously, they had all seen the victory, but it was because of that red-clothed boy that they were now going to be doomed. The Devil's Way monks were excited. The sacred ground of ultimate bliss, as a holy place amongst the demonic cultivators, was naturally known throughout the world, and the Myriad Lady, who was as beautiful as the immortal queen of the 9 heavens, was likewise a taboo-like existence amongst the demonic path. When the old ancestor of their clan came, he also had to respectfully bow to Lady Myriad. Previously, they had only known that Lin Yi was the holy son candidate of the sacred land of extreme bliss. Who would have thought that he was actually still a disciple of Mrs. Miao, and that Mrs. Miao was so protective? Their demonic ways are going to flourish. Strong people such as Lady Miao had an agreement not to be able to make a move under normal circumstances, and this was an agreement between strong people. After all, it seemed that under the full force of such a strong person, it was possible for a domain to be directly shattered. Didn't you see that she just moved lightly with her lotus steps, and this void couldn't bear it anymore? But if one's disciple was being bullied in a big way, then Mrs. Miao would have a reason to step in, and no one could say something. That orthodox patriarch Louis was like a fly trapped in a box, constantly struggling, but no matter how much he struggled, he couldn't escape. What's more, the aura in his body was nearly withered, so how could he turn over the sky?
Boom boom.
Mrs. Miao walked down slowly, clearly stepping on top of the void, but it was as if she was stepping on substantial steps. In the blink of an eye, he landed in front of Lin Yi. With a smile on his face, he spoke, "Little one, not hurt, right?" Feeling the gentle and caring tone of his own master, Lin Yi shook his head. "Thanks, master, I'm fine."
Again, this is so raw.
Lady Miao stretched out that white jade-like hand and lightly tapped Lin Yi's forehead, her words slightly angry. Lin Yi smiled resentfully. The reason why he was a bit rushed every time he faced Mrs. Miao was not because of her beauty or strength. Rather, it was because he would always remember that he had such a destiny among his own.
Punching the master's rebels. This fate
is somewhat exciting, but the genus is somewhat taboo, and the title of the master is Mrs. Wonderful, who knows whether there is a marriage.
Are you going to be that Chow thief? Of course, Lady Miao didn't know about the treacherous thoughts in Lin Ye's mind.
She turned to look at the box in the distance, and as the Dao rhythms flowed, the box flew over, and inside was clearly Louis. At this time he which still has what a mortal style appearance, living free of a line will be wooden old man. Cloaked hair, skin is withered, and the entire person exuding an aura of decay. This was the price of burning the Dao.
Mrs. Wonderful. Old husband. I know it's wrong, please. Also please spare me.
In front of life and death, this Louis had already lost the demeanor of a righteous patriarch, he only wanted to live now. Facing Mrs. Miao, unable to even escape, he could only beg for mercy.
After hurting my disciple, do you think this matter is over? I didn't.
Louis was also truly wronged. His own grandson had died in Lin Ye's hands, and he had just been sneak attacked by Lin Ye as well. Although inwardly he was thinking of letting Lin Ye die, he hadn't yet determined if there were any seniors of the clan present behind him. If he knew that Lady Miao was nearby, beating him to death, he wouldn't have dared to make a move against Lin Ye.
Not even the thought of doing it. No words needed. Lady Miao turned her head to Lin Ye. Apprentice, what do you want to do? Eat him.
The first thought that appeared in Lin Ye's mind was to eat him. Of course, it wasn't anything like actually eating him, but rather using his blood qi to nourish his body. Whether it was the blood refinement method or the fetal movement chapter of the human emperor scripture, all of them came to utilize the other party's Dao rhythms, qi and blood to make themselves stronger.
There's nothing wrong with saying you ate the other side.
But after this thought appeared, Lin Ye was visibly stunned.
Now you're thinking in a villainous mindset yourself? System, don't be ridiculous. Oh. I have nothing to do with this.
Lin Ye ignored the system's tirade and instead pondered. The self-master is a person of the righteousness sect. For the disposition of this person,
Lin Ye spoke respectfully. It's fine if master looks after it.
Oh? Lady Miao gave her own disciple a look of interest, then looked at the small box in front of her. In that case, then kill him. After saying that, the jade finger flicked and a Taoist rhythm spread.
Boo! The Louis in the small box was instantly blown into a mist of blood. Because of the blockage of the small box, the aura of blood mist did not emanate out. This caused Lin Ye to secretly say that it was a pity. If he was able to absorb the entire body qi, blood, and spiritual energy of a cultivator of the Purple Mansion realm, how much would he have to enhance? Lady Miao turned her head to look at the trembling group of righteous disciples. Buzz! Just at this moment, the sound of the great Dao Brahma resounded between heaven and earth. Chapter 56 Returning to the Sect. Above the clouds, a figure that surrounded the Dao rhythm emerged. A voice full of majesty came down from above. Lady Myriad, since the culprits you have already killed, at this time it is all over, and the strongest of the saints and above shall not be allowed to do so. Boom! Before the man could finish his sentence, Mrs. Wonderful lightly waved her sleeve. Large swathes of spiritual energy struck the clouds. The spiritual energy that erupted was like a divine furnace in the heavenly realm, transforming into a spiritual fire that could refine everything in the world, and the life essence was like a sea of tides, surging and surging, covering half of the sky, making many people below simply unable to withstand it, and their bodies emitted a mournful cry. On the other hand, Lin Ye, who was on the side, was enveloped by a soft spiritual energy and was not affected by anything. The figure above the clouds saw this scene and similarly blasted out a fist. The blazing light above his fist swept through 10 directions. There was a big collision with the incoming spiritual energy. I'm afraid that the collision caused the sky to be completely torn apart, with channels of spacetime turbulence lingering in it. Mrs. Wonderful! Are you going to strike at me? Shut up! Lady Miao looked at Yun Xiao with a cold expression, and her tone was even colder, making people feel like falling into an ice cave. Who told you to stand there and talk to me? These people, I can kill them if I want to, and offending my disciple is a capital offense. If you say half a word more, then stay. You. The figure above the clouds was clearly furious at Lady Miao's words, but he was wary. Just as the scene was at a standstill, a ghostly sigh appeared in the heavens and earth, and immediately afterward, a spiritual light flashed, and all those righteous disciples disappeared. What disappeared along with it was the Qianquan ring on Jin Ling's finger. My ring! Golden Bell gritted her teeth and looked into the void, but she also knew that it was not her turn to give her opinion at this time at all. This was a game between the big brothers. I'm afraid that even if her master teacher came, she couldn't curry any favors.
Lady Myriad didn't pay attention to the departure of those people. Instead, her beautiful eyes held a hint of deep meaning.
Master, what brings you here?
Hearing Lin Yi's words, Lady Miao once again tapped his forehead with her finger. You little fellow, where's the token I gave you? Why don't you use it when you're in danger? Lin Yi then remembered that he had a token.
It seems to have been forgotten.
After blankly glancing at her own disciple without a good mood, a large area of spiritual energy surged out from Lady Miao's body, and the two of them directly disappeared into this heaven and earth.
Those demonic cultivators also recovered because they were not bound. A bunch of assholes. Go back and I'll have my master attack their clan. It just so happens that old thing Louis is dead. Regarding the matter of the Qianquan ring being snatched away, it was obvious that Jean Linger was still holding a grudge. That's the secret realm of the true dragon. Who knew what unpredictable changes would happen to those so-called righteous people after they got the chance inside? On the contrary, Chen Ziyun, who was on the side, was not so grumpy. Are you dumb? Or are you devastated? Why are you starting to act high and mighty?
Hearing Jean Linger's teasing, Chen Ziyan let out a bitter laugh. I thought I was a genius, but it turns out that compared to Lin Yi, we're too far behind, and we're both at the same Yuaning stage. He was more than one person against the duo of Lu Runfeng and Qin Jin, and he even beheaded them. Even in the face of the unbeatable, he is still able to decisively draw his sword.
We're so far off.
This time, Golden Bell did not open her mouth to flirt, and her beautiful eyes seemed to dim, but they quickly recovered.
What are you afraid of?
The Golden Great World has only just opened, and we've only been left behind for the time being.
I'll go back to my master and close the door. Just you. You seek death. Unlike the two men's jostling on the other side of the city wall, Ling Ruocheng's delicate face was tinged with a bit of despondency. She had just seen Lin Yi being taken away by Lady Niao.
It seemed like this Lin Yi was indeed that absolute ferocious demon himself without a doubt. He has connected with himself again in an extremely deep way. At this time, Zhu Hao, who was on the side, let out a quiet sigh. Hey.
Once we say goodbye today, I don't know when I'll be able to see Brother Lin again. Ling Ruocheng.
She turned her head to look at her senior, really wanting to slap him and wake him up hard.
I'm not even sad to see Lin Yi go. What's with you acting like a whiny? Ugh. How could I not part with it? Zhengqi sect, above Qingyu Peak.
At this moment, Lin Yi had just happened to be brought back by Lady Niao. Because she was afraid that Lin Yi wouldn't be able to withstand the tearing sensation of the spatial shift, Mrs. Miao encircled him in her arms. Lin Yi was truly understanding what it meant to be a terrifying mountain range.
That's like a human weapon. What are you still doing if you don't come out, little one?
Lady Miao's teasing voice rang out, and Lin Yi hurriedly jumped out of her arms, looking at his own master with some embarrassment.
You're drooling. Ha!
Lin Yi hastily reached out and wiped towards the corners of his mouth, only to find that the corners of his mouth were dry, and then he looked at the smiling look of Mrs. Miao, or he didn't know that this was the other party poking fun at himself.
Well, no more teasing, apprentice.
Lady Miao took a step forward, with a hint of seriousness and harshness above her pretty face. Remember, next time, when you encounter the unavoidable, either run away directly or use the token directly. I'm your master, don't always be that distant with me.
Lin Yi didn't say anything. He didn't know how he was going to respond to this gentle kindness from Lady Miao.
Luckily, Lady Miao didn't pursue the question and directly changed the topic. It's going to be the Sacred Sun competition soon, and even though your cultivation has broken through to Yuaning, there's still a certain gap between you and those serial disciples, so you're going to be in seclusion inside this Qingyue Peak for the rest of these days.
And this?
As she spoke, Lady Miao flicked her jade finger and a Qianquan ring fell into Lin Yi's hands. This Qianquan ring seems to have a familiar atmosphere on top of it, and if I'm not wrong, it's that Lu Yi's Qianquan ring.
His own master left the Qianquan ring behind while killing the other party? Master, this is... Lin Yi didn't know what Mrs. Miao meant by this, giving it to herself directly? As the head of a righteous sect, Louis should have a lot of hidden treasures, right? Lady Myriad nodded with satisfaction. Little one, work hard. It's best if you can get the position of the Saint's son, and it's fine if you can't. Of course, it seems like you should be given some rewards. How about this? If you get the position of the Holy Son, I'll let you wipe your mouth again. Lin Yi looked at his own master with a head full of black lines. Master, how presumptuous of you. Ha!
Accompanied by a burst of flirtatious laughter, Mrs. Miao disappeared in front of Lin Yi.
Sonship?
Lin Ye's eyes narrowed lightly. The current him desperately longed to become stronger. After all, that ancient god-like being in the universe had his sights set on him. And his own bloodline.
Chapter 57 Human Emperor Sword.
It was only when he returned to the cabin that Linyi completely relaxed.
Started organizing my haul.
Those demon punisher points didn't need to be considered yet, after all, he already had too many feats and moves and such.
Nowadays, the need to know is... Buzz.
The storage space was opened and a sword appeared in Linya's hand. The moment this sword appeared, the entire wooden house was filled with an imperial aura, which was extremely terrifying and even stronger than the moment the human emperor seal appeared. Mountains and rivers on one side, the sun, moon, and stars on the other. The all-golden sword, the sword body above the flow of wisps of Taoist rhyme, the haze dazzling, Tao. Just as Linyi was carefully admiring this human emperor's sword, as expected, he found another problem. This time, it wasn't that the paint had fallen off like the human emperor seal, but the haze on this was extremely abrupt, just like those 50-cent special effects on the blue planet. The chi of the imperial Dao was real, but the haze was definitely not real. Linyi took out a bonus bone cutter from within his storage space. Click, click, click. The bone-picking blade was continuously polishing on top of the human emperor's sword's hilt, and as sparks overflowed, the haze above it was gradually weakening.
Not long after, the haze completely dissipated.
Nowadays, the human emperor's sword is dull, and a hint of blood gas is faintly flowing above the golden sword. Linyi spoke quietly, "System.
What the hell? What the hell?" The system seemed to have just woken up from a nap, and after the visual sharing saw the human emperor's sword, it spoke out resentfully, "What's wrong? What's all the fuss about? Is the human emperor's sword bad? I'll believe you when you say that it's because of its age when your human emperor seal loses its paint. What's the matter with the light on top of this human emperor sword? You explain it. What's there to explain?" The system blurted out, "The human emperor's sword. This is a sword of the emperor's way that has killed many enemies. The body of the sword has long been covered by blood chi. The chi of the emperor's way on it can't be faked. You should have felt it as well, right? The chi of the imperial Dao is real, so this human emperor's sword is naturally real as well. As for that little bit of blood, it's normal, you just need to rub it more." "Ha?" Hearing the system's explanation, Linyi said incredulously, "Are you treating me like an idiot? Is blood breath something that can be wiped away with a scrub?" Previously, Linyi had used the method of blood refining to make a blood blade that broke through the defense of a Purple Mansion realm cultivator, so he had a lot of insight into this aspect of blood chi. Now you're telling me that a casual rubbing will be able to wipe away the blood chi. Wouldn't he be an idiot if he really believed that? Really? Why don't you always believe me? I've obviously been treating you with my heart. The system's tone began to develop in a strange direction again. "My true heart for you can be seen by the sun and the moon. I just want to think about accompanying you to become stronger. What is my sin? Get out. Okay." Before the system could finish crying, Linyi directly interrupted him with an angry voice. The system was also very knowledgeable and was gone in a puff of smoke. At this moment, Linyi was holding the human emperor's sword in his hand, and he had to say that the sword brought a feeling of blood connection just as soon as he entered his hand. Obviously, there was no sword spirit on this sword, but Linyi was able to feel its leaping vitality. I don't know if it was because I had refined the human emperor's scripture. Holding this sword and waving it a few times casually, it was simply like driving an arm. It's like a part of the body. Now a page of scriptures calms the spiritual platform, a bronze coffin calms the body, and the seal of the human emperor calms the sea of chi. This human emperor's sword was indeed the weapon Linyi needed. The Holy Sect Competition was about to open, and with a sword that was handy, there were a few more chances of winning. In this world, Linyi had only seen those heavenly prides of ordinary clans, such as Lu Runfeng, Jinlinger, and others. But the sequenced disciples among the holy land of cultivation. Such a heavenly pride was obviously far above those people. Without seeing the real thing, any extra strength is necessary. And this feeling of the human emperor's sword. A hint of blood flashed in Lin Ye's eyes. He could feel that there were more divine aspects in the sword, he just didn't know how to open it yet. I guess I should be able to understand it after a while. With this in mind, Lin Yi placed the human emperor's sword into the bronze coffin to nourish his strength. Casually, he took out that demon execution flying knife again. The flying dagger, which was black in color, was inscribed with the pattern of an unjust soul howling, and wisps of ominous aura emanated from it. You can't take this stuff lightly. Buzz. Just as Lin Yi was still thinking, the rosary on his wrist suddenly lit up. It was the first time that the rosary had such a great blood-colored glow. At the same time, in one of the clear springs of Qingyu Peak, Lady Miao seemed to have sensed something. Her beautiful eyes opened with a great light, and she sat back down just as she was about to get up. Large swaths of springtime go unappreciated.
Mrs. Meow laughed softly. This little guy, think of themselves as a righteous cultivator, but a devilish skill, plus that evil breath, really more and more cute. That evil breath, although I do not know what it is, I think it should not hurt him, just, buy him to go. Lin Yi naturally didn't know that Lady Meow had sensed the aura of his string of rosary beads. At this moment, his mind had been pulled into a small world. This small world had a blood sun in the sky, the earth was barren, and red lightning appeared above the sky from time to time. The whole world is filled with blood and killing. From time to time, bursts of wailing came out, making people's ears creepy. Where is this? Lin Yi surveyed everything around him. Obviously, he was a yuaning stage cultivator, but I don't know if it was the blood sun affecting the light or something else, but he had an extremely low visibility range. Look around and it's all darkness. But it was as if something eerie was hidden in that darkness, staring intently at him. The human emperor seal in the Sea of Qi trembled slightly at this moment, as if it was attracted to some kind of aura. Look at the empty wrist. Lin Yi finally realized that he had been pulled into the world within the rosary. Ha! It was at this time that an oozing laugh came from the front. Following that laughter, Lin Yi walked forward slowly. The method of blood refining. Condensation. Phew! A large amount of blood qi in the surroundings converged crazily towards Lin Yi, and not long after, a crimson sword appeared in his hand. This was a sharp blade condensed by the method of blood refining. It was also used to break that Liu's defense before. Now that he was in the world of the rosary beads, he was only a divine soul to this place, and his many magic treasures had no way to use them at all. However, this blood refining method was different. Whether it was the divine soul or the physical body, it could manipulate the surrounding blood qi. Following the direction of the laughter, soon, Lin Yi arrived in front of a mountain range. The mountains were strangely shaped, like a huge heart, and roars that shocked the world came from inside from time to time. Just from the roars alone, one could hear that these monsters were definitely not simple. Chapter 58 The World of Duelists. Obviously separated by the mountains, they could clearly feel the might of those monsters inside. Even when he came face to face with that purple mansion realm cultivator, Lin Yi had never felt this way. It could be seen what kind of strong people these monsters were. You are here. An old voice came, and immediately afterward, a Buddha's head appeared below the mountains. That's right, it was the head, which floated bizarrely in mid-air, looking at Lin Yi with a smile. Leveling Chaos Sword Technique. The blood sword in Lin Yi's hand swung out, terrifying sword qi stirred out, and the sword blade chopped at the head with an indestructible momentum. The head still had no intention of dodging even though the sword qi chopped into the face. Dang! The sound of metal clashing rang out, the sword qi dissipated, and the head was intact, still looking at Lin Yi with a smile on its face. What a nice gift to meet you, monks. Why are you laying this murder on the poor monks? Hearing this, Lin Yi responded indifferently, evil thing, do I need any more reasons to behead you? Ha 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 ha. Hearing Lin Yi's words, that head first burst into a low laugh, followed by a smile that grew more and more maniacal, even laughing to the point that tears of blood flowed from inside its eyes. Evil thing, ah! Schizo, don't you realize that you are the greatest evil thing in this world? Fart! Lin Yi shouted angrily, and with his blood sword in hand, he charged towards the head. Between the bursts of bloodlight, the sun and moon silhouettes behind Lin Yi also slowly floated towards the sky. But the weird thing was that the sun and moon phantoms condensed by the sun and moon chapter of the flat chaos sword technique had both turned into human heads at this moment. And it was a head exactly like that one. The smirking expression and the strange scriptures in his mouth were simply capable of breaking people's hearts. However, Lin Yi remained awake and didn't have any heart demons because of these things. Say, what the hell are you? Is the monk finally willing to listen to the poor monk? The head slowly floated in front of Lin Yi, and this time Lin Yi also finally got a good look at it. Above the head were several ring scars, proving that the man was a monk. The Buddhist scriptures that came out of his mouth from time to time were precisely from a page of scriptures. That page of scripture was still lying in Lin Yi's spiritual platform, so how could he not be familiar with this scripture? The monk slowly spoke, Scholar, you are the fourth person to come here, and also the most evil person. It is not too much to say that this world is tailor-made for you. Lin Yi didn't make an exit to refute the other party. Didn't even ask who the other three were. Instead, they still asked that initial question, what is this place? Blood floaters. The monk's mouth spat out these three words, and immediately afterward, he continued to speak. This is in the middle of the crevice of the world, there is no time, nor space, all there is the eternal dead silence. Those who come here are those who have committed great sins. The poor monk originally wanted to enlighten them, but after a long time, he was assimilated by them. Woe is me. They? Lin Yi noticed the key words in the monk's mouth. The hissing sound in the mountains was clearly telling Lin Yi that there were other beings in there. And the monk who uttered the word them must have been unusually knowledgeable about those monsters. That's right, it's them, and in the future you'll be one of them, and no one can escape. As he said this, the smile on the monk's face intensified. Who opened up this world? Who opens up? No. The monk shook his head. You probably think that the rosary in your hand is the carrier of this small world, don't you, monk? In fact, it is not. That rosary of yours is just the key to this small world. He can be a rosary, or a sword, or even a blade of grass. Make a key out of the grievances and flesh of 18 cultivators to open the door to this world. Of course, the key is unique, which means that you, right now, are the master of this world. Master? Lin Yi didn't feel strange and continued to inquire, are there any benefits for me as the master? Of course. The corner of the monk's mouth split open, and blood continued to flow out from within. Everything in this world is your aid until the day you are devoured. Oh? That is, you and those unknown monsters are my servants? The monk laughed. Naturally, as long as you go deeper and deeper into this world, the more servants you get. The poor monk is your first servant and guide. Buzz. A red aura flashed in Lin Yi's eyes. A page of scripture slowly floated above his head. Immediately afterward, he stretched out his hand, which was covered with red hair. But he turned a blind eye to it, letting the red hairs continue to grow and the blood chi converge. Amidst the monk's astonished gaze, Lin Yi slapped his palm fiercely at his head. Boo! The monk's head was as if a watermelon had been smashed, scattering blood and flesh all over the place. Lin Yi's face carried a hint of a scowl. Since you're a servant, you have to have the consciousness of a servant. Who allowed you to speak to me like this? The flesh and blood on the ground continued to wriggle, and within a short time, it slowly stuck together. The monk's head reappeared, except that his head seemed to be smaller. The gaze towards Lin Yi also carried a hint of resentment and fear. A page of scripture, how did you get this? It's the Sutra of Killing Rudra. Do you want to be smashed by me again? Hearing Lin Yi's light tone, the monk's head trembled for a moment, and then his tone calmed down. It is the poor monk who has overstepped the bounds, sure. Master. Is this what it takes to have a servant? Go ahead and introduce the world. The monk narrowed his eyes lightly and began to introduce this world to Lin Yi. The beings in the blood float are eternal, but they are not considered alive, or rather, they are between life and death. The memories of what they once were still there, but their flesh has long since decayed. And without the master's permission, they can't leave this world, and even if they do, they'll only be able to leave briefly for just an instant, and there's still a chance that they'll cause the heavenly Dao to watch. The reason why we are all your helpers is because when you have this key, you will be able to master them all. This is the world where killing Rudra transforms all beings. The Great Mill of Perdition, the Bowl of 10,000 Bones, and the Mountain of Execution, these three Buddhist treasures constantly transform the sinners here, not allowing them to live, nor letting them die. Part of the living beings have fallen into blood puppets, part of the living beings' souls have gone mad, and part. The monk's head didn't keep his words to himself. Lin Yi, however, added for him with a smile on his face, there is also a part that waits for the opportunity and wants to break free from the bonds of this world, such as you. Right? Chapter 59, The Buddha's Transmission of the Dharma. From the previous conversation, Lin Yi had already guessed. This rosary was the key to the blood float, and for some unknown reason, it was obtained by Luo Weiyu. And it was only under the monk's compulsion that Luo Weiyu went looking for that bronze coffin. The bronze coffin and the killing of Rudra must be closely related. Otherwise, this monk wouldn't have asked him to go ahead and look for it. Only what he didn't expect was that there wasn't anything inside that bronze coffin that would destroy the blood float. Instead, there is a page of scripture which is used to inflict harm on them. That was why Lin Yi was able to slap him into mush just now. In response to Lin Yi's words, the monk Buddha clearly acquiesced. He did want to leave. This dark, worldless blood float is filled with nothing but blood and monsters. When he was outside, he had inherited the Buddhist principle of killing the living Buddha, and he was overcoming the people in the world. But after coming to this world, not to mention transcendence, he has been reduced to a monster that is neither human nor ghost. The body was divided by other monsters, and it was even more nonsensical to try to transcend the monsters with the Buddhist supreme principle. The monsters in here were even crazier than him. How do you go about overpowering a bunch of crazy monsters? Nothing even gets kicked around like a ball by them. What kind of life is this for a human being? As a result, I didn't expect to meet a third person who was a loser and couldn't hold the string of rosary beads at all.
The fourth man.
The monk Buddha looked at the young man in front of him.
Evil? Monster?
He was clearly alive, but his aura was even more oozing than the ones on the monsters, and underneath a face full of smiles hid a madness that devoured everything. The reason why he felt this way was because the monk had he himself possessed the Buddha's Tathagata. This kind of treasure art is able to feel the true psychology of a person. In Lin Ye's body, he couldn't feel anything but madness. That was why he had conceded so quickly. After all, with a page of scriptures in his hand, Lin Ye could indeed take some effort and then completely slaughter him. He did want to leave the world, but not to die. Lin Ye turned his gaze to the mountain range that kept hissing and said softly, "How do I get in this mountain range?" There was a hint of fear in the monk's head's eyes, as if he had thought of something. "You can't get in now, the gates of the mountain are not open yet, the gates into the mountains only appear at the beginning of each month.
And you can decide to bring out the monster inside."
"So it is?"
Lin Ye nodded.
He sort of realized that this blood float was a huge prison cell, and he, sort of, had the role of a warden holding the key.
Bringing out the monsters? That also requires strength, and just listening to that hissing sound, you can tell how much resentment those monsters have. Once you see flesh and blood, wouldn't you just tear it apart and devour it? But that's all after that, now?
Lin Yi turned his gaze to the monk's head again. "If you can't help, there's no point in existing. I
can.
I'm sure I can." The monk's head immediately took a stance. "Although I can't be your battle force right now, I have many of the Buddhist sect's mind techniques, so I think I can definitely help my master." Seeing that this monk's head was so knowledgeable, Lin Yi nodded appreciatively.
Wasn't he just trying to get something out of it? Otherwise, what was the point of coming in on this trip?
The monk's head, seeing Lin Ye's delay in speaking, thought that the other party was planning to kill him, and in his anxiety, a blood chi shot out from his brow. That blood chi rushed straight towards Lin Yi. The latter had no intention of dodging, as this blood chi was not a move. As expected, the moment the blood chi touched Lin Yi, that piece of Buddhist mind law also appeared in Lin Ye's sea of consciousness.
Mahamudra, Prajna Heart Sutra, Vajra Unbreakable Divine Power, Buddhist Lion's Roar Power. And more. There are feats and moves in this.
As for whether it was a Buddhist technique or not, Lin Yi didn't care about that.
What's the difference between a good knife and a bad one?
It's all feats, and even if you don't need them, you can still use them to seal your path. After viewing all of those techniques, Lin Yi collected his mind and departed from this blood-floating world.
Seeing Lin Ye's departing figure, the monk head sighed in relief. It's too scary. Damn the murderous Rudra, since he made the blood-floating world, why did he pass on a page of the sutra again?
Lin Yi, who had exited from the blood float world, opened the system panel.
Host, Lin Yi. Bone age, 16. Tags, Traveler Son of Destiny Peach Blossom Luck Perseverance Rusher Rebellious Disciple Talented Ill-Fated. System gift, Heaven's Destiny Villain Charming Aura Banishing Immortal Descending to the World Black Hand Ill-Fated Short-Lived Looks. Special Physique, Born with Taoist Bones Innate Taoist Body. Realm, Mid-Yuaning Stage. Techniques, Xian Level Burning Yang Duel, Xian Level Body Refining Technique, Adamantine Indestructible Divine Power, Prajna Sutra, Human Emperor Sutra, Bizarre Scriptures, Ordinary Body Refining Technique. Stances, Great Hand Seal, Lion's Roar Kung Fu, Flowing Cloud Sword, Flat Trouble Sword Technique, Moving Mountain Seal, Method of Blood Refining. Secret Treasures, a page of scripture, the seal of the Human Emperor, a bronze coffin, and a blood-colored rosary. The villain system is committed to creating you to become the first black hand of the 9 heavens and 10 earths. When encountering the son of heaven's destiny, we will kill. When encountering the daughter of heaven's destiny, we will rob. When encountering the opportunity, we will seize. In a word, what's yours is still yours, and what's someone else's is also yours. The cultivation level of mid-yuaning was still too low. But there's no point in sitting in dry meditation. As Lin Yi thought about it, it seemed like he hadn't taken a close look at his clan yet. With this in mind, Lin Yi stood up and walked towards the outside of the cabin. At this time, the master's aura had disappeared, and he didn't know where he had gone. Lin Yi walked down Qingyu Peak and headed in the direction of the Holy Lord's Hall. In addition to Qingyu Peak, he now only knew where the Holy Lord's Great Hall was, so he thought that when he waited until he arrived at the Holy Lord's Great Hall, he should just find someone to ask. Along the way, Lin Yi saw many disciples. Those disciples let out jia laughter from time to time. Originally Lin Yi intended to go up and ask some questions, but whenever they saw Lin Yi, those disciples turned around as if they had seen a ghost and left without the slightest intention of staying. This also made Lin Yi a bit puzzled. What's wrong? Is it because you're scared by my all-around righteousness?
Lin Yi naturally didn't know that nowadays, his reputation could be said to be completely spread in the southern region. Fighting 1 against 2, he crushed Lu Runfeng and Qin Jin to death on the spot, and resolutely drew his sword against the cultivators of the Purple Mansion realm. It decimated a dozen or so cultivators of the transformation god and ate them up. Cannibalistic, temperamental and powerful. With many words added together, the current Lin Yi had simply become a devil not to be messed with. Even the disciples in the same sect, when they mentioned Lin Yi, it was as if they were talking about a forbidden existence, and they didn't dare to discuss it out loud. Seeing Lin Yi walking towards them, those disciples thought that the other party was looking at their fresh flesh. In case it was eaten, it would be a big loss. Lady Miao's disciple, her own master wouldn't dare to mess with it.
Eating for nothing. Chapter 60 Sequential Disciple. After searching for multiple people to no avail, he once again encountered a disciple, and Lin Yi directly dodged and blocked his escape route. OMG. When that disciple saw Lin Yi instantly appear in front of him, he sat down on the spot in fear, his eyes filled with panic. This made Lin Yi rather speechless. Am I a ghost?
This senior brother, what are you afraid of?
Is there something on me? Ha! You're going to eat me?
What words is this? Lin Yi's face sank, and he slowed down for a while before speaking softly. This senior brother, don't worry, I don't eat people, and even if I did, I wouldn't eat you.
Really not eating me?
The disciple sitting on the ground said suspiciously. If you ask again, I don't know if I'll eat you or not, but I'll definitely beat you up. The veins on Lin Yi's forehead rippled, obviously enduring to the limit. Are you kidding me? How can he be such a true and good person and eat people?
Good. I won't ask.
That disciple instantly climbed up from the ground before covering his mouth with his hand. That look was simply comical.
Is there anything in our clan that can improve our strength? Boosting strength.
That disciple was a little slow to react to Lin Yi's shock, and after pondering for a long time, he spoke. If you want to improve your battle power, you can go to the Desolate Tower, and if you want to improve your realm, go to the Cliffs of Trials, but today many sequence disciples are over at the Cliffs of Trials, so I'd suggest that you don't want to go to the hustle and bustle. After all, you're a Saint's Son candidate, and the sequence disciples are likewise Saint's Son candidates, but you're new, they reckon. The disciple didn't finish his sentence, Huani could hear the meaning of his words. Indeed, after Lin Yi arrived, he was directly elevated to the position of Saint's Son candidate, and there was even a strong person like Lady Myriad who came to compete to be his master. Those sequence disciples had climbed up step by step through their own hard work and talent.
Suddenly coming in airborne would upset anyone. But about these Lin Yi didn't care. In the cultivation world, strength was the main thing.
If you are strong enough, you can be the Holy Lord, not to mention the Holy Son. Wasn't the reason he needed to raise his realm right now for that Saint's Son position. Before that, it would be good to see those sequence disciples in advance.
In what direction is the Cliff of Trials? Over there. After pointing in a direction, the disciple spoke incredulously. You're really going there, ah? Then you. Swish. Before the words were finished, Lin Yi's figure directly disappeared, obviously going forward to the trial cliff. After Lin Yi left, that disciple breathed a sigh of relief and patted his chest, his face full of gratitude. Hey! Got the dog back. However, the trial cliff should have a lively show. Seize the time to go and spread the news, so that many fellow disciples can go and watch the fun. Trial Bluff. It was a huge mountain, and on top of the cliff, there was an ancient hall. The reason why this place was called the Cliff of Trials was because the disciples who entered the middle of the Great Hall would be rewarded with no small amount of rewards for passing the trials, and these rewards were the purest spiritual energy. You can enhance your cultivation realm. The more trials you break through, the more and purer the spiritual energy you get. So on weekdays this is where the disciples must come. In front of the main hall there was also a black stone tablet with name after name on it. The higher the name, the more trials that person had passed. There were only a handful of people at the very top. These were all the top geniuses that had appeared in various eras of the sacred land of extreme bliss, and the Holy Lord's name was clearly on it. Further down was the second echelon, which had a large number of people in it. The dull glowing names were the former seniors, while the flickering names were the current disciples. The names at the bottom are too numerous to count. In front of the black stone monument at this moment, there were several disciples standing. The Taoist robes on their bodies were not the same as the others, and above the golden pattern at their chests, there were bright numbers in order from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This is the mark of a serial disciple. That is, the best contender for the sonship.
They were both male and female with different faces, but what was the same was that the aura on their bodies was extremely powerful, and between the lingering Dao rhythms, they caused countless disciples to frequently glance sideways, their eyes filled with respect.
Ha 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 ha. A burly man let out a hearty laugh.
His skin was dark, his body exuded savage power, his chi and blood seemed to be going through his body, the whole person was like a steamer emitting heat, obviously a body refining cultivator. The gold stripe above the chest reads 2. In other words, he is a sequence 2 disciple.
I say Nangong Qian, you still want to surpass me? It's simply asking for trouble. Are you hurt this time?
Opposite him, there is a civilized and weak youth, see his temperament although civilized and weak, but between his hands and feet, with a natural momentum, the Tao of nature, good as water, obviously not a weak person.
The cloud pattern on the chest says 3. Ahem.
Nangong Qian coughed twice, his face paling a few more points. Earlier, he had broken into the middle of the Great Hall of Trials in order to be able to break his own record once again. As a result, because he was in too much of a hurry, he was injured by the great power inside the Great Hall of Trials, and now his meridians were obscure and his chi was shaking, so it was hard to bear.
Shut up! Palace Minister! You reckless man! What are you fighting me here with your mouth? If you don't want to submit, let's fight over it.
Tisk, tsk, tsk. The burly man called Gong Xiang smacked his lips and said with a disdainful face, I'm number 2, you're number 3. Have you ever heard of number 2 being fine fighting number 3? If I want to fight, I'm also going to fight number 1, you'd better recuperate from your injuries you. Nangong Qian reached out and pointed at Gong Xiang, his face filled with anger. A female disciple next to her stood out, she possessed a white and tender goose-egg face with long and slender eyebrows, spoke in a soft and gentle voice, and had a delicate demeanor, coupled with her bright eyes and white teeth, and delicate complexion, she was indeed an outstanding beauty. What are you two arguing about? A trial is just a trial, it can't be considered as a real battle. If you have that free time to argue, why don't you go and ask, when will we be able to regain our identities? Although the woman's speech was gentle, there were a few hints of complaint within her tone. They were all disciples of the sacred land of ultimate bliss. The Holy Land may be holy, but they themselves are a demonic sect. Now that it's become a Shagakukan sort of thing. When you go out to practice, people ask you which sect you are from, and you directly report the Zhengqi sect, not to mention that people simply don't know what Zhengqi sect exists. The mere fact that you are covered in demonic aura and still claim to be from the righteousness sect is in itself the most suspicious thing. So when they were out there recently, they were in a lot of trouble. Just explaining what was said is capable of writing a book. It's weird not to complain.
Chapter 61, You're damn polite.
The reason why she was able to stand out and stop the 2 sequence disciples was because she herself was likewise one of the sequence disciples. The word 5, in gold stripes, was reflected above her chest.
Humph.
The palace minister grunted coldly, clearly equally dissatisfied with this matter.
What kind of Saint Son candidate, who didn't even become a sequential disciple, is directly a Saint Son candidate? It's even because of him that our entire clan has undergone drastic changes. What a laugh, I think it should be the illegitimate child of any old ancestor. Shut up!
Nangong Qian, who was on the side, directly interrupted Gong Xiang's words and said in a deep voice, in the clan, you should know what kind of punishment there is for presumptuously talking about the elders, not to mention that this is still an order given by the sacred lord, so we can't be allowed to question it.
What a keeper! Sequence disciple number 5, Zhang Yunmei poked fun at Nangong Qian in a teasing tone.
A moment later, a ghostly voice spoke, no matter how you say it, this Saint Son candidate of ours should not come from a small place yet, and just based on the things he's done lately, it's worthy of his status.
What is worthy of his status? Killing a dozen cultivators above the spirit transformation realm? Or that he killed Lu Runfeng in Qinjin 1 against 2, or that he eats people? That's ridiculous. Gong Xiang's tone was full of disdain. We are at the God transformation realm ourselves, is it hard to kill an ordinary God transformation realm cultivator?
As for Lu Runfeng and Qinjin, they are just 2 idiots. And that cannibalism, if cannibalism can be called strength and toughness, I'll eat 10 a day.
Nangong Qian glanced at Gong Xiang with slight dislike, can you stop blowing it? Still eating 10 a day, I've tried, I simply don't know where to start. Miyagi phase, ? Zhang Yunmei, ? I'm just saying. You actually tried it?
It turns out you're the craziest of us all. Just as the 3 of them were chatting here, a figure slowly walked over. The handsome face, the red robe on his body and the bronze coffin behind him.
This outfit made those ordinary disciples around them but they recognized it.
Each of them looked at Lin Yi with a few moments of curiosity, a few moments of jealousy as well as a few moments of fear.
I've always heard of the great name of this Saint Sun candidate, but I just haven't seen him, and now he's here? Ta ta ta.
The three Gongxiang were still there, disliking each other, when that red figure stood directly beside them, viewing the names on the stone tablet. Feeling the sudden appearance of the aura beside them, the three of them were also puzzled. As a matter of fact, when the sequence disciples were here looking at the stone tablet, all the disciples would stand at the back. After all, their strength was placed there. Only fellow sequence disciples were qualified to stand alongside them. This aura that suddenly appeared was clearly at the Yuaning stage, while the last sequence disciples were all at the spirit transformation stage.
Who is this person? Surprisingly, all three turned their heads at the same time and froze outright. Nice guy. Just talking about him, and here he is?
At this time Lin Yi was looking at the name above the stone tablet. As a traveler, he naturally knew that this thing was a leaderboard. The leaderboard? It was used to break. Although he didn't know what was in this great hall of trials, he thought that he should be able to break in now, right?
You're Lin Yi? Gong Xiangon couldn't resist and asked directly.
Lin Yi was looking for his master's name on top of the stone tablet, and with his full attention, he didn't even pay attention to what the people next to him were saying. In itself, he didn't know anyone, and with the way those disciples treated him, it was natural that he wouldn't feel that anyone would take the initiative to talk to him.
Exclamation point.
The veins on Miyagi's forehead rippled.
Good boy, you're crazy. What do you mean you're ignoring me when I'm talking to you? Zhang Yunmei looked at Lin Yi's side face with interest. Like Jean Linger, she was also wondering if such a clear and handsome teenager was really that kind of ferocious devil that eats people? It couldn't be a blackmail, could it? Boo!
The palace minister finally managed to hold back.
A slap at Lin Yi's shoulder. Swish! In the next second, a white sword light lit up. Dang!
The sound of metal clashing rang out, and Gong Xiang's entire body stepped backward, his feet leaving two deep marks on the ground.
Nangong Qian and Zhang Yunmei looked at Lin Yi in surprise. You're going to do it at the drop of a hat?
Luckily the pair is Gong Xiang, this reckless person. Just now that sharp sword chi have suddenly attacked them, I am afraid that they will suffer a lot of injuries. At this moment, the palace phase was also experiencing a surge of chi and blood. His clothes were torn, revealing the skin inside, and there was a white mark on his chest. That sword light chopped above his chest, and in his haste, if he hadn't used his powerful physique to carry it hard, I'm afraid that it would have opened up his abdomen.
Gong Xiang looked at the red-clothed teenager with an angry face.
At this moment, Lin Yi transformed one of his hands into a sword finger, maintaining the posture of a sword strike. His subconscious reaction was like stress. If someone suddenly touched him while he was dazed and out of his mind, he would just do it. It was like the female cultivator that I once met. Wasn't it because of this stressful reaction of his that he chopped off the other's head with a sword? After returning to his senses, Lin Yi realized what he had done. Now it is in the sect, that is to say, the other party is their own fellow disciples, to do something to fellow disciples, or in public, in which sect this should be taboo, right? Thinking of this, Lin Yi looked towards the palace phase not far away. Surprised by the other party's strong physique, at the same time with an apology, he spoke, "Sorry, the senior brother, I got carried away thinking about things. If I hurt you, please forgive me." Fart. Before Lin Yi could finish his sentence, Gong Xiang directly interrupted the other party angrily. You hurt me? What a joke. Don't take yourself too seriously. It didn't hurt you? Lin Yi wondered. Crap. Of course not. Gong Xiang wiped the mark on his chest, and after realizing that he couldn't wipe it off, he hastily covered it up slightly with his broken shirt. It's best if it's not hurt. Lin Yi nodded. Is it all right then? If it's okay, I'll leave first. Well, it's okay, go away. You stop right there. Gong Xiang was infuriated. Just now he had almost been taken to the ditch by Lin Yi. It's okay? How can it be okay? I just touched you, and you chopped me with your sword. Do you think it's over? Lin Yi slowly stepped forward and said in a solemn tone, I'm sorry, the senior brother, it was my subconscious reaction just now. You're not going to give Miyagi the whole thing in one fell swoop? You're damn polite. What's next? I'm looking for something to do. How can I go on like this? Seeing Gong Xiang's stiff face, Zhang Yunmei walked over and smiled softly at Lin Yi. You're our new junior apprentice brother, Saint Sun candidate Lin Yi, aren't you? Chapter 62. Well, it's me, Lin Yi nodded. As if he hadn't noticed in the slightest, Zhang Yunmei's slightly mocking tone above the words new initiate as well as Saint Sun candidate. Jiang Yunmei first stiffened, then smiled in a far-fetched manner. Well, my name is Jiang Yunmei, I'm your senior sister. Are you here with the intention of going into the Great Hall of Trials? Well, I wonder if there are any rules for entering this Great Hall of Trials. Hearing this, Jiang Yunmei's beautiful eyes lit up, and immediately opened her mouth. The rules are nothing, but as a senior brother and sister, naturally worried about your safety, you don't know, this trial hall, there are many crises, a carelessness will be deep in it. Even if you won't die, serious injuries are inevitable, and some people have even had their paths destroyed because of it. So that's how it is, I've been taught, thank you senior sister. Lin Yi nodded his thanks to Jiang Yunmei, then turned around with the intention of going inside of it. Wait. Seeing Lin Yi turn around and about to leave, Jiang Yunmei directly reached out and grabbed the other party's sleeve, and in order to avoid being sneak attacked herself as well, she also wrapped her entire body in spiritual energy. Avoid Lin Yi's subconscious sword pointing. Now that Lin Yi hadn't gone off the deep end, he naturally wouldn't lay a hand on his fellow disciples. Doubtfully, she looked at Jiang Yunmei, senior sister, is there anything else? Aha! Jiang Yunmei aggravated her tone, you're the only disciple of Master Myriader, and you don't have any other senior brothers, so it's inevitable that you don't know anything about these things. In fact, in order to enter into the middle of this Great Hall of Trials, you need a senior sister or brother to test some of your strength, and if you don't have enough strength, you have to work hard on your cultivation until you have the strength to be able to enter the Great Hall the next time. Since you don't have any other senior brothers from Qingyu Peak, we'll do it for you. Wouldn't that be a bad idea, a little too much trouble for you? It's okay. No need to be embarrassed. Jiang Yunmei said solemnly, we are your senior brothers and sisters, so we naturally have this obligation to help you. Those disciples surrounding the huddle looked at each other in disbelief. When did this rule exist inside the sect? Entering the Great Hall of Trials requires a senior brother or sister to test their strength for them? If that's the case, wouldn't they have to take a beating before entering the Great Hall of Trials? What the hell kind of rules are these? However, looking at Jiang Yunmei's threatening eyes, the disciples each chose to keep their mouths shut. Lin Yi was someone not to be messed with in their eyes, and likewise, these sequence disciples were certainly someone not to be messed with. Neither party is to be messed with, so you might as well play by yourselves. Let me. Palace phase immediately came over to personally guide Lin Yi. He has endured too long. Just was that polite Lin Yi to directly interrupt. A fire held simply nowhere to vent. With this opportunity, it's not going to be a good time. No, let me. Nangong Qian similarly stood out. As fellow sequence disciples, all of them carried curiosity about Lin Yi, the Saint's Son candidate, in terms of that casual strike of the sword finger just now. Lin Yi did have a few points of strength, but if he wanted to truly understand his opponent, he still had to have done a real fight. Shut up you two. Jiang Yunmei quit. This was an idea she had racked her brain to come up with. How could she let someone else cut her off? I was the one who spoke to senior brother Lin first, and naturally, this task of helping out has to be done by me as well. I'll do it. The three of them argued with each other, with the air of being at each other's throats. Lin Yi looked a little confused. Isn't it true that the disciples of this sect are all this helpful? I should say that it is worthy of being the righteousness sect. The disciples under the sect are all of such high character. That's where the chosen one should be. In the end, the argument between the three ended with Jiang Yunmei winning. After all, like she said, the idea did come to her. Jiang Yunmei's pretty face added 2 blushes because of her excitement. It looked exceptionally beautiful and moving, only that not many of the surrounding disciples dared to take more than a glance. Sequential disciples cannot be a saving light or solid step-by-step to fight up. Only Jiang Yunmei arrived in front of Lin Yi and smiled, "Senior brother, let me help you." "Right here?" "Well, it's right here." "Alright, we agreed with each other anyway, and it's hard. Up here on this trial cliff." Swish! Before the words were finished, the sword light exploded. Lin Yi's sword finger was already coming towards that swan-like neck, and Jiang Yunmei's beautiful eyes narrowed lightly. Because of Lin Yi's previous actions, she was likewise on guard even as she spoke, and didn't panic when she saw the sword fingers coming. It was accompanied by a chorus. Jiang Yunmei's vermilion lips gently opened, a sound wave emerged from within the lips given to her, a ripple appeared in the air, the sound wave was like a wave, directly bouncing that sword finger away. At the same time, the purple spiritual energy blossomed with a brilliant light between the jade hands lightly raised. The purple light in the sky looked mesmerizing, but there were hidden killings in that. Several circles silently attacked Lin Yi amidst the purple light. The latter's eyes glazed over. Swish swish swish. Several spirit swords sprang out from the bronze coffin and collided with the incoming circle. Dang it! The sound of metal clashing was incessant, and in the next moment, Jiang Yunmei's figure suddenly disappeared. But when she reappeared, she had already arrived in front of Lin Yi, holding 2 rings, and with those 2 rings as the core, purple runes erupted, brilliant as a river of stars, dazzling.
That purple rune was ancient and powerful.
The hard ground of the trial cliff was constantly vibrating, and the surrounding ordinary disciples immediately retreated away from it, fearing that they would be affected by it. Lin Yi put his hands together, the golden light on his body flourished, his face was quiet and peaceful, his mouth didn't know what he was reciting silently, just like a glazed Buddha, the whole person's precious appearance was solemn.
Boom!
The 2 rings ruthlessly impacted on the golden light, purple spiritual power explosion, brilliant and eye-catching, the explosion generated by the airwaves so that the ground appeared cracks, has been hiding away from the disciples, but there are several people still cannot withstand the aftermath, was overturned out. When the dust and smoke from the explosion cleared, the crowd realized that at that moment, Lin Yi maintained the posture of folding his hands together, and none of the clothes on his body had any trace of disarray. Instead, Jiang Yunmei, who was holding the circle, looked at him with a stunned expression.
Buddhist Kung Fu? A far cry from the truth. One must realize that most of the Buddhist sect's techniques are strong because of the power of faith. The deeper one understands the supreme principles of Buddhism, the more subtle and exquisite the Buddha's work becomes. This Lin Yi doesn't look like a believer in Buddhism, right? But he happened to possess Buddhist techniques, and his realm wasn't low. What's usable about the feats of a bunch of vultures? Watch me break your turtle shell. Jiang Yunmei became completely serious, his cultivation at the God transformation realm penetrating his body. As the spiritual energy raged, it caused a ripple to appear in the void. Chapter 63 Confinement at the Siwu Cliffs.
Regarding the matter of Jiang Yunmei being a spirit transformation realm cultivator, Lin Yi had seen it long ago, so he wasn't the slightest bit flustered at this point. The golden light on his body grew brighter and brighter, and the ancient Buddha's Sanskrit sound resounded in the underworld. Unlike the Buddhist sect's precious and solemn scriptures, this scripture was full of strangeness, and when the ordinary disciples around them heard it, they felt as if cracks appeared in their divine souls. And that Buddhist sound seemed to carry a few points of compulsion, and actually raised killing intent towards the surrounding fellow disciples. Not far away, Gong Xiang and Nangong Qian also heard this Buddhist sound. The 2 men frowned. I've never heard such a bizarre Buddhist sound before. What is this Lin Yi's situation? Nangong Qian shook his head. Obviously he didn't know much about this Buddhist sound either. However, if it is a Buddhist sound that can compel the heart and has a killing intent, needless to say, it must be an evil Buddha. This Lin Yi revealed an evil aura from beginning to end. His own master also said that in order to keep Lin Yi from noticing, everyone should call themselves righteous cultivators? Look at that, Lin Yi looks like a decent cultivator. This time, don't say he's eaten people. I'd believe you if you said he ate several children at one meal. The others were like this, not to mention Jiang Yunmei, who was facing Lin Yi head on. She felt like she had a splitting headache, as if there was a voice constantly compelling her in her soul. Tell yourself to kill everyone around you. The feeling is just too weird. But the battle wasn't over yet, and it was imperative that the Lin Yi in front of him be slaughtered. Aha! Just after this thought was born, Jiang Yunmei froze. She just wanted to teach Lin Yi a lesson, but she never intended to kill the other party. Not to mention that Lin Yi was a sacred son candidate. Even if he put aside that status, he was still his own fellow disciple, so why would he rise to the idea of slaughtering the other party? Just as Jiang Yunmei froze, Lin Yi's side directly slapped out a palm. Boom! The golden light was radiant and dazzling, accompanied by gusts of Buddhist sounds, and a huge palm slapped fiercely towards Jiang Yunmei. This is the Buddha's supreme technique, the great hand print. Yunmei, be careful. Nangong Qian saw that Jiang Yunmei was staring blankly, so he didn't care about rules and regulations and bullied his way up, intending to block Lin Yi's attack. Buzz! Right at this moment, wisps of Dao rhythms drifted down from above the sky. A figure appeared in front of the crowd. Only to see that person slowly raise his hand, and in an instant, both the Buddhist sounds in heaven and earth and the large handprint all dissipated like bubbles. Immediately afterward, the Dao rhyme dispersed, revealing the person's true face. He was an old man, wearing the Taoist robe of the Zhengqi sect, and between his hands and feet, he seemed to contain the will of heaven and earth, so it was obvious how high his cultivation level was. Seeing the old man's appearance, all the disciples bent down and bowed. Elder Wind. Lin Yi similarly saluted, because he had met Elder Feng himself in the middle of the Patriarch's Hall when he joined the Zhengqi sect before, so he naturally knew that he was an elder of the sect. Jiang Yunmei's pretty face stiffened a little. She didn't expect that the elders would even show up while she was using some small conspiracy.
Wasn't this caught in the act? Nangong Qian and Gong Xiang were similarly a bit nervous.
It was true that they had an exalted status for fellow disciples, but to the elders, that didn't mean much. After all, the elders of a sect were equivalent to elders, and deceiving one's teacher was an absolute taboo no matter where one was. Therefore, when facing an elder, even a sequenced disciple would have to bow his head, let alone a core elder like Elder Foam.
Only after becoming a saint's son did one have the same status as an elder.
This was why the sequenced disciples were very concerned about the matter of the Holy Son. When becoming a Holy Son, the entire clan's resources could be tilted in its favor. Originally it was a competition between 10 people, now that one was suddenly parachuted in, they would naturally have some opinions. At this moment, Elder Foam opened his mouth, his tone full of majesty. Who can tell me what happened here? Why did I see you guys striking out at each other between fellow disciples in front of the gate of this great hall of trials? Elder Win's voice resounded all around. The ordinary disciples were trembling, but they simply didn't dare to come forward and speak the truth. If they messed with the sequenced disciples, they wouldn't be able to live their lives in the future. Just at this time, Jiang Yunmei revealed a far-fetched smile. That Elder Foam, I was sparring with Senior Brother Lin. After all, as Senior Brother Lin is a juvenile heavenly pride, I'm a bit excited to see the hunt, and I've broken the clan's rules for a while.
I'm willing to accept the punishment.
Hearing this, Lin Yi, after glancing at Jiang Yunmei suspiciously, turned his gaze to Elder Foam. Reporting back to the elder, senior sister, she was merely trying to help me to be able to enter the Great Hall of Trials without any problems, so she made a move to test some of my strength. Please don't be offended by the elder.
Oh?
Elder Feng's eyes narrowed lightly as he looked toward Jiang Yunmei. He wasn't an idiot, he naturally heard the meaning of what Lin Yi said.
Damn it!
Jiang Yunmei bared her baby tiger teeth and looked viciously at Lin Yi.
Good boy.
I thought you were a real guy with big eyes, but you ratted on me. When Auntie comes out after her punishment, I will definitely make you look good. Lin Yi, on the other hand, was completely at a loss as to why Jiang Yunmei was hating on himself.
Could it be that the body of the Son of Heaven's destiny that attracts hatred is showing its effectiveness? Otherwise, why are you still looking at me as viciously as if you've eaten a piece of even though you're obviously pleading for you? In that case, Jiang Yunmei, I'm punishing you with 7 days of confinement at the Thought Cliff. Do you have any objections?
Disciple, no.
Jiang Yunmei was on the verge of crunching her back teeth.
But it was simply impossible for her to disobey the elder's order, not to mention that she was the one who was at fault first.
Well, you're on your own, and you're not to come out for less than 7 days.
Yes.
Jiang Yunmei turned away with a small beak.
On the side of the palace, Fei's and Nangong Qian saw this and planned to leave. After all, just now they are also considered accomplices. At this time do not go to wait for what time. As a result, Elder Foam instantly appeared in front of the duo and looked at them with a smile.
Ha!
Gong Xiang scratched his head and made a naive appearance. Elder Foam, I wonder if there is something I can do to find my disciple?
If it is,
Palace Fei's. Before he could finish his sentence, Elder Foam directly interrupted what he said. Are you planning to go to the Thought Cliff by yourself, or am I going to break your legs and carry you in?
Ha! Gong Xiang cried out, not realizing that he still hadn't dodged it. Were all planning to sneak away quietly, or was he caught?
If you go to a place like the Thoughtful Cliff with a broken leg, you'll still have less skin when you come out. On the side, Nangong Qian pulled Gong Xiang, and immediately walked in the direction of the Thoughtful Cliff, and only then did Elder Foam nod his head in satisfaction. After resolving the matter of the sequenced disciples, Elder Foam dismissed the surrounding disciples and then came to Lin Yi's side.
Chapter 64. Lin Yi, sorry, these serial disciples, they are used to being arrogant on a regular basis. Are you not hurt? The disciple is unhindered. Lin Yi shook his head slightly, indicating that he was fine with it.
The elders gave the steps, so just come down directly, no need to be unruly. After all, Elder Foam had never had any too deep interactions with him, and this politeness was only because of his own master. Lady Miao's prestige in the entire clan was evident in her influence just by looking at the fact that she alone was able to take charge of the huge Qingyu Peak. Before showing his worth, Lin Yi didn't want to leave a bad impression on the crowd, not to mention that Jiang Yunmei hadn't harmed him either. What Lin Yi didn't know was that the deaths of those dozen or so spirit transformation realm cultivators had caused the entire clan's hierarchy to look at him differently. His own Saint Son candidate was almost attacked and killed. It would be strange if the sacred land of ultimate bliss didn't thoroughly investigate this matter. He even understood all of Lin Yi's family background thoroughly, first ruling out the fact that Lin Yi had the support of a former senior behind him. It was impossible for those dozen or so cultivators above the realm of transformation to die for no reason. In other words, this disciple of his own family had a big secret in his body. Everyone had secrets, not to mention that this person was still Lin Yi, so the executives had a few more expectations of him. This was why Elder Feng was pleasant to him. After seeing how well-behaved Lin Yi was, Elder Feng was even more satisfied. Talent, state of mind, dealing with people, this Lin Yi in front of him was simply the best candidate for a disciple. Hey! Elder Feng also sighed inwardly. Such a disciple would be perfect if he were his own personal disciple. But Mrs. Wonderful has her eye on him, who else would dare to steal a disciple from her? Looking at Elder Feng, who kept staring at himself and didn't say anything, Lin Yi shivered. This Elder Feng wouldn't have a dragon and yang, right? He hurriedly spoke. Elder Feng, if there is nothing else, disciple will go to the Great Hall of Trials first. Oh, you go. Elder Feng returned to his senses and looked at Lin Yi with a smile. Remember, in the middle of the Great Hall of Trials is asking for the heart. After leaving these words, Elder Feng directly disappeared in place. Because of the demobilization just now, only Lin Yi was left in front of the door of the entire Great Hall of Trials. He pondered over Elder Win's words. Ask the heart? These two words were obviously a hint, here to help one pass the trial. It was just not clear what the significance of these two words was. Forget it, there's no point in thinking too much, let's go in first. Thinking of this, Lin Yi entered the Great Hall of Trials. Upon entering the Great Hall of Trials, one could only see a stone pillar in the center of the empty hall. There were all sorts of patterns inscribed on that stone pillar, and those patterns were as if they were alive. The pattern of 1,000 armies fighting, the pattern of the sun, moon and stars breaking, the pattern of the opening of the sky, the pattern of the cosmic flood. Even the pattern of the long river of time was inscribed on it. Even without getting close to the stone pillar, Lin Yi was able to feel the arcane aura emanating from it as well as strands of killing intent. Buzz! Just as Lin Yi was still exploring this stone pillar, it suddenly radiated light, and that light completely enveloped Lin Yi. Accompanied by a dizzying sensation of heavenly rotation, when Lin Yi opened his eyes again, he had already arrived in a strange space. He didn't know where he was, it was dark as far as the eye could see. Moreover, it was as if this space was completely closed, and one could not even feel the spiritual energy in the air. System. Sure enough. Lin Yi looked around vigilantly, knowing that the system was a magical golden finger bound in his sea of consciousness. When he entered the blood float world, he couldn't feel the system, and when he came into this dark space, he couldn't feel the system either. In other words, this is also a small world that was opened up? Buzz. Just as Lin Yi was still pondering, the space around him lit up. He appeared in an ancient room, and at the same time, the perspective changed strangely, and a bunch of giants appeared around him. Lin Yi subconsciously would want to take out his spirit sword from the bronze coffin and fight those giants. But his back was empty, and even if he wanted to turn his finger into a sword, he couldn't sense any fluctuation in his body. Aha! Now, Lin Yi was a bit flustered. The aura is gone. He's become an ordinary person? Reaching out his hand to check the situation, he saw that the hand waving in front of his eyes turned into a small, white, tender hand, as if it were a baby. What's going on? Me? Lin Yi suddenly realized that his voice had also turned into a baby's cry. Ha 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 ha, great, born with an emperor's pupil, my Lin family has finally wrestled it. Minger, you're saved. You will definitely be able to reign supreme in the future. An old man directly reached out and picked Lin Yi up, shouting out in excitement. On the side of the bed, there was a fairy-like woman lying on the bed. Her face was full of tenderness and pampering. Even if her face was a little pale, she couldn't cover up her peerless appearance. Beside the bed, there was a young man, concerned and asking questions about the woman's body. But he always had a look of sadness on his face. Lin Ye's eyes widened as he realized that the woman was his mother, indeed the way she looked in his memories, but the man was not his father, Lin Zhengqi. What's going on? Qinger, let's. The handsome and godly man spoke in a heavy tone as he spoke to the woman on the bed. We have to do this, or else I'm afraid Minger he won't be able to last much longer. The woman's delicate face was full of tangles, and crystallized tears even appeared in her beautiful eyes. No way. I still don't want to do this. He was just born, letting him endure this kind of thing. He doesn't have a choice, I can't help him choose. Hey! The man let out a heavy sigh, then persuaded again. Minger he's about to lose his life, a pair of eyes in exchange for a life, isn't it worth it? For the sake of this pair of eyes, how much have we paid? Emperor Hitomi, this pair of eyes is not something that can be obtained at will. You endure the scorching heat of the Emperor's Dao Qi every day, and I have to enter the dragon transformation pool to keep gathering my own bloodline. The old ancestors even plundered the chi of the imperial Dao from among the many immortal imperial dynasties for this matter, in order to put up a fight. Now those odds have been spelled out for us. In the future, we won't fail this child year. Even if it's Minger, he'll be grateful to his brother. No. The woman's shell teeth clenched her lower lip, 2 children, either one of which left her torn. But one is a life and the other is a pair of eyes. The heart of her hand was meat, and she couldn't easily give up either one. It was at this time that the old man spoke. Isn't it precisely for this pair of emperor's pupils that we have given everything to save Minger? There's no need to say more on this matter, I'll make the call. Chapter 65, Illusion or Reality. At this moment, Lin Yi was completely dumbfounded. What the hell is going on here? The woman was clearly her mother, but the man was not Lin Zhengqi. Lin Yi, that was his name, yes, but who was the one called Naru? Also, he has emperor's pupils? It couldn't be, he had always been an innate Dao bone before, this was absolutely correct. As a traveler, he had no memories of babies, and had thought that his memory was off, but now it seemed as if something was wrong. Ignoring the woman's pleas, the man directly reached out and picked Lin Yi up. Lin Yi looked at the man in front of him, and even though his spiritual power was all gone right now, he was able to feel that powerful aura on the man. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that this man's cultivation was estimated to be even stronger than that Zhengqi sect's Saint Master. Lin Yi let the man carry him away. In fact, he couldn't resist now. Without the slightest bit of spiritual energy in his body, he had turned into a baby again. Not to mention resisting, he couldn't even jump out of the man's arms. The woman, Lin Yi's mother at the moment, was obviously so weak in breath from giving birth to heaven's pride that there was no way to stop it. The old man on the other side followed the man out. The two of them carried Lin Yi all the way to another room, and just as soon as they pushed the door into the room, they were able to smell the pungent medicinal fragrance. On a white jade bed, there was also a teenager, sitting cross-legged on it. That teenager's appearance was somewhat similar to Lin Yi's childhood. He looked to be just 5 or 6 years old, his eyes were tightly closed, and beads of sweat were constantly on his forehead. There were a large number of medicinal herbs around the white jade bed, even the holy medicines had a dozen of them, and the aura of the Imperial Dao was extremely dense on the teenager. However, these Imperial Dao Qi was lingering in the teenager's Qi Si, and the blood on his body had obviously been torn from his body by that Imperial Dao Qi as well. Empty of the aura of the Emperor's Way, but without the general physique of a human emperor. If this continued, in less than 6 or 7 years, it was estimated that this teenager would be completely burst by the Qi of the Imperial Way. This was also the reason why the teenager's injuries had not improved even a little bit, even though he clearly had many holy medicines here. Because he wasn't injured at all, but rather by the Emperor's Dao Qi within himself. Naro-chan! Naro-chan, you're saved! The man hugged Lin Yi and excitedly came to the teenager's face and said. The latter slowly opened his eyes. The young man's eyes seemed to see through everything, calm and collected, and after hearing the man's words, he laughed softly and said, Father, thank you for everything you've done for me, but gouging out my brother's eyes to cure my injuries, that's something I can't do. Fake. Lin Yi saw the expression on the teenager's face and immediately saw through the other party's hypocrisy. As I said before, Lin Yi had an innate advantage in understanding human nature as well as emotions. So he was able to tell at a glance that the teenager in front of him had a bad mouth. In other words, he wanted these eyes for himself. But I don't know if it was to stabilize his persona or what, but he didn't show excitement. This brat is not easy. Lin Yi even had the time to observe the teenager. Young and old, and obviously only a mortal body but extremely talented. Talent, cultivation and mindfulness could all be considered superior, but the prerequisite was that there was no that terrifying Qi of the Imperial Way in the Sea of Qi. When the man heard the teenager's words, he was obviously anxious as well. Minger, you've suffered for so many years, it's about time you got some relief, and it's for your sake that we, your mother, and even the old ancestors, tried to find a way to let Year be born. These eyes of his are meant for you. If you can't bear it, just be nice to him in the future. The teenager still seemed to be hesitating. The old man on the side, however, walked over at this time and said in a deep voice, Minger, you are highly valued by the old ancestors, and a few of them even went deeper into the forbidden zone just to save your life. Now with the appearance of the Emperor's pupil, the Emperor's Dao Qi in your body will be under control. The Emperor's Dao Qi coupled with the Emperor's pupil, this is 1 + 1 is greater than 2, in the future, you will definitely be able to reign over the world. Now that the Golden Age is coming soon, you, as the heavenly pride of the world, naturally want to reign over the world and override the 10,000 realms. As the heir of my Lin family, you cannot be merciful. In other words, your brother will depend on you in the future.
The teenager lapsed into silence. Lin Yi, on the other hand, looked at this scene with disdain. Hurry up and open your mouth and agree. What are you pretending here? And what future king's landing to protect his brother? Seems like the first person you hurt was your brother, right? Although Lin Yi didn't know what was going on with the scene in front of him, he saw from a god's perspective that this family was hypocritical to the extreme. To save one, you have to take one of the other's eyes? Originally, as blood relatives, in order to save their families, not to mention a pair of eyes, even if they take their lives, so what? But only if the other party agrees. For a baby, does he have a choice? What's more, by listening to the conversation, one could hear that the baby was actually born just for the teenager in front of him. And the next sentence was even more disgusting to Lin Yi. The man was afraid that the teenager was still entangled, and hurriedly opened his mouth. Minger, don't forget that your other younger brother has been left out in the cold by the family, and even dispatched to the middle of the lower domain because of the lack of Emperor's pupil appearing. This brother of yours now, if you don't want his eyes, won't you make the whole family hate him? Hearing this, Lin Ye's eyes widened. You're a strange family. Before this baby, there was another one? Being cold-shouldered by the family simply because you were born without Emperor's pupils? With the Emperor's pupil, it's your backup big medicine? It's simply outrageous. Are you still human? A tiger's poison doesn't eat its children. When the teenager heard these words, he seemed to freeze, and then he opened his mouth with a slight sadness. Hey! It's all my fault that my body is too weak, and I couldn't go out and stand up for him when he was bullied by Chiu Di, and after I get better, I will definitely get him back. It's only right that the three of us brothers work together. Great! Great! Both the man and the old man screamed out in excitement, knowing that the teenager had accepted. You're right, you need to be strong so you can protect your brothers. After saying that, the old man seemed to be afraid that the teenager would still hesitate, and hastily waved his sleeve robe, plunging the entire room into darkness. Lin Yi had long since gotten used to the darkness and was able to vaguely see the old man coming to his front. A hand came up toward his eyes. Damn! Move for me! Lin Yi cupped his hands together and tried to repel him. What he didn't know was that his eyes erupted with an aura of the Emperor's Way at this moment, and that aura of the Emperor's Way accompanied by a dragon's roar resounded throughout the room. Boom! A golden dragon of chi shot out from Lin Yi's eyes. Chapter 66, You All Deserve to Die. Accompanied by a dragon's roar, the golden dragon of chi attacked the old man. The latter laughed without anger. Ha 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 ha, good, worthy of being an emperor's pupil. Can it actually sense danger and thus automatically protect its master? If we have these eyes, Narrower will definitely be able to reign over the world. After saying that, the old man once again reached out and thrust 2 fingers towards Lin Yi's eyes. Lin Yi could only watch the arrival of the 2 fingers. He couldn't mobilize the aura in his body. And there is no way to resist. Pust. With the sound of entering flesh. Ouch. A deep, bone-deep pain. Lin Yi felt like he had a splitting headache, especially his eyes, which had actually been plucked out alive. This was still an illusion? Being truly gouged out of your eyes was nothing more than that, right? Who? The Chiluk golden dragon let out a mournful sound, as if it was blaming itself for not protecting its master. Ah! The hissing sound that Lin Yi made turned into a baby's cry at this moment as well. He was completely in the dark. After a long time, the teenager's voice was heard. Father, replace my eyes with my brother's after all, he can't be blind. Fine, fine, whatever you say. Lin Yi heard a footstep, followed by a familiar scent, and a pair of warm eyeballs seemed to be shoved into his own. Immediately afterward, accompanied by a sensation of warmth, he once again saw the light. After blinking a few times, the surroundings were clearly seen. The young man had stepped down from the white jade bed, his eyes were golden, and wisps of Imperial Dao Qi flowed from his body. All of the Qi of the Imperial Dao eventually flowed into his eyes. Emperor Hitomi's appearance had improved his situation completely, and at this moment, the teenager's talent, potential, heart, and cultivation had all reached their peaks. The whole person also appeared to have the aura of a young king. The first thing I saw him do when he got out of bed was to come to Lin Yi's side, and softly said, "Brother, if you grow up in the future and need these eyes, come to my brother, and my brother will return them to you." Naro-chan! Don't talk nonsense! The old man hurriedly stepped forward to rebuke the other party. If we return the eyes to him, won't all the efforts we've made be in vain, not to mention that didn't you say that you wanted King's Landing to protect your brother?
Nowadays, even though our Lin family serves as an eternal life family, we have offended too many immortal Dao lineages for the sake of these imperial pupils, so if you don't grow up as soon as possible so that you can prove yourself in the golden great world, how can you stand up to our entire family? Hearing the heavy tone of the old man, the teenager bowed slightly. Grandpa, it's my short-sightedness, I won't let the family down, and I will definitely override the worlds in the future. Well. The old man said 3 good words in a row and looked at the teenager with a face full of relief. It's good that you are able to think this way, and it's not in vain that our family has done everything for you. That's right, let's get out of here and show these eyes of yours to the old ancestors. After saying that, without waiting for the teenager to refuse, he directly pulled the teenager and headed out. The man first turned his head to look at Lin Yi, and immediately after, he also turned to leave. After the room was left with Lin Yi alone, it was completely quiet. At this moment, Lin Yi was so calm that it was as if he could hear his own heartbeat. Damn! All of you deserve to die. Lin Ming and the everlasting Lin family. All of you deserve to die. Buzz. A faint light appeared in Lin Yi's chest. It seems to be the bones of the Wei being born. Born with Taoist bones and imperial pupils. These 2 powerful physiques appeared in his body alone. It could be said that in the future, as long as he didn't die prematurely, with the help of the Eternal Life family, he would definitely be able to have a smooth sailing on the path to certification. For an ordinary Heaven's Pride, having a top-notch physique was already a dream come true. Instead, he has a collection of 2 body types. But for a change, his eyes were plucked out. Boo! Just at that moment, the door to the room was pushed open and the gorgeous woman walked in despite her frail body. After seeing the table full of blood, and the baby lying there quietly, she couldn't hold back her tears any longer. Immediately after that, it came to Lin Yi's side. The bloodline is connected. The moment the woman came, Lin Yi felt the aura of his bloodline. That woman was his mother. But at this moment, he only wanted to kill everyone in this Lin family. He had never been so resentful. And never so full of murderous intent. At this time, if his original body was here, he would definitely open the bronze coffin, and no matter what kind of karma he endured, even if he died, even if he could not be reincarnated for 10,000 lifetimes, he would still kill them one by one. The woman picked Lin Yi up. Seeing Lin Yi's eyes froze. Slightly trembling, he spoke, are you resenting me? Although babies weren't able to express their emotions, as a mother, she still felt Lin Yi's great resentment. That resentment made her, as a powerful cultivator, feel her heart and soul tremble, so it was obvious how deep that resentment was. Lin Yi naturally had no way to answer the other party's question. But it was clear that the resentment simply could not be dissipated. At this moment, the woman also felt the aura from Lin Yi's chest, and after opening the baby clothes wrapped around it, the woman froze as she saw the innate Dao bone. Too good, you were born with Taoist bones, your future is destined. Just as she said that, the woman simply stopped talking. She suddenly thought of a terrifying fact, and that was, Lin Yi had both the emperor's pupil and the born Taoist bone physique. What if my own ancestor took this bone away again? His own child had already lost the eyes that belonged to him, should he suffer the pain of having his bones plucked out once more? No way. Absolutely not. Zhun Tian. Upon hearing the woman's cry, the door to the room was opened once again, and a handsome-looking middle-aged man walked in and spoke respectfully. Ma'am, you're looking for me? Take this child and leave with me. I'm too weak to open the teleportation array now. Come with me to the lower domain, this child cannot be harmed again. The middle-aged man looked at the table full of blood and sighed softly. Obviously, he knows what's really going on here, too. After pondering for a moment, the man nodded heavily. Ma'am, please also follow me. The 2 of them hugged Lin Yi like this and walked towards the distance. At this moment, all of the Lin family members were celebrating because of Lin Ming's recovery, and no one even noticed that their own lady was holding Lin Yi and leaving with her guards. Even if they saw it, they wouldn't dare say anything more. That's a ma'am. Now that her own son, Lin Ming, will become a generation of heavenly pride in the future, who dares to mess with her? The 2 of them carried Lin Yi to the teleportation room at a quick pace. It was all filled with teleportation formations that were bubbling with blue light, looking mysterious and incomparable. An old man lightly narrowed his eyes and looked over, clearly puzzled by his lady's behavior. Chapter 67, The Chongshang Lin Family. However, upon seeing the baby in his wife's arms, he sighed, AI. Injustice, injustice, my whole Chongshang Lin family, actually reduced to treating a young son like this young son is still our descendant. The old man's face was covered in vicissitudes, but just sitting there, his body radiated an aura that was like an immortal divine furnace.
Clearly this is an unearthly powerhouse.
Lin Zhentian hurriedly walked up to greet him. Old ancestor. It's Zhentian, haven't seen you in years, but you're getting sturdier and sturdier.
Old ancestor. Lin Ye's mother also came forward and slightly saluted.
The old man reached out and floated his hand in the air, and a spiritual force lifted her up. Ma'am, the old man is nothing more than a janitor nowadays, so I can't take this great gift from you. The woman didn't say anything, her shell teeth biting her lower lip. How could she not have thought that the one who was guarding the transmission array today was actually this one?
If that was the case, wouldn't it be impossible for them to travel to the lower regions at all?
After all, having left in haste, there was no chance to look for her mother's family, and besides Lin Zhentian, her escort, there was only the child in her arms by her side.
Trying to get out from under this one's nose is absolutely impossible. Seeing that the woman didn't speak, the old man spoke quietly. Ma'am, are you trying to leave with the child?
The woman didn't say anything, but her expression was clearly one of acquiescence. I remember 2 years ago, Erwa was sent to the lower domain, and at that time, no matter how much I tried to stop him, the people within the clan were as if they had been blinded by lard and didn't stop discouraging them at all.
Now again, ma'am, you're planning to leave with Manhwa.
This Lin family's first family is still like this, let alone the others. When he said this, the old man's face carried a few moments of despondency. Even though he was as strong as he was, there were some things that he could only watch. After all, this Lin family was not his to make. The everlasting lineage was very similar to the great clans in the secular world, and the only difference was the cultivation level. Called longevity, that is to say, the family had appeared in the great emperor and shown for an era, so it has the heritage to be able to from the ancient times through the heavy tribulation, will be left behind. And after so many years of inheritance and the birth of countless side branches, the main vein was naturally the one that possessed the most intense imperial blood. Even those elder ancestors of the main lineage were able to live more than those of the side lineage. After all, they bathed in the emperor's light and naturally received the most gifts. Therefore, the old man was only able to stand on the sidelines and watch the situation of the Lin family nowadays, and no one would listen to him even if he expressed his opinion.
Hearing the old man mention Erwa,
the look of sadness on the woman's face intensified. Immediately after that, he clenched his teeth and directly knelt on the ground. Old ancestor, please also let me and this child leave. His emperor pupil was dug out, but he is still alive and... As she said this, the woman opened the baby's shirt in her arms. An arcane and mysterious Dao rhythm covered the entire room.
Born with a Taoist bone?
Seeing the glow on the baby's chest, the old man's eyes also widened. As a direct descendant of the Eternal Life family, there was naturally Emperor blood flowing in his body, Emperor pupil, Emperor blood, innate Dao bones, and 3 physical qualities in one. What kind of demon, what kind of terrifying talent was this? My Lin family could have possibly given birth to a great emperor.
The old man's tone was filled with exasperation and lamentation. What is the crime of a baby?
What's more, it's such a powerful celestial pride that his eyes were gouged out at birth, but he retains his innate Dao bones, so it's still possible. When he said this, the old man seemed to have thought of something, and directly leaned on the back of the chair. The whole person became a few points older.
Ma'am, are you worried that this child won't be able to keep his Dao bones?
The woman didn't say anything, and her hold on Lin Yi tightened a few more points. Hey! The old man sighed quietly and continued, your guess is right. If they knew that the boy still had a Dao bone, there's no chance that they would pluck it out and give it to the Ming kid.
Wasn't that what happened to Erwa before?
They...
Boo!
The old man slapped the wall, venting his anger, and under the flow of terrifying Dao rhythms, he triggered the array patterns within the teleportation hall. Obviously, the old man associated it with earlier. A moment later, he took a deep breath, then stood up and spoke before closing his 5 senses off. Pick any lower domain to teleport to, I'll block off my 5 senses, that way, no one will know where you're going. After saying that, the old man pinched the seal with both hands, and a 7-colored light appeared on his whole body, and under the light, he seemed to be isolated from the world.
Ma'am, it's not too late, let's hurry and leave.
Lin Zhentian came to a teleportation array. This place is my home in the lower domain. I will bring you and the young master to live.
Well.
The woman nodded, and then the 2 of them stood on top of the teleportation array. Accompanied by flashes of blue light, the figures of the 2 disappeared into the great hall. Lin Yu was held in his arms, his body shrouded in Dao rhythms to prevent him from being affected by the spatial turbulence when he was teleported, and he opened his eyes wide, looking at everything around him. At this moment, he has been completely caught up in it, and can't tell whether this is a dream or not, and the past is like a dream. After an unknown amount of time, the spatial turbulence around them finally disappeared. And this was the Yu city that Lin Yu was familiar with.
It's really coming?
Lin Zhentian led the mother and son towards the city. Of course, the two had already used black robes to cover their bodies before this. Even Lin Yi was hidden in the woman's arms for fear that others would see the signs. After arriving at the Lin family home, Lin Zhentian knocked on the door of the room. Squeaky. Along with the opening of the door to the room, an old man slowly walked out, and after seeing Lin Zhentian's face, he spoke incredulously, "Zhentian, you." "Father, let's go inside and talk." "Yes." Hearing Lin Zhentian's tone, the old man didn't ask any more questions and led the two of them into the Lin family. When he went inside the Lin family, Lin Zhentian waved his big hand and the formation pattern enveloped the entire Lin family. Lin Yi, who saw the scene, lightly narrowed his eyes. Was his father, Lin Zhentian, such a strong person? That formation pattern was so subtle that even Lin Yi couldn't see through it. Just as Lin Yi was puzzled, the old man opened his mouth and asked, "Zhentian, what's going on? Didn't you go to the upper domain? How come you're back again?" Lin Zhentian took a deep breath. "Father, it's too much to say in a moment. I'm begging you for something." "What is it?" "Declare to the public that I have been practicing before, and now I have broken through without delusion, so I intend to come back to inherit the family business, and this is? Declare to the public that I am your wife." "Yes." Lin Zhentian nodded. The old man also noticed the woman at this time. His eyes were a bit incredulous, because he had never seen such a beautiful woman. His own brat still had this kind of luck? But looking at the way the two were talking, it didn't quite look like it. Chapter 68. Is this the truth? But suddenly there's a child. Never mind. Hearing the woman's concerns, Lin Zhentian shook his head. "Ma'am, since you don't intend to let the young master go back again, then let him remain incognito from now on. We'll put on a show together in a while." "Acting out a scene?" "That's right." Lin Zhentian said in a deep voice. "The young master, even if he doesn't go to the upper domain in the future, he still needs the power to protect himself. After all, this Dao bone of his is destined to be extraordinary. If his hands are unarmed, I'm afraid that even if he's in the lower domain, he'll still be in danger, and in the future." As he said this, Lin Zhentian pointed to the sky. The woman instantly understood what he meant. If the upper domain came in the future, and his own child did not have the power to defend himself, wouldn't he become fish meat on the board again? "Then do as you say." After saying that, the woman carried Lin Yi out of the black robe. "Ha!" The old man's eyes widened. He hadn't understood what the two were saying at all just now, so he was puzzled when this child appeared. "Goodness, how long has it been since you've been out, and you've got a baby?" Lin Yi looked at all the familiar things around him, as well as the people he had considered himself to be his father and grandfather for so many years. For a moment there was also bewilderment. Is this true or not? Ask the heart, ask the heart. Before entering the trial tower, Elder Phone left behind 2 words. If you ask the heart, whose heart is it? It must be his heart. But how can a false illusion ask for a true heart? In other words, everything here is real. Then why don't you have the slightest memory of it? By the way, ma'am, I observe that the little young master is not crying. He seems to have been enlightened. Hearing Lin Zhentian's words, the woman's eyes became tangled. This child should have been enlightened and bright. He was seeing clearly for everything before, and I can feel the resentment in him. This. Lin Zhentian gritted his teeth, the pain of plucking out an eye who could bear it, and it was still being done by his own loved ones. If it's a baby it's fine, after all, he doesn't remember. But an enlightened baby is different. Thinking about it, born with Taoist bones, emperor pupils, emperor blood, if he didn't open his mind, he would be sorry for his physical nature. Completely a teenage pride born to be a king. How could I have gone down such a path? I suggest sealing the young master's memories, otherwise, I'm afraid he'll go down an evil path. After all, remembering those things is not a good memory for him. Good. The woman didn't have any hesitation. Nowadays, no matter what it was, as long as it was good for Lin Yi, then she was going to do it. Then he thought of something and opened his mouth to inquire, when you say acting, how are you going to act? Upon hearing this, Lin Zhentian hurriedly opened his mouth. Born with Taoist bones, it's impossible to be born flat and uninteresting. Someone with a heart will find out once they check, so I'll have to commit to the madam and the young master. I'll go and find a few witnesses in a while, then make a vision. Let's say that this child was born with a vision. In that case, even if someone investigates, they won't be able to find out anything. Just pretend that the little young master was born in the lower domain. Aha! The woman nodded. It does allow for a little more insurance in that case. The two did as they said, completely ignoring the old man on the sidelines. That old man came to Lin Yi's face, seemingly intending to tease him a bit, but at this moment, Lin Yi was not a baby at all. How could he be teased?
This little guy, he's so not cute at all, how he's not like the other kids. Crap. Lin Yi blankly glanced at the other party. Well, he's not a baby. Soon, a group of underlings came over, and the woman hid Lin Yi in her black robe and followed them into the room. Immediately after that, Lin Zhentian went out to look for people, and in a short while, brought a few of his former closest friends to the Lin family. I say Lin Zhentian, you're really meaningless, you've been gone for so many years, and once you come back you have a child? Other people's Ms. Wang's family can't get enough of you. That's right, after all these years without giving us a letter, are we still brothers? Ha 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 ha. In the face of the crowd's teasing, Lin Zhentian pretended to be naive and scratched his head. Haven't I been traveling outside all this time? I didn't expect to meet a woman with whom I wanted to start a family, so I planned to settle down, and I didn't realize that I happened to be in labor today. So I'm taking this time to get together with my former brothers. It's not good to get together on your lips. Today you're going to have a big feast. After all, it's your Lin Zhentian's son who's been born. Right. Let's eat him poor. The people talked and laughed and came to sit down at the compound. Immediately afterward, Lin Zhentian seemed to have thought of something and gave a wink to his father who was at the side. Speaking to a few people, my lady is about to give birth. I'll go to the door of my room to listen. Everyone, let my father stay with you for a while first. Wait for me, I'll be right back. After saying that, without giving the few people a chance to react, Lin Zhentian directly turned around and left. The old man was no fool. Since my own kids want to cooperate themselves, it's good to cooperate. Lin Zhentian walked to a corner where no one was around and cupped his hands to seal. Boom! Powerful spiritual energy gushed out, and in the sky above, a haze enveloped the sky and everything revived, accompanied by bursts of great Tao Brahma sounds, and the purple aura spread over 3,000 miles. The guests in the courtyard all stood up and looked at this scene with horror. This. Born with a vision? What's going on? Could it be that some supreme treasure has come out? You're an idiot, this vision is clearly locked onto us here. Don't you know what's happening here nowadays? Lin Zhentian's child was born. What else? Hiss? The crowd all thought of that terrible conjecture. Lin Zhentian's child is an unbelievable talent. The appearance of a vision was either the appearance of a supreme treasure or the appearance of a heavenly pride. The latter is clearly the case now. Lin Zhentian was on top of us before, this time it's great. The sun is even more intimidating than the old man, the purple chi spreading over 3,000 li. I don't even dare to think what kind of heavenly pride is present. Ha 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 ha. Great, my lady is also giving birth, and I'm not afraid to tell you that it's a girl. It's definitely a girl, I've already gotten someone to check. This time, it shouldn't be a problem to contract a baby marriage with his Lin Zhentian's child, right? Look at you old bastard looking like this, you still want to get engaged to someone? Pull back, or let my daughter come. Your daughter is already a woman, what are you booking? Can't we just make peace? Why should people of my generation who cultivate care about the details? You're mean. Swish swish swish. Just as a few people were bickering, above the sky, several streams of light crossed, obviously cultivators. The surrounding immortal sects are coming? Definitely, such a heavenly pride. If they don't come over to show their goodwill, what kind of immortal sect would they call themselves? Accompanied by the sounds of several people exploring, several figures landed in the Lin family's compound. Chapter 69. Those immortal sect cultivators were like gods on high. One of them spoke up and inquired, "What happened here?" The Lin family's old man immediately stood out and respectfully said, "Back to you all, my daughter-in-law is in labor at the moment, I didn't expect to actually disturb you all." Ha! Several people glanced at each other, and they all saw the joy in each other's eyes. He hurriedly landed down from the air, and his look at the old man became eased. "This Taoist friend, I don't know if your grandson wants to join the immortal sect in the future?" The old man is a little hesitant, his own son and daughter-in-law are secretive. In the end, it is not possible to say what the relationship is. Whether that baby was his own grandson or not, that's even less known. How can he do that? Right at this moment, Lin Zhentian walked out and saw those immortal sect people appear without any surprise. Quickly stepping forward, he made a look of surprise. "Fellow Taoists, did you come to my Lin family for my child?" "That's right." Seeing Lin Zhentian appear, a few cultivators immediately greeted him. "Does your son intend to follow the path of cultivation in the future?" "Naturally." Lin Zhentian nodded, his face full of pride. "I, as an old son, have little ability, so naturally I want my son to be able to soar. If he can join the immortal sect, it would be great." "Goodness. Good.
A few cultivators had a joyful look on their faces as they hurriedly spoke. This fellow Taoist, I'm not going to lie to you, we are from the nearby immortal sect. When we saw this innate vision, we thought that it was some kind of supreme treasure appearing, but we didn't expect it to be the birth of your son. Purple chi spreading over 3,000 li. With this kind of talent, if you join our clan, you will definitely be able to reach the immortal path in the future.
Ha! Lin Zhengqi looked surprised. Will my son be able to join the immortal sect? Of course, wouldn't it be a waste of talent for such a heavenly pride not to join the immortal sect? Ha 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 ha.
Lin Zhengqi laughed out bashfully. If that is the case, then the future little child will depend on you all, but he is still small today. I want to. Seeing the difficult look on the face of the person in front of him, a few immortal sect cultivators waved their hands. The heavenly materials fell into the middle of the courtyard. This was envied by those around us. This fellow Taoist, these treasures will be used to allow your son to grow. As for our immortal sect, it won't be too late to wait until a decade or so before joining. But for the sake of his foundation, you must use these treasures.
Naturally.
Don't worry, fellow Taoists. After a few more pleasantries, the immortal sect crowd left, and Lin Zhengqi was once again surrounded by the crowd, laughter resounding throughout the entire compound. On the other side, Lin Yi in the middle of the room had been thinking about a problem. He was a traveler with memories of his childhood, but with very vague memories of the time when he was a baby.
Had his memory really been tampered with?
Also, was this vision he was in now something that had happened before, or had he crossed over and topped himself who had just traveled? If you think about it any further, it's simply going to go into an infinite loop of whether the chicken or the egg came first. At this time his mother was hugging him with a look of pain. Child, it's all my fault. It's my mother's uselessness that she actually agreed to their absurd request. You or your second brother, it's all because of me. However, don't hold a grudge and don't go down the wrong path. In the future, mother will always be with you, and when you grow up, I'll take you to your second brother, and we'll live together as a family.
Squeak! Just as the woman was still warming up to Lin Yi, the door to the room was opened and a serious-looking Lin Zhengqi walked in. Ma'am, make a decision, should we seal the young master's memories?
The woman's shell teeth clenched her lower lip, and after a long time, she nodded heavily. She was doing it for the sake of her child, the physical pain, the trauma. If she could forget all of it, she thought she would be able to live a happy life, right?
Aha!
Lin Zhengqi nodded, then stepped forward and took out a special magic treasure from within his Qianquan ring.
To place the magic treasure on Lin Ye's forehead.
At this moment, Lin Ye's eyes were wide open.
Until now, this illusion was outrageously real, sealing memories?
If it was just sealing the baby's memories was not a problem. After all, his memories as a traveler were not sealed, so it was evident that this sealing also had some problems.
And what about now? If it was sealed again, would it seal the memory of his entire life? Wouldn't he be an idiot then?
But it was useless for him to refuse after all, he still couldn't speak.
Buzz. Above the magic treasure, wisps of Dao rhythms emanated, and immediately afterward, the Dao rhythms completely covered Lin Ye's forehead.
With that, he entered into a realm of the subtle. He didn't know how long it had been, but Lin Yi had been in a drowsy state. When he opened his eyes again, he was back to normal and his surroundings were once again in darkness.
He came out of the illusion.
Lin Yi felt the darkness around him, he had never been so relieved. Buzz. Just at this moment, light shone brightly in the darkness, and silhouettes after silhouettes surfaced in front of Lin Yi. Those were the people of the everlasting forest family, especially Lin Ming, his own older brother, who clearly possessed a mature and steady expression despite being a teenager. Seeing the appearance of those people, Lin Yi's body was overflowing with killing intent. These guys should never be spared, so what if they are your own kin? Born and not raised, broken fingers can be returned, but what he doesn't have are his eyes. Those eyes, he'll get them back. Wait up there, everlasting liners. The killing intent on Lin Yi's body grew heavier and heavier, and the blood-colored aura surrounded his body and condensed into substance. At this moment, he was like a sword out of its sheath, and killing intent transformed into a blood-colored longsword appearing in his hands.
Ask the heart, ask the heart. Lin Yi understood.
Instead of being a trial, it's the hardest truth to accept in one's own mind, and because it's the truth, it's easy to become addicted to it. The reason why Lin Yi was able to wake up from the trial so quickly was solely because of that memory-wiping magic treasure. The moment the magic treasure fell, Lin Yi thought he was going to turn into an idiot, which was why the illusion was broken. It was estimated that no one had ever broken through the trial in such a way before. Without that memory-wiping magic treasure, it was possible for the final Lin Yi to be lost in that illusion.
After all, he was so full of hate at the time. Inquiring minds, I now understand the road ahead, and I will.
Swish. The sword instantly rose, and the blood aura on Lin Ye's body pierced through the darkness.
To kill to prove the way. Boom!
The long sword in his hand chopped fiercely toward the front. With a clicking sound like glass breaking, Lin Ye returned to the Great Hall of Trials. Chapter 70, the first in all time.
He didn't seem to move at all. In the meantime. Dang it!
A bell suddenly rang outside the Great Hall of Trials, and that bell rang several times in a row.
System. I am. What are you doing here pretending to be AI-chan for me?
Hey! No, you have a heavy killing intent on you. I am not afraid that you will suddenly unload me. Hearing the system's voice, Lin Ye was able to determine that this was reality and not an illusion. After all, the system couldn't enter in that illusion.
Buzz.
Wisps of aura emanated from above the stone pillar in front of him, reaching straight into Lin Ye's body.
That was the purest spiritual energy in heaven and earth. Is that a reward?
Feeling this spiritual energy, Lin Ye directly sat down cross-legged and began to absorb it. Previously, at the level of asking the heart, Lin Ye had determined his path and had also realized what he should do in the future, so there was no longer any problem at all with his state of mind. This was also the reason why in the Great Hall of Trials, the more quickly one passed the test, the more auras one would obtain.
If you can't get your mind up, you're just pulling the plug.
Along with wisps of Dao rhythms emanating from Lin Ye's body, a wave of blackness covered the entire hall. The black waves were accompanied by the sound of the Buddha as well as a bit of fluorescent light emanating from above the bones of the Dao.
Devilish aura, Taoist rhythms, Buddhist sounds.
The three schools of Buddha, Devil, and Tao were all in one, and Lin Ye's Qi also appeared to change, with the black Yuaning sitting on top of the golden sea of bitterness, and above it, a white ball of light as bright as the moon appeared. Between the spreading of spiritual energy, his body grew stronger and stronger. That was the ferocious beast's qi and blood that had been absorbed before, and now it had begun to feed back on itself. The sea of qi crazily devoured this pure spiritual energy, the Yuaning grew bigger and bigger, the golden sea of bitterness turned up huge waves, and the bright moon in the sky became whiter and whiter. After all of the spiritual energy converged into the sea of qi, the black Yuaning became more and more solid.
Peak Yuaning.
Breaking through two minor realms in one breath, he was only one step away from transforming into a god. After a long time, Lin Ye opened his eyes and exhaled a mouthful of aura essence from his mouth as his emotions calmed down.
Time to get out.
Lin Ye stood up, accompanied by a bone-chirping sound on his body, and realized how much his physique had improved. He waited until he stepped out of the trial hall before he was surprised to find that at some point, the entire trial cliff was filled with disciples, and one by one, they looked at Lin Ye with shocked gazes. Lin Ye was completely puzzled. But soon reacted, after all, their own breakthrough so fast, or the first time to enter, the crowd shocked some as also belonged to normal.
Then my name should appear on the tablet now, right?
Thinking of this, Lin Ye walked towards the stone monument and fixed his eyes on it, and at that moment, he understood what these disciples were shocked because of. How much more than his name is on the top of the monolith now, his name hangs high at the top. Even the sect's founding ancestor was so much lower than him that he was practically riding high. Lin Ye was flabbergasted, the destiny of the Son of Heaven was destined to cause a riot wherever he went, he just didn't expect it to come so quickly. Thinking about it, he was in the illusionary realm, only experienced a small section of sealed memories. It is estimated that once other people enter it at any time is several months, several years.
It's easy to get lost in that kind of real environment.
If you are not able to break through your own knot, then hundreds of years, you cannot wake up from the trial hall, 100 years, when forced to wake up only to find that the reality is but a short moment, this is the most difficult for people. At the end of the day, it's easy to not be able to tell what's reality and what's illusion, so what's the point of talking about a second trial? Swish! The Dao rhyme appeared, and at that moment, Elder Feng reappeared in front of Lin Ye, and after seeing the name on the stone tablet, he looked at Lin Ye with the same shock as those disciples. Swish swish swish! Several streams of light crossed, and the many elders in the sect all arrived. Only Lin Ye's master, Lady Myriad, hadn't come over, and it was unknown if she already knew, or if there was something she couldn't get through.
Lin kid, you.
Elder Feng simply didn't know what to say. He now couldn't wait to directly take this child in front of him as a disciple, but he couldn't beat Lady Miao.
A time of hate.
The other elders also came here.
Demon. Simply demonic. I extreme happiness. Cough.
My righteousness sect actually born such a demon, but also what saint's son candidate directly established as a saint's son.
The number one in the ancient world, even surpassing the ancestor, wouldn't such a child wait until he breaks through the realm?
I've never seen anyone able to reach such heights, a state of mind, unrelated to the realm of cultivation. Could it be that this child has a heart of redemption? The heart of the Red Sun? You mean Lin Yi? Stop it, what kind of person is he, don't you know? That's true. Lin Yi was there quietly listening to the discussion of the elders. At the beginning, he was still a little bit of beauty, heard the back how more and more out of taste? What kind of person am I? Defend the devil? Integrity? A man of high moral character? Those words shouldn't be too much to put on me. How come I can't have a heart of gold? Seeing Lin Yi's dumbfounded look, the crowd realized that they hadn't transmitted a voice just now. It was all straight from the mouth. It's like saying something bad about someone behind their back, only to turn your head and realize that they're listening right behind you. The scene fell into awkwardness for a while, or an old man stood out, cleared his throat, and spoke, cough. Lin Yi, go to the Holy Lord's Hall. I reckon that the Holy Lord's side should have something to say to you. Yes. Lin Yi didn't think much about it and directly transformed into a stream of light and shot off into the distance. It was only after he left that the elders discussed it again without any qualms. With such a state of mind, and now that this child is the bearer of a demonic body, I guess my extreme bliss Holy Land is going to prosper greatly. That's right. And you should have all sensed that when Lin Yi made a move with that little ninny earlier, he used a Buddhist sect proper. Devil body, Dao bones, and Buddhist Kung Fu, the three schools of Buddha and Devil Dao is one? TSK, TSK, TSK. This time, when we wait for the battle of the spiritual void realm and the competition in the central state, our extreme bliss sacred land is going to have a long face. Earlier you said that Lin Yi and that little ninny had a conflict? I guess the sequence disciples should be unconvinced. Especially Xiang Tianga, who? What's with the headache? Let the Holy Lord get these things, we'll just have fun. After all, Xiang Tianga and Lin Yi aren't our disciples, there's nothing for us to do. Ha 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 ha, it's still you. Lin Yi naturally didn't know what the elders were discussing, he had already arrived in front of the door of the Holy Lord's Hall by now. A few guarding disciples gave a respectful salute after seeing Lin Yi, and then directly released him. Chapter 71 The Nine Heavens and 10 Earths. Stepping into the middle of this sanctuary again, the mood was completely different from the first time. At that time, Lin Yi had to get rid of the immortal sect's pursuit, but also to walk in his own destiny of the Son of Heaven, to do what to stop the evil and promote the good of the righteous cultivators. It would be more appropriate to say that he was completely bewildered. Nowadays, after passing the trial tower, his thoughts were clear and he also knew what kind of path he should take in the future. That's why Lin Yi's temperament had transformed. The Holy Lord was seated on a seat in the hall, his entire person radiating the aura of a monarch. Seeing the transformation in Lin Yi's temperament instantly brightened his eyes. Lin Yi, I'm not mistaken, have you comprehended your Dao in such a short period of time? Lin Yi slowly stepped forward and slightly saluted, Sacred Lord, thanks to the Great Hall of Trials, I was able to realize my Dao so quickly, but there's one thing that I have some doubts about. Oh? This heavenly pride of ours still has doubts? The Holy Lord snickered, speak, but whatever I know, I will inform you. Thank you, Holy Lord. After thanking him, Lin Yi raised his head, those eyes looking straight at the Holy Lord with a puzzling meaning in his gaze. May I ask, Holy Lord, was everything I experienced in the middle of the Great Hall of Trials an illusion, or did I really travel through time? Now for everything he saw in that Great Hall of Trials, Lin Yi no longer needed to guess the truth. Because the moment he returned to reality, he was able to perceive that the memories he had once lost as a baby came back. He's a traveler. An adult mind, even if it had traveled into a baby's body, could not be that fuzzy about memories. The moment that memory erasing spell was placed on his head, the two forces cancelled each other out. He did cross over, but he was also literally born until he was carried on that platform and the pain of his eyes being gouged out returned at the same time. This was why he was able to understand the word Dao. To prove the Dao by killing was simple to say, but it was not so easy to make up one's mind to kill. No one was born a bad seed. It was the moment when all the memories returned that Lin Yi had an epiphany of the way of killing. So now he didn't even doubt the authenticity of that illusion, he just wanted to ask the Holy Lord whether he had seen the illusion once or had traveled through time. Ha 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 ha. The Sacred Lord let out a big, boisterous laugh, and after that, he looked at Lin Yi. Lin Yi, tell me, do you believe in reincarnation in this world? I don't know. Lin Yi shook his head, this question had never occurred to him. But there was crossing over for sure, after all, that's how he came to this world. As for reincarnation, if there was indeed reincarnation on the day he died, would his soul remain in this world or would he return to the world he had been in? Well, The Holy Lord hummed and said approvingly, the matter of reincarnation is half understood by most people, and some people believe that reincarnation exists because they are afraid of death.
That's why they'll never be strong in this life. The truly powerful never believe in reincarnation. Since reincarnation doesn't even exist, how can one go back in time? Hearing the Holy Lord's words, Lin Yi fell into deep thought. The truly powerful never believe in reincarnation?
In other words, the feeling of his mother's body temperature just now, as well as the pain of plucking out his eyes were all fake.
But even if it's fake, that biting pain is definitely not something that can be easily forgotten. Thinking of this, Lin Yi spoke once more, where is the upper domain? The upper domain?
The Sacred Lord looked at Lin Yi in surprise. He hadn't expected Lin Yi to be able to learn about the upper domain at this point in time. Could it be that the chances he'd gotten had allowed him to learn about things there? However, since he had already promised the other party to tell him everything he knew, there was no need to hide it. The upper domain is another great world, and the territory we are in is called by them the lower domain. There was originally no hierarchy between up and down, and in the beginning it was divided because of the vastness of the territory. You should also understand something about this big world we are in. This big world is divided into a total of 10 big domains, in which each big domain has countless small domains. Those small domains can form a realm of their own. All of them are independent starry sky universes, independent will of heaven and earth. Some cultivators spend their entire lives without being able to fly from the small domain to that small domain. We have another name here besides the lower domain, and that is the 10 lands, which is where the 10 regions come from. The upper domain, on the other hand, is known as the 9 heavens, where there is a truly great world, where the many territories are superimposed to form 9 great worlds, known as the 9 heavens, where holy places, immortal Dao lineages, and eldritch lineages abound. The immortal Dao lineages there are all existences that have produced great emperors, so they are even closer to the path of immortal ascension. The aura of the land of the 9 heavens is also much denser than here, and coupled with the powerful Dao lineage, over time, it has completely distanced itself from the 10 lands.
So the name upper and lower domain was born.
The people of the upper domain, who call our place the lower domain, often have people who have committed offenses in the upper domain and have been exiled to our place to run amok. The Taoists who remain in the 10 lands will begin to become united once they encounter that time when the people of the upper domain invade. Because they also hate the fact that the upper domain called the place they were in a place of exile, and the upper domain also blocked off the entire 10 lands in their entirety. If you want to enter the upper region to fight for that path of immortal ascension, you still have to have their permission. After all, our 10 earths feed back on the 9 heavens all year round, resulting in weaker and weaker spiritual energy. Wanting to become a saint here is an incomparably difficult task, let alone proving the way. One after another, he told Lin Yi all about the 9 heavens and 10 lands. During the introduction, the Holy Lord also sighed repeatedly. I don't know if I'm lamenting the misery of the lower domain or the exaltation of the upper domain. 9 days and 10 lands. Lin Yi's eyes narrowed lightly. He was carried down from the middle of the upper domain by his own mother, and it seemed that he had a second brother who had also been exiled to the lower domain.
Oh, little Lin Yi, you don't need to think about the upper domain.
Seeing that Lin Yi was hesitant to speak, the Holy Lord thought that he was worried about entering the upper domain nowadays if he wanted to raise his cultivation in the future.
Even quickly out of the voice to appease, I am extremely happy.
Amount, that what we Zhengqi sect is also the same Holy Land, the clan in the bottom, you do not need to worry about, even if it is the upper domain of the people, we should not give face will not give, you are afraid of the future.
Holy Lord.
Before the Sacred Lord could finish speaking, Lin Yi directly opened his mouth to interrupt.
I'm not in fear of being able to travel to the upper regions in the future.
Lin Yi shook his head. He also knew that it was a bit impolite to interrupt his elders. But there were some things he wanted to talk about directly. After all, if he hid it, his Tao would be unstable.
Chapter 72, O Old Ancestor. I can't top it. Oh? Then what are you worried about?
The Holy Lord didn't blame Lin Yi in the slightest for interrupting him, instead he opened his mouth to inquire.
I have enemies in the upper regions. The Sacred Lord looked at Lin Yi and almost fell off his chair. You have enemies in the upper domain? How long have you been practicing monasticism, and now you have enemies in the upper domain? If I give you more time, are you going to lead an attack on the upper domain?
After a long period of silence, the Holy Lord saw that the expression on Lin Yi's face didn't seem fake.
Then he also became serious. Lin Yi, this is your clan, and as a disciple of our clan, if you encounter an enemy that you can't cope with, the clan will take action, so you don't need to worry. The enemy is the heir to the everlasting family. The everlasting family. The Holy Lord really almost exploded. You have an enemy in the upper domain. I thought it was some kind of small shrimp or a small force in the upper domain or a loose cultivator or something like that, but it turns out that when you came up, the name of the enemy played so big? The corner of the Holy Lord's mouth twitched a little. However, the pussy had been pretended out. If he retracted it now, would he still be able to do his job as a Holy Lord? Ahem. The Sacred Lord cleared his throat and spoke in mock seriousness. Even if it's the Eternal Life family, we are still not afraid. We'll kill any heir of the Eternal Life family that comes our way. You can rest assured. Thank you, Holy Lord. Lin Yi bowed again. For once he was genuinely grateful. The Destiny's Child trope makes him possibly a bomb, the kind that goes everywhere and gets a piece blown up. After all, when they were in the Blue Star, those reader great emperors who possess supreme greatness had summarized the formula of the Son of Heaven's destiny, dying wherever they went. It would be a bit bad if a clan was involved in this situation. But now, hearing the Holy Lord say that the clan's depths could even touch the Eternal Life family? And it was still the kind that said that they would be able to slaughter the other side's heir. As expected, it was worthy of being a sect that dared to raise such a head of iron as the Zhengqi sect. What's that, Lin Yi? You should have just broken through. Quickly go back and consolidate your cultivation. There's no need to worry about the enemy. If he dares to come looking for you, I'll carry it for you. Many thanks, Holy Lord. Then disciple will take his leave first. After saying that, Lin Yi turned around and left. The Sacred Lord was sitting in his chair, looking at Lin Yi's slowly departing figure. After the door of the hall was completely closed, what with the compulsion of the Demon Lord in the world all gone, the Holy Lord directly fell off his chair in a donkey roll. A special token was taken out from within the Qinquan ring. Buzz. As the spiritual energy poured in, the token glowed faintly. Within a moment, an old voice came out from above the token. Kid, nothing to bother me about? Oh, old ancestor. As soon as he heard this voice, the Holy Lord sat down on the ground in a hurry and cried out like a child. Now the disciples under the door are too capable of causing trouble. Before Xiang Tiange entered someone's forbidden area while searching for a chance, and in order to bring him back, it almost made me fold inside. The Saint's son candidate this time around is even more ruthless, directly messing with even the heir of the everlasting family. It still sounds like the kind of hatred that won't end in death. It's too hard for me to be the Sacred Lord. You guys don't always hang around outside. Quickly go back to the sect. I'm afraid I can't top it. The cries of the Holy Lord caused the people on the other side of the token to fall silent for a while as well, as if they were digesting the facts. After a few moments, several loud laughs came from the other side of the token. Ha 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 ha, one to break into the Forbidden Zone, and one to the Eternal Life family. The next generation of my extreme bliss Holy Land simply has a promising future. It's quite like the style of our youth. It's not great, the district is forbidden, so I'm afraid of nothing. Tomorrow, I'll bring my men to flatten him. Don't take me with you if you're blowing off steam, go by yourself if you want to. Aren't we together? Who's with you? I don't know you. Listening to the old ancestors bickering there, the Holy Lord was over here sniffing his nose vigorously, and it was clear that he was aggravated. Ancestors, quick, when are you coming back? I really can't stand it. The old ancestors on the other side of the token stopped laughing, and one of them stifled his laughter and spoke, No. I can't top that. You top that. Keep your mouth shut. I say you can hold it, can't hold it, wait for us to come back to collect your corpse. We're in the middle of a robbery here, do we need to go back for that little thing? If you can't hold out, we'll talk later. Buzz. After the curses, the token directly dimmed to nothing. Obviously the old ancestor over there had snuffed out the communication. This left the Holy Lord sitting on the ground speechless for a while. Are his tears this for nothing? Only to see the Holy Lord stand up, straighten the Dao robe he was wearing, and with a casual wave of his hand, the tear tracks on his face completely disappeared. The crying child looking for a parent before had disappeared, and in its place was the majestic Demon Lord. Don't care. Then I don't care either. They can mess with whoever they like. If I really can't, I'll find an opportunity to go to the upper domain tomorrow as well, and I'll recognize those eldritch lineages and immortal Daos and launch an onslaught against them. I'll see if you guys come back. A bunch of guys for old age. On the other side, Lin Yi didn't return to Qingyu Peak, but wanted to go out for a walk. The killing intent lingered in his mind, and at this time, there was no way for him to be quiet and cultivate. With the token in his hand, he naturally didn't need any cumbersome procedures and directly walked out of the gate. The disciples who saw him all had admiration in their eyes.
Number 1 in the trials in the ancient and modern times, surpassing the ancestor. Such an achievement was enough to make it difficult for everyone to look at their backs. After walking out of the mountain gate, he came to a high ground, and looking at the lush scene below, Linyi froze a little for a moment. Finding the second brother and penetrating the upper domain, neither of which seemed to be something that could be accomplished in a short period of time. The most urgent thing is to raise the cultivation level as soon as possible. Only in this way can we fight for crossing in the great world, and also can take back all that we lost.
Hey, kid! Are you from the Extreme Bliss Demon Sect? Just as Linyi was still in between thoughts, a voice came out from behind him. Linyi turned his head and saw several young cultivators appearing before him. They were wearing white Taoist robes, and their vast righteousness added a slight glow to their bodies. This was also the first time he had seen this legendary Haoran Qi. It seemed as if only the academies that practiced with Confucianism, and those who had made a great wish to save the living, were able to practice this vast and righteous Qi.
The Extreme Bliss Demon Sect? Linyi pondered from within his mind for a moment, and remembered that it seemed like the recent rumors had spoken of a ferocious demonic sect, the Extreme Bliss Demon Sect.
But if they were looking for the Extreme Bliss Demon Sect, why would they find themselves? Speak up, you're from the Extreme Bliss Demon Sect, aren't you? What are you doing here? Did you run out of the sect in fear because you knew that our academy came to exterminate the demons today?
Ha 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 ha. A few cultivators laughed out loud without a care in the world.
Chapter 73.
These are the words of justice. Linyi frowned. He was a bit puzzled as to how on earth the other party had discovered him when this high ground he had come to was extremely hidden. Also, why did you come to the neighborhood of the Zhengqi sect to look for the people of the Extreme Bliss Demon Sect? It's as outrageous as going to a monk's temple to find a woman. At this moment, he had been pondering over those sealed memories, so he had no intention of directly decapitating a few people. Everyone, you've mistaken me for someone else. I'm a disciple of the Zhengqi sect. If you want to exterminate demons, go find them yourselves. I don't have the time to care about you right now.
Yo yo yo.
One of the cultivators teased, still a cultivator of the Zhengqi sect, are you treating us like idiots?
Linyi's gaze went cold. What do you guys mean?
Ha! The cultivator sneered, cultivator of the Zhengqi sect, don't tell me that you're the remnant of that sect that was destroyed by the sacred land of extreme bliss many years ago.
Still the Zhengqi sect, our academy doesn't even have Zhengqi as its name, so what can you do?
Simply. Swish. Still speaking, Linyi's figure suddenly appeared in front of him. You. The cultivator was startled and subconsciously took a step back. Before he could react, a spirit sword was already on his neck.
Bold. Let go of my master. People of the devil sect, everyone will be executed. If you move our disciples of the academy, I guarantee that there will be no more place for you in the land of the world. Let him go and we can pretend we weren't here. Several cultivators all offered up their magic treasures and looked at Linyi vigilantly. In that instant just now, they hadn't even seen clearly how the other party's figure had actually appeared in front of their own senior brother. Simply like a ghost, with such speed, wouldn't it be too easy to decapitate them? Originally, when they came to the holy land of ultimate bliss this time, a few of them had some fear for the people of the devil sect, so they ran out privately. Just in time to encounter a figure standing on this high ground. Thinking that the other party is also the kind of timid and fearful devil cultivator, after knowing that their academy arrived, so they hid here, just want to tease a bit, find an opportunity to directly execute the devil, go back to also be able to blow up a wave. Who'd have thought this guy he wasn't a soft touch? Right now, they were only thinking of getting out of here quickly and going to the masters in the middle of the academy. Etc. Etc. Just as the atmosphere was tense, one of the cultivators suddenly opened his mouth. Only his gaze towards Linyi was filled with horror. Then he said with a trembling voice, I seem to remember that when the master set out, they said that the purpose of this time was a young man carrying a bronze coffin and wearing a red coat. Did? What? No way. The few cultivators in the same group instantly shouted out. Are you kidding me? They just sneaked off the team because they were chicken and they met the right guy? That ferocious demon Hayoshiba who likes to eat people? No way. Absolutely impossible. Several people were unwilling to accept this fact and cried out that it was impossible. You guys know me?
Linyi stepped forward and stabbed again the moment he drew back his sword.
Pust.
The sound of entering flesh rang out. The blade of the sword didn't go into the man's shoulder.
Ah!
Heart-rending screams resounded through the highlands, causing Linyi to frown for a moment.
I just stabbed you in the shoulder. Why do you act like you've been cut off? What are you screaming about?
Lin Yi, who was already upset, casually swung his sword, and the man was transformed into two halves on the spot. This turn of events had caused the few cultivators who were traveling with him to freeze in place. Such style! That must be the fierce demon Lin Yi without a doubt. Thinking of this, several people turned around and planned to run. As for staying behind to join forces against Lin Yi, they wouldn't even dare to give them a few guts. But the moment they turned around, they saw a spirit sword standing in the air, with the tip of the sword aimed at their heads, and it was obvious that if they continued to run away, they would be pierced by those spirit swords. Master Lin Yi. One of the cultivators immediately turned around and knelt down, crying with snot and tears. The look was as miserable as it could be. This gives his companions a whole lot of froze. Know that you are afraid of death, of course, we are equally afraid of death, but this reaction is too fast, right? Talent. Lin Yi saw this person directly kneeling down to himself and exclaimed talent in his heart. A phrase from the Blue Star suddenly came to mind. Mess with me, you're kind of messing with a soft touch. That's too soft. But people like that are also better at asking questions. Thinking of this, Lin Yi walked forward and said softly, you guys recognize me? Recognize. The cultivator kneeling on the ground was like a chicken pecking at rice, constantly nodding his head. If he wasn't a cultivator, it was estimated that his spine would creak with this frantic nodding. Tell me, how did you learn about me? In Lin Yi's opinion, those news about himself that were prevalent outside were nothing more than the elimination of demons, the righteous, and what a series of rising stars of the righteous path. After all, he was a son of the divine order, and his reputation out there certainly didn't stink. Blocking the beast tide, and then directly striking out at the demonic cultivators in the middle of the gathering in the little southern kingdom, wouldn't this cynical and hateful persona be established? Who knew that the next moment, Lin Yi almost stormed out. Only to see that cultivator carefully open his mouth. Master Lin, your reputation has now spread throughout the entire southern region. They all say that you are the pride of the devil Dao, a rising star, and that in the future you will surely become a generation of devil dignitaries, suppressing the 9 heavens and the 10 earths. Courageous. Swish! Before the words were finished, a sword light passed through and directly chopped off a corner above the highlands. Accompanied by a rumbling sound, the chopped-off corner fell into the woods below, and it was unknown how many ferocious beasts were crushed to death. Looking at Lin Yi again, his eyes were red. Gritting his teeth, he said, who said I'm from the devil's way? Which illiterate bastard, I'm going to kill him. Can't you guys see that I have a straight face? Blind, right? Then don't even bother with the eyes. Ha! Those few cultivators opened their mouths with a head full of question marks. They heard something. Honest? Who's straight? You're straight. If you were upright, would there be any devil practitioners left in this world? Never heard a man eating ferocious demons say that he was a righteous man. This Lin Yi is afraid that he doesn't have some kind of disease, right? What decent person have you ever heard of who doesn't move to gouge someone's eyes out? Rephrase that for the old man. What am I? The cultivator who had fallen to his knees on the ground didn't know what to say. He was about to pee in fear. The killing intent on Lin Yi's body combined with those reddened eyes, it was almost as if he wanted to eat him directly. Besides, what do you want me to say, that you're an honorable man? Are you kidding me? My generation of cultivators, even if they die, they can't say such words against their hearts. Swish! When the sword light flashed in front of his eyes again, the fallen cultivator instantly became all serious. You are a righteous man. You can't force it. Not at all reluctantly, this is a word of justice. Lin Yi nodded in satisfaction. Chapter 74 If I say you're a demon, you're a demon. Then he laughed softly. I didn't expect that my hiding was so deep that it was discovered by you. Naturally. That cultivator said with a straight face, a person of the righteous path like you is simply the light of the righteous path that falls on the earth. Our academy prides itself on being the bull's ear of the righteous path, but in front of you, that is simply the light of a glowing fire. How can a man of Firefly compete with the white moon? Watching their companions talk so eloquently there, several cultivators were simply dumbfounded. Did you come from the heart so quickly? Also, how does that word even come out? Teach us, we want to go from the heart too. Lin Yi looked at the man on the ground and became more and more obedient. What's your name? Back to Grand Master Lin. No. Calling you Master Lin is simply disrespectful to you, a cultivator like you who shines on the entire righteous path. It wouldn't be too much for me to address you as a teacher. After saying that, the cultivator stood up and bowed to Lin Yi. My name is Cheng's Pillar, Master Lin is above, please accept my obeisance. Lin Yi also exclaimed that this person was actually so powerful that he was somewhat embarrassed.
Ahem. That what? Into the column, you get up. I see that you are not bad, well, not like a magic cultivator. Thank you, Master Lin.
The first moment Cheng's pillar stood up, he came to stand behind Lin Yi, and that appearance was just like a little follower. Lin Yi didn't care where he stood either, and turned his gaze towards the remaining few cultivators.
The monks looked at Chang's column.
I don't know if I should say a dirty word. How dare you? We are together. What do you mean by standing behind others and looking at us?
You've become Lin Ye's own man?
At this moment, Sung's pillar that had a serious look on his face, without the slightest hint of weakness, and looked at his former companions with a furious gaze, and those who didn't know really thought that he was in league with Lin Yi.
Tell me, what do you want here?
Hearing Lin Yi's words, one of the cultivators reacted and immediately stepped forward, looking at Lin Yi with tearful eyes. Master Lin, in fact, the first time I saw you, I also knew that you were the light of the righteous path. I.
Unbridled.
Before he could finish his sentence, Sung's pillar walked over. Going up to the cultivator was a few slaps on the face, instantly turning him into a pig's head.
Is the word Master Lin also something you can call? Saying that, Chang's pillar grabbed the other party's collar and spoke viciously. You want to rob with me? You seek death. One more word and I'll kill you. For Sung's pillar's small action, Lin Yi saw it in his eyes, but didn't say anything more. After all, there are several others over there, and it's not that bad. After saying that, just as he was about to move forward, Chang's pillar immediately turned around and knelt in front of Lin Yi. Master Lin, I know everything they know, let me answer you. Actually, it's like this. Recently the Extreme Bliss Holy Land has produced a amount of a heavenly pride, and that heavenly pride's master is even in existence not to be messed with, actually disregarding the agreement set by the supreme powers for his sake and taking the liberty to take action without authorization. It's naturally impossible for the Academy to turn a blind eye to this, so the Academy has come to the sacred land of extreme bliss this time, intending to ask for punishment. The reason we appeared here is that extreme bliss holy land is a bit too intimidating, so we sneaked away from the group, and I didn't expect to meet the master of my cultivation path. It's simply my honor. Okay, stop. Rao Lin Yi also cannot withstand this into the column 3 times to hold off. But it was probably heard that the Academy had come to find fault with the sacred ground of ultimate bliss. Finding fault with the sacred ground of ultimate bliss was none of his Zhengqi sect's business. Lin Yi nodded and said, well, I know. Great, Lin. Lin Moncler Outlet, can we go?
A few cultivators sighed in relief and hurriedly opened their mouths to inquire. Just at this time, Cheng's pillar spoke up again. Master Lin, these people are from the Academy. If you let them go, I'm afraid that they'll go to the Academy and say bad things about you.
Sun's pillar. What are you talking about, you? We're all in the same school, and you're from the Academy, so why don't you say? Can I be the same as you guys?
Before the man could finish his sentence, Cheng's pillar immediately interrupted. As you all can see, today's I have met a master on the path of cultivation. How can a district academy be greater than a master? I call this from the heart. From today onwards, I'm Master Lin's man. If Master Lin tells me to go east, I'll never go west. If Master Lin tells me to catch a dog, I'll never touch a chicken. As for you guys, a bunch of scumbags from the Academy, let me tell you, I've long looked at the Academy with disdain. Now with Master Lin around, I don't even need to go back to the Academy. What a bull academy. Ugh. I won't even go there. Lin Yi cried and laughed as he watched Sun's pillar continue to speak out. The Academy? Although he had not been there, but as a cultivator of the southern region, he had more or less heard of the Academy, saying that it was the world's governing ear, although exaggerated, but it was also the truth. After all, there were simply too many disciples in the Academy, and many disciples with great accomplishments returned to the Academy to teach, creating a virtuous cycle. This also made the position of the Academy in the southern region pivotal, and even among the central states, there were not many existences that could arm wrestle with the Academy. And the Shugenja's Kung Fu is also very special. The word of the world is the word of the world. Now that Cheng's pillar had committed karma and insulted the Academy in such a manner, wouldn't the righteousness dissipate directly? Plus some of the great could be able to perceive their behavior. In particular, it is full of malice towards the bookstore. The future into the column, even if it survives, the Academy is also absolutely not able to return. This is to cut off their own road directly. Being so decisive, it's no wonder that people are able to seize the opportunity to survive. Lin Yi also looked appreciatively at Shang's pillar, then slowly walked over to the remaining few cultivators. The several spirit swords suspended in the air were all aimed at them. You At this point, the crowd of cultivators no longer thought about being able to survive. After all, in the hands of someone like Lin Yi, plus the mouth of a Chang's pillar, it would be strange for them to be able to survive. In that case, it would be better to die a painful death and save yourself from being eaten. Lin Yi, you devil. The academy will definitely not let you go. That's right. Devil cultivators shall not die a good death. It is forbidden by the heavenly Tao of righteousness, and you are only harming others and yourself in the end by going against the grain like this. We would rather die than be insulted by you. If you want to kill, kill. In the face of the crowd's insults, Lin Yi smiled without the slightest hint of anger, his slender fingers stroked casually, and the suspended spirit sword swayed with him. Though I don't know why you call me a devil, but that, indeed, is where you are wrong, for a devil is only a devil if I define it as such, and right now I'll say you are devils, then you are devils. And dealing with demonic cultivators? Obviously there's no need for so much moralizing. As Lin Yi slightly waved his hand, all those spirit swords disappeared, and in their place, a bone-cutting blade appeared in his hand. This was the reward the system had given him earlier. Chapter 75, Western Food? The boning knife exuded a devouring sharpness under the sunlight. It made the few cultivators in front of him tremble. Damn it, if you want to talk, then talk, if you want to kill, then kill. What do you mean by not using the spirit sword, but using the bone chopper? On the side, Sun's pillar was even more wide-eyed. The heart murmured. Could it be that Master Lin he's going to start a meal? Even the cutlery was this strong, completely unable to see the grade, truly worthy of being an absolute ferocious demon. Thinking about this, Sun's pillar's face was a little guilty. What if Master Lin asks me to taste it with him later? Do I eat it, or do I eat it? Forget it, let's just eat. After all, we've already decided to go from the heart. What if just because we don't eat it, it causes Master Lin to slaughter himself as well? Dead Taoist friends don't die of poverty, and that sister looks good, well, she's the one. Chang's pillar took out a piece of white cloth from the Qiankuan ring, and very carefully wrapped it around the top of his neck, as if he was afraid of dirtying his clothes when he ate in a while. This action instead gave Hayoshiba the whole won't. No, what do you mean? What's wrong with you? You've got a cloth tied around your neck. Where's the food? You want Western food? Master Lin. I'm ready. Nara's column looked like it was jumping out of its skin. Lin Yi ignored the pillar of Chang that seemed to have gone crazy and turned his head to look at the group of cultivators. Next Master Lin. Spare us. Seeing that Nara's pillars all looked like they were going to eat them, who could hold back the fear in their hearts? One by one, they directly kneeled down and begged for forgiveness, their previous hardness completely disappearing. This directly caused Lin Yi to lose the mood to use the bone-culling sword, and with a wave of his hand, the spirit sword shot out, directly cutting those cultivators into several pieces. Sun's pillar on the side immediately rushed over. Master Lin, share a section with me, I'll taste it too. Taste you. Snap. Lin Yi slapped Naru's pillar several meters away. Flying out, Sun's pillar covered his face and looked at Lin Yi incredulously. Did Master Lin turn out to be so protective of his food? If you want to die, keep talking. With Nara's column closed, complete silence fell over the heights. Meanwhile, in the middle of the holy land of ultimate bliss, the inside of the sacred Lord's Hall was filled with elders. These were the core elders who were responsible for the affairs of the sect on weekdays. Now that they are all gathered here, something big is bound to happen. On the opposite side of them, there was a group of people dressed in Confucian robes, each of them carrying a few hints of a teacher's aura. Standing together, a vast and righteous aura emanated from their bodies, just contrasting with the rolling black aura on the side of the extreme bliss holy land. Ah ha ha ha, Chu Weya, even you are here, what? Not going to discuss the Tao with those monks and running to me to seek death? The Holy Lord laughed out loud, his words filled with contempt. The person who was called Chu Wuya was a middle-aged man who didn't look like he had any strong aura. Instead, he carried a bookish aura. I only saw him walk slowly to the front and smiled. Brother Dao, after many years of not seeing you, you're still so straightforward. I have to make a trip this time. May I ask, where is the myriad lady of your holy land? Why haven't I seen her? The sacred lord raised his head up in a dangling manner. Where do the elders of our sacred land go? And we still need to inform you. Are you guys taking yourselves too seriously? Bunch of nerds, wherever you come from, get the hell out of here, or else don't blame me for shutting the door on you. In the face of such unbridled insults from the extreme bliss demon sovereign, Chu Wuya's face did not have a trace of anger on it. Still speaking calmly, Brother Dao, you've misunderstood us. This time I've come only to seek confirmation of one thing from Lady Niao. What is it?
That Lin Yi, who is known to the outside world as the absolute fierce devil, is Lady Myriad's disciple?
Hearing the word Lin Yi, the Sacred Lord was a bit surprised. He had thought that this brat was for the matter of Lady Miao disregarding the agreement and striking out without permission, but it turned out to be because of his own disciple? You know, Lin Yi had just left the Holy Lord's palace not long ago, and he almost collided with these nerds.
And what did Lin Yi do?
Seeing the Sacred Lord's puzzled look, Chu Wuya continued to speak. Dao brother, your sect's disciple Lin Yi, although he's a demonic cultivator, has no regard for human decency, and actually regards his fellow clan members as food, and there are even countless cultivators who have tragically fallen into his mouth.
Gentlemen, please see. Speaking here, Chu Wuya took out a memory crystal. A picture appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Only to see Lin Yi holding a woman's head in his hands, and was continuously planting it on people's necks. And mumbled something as he settled down. That should do it, right?
Such behavior simply made some of the people around them feel a bit nauseous. This person Lin Yi was even more BT than this group of BTs of theirs. If Lin Yi was here, he would naturally be able to realize that this was the very same female cultivator he had killed before joining the Zhengqi sect.
I didn't realize it was actually recorded by someone's memory alert.
Immediately after that, the scene shifted to one outside of the city of the Little Southern Kingdom, and Lin Yi was holding half of something red in his hand, like a heart, and he was even eating it with red juice all over his face.
Turn your head and smile as you eat freely. That smile was a head-turner. Soon, the image was played, and Chu Wuya said with a straight face, Dao brother, the battle between righteousness and devilry has been a difficult matter to distinguish between right and wrong since the beginning of time, but for such a ferocious devil to appear in your clan is by no means a good thing. I'm sure the disciples of your sect should all be terrified of him, right?
Eating from the same clan?
That's unheard of. How different is such a person from a beast?
My academy adheres to the will of the ancient Confucian sages and carries the righteousness of heaven and earth, so naturally, we cannot watch such ferocious devils take charge. Please also ask Dao brother to perform an aspect, so that Mrs. Myriad expelled this person from the division. You and I, still,
remain the same.
Shut up. Before Chu Wuya could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by the Holy Lord in a stern voice. What bull Haiyan Zhengqi, what ancient Confucian saint, I'm telling you, Chu Wuya, don't give me any nonsense here. Lin Yi, he's a disciple of our Holy Land, naturally I'll be the one to shelter him. Just any cat or dog puts a broken memory crystal and wants to take my disciple? What a joke. I'm telling you, Chu Wuya, including you bunch of idiots from the academy, all of those standing in front of you are demons.
Aren't you all righteous? You're going to kill the devil for heaven? Come and try to execute us. Boom! Those elders standing by the side of the Holy Lord all released monstrous demonic auras. That demonic chi gathered together and transformed into a black ocean, wrapping the entire hall in it. Some of the young disciples in the academy almost couldn't withstand it. If it wasn't for the other masters and teachers who sheltered them with their Hauran righteousness, this alone would have been able to kill half of them. Brother Dao, why do you have to be like this? You, the sacred ground of ultimate bliss, have never done anything that goes against the heavenly Dao and human morality, so how would I be able to get rid of the demons and defend the Dao against you?
Chapter 76. Is this in your calculations too?
Although the words were said so, the aura emanating from Chu Wuya's body was thick and terrifying.
The formation patterns above the Great Hall all lit up, as if they sensed some kind of threat. Obviously, Chu Wuya was not as gentle as he appeared to be either.
Seeing this scene, the Sacred Lord laughed instead of being angry. Right, this is the kind of conversation between cultivators. Want Lin Yi? Can. Step over our corpses. If you have a big fist, you're justified. Isn't this how your academy used to convince people with reason before? How is it that when it comes to our extreme bliss holy land here, you start talking with your mouth? Is it hard to be afraid? Hearing the Holy Lord open his mouth, a group of elders from the sacred land of ultimate bliss also burst out laughing.
Ha 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 ha, the academy has gotten bolder in these recent years with the name of being the leader of the righteous path. How dare a bunch of nerds come here and spout off, I'll just kill them. That's right, not to mention Lady Miao's hurdle, they can't even get past me, come and try if you don't want to.
My greatsword is hungry for more.
The people on the academy's side also flushed for a while when they heard the yin and yang of those people.
The vast aura on their bodies was constantly flickering, as if they were going to go all out as long as Chu Wuya gave the order.
Just like what the Holy Lord said before the academy became the leader of the righteous path, it had always used its fists to convince people yet, and whoever disobeyed, the academy would show them what it meant to be vastly righteous. But as the academy was raised to a certain height, it began to shrink. Not to mention getting their hands dirty, they even send a group of people to the door to negotiate every time.
Instead of being a bookstore, it's almost like it's becoming a guardian. How does this make the Taoist monks look? Your academy follows Confucianism and Taoism, and you've come to steal jobs?
Regardless of what others thought, the academy continued to do what they did. After all, they fought with their fists.
Dao brother, do you really want to meet us with swords?
Chu Woya lightly narrowed his eyes at the Holy Lord. His words were filled with threatening intent. I know that your extreme bliss sacred land isn't simple, but our academy has been able to stand in these 9 heavens and 10 lands for 10,000 years, and we aren't relying on our lips either.
Come on then. The Holy Lord's face was filled with an exaggerated look. Since you guys are not convinced, then come over and try. What are you waiting for? Waiting for me to invite you? Ever since passing words with the old ancestor, the Holy Lord had been completely broken. You all say the disciples did a good job, don't you? Then I, the Holy Lord, will do it once. If I don't get mad, I'm going to be old.
One of the disciples dares to the forbidden zone and the other dares to the eternal life family. Can I, as the Holy Lord, lose to them?
Simply mess with a bookstore first to test the waters. If it doesn't work, I'll just lead an attack on the upper domain. No one should play, let's all die together. Ha 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 ha.
There was a few hints of madness in the Holy Lord's eyes.
This instead froze Chu Woya.
In the lower domain, although the extreme bliss demon sovereign's demonic might was monstrous, everyone knew that he was a relatively stable person, and for so many years, he had been handling affairs within the sect.
There was simply none of the arrogance of youth.
Instead of being a demonic cultivator, it would be better to say that he was a secluded and recluse mountain cultivator.
That was simply Buddhist, and now that he was so broken, could it be that the group of old ancestors from the sacred ground of ultimate bliss had returned?
Then he saw that the Holy Lord had taken 2 steps forward, clearly inviting a battle.
Sure enough,
Chu Woya became more and more certain of his guesses inwardly.
When things go wrong, they go wrong.
This extreme music devil is so abnormal. To say that there is no matter is strange. Must be those old ancestors are back, just lack of a reason, and then go out to wreak havoc in the world. If it was the academy that made the first move, the extreme bliss Holy Land could naturally disregard the strong man agreement for the sake of revenge. At that point, the academy will be in some danger. Seeing the Holy Lord pressing step by step, Chu Woya subconsciously retreated back. Good old Inbi. The Holy Lord, on the other hand, frowned when he saw Chu Woya retreat.
Come on. You hit me. Let's go to war. The current Saint Lord very much wanted to cause trouble, only then would he be able to make the old ancestors run back. It was too hard for them to wave outside every day while he, the Saint Lord, had to clean up these messes. Let the old ancestors come back and try it too. This time nothing will let them out.
Nay, the more the Holy Lord moved forward, the more Chu Woya retreated. The crowd of elders from the sacred land of ultimate bliss were all dumbfounded.
Did the Holy Lord break through the realm and actually force the Chu Woya back by relying on his aura? The Holy Lord relied on his strong physique to force Chu Woya back? What? The Holy Lord forced back Chu Woya by relying on his lance?
You talk properly, don't get into some weird conversation here.
Who engages in strange topics? Doesn't the Holy Lord use a lance? The teachers and teachers of the academy were also frowning. It couldn't be that this extreme bliss demon sovereign's cultivation had risen to a terrifying realm after not seeing him for years? Even their husband, Chu Woya, was unable to fight against him? Chu Woya kept retreating backward, almost crashing into someone from the same sect.
He had already secretly used his Ru Dao Gongfu to check out the extreme bliss devil just now and realized that he wasn't bluffing.
In other words, he really does have a bottom line. No chance the bookstore's coming. Hiss.
Chu Woya sucked in a breath of cool air. The eyes looked at the Holy Lord with a slightly deeper meaning.
Good you ultimate fiend, is this in your calculations too? Let us do it, and then you'll let those old ancestors of your holy land wipe us out. Scary as hell. I thought you were really busy managing the affairs of the clan for so many years. Now it seems. Good man, you don't practice immortalism, you read the art of war instead. Oh. But I'm still skillful enough to have seen your plot, it's a wonder I can fall for it. Thinking of this, Chu Woya smiled slightly. Dao brother, since you were so determined, in order not to affect the friendship between our two sects, this matter will be forgotten. In the future, I still hope that Dao brother will be able to restrain that disciple of yours for a moment or two. After all, it's not easy for our academy to do the same.
The Holy Lord frowned as he looked toward Chu Woya.
Are you the goon? I've pressed you so hard, and you still won't do it?
You've practiced Confucianism to the point of being a dog.
You hit me, ah.
Seeing the Holy Lord frowning, the corners of Chu Wuya's mouth rose slightly, and he became smug inside. I will never be fooled. The district calculations, I casually guessed. I already guessed the general. Extreme Bliss Demon. Extreme Bliss Demon, you are too young. Want to play conspiracy with me? Read The Art of War for a few more years. Right now you're too young to have your emotions written all over your face.
Chapter 77, A Wise Man in His Own Right. Chu Wuya sneered, then recovered, clasped his hands and spoke to the Holy Lord. Brother Dao, I've seen how resolute you are. Let's do it this way. Let's just consider today as us ranting and apologizing. When we return, we'll have someone send us a gift. After saying that, Chu Wuya did not have any lingering feelings at all. Turning his head, he asked those people from the academy to leave with him. As a husband, orders were naturally absolute. Although the crowd of people from the academy were suffocating, they didn't say anything more. They knew that the usual Chu Wuya was not such a character, and to be able to make him voluntarily soften, he must have seen something wrong. It wouldn't be too late to inquire after leaving the sacred land of ultimate bliss. The people of the Devil's Way were soon left in the large sanctuary. The Holy Lord was in a daze. From just now, the plot didn't seem to be going the way he wanted it to. Chu Wuya did not cultivate Confucianism before, but a violent temper, especially Confucianism, is not before the great success, that is purely a little on the spot. Not to mention being so pleasant, every time he went out to move his fists with others, the first one was Chu Wuya. What's going on now? Old? Out of commission? I was so provocative, and you just walked away.
Just when the Holy Lord didn't know what to say, a group of elders came forward and looked at their own Holy Lord with deep meaning.
Sacred Lord, it's worthy of you. I think you have long predicted that the academy would arrive, right? And must have strategized and arranged all the plans properly. Where are the old ancestors? Right. Even hiding it from your own people. I thought we were going to have a fight with the academy right now, but it turns out you've taken care of it all? Old ancestor. Old ancestor. Don't hide anymore? Come out. Are you going to wipe out the academy? I would like to be the vanguard. Holy Lord, say something. Nowadays I can't see through your cultivation. Besides the old ancestor coming back, is it possible that you've broken through the realm as well? That must be it, otherwise how could you have made that Chu Wuya retreat with his aura alone? It's still you. The smile on the Holy Lord's face was very forced in the face of the many elders boasting. He didn't even know what the hell was going on. The Chu Wuya seemed to have committed some kind of major disease. One second he was still strong there, the next second he became a wimp. The people at the academy are out of their minds. On the other side, Chu Wuya, who had left the sacred land of ultimate bliss as fast as he could, stood on top of the flying boat, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and looked at the Zhengqi sect in the distance, which was emitting a halo of light. It also couldn't help but sigh, I've picked up a life this time. The teachers and teachers of the academy gathered around at this moment. Husband, what exactly is the reason for you to directly choose to leave? Aren't we going to go to war with that extreme bliss holy land? Ridiculous. Chu Wuya snorted coldly and turned his head, looking at them with hateful eyes. Do you really think that he, the extreme bliss demon sovereign, would be unaware of our thoughts of wanting to go to war? Oh. Tell you what, at that time, if we hadn't left yet, I'm afraid we could never leave. What? The master teachers of the academy were shocked. They had no idea just now that they and the others were actually in such a perilous situation. One of the teachers was puzzled. Husband, is it possible that you see something? Chu Wuya took a deep breath and slowly spoke. I think you all saw today how strong that extreme bliss demon is, facing the pressure of my academy, and even the joint pressure of the Kong family, Taiji sect, and Galan temple. He still maintains that attitude. Those of us who practice the way of the sages are most sensitive to whether or not a person is lying. You should have also noticed that the strength of that extreme bliss demon sovereign just now was completely from the bottom of his heart. Now it seems that it should be the group of old ancestors that they went out to burn and loot without any evil that have returned. The crowd of divisionists nearly had their jaws dropped in shock. Ha! It's actually them that's back? No wonder, in the face of the joint pressure of many forces, he, the extreme bliss demon sovereign, actually remains unafraid. He must have a lot to rely on. The ancestors of the holy land of ultimate bliss can be said to be famous. Not to mention in this lower domain, even in the upper domain, it was an existence that could make a child stop crying. Even if the academy was, no matter how powerful it was, it definitely didn't want to mess with this group of assholes. What's more, in that situation just now, they were already deep in the wolf's den, and if they were to make a move at this time, wouldn't they be wrapped up in a dumpling? Not bad for a husband.
We were actually deep in a crisis just now without realizing it, and we even questioned husband's decision, so we really shouldn't have. The husbandman made an immediate decision. Truly a Confucian saint descending to the world. Calculating nothing, that's what I call calculating nothing. I said, why that extreme bliss demon sovereign pressed on step by step. It turns out that he wanted us to take the lead. One carelessness almost fell into their path. It's really worthy of being a group of devilish people. Looking at the gazes of those master teachers who worshipped him one by one, Chu Wuya turned his head and gazed into the distant sky with a look of being high up in the sky. Lin Yi quickly returned to the sacred land of ultimate bliss with Cheng's pillar. Before that, Sung's pillar had been saying that the academy wanted to send someone to attack him. Now how could Lin Yi not be in a hurry, not to mention the fact that his master had taken care of him with all his heart, but just to say that the sacred lord, he had also poured out his heart and soul to him. Even if he knew that he was going up against the people of the everlasting family, he would still be able to protect him to the end. Such a clan could never stand by and watch him perish. At the same time, Lin Yi was also a bit puzzled. Clearly he was going to attack the sacred land of ultimate bliss. What did it have to do with his Zhengqi sect? After returning to the sect, looking around, there wasn't a single foreign flying boat outside the sect at all. The scene made Sung's pillar dumbfounded. Where are the people from the academy? Didn't you want to attack them? Now they're running away instead, so be it. No one told me. It'll make me lose trust in front of Master Lin, okay? Damn Shugenja, you're not human. If I meet any disciples of your academy in the future, I'll have to grab them one by one and give them to Master Lin. Now Sung's pillar was thinking exactly like a dog's leg. Holy Sun alternate, you're back? Seeing Lin Ye's arrival, the disciples guarding the gate all greeted him politely. According to seniority, the current Lin Yi was only a junior apprentice brother who had just been initiated not long ago, but he had the status of a saint's son candidate, and in case he leapt to become a saint's son, it would be in existence second only to a saint's lord. With such a status, how could it be that their gatekeeper disciples dared to slack off? Moreover, even without this layer of identity, just the hefty reputation Lin Yi had broken down was enough to make them fearful. And this is? Just at this time, they saw the pillar of Cheng, who was full of pride on that side. The other party was dressed as a scholar, making the disciples guarding the gate a bit puzzled. Chapter 78, Xiang Tiangu. This is my entourage. Hearing Lin Ye's words, Cheng's pillar became even prouder, while the two gatekeeper disciples were dumbfounded. What did they hear? Only moments ago the academy came to find the end of the matter, but under the demonic might of the Holy Lord, the academy fled in a sorry state. The sacred lord was powerful in the middle of the sect, and this sacred son candidate was also unusual. Without a word, you've taken the disciples of the academy into your entourage? A disciple who followed the Confucian way becoming a follower of a demonic cultivator? Any way you think about it, this was all a big shock. Not bad for a saint's son candidate. The gazes of the two guarding disciples looked at Lin Yi with a bit more awe. After entering the sect gate, Cheng's pillar puffed out his chest. He had just heard the two gate guard disciples call Lin Yi a saint's son in waiting, which meant that if Lin Yi became a saint's son, he himself is the entourage of the Holy Sun. What is there to be ashamed of? After all, even in the academy, he might not have the chance to be able to become a contemporary walking follower of Confucianism. And after coming to the devil's sect, directly flew into the sky. What's wrong with being a dog? Of course, these words, he naturally couldn't possibly say them, and seeing the awe in the eyes of those disciples passing by around him, he felt even more that he had made the right decision. You'll first come with me to register and get a suit, otherwise it'll be too much trouble to ask everyone over and over again. Yes, Master Lin, whatever you say. As a lapdog, Cheng's pillar naturally knew what to say and what not to say. After all, he wouldn't have survived if he wasn't this smart. The two soon arrived at the Holy Lord's Hall. At this moment, in the Holy Lord's Hall, the noise was still endless, and Lin Yi could faintly hear what was being said inside. Holy Lord, you're hiding so deep. Holy Lord, you're so hard, and so on. Sung's pillar was also dumbfounded when he heard those words. Did the devil cultivators turn out to be so fancy in their weekdays? So will I look out of place if I don't join in when I go in later? Forget it. Sung's pillar clenched its teeth. I can't disgrace Master Lin. Everything I have in the future is surely bestowed upon me by Master Lin. I'm going out on a limb. Sung's pillar's face appeared as if he was dying. Just as Lin Yi was somewhat hesitant about whether he should go in or not, a powerful aura suddenly appeared. Turning his head to look, at some point, a handsome young man came to the side of the two. The man wore a plain robe with a simple belt around his waist, and his entire person exuded a dusty aura. His face was handsome and resolute, his deep eyes flashed with wisdom, as if he could penetrate all the mysteries of the world, and the most special thing was the aura he carried. Ancient and heavy and ethereal out of the dust, and his chi and blood power actually constantly emanated from his body, just like substance, extremely similar to Chu Hao. On the chest, the word one was embroidered in gold.
Obviously sequence disciple number 1.
It was also the one that was closest to the position of the Holy Sun before Lingyi came.
System, open the other side's panel. Ding dong. Name, Xiang Tiange. Bone age, 19. Special physique, Jedi King body. Cultivation level, peak transformation. Tagged with, giftedness, great gasman, predestined foe, ancestral blessing. Peak spirit of transformation?
The cultivation level of peak transformation god could not be described as anything less than terrifying.
Just a few years older than himself, is considered the same generation, the cultivation is their own encountered, the strongest young generation. Heaven's pride. There were these two words that could describe Xiang Tiange. It's just that this divine fate nemesis fate is a bit intriguing. Just as Lingyi was sizing up Xiang Tiange, the other party was obviously sizing him up as well, and after taking a deep look at Lingyi, Xiang Tiange turned his gaze to Cheng's pillar on the side. In a snarky tone, he said, "People from the academy? Looks like you haven't withdrawn yet. In that case, let me give you a ride." Boom!
Wisps of chi and blood power wrapped around Xiang Tiange's body, and that terrifying power caused the air around him to emit a popping sound. His flesh had become so strong that he was able to make bone rattles with a casual movement. This was the sound that could only appear when the physique was strong to the extreme. The entire person pounced towards Seng's pillar like an ancient ferocious beast. The latter was so shocked that he sat down on the ground on the spot. It was too late to react, although his cultivation was still there. The method of Confucianism and Taoism had already been invalidated, that is to say, he was now an empty shell with empty cultivation. Of course, even if he had the original power, it was impossible for him to be Xiang Tiange's opponent. When he saw that Sung's pillar was going to be killed under his palm, a slender hand appeared. Boom! Between the fists and palms facing each other, a deafening roar was emitted, and Seng's pillar was directly overturned by the wave of air that emanated from it. Lingyi extended his hand with an indifferent expression.
Since Neru's pillar had become his entourage, naturally not anyone could move it.
In order to make up for the gap in realm, the dragon slaying technique covered the palm of his hand.
Xiang Tiange had a hint of positive color in his eyes. Lingyi, who was at the Yuaning realm, was actually able to be on par with him.
Although it was just a simple test, it was amazing enough. The two of them were a big realm apart.
Interesting, worthy of being the Holy Lord's personally established Holy Son candidate. Boo!
With a muffled thud, the two men took a few steps backward from each other.
Xiang Tiange shrugged. "Why are you stopping me from laying my hands on the people of the academy? You shouldn't be so kind, right?" In the face of Xiang Tiange's inquiry, Lingyi only spoke faintly. "He's in my entourage." "Oh." Xiang Tiange looked at Cheng's pillar with interest. No matter how one thought about it, a person from the academy had actually become a follower of a person of demonic cultivation. It does seem like the academy is degenerating nowadays. "Nope, that's right."
Cheng's pillar stood up and first walked to Lin Ye's side to watch his condition, then took a step forward and shouted angrily at Xiang Tiange, "I'm Master Lin's attendant, who are you? How dare you strike out at the Saint Sun candidate? Is there still heavenly justice? Are there still clan rules?" Xiang Tiange's smile gradually dissipated and was replaced by a powerful aura bursting out. "Well." Sung's pillar stifled a grunt, almost being directly lifted to the ground by this aura. But he held his tongue. Angrily, he looked at Xiang Tiange. "What? You still want to continue to make a move? You?" Rumble. Just as Sung's pillar was planning to show his eloquence, the door to the Holy Lord's Hall was slowly opened. Accompanied by the flickering of colorful Dao rhythms, the Sacred Lord and a group of elders appeared in front of a few people. When they saw the Holy Lord appear, Lingyi and Xiang Tiange immediately saluted. Neru's pillar also very sensibly lowered their heads together. He was a follower of the Sacred Sun candidate, so he could ignore the other disciples, but he could never ignore the Sacred Lord, which was a big taboo in the sect.
"Tiange, Lingyi, it looks like the two of you sort of know each other, ha 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 ha." The Holy Lord didn't even seem to notice the battle between the two before, and laughed out cheerfully. Chapter 79, Giving Up the Dark and the Light. There was also a hint of appreciation in the Holy Lord's eyes when he saw Cheng's pillar. The one who had just been there had heard the conversation of several people in the hall, and this man from the academy had become a follower of his own disciple.
Since ancient times, those with great talent have naturally had no shortage of followers around them. And for him, the Holy Son candidate of the Extreme Bliss Holy Land, to have a disciple of the Academy following him around, this matter would also hit the Academy's face hard when it was told. This, coupled with the character of Nera's pillar, made the Holy Lord unable to help but appreciate it somewhat.
That's living, breathing lapdog material right there.
As long as Lin Yi didn't fall off the peak for a day, then there was no need to doubt Cheng's pillar's loyalty.
Holy Lord!
It was at this moment that Tseng's pillar spoke, and he clearly noticed the Holy Lord's gaze. I was a disciple of the Academy, but now I've abandoned the darkness and joined Master Lin's banner, so I hope that the Sacred Lord will accept me into the sect. Whether it was the Holy Lord or the group of elders, they were all shocked by Cheng's pillar's words.
Going from the Academy to the sacred land of ultimate bliss is a renunciation of the darkness. Damn, that's a talent.
This person, even if his talent is not good, then he must be asked to join the clan. There are already too few young people who can talk like this, which one is not high-minded now? But in the midst of the cultivation world, people like Cheng's pillar tended to live well. After all, he's smooth enough to say that it's not too much of a stretch to say that he's seen it all and said it all.
Oh?
The Sacred Lord surveyed Cheng's column with interest. Is it really alright for you to join our Zhengqi sect?
Aren't you afraid of the pursuit of the Academy?
The Holy Lord deliberately aggravated his tone when he spoke of the Zhengqi sect. Cheng's pillar had heard Lin Yi say before that he was a disciple of the Zhengqi sect, although he didn't know why the current Extreme Bliss Sanctuary had changed its name. But naturally, with his character, he knew what to ask. Sacred Lord, the District Academy is simply not enough to look at in front of our Zhengqi sect. If they dare to come over, I'm willing to be the first to be the pawn, and will definitely make them come in vertically and go out horizontally.
Ha 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 ha.
The Holy Lord laughed out loud and became more and more satisfied with Tseng's pillar. You're a talented person. Well, from today onwards, you're a member of our Zhengqi sect. Upon hearing this, Cheng's pillar was excited. Many thanks, Holy Lord. There's no need to be polite, you're Lin Yi's follower, so naturally you're one of our own. If the Academy dares to find trouble with you, the clan will carry the burden for you.
Many thanks to the Holy Lord, and many thanks to Master Lin.
Sung's pillar was overjoyed. He had come to the right place.
Now it seems it's still the Devil's Gate that's more reliable.
After resolving the matter of Cheng's pillar, the Holy Lord turned his gaze towards Xiang Tianga.
Tiango, Lin Yi became a Saint Sun candidate as soon as he was initiated. Don't you sequence disciples have some opinions?
Xiang Tianga lightly laughed. Holy Lord, what are these words? Tianga is a disciple of the sect. Naturally he has to abide by the sect's rules. Senior brother Lin Yi is very strong, and the Holy Sun candidate is well deserved. After all, the Sacred Sun candidate isn't currently a Sacred Sun either.
I think Tiangu and the others still have a chance. Aha!
The Sacred Lord nodded. The Battle of the Sacred Sons is still a test of strength. 3 days from now will be the Sacred Sons competition. At that time, I will have the other befriended clans come here to observe the ceremony, so in the recent days, you guys just cultivate well. As for who the position of the Holy Sun falls to, naturally, we have to rely on our fists to speak.
Hearing this statement from the Holy Lord, Xiang Tianga's gaze lit up.
He was ambitious for the sonship. Being the serial number 1 disciple has been a long time, and it's time to get rid of that one word. Lin Yi similarly coveted the position of Saint Sun. The higher the status, the more resources one could have, and he had already become more and more impatient with the upper domain.
You have to get stronger as soon as possible to do that.
Otherwise the revenge of the eye gouge wouldn't have never been avenged.
Yesterday's vendetta is like a sword in the back. The everlasting Woods family, there will be a result between us. Sacred Lord, then I will take my leave first.
Since the matter of Cheng's pillar had already been settled, Lin Yi naturally had to go back to his seclusion. For 3 days, he needed to settle his cultivation. It would naturally be the best if they could break the boundary. After all, none of the sequence disciples were rookies, especially the sequence one Xiang Tianga. The two had just briefly tested each other, and neither of them had used their full strength. However, Lin Yi was able to sense that Xiang Tianga was clearly just relying on his physical strength. Nowadays, his innate Dao body still needed a large amount of qi and blood to nourish it, and this innate Dao body that was able to grow was too strong. In the future, it would definitely not lose out to the absolute king body as well as that hegemonic emperor body in terms of physical fitness. In this regard, Lin Yi didn't know what was going on, he just thought that his innate Dao body might have a mutation. You guys go back and prepare yourselves, Cheng's pillar, although you're a follower of Lin Yi, but since you've joined my Zhengqi sect, you'll naturally have to worship within a peak.
I want to be a peak with Master Lin. Sung's pillar spoke without hesitation. No, it's very special there, you change it.
The Holy Lord shook his head. Qingyu Peak was a very special existence among the sacred land of ultimate bliss, and there were only two people in the peak, one was Lady Miao and the other was Lin Yi.
Regarding the matter of Qingyu Peak, he, the sacred lord, couldn't say anything about it.
That's why he couldn't agree to Sung's column's request. Upon hearing this, Sung's pillar was not discouraged, and even cursed himself for being an idiot. He is a follower, how can he worship a master with Lin Yi, isn't that giving him an eyeful?
LOL. It's still not calm enough.
I'll have to practice a bit more when I get back. Although there were thoughts in his heart, Cheng's pillar did not fret, but spoke in a respectful tone, all by the Holy Lord's arrangement.
Good.
Lin Yi, who had left the Sacred Lord's Hall, headed towards Qingyu Peak, but on the way, once again, he encountered that man.
Song to the sky. Senior Lin.
Seeing Lin Yi's arrival, Xiang Tianga greeted him with an excited face. Facing this sudden enthusiasm from Xiang Tianga, Lin Yi frowned, not knowing what the other party meant.
No need to be so vigilant.
Xiang Tianga waved his hand and smiled. You and I are disciples of the same sect, I'm a sequence disciple and you're a Saint's Son candidate, although we're competitors, we're equally on the same path. When I took a shot at you before, I just wanted to test the waters a bit, and I'm willing to apologize if I angered you for it.
These words are tantamount to an unsolicited favor. Logically speaking, Xiang Tianga didn't have to do this at all. After all, at this time, Lin Yi's cultivation level was only at the Yuaning realm. Facing Xiang Tianga's initiative, Lin Yi spoke, Senior brother Xiang, I'm not angry about this, after all, after I joined the sect, I received special care, it's only normal that you want to test it. Ha 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 ha. Xiang Tianga laughed out cheerfully, it's good that you're not angry, this time, you and I will go all out for the Holy Sun competition, but no matter who becomes the Holy Sun, after the competition, I want to discuss one thing with you. What is it? Hearing Lin Yi's inquiry, Xiang Tianga said mysteriously, you'll know when the time comes. Chapter 80 Seed of the World Tree. It definitely won't do you any harm, we'll fight for the chance together then. After saying this, Xiang Tianga left. Lin Yi stood in place, seemingly pondering Xiang Tianga's words. Just now, in Xiang Tianga's body, he didn't feel any hint of hostility, and the other party spoke in a sincere tone, without the slightest hint of disguise. Although he didn't know why Xiang Tianga had chosen himself. But as long as it was something related to chance, Lin Yi would not let it go. Even if it's dangerous. After all, if one wanted to go up against the Eternal Life family, if one did not have a heart to fight for one's life, then one simply could not do it. Soon, Lin Yi returned to the middle of Qingyu Peak. Returning to the cabin that was exclusively his own, Lin Yi sat down on his knees. Unico. I am. Is that extended check-in feature of yours a fake?
What words is this?
How can it be false?
The system was obviously very angry at Lin Yi's distrust, God knows how much effort he had put into expanding these features.
Then why haven't there been any check-in locations since the last check-in was completed? You haven't been out lately either.
The system cried out in injustice, you didn't realize that when you signed up to the Zhengqi sect, you got the human emperor seal.
You think that's some kind of cabbage?
This check-in feature of mine is nothing like those crap check-ins, and it comes out big every time.
Really? You'll understand when the next check-in location comes up. Definitely won't let you down. Besides, don't you have a demon execution system now? It's okay to use it more often, but if I give you some garbage now, you won't be able to see it.
The system's tone carried a hint of helplessness. As a villain system, the normal situation was to issue missions that allowed a villain to constantly devour the heavenly destiny sun to override the heavens. But this ING host is a man of destiny. The chance of itself is outrageous, look at the Gongfu, magic treasures, spirit stones and so on, inexhaustible. If he uses that sign and function to casually perfunctory, it would be strange if this Lin Yi does not uninstall him. As a tutelary son who had been following Lin Yi, he knew a lot about his own host. He's acting like the chosen one? The devil's way comes and calls him big brother. He's got a black heart. The unified sun will find out every time he wants to bring Lin Yi to the magic path, there is no need for him to bring it at all, and the man himself will fall deeper and deeper. In favor of the self-proclaimed light of righteousness.
This is not pure BT. Dude.
Of course, the system didn't dare to say these words out in the open, the tone when he opened up with Lin Yi was more like a licking dog, humble to a fault. After all, if a villainous system followed the Son of Destiny, returning to the system circle was enough for him to blow his whole life. By the way, you also have a lot of Demon Punisher points, don't you consider exchanging them for something? Open them all. 6 Dao Reincarnation Fist, Chaos Body, Diffractive Heaven Technique, 8-9 Xian Gong, Great Mill of Destruction, Red Sky Sword. These strong feats body magic treasures of the type instantly made Lin Yi flash his eyes. Take another look at the Demon Punisher points corresponding to those feats. Hey, guess what, can't afford to replace it at all. Let's put it this way, Lin Yi did a little math. If he wanted to exchange a heaven-defying technique or body magic treasure, either he would go out and exterminate all those small sect forces in one fell swoop. Kill him 1 million or 800,000 cultivators. Either that or go against the Great Emperor. But if you are capable of defying the Great Emperor, what's the point of me wanting this piece of yours?
It seemed to be sensing Lin Yi's gradually flaming temper.
The system quickly spoke, host, you don't have to be anxious, as for your future refining the entire world. Is not, as long as you can lead the righteous way in the future and attack the upper domain.
Are you still afraid of not having enough devil extermination points? At that time to the upper domain all butchered, you are not to what of what? As for your demon punisher points now, right. I'll give you a discount. With the system's words, those dazzling feats disappeared, and in their place, a small grid appeared in front of Lin Yi's eyes. There was a seed in the small compartment. It clearly says World Tree Seed. Don't you want to break the realm? This thing is so perfect for you. The system's tone was full of heat. Lin Yi looked at the points exchange below the World Tree Seed, which had a fracture price written on it. It just happened to be the total number of points he had earned. Isn't this too deliberate on your part? Why don't you just give it to me and be done with it? Also, I'd like to ask those things you showed me before, the reason why the price was ridiculously high, I think it should be because you don't have those things, right? The only thing there is this broken seed, isn't it? Hearing Lin Yi's words, the system fell into silence. After a long time, there was a sudden outburst. What words? What words this is? What do you mean by broken seed? That's the seed of the world tree. Don't you need a spiritual object to transform into a god? Integrate this into your Chi-Si and soon you'll be able to open up a small world. Facing the system's grumpiness, Lin Yi remained calm. See, you're in a hurry, aren't you? I guessed it, didn't I? Looks like you came back with a broken seed after half a day of looting. Opening up a small world? This I admit, the world tree is indeed strong and is the top treasure among the heavens and the worlds. But this one of yours is a seed. Do you know what a seed is? When will it be able to sprout and grow? This. Oh. Take your time, anyway, the stuff is given to you, I don't care about the rest, I don't listen. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the World Tree Seed. Your system has been dormant for 36 hours. The system's trickster-like appearance made Lin Yi cry and laugh a little. Previously, it was just teasing Unicorn, the seed of the World Tree, not to mention him as a Yuaning. Even supreme beings at the level of saints and supreme beings were able to fight over the World Tree. A tree that could diffuse the world, who wouldn't want that? Having the World Tree was equivalent to stepping into the realm of the powerful. Buzz. With a flash of light, a seed appeared in Lin Yi's hand. The seed emitted wisps of Taoist rhythm, seemingly containing the heaven and earth Dao, extremely mysterious. Just by feeling this sub's aura, Lin Yi felt as if he had a deeper understanding of the word Dao. If you wanted to log into the transformation god realm, you had to incorporate the spirit object into your Chi-Si. Allowing the Yuaning to directly shatter and thus transform into the essence of heaven and earth to nourish the spirit, and the spirit then feeds back into the entire sea of Qi, can be said to complement each other. Wait until the world tree is completely grown. A small world was able to appear in Lin Yi's Chi-Si, and it wasn't the kind of closed small world that was like a secret realm, but a world that truly possessed the will of heaven and earth. The world tree was complete, and the world that was derived from it was naturally real and complete. Chapter 81 Transfiguration. Holding the seed of the world tree in his hand, Lin Yi's mind calmed down. Immediately after that, the spiritual energy on his body flourished, and the seed slowly floated into the void, turning into a stream of light that merged straight into Lin Yi's chest. As soon as the seeds entered the body, they went straight to the sea of Qi. Rooted and sprouted in that rushing sea of black Qi. Click 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 click. At this moment, the black Yuaning seemed to have changed in some way, as a crack appeared on its body and made a crumbling sound. Going to transform into a god? Lin Yi knew that he was about to break through the realm, so he hurriedly closed his eyes and immersed his divine sense in the sea of Qi. Click 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 click. As expected, along with the sound of glass shattering, the Yuaning was continuously crumbling, and the fragments that crumbled down directly turned into the purest spiritual energy, dripping into the black sea of Qi below.
That world tree seed was also glowing slightly at this moment, and it seemed that because of the nourishment it received, the seed was significantly larger. Boom! Linya's body suddenly erupted with a terrifying light, the Dao bone in his chest glowed slightly, and black spiritual energy spread throughout the entire cabin. Just at this time, a beautiful figure walked in. That proud figure as well as the delicate face, who could it be if not Mrs. Wonderful? At this moment, Mrs. Meow, with her watery eyes, looked towards Linyi with a slightly caring expression. This child, he didn't even say anything when he was about to break the realm. I had prepared my spirit items, but it seems that I won't be able to use them this time. Feeling the aura on Linya's body, Mrs. Meow smiled gently. Isn't this disciple of mine overly competitive? Doesn't even need help from me, his master, to find a top-notch spirit item on his own. That's just it, I've done too little for you. Now that you've broken through the realm, I'll just stand outside and guard the pass for you. After saying that, Lady Meow slowly stepped out of the wooden house, and under the light wave of her jade hand, the entire Qingyue Peak was shrouded in a layer of special formation patterns. She had to guard her own disciple's pass, so she naturally didn't allow anyone to come here and disturb her. Such a heavenly pride was unheard of, and if he was disturbed while breaking the boundary, no one knew what kind of consequences would happen. Lin Yi in the house had obviously reached the most important point. At this moment, the Yuaning in the Sea of Qi had completely transformed into pieces of spiritual energy and fell into the black ocean below. The so-called transformation of God was not becoming a god, but rather making the divine soul complete, and even all of them could directly go out of the body, so that they could cultivate the divine soul and grow both the physical body and the divine soul at the same time. Ultimately, when one reaches the harmonization stage, it is when the divine soul is once again integrated into the physical body, turning the effect of 1 + 1 into 1 + 2. Lin Yi could feel that his divine soul was becoming more and more solid. The page of scriptures within the divine soul also emitted a faint light. The Sea of Qi has changed drastically. Above the endless black ocean, a small sapling is standing in the center, while the sky is the sun and the moon in the sky. The three schools of Buddhism and the Devil's Way in one. The quality of this spiritual energy was beyond what anyone could imagine. Gel. Rumble. The black ocean raises monstrous waves. The sun and the moon shone brightly, and the entire Qi Sea once again expanded by a circle. With the breakthrough of his realm, his Qi Sea would one day be unimaginably large, just enough to be used to nurture the world tree. Complete heaven and earth Dao rules floated in his Qi Sea. What Lin Yi didn't know was that his Qi Sea had undergone a radical change, and so had the outside world. Only to see that the sky was filled with dark clouds at some point, with thunder and lightning intertwined in it, as if it was going to extinguish the world, and the aura was depressing to the mind. Just then, the dark clouds were suddenly torn apart by something. The golden light was great. A golden Buddha statue sat above the clouds. The statue was golden in color and had 6 arms, each holding a magic weapon. It was clearly a precious and solemn appearance, but it exuded a bizarre aura. What's even weirder is that the head of the Buddha statue is divided into 2 temperaments, one with bloodshot eyes and fangs and the other with kindness and solemnity. On the side of the Buddha statue was a black figure that was the same size as the statue and emitted the aura of a sovereign. One finger points to the sky, the other to the earth. It seems to symbolize that I am the only one in heaven and on earth. And in the middle of the two, there was the silhouette of a Taoist man holding a duster, Taoist nature, and his mouth seemed to be reciting the Gate of Miracles. The sound of the great Taoist Brahma resounded through the heavens. This vision naturally caused the entire extreme bliss sacred land to stare. This is a vision? Who is breaking through the realm? The devil descends, swallows the sky and devours the earth. It is clear that the devil body breaks through the realm. As for that Buddha statue, devil Dharma, Buddha, and the old Taoist. Buddha, devil, and Taoist top 3 phases? How is it possible for a person to have all 3 of these different phases at the same time? Against the heavens, someone is going against the heavens. Qingyu Peak was blocked off. It was Lady Myriad who made the move, and now it seems that it's really the Sacred Sun candidate who's breaking through the realm. He broke through the realm. This has transformed into a god? This sun is as terrifying as this. My extreme bliss holy land shall prosper greatly. Ha 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 ha. Countless sect elders let out exclamations of admiration. The disciples were even more appalled at this scene. Xiang Tiange stood in front of his palace and looked at the vision in the sky, the corners of his mouth rising slightly. Could you, Lin Yi, actually broke through the realm so quickly? It seems like you wanted to make a splash during the Holy Sun competition. But I'm not going to lose to you. You need to get stronger as soon as possible before those bastards inside the Forbidden Zone. Next time it'll be the 2 of us, master and brother, teaming up. I hope you guys can hold out. Inside the temple of the Holy Lord. The Holy Lord at this moment used the memory crystal that had completely recorded the image. With that, he took out the wooden sign and aimed the image of the memory crystal at it. Buzz. With the surge of spiritual energy, the token faintly flickered with light. An old man's voice also came out from inside, the same old ancestor who had spoken to the Holy Lord earlier. I say, little bastard, what are you looking for, old man, again? Didn't I say, you're the Holy Lord, you take care of things in the Holy Land all by yourself, don't always. Ouch. The old ancestor on the opposite side started with a very impatient tone, and the shouting and killing sounds over there were endless, as if he was busy with something. But all of a sudden, he saw the image within that memory crystal and burst out on the spot. Immediately after that, it was yelling at the top of his lungs, brothers, don't get busy. Old 16, don't kill them yet, I have something big going on here. If you hurry over, it's over. What's all this nonsense? Don't ask, come and see for yourselves, that bunch of idiots, it's not too late to kill them later, let them run for a while, then we'll go after them. What happened? More and more old ancestor voices came out from within the token. Without exception, they were all a little short-tempered because they had been interrupted in a good way. Chapter 82, Breaking Through the Realm. As a result, when they came to the token, all of them sent out words with extremely high moments. What's going on here? Who is it, going against the grain? The three visions of Buddha, devil, and Tao are fused into one. This is simply inappropriate for a human son. Who is this kid? Say something. I asked you a question. Originally, the Holy Lord in front of the wooden sign was being smug there. But he also did not dare to get angry. This one bit can be the ancestors, he wants to be unrestrained 1 second, I guess the next second these people come back, are able to peel his skin. Hastily speaking, he said, old ancestors, this is the innate demon body I mentioned before, didn't he worship our extreme bliss Holy Land? For his sake, I changed the name of the sect to the Zhengqi sect, and I remember the third ancestor saying earlier that what kind of genius is worthy of making us change our name? Geniuses that haven't grown up are nothing more than mole crickets. And even to come back and refine that kid into a human Dan. Ha! One by one, the old ancestors on the side of the token let out questioning voices, apparently all looking towards the so-called three ancestors. And the third ancestor also spoke up at this time, kid, don't talk nonsense, is your skin itching? What I said is clearly changed too, right? I have long felt that the words extreme bliss Holy Land are not that good. The positive chi sect, Very good. And I am going to refine you into a human Dan and then give it to that kid. That little genius to take to increase his cultivation. Ha! The saint advocate's mouth was wide with a crying face. What business was it of his? Why did you have to refine him at the drop of a hat? Simply unreasonable bandits. Alright, cut the crap, this kid is so heaven-defying. If that's the case, we'll go back after this job. I'm going to personally teach this kid. Hey. Don't grab it from me, such a heavenly pride has to be taught by me. Can you teach people? You know. It's more like letting you kill people. Have you killed less than me? What are you talking about here? Be careful, I'll fight you. What? Then you spell it out. Buzz. The Holy Lord naturally didn't want to listen to the old men bickering here, and directly dispersed the spiritual power, and the wooden plaque returned to its ancient appearance. He sent these just to make the old ancestors come back early and to deliberately piss them off. On the other hand, on top of Qingyu Peak. As Lin Ye's breath stabilized, the visions above the sky slowly dispersed. Not long after, Lin Ye opened his eyes and 2 streams of light struck straight out, melting 2 holes in the ground. Finally, the gods have been transformed. Open the panel. Ding dong. Host, Lin Yi. Bone age, 16. Tags, Traveler, Son of Destiny, Peach Blossom, Luck, Perseverance, Rusher, Rebellious Disciple, Talented, Ill-fated. System gift, Heaven's Destiny, Villain, Charming Aura, Banishing, Immortal, Descending to the World, Black Hand, Ill-fated, Short-lived looks. Special physique, born with Taoist bones, innate Taoist body. Realm, early stage of transformation. Techniques, Xian level burning yang duel, adamantine unbreakable, Xian level body refining technique, human emperor scripture, weird scriptures, ordinary body refining technique. Stances, Great Hand Seal, Buddha's Lion's Roar Kung Fu, Flowing Cloud Sword, Flat Trouble Sword Technique, Moving Mountain Seal, Method of Blood Refining. Secret Treasures, a page of scripture, the Seal of the Human Emperor, a bronze coffin, the Sword of the Human Emperor, and the Demon Execution Flying Dagger. The villain system is committed to creating you to become the first black hand of the 9 heavens and 10 earths. When encountering the son of heaven's destiny, we will kill. When encountering the daughter of heaven's destiny, we will rob. And when encountering the opportunity, we will seize. In a word, what's yours is still yours, and what's someone else's is also yours. In the blink of an eye, it's already transformed into a god. Lin Yi sighed a little. Once upon a time, he was still that youngster in the Foundation establishment realm, thinking that as the son of heaven's destiny, he would definitely be able to proudly look down on the 9 heavens in the future, in the middle of U City. As a result, it's not even proud of the 9 heavens yet, but it's happy to mention the blood feud. The everlasting forest family in the middle of the upper domain, this was definitely a behemoth. Now, although he had the realm of the transformation god and was already worthy of the name of Heaven's Pride, he had also inquired with the sacred lord before, and the spiritual power of the upper domain was already powerful, and it was estimated that Heaven's Pride was even more numerous, like the carp that crossed the river. A living heavenly pride is a heavenly pride, and a dead one is just a pile of white bones. Now the cheap brother of his, who possessed the emperor's pupil, as well as his own strong talent, coupled with the resources of the entire everlasting forest family. What kind of terrifying existence he had become, Lin Yi didn't know. What he did know, however, was that he shouldn't be a match for his opponent at the moment, and that there was time on top of all the other factors. Ben was a few years older than him and had the resources of the entire Eternal Life family tilted in his favor. It would be strange if he didn't take off. After all, in the illusion before, Lin Yi had witnessed how much those people from the Changqing Lin family loved Lin Ming, that they simply loved him to the bone, in order to cure his injuries. He even went so far as to pay a large price to create a pair of emperor's pupils and then change his eyes for them. As for Lin Yi, as well as that second brother of his, they were clearly both of the same status as Lin Ming, but they had been discarded as if they were not. The everlasting forest family, I've already taken a step forward. Just wait, that day won't be far away. After Lin Yi murmured softly, he stood up. From within the storage ring, he took out a new set of red robes and changed into them, then straightened his hair and pushed open the wooden door. Squeaky. Just as soon as he pushed open the wooden door, Lin Yi saw the beautiful woman in front of him. The grey Taoist robe could hardly hide the proud figure, the gentle temperament, and the smiling pretty face. Mastermind. Lin Yi had been in the middle of a realm breakthrough before, and he didn't realize that his own master was actually helping him to guard his pass. Previously as well, when stepping into a desperate situation, Lady Myriad directly appeared, and then with a snap of her fingers, her enemy flew into ashes, even going so far as to tear up that so-called strongman agreement. Obviously it hadn't been long since he had worshipped a master, but his own master had really given himself genuinely. Lin Yi wasn't hard-hearted, so how could he not be grateful? The little guy. Lady Miao slowly walked forward, accompanied by a fragrant breeze, a white jade hand gently caressing the top of Lin Yi's head. Why don't you come and ask your master about breaking the realm? What if something happens to you at the critical moment? Should be okay. Facing Lady Miao's slightly caustic gaze as well as her tone, Lin Yi's eyes flickered a bit. It was true that he had not enjoyed this kind of affection. After all, his own mother appeared to have left when he wasn't much older. So someone who could treat Lin Yi like this simply didn't exist before Lady Miao had appeared. As for Lin Zhentian, how could a big old man show such feelings towards Lin Yi? I am your master. Lady Miao aggravated her tone. Shouldn't a disciple ask his own master about anything? Especially if it's a matter of cultivation. What? Are you not willing to let others help you? That's fine. Lin Yi hurriedly denied, it's just the god of transformation, I don't want to delay. Because of these small things. Boo. Chapter 83 Wearing it for you. Lady Miao's jade finger flicked Lin Yi's forehead. She spoke quietly, next time you say that, master will have to teach you a lesson. Lin Yi didn't know how to go about answering, and could only remain silent. He did feel a little unsure of what to do with Mrs. Myrtle's emotions. I'd rather go kill someone than face this scene, huh? Okay, not to bully you, soon it's the Holy Sun competition, little guy, you don't need to hide, a young man should have the ambition of the clouds, it's okay for you to have many secrets, you can use them if you want to. When she said this, Mrs. Myriad's face took on a slightly confident look. I'm your senior, no matter what happens, I will protect you. No one in this world can touch you. Master. Lin Yi lowered his head and then fell into tenderness. Mrs. Wonderful reached around him. Lin Yi didn't struggle, but quietly enjoyed himself, and during this time, he had indeed been in a tight state. I don't know how long it took, but Lady Miao slowly let go of Lin Yi, looked at the mark on her Dao robe, and laughed softly. It seems like certain little guys are being dishonest again. Ha! Lin Ye's old face blushed. In order to change the topic, he seemed to suddenly think of something and hastily opened his storage space.
By the way, Master, there are some gifts for you.
What Lin Ye wanted to return to his own master was that demon execution flying dagger. He now had many spirit swords, and even the human emperor's sword. That demon execution flying dagger was also a powerful magic treasure. And it was also small and delicate, so it would definitely be excellent to give to your own master. But he forgot, with the demon exterminator flying knife together in the storage space, and that exquisite cheongsam as well as black silk. Buzz! With a flash of light, a black ancient flying sword appeared on the ground, along with hundreds of exquisite cheongsams as well as black silk.
Ha!
Lin Ye's eyes widened.
That's not true.
He only wanted to take out the demon punisher flying dagger, so how did that exquisite cheongsam and black silk jump out? Just at this time the system opened its mouth. All buddy, I designate to help you. Remember your destiny in the middle of the rushing teacher rebellious disciple? That thing is not I give you is your natural self belonging. Now the atmosphere are here, do not send something can be? Listening to the system's tone of looking out for himself, Lin Ye couldn't wait to just get him out and slaughter him. Of course, that's if the system has a physical presence right now, let alone slaughtering him. You can't even think about punching him.
Come on man, why are you so shy?
I'm sure I'll help you, just remember it and be done with it. In reality, Mrs. Wonderful apparently saw the gorgeous cheongsam, and it was a plus size, which apparently suited her voluptuous figure.
Where did you get this strange costume, little one?
Mrs. Meow's jade hand flicked up, and the exquisite cheongsam and black silk fell into her hands. The system produces a fine product. Even if it was clothing from the blue planet, but when it came to this cultivation world, it was a spiritual object that emitted a shimmering light. Above the cheongsam, the pattern was exquisite and exceptionally good-looking. Mrs. Wonderful was in love with it for a moment, except that she noticed that the sides of the cheongsam were open. So was the black dress used to cover her legs?
Mastermind.
Lin Ye was a bit embarrassed. How could he not expect the system to play such a trick? It's not that there are no revealing clothes in the cultivation world, but Mrs. Meow has always been wearing a Taoist robe, and the sudden appearance of cheongsam and black silk of this kind is still a gift from her own disciple.
It's a little strange when you think about it. I can't wear this kind of clothing.
Lady Meow laughed softly, but if you succeed in becoming a saint's son, it's not impossible for Master to make an exception and wear it for you. After saying this, along with a breeze, Mrs. Meow and the clothes on the ground all disappeared.
What?
Looking at the place where Lady Meow disappeared, Lin Ye was a bit dazed.
What do you mean? When you become a saintly son, give me addresses.
Thinking of your own master's body, which can be described as horrible, and the gentle face, which if the system once again spoke quietly at this time, you actually crave your master's body, you're lowly.
Yuck. After Lin Yi spat, he immediately came back to his senses. What the hell was he thinking about just now? How could he even think of Ling Ruocheng's long and proud legs? Sure enough, with the first time you think of the second time, the Taoist heart is not stable, the Taoist heart is not stable. Putting away that little thought, Lin Yi took out the diagram drawn by the Mountain River Emperor. Now that his cultivation had reached the transformation god realm, truly worthy of the name of heaven's pride, the next step was the treasure art and feats. The dragon slaying technique was not thoroughly comprehended now. It was a precious technique inscribed on top of the Dao bone. It was definitely not as simple as just strengthening the moves. There was bound to be a follow-up. A page of scripture above the spiritual table. The sword of peace and chaos. Kung Fu in the world of rosary beads. Lin Yi returned to his cabin and began to penetrate these things he possessed. In the meantime, the news that Lin Yi possessed the three visions of Buddha, Devil, and Dao had also spread throughout the entire southern region. Who could cultivate all three techniques at the same time? It turned out that absolute fierce demon had done it and was so strong. This Polaris is going to take off. Immediately it was the Holy Sun competition of that holy land of ultimate bliss, and it was necessary to go forward to observe the ceremony to see if this one called Lin Yi really had 3 heads and 6 arms. In the southern domain, all the forces, big and small, had begun to move. Isn't the Holy Sunship competition to be held in a high profile? Then there's nothing wrong with us observing the ceremony, right? In the middle of the academy. An aura of Confucianism and Taoism covered the entire sky. Chu Wuya was seated on a chair, and below him were the many masters of the academy as well as the old ancestors. Everyone, as you can see, the 3 cultivators of the Buddha, Devil, and Dao. If this person grows up, it will never be good for the entire southern region. The pattern of 10,000 years of peace is likely to be broken once again.
At the beginning of the Golden Age, heavenly pride shed blood and withered bones become mountains, but such a ferocious demon should never appear on the path to immortality. Otherwise, I'm afraid that if he ascends to the great Tao, he will devour the entire world.
That's right.
Hearing Chu Wuya's words, the divisionists below echoed them.
If we let that Lin Yi continue to be fierce, won't my academy become a joke?
We were almost set up by their extreme bliss Holy Land before, this time we'll go back when we're ready.
The Holy Sun Competition? How could they be allowed to organize it smoothly?
At those words, Chu Wuya's face was filled with relief. The existence of the academy was naturally to bring a clear world to the southern region, and with the emergence of a ferocious demon that devoured his fellow clansmen, it was only natural that he should be indoctrinated, and if he didn't succeed, he should be put to death.
Buddhist sect, in the midst of the Zhelun monastery.
The great heroic hall was already filled with Buddhas, each of their faces wore a solemn look, and the view of their Dharma and Tao rhythms shone in the void.
Obviously, none of the Buddhas standing here were weak. Amitabha Buddha, but is the sense wrong? How could the once forbidden aura of the Buddha sect reappear?
World-honored one suppressed it long ago with his great wish. Chapter 80 for the Great Competition of the Holy Sons. Hearing Lord Buddha's inquiry, one of the old monks folded his hands and said with a straight face, "There is absolutely no mistake. The glazed marigold left by the world-honored one was just yesterday, and the fire had gone out and was covered with redness.
Evil Rudra has really come back."
Lord Buddha's face was filled with compassion. It seems that our Buddhist sect will have to undergo another calamity, but it doesn't matter, it just so happens that the Buddha fruit left behind by that person must be brought back.
Putting it in our Buddhist sect is the safest.
And that Lin Yi, since he is so gifted, naturally he should also convert to our Buddha. Naturally, we must go forward to purify him and bring him back, making him a Buddhist slave and chanting sutras day in and day out in order to forgive his sins. There's also the Academy of Books, which lately has been somewhat unable to recognize its own position. My Buddhist sect is the greatest power in this lower domain.
Nah.
The 9 heavens above should also be ours. This time out, let's go knock down the sacred land of extreme bliss as well as the Academy.
Good. Amitabha.
The days passed quickly. The Extreme Bliss Holy Land, which called itself the Zhengqi sect, was preparing for the Holy Sun Competition on this day. No matter how big or small the power was, it was invited to the sacred land of ultimate bliss. In the 100,000 mountains, the nearby ferocious beasts were directly slaughtered. After all, the people who came this time, one after another, were not small. Even the Forbidden Zone was alarmed. There were always some cultivators who didn't know where the Forbidden Zone was and broke into it with a brain, and then completely disappeared into it.
Lin Ye's reputation also grew louder and louder.
No one in the entire southern region now knew, no one was unaware, that the sacred land of extreme bliss had produced a ferocious demon with amazing talent and ruthless methods.
Buzz. In the midst of the holy land of ultimate bliss.
Wisps of Tao rhythms enveloped the entire Holy Land, emitting 5-colored light like a fairyland, and the entire clan was wrapped in aura. Obviously someone had used great means to draw out the aura of the spiritual vein. The disciples patrolling back and forth all wore a serious and earnest look, and the aura on their bodies was strong and terrifying. In front of the clan, a mountain was carved into a monument. The 3 big characters of the Zhengqi sect emitted a glittering light, as if there was a vast and righteous energy flowing in it. It was hard to imagine that this was the seat of the sect of the leader of the Devil's Way, the sacred land of ultimate bliss. The people from the academy came here and saw the word Zhengqi, and their faces showed indignation.
This extreme bliss holy land is also worthy of the word righteousness? It's simply laughable, and also, how on earth did this vast and righteous chi come about? Can it be that they captured the top great scholar and refined the Haoran chi in his body? Strange shame. A strange shame. If we don't teach them a lesson this time, I'm afraid that my academy will lose its reputation.
Looking at this formation pattern as well as the entire mountain carved into a monument, the old ancestors of that extreme bliss sacred land are bound to be back. We have to be careful.
Amitabha.
Just as the people from the academy had just gotten out of the flying boat, a lotus flower with a solemn and precious appearance slowly descended in the distance.
A group of Buddhas mouthed the Buddha's name and walked slowly down from above.
Straight away, he leaned toward the people of the academy.
They're here too.
Chu Wuya's eyes narrowed lightly as he looked at the Buddha Lord who had walked up, clearly somewhat surprised.
For the Holy Sun Competition of the sacred land of ultimate bliss, shouldn't all those who came to observe the ceremony be demons and devils? Our academy is here for the sake of clearing the universe. What do you Buddhist sects mean? Do you really think that this is the righteousness sect?
The righteous academies, the Buddhist sects all came. Good guy, this which is the Holy Sun Big Competition clearly is the Extreme Happiness Holy Land Whitewash Day after all, the Academy and the Buddhist and many small forces of the righteous way to come together to the magic way to observe the ceremony, this is a very bull thing. Also, look at those disciples of the sacred land of ultimate bliss. That one, dressed in a white shirt, exuded wisps of righteousness. Even when they saw people coming to observe the ceremony, no matter how big or small the power was, they all greeted each other warmly, with a peaceful and friendly intent. Is this still the Devil's Gate? Scholar Chu, you're here as well. Lord Buddha walked forward and greeted Chu Wuya. The latter similarly returned the salute and politely opened his mouth to inquire, Master Daikong is also here? What a coincidence! Amitabha Buddha, I, a member of the Buddhist sect, have come here to witness whether or not the sacred ground of ultimate bliss he has truly turned into the righteousness sect. After all, the world's righteousness sect still needs a greater influx of talent. If the extreme bliss fiend is interested, my Buddhist sect is naturally willing to help. Oh. So it is. Chu Woya nodded, while in his heart, he directly cursed. If others don't know about your Buddha's beating nature, can I not? Is the world's righteousness yours? Whoever you say can join? What a joke. The whereabouts of a few disciples of my academy are unknown now, perhaps they were transformed by that weird Buddhist technique by you guys? Don't let me find out. If I do, the sky will surely turn upside down. The golden statue of your Buddhist sect can't even protect you. Just as the two of them were making false pretenses, at this moment, inside the Holy Lord's hall. The Holy Lord was surrounded by a group of old ancestors. Kid. You were very crazy before, you dared to cut off contact directly with the old ancestor me, putting you in a position to think that if you become a Holy Lord, you're capable, aren't you? That extreme bliss demon sovereign, who was proud of the world, was now tied up by a rope and hanging in the middle of the great hall. The majestic face was covered in snot and tears. Old ancestor, I was wrong. I'm really wrong. Never dare again. Just put me down. Don't I want to lose face? Bah! The third ancestor walked over and directly spat, then picked up the small whip in his hand and lashed out at the Holy Lord. Of course, he also deliberately refrained from jerking his face so that no one else would see it, which was kind of the last of his gentleness. Ah! The screams were endless. Finally, the Holy Lord couldn't help himself and directly exploded. You old things, try hitting old me again? Guarantee that you will never see that excellent disciple again. I am the Holy Lord. If I don't let you teach him, you have to listen to. Before the words were finished, the Holy Lord saw the old ancestors heckling. Immediately after that, he took out an iron whip from his arms, which was covered with barbs. He. Holy Lord, this thing looks interesting, right? This is the magic treasure we went to seize before, hit on the body tsk. That is called a drilling pain, and the wound for a period of time will not be able to heal. This is prepared by that clan to punish disciples who break the commandments. You're the Holy Lord, the heavens have sent down a great task, it's bound to be hard on your heart and bones. Old ancestor, let's give you a hand. Old ancestor. I was just joking. I was wrong. Really, I'll take you all to see that heavenly pride right now. Don't you want to teach him? Teach him all you want. If Mrs. Wonderful doesn't agree, I'll talk to her and make sure. Snap. Obviously, begging for mercy was useless, the iron whip was already on him. The Holy Lord also let out the most astonishing scream from just now until now. Old thing. I'll day your ancestors. Ah. Chapter 85, it really hurts. Day. I'll let you day. My ancestors? My ancestors are not your ancestors. You still day. Snap. Accompanied by the sound of the iron whip lashing on his body, the Holy Lord continuously let out miserable screams. He was drenched in blood, it was a miserable mess. Alright, third ancestor, you'll beat him to death again later. It's not worth it to leave behind the name of a slaughter Holy Lord. The old ancestors on the side rushed up to persuade them. Right. It's not worth it to commit such a crime for this bastard boy. Only after listening to the persuasion of the crowd did the third ancestor stop the whip in his hand, looked at the Holy Lord, and angrily said, Kid. You go take care of Miaya's side. Remember. After the Holy Sun competition, that brat must be allowed to be taught by us, or else, it will take your dog's life. After saying that, the third ancestor lightly waved his sleeve robe, and the Holy Lord fell to the ground with a bang. This one hurt him even more. I had thought that the three ancestors would give themselves some kind of elixir.
As a result of receiving it, the Holy Lord was dumbfounded on the spot. Isn't this just an ordinary herb? It's the kind used by secular people. This is for him to cure his wounds? Not to mention healing. I guess even if he eats it, he won't even be able to make a meal out of it. Could you, old thing, dare to bully me like this? One day I will smear and find your coffin board, directly throw into it, I will make you crazy. Looking at the Holy Lord staring straight at himself, the third ancestor unkindly laughed out. Oh. Are you thinking of what revenge, old ancestor? Me idea, ah? At those words, the Holy Lord was first stunned, followed by that head shaking like a rattle. How can it be? Old ancestor, I understand your good intentions. Beating me is to sharpen my mind, scolding me is to exercise my ability to endure. If I can't even last through this, how can I talk about becoming an immortal? Well. The third ancestor lightly stroked his beard and nodded with satisfaction. That's still like a human word, alright, you kid can back off, get lost. Yes, old ancestor. The sacred lord stood up, grimacing because he had pulled his wounds, but he didn't dare to say anything more and hurriedly left this place of wrongdoing. Walking out the front door, he was relieved to see that no one was there. Luckily there's no one, otherwise my image would be all ruined. The old thing is quite dark when it comes down to it. I am. Now, eh? Halfway through speaking, the Holy Lord froze and turned his head to look at the ancient and heavy gate. It's not right. Damn it, I'm the Holy Lord. What do you mean you're telling me to get the hell out? Kid, what are you talking about? Hearing the voice coming from within the hall, the Holy Lord directly transformed into streams of light and disappeared in place. A good man does not do anything until he's done with it. Just wait, your coffin is definitely finished. Next time you want to recuperate, get a different coffin. With such an obsession, the Holy Lord directly left the Holy Lord's hall and returned to the palace where he was resting, the wounds simply not healing. No matter what medication was used, it didn't help. The bleeding stopped, but the pain was real. When he changed his clothes, the Holy Lord's face was a grimace, cursing as he dressed. Today was the sacred sun competition he, the sacred lord, was to attend. If he was found sitting there grimacing, would he still want to lose face in the future? The other side. Lin Yi had already awakened from his cabin, and the moment he opened his eyes, two sword chi shot out, directly stabbing two holes in the floor. Worthy of being the sword intent left behind by the former Mountain River Emperor. Although there is no sword technique, there is a sword momentum. Mountain River's sword momentum? This holy sun competition should have a few more points of certainty. Let today be the first day that I seal my path. Lin Yi stood up, pushed open the wooden door, and walked out slowly, his aura tightening more and more with every step he took. It hasn't even started the big competition when hiding the fronts. In the Zhengqi sect, there was a wide place in front of the Holy Lord's hall. This was the martial arts training ground, a place used by the disciples to seal their paths on weekdays. Because of the large number of disciples in the Holy Land, the martial arts training ground was also extremely large, and it was not a problem to accommodate hundreds of thousands of people. At this moment, under the guidance of many elders, the academy, whether it was the Buddhist sect or not, those powers of all sizes, all sat on top of the high platform. There was a huge ring below, and the ring was surrounded by formation patterns. This is the field set aside for the sonship contest. After all, the sequence disciples were all heavenly prides and possessed the cultivation of the spirit transformation realm, so if they didn't set up the array pattern, it wouldn't be good for the aftermath of the battle to spread to the ordinary disciples if they weren't careful. Even the ring was reinforced with special materials, in order not to affect the battle of the heavenly prides, as well as the crowd's view. The disciples of the Zhengqi sect, each dressed in white, exuded a righteous aura, truly resembling an immortal sect. The powers sitting on the high platform whispered, "What is the meaning of this holy land of ultimate bliss? It's really changed in a short period of time, isn't it? They're even role-playing? What kind of bad taste is this? I see that they are bound to have a conspiracy in doing so. Could it be that they want to replace the academy after becoming righteous? No, the academy relies on fists. Do you really think that you can rely on a daily mouthful of theories? So what, by saying a couple of words about you, you'll be able to feel the light of the righteous path? Speak with care, ah. The people from the academy are here. This time it's Chu Wuya himself, and look at those masters, they're actually all core masters. I always feel like something big is going to happen. There is a big event happening just right. Wouldn't it hurt if we piggybacked on it to pick up some bargains? Pick up cheap? I'm really not laughing at you. If you can survive, then think about picking up cheap. Wait a minute, it seems like that power is also present besides the academy and the Garland Temple. Would you look?
only to see a group of cultivators dressed in Taoist robes walk in under the guidance of a few elders. The one at the head was a woman with a light veil that made it impossible to see her face, but just by looking at that temperament as well as her figure, one could tell that this was definitely a top-notch beauty. Not only that, but her entire Dao rhythm was even more suffocating. She was followed by many cultivators, each one of them was also a powerful person with chi and blood rushing to the sky and Dao rhythms surrounding them. This party's power would definitely not be lower than that of the Academy and the Garland Temple. Why are the people from the Xianyu Holy Land here as well? Aren't they deadly rivals with the Extreme Bliss Holy Land? Yes, and there are rumors that the Xianyu Holy Land is heading to the Central State. I wonder if it's true or not. I guess this time the Xianyu Holy Land wants to come and see the young pride of the Extreme Bliss Holy Land. Look, this time the Xianyu Holy Land, in addition to the Sacred Lord coming, many of the pride of the sect have all arrived. The Xianyu Holy Land is rumored to have produced a supreme heavenly pride, and I don't know if they have come together. If Lin Yu was here, he would be able to see that among the Xianyu Sacred Land's heavenly pride, there was Ling Ru watching as well as his good brother Chu Hao. Chapter 86 Lin Ye's appearance. Senior sister, do you think Brother Lin will get the position of Saint Sun today? Well, I think so. With Brother Lin's character and cultivation, wanting the position of Saint Sun should come hand in hand. Well, you said. Stop. Ling Ru watching interrupted Chu Hao's chatter. She didn't know what kind of confusing soup Lin Yi had filled him with. Why would Chu Hao be so attracted to Lin Yi? Is it because of fighting side by side against the beast tide? That's not so bad. Because of that Lin Ye's appearance, during this recent period of time, Chu Hao's mouth didn't even have that eldest senior brother that he respected. Instead, he kept talking about Lin Yi. This made Ling Ru watching a bit speechless, and what was even more speechless was that the figure of that person would appear in her mind every time. And that, don't look back, is even more memorable to her. Ha 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 ha, everyone's here. Right after the people from the Xianyu sacred ground took their seats, accompanied by a hearty laugh, one could only see the Extreme Bliss Demon Sovereign laughing while walking in. His body carried a strong and incomparable aura, and between his hands and feet, the Dao rhythm flowed in an exceptionally terrifying manner. Whether it was Chu Wuya from the Academy, the Buddhist Lord from the Garland Temple, or the Holy Lord from the Xianyu Sacred Land, all of them looked at the demon dignitary with grave gazes. The other party's Dao rhythm that flowed from his hands and feet was a small matter, but the posture of his walk was metaphysical. Extremely strange. It was as if the physical changes were being deliberately concealed. Could it be that this person was about to break through the realm, or had already broken through the realm, but was showing weakness in order to keep the crowd from knowing? That's right. It's his modus operandi. This kid is trying to play pig in a poke. Ha ha ha, Dao brother, we meet again. I hope I won't be blamed for coming to disturb you this time. After all, I also want to see the heavenly pride disciples of your sect. Although Chu Wuya's eyes were grave, the tone in which he opened his mouth to speak was extremely relaxed, as if the two of them were old friends who hadn't seen each other for many years. In the face of Chu Wuya's words, the Devil Sovereign did not step forward, but instead stood at a safe distance and laughed softly. Why should Brother Chu be so outgoing? We are all old friends, so how could I blame you? It's not right. Definitely not right. Chu Wuya inwardly roared. Completely different from seeing the other party a few days ago, this time, the Extreme Bliss Demon Sovereign was at least 5 meters away from him, and every muscle in his body seemed to be trembling, and sweat constantly appeared on his forehead, which was then vaporized by the Dao rhythm. Is this already planning to strike at any time? The shaking muscles on his body were poised for action, and the fact that the sweat on his forehead was instantly evaporated by the Dao rhythm was the best proof of his opponent's pent-up strength. Good ultimate demon. Is this also in your calculations? You already knew that we were planning to figure it out this time, so you forcibly broke through the realm, causing it to be a bit flimsy, as evidenced by the sweat on your forehead. When we make our move, you tell those old ancestors to block the big formation and then wipe us out. What a deep heart. But, I prejudge your prejudgment, and this time, I'm not doing it. Lord Buddha and Sacred Lord Xian also came forward to greet him. Several people were after all the head of their respective forces, and even if they were no longer at odds, they could not tear their faces off at this time. Both of them saw the difference in the Extreme Bliss Demon's eyes, and their hearts all rose with vigilance. And at this moment, the Extreme Bliss Demon Sovereign was roaring inwardly. Just say hello, you guys are still whining. I'm in a lot of pain right now. If you don't stop, I'm going to kill you all. It's killing me. Ha ha ha, today is the battle of the younger generation, so let's just sit down and watch. After the Extreme Bliss Demon Sovereign anxiously uttered these words, he sat down in his chair. Hiss. The moment he sat down, he almost jumped straight up, and the muscles in his body contracted even more. After slowly sitting down, the devil looked at the Lord Buddha's few people and wondered, what's wrong with them? Why are they looking at me so vigilantly? I didn't bring a concealed weapon when I went out. Is it hard to attack you guys with a chair? Inexplicable. After cursing in his mind, the demonic father adjusted a slightly more comfortable sitting position, his entire body tensed. To the side, Zhu Wuya's eyes narrowed lightly, and the corners of his mouth lifted into a smug smile. Trying to sneak up on me? I can fall for that? Oh. Don't worry, I won't reveal a single crack. Begin. Hearing the words of his own holy lord, the elder at the side spoke in a loud voice, the Holy Sun competition is ready to begin. The sequence disciples enter. Boom! In the sky, immortal cranes descended with auspicious chi, and the aura of the Holy Land erupted with radiant light, and the sound of dragons and phoenixes chirped endlessly as they surrounded the formation pattern of the Holy Land. The row was stretched to the max. And at this time, from the middle of the martial arts training hall on the side, 10 people slowly walked out. The 10 sequential disciples of the sacred ground of ultimate bliss. Sequence 1, Xiang Tianga, cultivation level peak harmonized god. Sequence 2, Gong Xiang, cultivated at the late stage of transformation. Sequence 3, Nangong Xian, cultivated at the late stage of god transformation. Sequence 4, Gxan, cultivated at the middle stage of god transformation. Sequence 5, Jiang Yunmei, cultivation level middle stage of god transformation. Sequence 6, Jiang Chuan, cultivation level middle harmonized spirit. Sequence 7, Min Ro, cultivation at the early stage of transformation. Sequence 8, Su Qingxuan, cultivation level early harmonization of God. Sequence 9, Li Ziji, cultivation level early stage of transformation. Sequence 10, Nangong Wu, cultivation at the early stage of God transformation. The 10 sequence disciples didn't have the slightest intention of hiding their cultivation. Instead, they revealed all of their cultivation in the eyes of the crowd. In the battle of heaven's pride, if you don't advance, you'll fall back. It's not a good thing to keep a low profile. If you pretend to be a pig for a long time, you'll really be a pig. Not to mention the fact that behind them was the sacred ground of extreme bliss. With the protection of the sacred ground, what did they have to fear? The 10 sequence disciples walked slowly to the top of the ring, and among them, other than Xiang Tianga, who was wearing a smile, all the others were stony-faced. The aura on his body naturally made all the people present feel it. The cultivators of their peers looked at them with eyes full of scorn, while a few were full of wariness. The Xianyu Sacred Land, the Garland Temple, and the Academy of Books, the sects that had a grudge against the Extreme Bliss Sacred Land, were carefully sizing up these heavenly prides. It had to be said that every single one of them was ridiculously powerful. The Golden Great World was really like this. In the past era, a clan with 2 or 3 such disciples would already be thanking the gods. Nowadays, however, the heaven's pride had sprung up one after another like bamboo shoots after the rain. This polar sanctuary is going to be a big boom. And they have that one. Thinking of the rumored red-clothed young man, the crowd once again looked towards the martial arts training hall. Linya's status was that of a saint's son candidate, and by definition, it was a bit higher than the sequence disciples, which was why he had caused the sequence disciples to be dissatisfied. It was the finale because the status was a shade higher. Ta ta ta. With a sound of footsteps, a red figure appeared in the midst of the crowd. Swish swish swish. The crowd all turned their gazes to the martial arts training hall. It was because Linya's reputation was just too loud lately. Chapter 87. No, what about my destiny? The man-eating ferocious demon that killed 2 righteous geniuses teamed up to fight against the beast tide, and a dozen cultivators above the level of the god of transformation were killed in return. To the righteous sect's patriarch draws a sword and steals an attack, the sword path genius, the trial hall in the midst of surpassing the predecessor, to become the first in the ancient and modern. No matter which one of these things, saying it out loud was enough to be proud of, but Lin Yi had managed to do them all in a short period of time. The red clothes and the bronze coffin behind him had become his trademark, and at this moment, he had completely become the center of attention in the eyes of the crowd. It would not be an exaggeration to say that no one in the southern region knew him. Within moments, a red figure appeared in front of the crowd. The red shirt fluttered in the wind, his hair was tied up by a cloth belt, and there were a few strands of messy hair floating in front of his forehead, revealing his young and handsome face. Sword eyebrows and starry eyes bright, the whole person is like a sharp sword that is about to come out of its sheath, and the ancient bronze coffin behind him carries a slightly bizarre atmosphere. What a junior sword immortal! Sensing the sword intent on Lin Ye's body, some cultivators cried out in shock.
Obviously only at the transformation stage, and at this time he has the fledgling form of the realm of intent? If we gave him a few more years, he wouldn't be able to take off.
The name of Heaven's Pride is well deserved.
Sword immortal? Oh. Sword demon is more like it. Does someone who devours his own race deserve to be called an immortal?
Shut your mouth. To us sword cultivators, being a man should be as brave and indestructible as a sharp sword, naturally from the heart, regardless of whether he eats people or not. I just think that in terms of swordplay, he is definitely a top-tier heavenly pride.
Say, what's with the bronze coffin behind that? Is that some kind of magic treasure? Why do I feel my scalp tingling a bit? The more I gaze at that bronze coffin, the more I can feel the ominous aura on it. This Lin Yi, the entire person from head to toe and even the magic treasures, is so bizarre.
I've checked this Lin Ye's news. It said that he was previously a genius from a small remote city, and when he walked out of that small city, he was only at the Jindan stage, and now that a few months have passed, he's transformed into a god? I wonder if this Lin Yi can ascend to the position of Saint Sun. As expected, Lin Ye's appearance caused everyone on the high platform to start whispering. Part of the reason they had come here was to come and see what was going on with this notorious Lin Yi. After all, hearing about him lately was about to numb my ears. Similarly, the elders and disciples of their own clans also turned their gazes towards Lin Yi, the former with expressions of admiration and pride, the latter with expressions of awe, envy, jealousy and other assorted expressions mixed in. The reactions of the sequential disciples varied when they saw Lin Ye's appearance.
Dong Xiang, Nangong Qian, and Zhang Yunmei had already met with him before. The two people in front of them felt the cultivation level of the transformation spirit in Lin Ye's body, and their eyes stared. This Lin Ye's talent was truly terrifying, and compared to these sequence disciples, Lin Yi was also the youngest, but he had managed to possess a cultivation level of the spirit transformation realm, even though he had only just broken through. However, the aura of root instability could not be felt from his body at all. How the hell did he do that in just a few days? The other sequence disciples more or less carried a mixture of curiosity and dissatisfaction towards Lin Yi. The only one was Xiang Tiange. The corners of his mouth rose slightly when he looked at Lin Yi. Obviously, he was very satisfied with Lin Yi's cultivation. Only then would he be able to keep up with him. Otherwise, if Lin Yi was too weak, not to mention whether or not he had the qualifications to compete with him, he wouldn't even have the qualifications to go to the Forbidden Zone together afterwards. It's no place for the weak to wade in. Lin Yi ignored the gazes of the crowd and walked to the ring on his own. Releasing his eyes to the high platform, he saw the figures of Ling Ruoqing and Chu Hao, and Lin Yi was obviously not surprised by their arrival. The two had said before that they were disciples of the Holy Land. Now that the Holy Sun competition had invited so many forces, it wasn't strange to have them arrive. Chu Hao, who was on top of the high platform, obviously noticed Lin Yi's gaze and spoke to Ling Ruoqing, who was beside him. "Senior sister, Brother Lin is looking at us." "Well." Ling Ruoqing nodded, a complicated gaze mixed in her beautiful eyes as she looked at Lin Yi. Those proudly long legs also involuntarily clenched, as if they were thinking of some image. On the other side, the Holy Lord of the Xianyu sacred land had a chilling look in her beautiful eyes. Sure enough. Innate devil body, such a physique actually reappeared. It seems that the trip to Central State should be seized, otherwise, you are side. The Xianyu sacred lord shook his head and shook the thoughts out of his mind. Amitabha. Lord Buddha's gaze toward Lin Yi was filled with greed. Sure enough. That bronze coffin is exactly the same as in the records. It seems that Lin Yi has truly obtained the inheritance of my Buddha, and this son must be taken away. Amitabha. Goodness. The people on the academy's side were the same, and Chu Wuya's gaze towards Lin Yi was filled with killing intent. If such a supreme ferocious demon is allowed to exist, what can our academy say about returning a clear sky to the southern region? This titillator must be put to death. But now. Chu Wuya subconsciously looked over to the extreme bliss demon sovereign over there who was squirming madly in his chair. Inside, he roared wildly. What the hell are you doing? You have maggots on you, huh? If you have any tricks or else, just use them. How can I do it if you're like this? Unbeknownst to him, the extreme bliss demon sovereign was also roaring madly inside. It hurts, old man, it hurts, old man. Bunch of old men, you wait for me, we're not done with this. You want me to be your lobbyist and convince Mrs. Mio? I'm not saying that such a good disciple, if put in your hands, won't he be taught to be bad? To say that you go yourselves and see how crazy you are. The elder standing on the high platform glanced back at his own holy lord and realized that he was squirming madly. Well, it's supposed to get me started quickly.
The Sacred Sun competition will now begin. Next we split into an elimination system. There is only one Sacred Sun position, so there is no need for the disciples to keep their hands off. If there is any danger to your lives, we will be there to help you block it. Show your strength to your heart's content. Because 11 people have emerged to compete for positions, we now need to draw lots to decide. Hearing the elder's words, Lin Yi already knew that he himself was definitely the one whose turn was empty in the first round. After all, was the destiny of a heaven's destined son. Lin Yi naturally knew what was going on. Which time has this happened? The chosen one isn't a wheelbarrow. The elder walked down the stage and drew lots for them one by one, and when it was Lin Yi's turn, he gave him a slight smile and spoke, Lin Yi, you're playing against Zhang Chuan. Lin Yi visibly froze. Where is my destiny? Where's my destiny as a child of destiny? Isn't it my turn? First round of fighting, Xiang Tiange's turn is empty. Lin Ya. Chapter 88, the battle begins. Dude, he's got his turn? It's not even a backroom deal? I'm the son of heaven's destiny, can it not be my turn to draw lots and take turns? Song to the sky. Wait, is there a heavenly fated nemesis inside his destiny? What's this, my arch-enemy? No, I don't sense any hostility from him. Just as Lin Yi suspiciously looked towards Xiang Tiange, the latter's gaze was on the high platform at the moment. Following the direction of his gaze, Lin Yi saw Chu Hao. That other heaven's destined son was currently looking at this place with eyes full of battle intent. One Jedi King body, one hegemonic King body. After all this time, you two are arch-enemies, and now you're involving me, aren't you? Forget it. It's just one more fight. Junior. Just at this time, Jiang Yunmei walked over, although there was a smile on top of her pretty face. But how did that tone sound? How did it sound like gnashing of teeth in general? Thank you so much for that time before. I've been locked up in solitary confinement for the past few days and I'm going crazy. Wait until you meet you in a while during the battle. Hey. Senior sister, I'll definitely take good care of you. You give me back. Originally, Jiang Yunmei still wanted to say some harsh words, but she realized that before she finished her words, Lin Yi actually turned around and left, not giving her any face at all. In this public, Jiang Yunmei naturally couldn't do anything too outrageous, and was only able to walk aside resentfully, but her gaze was still dead set on Lin Yi. Here begins the first battle. One letter from the Miyagi Relative Warfare Chronicle. As the elder opened his mouth, the first match of the Holy Sun competition officially began. Ha 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 ha. Is it finally my turn? Accompanied by that bold laughter, Gong Xiang stood in the very center of the ring. The entire ring was now above the ring, and other than Gong Xiang and Ji Xinfeng, everyone else had walked down. Unlike the bladdered appearance of the palace minister, Ji Han was a bit thin, and those eyes seemed to contain a hint of ruthlessness within them. They were disciples of the sacred ground of ultimate bliss from beginning to end, and now that they had changed their name to the Zhengqi sect, their character had not changed. Even though they were fellow disciples, the elder had just said that there was no need to keep their hands off, so there was nothing for everyone to worry about. Gxin, what kind of eyes do you have? You think you can outwit me? Gong Xiang obviously noticed the other party's eyes as well and opened his mouth disdainfully. Gxin, on the other hand, didn't say anything in the face of Gong Xiang's taunts, but just stood there, the spiritual energy in his body building up. Without a sound, he had been waiting for this day for far too long. Who wouldn't want the position of the Holy Sun? The elder stood in the middle of the two, first looking at the state of the two, then clapping his hands together. Boo! Accompanied by a bright flash of light, the word begin resounded throughout the entire sky. Boom! Gxin and Gong Xiang both struck out at the same time. The two men's fists collided with each other, emitting a loud roar, and the air appeared to ripple, the terrifying waves of air causing the surrounding formations to fluctuate. Gong Xiang gave Gxin an unexpected look. How could he not expect that the other party's physique was actually so strong? The two don't interact much, so they don't know each other very well. Gong Xiang was doing it because he only had the number 1 ranked Xiang Tiange inside his eyes, while Gxin was not interested in petty fights. Feeling each other's power, both of them stepped backward at the same time. The trial is over, and the real battle is next. Gong Xiang's physical body was extremely strong, charging over like a humanoid savage beast, arriving in front of Gxin's body. His right hand clenched his fist, and accompanied by sonic booms, he ruthlessly struck over. His left hand was cupped into a dragon's claw, grabbing Gxin's chest straight away. Dao blood chi rose from his body, while runes that shimmered with light covered both of his arms. Seeing this scene, Gxin didn't even have the intention to fight hard with him. He was seen spreading out his palm. A small sword made of stone appeared in it, and from the looks of it, the sword was unusually delicate, but as Zhengqi reached out and waved his hand. Buzz! The stone sword instantly grew larger and stood above the void, and immediately afterward, Zhengqi's body flickered with light as he fiercely retreated backward. The huge sword in the air also fell. The gigantic sword of thousands of meters cut through the sky and fell with the momentum of rushing thunder, and the air burned with sparks due to the friction. Good timing! Facing that heavenly and earthly sword, Gongxiang advanced instead of retreating, all the muscles on his body bulging. The sound of bones chiming was like a group of people constantly beating drums, causing the hearts of those present to beat continuously in rhythm. His appearance changed, and channels of blood-colored lines appeared everywhere on his body. As the blood-colored lines appeared, hair seemed to grow on his body as well, truly resembling a savage beast. This person is a barbarian beast bloodline? Some cultivators could see the abnormality in the palace phase. That's right, I just don't know what kind of savage beast it is, the power of chi and blood is actually so strong. That stone sword is also an ancient inheritance, right? Just the 2 disciples at the beginning are already top-tier heavenly prides, and yet they have 11 of such people in the extreme bliss Holy Land? Worthy of being a Holy Land, it really is as terrifying as it is. I just don't know what's going on with the other holy places. While the crowd was discussing, Gongxiang's body gradually grew bigger and bigger, and soon turned into a huge beast that was tens of meters tall. Only to see his hands turn into sharp claws, toward the stone sword in the sky, his claws closing. Boom! Silky cracks instantly appeared underneath Gongxiang's feet. It was clearly a reinforced ring, but this still happened, so it was obvious how frightening the force was. Roar! A beastly roar came out of Gongxiang's mouth. His claws scratched sparks on top of the giant sword. Zhengqi stood at a distance, his hands pinching seals as he was manipulating the stone sword with his entire body's spiritual energy. Otherwise, I'm afraid that Gongxiang would have lifted the stone sword off the ground long ago. The two were locked in a battle of attrition, with Gongxiang consuming his chi and blood power, while Zhengqi was constantly burning his spiritual power. Both men's foreheads were covered in heavy sweat and neither wanted to back down. Give me the town! Zhengqi's hands trembled, and the spiritual energy in his body surged more and more. He had used his full strength, but Gongxiang was clearly on the defensive side, yet he was able to still have power left? The gap between them couldn't be that big, ah? Above the ring, the battle was in full swing. Below, Lin Yi was standing under the ring, looking up at the high platform where the Buddhist sect was located. The one-page scripture in his body seemed to have a few strange movements. The bronze coffin also emitted a cold aura. What it was, he didn't know, but he sensed a sense of danger in the Buddhist sect. The Buddhists want to take a shot at him? If it was someone else, they would only think that it might be an illusion, but Lin Yi wouldn't. Whether it was the destiny of a heaven's destined son or a heaven's destined villain, it made his intuition extraordinarily accurate. Chapter 89 Feet in the Void. Lin Yi's eyes narrowed lightly as he looked at the monks on top of the high platform. He was able to vaguely sense the hostility emanating from a page of scriptures, clearly a Buddhist technique, but hostile to a Buddhist? It would be just as well if the Buddhists were honest. Otherwise, Lin Yi wouldn't mind in the slightest using those feats recorded above a page of scriptures. Don't you guys like to metaphesize people? Let's see if it's your dukkha that's stronger, or my blood puppet dharma above this page of scripture that's stronger. The Buddha Lord on the platform showed a kind smile to Lin Yi, but if Lin Yi hadn't been able to sense the other party's greed, he would have really believed him. Facing Lord Buddha's smile, Lin Yi's lips floated slightly as he spoke. Lord Buddha carefully stared at Lin Yi. After reading the other party's lips, his face instantly darkened. There wasn't even a single hair on his head, and with such a darkening, the whole thing was like a black charcoal head. Good you Lin Yi, greeting my mother, right? Wait. Until the old lineage has revolutionized you, let's see if you're still able to say that. Lord Buddha snorted angrily and sat down directly in his seat, obviously not wanting to look at Lin Yi again. What do you mean by scolding me when I'm smiling at you with all my heart? Just as the crowd was having their own thoughts, the battle in the ring had already been divided into winners and losers. Gongxiang, who possessed the bloodline of a savage beast, used his full strength to block the thousands of meters of giant swords straight down. Zhengqi's aura was already depleted, and the result was obvious. Directly being torn apart by that claw from Gongxiang's chest, along with blood spraying into the air, this battle had also ended. In the face of this scene, the elder didn't say anything more and directly walked to Zhengqi's side, stopping his injuries. Their clan could always preach about the strongest of the weak. If Gongxiang had just lightly knocked him out of the ring, then when it was over, his master would have to peel off a layer of his skin. That is why such a scene was created.
Ah, GXAN, fight me? You're still too young, go back and practice. Miyagi-san laughed loudly and raised his hands immediately afterward, showing his victory to the crowd. Lin Yi, who was off stage, nodded thoughtfully when he saw this scene. Just like what was said before, the path of immortal cultivation is to fight against people in heaven. It seems that above this ring, laying a harsh hand on fellow disciples is also to sharpen their will. No wonder the crowd looked like they were taking it for granted. In that case, there would be no need to hold back when he got on stage himself in a little while. The elders had already arranged the second match, Zhang Yunmei versus Min Ro. These two female disciples, as soon as they got on the stage, the two of them started to violently fight against each other, without the slightest bit of gentleness of a woman. Their moves were all wide open and unusually explosive. And the moves are deadly. If you don't know, you would think that the two are some kind of life and death enemy. This time around, Zhang Yunmei used her full strength, and Min Ro naturally did the same. The battle between the two women on the stage blossomed with bright light, brilliant and eye-catching. The spiritual energy constantly intertwined and collided in the void, triggering waves of air that were shocking to the eye. Is the second battle the same? You know, that sequence number 1 disciple and the Sacred Son candidate, the two of them haven't even taken the field yet? Such a heavenly pride. Why is not our clanspeople if it is in our clan, and why do we have to fight to the death like this? The big thing is to set up two saint daughters' position is good. What do you know, cultivation is like rowing against the current. If you don't advance, you will retreat. If your own people keep their hands off your own people, when you meet outsiders, will they keep their hands off? That's too harsh, hiss. The two women didn't have the slightest intention of conserving their spiritual energy.
Various kinds of treasure arts were cast out.
Boom, boom, boom.
The roar was unceasing. The two were clearly in the middle of the pack. Even their rankings were 1-5 and 1-7. After a long time, the two finally divided the victory, or Zhang Yunmei was better, but even if they got the victory, it wasn't that easy. The two women's bodies were full of wounds, some of which were even deep enough to see the bones, making people's scalps look numb. After the elder saved the two again, he spoke. Next match, Lin Yi versus Zhang Chuan. At those words, the scene was in an uproar. This battle was something they were looking forward to too much. Although the opponent wasn't Xiang Tianga, Zhang Chuan was also a sequence disciple, and to be able to become a sequence disciple, his strength wasn't that simple. If the two of them fought against each other, they would at least be able to get a rough idea of Lin Yi's strength. Swish! Sword light flashed. Zhang Chuan directly appeared on the stage, looking at the spirit sword in his hand, coupled with the sword aura on his body. It was obvious that he was also a sword cultivator. On the contrary, Lin Yi wasn't in a hurry. Facing the several-meter-high ring, he gently stepped forward.
Boom!
A foot obviously stepped in the air, but it seems to have a solid general. Obviously his body does not have the slightest fluctuation of spiritual energy. How does he stand in the void?
Boom, boom, boom!
Lin Yi stepped on the air and ascended the steps step by step. This was the thought that surfaced in his head when he saw his own master fall from the void earlier.
Since the realm wasn't enough, he would use the Dragon Slayer technique.
The treasure art on top of the Dao bone had already been used by him in a perfect manner. Whether it was the physical body, the gongfu, or any other treasure art, he could easily overlay the dragon slaying art on top of it. This foot treading on the void was one of the dragon slaying techniques utilized. Zhang Chuan held his 3-foot sword, his eyes lightly narrowed as he looked towards Lin Yi. He had prepared enough for today, even though Lin Yi's legend sounded that incredible to him, especially when the 3 visions of Buddha, Devil, and Dao covered the sky. But in the battle of sword cultivators, whoever has fear in his heart will lose. So at this moment, even how strong Lin Yi was, he didn't have the slightest fear.
The elder on the side looked at the two and said in a deep voice, "Are you all ready?"
Okay.
Aha!
Yes. The elder nodded, and then his figure disappeared, accompanied by a flash of light. The battle officially began.
Why haven't you drawn your sword yet?
Seeing Lin Yi standing still without any reaction, Zhang Chuan couldn't help but frown slightly. He knew that Lin Yi was a sword cultivator, so why hadn't he drawn his sword until now?
Does it look down on him? Simply. Aha!
Before he could get angry, Zhang Chuan's pupils tightened as he sensed danger. Swish! A sword light cut through, directly making his chest. A blood scar appeared. If not, he dodged quickly. I'm afraid that this time he would have lost the ability to fight.
Stigmata?
A cultivator exclaimed in shock. 2 Lin Yis actually appeared above the ring. One was standing still without moving, the other arrived in front of Zhang Chuan's body, and a sword finger directly slashed through with an indestructible sword chi. If that Zhang Chuan hadn't reacted quickly enough, this blow would have been able to take half of his life. Obviously a transformation spirit cultivator, yet he treads on the void and even uses extreme speed.
What kind of demon is this person? Chapter 90, Crushing.
Except for some senior cultivators, all the others did not realize when Lin Yi appeared in front of Jiang Chuan. The greed in Lord Buddha's eyes grew more and more prevalent. The sacred lord of the Shin Moon as well as Chu Wuya, on the other hand, had a grave expression on their faces, and their gazes towards Lin Yi were vaguely mixed with a hint of killing intent.
On the contrary, the demon lord was excited. His own disciples are too good. It was because he was sighing at Lin Yi's excellence that made the wounds on his body seem to collapse and bleed as soon as he got excited directly, and he hurriedly used his spiritual energy to stop the blood on his body. If the blood stained the clothes on his body, wouldn't it make the other people realize that he was injured? His hallowed extreme happiness demonic father don't want to lose face? Above the ring.
The spirit sword in Jiang Chuan's hand erupted with terrifying sword chi. Immediately after that, he straightened up and attacked Lin Yi, spiritual energy rushing around him. The ring shook and trembled, and the spiritual sword in his hand turned into a long rainbow, slicing through the sky like a bright comet crashing into the earth, suppressing it. This sword Jiang Chuan did not have the slightest intention to hold back. The moment he struck it was full strength. The cultivation of the middle stage of God transformation urged the longsword with all his might, causing the void to rumble. Lin Yi stood in front of him blandly, without the slightest intention of dodging.
You asked for this, if you die, don't blame me.
Jiang Chuan's eyes stared, and then he chopped down with his sword.
Boom!
The air seemed to be split in two, and that sword chi caused a shadow to appear in the surrounding space. The sword was like a rainbow, and the killing intent was like substance. Lin Yi raised a hand in the face of that terrifying sword and said in a deep voice, "Dragon slaying technique, Jin."
Boom! The moment the terrifying sword chi fell, the entire ring shook violently, and the array pattern that wrapped around the ring was even flickering continuously. Apparently, the aftershocks of this sword chi alone was able to make the grand array activate. If one were to receive this sword chi head-on, the consequences could be imagined.
The result was a shocking scene. Only to see this full-force sword fall from Jiang Chuan was actually caught by two slender fingers.
Ha!
Jiang Chuan's pupils tightened, obviously unable to believe what he was seeing.
He definitely didn't hold back in the slightest.
The opponent caught it. No, it was reasonably impossible for him to catch it, but even if he did it was no problem. It could be caught with two fingers, which was definitely something he couldn't accept. Lin Yi's face was expressionless as he once again raised his other hand.
Buzz!
Spiritual energy converged on top of his sword finger, and immediately after, Lin Yi's eyes flashed with a red light as his sword finger swung down violently.
Put! The sound of entering flesh rang out.
A mist of blood instantly erupted from Jiang Chuan's body. His limbs, chest, and entire body were injured by that overpowering sword chi. There was literally not a single piece of it intact, and it was shocking.
Boo!
Jiang Chuan lost his consciousness and collapsed directly onto the stage, his blood scattered all over the place, and the terrifying sword chi was still raging in his wounds. Just at this time, the elder appeared above the ring.
First, he glanced at Lin Yi with satisfaction, then he began to treat the injuries on Jiang Chuan's body.
Everyone present was shocked by Lin Yi's power, especially since the other party's methods were again so ruthless. Facing Jiang Chuan, who was a sequence disciple, he simply showed a crushing battle, but this last sword finger harred the other party's whole body, without leaving a good place. Being so ruthless to fellow disciples, let alone to outsiders, it was no wonder that there were rumors of him eating people.
Let's not say he's eating a few people now. Even if we say he's eating two at a meal, no one would find it strange.
Chu Wuya stood on the high platform and sighed quietly. Inwardly, he sighed, why is the devil's path so strong? Those 10 sequence disciples are stronger than one another, and this Lin Yi is simply outrageous. He's obviously only just broken through to the transformation spirit, and he was able to inflict a heavy blow on a heavenly pride of the middle transformation spirit.
And even caught that shocking sword with his fingers? If this sun isn't removed, I'm afraid there will never be any peace in the southern domain in the future.
The Xianyu Holy Lord was also staring straight at Lin Yi with those beautiful eyes.
Why is his appearance and temperament similar to Feyer's?
It must be an illusion. Yu is an upright person, how could she be similar to him? It seems that I have been too lackluster lately, and actually created this kind of hallucination.
Lord Buddha was even more excited. Amitpa Buddha, the golden light that bloomed on Lin Yi's fingers just now should be my Buddhist sect's Vajra unbreakable. He really has gotten the legacy of the evil ruler. He must be brought back to the Buddhist sect. Start the operation tomorrow, no, tonight. But how is he to be taken away? Lord Buddha was in deep thought.
Shu Hao was excited. Brother Lin is really strong. I'm afraid that only eldest senior brother will be able to fight him. But that one. Shu Hao turned his gaze towards Xiang Tianga. He felt a wave of predestination, that kind of metaphysical thing from the other party's body. Unsurprisingly, the two are definitely enemies in the future. It's just that I don't know if this matter will affect my relationship with brother Lin Ah. Lin Yi, who had done all this, walked off the stage, and from the appreciative gazes of the sacred lord as well as those elders, he knew that he hadn't done anything wrong. Sure enough, this Holy Sun's competition is not only a test of cultivation, but also a competition. Shouldn't the righteous monks fight? If there was no competition, there would be no such thing as the righteous path and the devil's path. Wouldn't each cultivate his own and be done with it? Senior brother Lin, you really are strong enough. Xiang Tianga came to Lin Yi's side with a smile on his face, his tone as if the two were old friends who hadn't seen each other for years. Lin Yi glanced at Xiang Tianga and said softly, "You had a blank turn in the first round, so it looks like there's no way for me to see your strength." Xiang Tianga shrugged his shoulders and said unconcernedly, "You didn't let me see your true strength either. To say something less respectful to the senior brothers and sisters, here, I only consider you as my opponent. In the meantime, there's one more thing, and that's remember what I said before? After seeing your strength today, I'm even more certain, and when the Saint Sun competition is over, I want you to come with me to the Forbidden Zone." Speaking here, Xiang Tianga paused his words and turned his gaze towards Lin Yi, clearly wanting to see his expression. Hearing the word Forbidden Zone, Lin Yi came to be interested. "You want me to take a trip with you to the Forbidden Zone? What's in there?" As a cultivator, there is no forbidden zone of life is not interested in, or know that those forbidden zones of life prohibit all living beings to enter. Why there are still so many dead bones outside the forbidden zone? It wasn't curiosity that killed the cat. The more places you can't go, the easier it is to get interested. Seeing Lin Yi's excited look, Xiang Tianga laughed. "I really didn't look at the wrong person. Senior brother Lin, when this is over, you and I will take a trip forward to the Forbidden Zone. I'll tell you what, last time I got quite a lot of good stuff in there. But those idiots always like to group together. I'm no longer strong, but it's hard to beat four hands with two fists. Before I can get some more benefits, the other person's big brother appeared, and I can only call out the clan elders to bring me back." Chapter 91 Early Departure. "How about? We can split the loot 50-50. Xiang Tianga looked at Lin Yi with an excited expression. After receiving a nod of approval from the other party, the smirk in his eyes increased. Last time, they were stopped by those old guys. This time, if the two of them went forward, they could definitely bring out those things in a quick battle. By the way, do you and that disciple from the Xianyu Holy Land on the stage know each other?" Hearing Xiang Tianga's inquiry, Lin Yi naturally knew who he was talking about. A nod followed, indicating that they knew each other. "What did I say? He's been cheering you on constantly. It seems like you two are sort of friends, and I'm sensing an aura from him that has a few similarities to you." Xiang Tianga raised his head and glanced at where Chu Hao was, then lowered his head and continued to speak. "But the strange thing is that for you, I have the feeling of hating each other, but for him, there is hostility, and it is clear that right now, he's about the same as a mole cricket in my eyes. Two similar people, why do they bring me opposite feelings?" Xiang Tianga seemed to be questioning Lin Yi, but also seemed to be asking himself a question. Lin Yi and Chu Hao, the two of them were all different in terms of their cultivation, realm, the Dao they practiced, and even their appearance. If there was any point of similarity, it was probably because the two were equally the sons of heaven's destiny. From the previous glance between Xiang Tianga and Chu Hao, Lin Yi knew that heavenly fate fatal enemy in Xiang Tianga's destiny was definitely related to Chu Hao, the heavenly fate son. Xiang Tianga is not a part of his own plot, so naturally he will not be hostile to him. While the two of them were talking, there was also a constant battle going on above the ring. One by one, these sequence disciples showed off their abilities, their treasure techniques flying across the room, triggering gasps of surprise from the cultivators on the high platform. It had to be said that none of those who were able to kill their way out from amongst the hundreds of thousands of disciples and become sequence disciples were oil saving. And they all hit extremely hard. Basically, after this battle, those who were able to survive intact until the second match, other than Lin Yi and Xiang Tianga who had a blank turn, there was no one left unscathed. Even Gong Xiang, in order to harden himself against that huge sword, had consumed a large amount of qi and blood power. After half a day, this first battle was also finally over. The elder looked at the winners who had fallen to the east and then spoke, "Everyone, it would be a bit unfair to let them go straight to the second battle now. How about this? You all can rest for the night in my Zhengqi sect, and tomorrow will be the moment to decide the Saint Sun. I hope you all understand." Hearing what the elder said, the many forces all showed joyful expressions. As for the 3 words Zhengqi sect were directly ignored by them, what they were happy about was the fact that they could stay in the middle of this extreme bliss holy land for a night.
There is so much that can be done in one night.
Originally, everyone has their own purpose to come to this extreme holy land to watch the ceremony, such as the Xianyu Holy Land, Galan Temple and the Academy. The 3 righteous forces have nothing to come to the magic road to watch what ceremony naturally has their purpose.
Now that I hear that I can stay here for a night, how can I not be delighted?
Of these 3 major righteous forces, Shu Wuya was the only one who looked at the extreme bliss demon sovereign with some horror.
You're letting us stay here all night? Is it trying to close the door? Yuck! I'm not a dog.
Good for you, oh ultimate demon, you're playing a good game, but what do you think I am? Once I have not yet become the husband of the time, everyone can be called me Count Nothing Shu Wuya. This little trick in front of me to use is completely Banman show off. Thinking of this, Shu Wuya let out a cold smile, then stood up and walked over to the extreme bliss demon sovereign. Dao brother, I just stayed for 1 day to observe the ceremony. I didn't expect that the competition hadn't finished yet. It's a pity, I also wanted to stay, but I really have something to go do within the academy. Oh? After hearing those words, not to mention the extreme bliss demon sovereign himself, even Lord Buddha and sacred Lord Xianyu looked at Shu Wuya in surprise. You know, the academy has always been known for its meddling. Now that the Holy Land of Ultimate Bliss has had such a big change, and has been renamed the Zhengqi sect, you guys actually still don't care about the last one, not to mention managing it, and now you're going to leave directly? Those who knew Shu Wuya all fell silent. To say that Shu Wuya didn't have anything else on his mind, killing them wouldn't believe it, and they weren't idiots. During the time when those sequence disciples were fighting just now, Shu Wuya but his gaze was dead on the bottom. Obviously for these young heavenly prides, he wanted to firmly memorize them. As for why these celestial pride should be remembered in their hearts, everyone had a clear understanding of what was going on. Because of the intensity of the battle, it's impossible to finish the day. You're the one who's happiest, aren't you, Shu Yuan? What do you mean you want to leave now? Seeing Shu Wuya say so, the extreme bliss demon sovereign forcibly endured the pain in his body and stood up, this time once again involving his wounds. His face was somewhat distorted.
It would be a real pity if Brother Chu were to leave now. Ha 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 ha.
Shu Wuya laughed out loud. He had already seen the twisted face of the extreme bliss demon sovereign, and sure enough, his guess was right.
This kid just wants to close the door.
In the territory of the extreme bliss holy land, who knows what kind of surprises they have prepared for themselves and others, Shu Wuya considered himself to be a smart person, and naturally refused to be fooled. Dao brother is polite. I see that the disciples of Dao brother's sect are all dragons and phoenixes among men. I think that they will soon spread their fame throughout the entire southern region, right? I'll be here to congratulate Dao brother in advance, but there is indeed something waiting for me in the academy, so I won't stay much longer. Farewell. After saying that, Shu Wuya directly led the people from the academy to leave without the slightest intention of staying.
When the crowd saw Shu Wuya's actions, they all furrowed their brows. Was he really going to leave? Wasn't he trying to escape? When did this academy or Shu Wuya change his nature? That's weird. However, although it was a bit strange for Shu Wuya to leave, they wouldn't follow and leave, as they each still had their own purpose amongst themselves. Then let the elders arrange for the rest of the guests. I have something to do now. The extreme bliss fiend basically said these words through clenched teeth. The injuries on his body were just too painful. With that, he turned and left, leaving the guests in the hands of the elders. At the same time, the people from the academy who had already left the sacred land of ultimate bliss converged on the flying boat. Once again, the teachers expressed their doubts. Last time, because of insufficient preparation, almost fell into the way of others. This time, but with a lot of manpower, and even some old ancestors are hidden in the void. However, whenever Shu Wuya's signal was received, the group rose up and attacked for the sake of not destroying the sacred ground of ultimate bliss, which was unrealistic. They just wanted to cut off the seeds of those evils, like Lin Yi, like the other sequence disciples. Chapter 92: The Wind Chaser and the Dragon-Slaying Warrior. For a group of former seniors, and even an ancestor, to attack and kill a group of juniors was not very honorable though. But if it was for the sake of justice, they were naturally duty-bound as people of the academy. But why did their own husband choose to leave once again? Shu Wuya slowly spoke when he saw the puzzled gazes of the crowd. You should have also noticed the extreme bliss demon sovereign's anomaly. He must have practiced a powerful technique and has just broken through. His realm is unstable, causing a slight tremor in his body. And haven't you guys noticed that this Saint's Son competition is clearly a big event within the clan, but this demon Zun, seems to be unconcerned about it, and even his breath is disordered.
They must have left behind all sorts of means in order to get us all in one fell swoop after we stayed behind. Though he was careful enough, I still found the end of it. Chu Wuya's face wore a bit of a smug look. But this time, the crowd didn't have a brainless bragging rights, although what their own husband said had a few points of truth. But isn't it a bit wimpy to choose to leave the game early before you've even played? Are they the goons? It's as if a soldier has the will to die, but a general has the greed to live. Simply off the mark, if this is known by the people of other powers that the people of their academy are so wimpy, as the light of righteousness in the southern region, what face do they have? The expressions of the crowd were captured by Chu Wuya. He was a little annoyed. The extreme bliss fiend was from the same era as him, and no one understood what kind of personality the other party had more than him. If you don't make a move, you're bound to turn the world upside down. Alas! Seeing that the crowd was whispering, Chu Wuya deliberately sighed loudly, shifting all of the crowd's attention to him before speaking again. You think I don't want to break the net with this devil's road? But you guys remember one thing. Knowing that you might lose and still rushing forward is called courage, but if you know that you will surely die and still go forward, that is called recklessness. If our academy falls today, what about the southern domain? Who will return a clear sky to the southern region? I already know the calculations of that extreme bliss demon sovereign. Next time, he won't have another chance, which means that the next time we meet, no matter if the sky is turned upside down, no matter if the sky is turned upside down, no matter if the sky is turned upside down, we're bound to fight them to the death. Upon hearing this, the master teacher's eyes reddened a little and they yelled, "Deadly battle! Deadly battle! Die fighting!" Only after seeing this appearance of the crowd did Chu Wuya nodded in satisfaction. The flying boats in the nearby void all heard the shouts from the academy's side. One was filled with confusion. What's going on here? Who did the academy fight? How can the atmosphere be so tragic? Is it possible that they fought with the sacred land of ultimate bliss? But it doesn't look like that either. In order to understand the truth at the first opportunity, the flying boats that originally had their own destinations all rushed over in the direction of the sacred ground of ultimate bliss, and they wanted to see what had really happened. In the middle of the positive Qi Gate. At this moment, Lin Yi had already returned to Qingyu Peak, but the always quiet Qingyu Peak was filled with noises at this moment. A group of old men who looked half in the ground all arrived. Each of them looked immortal and full of the air of a high person. Mrs. Wonderful sat in her chair and looked at these people with a smile. These old men claimed to be the ancestors of the Zhengqi sect, and had come here to teach Lin Yi a little. Cough cough. Old man. No, the old man cultivate immortal for 1,000 years, a vast and righteous Qi can be said to be unstoppable. Lin Kid you will practice with me for a period of time. I heard that you were bent on practicing the vast and righteous Qi is correct, right? Look at the old man. After saying that, the old man waved his sleeve robe, and a white light mixed with black struck through the clouds in the sky. That power caused cracks to appear in the void, showing how strong it was. That's right, the old man is precisely the 164th generation of the Haoran Zhengqi's heir apparent, and the third ancestor of our Zhengqi sect, who was nicknamed Life Chasing. Wind Chasing Jr.? Almost blurted out his real nickname, only to have his mouth quiver and straighten out Chasing Wind Jr. The many old ancestors nearly burst out laughing on the spot when they heard this nickname, and each of them forced themselves to look at the third ancestor with laughter. The latter's face was also a shade of red and white. What's all this talk about chasing boys? Only Lin Yi, a face of solemn color, worthy of being an old ancestor, actually has this kind of childish nickname. But the old ancestor, you have just cast the vast and righteous. How do I feel so strange? It, the white light inside seems to have so a little bit of black also. What words? What words is this? The third ancestor had a serious look on his face and said in a deep voice, Lin boy, you may not know that the extreme of white is black. It's a shame to say that I've only comprehended a little bit of this extreme power up to now, but I see that you're well talented, so I'm sure that you'll be able to go much further than I have, right? You're the inheritor of the Haoran Qi. Just kidding. Then who am I? Just as the third ancestor continued to compel Lin Yi to cultivate with him, another old man also walked up. He had a country face, thick eyebrows, and just looked full of justice. Lin boy, don't listen to his blind nonsense, think about it, but also Chasing the Wind teenager, called this name can be any good goods, you listen to me, learn from me, my nickname is the Butcher. Butcher. Dragon Slayer Warrior? Ha 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 ha. Finally, a group of old men couldn't hold back any longer and laughed outright. They had some tears of laughter. A wind-chasing boy, a dragon-slaying warrior? What kind of nicknames are these? The third and fifth ancestors don't seem to have their heads on straight today.
Wind chaser boy, don't laugh. What are you laughing at? Laugh again and I'll make you fly. Dragonslayer warrior, you'd better think about it, but I still have the iron spine whip, and you don't want a whale, do you? Upon hearing this, the crowd all stopped laughing, but the laughter in their eyes couldn't be concealed.
Right at this time, Lady Meow spoke. Wind-chasing junior ancestor and dragon-slaying warrior ancestor, this is my disciple. If you want to teach him, shouldn't you ask me? Upon hearing this, the third ancestor hemmed and hawed. Myriad girl, we know that you're his master, and we didn't ask him to change his sect, we just wanted to teach him a bit? Free to help you train your disciples, what are you not happy about? That's it. The fifth ancestor also followed and helped. How many people want us to temper them without this opportunity? Now that we have our eyes on your disciple, don't worry, leave it to us, we will definitely give your disciple a good tempering.
Lin, yeah. How did he hear it? How did he feel that these old ancestors seem to be somewhat less reliable? The Wind Chaser and the Dragon Slayer have become grandfathers? And the tutoring? Who? How? Chapter 93 Uninvited Xiangtianga. My disciples, naturally, should be tempered by me as well. Old ancestors, these nicknames of yours make me really a bit uneasy about handing over my disciples to you. Mrs. Wonderful spread her hands and snickered. This time the various old ancestors were in a hurry. Unlike the Extreme Bliss Fiend, Lady Myriad's identity was more special in the Extreme Bliss Holy Land. If it were anyone else, these old ancestors would have long ago directly hung him up and smoked him, but facing Mrs. Meow, they clearly didn't have the same roguish demeanor they had before. Hearing Lady Meow say this, the group of old ancestors were all anxious. Just at this time, one of the old ancestors stepped forward. Tell you what, Muya, as long as you agree to let us teach this brat, we'll agree to any conditions, is that alright? Any terms agreed to. Lady Meow's beautiful eyes narrowed lightly as if she was considering, and after a moment she spoke. Fine, when the Saint Sun competition is over, you guys can help teach my disciples, but that trapped dragon pillar must be my disciples in the future. Trapped dragon pillar? The third ancestor's tone carried a few sighs. I didn't realize that the wonderful girl was actually eyeing that thing. How about it? Wind-chasing teenage ancestor, how do you decide? Upon hearing this, the group of old ancestors all turned their gazes towards the third ancestor. Among those present, only he had the highest status, and was naturally able to decide the ownership of that trapped dragon pillar. The third ancestor looked at Lin Yi and then at the distance, and then with a clench of his teeth he spoke. Fine. I promise, but that thing must be allowed to be fetched by him, and when it's fetched, it's his. Deal. Mrs. Myrtle immediately stood up and decided the matter. Seemingly because she had taken advantage of the situation, Mrs. Meow's pair of beautiful eyes turned into a crescent shape, and the eyelids of Lin Yi, who was watching from the side, jumped slightly. Then with a fragrant breeze, Lady Meow came to Lin Yi's side and softly said, Little fellow, don't worry, these old ancestors won't harm you. Wait until after the Holy Sun's competition, learn more from them, it'll be good for you. Thank you, master. Lin Yi lowered his head, his tone carrying a sincere thank you. Even if his own master was making conditions with the old ancestors, the content of the conditions was because of himself. Although he didn't know what that trapped dragon pillar was, but looking at the three ancestors' faces of fleshly pain, he knew that it must be a supreme treasure. Well. Lady Meow's jade hand gently caressed the top of Lin Yi's head, then she transmitted a voice. I have something to do in the next 2 days, so it seems that I won't be able to see you obtain the position of Saint Sun with my own eyes, but don't worry, the promise is still valid, and when I come back, I'll wear it for you to see. Lin Yi didn't say anything. It wasn't that he was too excited to speak, but he simply didn't know how to say it. Should I just say, Master, I'm looking forward to this too much? What kind of tiger and wolf word is that? Seeing Lin Yi's silence, Mrs. Myriad smiled faintly and then turned to leave. The old ancestors came over and greeted Lin Yi one by one. The third ancestor, in particular, spoke quietly. Kid, when your Saint Sun competition is over, old ancestor, I'll give you some rewards, don't worry, you'll surely like it. Saying that and squeezing his eyes, that lewd expression made Lin Yi feel as if the other party had nothing to do with the word righteous. But the other guy's nickname is Wind Chaser Jr. I think such a childish and funny nickname must be owned by a righteous person, not to mention that people also have the spirit of righteousness. Ha 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 ha, the meet and greet gift will be given to you when the Saint Sun competition is over, so you can rest here today. After saying that, the group of old ancestors also left the place with a smile on their faces. For being able to teach Lin Yi, it clearly made them very satisfied. After the old ancestors left, Lin Yi returned to the wooden house. He was actually very confident, just like Xiangtianga, and among the 10 sequence disciples, he only saw Xiangtianga as a rival. After all, the two tried each other that day and ended in a tie. Xiang Tiange didn't put up a fight in today's competition, so there was no way to know how strong he truly was. It was thought that as the Heavenly Fate's archenemy, he must have possessed a powerful talent as well as strength, otherwise, what would one take to be an archenemy with the Heavenly Fate who was open all the way? Throughout the ages, but whenever one messes with the Son of Heaven's destiny, then the absolute ashes have to be raised. Only such a person can go all the way to the end, even alongside the destined son, one being the archenemy and the other being the villain. Lin Yi was naturally the latter, while Xiang Tiange was the former. Lin Yi. Are you there? Just as Lin Yi was thinking about Xiang Tiange's voice suddenly came out from outside the wooden house. This left Lin Yi somewhat speechless. Are you surnamed Xiang or Chao? Why are you so unreadable? One foot is still pondering about you, and the next foot you show up? Besides, how did you get into this Qingyu Peak? There's no use thinking about it so much, after all, people are already here. Squeaky. Lin Yi pushed open the door of the room and indeed saw a smiling Xiang Tiange who was dressed in white and had the appearance of a few immortal postures. The thick qi and blood power in his body was even suffocating to ordinary cultivators. Of course, there was no problem for Lin Yi as he himself was a mutated innate Taoist body and was able to constantly devour qi and blood to nourish himself. Naturally, he didn't care about the intimidation of other body types. Lin Yi, ha, you opened the door, looks like you wanted to see me too. After saying that, Xiang Tiange nonchalantly entered Lin Yi's cabin. Before, he had called Lin Jr. brother, but now, ever since Lin Yi had promised him to go to the Forbidden Zone together, the Xiang Tiange seemed to really treat him as one of his own. Senior brother also stopped calling, and even came directly to Qingyu Peak to find him. After entering the wooden house, Xiang Tiange looked around at the simple wooden house with a few moments of admiration in his eyes. Worthy of being a disciple taught by Uncle Myriad, cultivators should not be mesmerized by enjoyment, and now the intention of returning to the basics, it seems that when I go back, I will also have to learn a bit. When Lin Yi saw that Xiang Tiange wasn't being polite, he was also directly nonchalant and sat down towards the chair and spoke, Senior brother Xiang, did you come here specifically to troll me? Actually, to be honest, I also want those magnificent palaces. Immortal cultivation is originally a path full of perils and obstacles. If you don't enjoy it now, when do you want to enjoy it? Don't plague yourself with stubborn notions of immortal cultivation and let the outside world's bad vibes blow in. Hearing Lin Yi's words, Xiang Tiange was obviously frozen for a moment. Immediately after, he laughed bitterly. Lin Yi, I'm getting more and more unable to see through you, your character. To be honest, I have absolutely no idea what's going on. There are times when you're particularly serious and look a bit dopey, but there are times, I guess, when you're a bit abstract, really. Xiang Tiange looked at Lin Yi with a serious face, obviously telling him that what he said was true. Chapter 94 The Sound of Buddha in the Middle of the Night. Lin Yi looked at Xiang Tiange's serious expression, and honestly, he really wanted to go up and bang 2 punches, so that the other party's face could change its expression. What is meant by abstraction? Being the son of the divine order himself, then he is purely and simply the embodiment of truth and goodness, okay? What a lack of vision. Right, Lin Yi, I'll be staying at your place tonight, is that okay? Go back to your own hall and stay there, I don't have a bed for you here. Ugh. Xiang Tiange sat down on another chair and said in a relaxed manner, my cultivators naturally sleep on the ground, what do they need a bed for? Are you that relaxed? You'll be fighting me tomorrow, so confident? Hearing this, Lin Yi responded indifferently, you've come to my Qingyu Peak, and I haven't seen you nervous. Ha 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 ha. Xiang Tiange laughed out loud and said, you're right, the two of us are also considered friends, right, naturally we should get closer. If we don't get to know each other a little bit, how can we suppress the 9 heavens and 10 earths together in the future? When he said this, Xiang Tiange's eyes carried a fiery flame called ambition. Whether it was breaking into the Forbidden Zone or not, whether it was testing each other with Lin Yi or not, as well as the wariness he had towards Chuhao, it was all because of his ambition. The lower regions had never been his goal was the entire 9 heavens and 10 earths. For such a person, Lin Yi didn't hate it, and why wouldn't he have his own ambitions? Just as Lin Yi wanted to say something, Xiang Tiange suddenly resumed that smirking expression, the ambition in his eyes long gone. I say Lin Yi, you didn't refuse just now, so I'll sleep here at night. Lin Yi now suddenly had the mentality of slapping the other party to death again, not knowing what kind of punishment there was going to be for beheading a fellow disciple in this sect. As long as it wasn't a death sentence, it wasn't out of the question to slaughter the man in front of him. If you don't say anything, that's an acquiescence, and we've decided so happily.
Looking at Xiang Tiange's appearance, Lin Yu was speechless for a while and turned around to walk out of the wooden house. Just like what Xiang Tiange had said before, cultivators didn't need any beds at all. After all, they were always in the middle of cultivation and only needed to sit on the ground. Xingyu Peak wins in the word seclusion. Wherever one cultivates on this peak is a good place.
Xiang Tiange didn't come out to make a fool of himself either.
The two of them were just like this, one inside the house and one outside, and began to cultivate, and after tomorrow, the two of them would be the ultimate rivals, but neither of them showed a hint of hostility.
There are no years of practice. Soon, night fell.
I don't know what kind of formation this Xingyu Peak used. The entire peak was quiet, even the sound of mosquitoes was absent.
The only thing that could be heard was the sound of a heartbeat.
Lin Yi was constantly running the fetal movement chapter of the Human Emperor scripture. If he could comprehend the middle chapter as soon as possible, he would almost have truly mastered the Human Emperor scripture.
He clearly doesn't have that right now.
Along with the wisps of black chi rising from his body, Lin Yi's face was ancient and unperturbed, just like a seated old monk.
I don't know how long it's been. Suddenly, a Buddhist sound entered his ears.
That Buddhist sound was extremely compelling, making people unconsciously mesmerized by listening to it. But the person chanting Buddhist scriptures didn't seem to know what he was facing. Lin Yi slowly opened his eyes, and at this moment, his eyes were blood red. A page of sutra glowed faintly in the sea of consciousness. Seemingly sensing something in general, that page of scripture was originally golden, but at this moment it turned blood red, as if there was a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood churning. Lin Yi slowly stood up and felt the sound of that Buddhist sound. Squeaky. Just at this time, Xiang Tiange also pushed the door and walked out, and for some reason, he too was not affected by that Buddhist scripture. Seeing Lin Yi's appearance at the moment, he just froze for a moment before returning to normal.
With that, he reached out and pointed to the entrance of Xingyu Peak.
Lin Yi's eyes narrowed lightly.
Xiang Tiange must have known something, otherwise, why was it such a coincidence that he had to stay at Xingyu Peak today? But it looked like he didn't mean any harm, and was instead planning to help himself?
Buzz.
Well. What about? ABA. Mimi.
The sound of chanting resounded above Xingyu Peak, and that one golden ripple continuously rushed towards Lin Yi and Xiang Tiange's bodies. The former was completely unaffected. On the contrary, Xiang Tiange, a terrifying power of qi and blood surged out of his body. His purple qi was heavenly, and he hardened that incoming Buddhist scripture. As I said before, this Xingyu Peak was different from the other peaks. The entire Xingyu Peak was blocked off by a large formation. When the grand formation was opened, it could make it impossible for any cultivator to enter and isolate the breath. The outside world doesn't know what's going on here, and likewise, the people inside can't get out. However, it was unknown what kind of tactics these Buddhists had used to make this Buddhist sound come in, and since the sound of the Buddha only resounded in the Xingyu Peak, no one had noticed anything unusual. The sound of the Buddha's voice was unceasing, and one more magnificent than the other. That power of compulsion was also intensifying. The purple aura on Xiang Tiange's body grew stronger and stronger, like a flash of ghostly light lighting up the dark night, and the muscles on his body bulged, holding up his clothes as if they were about to tear apart. Lin Yi, on the other hand, kept walking towards the entrance of Xingyu Peak like it was nothing. The page of scriptures above his spirit platform was also shining brightly at this moment. The gusts of Buddha's voice completely cancelled out the outside world's Buddha's voice. Even Lin Yi felt that the Buddhist sound in the outside world and the Buddhist sound above his own spiritual platform, it was completely the light of a firefly compared to the white moon. It was simply not on the same level. Soon, the two of them arrived at the entrance of Xingyu Peak. Looking around, as expected, there were several Buddhas outside the big formation, sitting on the ground, with golden glazed covers covering their bodies, not allowing their breath to spread out, avoiding being discovered by the sacred ground of ultimate bliss. Unbeknownst to them, above the dark sky, several old men sat in the clouds, looking down playfully. Unlike the immortal style that he had seen Lin Yi in before, the current ones, each one of them was covered in black aura, and their faces even had a bloodthirsty, tyrannical expression on them.
What are these bald guys doing? Trying to compel our disciples?
Ha 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 ha, what a joke. They thought that by using that glazed cover, they would be able to isolate their breath so that we wouldn't be able to detect it?
Wanting us to not notice, let those bald asses of theirs who have become Buddhas come over here. Garland Temple has really come out of the woodwork lately, robbing and hitting us over the head? In a moment, we'll draw the bones of those few vultures and use their divine souls to light the lamps. In their words, let them sink into the sea of bitterness for eternity and not be allowed to transcend life. Ha ha ha. The sound of their wailing should give me a lot of pain, right?
There's no rush to make a move first. Our two best disciples weren't affected by that Buddha sound at all, so it's good to let them experience it. Chapter 95, Lin Yi, he treats you like an idiot. It's going to be a while? I really can't help it, I'm missing a string just right now, use them to refine into a sherbet and dish it out for me. Be at ease, the sherds are sure to be less for you, get you a few more, and play with them on your disc. No, I just can't stand it anymore, the relics inside these bald asses are just too tantalizing. Bear with me. I'm holding back, why don't you hold back? The people below naturally didn't know what was happening in the void. At this moment, Xiang Tianga and Lin Yi were continuously approaching those Buddhas. The latter had obviously seen the two of them as well, and the Buddhist sounds in his mouth became more and more urgent. Their eyes were tinged with a bit of doubt, as if they were wondering how the other party was able to keep resisting their Buddhist sound. One must know that the reason why the Buddhist sect had been able to stand in the southern region for many years was because of this Buddhist sound that could compel the hearts of the people. These Buddhas wanted to use the sound of the Buddha to compel Lin Yi out. After all, they couldn't get into the Qingyu Peak wrapped in this great formation, and by forcibly breaking the formation, wouldn't they be letting the sacred ground of extreme bliss to directly catch a turtle in a jar against them? Now Lin Yi did come out, but not because he was compelled by the sound of the Buddha's voice, but because he walked out on his own. How could this scene not horrify the Buddhas? What if the other party directly transmitted their voices to their own clan elders? And along with Lin Yi, there was Xiang Tianga who came out. It was likewise the top heavenly pride of the extreme bliss Holy Land. This is going to be a problem. The Buddha at the head of the group was in a cold sweat. The two heavenly prides were actually all unaffected by the Buddhist sound of their own and others? Although in order to avoid the people of the sacred land of ultimate bliss from discovering it, all of those who came here were Buddhas of general cultivation and didn't come to any great powers, they were all Buddhas above the realm of transformation of the God Ah. There were even more than 10 in the harmonization realm. In this situation, the other two were actually not affected in the slightest? Yo, in the middle of the night, what are a bunch of vultures doing coming to my master Lin's place? Are you guys chanting scriptures here with the intention of overcoming the two of us? Xiang Tianga looked toward the group of Buddhas with a smile on his face. Lin Yi, on the other hand, was filled with indifference. Because of the one-page sutra, he was able to understand these Buddhist sounds quite simply. It was clear that he was going to be dispensed with and become a Buddhist slave. These monks are just looking for death. Amitabha. It was at this time that the Buddha at the head of the group stood out and looked at the two with a kind face. Scholar Lin, Scholar Xiang, the poor monk and the others have arrived in order to meditate for you, and tomorrow will be the final result of your saintly son's competition. In order for you to sink into a better state of mind, it is only then that the poor monk has asked his fellow masters and brothers to come and help you both, so please forgive me if I come uninvited. Oh? Xiang Tianga made a surprised expression, so I misunderstood you guys, do you want me to apologize to you? After saying that, Xiang Tianga turned his head to look at Lin Yi. Lin Yi, they're treating you like an idiot. Lin Yi lightly glanced at Xiang Tianga. He was considering whether or not to slaughter this cargo in front of him and the group of Buddhas all together. In that case, you should be able to be quiet. Being poked and prodded in his little mind, that Buddha wasn't embarrassed and remained full of compassion. Amitabha Buddha, since the two monks have some misunderstanding about the arrival of the poor monk and the others, then the poor monk will just take the people away. It wasn't that the Buddha was afraid of the Lin Yi and Xiang Tianga duo. Rather, they are in a big formation these Buddhas cannot attack in. If they do not explain properly, I am afraid that the duo will call over those strong people in the Holy Land, and then it will be troublesome. The sacred land of ultimate bliss is what it is. A gathering place for a group of devils. Without a reason, they all find fault. If they had a reason, they wouldn't be allowed to send themselves and others to the ultimate happiness. The Buddhas were not yet old enough to want to serve the Buddha that early. Hey, don't rush off. Seeing that these Buddhas were about to leave the area, Xiang Tianga quickly spoke out anxiously. Are you guys worried that we'll call out? It's fine, don't be afraid. I promise that Lin Yi and I won't call out the clan elders. Right, Hayoshiba? Hearing Xiang Tianga's inquiry, Lin Yi nodded. He would not have liked to trouble others with his affairs. Moreover, these Buddhas have come to the door to compel. If we don't teach them a lesson, who do we really think is a soft touch? Oh? The head Buddha's gaze instantly brightened at these words. The heart sneered. Young people are young people, thinking that they are invincible because they are a heavenly pride. There are so many of us here, none of us are lower in cultivation than you. You think two people are gonna get us? If the Buddha's voice was useless, it wasn't impossible to directly use force to solve the problem, and now Lord Buddha and the others were dragging the elders of the sacred land of ultimate bliss in the middle of the sacred Lord's Hall on the grounds of discussing the Tao. It was a short distance from this Qingyu Peak. Coupled with the fact that everyone was at the harmonization realm and below, even if they fought, it would be impossible to invoke the Qi of heaven and earth. A little formation and this won't be a thing. Alas, Lin Yi, did you see that? This monk has a belly full of bad water and he has this lecherous smile on his face. Do you think he's thinking of eating us up? Lin Yi shook his head, a bloody aura flickering in his eyes, and laughed softly. I do like this expression on his face, and just in time, I have a little experiment I want to try. Hearing Lin Yi's words, Xiang Tiange also remembered that his own master had once said that Lin Yi's little quirks, such as eating people's heads, decapitating people and then sticking them back together, and gouging out people's eyes. At that time, when he heard these things, Xiang Tiange was still puzzled. If this Lin Yi's methods are so cruel, why does the sect still want to change his face for him? As he continued to understand, he realized that Lin Yi was a very contradictory person, as if he had a dual personality. Sometimes serious and sometimes grave, obviously acting in the devil's way but being righteous. And did he really not realize that this was the devil's gate? Or is he deliberately playing dumb? Or maybe he had obviously guessed it, but pretended that nothing had happened because of his own morality? Xiang Tiange's eyes narrowed lightly. He was somewhat unable to see through Lin Yi, not knowing what the other party was thinking. Just at this time, Lin Yi moved, only to see him slowly walk out of the big formation, originally a page of scriptures above the scriptures he did not want to use. But when he encountered this group of vultures today, he had a sudden thought that if he were to use the demonic voice blood puppet to deal with the demonic voice, whose compulsion could actually be better. And it looks like the blood puppet method hasn't been used yet. You guys want to make me into a Buddhist slave, right? If I don't make you into blood slaves, I won't be sorry. With such thoughts, Lin Yi walked out of the large formation. Xiang Tiange followed suit. The reason why he hadn't notified the clan was also because he wanted to join forces with Lin Yi in advance, so that when he broke into the Forbidden Zone in the future, there would be a few more moments of tacit understanding. Chapter 96 Two Great Celestial Pride join forces. What's more, wouldn't it be too meaningless if such an interesting thing was stopped by the elders of the sect? Xiang Tiange's eyes were filled with battle intent. Wisps of purple spiritual energy surrounded his body. Lin Yi had already shot toward the group of Buddhas. Amitabha Buddha, since the two monks insist on making a move, then I won't blame the poor monk. Only to see the Buddha took out a golden bowl from his bosom, and with a wave of his big hand, the golden bowl rose into the air, directly blocking off the surrounding area, avoiding the commotion of the battle from spreading out. Seeing this scene, the corners of Lin Yi's mouth rose slightly. This was what he wanted. After all, as a righteous person, if you use such a weird scripture as the blood puppet, it's inevitably unattractive to be found out. As for Xiang Tiange, it doesn't matter to this abstraction, all of them are going to break into the Forbidden Zone. They still care about these things? Formation. There were dozens of Buddhas present, and there were more than a dozen of them in the harmonization realm alone. Their bodies simultaneously erupted with Buddha's light, and the sound of Buddha continued to murmur from their mouths. Those Buddhist sounds were transformed into runes, and everyone's face was dignified with a precious appearance, looking like an accomplished monk. Ha 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 ha, Lin Yi, let's compete to see who has killed more vultures. If whoever is able to win, the sacred sun position will be theirs. Xiang Tiange spoke without surprise, directly treating the position of the Holy Sun as a child's play. In fact, according to his character, there was no problem. After all, he himself was a jumpy person. For the sunship, it was clear that the battle was more important. Only to see Xiang Tiange step forward, the unique purple chi and blood of the Jedi King body rushed to the sky. If it wasn't for the cover of the golden mantle, I'm afraid that this time, the entire clan would be able to see it. Boom! Purple chi and blood intertwined into a palace in the sky. That palace was like an immortal palace. This was the vision of the absolute king body, the immortal palace of the 9 heavens. The purple halo of light tilted down and fell onto Xiang Tiange's body, continuously enhancing his physique. At this moment, his aura had risen to the end. Taking a step forward, the earth crumbled, a fist struck out, and purple light exploded. Hold him back! The Buddha shouted out, and the many Buddhas clasped their hands together as their golden light flourished. Spiritual energy intertwined together, allowing these Buddhas to possess terrifying battle power. Mouthing Amitabha Buddha, the golden light transformed into a golden lotus of the Buddha's path, blocking in front of Xiang Tiange. That golden lotus exuded wishful thinking, as if countless monks were chanting here. Seeing this scene, Xiang Tiange advanced instead of retreating, and his purple blood qi went straight skyward, pulling down the immortal palace above the void. Boom! The moment the immortal palace fell, it directly collided with the golden lotus of the Buddha's path. In a flash, the ground shook and the golden mantle shimmered, and this time actually almost shattered that golden mantle. At the center of the battlefield, the immortal palace crumbled, the golden lotus withered, and an incomparably terrifying scene surfaced as purple and golden oceans raged. This one was actually a no contest. Ha 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 ha, it hurts. Xiang Tiange stepped forward once more, his qi and blood churning as he struck out with a fist at the group of Buddhas. Click here for. The terrifying power of qi and blood caused the void to emit a sound like glass breaking. And just at this moment, Lin Yi came. A spirit sword appeared in his hand, inscribed with the sun, moon, and stars on one side, and mountains and rivers on the other. Human Emperor Sword? The Buddha lost his voice. How could they not have expected that the human Emperor Sword, which had been missing for years, would appear in Lin Yi's hands at this moment? Wasn't it said that the human Emperor's sword had disappeared along with the human Emperor? How could the human Emperor's sword appear in the hands of a spirit transformation realm cultivator? Nope. It's not right. What is that sword? Just as the Buddhas were surprised by the human Emperor's sword, some sharp-eyed people realized what the problem was. Have you ever seen anyone's human Emperor's sword vaults venting black gas outwards? This son really is an innate demonic body. It also wields the bizarre human Emperor sword. Plus a Jedi King body Xiang Tiange. Damn it! The Buddha in the lead gritted his teeth and looked at the two. Under normal circumstances, it was impossible for cultivators to fight across borders, but such common sense was often broken by demons and heavenly prides. Lin Yi and Xiang Tiange were clearly such anomalies. Facing two people at once? If they are not careful, not to mention the mission will not be accomplished, they will all be accounted for here. One team is going to stop Xiang Tiange, the other team will follow me to quickly take down Lin Yi. The Buddha who was in charge made an immediate decision and gave such an order. Their task was only Lin Yi alone, and if it was difficult to defeat both of them at the same time, then let some of them go and bring Xiang Tiange to a halt. As for them, they were quickly taking Lin Yi down, only then could they guarantee a full-body retreat. Xiang Tiange's side was facing more than 20 Buddhas, while on Lin Yi's side, he had left behind nearly 40 people. Seeing the actions of these Buddhas, Lin Yi didn't have the slightest panic. Instead, the battle intent in his eyes grew more and more intense. This time, it was the first time that the human Emperor sword had revealed itself. Naturally, the stronger the enemy was, the more excited he could get. Buzz! Lin Yi's arm shook violently, and a monstrous sword qi rushed up. At the same time, a moon shadow emerged from his back. The bright full moon rises in the sky, surrounded by bright moonlight. Strands of cold and lonely meaning spread throughout the entire field. Amit Ba. The Buddha at the head of the group folded his hands. In the face of that rushing sword intent, he was not panicked at all, only to see a strand of wishing power surging out of his body, a special power that the worldly believers had provided for the Buddhist sect. He mouthed the Buddhist scriptures and immediately spat out a hazy glow, emitting 10,000 wisps of Buddhist qi that vaporized and was very dazzling. Swish! The white sword light charged straight at the Buddha with an indestructible aura, and right at this moment, those Buddhas around them also surrounded them. Their bodies were filled with golden light, and all kinds of Buddhist treasures slat towards Lin Yi. Since the other party was a demon, there was no need to worry about killing him directly, so he could strike without fear. Boom! Right at this moment, a great sun shadow emerged behind Lin Yi, forming a stark contrast with that bright moon. Those incoming Buddhist treasures were all vaporized and melted, and the terrifying temperature made the Buddha's lapels wet with sweat. But they still didn't dare to slack off. After all, if they took a step back, they were afraid that they would never have another chance. If the battle ended on Xiang Tiange's side, wouldn't they have to suffer from the enemy on their backs? At this thought, the Buddha's gazes froze. Accompanied by a buzzing sound, golden light rose up to the sky, all of a sudden filling up the sky. The dim heaven and earth suddenly burst with light, enveloped by the light of the Buddha's way, and a terrifying pressure fell from the sky, causing the earth to tremble. Exorcism! Under the roar of the Buddhas, a golden disc appeared in the surrounding sky, which was intertwined with Buddhist power, accompanied by wisps of Buddhist sounds, intending to ambush Lin Yi. Seeing this opportunity, the Buddha at the head of the group also toppled that sword qi and attacked towards Lin Yi. With both hands pinching seals, the wishing power formed a golden rockbird that raised its head to the sky and extended its sharp claws to block the sword qi, while at the same time spitting out a lotus flower and attacking Lin Yi. Chapter 97 Lin Yi who became a Buddha. Facing the siege of a group of Buddhas, the excitement in Lin Yi's eyes became even more intense. The human emperor's sword seemed to have sensed its owner's mood and faintly emitted a red glow. To kill to prove the way. What is to kill to prove the way? Naturally, by virtue of the 3-foot sword in the hand, swept away all the enemies in the world. These Buddhas before you are the tonic for your own path. Boom! In the sky, the silhouettes of the sun and the moon intersected at this moment, accompanied by a deafening roar. The radiant light that flowed out of the sun and moon silhouettes was like a tidal wave, rushing in all directions, and nothing could withstand this great power. That huge voodoo circle collapsed the moment it poked and touched the sun and moon silhouettes, and the golden disc turned into countless fragments that spilled into the void. This is a very scary matchup. The sun and moon converged as one, bursting out with unimaginable power at this moment, and as the sun and moon silhouettes continued to intermingle, they actually transformed into a sharp sword. The body of that sword was black, while its appearance was like the human emperor's sword in Lin Yi's hand. The sword body was surrounded by an invulnerable and sharp sword chi, streaks of cracks appeared in the void, and the golden mantle that wrapped this heaven and earth had also cracked at this moment. Even though it was a Buddhist sect's Dharma treasure, it was still a little too much to bear in the face of this sword intense shadow. The huge black long sword stood in the sky, as if it was a sword of heaven and earth. The Buddhas with a lower cultivation level covered their eyes and screamed out in misery. Just by looking at the sword intent, they had already been stabbed in the eyes, and the skin on their bodies had countless tiny wounds. How on earth was this kind of sword intent sharpened? A Buddha lost his voice and exclaimed. They already knew that Lin Yi was a demon, but they hadn't thought that the other party's sword intent had actually reached such a level. It was simply appalling. I'm afraid that the heir to the heavenly sword Holy Land in the central state wasn't as good as Lin Yi purely in terms of sword intent. This son was simply the demon of all demons. Not far away, Xiang Tiange was still battling the Buddhas, but from his relaxed expression, it was clear that these Buddhas didn't pose much of a threat to him. Come to think of it, the one who had come to stop him was not some Buddha with a high level of cultivation. They wanted a quick battle to capture Lin Yi, so the Buddha sent to battle Xiang Tiange only needed to pester him. Looking at the heavenly and earthly sword in the sky, Xiang Tiange's eyes held a hint of excitement. Ha 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 ha, Lin Yi, I really wasn't wrong about you. This trip to the Forbidden Zone is now secure, but when we come back, we'll have to fight through another battle before we can do so. Boom! Just as the crowd marveled at that terrifying sword intent, Lin Yi casually waved his hand. The huge black sword fell. Crap! The Buddha at the head roared out angrily, and before it fell, this sword chi had already hurt people, showing how terrifying it was. The golden mantle absolutely cannot cover this heaven and earth. If it is torn apart by this sword chi, I am afraid that in the first moment, the entire extreme bliss sacred ground will notice that something is different here. So are they not doing something useless? There would even be a reason for the people of the sacred land of ultimate bliss to find a reason to strike at him. They'll be the sinners of the Buddhist sect, huh? Even if I give up my entire cultivation today, I will turn you into a Buddhist slave. The Buddha's voice became hoarse and his eyes were bloodshot as he turned his head and looked at each other with the rest of the Buddhas. Those Buddhas obviously understood his intentions, and then they folded their hands and silently recited Amitabha Buddha. Buzz! Accompanied by bursts of Buddhist sounds, great wishes erupted from the bodies of those Buddhas. Especially the Buddha at the head, whose whole body was wrapped in wishful thinking. Not long after, his eyes opened round. Raging blade! Boom! A golden Buddha statue stood in the sky, and a golden lotus fell from the sky, blooming with brilliant Buddhist light. As the Buddha image appeared, the cracks on that golden bowl had healed. Buzz! Accompanied by a burst of Buddhist sounds, the huge Buddha statue clasped its hands together and fiercely slapped on top of the huge black sword. Dang! Metallic clashing sounds resounded through the heavens and earth. This concussive force makes the earth was lifted, not far away from a few small unknown peaks. Dengjun collapse. Such a violent collision sound, if not the golden bowl was repaired, it is estimated that these Buddhas are able to be scared to death by this sound. The huge Buddha statue grabbed the heavenly and earthly sword, and the two forces were in a constant confrontation. The Buddha at the head of the group blossomed with golden light and smiled coldly at Lin Yi. Amitabha Buddha, the monk's demonic thoughts are so deep that I'm afraid he'll fall into a place of no return in the long run, so why don't you return to the Garland Temple with the poor monk to meditate? But I'm afraid that the scholar will not be willing to do so. Then the poor monk is willing to dissipate his life's cultivation and use his great wish to force you to become a Buddha. Degree me? Lin Yi seemed to have heard some funny joke. With that, he directly put away the human emperor's sword. Seeing Lin Yi's actions, not to mention the Buddha, even those old ancestors above the void wondered what exactly Lin Yi was going to do. Why did you put your weapon away? Scholar, it seems that you have already put down the butcher's knife and intend to become a Buddha on the ground. The head Buddha's face was filled with relief and compassion. As expected, a great wish power drawn out with all one's cultivation could not be resisted even by a heavenly pride.
Only Xiang Tiange looked at Lin Yi with an expectant face.
The two hadn't known each other for long, but Xiang Tiange still knew a thing or two about Lin Yi's character.
To say that he directly gave up resistance? Even Xiang Tiange wouldn't believe it.
But how was he going to cope with the Buddha's golden body, which was composed of that wishing power? At this moment, the heavenly sword intent on Lin Yi's body disappeared, and in its place, a gentle smile actually hung on his face. It was this smile that caused alarm to flourish in the heart of the Buddha in the lead. His intuition told him that Lin Yi was definitely not tying his hands, and by the looks of it he seemed to be about to use some bizarre move. And the other party clearly carried a few auras that made him even feel familiar.
What's going on here?
It was at this time that Lin Yi's hands joined together. Buzz. Well. What about? ABA.
Mimi. Un.
The 6 true words of the Buddhist sect were recited from his mouth. A golden light emanated from the entire person's body. It was a Buddhist technique. The Buddha's pupils tightened, although they all knew that Lin Yi had obtained the inheritance of the evil Rudra. But what kind of person was the evil Rudra? Even the ancient Buddha in the world couldn't do anything about him. Lin Yi, who had received the legacy of the evil Rudra, was just a youngster, so what profound Buddhist teachings could he possess? Now Lin Yi out of the mouth is the 6 words of Buddhism, and the body of the Buddha's work is even more thick, completely unlike a young generation, but like a Zen many years of old monks. How is this possible? Before Buddha could even think about why this was, Lin Yi had already arrived in front of him. At this moment, Lin Yi's body was covered in Buddha's light, and his entire body was filled with peace and tranquility. With every step, a golden lotus of the Buddha's path would appear under his feet.
Chapter 98.
Above the lotus petals of that golden lotus were inscribed ancient Buddhist scriptures that looked profound. Only to see Lin Yi, who seemed to have become a Buddha, walk up to the Buddha and softly say,
"I've come to measure you."
"You?
Degree. Me?"
Buddha I uttered these 3 words word by word, his tone filled with incredulity.
He's from the Buddhist sect. This Lin Yi is nothing but a demonic cultivator, and instead he's coming to degree him?
Simply inverted the Big Dipper.
Schizo, are you joking?
Buddha's face had gone completely cold. To people like him, Buddha was the faith in their hearts. This was why he preferred to dissipate his cultivation to invoke such a powerful wish, in order to ferry Lin Yi into the Buddhist sect, which would be very beneficial to the Buddhist sect. For the Buddha in their hearts, they can give up everything. The district's cultivation naturally did not matter, not to mention that even if they gave up their cultivation after they returned to the Garland Monastery, they could still make pious kowtow to the ancient Buddha, thus invoking the mercy of the ancient Buddha, and their cultivation might be restored very quickly. Now that he had heard the 6 true words of the Buddhists come out of the mouth of Lin Yi, a demonic cultivator, he was even saying that he would have to degree him. This was tantamount to stepping on his faith viciously, and it would be strange for the Buddha not to be angry at this moment.
Why do you think I'm joking?
Lin Yi's face was ancient and unperturbed, like a seated old monk. He looked at this Buddha in front of him with a gentle face. "You are merely caught in a maze and don't know it. Seeing you like this, how can I not pity you? Therefore, I will degree you, and your fellow disciples."
Ha 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 ha.
The expression on the Buddha's face became slightly distorted as he burst out laughing. "Scholar, I have to admit that you really know how to tell jokes.
You're clearly a demonic cultivator, yet you say we're in a maze? It seems that you... What is right and what is evil? You think about it."
Before the Buddha could finish speaking, Lin Yi directly interrupted him, and along with his opening, the Buddha light on his body grew a few points more intense. The Buddha said that within the 3 seas is the great hell, whose hundreds and thousands, each differing from the other, are so-called great, having 18, followed by 500, with immeasurable bitterness and poison, followed by 1,000, and also immeasurable bitterness.
Since they are all hells, how can there be a distinction between good and evil?
Lin Yi shook his head, then rose forward once more. At the moment, the Buddha's face wore a perplexed expression, not because of the Buddhist scriptures that Lin Yi had recited, but because of the Buddha's light on Lin Yi's body. This feeling was too familiar to him. Wasn't this the kind of Buddha's light that they used when the people of the Buddhist sect went to transform others?
Nope.
I can't just be degreed by him instead. The Buddha stabilized his mind and then said angrily, "Don't think that just because you've learned some dharma, you'll really be able to degree me.
Today I will degree you."
Buzz. The wishful golden body with its feet on the ground and its head in the sky stretched out a large hand and grabbed towards Lin Yi. The Buddha planned to severely injure Lin Yi first and return to the Garland Monastery before carrying out the act of enlightenment. After all, the aura on Lin Yi was really too weird, and he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to handle it. Click here. A Buddha of the merging realm cultivation and dozens of Buddhas simultaneously invoking wish power with their cultivation formed a naturally powerful and incomparable raging Aizvajra. As that Buddha statue stretched out a hand, cracks appeared in the air. The power was really a bit terrifying. And in the face of this incoming large hand, Lin Yi didn't even have the intention of dodging. Instead he softly said, "You are a Buddha, I am also a Buddha, all beings are Buddhas, therefore the wish power you draw in is also my wish power." After saying that, the golden light on Lin Yi's body flourished. The statue of Buddha suddenly stopped moving. Ha! The Buddha's eyes widened. The angry eyes he had attracted were not listening to him? How could it be? Even if Lin Yi's Buddhist teachings were profound, it was impossible for him to snatch the control of the golden body with himself, but with the facts in front of him, he had to believe it. Well, in that case, I'll not blame the poor monk for being rude. If I accidentally incarnate the monks into a demented person, please don't blame the monks. Led by the Buddha, many Buddhas began to chant. Obviously, he was planning to give Lin Yi a direct metamorphosis. But how could Lin Yi at this moment be disposed of by them? The page of scriptures on top of his spirit platform trembled slightly, and a golden rune merged into the top of his spirit platform. If you look closely, you can also find that the center of that golden rune actually has a few points of blood red. Lin Yi, who originally still had a peaceful and gentle face, at this moment, his face was as hideous and bloodthirsty as a devil from hell. The golden Buddha light on his body also turned into blood light. A thought of Buddha and the devil is no more than that. The group of Buddhas were also shocked when they saw the change in Lin Yi, but they had now begun to recite the Deification Sutra, and once the deification started it couldn't end, or else they too would become idiots. In their opinion, even if Lin Yi knew some evil Rudraksh Dharma, what could it be? How can one person's degree of enlightenment be compared to that of a group of people? What's more, the people present are all profound Buddhists. How can they be degree of enlightenment by a devil cultivator? But soon they realized the problem. The blood light on Lin Yi's body was constantly eroding the golden light on their bodies. Not only that, the golden Buddha statues that stood to the side were all starting to transform towards the color of blood at this moment. What kind of sutra is this? It's actually so terrifying, not to mention the degree of human beings. Even the Dao rhythm, the wishing power, can be degree of human beings? Can it still be called the doxology? The many Buddhas were horrified and also unconsciously sped up their chanting. The more this happened, the more hideous the smile on Lin Yi's face became. As the Sutra of Degradation was recited, there were already Buddhas whose eyes became bloodshot, and the faith of the Buddha statue that sat on top of their spiritual platforms changed its appearance at this moment. The Buddha statue was still a Buddha statue, but the golden statue had changed to the color of blood, and more than that, the face of that blood-colored Buddha statue had suddenly turned into Lin Yi's face. Their beliefs are being changed. Even the golden Buddha's light on his body turned into a blood aura. Impossible. No way. The Buddha in the lead screamed out incredulously. He also realized at this moment that his faith was being transformed, and that the transformation was still irreversible. 2 lines of blood and tears flowed from the corners of his eyes, as if to prove that he were fighting within themselves. But so what? He simply can't go against the grain. Soon, the sound of the Buddha gradually dissipated, and the huge Buddha statue on the side turned blood red. The dozens of Buddhas who wanted to dispose of Lin Yi all quieted down, a pair of blood-red eyes filled with tyranny and bloodlust. It worked! Lin Yi looked at the pieces in front of him and expressed great satisfaction. Flesh and blood are bitterly weak, and the divine soul soars. Gentlemen, the time has come for you to ascend. Obey the law. The group of Buddhas nodded respectfully at Lin Yi, and then one of them grabbed a piece of their own meat and tore it down hard. While tearing, he also shouted excitedly, "I'm going to ascend! Everyone, I'm going to ascend to ultimate bliss! What are you all waiting for?" Chapter 99. This son is as terrifying as he is. A group of Buddhas, like mad, began to frantically tear the flesh and blood from their bodies. The appearance of blood flying across the ground caused the Buddhas not far away who were still battling Xiang Tiange to all stop and look at this scene with some shock. At the end of the day, these Buddhas seemed to dislike the others for tearing too slowly, and directly rushed up, using their hands and teeth to tear the flesh and blood of their fellow disciples as they continued to do so. Each of them had a look of madness on their faces. Ha 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 ha, you're one step closer to ascension. Many thanks. I feel the call of the Buddha. I'm going to become a Buddha. Blood and flesh are bitterly weak, and the divine soul soars.
Lord Buddha honestly does not deceive me. The day I am brought to Buddhahood, I want the world's blood to flow and all souls to float. That's a nice bone you've got there, I'll take it.
A group of Buddhas were as crazy as they were, constantly tearing the flesh and blood of themselves as well as those around them, except for the one who was in the lead. Lin Yi didn't let him do it, there was still a use for keeping him.
Xiang Tianga also winced when he saw this scene. Lin Yi, you're becoming more and more inscrutable. How do you manage to look at a scene like this with a smile on your face?
TSK TSK TSK. I, a devil cultivator, felt BT even looking at it. Sure enough, we're the ones who should be the best brothers.
Ha ha ha, I like your character.
Lin Yi, who was concentrating on the experiment, naturally didn't care what Xiang Tianga said. He had just used a page of scriptures within the sutra to manipulate these Buddhas, exchanging their faith for his own.
Replace the teachings in their dharma with your own.
As expected, it really worked, and the verses inside a page of scripture were definitely several times stronger than the Buddhist kung fu these people possessed.
Only the manner of this dispensation is somewhat peculiar.
At first, Lin Yi thought that the people who were dispensed by this page of scripture would be like those Buddhist slaves in the Buddhist sects and the legends, losing their own consciousness and the whole person being like a puppet. Now it looks completely different. A page of scripture to dispose of a person will fall into insanity, tyranny, destruction, bloodlust, and a host of negative emotions will appear. And they are clearly conscious. In other words, this is a Buddhist scripture that can completely change a person, whether it is from the aspect of faith, spiritual power, or personality, all of them can be completely transformed.
Should I say it's worthy of that evil Rudra's kung fu?
Lin Yi also sighed a little when he saw this scene.
Earlier, when he was in the tomb, he saw the poem, and coupled with the things that the Buddha head had spoken for him in the world of the rosary beads, and associating them together, he naturally knew what kind of Buddha this evil Rudra was. It's simply the evil Buddha of evil Buddhas.
It is just as well that these people in the degree will become insane, and will even blindly worship the chanters.
They'll do whatever they're told to do.
At this moment, the group of old ancestors above the void were also stunned as they watched this scene.
I've long heard that this kid's hobbies are rather special, and today I've seen that it's really true. Ha 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 ha, it's too much to my liking. That's right, treating the enemy like this is the way it should be. Let them die? Death is but too easy, a sword to the throat is the most boring means.
That's right, the innate demonic body falling on him is considered to be not following the wrong person. With the existence of such a person, how can I worry about my extreme bliss sacred land not prospering?
It's like that kid Xiang Tianga, look at him. Is there any point in acting like a demonic cultivator?
He actually just simply blows people's heads off, there's no beauty in it, no way.
That said, the Buddhist means this kid used is a bit too evil, right? It's actually even more evil than the Buddha's deity sutra. Now it seems that what Buddha and Devil's way converge in one body, it's clearly the Devil's venerable evil Buddha, and evil Taoist priests converge in one body. Ha 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 ha.
This son is as terrifying as he is, in a moment, let's also try to see if we can have some fun with his tactics. In that case, we'll have new fun in the future.
What, you want to hit your own disciple? The secret on that kid, none of you can touch it.
This is our future hope. Even if we are demonic cultivators, we can't strike out at our own people. Pass it out, old face, still want it?
Who's going to take a shot at him?
What are you talking about? I probably understand his tactics. Let's turn around and grab those vultures afterward, yank out their divine souls and try to see if we can twist them. Won't that be enough?
Or you know how to play.
The crowd of old ancestors watched in fascination from above the void. It seemed to them that the future inheritor of the Devil's way had to have such means and heart to be able to do so.
In this realistic immortal cultivation world, if you don't have some means and heart, want to stand on top of the clouds? It was a joke, not to mention fighting any upper domains. It's nice not to let people beat you up.
Those Buddhas at the moment were tearing each other apart, quickly revealing white bones all over their bodies, their blood-red tendons and flesh visible to the naked eye. This scene of hell on earth made those Buddhas who were still alive dry heave.
Lin Yi, haven't you had enough fun yet?
Xiang Tianga walked over and lightly patted Lin Yi's shoulder. Looks like I've lost to you. The position of Saint's son is yours. Tomorrow, if you don't want to do it, I'll help you finish off the other sequence disciples and admit defeat. Previously, Lin Yi had thought that Xiang Tianga was joking when he didn't want the position of the Holy Son, but now it seemed that he was actually serious.
You don't want the sonship? I don't care.
Xiang Tianga shrugged his shoulders and continued, you have to know, the position of Saint's son is a position where you can get a large amount of resources tilted, but at the same time, you are representing the sect.
I like to go out looking for excitement when I'm not doing anything. Can I still stop if I become a saint's son? If I commit a few more offenses, the sainthood will be jerked around pretty quickly, so what am I bothering with here?
In this regard, Lin Yi was in deep agreement. With Xiang Tiange's jumpy personality, the door rules were probably no different than blank in his eyes, and it would be strange for him to be able to stand it.
Are you sure you don't want to fight me?
As he said this, Lin Ye's eyes also carried a hint of wariness in them. It was as if Xiang Tiange recognized him, and he likewise felt that Xiang Tiange was the strongest heavenly pride he had seen so far.
Just now, if it wasn't for the sake of enjoying the battle itself, I guess Xiang Tiange would have been able to end the battle quickly. Hey! I'm the type that puts all the big meals on the back burner.
Xiang Tiange bared his teeth and smiled. Naturally, I need to fight you, but it would be too boring to fight now. My Jedi King body will only be able to utilize its true strength when I reach the harmonization realm. I hope to fight you again at that time, using my full strength. Good, in that case, the bet is counted as a win for me, and like you said, I do find it too much of a hassle, so I'll leave those sequence disciples to you tomorrow.
Ha! I'm just saying, I'm lazy too. No, I'm serious.
After saying that, Lin Yi cupped his hands to seal, and an evil Buddha's silhouette appeared behind him.
Chapter 100, It's Just a Piece of Junk. The evil Buddha's shadow followed him and cupped his hands together. Those Buddhas who had exposed their white bones all stood up, and then with their thoroughly exposed eyeballs, they looked at the other normal Buddhas with a deadly glare. What are you guys looking at me for? I admit defeat. I admit defeat. Surrender. Don't come over here, you guys.
Abbot Lin, we were momentarily obsessed, and we made our move on you because of Lord Buddha's orders, so please forgive us.
That's right, I'm willing to be your Buddhist slave, so please spare me for once. The Buddhas knelt on the ground and continuously kowtowed. They had now lost the will to fight. Just now, even after using his full strength, he hadn't been able to stop Xiang Tiange. Similarly, what would happen to the other Buddhas when they went to combine their efforts to attack Lin Yi? More than death, they were afraid of being eaten alive, and by fellow disciples at that. It was a nightmare. But how could Lin Yi let them go at this time? I only saw Lin Yi smile slightly, revealing those white teeth. Don't worry, masters, I see that you're a bit confused and your flesh and blood are bitterly weak, so I'll come and give you a hand. After saying that, Lin Yi casually waved his hand, and those blood slaves quickly stepped as if they were zombies, and rushed towards the group of Buddhas with their teeth and claws open. Lin Yi, you shall not die. You will absolutely go to hell. The heavens are eyeless. To actually allow such a demonic cultivator to act with ferocity, the world will surely be devastated in the future because of him. Ancient Buddha, where are you? Your servant is suffering greatly. Come to my rescue. Even if I die, I'll still pull a few cushions with me. In the face of those blood slaves attacks, some Buddhas chose to break into tears, some knelt down and prayed, and some rose up to fight back. For the first two people, Lin Yi didn't have the slightest interest, but for the last kind of Buddhas who chose to rebel, Lin Yi was much more interested. It was also the first time he had used these blood slaves, so he naturally wanted to see how their battle prowess was. It didn't matter if he didn't look. When he did, even Lin Yi was surprised. Only to see those blood slaves clasping their hands together, for the Buddha's kung fu at their fingertips, only that the golden light that filled the sky turned into blood light. It really does change a person completely. Cultivation would not become weaker, but instead, because the faith became more and more specialized, it caused these blood slaves to go to the next level of strength. Such a strong puppet method was unheard of by Lin Yi. Even Xiang Tiange was surprised as he watched those blood slaves fight. Within a few moments, the battle was actually over. Those Buddhas didn't last long at all and wanted to blow themselves up, but Lin Yi was still there. However, whenever he saw a Buddha trying to self-destruct, he would inspire a strand of sword chi to interrupt its self-destruction hard. Soon the scene was filled with wails and pleas for mercy. Lin Yi's order to the blood slaves was to eat them. It wasn't his bad taste, but in one page of the scripture there was a method about making the blood slaves stronger, and among them, eating the cultivators was the easiest method. Click here. With a harsh chewing sound, those blood slaves devoured the rest of the normal Buddhas. After devouring the flesh and blood, the aura on their bodies became stronger with the naked eye. This method is true. Learning this result made Lin Yi but quite excited. If he was able to get such a large army in the future, what everlasting forest family would have to bow down when they saw him? Don't you all want an emperor to emerge from your own family who will reign over the world? Lin Ming. In the future, how powerful your so-called imperial dynasty is, I will bring my blood slaves to devour you all, and what belongs to me will be taken back after all. Hatred flashed in Lin Ye's eyes.
Xiang Tiange, who was on the side, naturally didn't know what had happened, and he was also being shocked by the fact that this blood slave had gotten stronger.
For making people into puppets was very common among demonic cultivators as well as Buddhist sects.
The devil cultivator is simply to make the cultivator into a machine that has lost its thoughts and feelings, while the Buddhist sect uses the scripture of transfiguration to turn them into Buddhist slaves who only know how to be loyal to the Buddhist sect. With these two methods used, it was basically established that what kind of cultivation those people were, what kind of cultivation they were when they were made into puppets, and they would even lose some of their power. After all, puppets weren't real people, they didn't have a mind, and they were even worse in terms of fighting. But the puppets Lin Yi produced were a bit exaggerated. Not only were they able to have their own thoughts, but with the addition of insanity and bravery, these puppets were 1 point stronger than before. The most outrageous thing is that they also can evolve.
A little meat and you've evolved?
If this were to go and exterminate a few clans, it wouldn't be possible to directly cultivate a group of puppets that would wreak havoc on the world. Hiss. Thinking of that image, Xiang Tiange sucked in a breath of cold air and at the same time got excited, just like what he said at the beginning. He was a person who liked to mess around.
Think of the future of being able to be the enemy of the whole world. Is there any shortage of opponents? Everywhere you go, there are opponents. This is so exciting.
If Xiang Tiange wasn't only at the harmonized god realm right now, he would have wanted to go directly to the major clans and slaughter everyone inside, then have Lin Yi use this puppet method to make a bunch of terrifying puppets.
What forbidden zone, what central state, let's just push all the way across.
Lin Yi was also very satisfied after seeing his results, but these blood puppets were made for the first time, so there were inevitably some flaws. And keeping a bunch of contraptions like that made him look a little sick to his stomach, so it looked like he'd have to keep the flesh and blood off of them next time. Thinking of this, Lin Yi's sword finger flashed.
But
the sword light cut through the bodies of countless blood puppets, and one after another bucket-sized head fell to the ground.
Hey! Don't What did you kill them for? This scene could make Xiang Tiange, who was on the side, heartbroken. Lin Yi looked towards Xiang Tiange strangely. I'm killing my own stuff, what are you screaming about here? Ouch. Xiang Tiange looked regretful. This thing can evolve all the time, isn't it good for you to keep them? Why kill them?
These are just scraps, if you want them, I'll just make them next time.
That easy? It's that simple. Xiang Tiange was speechless for a while. If he had known that it was that easy to make it, he would have been heartbroken my ass. Now it's good, it's become the emperor is not in a hurry and the eunuch is in a hurry. Yuck. I'm not a eunuch.
Right at this moment, Xiang Tiange saw sitting on the ground, that Buddha who was in the lead, and at this moment, he didn't have any blood or wounds on his body. After all, Lin Yi's order to him was for him to sit quietly.
So unlike the other berserk blood slaves, that leading Buddha didn't change much.
It was basically the same as before, except for the occasional flash of red in his eyes.
If you've killed them all, what are you keeping this for? Chapter 101. Keeping him is naturally keeping the evidence. They were the ones who made the first move against me. As righteous people we should naturally be justified. Looking at Lin Yi's look of righteousness, Xiang Tiange was speechless for a while. Look at this human tragedy around you, and you're still a righteous person?
If you were a righteous person, then there would be no devil practitioners in the world, and then I would simply be as kind as a flower.
Lin Yi didn't care what Xiang Tiange was thinking, and continued on his own. Aside from keeping the evidence, there's another thing. Xiang Tiange was puzzled. What else?
Lin Yi's gaze towards that Buddha was filled with coldness. The Buddhist sect gave me such a great gift, how can I not return it? Since they started it, no matter what kind of tactics I use afterward, it's all within reason.
So I'm going to use this Buddha to teach them an interesting lesson. Dog eat dog should be fun, right? To with the Buddhists? Take me one.
Don't worry, I'll help you with all the sequence disciples tomorrow, but you have to add me to the Buddhist sect.
I haven't had a good time today. Xiang Tiange's face was filled with excitement.
He felt more and more that befriending Lin Yi was one of the best decisions he had ever made. The man in front of him always brings him excitement.
If Lin Yi knew what Xiang Tiange said now, he would probably absolutely kick him out.
Lin Yi walked over to the Buddha and stretched out a hand against his head as a large amount of memories began to integrate into Lin Yi's sea of consciousness. The situation of the Jataka temple, the Buddhist slaves, the Buddhist kung fu, and that final appearance of the Lord of Buddha. Everything appeared in Lin Yi's sea of consciousness. With regard to evil Rudra, this head Buddha did not know much, only that evil Rudra was a recognized sinner in the Buddhist sect, and that there was no knowledge of exactly what he had done. Lin Yi didn't expect much from him either. Only emerging realm Buddha just in the Buddhist sect, far from reaching the core position, understand not much is also very normal. To find out more, unless Lin Yi was able to capture the Buddha Lord, after all, that old man was the one who knew the most about it all. Only now Lin Yi he didn't have the ability to do that. Unbeknownst to them, the old ancestors above the void were already discussing this matter. Kid Lin has his own ideas, let's just let him do it, but the Buddhist sect still has to give us an explanation before he can do so. What do we need to explain? Let's just take our men and fight our way in, we're in the right, we're not afraid of anything. Who the hell is afraid? Didn't you see? Lin Kid has a considerable ability to restrain those Buddhist vultures, this if we wait for him to grow up, ha 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 ha, all those ancient Buddhists will have to bow down to the old man. Say, is the Shirizi gone? By Lin Kid so play, Shirizi surely can't be practiced, alas, I still want to make a string, look at the string on Lin Kid's hand, it's clear that it's refined with 18 cultivators, simply too forced. You're an idiot, so many Buddhist vultures are in our sect, can we still let them go tomorrow? Don't worry, I'll help you capture the Buddha Lord and dish out a string of relics refined by the Buddha Lord, wouldn't that be very pushy? Oops, when you said that, I suddenly remembered what I'm going to give Lin Kid as a meet and greet gift, the Buddha Lord is mine, none of you are allowed to rob it. A group of old guys were discussing fiercely above the void. Below that, Lin Yi started destroying the corpses, burning those Buddha's corpses directly with spirit fire. As for the golden mantle, he ordered the Buddha at the head of the group to take it in. The two of them, he and Xiang Tianga, walked back to Qingyu Peak as if nothing had happened. Meanwhile, the Holy Lord's Hall. At this moment, the Extreme Bliss Demon Sovereign was sitting on his chair with his teeth showing. He was literally in pain right now. Not had bored, this group of vultures seems to have that big disease, big night not to go to rest, come to ing find him a magic cultivator on the road? Do we have anything in common? You're just going to talk about it? If it wasn't for the Extreme Bliss Fiend who thought that he had hidden himself deeply enough, he would have thought that this group of vultures knew that he had injuries on his body and purposely made the pain unbearable for him. This discussion on the Tao has been discussed for half the night. As a cultivator, naturally, he will not be sleepy, but he is in pain. The wounds on his body were like countless sharp blades constantly scraping his flesh, and the pain was too much for the average person to bear. The Extreme Bliss Devil had never risen with such a firm heart to destroy the Buddha. Why don't you continue to listen to me, schizo? Seeing that the Devil Sovereign was ignoring him, Lord Buddha once again leaned in, clearly intending to speak the Dharma for a person of the devil cultivation. I said, are you done? Are you done? Extreme Bliss Devil finally still can't hold back, said angrily, we are both of the same generation, before in the fight for the fairy is not unknown, you always a mouth a shishir, what's wrong with it, after becoming the Buddha Lord began to pretend for me is not it? Amat Ba Buddha. Poor monk. Poor your sister's monk. The Extreme Bliss Demon Sovereign didn't give the monk a chance to open his mouth at all, and went up for a wild bombardment. You said you want to find me to discuss the Tao, what do you want to discuss? Tell me, what do you want to discuss? What's the best at killing and setting fires? Or on the specific steps of refining a person into a Dan? Have you gone off the deep end from practicing Buddhism? Then please go back to your Zhelan temple, why are you having a seizure here in my place? Being bombarded by the Extreme Bliss Fiend like this, even the Buddha Lord who was bent on stalling him was somewhat confused. No, aren't you guys going to the right path in the Holy Land of Ultimate Bliss? They've all changed their name to Zhengqi men. Now what's the point of arguing with you and you're in your original form? Giver, are you? Don't bull me. The Extreme Bliss Demon Sovereign's tone was filled with impatience. Speak up, are you baldies planning to go to war with us? If so, we'll proceed, and you'll all cut the crap. I'm tired of listening to this one night, with all its nonsense. Lord Buddha, ? At this moment, not to mention the Buddha Lord, even the other people of the Garland Temple were in a daze. They had never thought that this Extreme Bliss Demon Sovereign would actually be so strong. Looking at his expression, it seemed as if he had broken. One must know that even though the Academy had left now, those who stayed in the sacred land of extreme bliss, but there was still the Xianyu sacred land. Being able to be called a holy land was proof that everyone was about the same strength. No matter how strong you are in the sacred land of ultimate bliss, even if all of the ancestors have returned, it's still impossible to fight one against two, right? It's hard to believe that this Extreme Bliss Devil. Lord Buddha's eyes narrowed lightly. During the day, he felt that something was not right. The sudden departure of the bookstore was just too strange. There was no one who didn't understand Chu Wuya's person, that would be purely and simply a madman. Chapter 102 Goming. You've gone off the deep end. Thinking that the academy is the head of the righteous path all day long in addition to the justice of the heavens, there is no other pursuit. In the sight of the holy land of bliss, many young demonic cultivators rise. It's just as well if you don't think about getting rid of the demons, or even just leave. Could it be that Chu Wuya has discovered something? Oops. When Lord Buddha thought that he had already sent people to capture Lin Yi, his heart felt a little weak. The extreme bliss fiend was so strong, and with his entire body twisting and turning like a large silkworm chrysalis, he must have some means. It's not likely that you and the others are falling into the other side's trap. Thinking of this, Lord Buddha directly transmitted a message to his men, tell Wuming and the others to hurry back. The plan is cancelled. We'll discuss the matter of the evil Rudra in the long run. Hearing Lord Buddha's words, his men didn't dare to be careless, and at the dead center of the extreme bliss demon lord in the other's line of sight, a monk took out a rosary. Along with the surge of spiritual energy, the rosary beads also glowed slightly. This was the magic weapon they had prepared in order to be able to communicate in a timely manner. Even with the array pattern isolation, this magic treasure was still able to send out the message in time. The message from that monk was very brief, only one sentence. Cancel the plan. All return to their positions. The Buddhist sect has always been forbidding. After all, we all share the same beliefs and have a very strict registration system. But after sending the message, there was a delay in receiving a response. Seeing the sweaty appearance of his men, Lord Buddha seemed to understand that those men of his were afraid that something had gone wrong. Just as Lord Buddha was planning to find a reason to just take the people of the Garland Temple and leave, the monk who was in charge of the liaison, his eyes lit up. He received a message from his own family. In his haste, after first giving the Buddha Lord a wink, he began to listen carefully to the news coming from within. The message back to him was just as brief, and only a short sentence. The plan failed, and now returns to its place. Hearing these words, that monk immediately transmitted these words to Lord Buddha. Sure enough, something happened. The Buddha Lord had a look that said it all. He knew that this move of the extreme bliss demon sovereign being emboldened and also taking the initiative to lift the table was bound to contain a deep meaning. Thinking of this, Lord Buddha hurriedly opened his mouth and said, "Scholar, the news came from the temple. It seems that there is a big matter that needs to wait for poor monks to make a decision, so I may not be able to watch your clan's Holy Land competition. Please forgive me for the offense." The devil of ultimate bliss. He looked at Lord Buddha's bare head and couldn't wait to jump up and go straight up and punch him. I forced myself to endure my injuries and argue with you here just to avoid you guys saying that I am not well entertained. Now that something big is happening inside your temple, you're just going to leave? You really think I'm a good guy, don't you? There's still fire in a mudman, let alone an old man. Do you bald asses not want to get well? Boom! Just as the extreme bliss demon sovereign was about to lose his temper, the door to the Holy Lord's Hall was pushed open. The Buddha who had fought against Lin Yi before walked in. His face was filled with seriousness. It looked as if something big was happening. The disciples guarding the hall didn't stop him. After all, Lord Buddha and the others were still inside the hall discussing the Tao with their own demonic father. Gomez. Seeing the visitor, Lord Buddha was pleasantly surprised, although it was said that the plan had failed, but the fact that the person was able to come back and that there hadn't been any reaction within the sacred ground of ultimate bliss proved that there hadn't been an east window. Worthy of being a disciple of his own family, even if he failed in his mission, he was still able to not reveal the news. But in the next second, Lord Buddha's face instantly stiffened. Only to hear that Buddha say in a deep voice, "Lord Buddha, that mission you gave us to capture Lin Yi has failed." Extreme bliss demon sovereign? Lord Buddha? The Buddhas as well as the elders? Everyone in the great hall looked at the Buddha incredulously, not understanding why he had uttered those words. It was the Buddha Lord who reacted first and said angrily, "What are you talking about? When did I ask you to capture Lin Yi? Amitpa Buddha, it seems that you, Wuming, have fallen deep into the demonic barrier and are hallucinating." As Lord Buddha spoke, he transmitted his voice in a roaring voice, "Wuming, are you crazy you? Is that something that can be said here? If you go crazy again, when we return to the temple, I will send you to infernal hell." Who knows that Wuming not only did not have the intention of stopping, but instead looked at the Lord of the Buddha suspiciously. "Wasn't it you who said that Lin Yi had a destiny with my Garland Monastery, and therefore you wanted to incarnate him into me?" Shut up! Seeing that the faces of the group from the sacred land of ultimate bliss were getting darker and darker, Lord Buddha angrily scolded Wuming before turning back to look at the demon of ultimate bliss once again. Cough cough. At those words, the faces of the people from the sacred land of ultimate bliss still had no intention of easing up.
The extreme bliss demon sovereign spoke even more slowly. I say Baldy, do you think I'm an idiot and therefore easy to fool? Lord Buddha smiled in a far-fetched manner. What makes you say that, scholar? You don't think we're really going to go and do something in your territory, do you? Wouldn't it? The extreme bliss demon sovereign asked rhetorically. It's not like we've known each other for just a few days. You bald donkey had a bellyful of bad water when you were young. I'd say, what are you suddenly looking for me to discuss the Tao for today? I thought you had a brain cramp before, but now it looks like you're trying to stop us. The more he spoke, the more angry he became, and by the time he reached the end, a hideous color had appeared on the face of the extreme bliss demon sovereign. Good calculation. What a good calculation. Using the excuse of discussing the Tao with us to deal with our heavenly pride. What's outrageous is that you guys are doing it on our turf? Shu Wuyet isn't even as crazy as you. It's still you, Baldy. In that case. As he said this, a terrifying might erupted from the body of the extreme bliss fiend. The formation patterns in the hall buzzed and lit up, obviously because of the extreme bliss demon sovereign's aura, causing the formation to be activated passively. At the same time, many elders were scattered everywhere and surrounded the group of Buddhas in a closed circle. Lord Buddha glared viciously at Wuming. How could he not imagine why Wuming, who was usually so intelligent, was confused at this time? Can you say this to Lin Yi in front of the people of the sacred land of ultimate bliss? Have you gone off the deep end? Are you out of your mind? While at this moment, Wuming glanced innocently at Lord Buddha and continued to speak. Lord Buddha, what the little monk said was incorrect. Why are you looking at the little monk with such an expression? Monks do not play lies. The little monk is willing to be all cultivation is proof. The little monk and others really did not take Lin Yi. Okay. No need to say any more. Lord Buddha directly interrupted Wuming's words, then turned his head to look at the extreme bliss demon. Sure, master, this matter is bound to be poor monks within the temple in the middle of the good do advocate, to be poor monks back to the temple. This matter will definitely give you a satisfactory explanation. Chapter 103. That's the old ancestors' heart meat. What? The extreme bliss devil looked at the Buddha Lord with an expression like you think I'm an idiot. Between Holy Lands and Holy Lands, normally there was no direct outbreak of head-on conflict. After all, once the war between the Holy Lands was started, then it would mean that it wouldn't end for a very long time, and now that it was the Golden Age, time was chance. Lord Buddha just said that is already softened, and finally pay a certain amount of benefits, though apology will be conveyed to the Holy Land of ultimate bliss, this matter will be over. Finding someone to take the blame, this was indeed something that the higher-ups often did, but the extreme bliss demon sovereign was different. Although he was noble as a holy lord, most of the time he was taking the blame for the old ancestors. So when he heard Lord Buddha speak in this way, he directly substituted himself. This time the Buddha Lord was directly in the middle of a gun. You think it's over? Seeing the extreme bliss fiend's sinewy and trembling appearance, Lord Buddha was also a bit surprised. It was important to know that this time, Lin Yi hadn't suffered any injuries, but instead, only one of the people they had sent out had returned. You'll have to be knocked down a peg by the sacred land of ultimate bliss later on. This result is not good enough? Is Lin Yi your bastard son? Why do you look like that? The expression on the extreme bliss demon's face at this moment was practically cannibalistic, mentally, with the perspective of the sufferer's self-substitution, and physically, with dozens of wounds that were unbearably painful. Pain can already make a person irritable and furious, plus substituting their own bitter drama. It's already 1 + 1. Scholar. The poor monk will definitely give you an explanation. The matter of striking out at your sect's disciples will be thoroughly investigated by the poor monk when he goes back. The culprits will also be placed at your disposal. Seeing this look on the extreme bliss fiend's face, Lord Buddha was also a bit flustered. In his younger days, he knew the man in front of him, and he was purely and simply a mixed-up master. Now that he and the others were still in someone else's territory, if they were not careful, wouldn't they all be wiped out? And the matter itself was the Buddha sect being rude in the first place. The Buddha Lord gritted his teeth, and he even planned to introduce a Vice Saint Lord to be the backstabber when he returned. While expressing his sincerity, he also asked the sacred ground of ultimate bliss to never spread this matter. Since ancient times, the king had become the loser. If their plan had succeeded in taking Lin Yi, then who cared what the sacred land of extreme bliss as well as the people of the world thought? But now that they have failed, they have to block the news. Otherwise, their face, their reputation would all be lost to their grandmother's house. Stealing a chicken is not a good idea. These are the words that Lord Buddha wants to laugh at himself the most within himself today.
It was imperative to stabilize the extreme bliss fiend before it was possible to do so, now that forces large and small were all guests at the extreme bliss Holy Land. If they tear their faces off at this time, they will be finished with the Galan Monastery. But the Buddha Lord did not expect that kind of softening. The extreme music demon face still did not have the slightest ease, and even more twisted up. Bald ass. You think that by giving me some favors, this will be over? That's the most elite disciple of our Holy Land. It can be said that he's the heart and palm of all of our old ancestors. You want to get rid of me with a few words? And what about handing the culprit over to me? That's nice. You're so nice. Do you people of Galing Temple still want to go out? Boom! Accompanied by a roar from the extreme bliss demon sovereign, the demonic aura around him erupted out. The many elders all looked towards the Galan Temple's group with scarlet gazes. As long as their own Holy Lord said a word, then they were going to make their move. Stop. Lord Buddha at this time, which dares to direct action, hastily and anxiously opened his mouth. Master. Not, brother, how about this, you say how on how? After all, this matter is our fault in the first, you say, want what kind of compensation, poor monks all are forced to bear. Absolutely no second words. The Buddhas of the Garland Monastery, one by one, had somewhat darkened faces. When have they ever been so humiliated? Even if the plan failed, the face of the Galing Temple, their Buddha Lord, was there to talk about compensation to a devil in a lowly manner, and even uttered the words of promising everything to the other party. Although he was furious to the core inwardly, he did not dare to say anything more in the slightest. The surrounding demonic cultivators, whose eyes glowed red, as if they had red eyes, were no lightweights. This is the lair of the demonic cultivators, and in order to hold them back, Lord Buddha had specially asked the other party to keep the core elders here to discuss the sermon together. It's like lifting a rock and stoning yourself. Promise anything I say? The expression of the extreme bliss devil soothed, his eyes smiling as he looked toward the Buddha Lord. The latter knew that the other party was going to ask for a lion's share of the money. But people are the chopping board of a knife and I'm the meat of a fish. It's not possible not to agree at this time. Do they still want to get out of the Holy Land of ultimate bliss safely? Thinking of this, the Buddha Lord gritted his teeth and nodded. Dao brother, you say it, as long as it is what I can fulfill, I will certainly fulfill all of them. You are not right. Even if I can't fulfill the ones I can't, I'll find a way to do so. Was going to leave myself a way out by keying in. However, halfway through speaking, the extreme bliss devil was there rolling up his arms and sleeves, and the Buddha Lord hastily shifted his words. Well, since you're so sincere, let's have that nirvana of yours. Just as the extreme bliss demon sovereign was planning to say that he wanted the other party's technique, a sudden change appeared on his face. A voice came to his ears. Damn, you kid in the end cannot do extortion will not even knock? I'm going to kill you. The extreme bliss demon Zun knew that this was the voice of his own third ancestor. The owner of this voice had beaten him up just before, so how could it not be memorized? Then he transmitted his voice, third ancestor, this Nirvana sacred law should be this guy's limit. If he continues to ask for more, I'm afraid he won't give it. You want it. Don't care if he gives it or not, you have to ask for it first. I've never seen such a disgraceful demon Zun as you. Next time you go out, remember to disguise yourself a little bit, and don't say that you're from the sacred land of ultimate bliss. The extreme bliss fiend was a bit speechless, but the Buddha Lord on the opposite side was even more speechless than him. You guys really want to catch a toad and piss on it? Do you think the poor monk is blind? Can't you see your lips are slightly moving? If I wasn't negotiating to ask me for something, kill me. Okay. The Nirvana sacred law, right? It's yours. If you can't make it up to me, I'll give you a few million more spirit stones and this will be over. This place is not a good place to stay for a long time, you have to leave before you can do so. A moment later, the extreme bliss demon sovereign came back to his senses and looked at the Buddha Lord with a straight face. Ahem. What's that? I'm sorry, I was lost in thought just now. I don't think you should see any offense. Lord Buddha looked at that expression on the other party's face and cursed in his heart. Guess whether I believe it or not. However, in order to be able to settle the matter as quickly as possible, he did not poke at the other party's lies. Chapter 104 and the Nirvana Holy Law? Instead, he smiled and said, Dao brother is wanting the poor monk's Nirvana Holy Dharma, right? Poor monk has heard that your sect's disciple, Lin Yi, is similarly related to Buddha. This Nirvana sacred law is also considered to have been chosen by a British master. Since this is the case, the poor monk will give this sacred law to Brother Dao. And the poor monk will also personally offer 5 million spirit stones to make up for your losses. Oh? Those surrounding elders of the sacred land of ultimate bliss, hearing that this old monk was so sensible, one by one withdrew the aura on their bodies. The Buddha master of the Galan temple has conceded defeat and softened and has also taken the initiative to make compensation. Well, now it seems that he is still oddly obedient. Since this is the case, it is not impossible to spare him. However, the extreme bliss demon lord shook his head. Alas! Bald. Cough. Doubt you. In fact, we devil and Buddha both belong to the road within, and at the same time the power of the southern region. This is a family. I actually do not want to manage you want what the so-called compensation. But it can't be helped. I've just been informed that that disciple of mine, Zhengqi, has suffered a Dao injury, the so-called Dao injury. I think you should know better than me how serious it is. Originally I wanted your Nirvana sacred law to help him, but now it won't work. He seems to have been Taoist wounded deep into his soul. Without your Buddha sect's precious golden flower, I'm afraid it will be difficult to heal. After the group of elders around them heard the demonic father say that Zhengqi had suffered a Dao injury, their eyes became ferocious once again. However, when the demon father mentioned the treasure phase lotus, their expressions instantly became odd. The precious lotus flower, as we all know, that is the most precious treasure of the Buddhist sect. Legend has it that it is a treasure used by an ancient Buddha for enlightenment, and it is tainted with the breath of the ancient Buddha, and it has great magical powers. Lord Buddha even used it as a magic treasure, and when he was fighting against someone, he offered it up, making his whole body of Buddhist teachings stronger and stronger. What the hell does that have to do with a dog injury? The selfsame Holy Lord is trying to fight the fall, huh? Lord Buddha's face had turned red. How could he not expect that this extreme bliss demon sovereign would actually ask for a lion's share of the money? Not to mention the fact that that precious phase golden lotus was an ancient Buddha's inheritance, that golden lotus itself was also a powerful magic treasure, and in a way, it was not too much compared to a supreme artifact. And it is also a symbol of his status as a Buddhist lord. Hand over the precious phase golden lotus? Even if he agreed, those Buddhas at the Galangal temple wouldn't agree. Fruity. The Buddhas all held their Zen staffs in their hands and looked toward the ultimate demon sovereign with angry faces, as if waiting for an order from the Lord of the Buddhas. They would rise up in a group and attack. Lord Buddha glanced at those demonic cultivators around him and took a deep breath, suppressing that thought of killing his way out. Dao brother, this request is forgiven as the poor monk is not able to agree to it. That golden lotus is a legacy left behind by the ancient Buddha of my temple, and it is not something that the poor monk alone can make the decision to give it away. What? The extreme bliss fiend had a look of displeasure on his face. Then what the hell are you talking about? I'm going to be furious. Wait a minute. Wait. An elder trotted up and blocked his own demonic father. Holy Lord, we cannot be angry. You also see, this bald. This master is still very sincere. You first do not be angry. Let me go and talk to him. After saying that, that elder came to the Buddha Lord's face and said softly, "O master, as you can see, my holy Lord is furious. It's scary when he gets mad. I'm afraid that all of you Buddhas won't be able to walk out. Alas. Think I, the sacred ground of ultimate bliss, have changed my name to the righteousness sect, and I am bent on working hard in order to maintain the righteousness of the world. Dharma treasures are things outside of the body. Master, aren't you a monk? It's also your responsibility to offer a contribution for the sake of the righteous path. Come on, I've stopped my family's holy Lord. How nice that you'll bring out the golden lotus again and we'll all be happy." Listening to the person in front of me talking nonsense here. Even Lord Buddha had raised a trifle of fire. He couldn't wait to slap this asshole in front of him, but reason told him that he couldn't do it at this time. Just as the Buddha Lord was about to say something, the extreme bliss demon sovereign suddenly shouted, "Ancestors! Don't come over yet, we're in the middle of a conversation. People have agreed to take out the precious phase golden lotus as compensation, so if you guys come in here and kill all of you, won't you be tarnishing the name of my Zhengqi sect? Forget it, one precious phase golden lotus is enough. I'll pack for them, they'll definitely take it out." Lord Buddha was there watching the other party direct themselves, his heart angry but unable to do anything about it. The situation is stronger than the people. People were really able to summon the old ancestor. Taoist brother, can this matter still be discussed and negotiated? The poor monk is willing to. No more talking. No more talks. Boo. The Holy Lord kicked over the table full of spiritual food in front of him, and because of the wound involved, a grimace was shown, an expression that was rather more able to show his anger. Old dang, I've given you several chances. Are you still going to rub it in here? In that case, let's see what happens underhand. You injured my disciples, right? Fine, it should be fine for all of you to suffer from Dao injuries once, right? Don't say I won't give you a chance, although we, the Zhengqi sect, are the leader of the righteous path, but you made the first move, then don't blame us for being unkind and unrighteous. After saying that, the extreme bliss demon sovereign headed in the direction of the Buddha Lord, and the people on both sides simultaneously offered up their magic treasures. A big battle was inevitable. It was at this time that Lord Buddha reached out and stopped the Buddhas behind him. After sighing softly, a golden lotus appeared in his hand with a flash of light. The reason why that golden lotus was called a golden lotus was because the whole body was golden in color, as if it was poured with golden juice. Above each lotus leaf, an ancient Buddhist phrase was inscribed, and the moment it appeared in the hands of the Buddha Lord, the entire hall was reminded of the sound of the Buddha, and that golden lotus looked like a precious and solemn treasure, just as if it was an uncommon magic treasure. Lord Buddha. It must not be. If we give the golden lotus to the demonic cultivators, how will we be able to live with ourselves when we return to the temple? That's right. The ancient Buddha is disgraced, and this great karma will be tainted on us as well. Lord Buddha, please think twice. Hearing the hissing persuasion of a group of Buddhas, Lord Buddha waved his hand. There is no need to speak more on this matter, since we are the ones who can't control our own men and went to lay hands on others. We have already violated the clear rules of the temple. If I don't go to hell, who will go to hell? This karma, I'll take it on myself. After saying that, Lord Buddha gritted his teeth and then threw the golden lotus towards the extreme bliss demon. The latter was also incredulous after receiving the golden lotus. How could he not expect that this Buddha Lord would actually give him the golden lotus of the precious phase? So casually? But it was impossible to fake the scent on top of the golden lotus, so this was bound to be the real thing. What a strong man. If this one doesn't die, I'm afraid there will be a big change in the future. Lord Buddha gave the golden lotus to the demon of ultimate bliss, who instead turned on him. In order to live, everything is given up, even to the extent of staining the karma. Such a person is too mean. If it is not killed, I am afraid. While the extreme bliss demon sovereign was pondering, the elder who had spoken earlier walked over once again. Demon sovereign, take it. Seeing how he looks so fleshed out, coupled with this aura, the golden lotus is bound to be no fake. And the sacred law of nirvana? What nirvana's sacred law? Why are you like this? The elder looked at his own demonic father with a confused expression. I didn't say the nirvana sacred law. Chapter 105, aren't you ashamed? Why are you like this? What nirvana method do you want? He has given us the golden lotus of the precious phase, and we still want his nirvana sacred method, aren't we beasts? The extreme bliss demon sovereign looked at that elder with a pained expression. Unbeknownst to him, the one who was most confused was that elder. He didn't even know what his own demonic father meant. He didn't say anything, much less the method of nirvana, and as a result, the pot went straight to him. The extreme bliss demon sovereign's gaze toward that elder was filled with hatred. Even sighing in my mind. If that boy, Cheng's pillar, had been around at this time, he would have definitely resolved things perfectly. As a demon lord, could he speak freely at this time? Did he not want to lose face? LOL. If it wasn't for the fact that Cheng's pillar was a member of the younger generation and was still a follower of Lin Yi, he would have had to get Cheng's pillar by his side, and if he really couldn't, there would have been no problem with giving him an elder's position. After all, talent is just too hard to come by. Just Cheng's column, that character, if it is here, must scold the Buddha Lord full of peach blossoms, and will also honestly give all the benefits. Which uses him, a demonic father, to go through so much trouble. There. It was at this time that Lord Buddha spoke. He had obviously had enough. The nirvana sacred law is it? I'll give it. After saying that, Lord Buddha directly threw a stream of light out. The extreme bliss demon father directly took the stream of light in his hands and sighed. Aya, tell me about you. What do I say about you? It's the same as the original. You're still such a real character. I didn't even want it. Although the words were said so, the extreme bliss demon sovereign very skillfully threw that stream of light into his Chin Kuan ring. Can the poor monk take the people away this time? Lord Buddha said in a deep voice. Upon hearing this, a side elder excitedly spoke to the demon lord. Demon lord, this time we've made it worthwhile. And spirit stones? What spirit stones are needed? Ha? Elder with a question mark on his face? I blamed him just now, and I'm still blaming him this time? When did he say spiritual stones again? Let me tell you, Lord Buddha, he was my close friend when I was young. The relationship between the two of us, that can simply wear a pair of pants, it's this kind of relationship that gave us the golden lotus of the precious phase, gave us the nirvana sacred laws, and now you still want spirit stones? How are you different from that beast? The elder of the extreme bliss Holy Land no longer knew what to say. His mouth was wide open as he looked incredulously at his own holy lord. The look seemed inquiring and lifeless. Lord Buddha. Seeing that the Buddha Lord was speechless for a while, the extreme bliss demon sovereign hurriedly spoke, "Good brother, just go, it's fine, don't worry, these people have turned against the heavens, they all dared to blackmail you in front of me, I will definitely not allow such a thing to happen. Take the spirit stone." Lord Buddha directly threw a Qiankuan ring over. After receiving the Qiankuan ring, the extreme bliss demon Zun carefully examined it, and immediately smiled with a wide-eyed smile. "Aya, brother, you're too polite. We are all our own people, what are we doing with all this?" "Ha!" Lord Buddha laughed perfunctorily twice. "They're all his own people, it's normal to give more compensation." By the time he got to the end, he was basically saying the words through clenched teeth. It had never been them, the Garland Monastery, who took advantage of others, without thinking that they would spend their days hunting eagles, only to be pecked by house sparrows. He's being blackmailed like crazy by people? The situation is stronger than the people. Now the Lord Buddha only wants to leave safely. These things will naturally be recovered in the future. Now let them have fun for 2 days and how? So can we go now? Of course. The extreme bliss fiend had a puzzled expression. "Brothers, when did I ever say that I wouldn't let you go? We are our own people, and this is your home. Don't worry, you can come and go whenever you want, I'll welcome you anytime with a bare heart. Then the poor monk will take." Put. Just then, the sound of entering flesh rang out. Lord Buddha slowly turned his head and looked at the person in front of him incredulously. "That man is Gohan." At this moment, Wuming was holding a boning knife, and that boning knife plunged directly into the back of Lord Buddha, straight into his heart. Today, only one hilt is exposed. Lord Buddha. Numerous Buddhas were enraged. How could they not expect that Go-Ming would sneak up on their Buddha Lord at this time? One must know that Wuming was a Buddha slave who had been revolutionized, and his loyalty to Chengdu was 100%, and it was absolutely impossible for him to betray. If there was no such ability, how could the Garland Monastery have gone on to sensitize the world's strongest people with impunity? "Gomez!" Lord Buddha roared out, "Do you know what you're doing?" "Ha!" Go-Ming sneered and spoke, "Of course I know what I'm doing. And do you understand what you're doing?" "Aha!" This one rhetorical question, on the contrary, made the Buddha Lord won't. Fighting back the pain in his heart, he inquired, "What did I do? Don't you realize what you've done?" Wuming snapped, "You asked me to bring people to attack that ancient Buddha reincarnated Lin Yi, it's simply a heinous crime." Lord Buddha, ? Extreme bliss demon sovereign, ? A group of Buddhas and elders? Not to mention the fact that there is no reincarnation in this world, just say Lin Yi, he is the reincarnation of the ancient Buddha? Are you kidding me? What kind of ancient Buddha is that cruel to people and eats them at every turn? I'm afraid it's not an evil Buddha? And if it's really the reincarnation of an ancient Buddha, how could the people of Galing Monastery not notice? Instead, you let a Buddhist slave see it? It's simply a slip of the tongue. Are you crazy? Buddha light erupted from Lord Buddha's body, enveloping Go-Ming in it. The Buddha slaves were all valuable properties of the Galing temple, naturally they could not be killed at will. He thought that something had gone wrong with the Deity Sutra, so he once again used his profound Buddhist teachings to try to awaken Go-Ming. Pust! Another sound into the flesh rang out. Go-Ming he actually took that boning knife out and stuck it back in, causing Lord Buddha to suffer secondary injuries. Under normal circumstances, not to mention inserting the sword into the Buddha's main body, even if he wanted to break the Buddha's main body's defense, he couldn't even do it. After all, the cultivation gap between the Buddha's main body and Go-Ming was just too great. However, that bone-culling blade was simply too terrifying, and was actually able to easily break through a strong person's body, ignoring that body protection technique. This, coupled with the fact that the Lord of the Buddha would not have the slightest defense against the Buddha slave, was what allowed Go-Ming to score twice. "It's you who's crazy." Wuming's face had a few moments of insanity as he roared, "The fact that you asked me to go and make a move against the reincarnation of an ancient Buddha was itself your fault, and the fact that you actually remained unrepentant when you learned of the truth afterward. What's more, you also gave the supreme treasure of my Garland temple, the golden lotus of the treasure phase, as well as that nirvana sacred law to the demonic cultivators. Won't you be ashamed of yourself? As the Buddha of 10,000 Buddhas, for you to dishonor the reputation of my Garland temple in such a manner is simply an unforgivable sin." Chapter 106. Those Buddhas around them had wanted to come forward to take Go-Ming down. But they all froze in place after hearing those words. Thinking about it, it was indeed true that the Lord of the Buddha had handed over the golden lotus of the precious phase and had given the nirvana sacred laws and the spirit stones, without having any dignity as the Lord of the Buddha at all. Coupled with the fact that it was absolutely impossible for a Buddhist slave to betray the characteristics of the Garland monastery, the Buddhas all fell into deep thought.
Could it be that our own Lord Buddha has really betrayed? And defected to the devil's sect?
Otherwise, how could he be so pained? To know he is the Buddha Lord, the precious phase golden lotus is bound to be his magic treasure, so painfully talk about the precious phase golden lotus handed over, and his character does not match up. Looking at the questioning gazes of those Buddhas around him, the Lord of the Buddha burst into a fit of exasperation.
Goming, I think you're really in a demonic state and don't realize it.
Saying that, Lord Buddha slapped his hand, and a strong golden light shone throughout the hall. If this palm was slapped solidly, it would definitely be able to cause Goming's body to die. But at this very moment, a Buddha stepped forward and directly blocked the center of Lord Buddha and Wuming, and that large palm was directly blocked by him.
Lord Buddha, what Goming said, don't you want to explain?
Lord Buddha, ? At this moment, the demon dignitaries of the Extreme Bliss Holy Land as well as the elders all stood to the side, looking at them with the appearance of melon eaters.
After all, dog-eat-dog opportunities are so rare that they'd be sorry they were standing on the spot if they didn't eat the melon.
Such an excellent eating position, no amount of spirit stones would be given in exchange. Lord Buddha's heart was also bursting with anger at this time. How could he not have thought that what a Buddha slave said, the elders of his own family actually believed in it, and even blocked him, preventing him from killing that Buddha slave?
Get out of my way.
But what Lord Buddha got for being so angry was more Buddhas standing in front of him, looking at him with a wary face.
Lord Buddha, in this matter, you need to give an explanation. Wuming absolutely cannot be killed by you so simply. He is a witness, and the matter of the reincarnation of the ancient Buddha needs to be argued as well.
Ha! Lord Buddha had an incredulous look on his face. Don't you guys know that the truly powerful never believe in reincarnation?
Have you guys practiced Buddhism for so many years to the dogs? Do you want to kill someone?
Wuming stepped forward, his face devoid of joy or sadness, without the slightest fear of the Lord Buddha laying a deadly hand on him.
Instead, he clasped his hands together and lightly recited Amitba.
Lord Buddha, are you in such a hurry to kill me because you are afraid that your purpose will be revealed to the world? When I went forward to kill Lingyi, you specifically told me that Lingyi was able to cause my Buddhist sect's top apparitions, and that he must be endowed with great merits and wishes. Such a person must be admitted to my Garland temple.
But what do you mean by turning your head back to that book of taking over?
If I hadn't read those scriptures before, I would have almost been fooled by you. Lord Buddha looked at Wuming in horror. He didn't understand how a Buddha slave could become like this. It was just as well that he dared to fight hard against himself. He even defamed himself so much.
Scriptures for taking over? When did one read those things?
Although his own this pair of stinky skin, not that kind of heaven-defying qualifications, but the same as also the pride of heaven, the road to immortality, may not be unable to compete.
And he's still in his prime. What's the point of taking the house?
But those Buddhas obviously believed it, and each of them looked at their own Buddha Lord in shock.
So that was the intention. No wonder. Lord Buddha, you haven't even recognized Lingyi as the reincarnation of an ancient Buddha until now. Think about it. If you weren't the reincarnation of an ancient Buddha, how could you possess the top ectoplasm of my Buddhist sect?
Amitba Buddha, Lord Buddha, you might as well state your problem first.
That's right, I've long since realized that there's something wrong with you.
When this matter goes back, you must go to the preceptor hall to give everyone an explanation for not being right.
What if you don't want to go back to the temple?
After one of the Buddhas spoke these words, all of the Buddhas all looked at Lord Buddha with vigilance. And there was also an extremely tacit agreement to surround the Buddha Lord.
It formed the demon execution formation.
As Buddhas, their Buddhist cultivation was naturally profound, and they definitely had no chance of winning if they fought alone.
In that case, let's all join forces.
With so many Buddhas standing together, they would surely be able to subdue Lord Buddha here. Lord Buddha was simply infuriated when he saw all those Buddhas around him. How could he have never imagined that he, a Buddha Lord, would one day cause a revolt because of the words of a Buddha slave? Not far away, those people from the polarized Holy Land were whispering.
No way, this Buddha Lord has become a traitor? Young and still thinking of taking over the body? What do you know?
I've heard that when Lord Buddha was young, he was willing to commit suicide in order to be able to obtain the Mahayana Dharma. Now that he has become a Buddha Lord, he naturally has other ideas.
Oh, I see, no wonder he wants to take over the body. Not right.
His realm should be able to amputate the limbs reborn. Since the loss of the symbol of manhood, then the use of holy medicine, remodeling the body cannot?
Why did he do that extremely risky seizing the body? Can't you see it? Lord Buddha. Cough cough, the Long is really poor, the fairies have no interest in him but also have to find a better skin, just to look at our disciples. I understand when you say that, look closely, Lord Buddha does have some. Hard to say You can't talk like that. He may have been turned by our demonic father, can't you see that he gives whatever he wants? This is one of our own. So it is. Then I'm going to support Lord Buddha. This is our good brother. The people of the sacred ground of ultimate bliss turned into faithful melon eaters, not only eating melon here, but even commenting on it. Evaluation on evaluation, they did not have the slightest intention to transmit sound, directly whispered, this Buddha Lord want to not hear it is difficult. His face grew darker and darker, and by the end of the day, it was even on the verge of dripping ink. A group of devil cultivators denigrating him was just as bad as denigrating him, it was no big deal, but as people of the Buddhist sect, those Buddhas also showed an expression of eating melon and believed it. What are you guys looking at? Do you guys think I'm such a person? Think I would betray my faith? Lord Buddha roared at the group of Buddhas. But it was obvious that no matter how sincere his words were, they were still a little less credible in comparison to a Buddhist slave. After all, Buddhist slaves are given degrees of enlightenment with the Sutra of the Deity. The Sutra of the Tohoku is the real thing, that which really speaks of a person given to be transformed into the most loyal slave. But what about Lord Buddha? Not to mention his loyalty to the Garland Monastery, the matter of him giving whatever he wanted when he faced the demonic cultivators was going to be a question mark. Lord Buddha, why did you silence Go Ming? Lord Buddha looked at the Buddha with a surprised face. The whole thing is his fault? He was going to strike down the Buddhist slave who had turned his back on his faith, and it had become his problem instead. Chapter 107. Do you guys even know what you're doing? Lord Buddha angrily shouted, I am Lord Buddha, yet you are standing beside a Buddhist slave, are you trying to rebel? Amat Ba. Among the Buddhas, an old monk came out. That old monk's cultivation was not much weaker than the Lord of the Buddhas, and it was evident that he was in the Garland Temple, which also had a pivotal position. When the old monk stepped out, the other Buddhas closed their mouths, apparently, in their eyes, the old monk was a virtuous man. I only saw the old monk come to the Buddha Lord and folded his hands, Buddha Lord, the Buddha slave is absolute, you should know this better than the old monk. He naturally has his reasons for saying so I think it would be better for you to return to the temple and explain it to the elder ancestors. Lord Buddha covered the wound on his chest. If he hadn't taken the holy pill in advance, I'm afraid that the blow just now would have already caused him to fall into roundness. The fact that the bone-culling blade was able to break through his defenses was a rather bizarre thing in itself. What looked like an ordinary mortal weapon was able to pierce through him, a Buddha Lord. He wouldn't even believe this Buddha slave if he said there wasn't a problem. But the facts were in front of them. The Buddha light emanating from the Buddha slave's body, as well as the marks on his body, proved that he hadn't gotten rid of the control of the scripture of degradation. Lord Buddha simply had 100 mouths to feed. How can he tell these Buddhas that something has gone wrong with that Dharma Sutra? Now that Phona kept slandering him, something must have gone wrong. The Kodomo Sutra is in the Kama Sutra, and that is an absolute presence. Can't you guys see the problem? Lord Buddha said in a deep voice. The old monk said slowly, naturally, I can see the problem, Lord Buddha, it is you who are obsessed, return to the temple and prove your faith in front of the ancient Buddha. You? Lord Buddha couldn't believe that he was now actually turning into a crowd pleaser. As the Buddhist Lord of the Garland Temple, he is being held accountable here by a group of Buddhas. It's outrageous. Boom! Right at this moment, accompanied by a roaring sound, several old men appeared in front of the crowd. Elder Ancestor. When the crowd of the sacred land of ultimate bliss saw the appearance of the old men, they directly greeted them, each one respectfully greeting them. The people who came were none other than the old ancestors of the sacred land of ultimate bliss. A portion of the old ancestors stood in the void looking at the situation here. These few of them were obviously sent out to find trouble. As soon as those few old ancestors appeared, they looked at the people from the Buddhist sect with anger. Say, what have you done to our most beloved disciple? Why did he suffer a Dao injury like that? With these words, Lord Buddha was on the verge of breaking his defenses. Just now, in order to dispatch the extreme bliss demon sovereign, he had handed over the golden lotus of the precious phase as well as the nirvana sacred laws, and as a result, had also caused a group of Buddhas to think that he was a traitor. All of them made such a great sacrifice, and as a result, after the extreme bliss demon side was settled, there came the extreme bliss old ancestor again? Is it finished?
Although the heart complains, but in the face of these few old men, Lord Buddha still does not dare to slack off, only able to endure the injury, explaining, "Seniors, this matter is because I am in the Galan temple, someone has violated the Buddhist law, the compensation I have already handed over to the devil's dignity, I." Says who? Before the Buddha Lord could finish his sentence, the extreme bliss demon dignitary directly interrupted in displeasure. Who is the demon dignitary? At the entrance of my holy land, can't you see the 3 words that big? What is the meaning of Zhengqi men? You guys tell me, what is the meaning of Zhengqi men? Lord Buddha was somewhat speechless. That Zhengqi sect others don't know, can he not know? Let's not talk about why your demon sect has jerked up in general and changed the sacred ground of ultimate bliss into the righteousness sect. But he knew that these people would never change their nature. It's like the extreme bliss demon sovereign, letting him be some kind of righteous person, isn't that driving a duck to the water? Just now, his behavior, not to mention disguise, is simply a direct dance into the face of the crowd. You say this is not a magic clan? You have harmed my sect's disciples, little bald donkey, is there anything you wish to explain? A few old ancestors walked up to Lord Buddha with a hefty grin on their faces. Obviously, the Lord Buddha wanted to give them an explanation, and this matter would not pass. It's just an opportunity to make an issue of it. However, even if he knew that the other party was using the opportunity to make an attack, facing this group of ancestors from the sacred land of ultimate bliss, Lord Buddha still didn't dare to break the barrier. Patiently explaining, "Seniors, this matter is the fault of my Galan temple, but the compensation I have already given to the demon lord." Everyone, shut up! Before the Buddha Lord could finish his sentence, one of the old ancestors directly interrupted him, his face full of impatience. "You gave the compensation to this kid?" When he said that, he even pointed at the extreme bliss demon sovereign on the side. His tone was full of disdain. "What does it have to do with us if you give the compensation to him? That Lin Yi is our heart's flesh, the treasure in the palm of our hands. You giving him the compensation has nothing to do with us at all." Ha! Lord Buddha obviously did not expect that these ancestors of the sacred land of ultimate bliss would actually be so shameless. In terms of shamelessness, the other party was even able to rival himself. But the things had already been given out. In addition to the treasure phase golden lotus, the nirvana holy law, he also gave a few million spirit stones. Isn't that enough? And there wasn't much left for him to get his hands on. Thinking of this, Lord Buddha turned his gaze toward the extreme bliss demon. It seemed to be intended that the other party would come and help themselves out. However, the extreme bliss demon dupe turned his head at the moment and looked at the distant wall with an absent-minded look. The Buddha Lord understood at that time, the extreme bliss devil should say that the entire extreme bliss holy land, from the very beginning, did not think of letting them be able to leave peacefully. They are clearly taking the opportunity to make an issue of it. Seniors, poor monk. What's the use of talking so much? Just do it. The old ancestors waved their hands, and terrifying Dao rhythms erupted from their bodies. They no longer wanted the Buddha Lord to compensate. After all, when the other party was compensating for the treasure phase golden lotus before, they could all be watching the place from the void. Aside from the golden lotus of the precious phase and the sacred law of nirvana, what other precious things could this Buddha take out? Let alone taking out precious things, I guess he didn't even have any spirit stones? In such a case, what is the use of blackmailing him? It would be better to directly refine it and refine a bunch of sherds, and still be able to let everyone dish out strings when they are fine. Do you really want to go to war with me, Galan Temple? Lord Buddha's eyes narrowed lightly as he looked around at those elder ancestors of the sacred land of ultimate bliss. This gesture was obviously not going to be kind, so there was no need to say anything polite. Lord Buddha directly broke the pot and said in a strong tone, "I, Galan Temple, am not easy to bully. If you dare to make a move against us today, you will become a target, and all the cultivators in the entire southern region will target you." Boom! Before the words were finished, the old ancestors over there made a direct move. They didn't want to listen to a bunch of monks milling about. The favor has been done, now it's time to collect heads. The sacred land of ultimate bliss never looked at other powers in the eye, and it wasn't because they were so strong that they were able to make enemies of the whole world anymore. Rather, this has been the doctrine of the sacred land of ultimate bliss from the very beginning. Chapter 108 Ancient Buddha's Shadow. It's been passed down from generations of ancestors. Find one that can hit the ground running and still put him away? It was simply a joke, and it would be an insult to the entire sacred ground of ultimate bliss if he didn't get his pants down. Facing a group of elder ancestors of the extreme bliss holy land rushing up, Lord Buddha roared, "Form a formation." He wanted to use the power of all the Buddhas to form a demon execution formation as a means of restricting these demonic cultivators. But at this point in time, how could the orders he gave be effective? The many Buddhas all turned their gazes to the old monk from before, who was also staring at the Buddha Lord with a burning gaze, as if to see if he was a traitor. All the previous clues indicated that Lord Buddha was the traitor of their Garland temple. Now in this case, who knows if it's a bitter trick? When Lord Buddha saw the reaction of the Buddhas, a heart directly cooled down. These old ancestors, let alone in dealing with a group of them, he couldn't even do it against one. As an old ancestor, it was naturally the backbone of each power. I don't know how many epochs I have spent. Can the cultivation of such a person be low? Not to mention that he was a Buddha Lord. Even if he got his master out, he might not be able to fight against any of these old ancestors, unless those ancient Buddhas inside the temple are awakened. If one wanted to become a holy land, apart from their own clan power being strong enough, it was a matter of spelling out their heritage. The bottom line was that apart from some extreme Dharma treasures, that was the self-same old ancestor. If you don't have a group of old ancestors with powerful cultivation, how dare you call yourself a holy land? Lord Buddha looked at those Buddhas around him who stood still without the slightest intention of helping him, and there was a pang of helplessness in his eyes. How did such a bunch of idiots appear in the midst of their Garland temple? The other party clearly didn't know what means they had mastered to completely transform a Buddhist slave, and it was such an insignificant Buddha that actually turned out to be the biggest variable. If you are so rude, the poor monk will also be wanton. As the Lord of Buddha, how can you do it if you don't have the means? Only to see Lord Buddha's hands clasped together, a powerful wishing power burst out from his body. This was the ability possessed by Lord Buddha to pull the wish power of many believers right out. Golden light erupted and the sound of Buddha enveloped the room. Only to see Lord Buddha's hands clasped together, his face full of devotion. Those wishing powers were continuously solidifying in front of his body. The many Buddhas who saw this scene were also somewhat surprised. They had previously thought that Lord Buddha was a traitor, and they didn't know what kind of agreement they had made with this sacred ground of ultimate bliss. But the Buddha Lord had actually resolutely used his bottom card. This kind of great divine power that uses itself as a guide and involves the power of aspiration is bound to injure one's own body, and with the Buddha Lord's character, would he act so truthfully? Obviously it was impossible. What the hell's going on? With the crowd of Buddhas in a daze, those ancestors of the sacred land of ultimate bliss had already killed over. As an old ancestor, his cultivation is naturally needless to say, and when he strikes, the sky collapses. If it wasn't for the fact that this Holy Lord's Hall was surrounded by formation patterns, it was estimated that in an instant, it would have directly destroyed this great hall. On Lord Buddha's body, Buddha's light erupted and countless wishes intertwined in the air. Not long after, a Buddha's appearance appeared in the crowd's view. That's the ancient Buddha. Lord Buddha utilized his wish power to manifest the projection of the ancient Buddha. But the old ancestors who saw this scene instead had a look of excitement on their faces. So many people against a Buddha Lord was obviously too big a deal, but if they were to deal with an ancient Buddha, it would complement each other. With this in mind, many old ancestors joined together to strike. Boom! Accompanied by a roar, the void trembled, and the primordial demonic chi, transformed into a heavenly net, shrouded over toward the ancient Buddha's shadow. When the demonic chi gushed out, even the formation patterns of this Holy Lord's Hall became dimmed by a few points. Obviously, this demonic chi was just too powerful, and it was even going beyond the signs of the formation patterns. The ancient Buddha's silhouette stood there, hands clasped together, silently chanting Amitba Buddha. Buzz! A large bell suddenly appeared, and as that large bell appeared, the sound of the bell shook the heavens and the entire sacred Lord's Hall trembled. Splendid golden light covered the entire hall. The many elders all frowned slightly. This was Buddha's light, the aura they hated the most. Only to see the great bell in front of that ancient Buddha vibrate, and a golden ripple transformed into a terrifyingly sharp blade slashing towards the several old ancestors. This is a derivation of the Dharma. The Dharma can diffuse all things, and naturally it can also diffuse sharp blades. Little Doyle. One of the old ancestors flicked his hands, holding a sharp blade that swung toward the ancient bell. The body of that sharp blade erupted with brilliant light. Clang sound hit directly on the ancient bell, the impact of the concussion, so that many cultivation underground Buddha and the extreme happiness of the Holy Land of the elders deaf. Dang it! The sound of metal clashing resounded one after another, and the sharp blades derived from that ancient clock were all dispersed, while at the same time, cracks appeared on top of the ancient clock. After all, it was only the ancient Buddha's silhouette that was derived from wishing power, and even that ancient bell was also derived. On the other hand, on the side of the sacred land of ultimate bliss, it was a solid number of ancestors who were present. Even though the ancient Buddha shadow was profound in Buddhism, at this moment, it was constantly suppressed by the other party. Under the frantic attacks of several elder ancestors of extreme bliss, the ancient bell crumbled more and more, and pieces of wishful thinking crumbled down from it. The Lord Buddha's heart raced when he saw this scene. This was in the middle of the sacred ground of ultimate bliss. If he lost, I'm afraid he would be completely turned into a prisoner. The precious phase Golden Lotus and the Nirvana sacred law had been handed over, and then becoming a prisoner, their Galan monastery's face would simply be rubbed against the ground. Thinking this, Lord Buddha gritted his teeth. The Buddha's light on his body grew stronger and stronger, and wisps of spiritual fire appeared in the center of his eyebrows, which was burning his Tao. The ancient Buddha's silhouette became more and more solid under this power. Om. Mani. And. Aba. Mimi. Un. With the appearance of each true word, the Buddha's light on the ancient Buddha grew even more intense. Endless light clusters exploded in the void and then exploded. The demonic energy and the Buddha light clashed together like a blazing fire meeting dry wood, blazing and burning. The entire hall was boiling. The extreme bliss demon sovereign had long since retreated backwards with many elders. They were just eating melon. If they were caught in the wave, it was obviously a bit inappropriate, right? They had already received enough benefits, and now that the old ancestors were here, this side of the battlefield was naturally handed over to the old ancestors to deal with. The elders were extremely cooperative. Hiding directly behind the extreme bliss demon sovereign, they wouldn't even go out if they were asked to go out at this time now. Boom boom boom. The collision between the demonic chi and the Buddha's light was still continuing, but the naked eye was able to clearly see that the Buddha's light was retreating, and the ancient Buddha's shadow was obviously still no match for the many demonic cultivator ancestors. When Lord Buddha saw this scene, his heart was shaken. He did not expect that even after he used his bottom card, he was still unable to suppress these demonic cultivators. In that case. Anyway, all these Buddhas present questioned him. It's better to get it over with. With this in mind, Lord Buddha's eyes stared, and his hands continuously pinched seals. Chapter 109, Demanding Your Relics. Accompanied by blazing Buddhist light flickered out from his body. That ancient Buddha's silhouette also simultaneously folded its hands together and silently recited scriptures, accompanied by a burst of golden light searing the world. Lord Buddha's figure disappeared above the great hall, and that ancient Buddha's shadow slowly dispersed. He actually directly sacrificed the ancient Buddha's shadow, thus giving him the ability to briefly be able to break through the air, and after the sacrifice of the ancient Buddha's shadow, Lord Buddha passed through the Holy Lord's Hall, passed through the Great Formation, and even directly penetrated out of the Holy Land. In the blink of an eye, he turned into a stream of light and disappeared into the sky. Even the old ancestors who had been watching from the void were dumbstruck. It wasn't that they didn't have the ability to stop each other in the first place, but they were wondering. A Buddha Lord who actually sacrificed an ancient Buddha to gain the ability to escape? Is this not a great sin of disrespect in the midst of the Jagannath temple? Good guy, really strong awe. No wonder people can become the Buddha Lord. This means, this determination, that is real awe. At the same time, the Buddhas in the sanctuary looked at each other in dismay. How could they not have expected their own Lord Buddha to sacrifice the ancient Buddha shadow in great disrespect and then directly run away? The presses were not even paying attention to them. Sure enough, Lord Buddha, he has betrayed our Garland temple. The crowd of Buddhas gritted their teeth, looking like they couldn't wait to directly tear their Buddha Lord alive. But Lord Buddha had already moved away from the sacred ground of ultimate bliss by this time and had long since disappeared. Looking at the demonic cultivators who had surrounded him, the old monk who had questioned Lord Buddha with before stood out once again. Amatba Buddha, fellow monks, now that the culprit has escaped, why don't you all let us go back? When we return to the temple, we will naturally ask the old ancestor to judge Lord Buddha. When that time comes, bring him in and kill or beat him, as you all wish. Well. One of the old ancestors nodded, clearly satisfied with the old monk's attitude. A moment later, he laughed impishly. Since your Buddhist lord left you here, it proves that he has betrayed you, which means that you are okay. Whether the treasure phase Golden Lotus or the Nirvana sacred law before, all of them were taken out by him to buy his life. Now that you are no longer related and want to live, you will naturally need to renegotiate the price. Hearing the shameless words of old man of extreme bliss, the Buddhas dared to be angry. Before, when Lord Buddha was there, they were still considered to have a backbone, but now that backbone had already fled to nowhere, how could they still have the courage to go against the other people's extreme bliss holy land? The old monk smiled bitterly and said, all the monks. Poor monks and so on are all monks, those outside the body of the vulgar things, all in the body of the Buddha master, and now he ran away, and we don't have anything to take out to buy life off. How about letting us go back first? The compensation will be sent to you on a later date. Ha 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 ha. Upon hearing the old monk's words, several old ancestors burst out laughing, and one of them laughed while saying, "Ha, you guys go back first and then send the compensation back? Listen to this, do you believe it yourselves? When we return to the Garland Monastery, we still don't know how you're going to make up about us, and coupled with the character of that Buddha master of yours, I don't believe any of your bald-ass words. Now you only have one choice, and that's to hand over everything, only then might the Dao injuries on our disciple Linyi be slightly better. Hurry up, don't ink. Phew." The old monk exhaled softly, his face full of helplessness. I'm a fish at the altar of a knife, and at this point, whatever they say is what they're going to do. As for those treasures in the collection, it would be good to let those believers prepare some more when they returned. Nien this, the old monk directly took off his Qiankuan ring. The other Buddhas saw this scene, also the same face of flesh pain speak Qiankuan ring to take off. As one Buddha after another handed over the Qiankuan rings, the elder in charge of collecting the Qiankuan rings was practically laughing so hard that his mouth couldn't close. He now had a handful of Qiankuan rings full in his arms. As we all know, these Buddhas' ability to amass wealth, among the many holy places, is also the existence of a top. So many Qiankuan rings, they must not get rich? After the Buddhas all handed over their Qiankuan rings, the old monk stepped forward with a bit of dissatisfaction in his tone. Seniors, all of us have our things here, are we able to leave? Go. That old ancestor looked at the old monk in surprise as if he had heard some funny joke. Why do you want to leave? You. The old monk stretched out his finger and pointed at the other party, shouting angrily, didn't you guys say that as long as we gave compensation, you'd let us go? Yeah, I said that. That old ancestor nodded and continued, as you know, what I'm saying is that you guys can leave after giving compensation, but the current compensation is far from enough, let alone treating that brat's Dao injuries. Even if you want to treat the damage done to that mind of his, it's hard enough. Why should I let you go when you haven't paid enough compensation? We have given you everything. This old monk did not just say this, they even handed over the weapons on their bodies, the Zen staffs in their hands. For the sake of not wanting the other party to find a reason to get mad, but as a result, they were still so unreasonable that they were now just short of the monk's robes on their bodies. There's nothing left. A few old ancestors looked these Buddhas up and down, then hemmed and hawed, that disciple of mine has suffered a Dao injury, and as you all know, ordinary things will definitely be useless to him. But I've heard that your Buddha's relics can heal this wound. I think that you, as the Buddha who saves the suffering, cannot see death and save it, right? One person will give some relics, and my disciple will be able to recover. Sheridan? The old monk's pupils tightened. Damn, those old sixes. Can you give away that sherbet thing? That can only appear after burning your body with fire. Generally, when a Buddha with a high level of cultivation passes away, other people will come to burn the relics for him with spiritual fire, and the refined relics will be placed in the temple for enshrinement. They haven't even passed away yet, and they want relics? Wouldn't that be refining them alive? A devil practitioner is a devil practitioner. This is trying to take their lives after taking all their stuff. All of you, follow the old man to kill out. The old monk naturally won't fold his hands. These people have already charted a course. Stretching his head is a knife, shrinking his head is still a knife. Rather than fight it out. But now all the weapons and magic treasures in the hands of the Buddhas have been taken away. Even if they were fully armed, how would they be able to escape and live in the face of the ancestors of the sacred land of ultimate bliss? Not to mention that the Qiankuan rings had all been taken away, and the bottom card was lost. Chapter 110 The Holy Sun is his, no one can take it from him. Boom! Along with the demonic aura haunting the entire hall. The old ancestor on the sacred land of ultimate bliss's side had only one person make a move, and he had imprisoned all the Buddhas in that great hall in place. The expected fight to the death didn't happen at all. It is normal to think that this time, the Zhengqi is here to observe the ceremony. Even if there is any conspiracy, it is the kind of thing that is carried out secretly. Naturally, it was impossible to send out many old ancestor-level powerhouses to come here to observe the ceremony. If he really did that, I'm afraid that the sacred land of ultimate bliss would be on guard. But they forgot that the sacred land of ultimate bliss was the devil's way, and even if they changed their name to the righteousness sect, the people were still always the same. Regardless of whether you have any other tactics or conspiracies. As long as we catch the opportunity, then you definitely won't be able to run away. A black demonic aura was wrapped around the body of each Buddha, and their eyes were glazed over as if they wanted to kill the group of demonic cultivators in front of them with their eyes.
Ha ha ha, so many people, now don't talk about strings, get a Sherpa necklace to carry with you. This one is not a bad catch.
In addition to the precious golden lotus as well as the Nirvana sacred Dharma given by Lord Buddha, there were so many Chinkuan rings as well as Buddhist treasures. Even those Buddhas were left behind. For demonic cultivators, other cultivators are likewise their gems. Otherwise how could they be called demons?
Especially these Buddhas with high Dharma.
The purer their faith, the purer the elixir refined. The group of demonic cultivators hemmed and hawed and laughed at the group of Buddhas in front of them, and that look caused the Buddhas to be alarmed for a moment. Having fallen into the hands of the devil's sect, they no longer had any thought of being able to live, they just wished to die in peace.
Buzz.
Accompanied by a stream of light, the three ancestors arrived on top of the great hall. Seeing the arrival of the three ancestors, the devil's sovereign as well as the many elders all saluted in greeting. All right, no need for all those empty rituals. The third ancestor waved his hand, his current frown and smile proved that he was in a good mood, even his gaze towards the demon Zune became a little softer. Give that treasure phase golden lotus as well as the Nirvana sacred law to Kid Lin as compensation for him, and then make use of all of these Buddhas, refining those that can be refined, and refining the relics if they can be refined. Also, if that Jelun temple sends someone to find it, push this kid out, he's one of their own and knows what to say. After saying that, the third ancestor pointed to Go Ming who was on the side. Upon hearing this, the people of the sacred land of ultimate bliss were not surprised, while the Buddhas were instantly shocked.
That's a bit of a scary statement when Gomez is one of their own.
One should know that as a Buddha slave, the aura of the deity sutra would always be present in one's body, and the reason why these people believed in Go Ming and felt betrayed by the Lord of the Buddhas was because they felt that a Buddha slave would never betray and lie. Now the old ancestor of the sacred land of ultimate bliss had actually said that Go Ming was one of theirs, and that Go Ming had no intention of arguing against it. Misunderstanding the Buddha Lord was considered small, but the extreme bliss sacred ground grasping a way to deal with the scripture of degradation would be a big deal. The Garland Temple had stood in the southern region for so many years, and it was unknown how many young celestials and older generation powerhouses had been transformed, and there was simply no one who was able to break free from the control of the scripture of transformation.
Now they're told that the sutras are useless?
How could this not be shocking? The third ancestor naturally had no interest in how these Buddhas thought. In his opinion, this group of people were already dead. Granted, if they were to keep these Buddhas and wait for the Garland Monastery to come and exchange their resources, they would be able to gain more.
But among the plans for the future, these Buddhas must die. The extreme bliss demon sovereign was a little dissatisfied in his heart when he heard the arrangement of the three ancestors. It wasn't that he couldn't part with the golden lotus as well as the Nirvana sacred law, this stuff was originally given to Lin Yi by him. But now, what he extorted, the three ancestors distributed. This old thing, it's just enough to beat me up, and now he wants to compete with me for a place in Lin Yi's heart, it's just old Den. Waiting.
The extreme bliss fiend roared furiously in his heart, but when he saw the three ancestors' gazes, he immediately turned into a good boy on the surface.
Under the arrangements made by the demon lord, these elders began to busy themselves step by step. In the meantime, in the middle of Qingyu Peak,
Lin Yi was also a little excited as he felt the cultivation level that was becoming more and more solidified within his body. This battle was a great benefit to him. Not only had he stabilized his cultivation, but he also had a deeper understanding of the one-page scripture. And Xiang Tiange seemed to be in a very good mood as well, the corners of his mouth staying up as he sat cross-legged on the ground.
Early the next morning,
the Holy Sun competition was also about to decide the winner. However, people realized that on top of the high platform of those few big forces, only the Xianyu Sacred Lands people were left. The Sacred Lord Xianyu looked toward the extreme bliss demon, her beautiful eyes carrying strands of coldness. She must have found out about last night when no one else did. This extreme bliss devil's people laid their hands on that group of Buddhas. Of course, this has nothing to do with her Xianyu Holy Land, after all, although everyone belongs to the same righteous path, but it has always been everyone sweeps the snow in front of their door. And who is going to go up against the sacred land of ultimate bliss because of someone else's business? Nowadays, the three holy places of the righteous path, the academy, and the Buddhist sect had left one after another, but even so, it was impossible to ignore this great competition. Yesterday, these sequence disciples had shown their abilities, making the large and small forces that came to observe the ceremony all feel heavy in their hearts. And by today, it was the final chapter of the Holy Sun's competition, so surely they would be able to see the hidden means of those disciples. Especially the duo of Xiang Tiange and Lin Yi. What everyone was most looking forward to was for these two to face each other. After all, Xiang Tiange was the first in the sequence, and Lin Yi, on the other hand, was a Saint Sun candidate. The duo's reputation outside was also extremely strong, with one breaking into the forbidden zone the hard way and the other leaving behind a heck of a record.
It can be a pinch.
Several of the advanced sequence disciples had already stood on top of the ring at this moment, while Xiang Tiange and Lin Yi were the last to appear. After the two walked up to the ring, Lin Yi didn't speak, he just stood there, while Xiang Tiange opened his mouth to all the sequence disciples. The position of Saint Sun is Lin Yi's now, you can't grab it, if you have any problems, you can come and talk to me. Xiang Tiange wore a smile on his face, and there wasn't the slightest hint of forcefulness within his tone. But those who knew him understood that he meant that statement.
Song to the sky. Zhang Yunmei walked out with a disgruntled expression. What are you talking about? This is the Holy Sun competition, can you make whoever you want to be the Holy Sun?
Xiang Tiange looked toward the other party and revealed a puzzled expression. Right, of course whoever I say is a Holy Sun is a Holy Sun, what's wrong with that? You. This reply didn't even mention Zhang Yunmei. The other sequence disciples also looked towards Xiang Tiange with indignant faces.
They were both sequence disciples, wasn't this Xiang Tiange a bit wildly out of bounds today? Heh. Zhang Yunmei was practically laughed out of breath. Fine, let's see the real thing underhand then.
Gong Xiang, on the other hand, laughed out loud and said, ha 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 ha, it's worthy of you, Xiang Tiange. In a moment, if you win against me, naturally, whatever you say is what you say.
Chapter 111 Changing the Rules. That's as simple as it gets, that would be best. Xiang Tiange shrugged. The words he had just uttered were just to express an attitude.
As a fellow sequence disciple, Xiang Tiange naturally knew the temperament of the other sequence disciples. If he was able to make them listen by casually saying a word, the position of the Holy Sun would have been his long ago. Would it still be Lin Yi's turn to be an airborne Saint Sun candidate? To be able to become a sequential disciple, talent, heart, and cultivation, one is indispensable.
With everyone being a heavenly pride, who will obey whom? Rao Xiang Tiange had ruled the sequence first position for 2 or 3 years, but he hadn't let these people convince him.
Today was even more so. The position of the Holy Sun was close at hand. If they gave up just because of a word, then they didn't deserve to be any kind of heavenly pride. Seeing the heartiness of the crowd, the elder presiding over the competition was very satisfied. The rise of a sect, in addition to an existence that was capable of overwhelming the 9 heavens and 10 earths, also required the disciples under the sect to have a heart that constantly wanted to fight for the crossing. If one encounters a strong enemy and doesn't even have the courage to draw his sword, then the disciple of this clan will come to an end. The Extreme Bliss Demon Sovereign on the high platform was similarly satisfied with this scene, and the Xianyu Sacred Lord's beautiful eyes were also lightly narrowed as she gazed at these sequence disciples. The Extreme Bliss Demon Sovereign's appreciation was because this was his sect. As for the Xianyu Holy Land, as a hostile force, even though she was immediately heading to the central state, the long-lasting hatred didn't allow her to dare to be the slightest bit slack, and when she arrived in the central state, it was equally possible that she would face off with this Extreme Bliss Holy Land. To the extent that because there was an agreement in front of them, it was only these young disciples who could compete. Seeing these sequence disciples of the Extreme Bliss Holy Land, the Xianyu Sacred Lord was also disturbed for a while, and even had the idea of wanting to put these people to death. After all, although the disciples of their own Holy Land were not weaker than this Extreme Bliss Holy Land in the slightest, but they hadn't even exchanged hands yet, so who could say that they were stronger than anyone else? The crowd's minds were divided. And the elders in the ring wouldn't care about that much, directly announcing the start of the Holy Sun competition. Game 1, Lin Yi vs. Wait a minute. Elder. Before the elders could finish announcing Lin Yi's opponent, Xiang Tiange stepped forward. Words spoken were like water thrown out, and since he had promised Lin Yi yesterday that he would take care of the matter of the Holy Sun competition, he naturally wouldn't let Lin Yi get his hands dirty. Facing this first seat of sequence disciples, the elder did not blame the other party for interrupting him in the slightest, but instead opened his mouth with a gentle face and inquired, Tiangu, what's your problem? Reporting back to the elder, just now Tiangu has already said that he's going to give this sacred sun position to Lin Yi. Since that's the case, I naturally need to come and eliminate the other contenders, so please give Lin Yi as opponent to me. Xiang Tiange was not bullying and his words were full of respect. Cede Lin Yi as opponent to you. The elder's face was a bit difficult. The Holy Sun competition had never had such a precedent. And just at this time, the Extreme Bliss Demon Sovereign on the stage stood up and said in a loud voice, "Now that we're in the Golden Age, if we won't be able to change our ways, we'll only be eliminated. If all the sequential disciples are fine with it, what about letting them change the rules?" Hearing the words of the Extreme Bliss Fiend, the elder turned his gaze to the other sequence disciples. Obviously, they are being asked for their opinion. The sequence disciples were now full of wariness towards Xiang Tiange. After all, it would be strange if what he just said didn't make people angry. After seeing the elder's gaze, they all nodded. "Elder." Just at this time, Xiang Tiange spoke up once again. "There is only one Holy Sun position, and comparing them one by one would be too slow, and would also delay the time of these people who are watching the ceremony. In that case, let me deal with all of them." What? Even if the palace minister was on good terms with Xiang Tiange, hearing such words from him at this moment, he was going to be infuriated and laugh. "Good man, you're a little cocky, aren't you? Even if you are a sequence disciple, challenging all of us isn't a joke. We were all of the same generation, and there wasn't much of a gap in cultivation between each other. Fighting at a higher level was the exclusive domain of heavenly prides and demons, but which of the people present were not heavenly prides and demons? You want to challenge all? That's simply looking for death." The few remaining sequence disciples all looked towards Xiang Tiange with unfavorable gazes. After yesterday's screening, now there were only 6 people left, including Xiang Tiange, excluding Lin Yi as well as Xiang Tiange. That left 4 sequence disciples. But don't forget one thing, these 4 remaining people have all passed yesterday's showdown. In other words, these 4 were the elite amongst the sequence disciples. Xiang Tiange wants a pair of 4s? Not to mention that the elders and those sequence disciples were a bit dumbfounded. Even the spectators on top of the high platform were dumbfounded. Those sequence disciples' play yesterday was in the eyes of the crowd, definitely the best of the younger generation. Facing this group of heavenly pride, Xiang Tiange also big words proposed a pair of 4, simply do not know how high the sky. Well. Zhang Yunmei stepped forward and said 3 good words in a row. "Xiang Tiange, you want one against the 4 of us, right? Then let's give it a try. I've been wanting to challenge you for a long time for this number 1 position in the sequence." "That's right." Nangong Qian also spoke at the same time. "Since you've said so to Xiang Tiange, it seems like we'd be doing you a bit of a disservice if we didn't go together. I don't have any problem with that." The remaining palace phase as well as the other sequence disciple nodded at the same time. They wanted to make Xiang Tiange pay for his own arrogance. A pair of 4s? Well, let's give it a try. When the elder saw that the crowd had nothing to say, he naturally had even less to say. Then he nodded and spoke, "Since you all have no opinions, let's change the rules of the battle. From now on, this ring will be the battlefield, and the last one standing will be the winner." Upon hearing this, the sequence disciples as well as Lin Yi, the Saint's Son candidate, all nodded. Yes. The elders were also bursting with excitement. This was the first time they had ever seen such a Saint's Son competition, and it would surely be filled with excitement. Moreover, Lin Yi had nodded his head as well, so that meant that he would also participate in the battle. Xiang Tiange, Lin Yi, the 2 most favored heavenly prides of the clan, were going to deal with all the sequence disciples at this moment. How can you not be excited by this scene? The elder slowly exited the ring and then cupped his hands to seal. With a bang, spiritual energy exploded above the ring. That's the signal for the battle to begin. All the sequence disciples rushed towards Xiang Tiange at the first opportunity. For Lin Yi, it wasn't that they didn't have the desire to fight, but at the moment, Xiang Tiange was the one who was hated the most, and it wasn't too late for them to wait until afterward to fight Lin Yi. It's imperative that this cocky sequence 1 be eliminated. Boom boom boom. Chapter 112, Opponent. There was a roar in the air. At the first moment, many treasure arts enveloped toward Tiange's position. Good timing. Xiang Tiange was not surprised, but rather pleased, when faced with these many precious techniques. He possessed the Jedi King body and was a fighting maniac in his own right, or else he wouldn't have fought those Buddhas. Now that 4 same-age prides are striking together, I'm afraid that such an opportunity will not be available after today. In that case, let's give it a try. Boom! The purple chi and blood on Xiang Tiange's body shot straight up into the clouds. Those chi and blood gradually formed the appearance of an immortal palace in the void. This was the vision of the absolute king body. Facing the 4 sequence disciples, Xiang Tiange naturally wouldn't be careless. The first time he came up, he used his full strength. Ha 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 ha. Good, finally I'll be able to see you use your full strength toward Tiange. Who? With a beastly roar, Gong Xiang's body gradually grew larger, his muscles bulging by inches. He was a fan of fist-to-fist combat.
especially when facing Xiang Tianga, an absolute king body. Among the sequence disciples, Xiang Tianga was the only one who was able to fight him hard.
Now that he saw Xiang Tianga using his full strength, how could he not be excited?
Boom!
Gong Xiang stepped on the ground with an explosive sound, and his entire body sped forward like a cannonball. At the same time, Nangong Qian's hands cupped seals. Spiritual energy erupted from his body, and a terrifying wave emerged from above his hands.
Immediately afterward, that spiritual energy turned into spiritual fire blazing, actually distorting the air.
Along with Nangong Qian's waving of his hands, waves of fire directly surrounded Xiang Tianga, and Zhang Yunmei and the other sequence disciple also took this opportunity to use their own magic treasures.
It attacked viciously at Xiang Tianga. Come on! Facing these attacks, Xiang Tianga shouted.
His body shone brightly, and the light bursting out from his body mapped the entire ring in purple. That immortal hall in the void emitted an aura that made people tremble. Only to see Xiang Tianga take a large step forward, his right fist fiercely blasted forward as if a huge wave struck the sky. The purple fist punched through the endless spiritual energy, tearing open a terrifyingly large crack. Those incoming treasure arts and spirit flames were actually torn apart by him. His physique had reached a point that made it difficult for his peers to reach.
Boom!
The Gong Xiang, who had rushed up, slammed his fist at Xiang Tianga, and red-colored qi and blood were wrapped around that fist. After Xiang Tianga pierced through those treasure arts as well as the spiritual power, he remained motionless like a mountain, and met Gong Xiang's fist with one hand, sending out a deafening roar.
Click here for.
The moment the two fists connected, the ring, which had obviously been reinforced, also showed spiderweb-like cracks at this moment.
Gong Xiang transformed into the appearance of a ferocious beast with an unusually tall body, but that huge fist didn't curry the slightest favor. Not only did it not cause Xiang Tianga any trouble, but he, on the contrary, was retreating at every turn, his feet leaving 2 ditches in the ground. No way! Roar!
With another beastly roar, Gong Xiang's body became even larger, and his face became closer and closer to the ferocious beast. On the other side, Nangong Qian sat on the ground, and a large hand transformed from spirit fire grabbed directly at Xiang Tianga, which was even more massive than Gong Xiang's body.
Intermingled with the aura of burning the heavens, it wanted to defeat Xiang Tianga in one fell swoop.
Zhang Yunmei and another sequence disciple also launched their attacks at a very opportune time. The ring stirred heaven and earth, occupying half of the ring at once, with strands of killing intent wrapped around the ring. The other sequence disciple was not shy about it. With a long knife in hand, he chopped away. The slash caused the air to be ripped open. The ring was even split in two between the flow of the blade qi.
These sequence disciples didn't have the intention to stay their hands at all, facing Xiang Tianga, the first seed of the sequence. They also understood that if they didn't go all out, they were afraid that they wouldn't have a single chance at all. Boom!
Xiang Tianga swung his purple fist and took the initiative to strike towards those few sequence disciples, as bright as a round of purple sun, purple qi, and blood burning outside his body. His aura was like a mountain, unattainable. His fleshly body was comparable to that of a magic treasure, and his fist struck the huge circle, destroying it, and the huge circle first cracked, and then split into pieces all at once. This was followed by another kick, directly on top of the incoming blade qi.
Click here for.
Accompanied by the sound of glass shattering, the hundreds of meters of blade qi was directly shattered by his kick, and the blade qi was transformed into shards of spiritual energy that drifted towards the bottom. Nangong Qian's flaming giant hand, Xiang Tianga didn't put it in his eyes at all, and after the purple glow spread all over his body, he charged directly towards the giant hand. That giant hand made of spirit fire didn't pose the slightest threat to him at all, and was directly smashed into pieces.
Xiang Tianga, your opponent is me.
Gong Xiang rushed up once again, his huge body running wildly above the ring, making thumping footsteps. Facing the palace phase, Xiang Tianga struck out with another punch. This time, those purple lights on his fists turned into sharp blades that broke through the air. That purple qi and blood divine light fell down like rain, each strike piercing through the void with a shocking killing power.
But
sparing Gong Xiang's thick skin and flesh, his body was directly pierced under this purple qi and blood surge, and one blood hole after another was shocking to the eyes.
Coincidentally, Lin Yi was standing not far behind the palace minister.
The sharp arrows transformed by that purple qi and blood also sped towards his side at the same time.
Seeing this scene, the corners of Lin Yi's mouth lifted slightly. He could see that Xiang Tianga was doing this on purpose. Temptation or not, serious or not, since the other party has taken the initiative to make a move, if you do not move again, it is inevitable that you do not understand the situation.
Lin Yi put his hands together. Buzz. A golden shroud of light enveloped his body. Dang it! The blood chi that came speeding and struck the top of the golden cover, making a metallic clashing sound. Each stroke was like a war drum roaring, allowing those watching the ceremony to see how terrifying Xiang Tiange's attacks were. But it was such a means that the golden cover on Lin Yi's body didn't move at all. Lin Yi! I'm going to clean you up. Jiang Yunmei chanted. She saw Lin Yi strike and naturally remembered that she was being punished because of Lin Yi, and for a moment she couldn't care less about Xiang Tiange, and rushed over to Lin Yi's side. Throwing the several circles in his hands, those circles giganticized in the air. The circle carried an aura of tearing everything apart. This was a circle that Jiang Yunmei had sacrificed with the intent of the Great Dao, supplemented by many heavenly materials and treasures. The circle tore through the void and sped viciously towards Lin Yi. However, at this moment, Lin Yi turned his gaze to Xiang Tiange, who was not far away, and the latter was also watching him at the same time. The two great heavenly prides treated each other as rivals at this moment. What they had said yesterday had all been forgotten, and now the two of them had only one purpose, and that was to defeat each other. Chapter 113 Peak Showdown. When the Buddha's light dispersed, Lin Yi's body was revealed, but at the moment, his body was covered in divine light, brilliant and dazzling, illuminating almost the entire ring, countless Dao rhythms encircling his body, each of which was incomparably clear. Buzz. The sword Dao was extremely sublimated, his hands were constantly drawing circles. This was the flat trouble sword technique. In addition to consolidating his cultivation these days, he was also constantly studying his own Dao, his own Dharma. The way of the sword and the way of killing were his paths. Together with the sword intent within that mysterious scroll, Lin Yi had already pushed the flatulent sword technique even further. At this moment, he was joyless and carefree, his mind was free of distractions, the whole person seemed to be transcendent, his mind was ethereal, he did not pay the slightest attention to the circle that was about to attack, his hands cupped into sword fingers and slowly floated. Boom! A yin-yang taiji diagram appeared behind him. His hands rotated, one as black as ink and one as white as jade, tracing the path of the Dao. The previous equilibrium sword skill diffused the sun and moon as the sun and moon sword seal. Now going even further, it naturally derives the Taiji truth in the midst of the cosmic flood. His hands transformed into two poles in the Taiji avenue, representing the Taiyin and the sun. Within the Taiji divine diagram behind that, a terrifying sword intent was contained. Click here for. The moment this sword intent first appeared, the incoming aura collapsed inch by inch. Ha! Jiang Yunmei was a bit shocked. In just a few days, Lin Yi didn't even need to make a direct strike to be able to shatter her circle? What kind of talent was this? But the anger in his heart continued unabated. Her jade hand flicked up, and a circle burst out in her hand with millions of holy radiance, dazzling beyond compare, and those radiance transformed into sharp blades filled with killing intent, attacking Zi Shao. The sharp blade was like a river in the air, rumbling wherever it passed, with huge waves. Right at this moment, Lin Yi's gaze was fixed as he pushed Tai Yin and Sun with both hands and charged forward. That terrifying aura caused Jiang Yunmei's heart to tremble, but before she could think about it too much, a loud noise also appeared behind her. Turning his head to look. Unbeknownst to her, Xiang Tiange had already rushed over toward her side, his purple qi and blood rushing straight up to the clouds, his entire body radiating heat that seemed to vaporize everything. This was qi and blood used to the extreme. His entire person was like an immortal divine furnace that shone. Ha! In front, Lin Yi pushed the Taiyin Sun forward, and in the back, Xiang Tianji's qi and blood turned into a furnace, burning everything. Jiang Yunmei was a bit dumbfounded. Why are these two people rushing towards her at the same time? Huh? I'm already this strong? You want Lin Yi and Xiang Tiange to join forces to deal with it? In the sky, Jiang Yunmei's great river of sharp blades was still spewing out towards Lin Yi, and at this moment, Jiang Yunmei had no way to retract her moves. With this in mind, a shimmering light appeared on Jiang Yunmei's body, enveloping her entire body, as she planned to harden herself against Xiang Tiange and then teach Lin Yi a lesson first. Boom! Just as Jiang Yunmei spread her spiritual energy all over her body, a roaring sound rang out and she felt as if her bones were crumbling. Xiang Tiange directly slammed into her body. This collision was like a mountain ruthlessly smashing into her body. Jiang Yunmei's eyes turned white on the spot and she lost consciousness. The entire person was directly lifted off the ground. Dang it! Lin Yi on the other side also casually struck out with a strike of the Taiyin sword, and the incoming great river of sharp blades was directly crushed. The spectators above the high platform all held their breath. They could already see that this Lin Yi and Xiang Tiange duo were going to start their peak duel. only to see the two of them rushing towards each other at the same time, without any spiritual energy wrapped around their bodies in the slightest. Lin Yi's hand pushed the Taiyin Sun, containing the extreme of the Dao, and his sword qi rushed to the sky. Above Xiang Tiange's arms, purple qi and blood erupted, and each qi and blood contained the great Dao of killing. In front of the two, the laws of heaven and earth were intertwining and rushing about, and a destructive aura was swirling. The two of them only had each other in their eyes, and as if they wanted to kill each other, the killing intent on their bodies continued to solidify. Finally, with all eyes on them, the two collided. Boom! A huge roar resounded through the world. The black, white, and purple Dao rhythms continuously intertwined. Endless light became the only thing in heaven and earth, flooded the ring above. Such a violent clash is everyone did not expect. Some ordinary cultivators are even more shocked. If they appeared in that ring, I'm afraid that the first time will be turned into broken bones and blood mud. The elder in charge of the grand competition also got the other sequence disciples off the stage at the first opportunity. He had seen it. Neither Xiang Tiange nor Lin Yi were comparable to other sequence disciples right now. Not to mention competing with it, I'm afraid that I don't even have the qualifications to test the sword for it. Words couldn't even describe the natural talent of the two. Clearly cultivators at the God transformation realm. The first collision between the two directly shattered the ring, and even the grand formation fluctuated. Who could imagine that this was the younger generation fighting? Chu Hao on the stage stared with wide eyes. Senior sister. Did you see that? That's brother Lin's true strength. He's too strong. Ling Ruocheng's beautiful eyes looked towards the figure on the stage, not knowing what she was thinking. Her hands unconsciously clenched the corners of her coat, as if worried and torn. When the Xianyu sacred lord saw this scene, although the light veil covered her face and her expression could not be seen, just from the constantly fluctuating aura on her body. She was similarly shocked at the terrifying strength of the Lin Yi and Xiang Tiange duo. Even thought of his own great apprentice. If Yuer were here, would she be a match for the duo? At this moment in the arena, Lin Yi and Xiang Tiange were standing in the very center of the ring. The two of them were surrounded by rubble, and the collision just now had caused the ring around the two of them to instantly crumble. Powerful spiritual energy continuously ravaged the ring as well as the surrounding air. If it wasn't for the blockage of the big formation, it was estimated that all the cultivators who were close by would have been affected. Not bad for you, Lin Yi. Xiang Tiange's face wore a wanton smile. He hadn't felt this way in a long time. Sure enough, one's vision wasn't wrong. Lin Yi was frighteningly strong. Whether it was that Taiji diagram or his own physique, it seemed to be top-notch. Such a heavenly pride, even the one he encountered in the Forbidden Zone appeared to be a hair's breadth behind. Lin Yi didn't say anything, but the smile on his face proved that he was also in a good mood at the moment. For battle, Lin Yi was equally filled with desire. After all, if one wanted to become stronger, the fastest shortcut was to fight, especially with such a top-tier heavenly pride. When the two of them looked at each other, they both saw the battle intent in each other's eyes. Next. Boom! A powerful aura erupted from both of their bodies at the same time. The trial is over, the real battle is next. In the sky, the enormous immortal palace and that Taiji divine diagram were constantly colliding, a duel of visions. Chapter 114 Extreme Attack. The sleeves above Xiang Tiange's arms were completely shattered, revealing those stout arms. On top of his arms, Dao runes appeared, and it was as if the runes were inscribed on his arms, emitting a terrifying Dao rhythm. One could only see Xiang Tiange's muscles bulging, and the runes were constantly emitting light. Rumble. The immortal palace above the void poured out large swaths of purple light, mirroring the runes on Xiang Tiange's arm. This is his treasure art. His body glowed, divine light intertwined, purple aura emerged, and above his arms, there seemed to be infinite power surging. An old man on top of the high platform stood up and said in a loud voice, "This is the Qilin treasure art? Hasn't it been lost? Why is it in this person's possession?" Words. The crowd all looked towards Xiang Tiange in shock. The ancient sacred beast Qilin, that is a sacred beast that stands above the ferocious beasts, every move can trigger the resonance of heaven and earth. There was naturally no need to mention the power of the Qilin treasure art. The Devil Sovereign's face was filled with pride. This was the top heavenly pride amongst their extreme bliss holy land. It's like the old man said. Only the figure of a Qilin emerged behind Xiang Tiange's back, and scales appeared on top of his arms, which looked indestructible. Purple flames burned from his body, and Xiang Tiange's entire body was bathed in purple demonic flames, like an ancient ferocious god with divine might. Lin Yi, who saw this scene, was excited. A spirit sword appeared in his hand, only to see his sword finger vibrating. In front of him instantly sword chi blanketed, vast and raging, not one or two sword chi at all, but a piece of it, like a mountain torrent rumbling. Endless clusters of light converged, and then exploded. Sword chi and purple flames clashed together, like a blazing fire meeting dry wood, blazing and burning, and the heavens and earth boiled. Radiant light erupted above the bodies of both Lin Yi and Xiang Tiange. At this moment, spiritual energy was being run to the extreme by them. No one was willing to take a step back, and the two of them once again collided head-on. Lin Yi's hands were changing, only to see him slowly spread his palms out, one hand as black as ink and one bursting with white light. He derived his sword art into another form, directly abandoning his sword intent and seemingly intending to use his body to fight Xiang Tiange hard.
Xiang Tiange, who was his opponent, naturally noticed Lin Yi's movements. Xiang Tiange's pupils tightened. He hadn't expected Lin Yi to be this bold. One must know that, as a Jedi King body, his physique was originally his greatest advantage, and the physique of the innate demon body, which was rarely recorded in ancient history. Even so, it didn't seem like a physique that was able to fight hard with the Jedi King body. Lin Yi, you're wild. I like your character too much. Xiang Tiange laughed out loud, and he didn't feel that the other party was insulting him in the slightest for Lin Yi's move. Instead, he thought that Lin Yi was trying to fight him with his physique. In that case, there is no need to say anything more. Xiang Tiange exerted the Qilin treasure art with all his might. At this moment, he was like a unicorn cub, and his entire body exuded an ancient and hideous aura. Lin Yi's gaze condensed as his right hand, which represented the sun, turned into a fist and went directly. That right hand erupted with a light that was even more blazing than the sun, causing some cultivators with low cultivation levels to be unable to open their eyes at all. Xiang Tiange saw Lin Yi's incoming right fist and similarly retaliated. Purple flames burned above the arms covered in scale armor, the blazing temperature distorting the air around them. A tail filled with scaly armor grew out of Xiang Tiange's back, and as he swung it, countless Dao rhythms wrapped around his body, and that immortal hall above the void similarly poured its power onto Xiang Tiange's body. His essence was at its peak at this moment. Come on! Hayashiba! The fists of the two men clashed hard together. Boom! At this moment, an unprecedentedly violent tremor erupted above the ring. White and purple light enveloped the entire heaven and earth, and when he looked up, the sky dome looked like it had been overturned, with countless cracks appearing above it. The intense light blinded and deafened countless people briefly. Terrifying energies constantly erupted. Several peaks in the distance fell down with rolling boulders, and cracks even appeared between the stirring of the array patterns. The elders who set up the Grand Formation had long since elevated this Grand Formation to a level that no harmonization stage cultivator could shake, but even so, the two young celestial pride of the God Transformation stage, violently clashing against each other, had actually caused cracks to appear in the Grand Formation. This is unthinkable. Click here for. Above the ring, there was a sound of crumbling, and the huge ring, at this moment, was in pieces. Countless pieces of debris shot out in all directions and were blocked by the large formation. When the light dissipated, the crowd all looked between the rings. They wanted to see how the duo would win or lose in this strike. Boom, boom, boom. At the same time that the figure inside was revealed, the crowd also heard the rumbling boom. Only the two figures in the center of the ring were still fighting. The two of them had just recovered quickly after their collision and tangled together again. At this moment, Xiang Tiange's body's clothes were broken, revealing a lean and sturdy chest, which seemed to have a few minor abrasions on top of it. On the other side of Lin Yi, there was no breakage in his red clothes, but there seemed to be wisps of bloodstains above his right fist. In that previous strike, the two had won and lost against each other. Boom! The two of them were fiercely exchanging blows at the moment, their fleshly bodies erupting with a piercing light with every fight. None of them had a defense. You threw a punch, I threw a punch, all solidly on top of each other's bodies. Xiang Tiange did his best to strike, wanting to forcefully suppress Lin Yi, continuously striking out with heavy blows, not wanting to give him a chance. After all, physically, he was the one who was truly strong. But as the punches hit Lin Yi's body, he was secretly shocked. It seems to be unexpected. Lin Yi's physique is actually so strong, hard to eat his successive heavy blows, actually like a mountain general motionless. Unbeknownst to him, Lin Yi was similarly shocked by Xiang Tiange's physique. This was the first time he had ever gone up against one with a top-notch physique. The reason why he chose to harden his body was because he wanted to try to see to what extent his mutated innate Dao body would grow after absorbing countless blood qi. Now it seemed that it was not as good as the Jedi King's body when it came to physical fitness. Otherwise, his fist wouldn't have been oozing blood from that collision.
The two fought harder and harder, each punch a few points stronger than the last. The rumbling boom sounded as if it was hitting everyone in the heart. Above the high platform, everyone was stunned. This is a life and death struggle, the two of them, whether it is the gaze or the aura, there is a great intention to put each other to death. Is this a true heavenly pride? I guess eldest senior brother is the same. Shu Hao saw the strength of the duo, and did not sink there. Instead, his eyes were filled with wariness. He also wanted to one day, he was able to be this reckless with these top-tier heavenly prides, waving his fists. Chapter 115, The End of the Battle. Boom boom boom. The immortal hall above the sky as well as the Taiji divine diagram all disappeared. Lin Yi and Xiang Tiange tacitly withdrew all their spiritual energy, and the winner was decided by their physique alone. The physiques of the duo were simply to a terrifying degree, and with each punch, a roar was emitted, and the surrounding rubble was directly shaken into flying dust. The strikes hit each other's bodies, bursting out in a circle of transparent ripples. The people on the high platform all watched this fist-to-flesh battle, their blood boiling inside. Although the treasure art was powerful and magnificent, this kind of most primitive battle was able to trigger the resonance of the crowd. The great way back to basics is this. The two fought with real fire, their eyes bursting with killing intent, wanting to put the person in front of them to death. Boom! There was another roar, only to see Xiang Tiange's fist ruthlessly strike above Lin Ye's chest. The power of this punch directly shattered Lin Ye's chest shirt, revealing his lean and strong body. Terrifying energies continued to erupt, and blood flowed from the corners of Lin Ye's mouth. This time the trauma was very heavy, but he smiled, revealing a mouthful of snow-white teeth. Ha! Xiang Tiange knew that there was a deception and immediately intended to withdraw his fist and store up his strength for another strike. But it was too late. Only to see Lin Yi grab Xiang Tiange's arm, and to the naked eye, all of Xiang Tiange's fists had dented Lin Yi's chest by an inch. Physically, Xiang Tiange was truly terrifying. After all, the Jedi King body was claimed to be invincible physically. However, Lin Ye's mutated physique was similarly capable of growing without limitations, and in terms of physique alone, it wouldn't be a fool's errand to one day surpass the absolute king's body. Gotcha! The corners of Lin Ye's mouth rose, and there was a slight hint of madness in his eyes. With that, he yanked Xiang Tiange in the direction of his side, and caught off guard, Xiang Tiange's figure really didn't stabilize, and his entire body rushed forward. Right at this moment, Lin Ye's eyes stared, and then he threw out a punch. Click here for. This punch directly struck above Xiang Tiange's chest, bone-cracking sounds instantly rang out, a mouthful of blood sprayed out of him, and a piece of his chest was similarly sunken. But just like Lin Yi, his eyes were equally hot. With that, he grabbed Lin Ye's arm. The two were just like this, grabbing one of each other's arms, while the other arm was constantly attacking. Everyone was shocked by the battle. Xiang Tiange didn't use the Qilin treasure technique, and Lin Yi didn't use his own amazing sword technique. The two of them were in such a physical fight. You punched me and I punched you for I don't know how long. Bright red as well as purple blood had sprayed in a circle around the two of them, and their bodies were even more covered with fist marks and bloodstains, as well as many broken bones. Finally, when both of them simultaneously stepped backward after another pair of blows. Hoo. Both were breathing heavily. The body is exhausted and bruised, but the eyes remain bright. At the moment, both of them were storing up their strength. A strand of strong qi and blood surrounded the two men's bodies. Is this going to be the final blow? The winner will be able to see the difference in no time. Some cultivators shouted out in excitement. Everyone held their breath, fearing that if they blinked, the two would battle together. Lin Yi closed his eyes, feeling the tired wounds on top of his body. The spiritual energy in his body was constantly repairing his physical body. He had to say that he had really benefited from this battle with Xiang Tiange. But a fight is a fight, and there must be a winner and a loser. The next blow is full force, and either the opponent goes down or he goes down. With this in mind, Lin Ye's essence was climbing to its peak. Boom! In the next second, both of them opened their eyes at the same time, and the terrifying qi caused the surrounding debris to directly turn into flying dust, and immediately afterward, both of them shot out towards each other like arrows out of the string. The two fists broke through the air and ruthlessly collided together. Rumble! Click here for. Deafening roars rang out, and the overburdened Grand Formation also appeared to crumble in a large area at this moment. After their fists collided together, a powerful force erupted from the place where they clashed. Lin Ye's pupils reflected a terrifying divine aura, and his body's qi and blood were like a fiery flame, pulsing with vigor. Xiang Tiange raised his head to the sky and the purple qi and blood in his body was continuously burning the air around him. The two all collided together, causing the void to distort and collapse. At this time, the essence was being consumed, and hundreds of wounds appeared on the two's bodies, which were the surrounding chi and blood like sharp blades, cutting open the two's bodies. The chi and blood are constantly entangled, purple and red blood chi surging, such as standing in an ocean, terrifying energy such as a big wave overturning, heaving up the sky, the two messy hair flying, who also refused to retreat a step. Click here for. The ring had completely crumbled, and the ground was spiderwebbed with cracks, and that power traveled along the cracks right up to a mountain peak in the distance, which instantly collapsed. At this moment, a black rune suddenly appeared around Lin Ye's body. The pupils of the extreme bliss demon sovereign who saw this scene tightened. The innate demonic body is going to awaken? Before he could think about it more, Lin Ye's muscles suddenly bulged and his fists pushed forward viciously. Damn it! Xiang Tiange clenched his teeth and held on, but the previous battle had long since exhausted him. Of course, he could use treasure arts now, but then wouldn't he lose in the middle of a head-to-head duel? With this in mind, Xiang Tiange's gaze was fixed, and he pushed his fist in the same forceful manner. Boom! A boom! Xiang Tiange was directly sent flying out by a huge force, crashing into the top of the formation pattern. The flickering formation pattern completely shattered and vanished altogether at this moment, and a powerful wave of air erupted out directly towards the high platform. Luckily, the elders waiting outside were quick to stop that airwave, otherwise, I don't know how many people would have been injured by mistake. Xiang Tiange landed on top of the ground, and his expression only appeared for a short moment of despondency, which then disappeared, and was replaced by that even more fiery battle intent. This is the first defeat. And for the last time. Next time, he won't lose. Lin Yi stood in the center of the ring and locked eyes with Xiang Tiange, both of them able to see the same meaning in each other's eyes. Just at this time, thunderous applause erupted from above the high platform. The battle between the two was simply too exciting, causing the crowd to unconsciously applaud. Lin Yi and Xiang Tiange are really too strong. If they were to blast each other with treasure arts, what kind of scene would they trigger? That's right, just a physical body fight is able to produce such a terrifying scene if they are on fire. That is simply unimaginable. In the younger generation, the two of them are bound to be at the top. Chapter 116, The Sonship of the Saint. I reckon that even if a heavenly pride from the central state came, it would be nothing more than that. The two of them are just too heaven-defying. The many forces did not mince words of praise. Although they had some forces that were in a hostile relationship with this extreme bliss sacred ground, it didn't affect them in the slightest from appreciating the duo in the field. After all, such a heaven-defying demon is truly rare. In the past, only the central state was able to see this kind of demon, but now the two of them had actually appeared in a holy land on the southern region side. How could this not make people feel shocked? The sequence disciples under the stage also watched the battle from beginning to end. A thought appeared in each of their hearts, that is, this duo, they were no match. Let's not talk about the duo's Qilin treasure technique and that amazing sword technique. In this aspect of the physique alone, Rao Gong Xiang, who possessed the bloodline of a ferocious beast, was far inferior compared to the two of them, not to mention the others. If they really fought one-on-one, I'm afraid that in the hands of these two, they wouldn't last long at all, right? There was a gap between geniuses and mortals, but there was an equal gap between geniuses and heavenly prides, and in the end, it was demons. The reason why it was called a demon, that was no longer in existence that could be viewed by ordinary eyes. Obviously, Lin Yi and Xiang Tiange were such demons. The ordinary disciples of the sacred ground of ultimate bliss, each and every one of them had a look of pride on their faces. This was their sacred ground, and in the midst of this golden great world, two such heaven-defying demons had appeared. In this life, they would definitely be proud of the Holy Lands. At this moment, the elder in charge of the Holy Sons competition also came to Lin Ye's side, his face filled with admiration. Even thinking about it, sure enough, there didn't seem to be any problem with going to change the sect for this disciple. It was the time of the golden age. If we could have such a prideful entry, it would not be a pity no matter what price we paid. Who didn't want to fight for passage in this great world? If Lin Yi represented the sacred land of extreme bliss and was able to fight for Qi in the great world in the future, they would be able to go even further in the sacred land of extreme bliss. Not to mention changing the name to Zhengqi sect. What can he do if he clears his mind and only eats vegetarian from now on? Everyone, the winner of this grand competition is Lin Yi. He is the saint son of our Zhengqi sect. Oh! Hearing the elder's words, the many disciples all cheered out. Lin Yi gladly accepted this cheer. After all, wasn't he in such a hurry to become stronger before, in order to take the first step towards revenge? Become a saint's son, have more resources, become stronger, and then attack the upper domain. What the Changxing Lin family owed him, he had to personally ask for it back. The Extreme Bliss Demon Sovereign also landed beside Lin Yi from the high platform and looked at him with satisfaction. Lin Yi, you did it.
Many thanks to the Holy Lord for cultivating me. Ha 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 ha.
With a wave of his hand, the Extreme Bliss Demon Venerable directly threw Lin Yi a Qiankuan ring. You were able to become a saint's son all because of your own efforts. I didn't cultivate you for anything. This is the reward you deserve as a saint's son.
Thank you, Holy Lord.
You're welcome, by the way. The Extreme Bliss Demon Sovereign seemed to have thought of something, and quietly transmitted his voice. It is estimated that after that, the old ancestors will be there to teach you. Remember, especially that old thing, the third ancestor, get more favors out of him, or else he won't be allowed to teach you. This. After all, the other party was an old ancestor, and Lin Yi felt that this seemed a bit deceptive. However, the Extreme Bliss Demon Sovereign directly interrupted his thoughts, transmitting, don't worry, this is this Holy Lord's order, so just extort him properly for me. That old thing's crushing treasures can be countless. Nowadays you'll be able to benefit endlessly if you casually get some out.
The disciple is taught. Ha 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 ha.
The Extreme Bliss Demon Sovereign patted Lin Yi's shoulder with a satisfied expression. At this moment, the Xianyu Sacred Lord on top of the high platform did not speak, and the expression in her beautiful eyes became complicated. Previously, Lin Yi was wearing a red shirt and she hadn't noticed anything wrong with it, but it turned out that the shirt had shattered in the middle of the battle, revealing that stout chest. It wouldn't have been a big deal, but the problem was that Lin Yi had a cloud pattern on his chest. And her own big disciple had the same cloud pattern on his chest. Both of them were also surnamed Lin. If she said that there was no relationship at all, she wouldn't believe it even if she was beaten to death. What exactly is the identity of this Lin Yi? You are he? Sacred Lord Xianyu's eyebrow was slightly wrinkled. It seemed that after coming to this extreme bliss holy land, one thing after another had happened, and it had already caused her to be a bit overwhelmed.
After receiving the cheers of the crowd, Lin Yi was brought down by the elders.
He and Xiang Tiange had experienced a great battle like that. At this moment, the injuries on their bodies could not be delayed any longer. In case if it affected the path, wouldn't it be a loss for the entire Holy Land? The Extreme Bliss Demon Sovereign was left in charge of receiving the large and small forces that had come to observe the ceremony. Lin Yi, who was sitting in the middle of the room, was soaking in a medicinal bath, and along with him was Xiang Tiange. Losing a battle was normally unacceptable to a demon like Xiang Tiange.
However, Xiang Tiange's face was relaxed to the extreme as he laughed softly at Lin Yi. I say Lin Yi, your physique seems to be a bit too terrifying. As an absolute king body, I actually haven't even been able to compete with you?
It's just luck. Lin Yi shook his head and then spoke. The next time we fight, I hope that both you and I won't hold back.
That's what I thought.
Xiang Tiange laughed out loud. Your sword technique is too terrifying, and I want to try to see if my Qilin treasure technique can suppress you.
Let's fight again when we return from the Forbidden Zone. As it should be.
The two looked at each other and smiled. A hero for a hero was nothing more than that.
Soon, the duo's injuries were almost recovered under the immersion of the holy medicine.
Lin Yi directly took out the Saint's Sun robe and put it on. This Saint's Sun's robe was inevitably tailored for Lin Yi, as it was actually crimson in color.
The clan knew early on that he was going to become a holy son?
Seeing Lin Yi's puzzled look, Xiang Tiange explained, there's no need to be so surprised. The sacred sun robe is customized according to one's personal preferences, and many sets must have been made according to our mutual preferences prior to this great competition. Whoever wins gets it, and those extras at the end are just destroyed.
So it is. Lin Yi nodded.
But he himself didn't seem to be in love with wearing red clothes before. White clothes and long swords are so handsome, so righteous and forced. Wearing a red dress and a bronze coffin, how do you look at it? It doesn't seem like a righteous person.
However, these things were all outside of his body, so Lin Yi didn't care too much about them, and after saying goodbye to Xiang Tiange, he directly headed towards Qingyu Peak.
In this world, it seemed that the only relative he could find to share his joy right now was his own master.
Chapter 117 Master wears a cheongsam. Cu Peak. At this moment, Lin Yi's injuries had already improved and he had changed into the Saint Sun's robe. Although that Saint Sun's robe bore a slight resemblance to the red coat he had worn before, it was completely different in terms of details, and when worn on Lin Yi's body, it added a bit of dignity to him. His injuries were basically better now, and his physique was also on a higher level. After all, who hadn't soaked their body with a bunch of holy medicines? Walking slowly through this quiet, secluded peak, Lin Yi was in a bit of a trance. Getting the system, joining the clan, ring awakening, breaking through the transfiguration, learning about his life, becoming a holy son. It seems that the many events along his way are just too compact. This in turn reminded him of the two ill-fated ones in his destiny. And there's a short-lived face, so what the hell is going on? It's normal for a villain to have a short-lived face, but he's the chosen one. The normal situation of the Son of Destiny, encountering a desperate situation for others, that is a chance for him. How is it possible for such a destiny to possess a short life? Unless this villainous system, which allowed him to get those destinies, came with a crisis. I just don't know when this crisis that gives him a short-lived phase destiny will actually come. In the middle of his thoughts, Lin Yi had already arrived in his cabin. Squeaky. Along with the door opening, Lin Yi directly froze in place. He couldn't even kind of believe the scene he was seeing. Only to see that at this moment, Mrs. Meow was sitting on top of her gaze, and those two pairs of big, plump legs were wrapped in black silk, adding a few points of flirtation. The open cheongsam was worn on her body, showing off her proud figure. Lin Yi could swear to the heavens that he had never seen such a terrifying mountain in his last life. It was practically a weapon. Wrapped in black silk, the jade feet just playfully swayed randomly, making people want to walk up and play with them. Mrs. Meow, sitting on top of the couch, has a vibrant aura, hands and feet, exudes a dignified and elegant, knitted brows between the smile with the cheongsam, and has a watery shyness. Mastermind. When Lin Yi opened his mouth, he was able to hear himself that his voice seemed a little hoarse. It was like someone who had been thirsty for a long time. Ha! Lady Miao looked at her own disciple with a smile on her brow and joked, "What? Little fellow, seeing your master suddenly thirsty? Didn't I promise you that when you get the position of the Holy Sun, I will naturally wear it up to meet you? Now why are you suddenly stupid?" Nice guy. Lin Yi inwardly roared, "Can this not be stupid? What kind of world-spanning where is this? This is the world of fairy cultivation." Suddenly a beautiful woman in a cheongsam and black silk is sitting there, who is not confused. Lady Miao seemed to enjoy seeing Lin Yi look like this, only to see her slowly stand up, her lotus steps lightly moving to Lin Yi's front. Stretching out a jade-like finger, he lightly tapped above Lin Yi's brow. "I'm your master, so don't get some strange ideas." Hearing his master's jibe, Lin Yi laughed bitterly. "Naturally, I won't." "That's good." Mrs. Meow nodded, then her hands unfolded and stretched a flavorful lazy waist. This is only the first point of the reward. As for the second point, well. Only to see Lady Myriad blink those beautiful eyes, teasingly saying, "My little one has grown up, and now that he's become a saint's son, he naturally needs a marriage contract, and my teacher has already taken care of that for you." Don? When Lin Yi heard this, the charming thoughts in his heart disappeared. In its place was shock. The whole marriage contract thing was an absolute taboo with him. It was a known fact that no matter whether it was the chosen one or the villain, as long as they were involved with this marriage contract, nothing good would happen. Either it's a Destiny's Child pretending to be in the Face storyline, or it's a villain pretending to be in the Face storyline of the Destiny's Child. As for him, he took up a full 2 destinies. Even he thought that this short-lived phase might be from here. Thinking of this, Lin Yi hurriedly spoke, "Master, nowadays I've only just stepped onto the path of cultivation, the matter of marriage, I don't want to consider it so early. Master, don't make it difficult for me." "How can this be?" Lady Miao's green fingers slowly melted from Lin Yi's forehead to his chest, and she said softly, "Your reaction tells me that you do need a Taoist partner." Lin Yi was speechless for a while. "Can I not get confused when you wear a cheongsam and black silk? If you don't believe me, take off your cheongsam and black silk and see if I have." Ba 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 ba. Lin Yi hurriedly shook the thought away. He was a reader of spring and autumn. And the person in front of him was his master, so how could he think about that kind of thing? "System, you're a damn rushing master and rebellious disciple. I didn't give you this destiny. What are you pretending here?" Lin Yi naturally didn't pay attention to the system's barking and instead wanted to continue persuading his own master. But at this very moment, accompanied by a fragrant breeze, Lin Yi was embraced by Lady Miao in her arms. I only heard Lady Miao softly say, You, what are you doing so tightly every day? The heir of the Eternal Life family has a grudge against you? Why didn't you tell me about this first?" At those words, Lin Yi didn't say anything. The two just held each other in silence. I don't know how long it took to separate. Mrs. Meow looked at her clothes and laughed softly again. "Don't worry, the fiancé that I found for you, you'll definitely be satisfied. She should be coming to me in a couple of days, just so you guys can get to know each other." With those words, Mrs. Myriad turned to leave. Only after waiting for Lady Miao to leave did Lin Yi's expression regain its composure. The marriage contract. The reason why in the end Lin Yi didn't reject his own master was that he wanted to see what kind of crisis was hidden inside this marriage contract. Crisis was the fastest shortcut to getting stronger for him. And it's a problem that the short-lived phase was put there and never addressed. Especially hiding to is better than just welcoming it.
Whether it was the way of the sword or the way of the slayer, one had to go forward and cut all enemies under the sword before one could be safe. Thinking of this, Lin Yi calmed down and felt the aroma in the room as he sat on top of the floor and began his cultivation. There was no talk all night. Early the next morning, all the forces had left. The sacred ground of ultimate bliss, now renamed the Zhengqi sect, had produced an amazing saint son, and that was Lin Yi. The news quickly spread throughout the entire southern region, including the things that Lin Yi had done before. For a time, all the big and small forces marveled at Lin Yi's terrifying talent, and some of the rival forces even began to secretly plot. In the midst of this golden great world, Lin Yi was definitely one of the group of demons who were vying to cross over to that very top. This sun has to be defended. In the middle of the Xianyu Holy Land. At this moment, the Xianyu Sacred Lord's first moment was to come into the Holy Sun Hall, searching for his great disciple. Nowadays, the entire Xianyu Sacred Land was facing the matter of relocation, so all the peaks were busy. Only this side of the Holy Sun Hall looked very tranquil, as if the outside world had nothing to do with this place. Chapter 118, Lin Yu. Rumble. Along with the door being opened, a youth walked out slowly. His face was crowned like jade, and he wore a basalt green-colored saint's son's robe, and between his hands and feet, wisps of Taoist rhythms surrounded his body, adding a bit of dusty temperament to it. As the holy son of the Xianyu Holy Land, his status was naturally very honorable. Even if it was a clan migration or a ceremony, he didn't go. Instead, he was in seclusion in the middle of his Holy Sun Hall. Seeing the arrival of the Xianyu Sacred Lord, he immediately bowed respectfully and said, "Master." Well. Seeing that his great disciple had broken through the realm, the Xianyu Sacred Lord's beautiful eyes held a slight tinge of pride. After all, such a powerful celestial pride was cultivated by himself. In this golden great world, it was definitely the top batch of demons. Even Xiang Tiange and Lin Yi were inferior to her disciples in her eyes. Your realm has broken through? Fortunately. Lin Yi nodded. It's thanks to Master's cultivation for so many years that I was able to arrive at my current realm from an invalid. Don't talk about yourself like that. Sacred Lord Xian Yu's tone carried a few hints of harshness and pity. She recalled that many years ago, when she was out to exterminate demons, she happened to come across a small child in tattered clothes hiding and shivering in the middle of a cave. Obviously a child, but his face was filled with despair and death, and his eyes were filled with unimaginable negative emotions. That person was Lin Yu in front of him. He wasn't called that then, and the reason why he renamed himself was the meaning of feathered rebirth. He seemed to have a powerful physique, but a part of that physique had been siphoned off, and it was that part that allowed him to just wait here quietly to die. Seeing such a child, the sacred lord of the Xianyu, for some reason, was moved with compassion and brought him back to the Holy Land. Not only did he spend a large amount of heavenly materials and treasures to make up for his lack of physique, but he even accepted him as a great disciple. Of course, Lin Yu hadn't let her down, and in just a few years' time, he had shown amazing talent and aptitude. Being humble and gifted, such a person made the disciples of the entire Xianyu Holy Land exceptionally loved. As his master, Sacred Lord Xianyu was naturally the same. As he fell into reminiscence, the Xianyu Sacred Lord froze in place. Seeing that his own master was a bit strange, Lin Yu couldn't help but open his mouth to inquire, "Master, did something happen?" At those words, the Sacred Lord Xianyu came back to her senses. She remembered the matter of the cloud pattern and wanted to ask Lin Yu about it, but she was afraid that the other party would recall that nightmarish childhood. Lin Yu was such a character that he naturally sought his own master's desire to speak, and laughed softly. "Master, you treat me like a family member, so you might as well tell me what's going on. Is it something that's happened in this extreme bliss sacred ground viewing ceremony?" LOL. The Xianyu Sacred Lord sighed quietly. She still chose to say it. After all, if she didn't say it, it wouldn't be fair to Lin Yu. Thinking of this, Sacred Lord Xianyu spoke softly. Do you remember the cloud pattern on your chest?" Boom! Lin Yu's body suddenly erupted with a terrifying aura. The aura was as if it was a devil's work, full of violence and destruction. His eyes also turned red, and his face gradually became livid. Sacred Lord Xianyu's jade hand lightly waved, enveloping the entire sacred sun hall, not allowing the aura to spread out. I don't know how long it took before Lin Yu slowed down and hurriedly saluted his own master. "Sorry, master, I was rude." No need to be polite. The sacred master Xianyu did not blame Lin Yu in the slightest, but instead spoke in a gentle tone. It's true that you can't let go of that matter, but you have to promise your master that this demonic skill can never be revealed in front of others." "Yes, master." How could it be so easy to repair the body? The sacred lord of the Shin Moon had used many heavenly materials and treasures, but hadn't repaired Lin Yu's physique to perfection, so in the end, he had no choice but to take the desperate step of letting Lin Yu cultivate the devil's skill. This demonic skill is what she got out of a demonic sect after she annihilated it. It was also because of this demonic skill that Lin Yu was able to catch up with the progress of the celestial pride once again after losing all of his cultivation.
Master, I wonder what you mean by this cloud pattern. Could it be that you have met someone who possesses a cloud pattern?
Lin Yu's tone carried a bit of urgency and killing intent. Seeing that his own disciple was so anxious, Sacred Lord Shen Yu slowly spelled out the matter of the extreme bliss sacred land. When he heard about Lin Ye's and Xiang Tiange's terrifying talent, Lin Yu was only slightly surprised and didn't show fear or anything like that, but when he heard that the teenager named Lin Yi had the same cloud pattern on his chest, Lin Yu froze. Forest leaf. Forest leaf. Lin Yu's dusty memories were also slowly recovering. Mother, am I going to have another brother? That's right, you're going to be an older brother soon, so protect your brother. Of course. It's only natural that my brother should be protected by me, so what's his name? His name is Lin Yi. Thinking of the memories he had once had, Lin Yu's expression carried a bit of melancholy. Forest leaves, cloud patterns.
If one was a coincidence, then two would be able to be identified.
That Lin Yi was the child of the Changsheng Lin family, his own brother.
Really?
Lin Ming, it's not enough that you victimized me, you took a shot at your other brother too.
You really deserve to die. Feather, what's wrong with you?
Watching Lin Yu's expression become distorted once again, the sacred Lord Xian Yu hurriedly spoke out to remind him.
Phew.
Lin Yu took a long breath, his expression regained its naturalness, and looked at his own master with a smile. Master, if I'm not wrong, that Lin Yi and I do have a relationship.
Yes?
The beautiful eyes of the Xian Yu sacred lord were also complicated.
Sure enough, she hadn't guessed wrong.
There is no such thing as coincidence in this world. Forest leaf, cloudburst, forest feather, cloudburst.
It'd be a hell of a thing if the two of them weren't related.
But one is a big disciple of the righteous Holy Land, and the other
is simply an absolute fierce devil if this is spread out.
You have to be careful about this matter, listen to me. The sacred master of the Xian Moon told his own disciples all about Lin Ye's recent reputation. Although Lin Yi had already been famous in the southern region for a long time, Lin Yu had been in a state of seclusion before this, so he naturally didn't know about Lin Yi as a person. As his own master slowly recounted the story, Lin Yu's expression went from surprised to stunned, and finally began to be complicated as well.
So much for being gifted, what the hell is cannibalism?
His own brother seems to be sicker than he is. When the sacred master Xian Yu had finished speaking thoroughly, Lin Yu also understood her concerns and hurriedly spoke. Master, don't worry, I understand about this matter, I won't go and identify myself with him until it's absolutely necessary.
That's good.
Sacred Lord Xian Yu sighed in relief. She was afraid that her own disciple's hot-headedness would go and seek out that Lin Yi, and at that point, it would be troublesome.
Chapter 119 Lin Yu's Golden Finger.
Lin Yu naturally wouldn't let his own master worry.
Continuing to speak, he said, Master, when will we migrate to the central state? After going to the central state, you should be able to rest assured, right?
The sacred Lord Shen Yu sighed and softly said, Don't blame your teacher, for your consideration, that's why I won't let you go to that Lin Yi. If in the future you're able to contend for the crossing, no one will naturally be able to stop you from doing what you want to do.
I understand, Master.
Lin Yu nodded and continued, with that Lin Yi's talent, it's estimated that one day he'll go to the central state as well, and even if it comes to that time, I won't make things difficult for you, Master. The grace of his master's upbringing, Lin Yu naturally remembered it in his heart, even though he had his own thoughts in his heart, at this moment he would not say it and make his own master worry.
Sacred Lord Xian Yu looked at Lin Yu with relief.
This was his own apprentice, who would never let himself worry no matter what.
If there comes a day when you can't resist, just let nature take its course, Master won't blame you. Thank you, Master. After giving a few more explanations, Sacred Lord Xian Yu drifted away.
Lin Yu was left alone in front of the door to the Great Hall of the Holy Sons. I only saw that at this time, Lin Yu first closed his eyes and sensed his surroundings, then immediately spoke. Elder He, you said, my brother, should I go and recognize him?
Buzz.
Only the Qiankuan ring on Lin Yu's hand flickered with light. A silhouette appeared in front of him. It was a person shrouded inside a black robe, with a somewhat stooped figure that seemed to be an old man. The old voice rang out, as people of that clan, you can't escape no matter how you escape. The cloud pattern on your chest proves your identity, but try not to recognize each other for a short time. It's best to wait until after you go forward to the central state. After all, if the two of you are added together, the power of your bloodline is too dense, and there's a possibility that you'll attract a great terror. At those words, Lin Yu didn't say anything, but the regret on his face couldn't be hidden. Elder Hades, my brother has now turned into a man-eating devil. It must be those who have laid hands on him that have twisted his mind to this point, that Changsheng Lin family. I hope you can help me. Naturally. The person known as Elder Hades nodded. I already see you as my disciple. I will help you do what you want to do. Well, I will also spare no effort in remodeling your body. Just go with it. The duo's conversation was naturally inaudible to others, and on weekdays Lin Yu liked to be quiet, so Saint Master Xian Yu had specifically said that no one would be allowed to come near the Saint's Sun Peak, even those old ancestors who wanted to protect the Saint's Sun. All of them were also guarding the outside of the sacred Sun Peak. It could be said that this sacred Sun Peak was the safest, which was why Lin Yu was talking to Elder Hades so recklessly. However, what Elder Underworld hadn't noticed was that a brilliant light flashed in Lin Yu's eyes when he spoke of recasting his body for him. Positive airman. At this moment, Lin Yu looked at the excited Xiang Tiange in front of him and was speechless. Just 2 days after the competition, he has not yet come out from the scene of his own teacher's black silk banner. This kid came to find him to play? Are you a child? Xiang Tiange seemed to be jumping up and down with excitement at the moment. Bro, let's go to the Forbidden Zone. It's always fun there. For real. You can trust me. Xiang Tiange looked at Lin Yu with an expression that would never lie to you, but the more he did so, the more Lin Yu felt speechless. The Forbidden Zone is called a Forbidden Zone because it is a place where living beings are exempt from entering. Whether it was fun there or not, Lin Yu didn't know, but what he did know was that getting in there must not be that simple. I say, after your injuries are healed, shouldn't we prepare a bit? Since you went inside last time and made a big fuss, people should already be on the defensive, right? Don't you need to prepare something? Xiang Tiange was stunned for a moment. Prepare for what? Can't you just fight your way in? Lin Yu was speechless for a while. Although he knew that Xiang Tiange was a battle madman, Lin Yu he was now a saint's son, and the saint's son of the Zhengqi sect was directly fighting his way into the Forbidden Zone? This wasn't a joke. The matter of going to the Forbidden Zone, Lin Yu is naturally very eager. There is a danger naturally has a chance. But now that so-called short-lived phase was placed in front of us, it had to be taken care of first. Lin Yu wasn't afraid of death, but he didn't want to die before he had his revenge. The restricted area can also be visited, but we have to see how to get in there. It's definitely not possible to hit it directly, but it's not a problem to sneak in. Seeing Xiang Tiange bouncing around here, Lin Yu was also helpless for a while. Okay, don't jump around, my head hurts. Isn't it just a restricted area? Let's go. Ha. Great. Sure is a good brother. Xiang Tiange immediately burst out laughing when he heard Lin Yu agree. He'd waited so long for this day. This time, we must get those chances back no matter what we say. If he hadn't been under siege last time, he would have accomplished a great deal. Boom. Holy sun. Just as the two were discussing how they were going to enter the restricted area, a shout rang out from the door. The two heard the voice and walked straight out of the cabin. It was a disciple who came in front of Lin Yu and gave him a salute, and then gave Xiang Tiange a salute as well. After all, the status of a sequence disciple was also far above that of an ordinary disciple. Only after saluting did that disciple explain the reason for his visit. Saint's son, devil. Cough. That holy lord he asked me to come here to look for you, saying that your fiancé is here. Lin Ya. Xiang Tiange, PWQ. I only saw Xiang Tiange looking at Lin Yu with a gossipy face. Brother, when did you have a fiancé? What kind of power person is she? Any young heavenly pride under your door? Shut up. Lin Yu said without any good humor. My master gave me the arrangement. I didn't expect people to come to my door so soon. I really can't even hide from them. Hiding from what? Xiang Tiange looked excited. Your master has arranged it for you, just accept it. Which one doesn't accept gifts? The fiancé that your master has arranged for you is bound to be a famous celestial pride as well. Let's go, I'm going to go and have a look with you. Tianji, well. Lin Yu looked into the distance thoughtfully, then shook his head. Heaven's pride or waste, he would soon be able to find out what the plot about this fiancé was. With this in mind, Lin Yu didn't say anything more to the gossipy Xiang Tiange and directly left along with that disciple. Wait a minute. Good brother, how can such a lively scene be without me?
After saying that, Xiang Tianga also headed to the Holy Lord's Hall along with the two of them. In the middle of the Temple of the Holy Lord. At this moment, the Extreme Bliss Demon Sovereign was wearing a smile on his face. The injuries on his body had already been restored by his own old ancestor using his special means. It was because Lin Ye's performance was just too bright that the old ancestors had forgiven him. People were happy, and now that they heard that Lin Ye's fiancé had come, there was no reason not to be happy. Chapter 120 Immortal Imperial Dynasty's Fiancé. In the Holy Lord's Hall, other than the Extreme Bliss Demon Sovereign and the two elders, the rest of the people were those in uniform attire. The leader was a middle-aged man in silver armor. His face was full of scars, his eyes were full of perseverance inside, and the powerful aura on his body as well as that killing aura proved that he was by no means an idle person. Behind it, there was a woman in a gorgeous palace dress, and the reason why it was a woman and not a young girl was that she had a kingly aura about her. Not only that, but the cultivation was also strong and unrivaled. Definitely not a young cultivator of this generation. Dressed in red and gold palace dress, majestic and noble, charming and graceful, elegant jade face often painted with light plum blossom makeup, Shula King Li's face. In addition to the king's temperament, there is a trace of charm, seductive. It makes it possible to look at it from a distance. Seems like a fairy's like the outstanding style of the face of the country. If the dust is stained with a trace of dust fairy like the man suddenly lost his soul, but the most unforgettable is the pair of brilliant starlight water eyes. Bright eyes belong to the pale blue, moonlight bright, as if a sea blue, can charm 1,000 worlds of floating. Demon Father. No, now it should be called Zhengqi Sect Master, right? The silver armored general laughed. It's really been a long time. Ha 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 ha. The Extreme Bliss Demon Sovereign similarly laughed out loud. Indeed, it has been a long time since I've seen you. In a flash you become a great general that is admired by millions. How rare. Nonsense, didn't you also become a generation of demonic father? The two men smiled at each other. After catching up, the Devil Sovereign turned his gaze to the palace-suited woman and smiled. For the Grand Princess to be able to come in person, it truly makes my Zhengqi sect flourish. The Demon Lord is joking. The Grand Princess walked forward slowly, her phoenix eyes carrying a disdainful aura, as if she were a female emperor. Father has betrothed this palace to a disciple of your clan, so naturally this palace is here to see for herself. Hearing these words, there was some embarrassment on the face of the Extreme Bliss Demon Sovereign. He had thought that Lady Myriad had gone to that immortal dynasty to pick a fiancé for Lin Yi, and that she should have picked that little princess, but it turned out that she had brought the Grand Princess here? This was a cultivator of the same generation as him. What the hell was Mrs. Wonderful thinking? This big princess, my clan's Lin Yi, also that top demon, should. Maybe. For a moment, the Extreme Bliss Demon Sovereign didn't know what to say for the best. The great princess looked at the other side with a smile, her head slightly shook. This is the agreement between Father and Mrs. Meow. This palace will not refuse the imperial order. The devil can just relax. Today not come over to see us side just. That's good, that's good. The crowd was talking and laughing, and no one noticed that a young man was at that moment looking at everything around him with indifferent eyes. The only time his eyes had a few moments of tenderness was when he saw the Grand Princess. Lin Yi, who had just arrived at the Holy Lord's Hall, also heard the systems beep at the same time. Ding dong! Discover the chosen one. Sure enough. Lin Yi secretly said, this kind of plot was too typical. It would be strange if there was no son of destiny. Rumble. Seeing Lin Yi arrive, the two disciples guarding the door directly opened the door to the hall. Accompanied by an ancient and heavy ringing sound, the scene in the Great Hall appeared in front of Lin Yi. The first moment he stepped into the Great Hall, Lin Yi opened the view function. The ones that were given the highest priority to look at were naturally the general at the very front, as well as the beauty that was pouring out of the country, because the aura on the two of them was truly terrifying. Name Kai Liao. Bone age 134. Cultivation, early sage. Numerology, god of killers, undaunted in 100 battles, great aura bearer, perseverance, iron-blooded general. Special physique, god-killing physique. Name, Wu Mingyue. Bone age, 112. Cultivation, peak sage. Destiny, daughter of heaven's destiny, female emperor, birds of prey, all laws are inviolable, emperor's face. Special physique, phoenix bloodline. The former was nothing, but the latter's golden words really made Lin Ye's eyes widen. Sure enough, it is the daughter of heaven's destiny. If not wrong, this must be his own fiancé, but this bone age. It wasn't that he thought people were old, cultivation had no years, age was no problem. It was just that for Lin Yi, this person was clearly from the previous generation.
Thinking back to his own master's smirk that was indicative of something earlier, Lin Yi had a head full of black lines.
His own master wouldn't have guessed his own preferences, would he? The preferences of the reincarnation of the Chow thief are not right. Blah blah blah. How can one have such thoughts? I am the son of heaven's destiny. Just as Lin Yi was secretly observing, the crowd also turned their gazes towards him. The extreme bliss devil laughed. Come, the main man is here. Lin Yi, you. Xiang Tianga, why are you here too? Seeing Xiang Tianga behind Lin Yi, the extreme bliss demon father was obviously stunned. This time, also did not call Xiang Tianga. After all, it was for Lin Yi to meet with his fiancée, Xiang Tianga. How he came uninvited. Hearing the demon sovereign's inquiry, Xiang Tianga laughed. Sacred Lord, I'm the one who accompanied Lin Yi. He's a bit shy, so he asked me to accompany him, right? After saying that, he even squeezed his eyes at Lin Yi. The latter was speechless for a while, but at this time, he couldn't kick him out, so he nodded. The two walked into the great hall. The Grand Princess, or Wu Mingyue, those phoenix eyes carefully surveyed her fiancé, not knowing what she was thinking. The general called Liao Kai, on the other hand, was looking at Lin Yi with unfavorable eyes. For this marriage contract, he initially refused, not to mention his own son's interest in the Grand Princess, just saying that Lin Yi was a man-eating devil. He didn't want the Grand Princess to enter into a union with her. But the emperor's order was hard to disobey, and there was nothing he could do about it. Holy Lord! Lin Yi walked up to the extreme bliss demon sovereign and slightly saluted. Aya, no need to be polite, get up. The extreme bliss demon sovereign directly walked down and helped Lin Yi up, showing how much importance he placed on Lin Yi. This is... After helping Lin Yi up, the extreme bliss demon sovereign introduced the identities of these people. All of them were from the immortal imperial dynasty of the Central State. It was a power on the same level as the Holy Land, that Liao Kai was a great general of the immortal imperial dynasty, known as the god of killing, with countless dead under his command. The other woman that was so beautiful, Lin Yi's fiancée, named Wu Mingyue, was the grand princess of the immortal imperial dynasty, and her seniority, naturally, was the same as that of the extreme bliss devil. However, when the extreme bliss demon father introduced it, he deliberately chose to ignore this issue. Lin Yi, you guys communicate more. After all, this time people are just here to see you. I won't follow and join in the fun. Yes. Lin Yi didn't have the slightest bit of pretense and walked directly in front of Wu Mingyue. The clothes on both of them were very matching, and they looked like a couple of gods and goddesses. Chapter 121 Liao Feng, the son of heaven's destiny. Hello Lin Yi, I'm Wu Mingyue. Wu Mingyue didn't put on any airs and directly introduced herself to Lin Yi. Lin Yi nodded. I'm Lin Yi, welcome to our Zhengqi sect. For Wu Mingyue's name, Lin Yi was completely at a loss as to what to call out. Call senior? That'll get you beaten. She's your fiancée. Call her sister? That wouldn't make sense. Calling her old sister, that's even more wrong. So Lin Yi directly ignored the title. And Wu Mingyue seemed to sense Lin Yi's embarrassment and smiled. Just call me Mingyue, after all, we'll be Dao couples in the future. Well. Xiang Tianga made a strange commotion from the side, and the extreme bliss demon father glared at him fiercely, then came to Lin Yi Wu Mingyue's duo. You are all this young man. In a moment, you go to Qingyu Peak to talk alone. Lin Yi, it is you who will take Princess Wu forward. Yes. Lin Yi nodded in agreement. The extreme bliss fiend nodded with satisfaction. Now that both parties involved had nothing to say, it seemed that this matter had been nailed down. Then we are settled in this matter. When will you? Wait. Just as the extreme bliss demon sovereign was about to announce the marriage contract between the two of them, a firm voice resounded through the great hall. The crowd all followed the voice. Only to see that among the crowd, a teenage general in silver armor walked out slowly, and it was him who said the 3 words of wait before. His eyes were filled with determination as he walked forward step by step. Each step was that powerful. It is evident that its strength is also extraordinary. The first ones surprised to see the appearance of the teenage general were Liao Kai as well as Wu Mingyue. Liao Kai frowned slightly. Liao Feng, what are you doing out here? There's no room for you to speak here, stand back. Father, this is something I have to say, or I may not have a chance, and it's useless for anyone to stop me. Listening to the conversation between the two, it was clear that they were father and son, but in the face of his own father's stern words of dismissal, Liao Feng didn't have the intention of leaving, and the determination in his eyes grew stronger and stronger. Lin Yi's eyes narrowed lightly as he looked at the man. He had guessed. As he probed with the system, that Liao Feng's panel also appeared before his eyes. Ding dong. Name, Liao Feng. Bone age, 21. Cultivation level, early stage of transformation. Physique, God-killing body, God-killing bloodline.
Destiny, son of heaven's destiny, born again, flunky, iron-blooded general, resolute, late bloomer. As expected, this Liao Feng was a son of destiny. And today's plot, if not wrong, was that Liao Feng had displayed his strong talent and potential, causing the Grand Princess Wu Mingyue to intend to gamble on it, thus nullifying the marriage contract. Then there was the old cliché of making the Grand Princess an emperor, and behind the scenes of a generation of female emperors, it was the son of this heavenly destiny who was running the show. Lin Yi had read countless books of such plots when he was on the Blue Planet. But the only thing that's confusing is that reanimator fate. This destiny made Lin Yi begin to ponder whether reborn people were really reborn, or whether they were merely born with a memory and thought of themselves as reborn. Because if there really are reborn people in this world, then reincarnation should also exist. If there is even reincarnation, can the most powerful, the great emperor, or the immortal, cross the river of time with impunity? This was very important to Lin Yi. For the Changsheng Lin family, he naturally wanted to take revenge. Once he stepped into the upper domain, that is to say, he truly stood on the stage of this world to start gaming and fighting for the fairy. If he even had the means to cross the long river of time, would his identity as a traveler be exposed? Lin Yi on this side was still thinking, while Liao Feng on that side bowed to the extreme bliss devil without being overbearing, and immediately afterward, turned his head and looked at Wu Mingyue with tender eyes.
Bright moon.
No, Grand Princess, my subordinates implore you to consider this marriage contract.
You should not be bound to it. Wu Mingyue's phoenix eyes held a hint of surprise. Previously, when she was in the immortal imperial dynasty, this one called Liao Feng had been following her around, and it was not a problem to say that he was silently guarding her, but as a saint, how did she need a transformation god to guard her? What's more, as the son of the great general Liao Kai, this one called Liao Feng, however, didn't show much of a strong talent, and had always been a very low-key kind. How did such a person suddenly come forward at this very moment? Liao Kai, on the other hand, looked at his own son with some anxiety. This marriage contract was agreed upon by the Zhengqi sect, that is, the Holy Land of Extreme Bliss, and his own imperial dynasty. If there was any change in this marriage contract because of their own son, the lives of their father and son would be small, but the lives of the entire Liao family would be a big problem. As an emperor of an immortal dynasty, would there be any compassion? It's a joke. This so-called great generalship had no significance in front of the emperor. The face of the extreme bliss demon sovereign as well as the two elders completely blackened, forcibly suppressing the breath in their bodies to keep the anger from raging. After all, as the master themselves, they were not able to take the lead. The crowd's various gazes didn't make Liao Feng back down. He puffed out his chest, his eyes filled with determination. In this life, he was bound to guard the bright moon. No one knew that he was a reborn person, and in his last life, he was the one who failed to stop the engagement in time, causing the Grand Princess to marry a devil named Lin Ming. Although he didn't know why in this life, the devil had changed his name to Lin Yi, he thought that it must still be him. After all, the aura of that Dao bone on the other party was exceptionally obvious. In her last life, Wu Mingyue had married Lin Ming, and Lin Ming, who possessed the emperor's pupil as well as the Dao bone, was simply the most powerful demon in the 9 heavens and 10 lands. The marriage contract between the two was just a front. Lin Ming was doing it for the immortal imperial dynasty behind the other party. Wu Mingyue had been imprisoned after joining the Lin family, while Lin Ming had been using that so-called extra horse harnessed by the side of the emperor's side step by step to encroach on the entire immortal imperial dynasty. Liao Feng simply didn't have any proud talent at that time, and was only able to rely on his efforts to try to change his fate against the heavens. He eventually did, only to save Wu Mingyue's corpse. As a result, he was still mercilessly decapitated by Lin Ming, and that back image, he still couldn't forget it even after he was reborn. Forest leaf, red. Lin Ming, in black. Although he didn't know why there was a subtle change, the current Liao Feng, who had already obtained many opportunities by virtue of being a reborn person, had already decided that he wouldn't let Wu Mingyue go to anyone. Thinking about this, Liao Feng stepped forward and looked straight at Lin Yi. This Lin brother, as a juvenile heavenly pride, your heart is naturally outstanding, so you shouldn't let a woman forcefully marry you, right? At me? Lin Yi inexplicably glanced at this Liao Feng. Well. Such a big destined son himself, now appearing inside the script of other destined sons with the identity of a villain? This is so exciting. Chapter 122, Not Following the Rules. Seeing the resolute look on this Liao Feng's face in front of him, Lin Yi couldn't help but say inwardly, "It's so right." This kid's expression and Chu Hao's were as if they were carved from the same mold. I guess it's like that for all the children of destiny, so why didn't you feel that way yourself? Brother Lin?
Liao Feng's voice raised a few points when he saw that Lin Yi hadn't been speaking.
Well. Lin Yi came back to his senses, looked at Liao Feng in front of him, and said softly, "Have you heard of a saying?"
Liao Feng froze, then spoke, "I wish to hear more. A strong twisted melon is not sweet, but it quenches the thirst."
Liao Feng. Wu Mingyue. The devil of ultimate bliss. Ha 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 ha.
Xiang Tiange laughed out loud, as he let out a loud laugh, causing him to bend over and cover his stomach. While laughing, he opened his mouth and said, "Worthy of being Lin Yi, right ah, it makes too much sense. A strong twisted melon isn't sweet, but it quenches the thirst."
Aha, can be said to be the most sensible words. The extreme bliss devil first glared at Xiang Tiange, then immediately looked at Lin Yi. How could he not expect the other party to say such words at this time? Wasn't this making Wu Mingyue squirm? Those phoenix eyes of Wu Mingyue sized up Lin Yi with interest.
One must know that right now, Lin Yi's reputation was out there, and all the rumors that went out were infamous.
His reputation alone was louder than many demons. But such a person, the first time we met, it looks like there is no demon cultivator's ruthlessness, that pair of eyes or even more has always remained indifferent, not to the things, not to their own sadness. And now,
because of Liao Feng's appearance, he actually switched his temperament again.
What kind of person is this? Liao Feng was also shocked by Lin Yi's words. "Everyone is a celestial pride. Can you pay attention when you speak?"
I thought that this Lin Yi would still be like that in his previous life, pretending to be gentle and gentlemanly in front of outsiders, which was also Lin Ming's greatest disguise in his previous life. But now he doesn't seem to be pretending in the slightest. What is all this talk of tigers and wolves? What does it mean to say that a twisted melon is not sweet, but quenches the thirst?
Brother Lin, you.
Okay, I know what you mean. Just when Liao Feng still wanted to say something, Lin Yi directly interrupted him impatiently. "Speak properly, you don't need to talk about all that nonsense. Wanting to come and stop this marriage contract, right?"
Liao Feng didn't know what Lin Yi's words meant, but subconsciously nodded.
Lin Yi said again,
"Want to prove that you're strong enough to make Princess Wu come and give up this marriage, right?" Liao Feng continued to nod his head.
Lin Yi was also very satisfied when he saw this good behavior of the other party and continued, "That's not all, next time speak directly to the point. Don't you just want to fight? What's the point of saying so much patting before?
Shouldn't you just come right up to me and tell me you want to beat me up and be done with it?" Liao Feng looked at Lin Yi somewhat incredulously. "So blunt? Although the words are this meaning, but absolutely not be able to say so if so say, that does not become a pure fine fault? Not to mention whether or not Lin Yi would agree to fight him, just saying that he was now in the territory of the sacred land of ultimate bliss. If he is too reckless, people directly a big mouth will slap him to death, is not a waste of nonsense? Even if there is a means to save his life, but that is not to be used as a last resort, use once less. That's it." Xiang Tiange also came forward at this time and spoke to Lin Yi. "Lord Saint's son, how can I let you take action for a trivial matter? Leave it to my little brother." Lin Yi turned his gaze towards Xiang Tiange, who squeezed his eyes at him, obviously asking Lin Yi to let him have this opponent. Xiang Tiange's appearance caused Liao Feng's eyes to stare.
In his previous life, he had also heard of Xiang Tiange's name, which was the holy son of the sacred land of ultimate bliss, and he didn't know why in this life, Lin Ming had changed his name and had also become the holy son of the sacred land of ultimate bliss.
Wait. Liao Kai definitely couldn't allow his own son to spoil this engagement, and quickly stood out. "Liao Feng, you go back." Not to mention Liao Kai, even Wu Mingyue didn't think highly of Liao Feng. After all, Liao Feng's performance on weekdays could be considered benevolent. Lin Yi's previous fight against Xiang Tiange had now spread throughout the southern region. Who didn't know that the once extreme bliss sacred land, now the Zhengqi sect, had produced two supreme heavenly prides? The battle between the two was even recorded by many shadow retaining stones. That simply didn't seem like a fight that the younger generation could do. Judging by Liao Feng's usual performance, whether he was fighting Lin Yi or Xiang Tiange, he definitely had no chance of winning. "Father." Liao Feng turned his head to look at Liao Kai with complete confidence on his face. "Father, stay out of this matter. I won't let the Grand Princess get caught up in this marriage." Liao Kai was a bit speechless towards his own son. He was able to see his son's love for the Grand Princess. But even if he was his own son, he didn't think that Liao Feng could be worthy of the Grand Princess. The age of the two people first, not to mention, the cultivation is not a level. If you say that Liao Feng has a phenomenal talent is just, but the performance on weekdays is just mediocre. Where did he get the confidence to be so brave? But Liao Kai was able to feel the powerful confidence in Liao Feng.
With this in mind, he could only sigh helplessly, and then he bowed to the extreme bliss demon sovereign. Brother Dao, you've seen how my canine son looks like this, so I hope that you won't blame our imperial dynasty for this matter. The two men themselves were old friends, and there was no need to speak in such an out-of-the-way manner. However, Liao Feng's behavior made Liao Kai feel guilty, which was why he was so respectful when speaking to the extreme bliss demon sovereign. Seeing his old friend like this, the extreme bliss demon sovereign, where else could he take advantage of the situation, and waved his hand. Let the young people resolve their own matters. Don't worry, this matter won't affect the friendship between the two of us. That's good. Liao Kai sighed in relief. He was really worried that the extreme bliss demon sovereign would use this reason to lash out at his own dynasty. At that time, his Liao family would be the sinners. Hearing the conversation between his own father and the extreme bliss demon sovereign, Liao Feng knew that he could have nothing to worry about. Then he walked over to Xiang Tiange. This is a matter between Brother Lin and I. I hope that you, Brother Xiang, won't intervene. Do you know who Lin Yi is? Xiang Tiange looked at Liao Feng with an exaggerated expression. He's my beloved family friend and brother in arms. You said you're going to fight my good brother in front of me, and I'm able to remain indifferent? Then am I still considered a person? Moreover, he is the saint son of our Zhengqi sect, so naturally he needs me, an ordinary disciple, to be the pawn if you are able to defeat me. Only then will you be able to face off against our saint's son. Liao Feng really wanted to say, do you take me for an idiot? Chapter 123, Whose Face to Slap? Lin Yi is indeed your holy son right now. But you, Xiang Tiange, are at least a sequence 1 disciple, right? You call a guy like you a pawn? What do you call the others? Called cannon fodder? Even if you want to find a reason to fight me, please use your brain and find a better reason, okay? Brother Xiang, how about this? I'll fight Brother Lin first, and then I'll fight you afterward. Unable to do anything else, Liao Feng was only able to compromise, but before fighting Xiang Tiange, he still wanted to fight Lin Yi first. This was not only to show his talent in front of Wu Mingyue, but there was also another thing, and that was that in his previous life, that back was really memorable to him. It could be said that it was already all going to be his demon. In this life, he was destined to be invincible, but before that, he must shatter his own heart demons, or else the road to invincibility would ultimately have flaws. Now Lin Yi has just come into his own. Both of them were at a similar realm, which happened to be the best time to witness the Dao. That was why Liao Feng wanted to compete with Lin Yi first. Upon hearing this, Xiang Tiange frowned and his expression chilled. I say, do you consider yourself a character? Liao Feng was a bit puzzled, not knowing what Xiang Tiange meant by this statement. I only saw Xiang Tiange shake his head and continued speaking. This is the Zhengqi sect. You're standing in the middle of the sacred Lord's Hall. Let's not talk about your rudeness. Let's just say, you're coming up here to have a competition with our sacred son? Do you think the Holy Son will accept any challenge from any cat or dog? I'm going to give you 2 paths right now. The first one is to agree to compete with me. The loser doesn't need to say anything. The second one? Simple, I'll force myself on you, and after defeating you, I'll break both of your legs and throw you out. As he said these words, Xiang Tiange's face wore a clouded expression. Obviously, Liao Feng's several times of insensitivity had made him angry. A demonic cultivator was always a demonic cultivator, and Xiang Tiange was naturally not a good-tempered person, otherwise how could he have suppressed the other sequence disciples? Liao Feng snorted coldly. Obviously Xiang Tiange's words had stirred up his true fire as well. Xiang Tiange, I know I've been rude. I've already put up with you again and again. The reason why I'm not fighting you is not because I'm afraid of you, but because I want to fight Lin Yi. If you want to help him test my cards, you can just say so. I don't mind letting you see it either. What? Xiang Tiange was practically laughing with anger. He fought Liao Feng to help Lin Yi test his cards? Where the hell did this Liao Feng get the courage? A saint's son, a sequence 1, and the two still needed to fight Liao Feng in a wheel-to-wheel battle? Is he taking himself too seriously? Wu Mingyue had been standing there without saying anything, her pair of phoenix eyes staring tightly at Lin Yi, as if she was trying to discern something from Lin Yi's body. But to her disappointment, no matter how much Liao Feng and Xiang Tiange argued, Lin Yi always stood there as if he was an outsider, with a relaxed and cozy smile on his face, as if these things had nothing to do with him. There! Just as Xiang Tiange and Liao Feng were in a sword fight, it was the extreme bliss demon sovereign who opened his mouth, causing the two to stop their words. Although young people's matters are left to young people to resolve, what does it look like for you two to be so noisy here? Upon hearing this, Xiang Tiange, Liao Feng, and all of them bowed to the extreme bliss demon sovereign to apologize. Only to see the extreme bliss demon sovereign turn his gaze towards Lin Yi and speak. Lin Yi, what do you think about this matter? After all, the person involved in this is you, and someone wants to stop your marriage contract, you still need to come forward and say a few words. The main reason why he had spoken to Lin Yi in such a manner was because the Extreme Bliss Demon Emperor didn't know what Lin Yi was thinking. From the time he came in until now, Lin Yi had shown neither affection nor aversion towards Wu Mingyue. It could be said that the engagement seemed as if it had nothing to do with him at all. Now that Liao Feng had stepped forward to question Lin Yi, he was also able to ask about his attitude. If Lin Yi was unwilling to do so, he, the demonic father, would naturally cancel the marriage. The Extreme Bliss Fiend had never wanted Lin Yi to play any kind of marriage between forces. He Zhengqi sect also does not need to go to what marriage, after all, the Extreme Happiness Holy Land belongs to the Devil sect, the usual hatred, no 1000 also have 800 ah. With so many enemies, what need is there for an assisting force? Mrs. Miao had contracted this marriage for Lin Yi. Besides wanting to help Lin Yi find some more background power, there was another important reason, and that was because Mrs. Miao knew how strong Wu Mingyue's power talent was. And judging from Lin Yi's attitude towards her, this little disciple of his own family seemed to like some mature women. With the many conditions added together, Wu Mingyue was simply the perfect candidate. Hearing the Extreme Bliss Demon Sovereign's inquiry, Lin Yi knew that he couldn't afford not to open his mouth, and he had been there to observe. Observe exactly how Liao Feng, the son of destiny, would carry out that pretentious face-punching drama. Now, it seems that you really need a villainous character to play the role of a bully in the face. But he's not a villain, he's also the son of heaven. Another son of heaven wants to play pretend and hit his face? Then let's see which one of us plays pretend and who punches who in the face. With this in mind, Lin Yi looked at Wu Mingyue and softly said, "Would Princess Wu be willing to conclude a marriage contract with me?" Wu Mingyue was a bit surprised. I was thinking of seeing how Lin Yi would deal with Liao Feng, but it turned out that the other party asked him directly? I only saw Wu Mingyue smile sweetly. Like I said at the beginning, regarding the marriage contract, if I didn't agree, I wouldn't have come. Hearing this, Liao Feng's face darkened more and more. Lin Yi, on the other hand, looked very satisfied, only to see him turn to look at Liao Feng. "This marriage contract, I naturally agree to it, so may I ask this brother Liao, with both of us agreeing to it, what's the point of forcing it?" "Nope. The Grand Princess was forced." Liao Feng shouted out at the top of his voice, "If she wasn't forced, how did she marry a devil like you?" Lin Ye's eyes showed a cold light and said softly, "This brother Liao, meals can be eaten indiscriminately, words cannot be spoken indiscriminately. Don't you know that I am a member of the righteous path?" "That's right." With the sound of a voice, only a man dressed in white walked in. The person who came was none other than Lin Ye's lapdog, Cheng's pillar. He had been drilling the devil's kung fu before. After all, he had lost all of his Confucian cultivation, but he had not thought that the devil's kung fu would match him very well, and in a short period of time, his cultivation was 3 times better than before. This made him think even more that he was destined to meet Lin Yi. Just now, he had been in seclusion, but then he received a transmission from his own demonic father saying that someone was making things difficult for Lin Yi. How could this make the Pillar of Chang, who was the number 1 junior brother, endure it? And he directly came out of the gate and came to this Holy Lord's Hall. Just in time to hear Lin Ye's words, he hurriedly let out a shout. Chapter 124 The Light of the Righteous Path. Cheng's pillar trotted all the way to Lin Ye's side and saluted, then gave the Extreme Bliss Demon Sovereign another salute. Turning his head, he coldly looked at Liao Feng. "What are you? How dare you question Master Lin here? I tell you, Master Lin is the light of the righteous path, the spokesman for truth, goodness, and beauty, the candle that lights up the night. Heaven does not give birth to Master Lin, the righteous path is as long as the night." Hiss! The people in the great hall all sucked in a breath of cool air. Liao Kai was even more horrified as he looked at Cheng's pillar. Whose ministry is this? How does he manage to say nonsense with a straight face? The point is, he said these things with such vocal emotion and moist eyes that people subconsciously chose to believe him. Heaven does not give birth to forest leaves, and the righteous path is as long as the night? How can you say something like that without a conscience? Wu Mingyue was looking at this Cheng's column with interest. She had already felt the vague Ru Dao aura on the other party. A disciple of the academy who cultivated the vast and righteous qi had actually become Lin Ye's little brother? Who could believe that? Cheng's pillar also noticed Wu Mingyue's gaze and hurriedly bowed to it. "This is the Master Mother, right?" "Greetings, my name is Cheng's pillar, Master Lin. He is the light of enlightenment in my life, the direction I'm heading in." "Senior Mother, you must not listen to the words of a villain. Master Lin, he is suffering. Having made a great vow that if I don't go to hell, who will go to hell? Can such a person be a devil cultivator? It's simply pouring dirty water." Those who say that Master Lin is a demonic cultivator have a wrong heart themselves. Lin Yi looked at Cheng's column and was also a bit of a social deaf.
You heard wrong, man. Is that what I said? What I'm saying is, I'm not going to hell. Who the hell is? Besides, who is hell? Why should I go to hell? Facing someone like Cheng's pillar, Liao Feng obviously did not cope well and directly said in a cold voice, I'm not going to mess around with you. Fart. Sung's pillar wouldn't let him off that easy. Directly pointing at Liao Feng's nose, he cursed, who on earth is the one who is stirring up trouble? Today is the engagement day of our Master Lin and our Master Mother. Both of them have said that they agree to it, so it's your turn to oppose it as a demon? Besides, what angle are you standing against? On the basis of your low cultivation, or on the basis of your ugly looks? A mere toad still wants to eat swan meat. What a colorful man. To prevent a marriage union is disloyal, to disobey your father's order is unfilial. A disloyal and unfilial person is not even qualified to stand beside my Lin master. Get the hell out of here. This speech made Liao Feng simply dumbfounded. He now wanted to beat Cheng's pillar to death, but Liao Kai or Wu Mingyue would naturally not let him do so. Xiang Tianga on the side looked at Cheng's column full of admiration, turned his head to Lin Yi and spoke, I say Lin Yi, where did you get this superb awe? Why don't you pass him over to me? I want to have a little brother like this too, really. Lin Yi shook his head, take it anytime you want. Good buddy. Sun's pillar had obviously heard Lin Yi's words as well, and looked at Lin Yi with a slight grudge. He was now using Lin Yi as a guiding light, so naturally he couldn't go to someone else's side. Besides, Lin Yi was now a saint's son, and without any surprises, the next saint lord would be him. Could following a sequence one disciple be any more promising than following Lin Yi? Obviously not. Okay. Sun's pillar had gulped and intended to continue using his gungfu, but Lin Yi directly interrupted him. Lin Yi slowly walked up to Liao Feng and said indifferently, you want to fight me over, right? Liao Feng said in a deep voice, yes. Okay, so have you considered the consequences? I naturally consider. No, you're not thinking about it. Before Liao Feng could finish his sentence, Lin Yi directly interrupted him and said in a deep voice, remember, I promise you this battle, but if you lose, not only you, but your father, as well as all the people who are with you on top of this great hall, all of them will die. What? Liao Feng hadn't expected Lin Yi to actually say something like that. Liao Kai also looked at Lin Yi with a similarly unfavorable expression. The Dao rhythm from the Extreme Bliss Demon Sovereign directly wrapped the Great Hall, and even the formation patterns were directly activated. As a demon Zun, he naturally had to be on Lin Yi's side, and the two elders in the hall also looked at the people from the immortal imperial dynasty with murderous intent on their faces. The people on the side of the immortal imperial dynasty were dumbfounded. How could they not have imagined how things would turn out like this? Aren't you here to get engaged? You're going straight to the knife? Wu Mingyue's phoenix eyes narrowed lightly. She had underestimated Lin Yi's position in the sacred land of extreme bliss, and now it seemed that whatever Lin Yi said, the extreme bliss demon sovereign would unconditionally support it, even if it set off an immortal war. Hearing Lin Yi's obviously threatening words, Liao Feng coldly said, what the hell do you mean? It doesn't mean anything. Lin Yi shook his head and continued, I'm just stating a fact. Aren't you confident in your strength? Let's bet on it. Bet on what? Just bet on all of you. Hearing Lin Yi's words, Liao Feng froze. He had never thought of such consequences. After all, they were from the immortal imperial dynasty, and his own father was still a great general, so he thought that the fight would just be between him and Lin Yi. If you lose, then you lose, you've been reborn, big deal, you die again. But betting on everyone's lives? Even if he felt that he wouldn't lose, he couldn't easily say that he agreed to this matter. Lin Ming, you really are still this despicable. Liao Feng spoke through clenched teeth. Lin Ming? Lin Yi, who heard this name, froze momentarily. Boom! Terrifying killing intent-like substance burst out from Lin Yi's body. The bronze coffin behind him was also emitting wisps of eerie aura at the moment. This kind of aura made everyone in the Great Hall's scalp tingle, even the Extreme Bliss Demon Sovereign, Wu Mingyue and other powerful people. It was not an aura, but a breath. In the ancestral ground, there were old ancestors who were looking at the Sacred Lord's Hall in amazement, and they didn't know what was going on with this aura. Who the hell is this person giving off an aura? Who are all in the Holy Lord's palace now? Don't you know it when you see it? One of the elder ancestors took out a crystal, the inside of which happened to reflect the Holy Lord's Hall. After seeing that it was the aura from Lin Yi, the crowd let go. It's Lin boy, it's alright then, disperse, disperse. TSK, TSK, TSK. Who pissed off Kid Lin like that? guess that person is going to be out of luck? If the people of the immortal imperial dynasty are sensible, they should immediately cooperate with Kid Lin, otherwise, old ancestor, I will have to go forward to their imperial dynasty to discuss the Dao. Chapter 125, No More Hiding. But this kid really does have a few moments of dominance, exactly like my old ancestor when I was young. Come on, don't blather, you can have this energy? I don't know you. That girl doll doesn't look too bad, she should be able to barely match our Lin kid. The crowd of old ancestors looked at the image above the crystal stone and were discussing it in a chorus of voices. At the same time, everyone in the Holy Lord's Hall felt the trembling of their divine souls. The gazes of many powerful people looking at Lin Yi were filled with horror. Especially Wu Mingyue, her phoenix eyes were filled with surprise, as if she hadn't expected Lin Yi to actually have such means. Liao Feng, who was most positively affected by this aura, was even more shocked. How had he not seen this scent in his previous life? What the hell is going on? Was he really reborn? Why are the many details different? This was a query that apparently no one could give him an answer to. He was now equivalent to being racked up, not to mention how this weird aura on Lin Yi came about, but just Lin Yi's words from before made it a bit difficult for him. Was it really possible to carry everyone's lives on his back to duel with Lin Yi? Once defeated, death was death, but the rest of the immortal imperial dynasty would have to be buried with them, so what about Wu Mingyue as well as her own father? Liao Feng's face was filled with a tangled look. What, still thinking about it? Lin Yi came forward and said softly, to no longer give you a little lottery, well, if you can win me more than the marriage contract thing to do it, this head, you can also take it by all means. Crazy. Really crazy. As a great general of the immortal imperial dynasty, Liao Kai had never seen any great storms. But this young man in front of him made him feel a trace of fear, yes, fear. After mentioning the word Lin Ming, this young man had clearly changed. First, it was the bizarre aura that made him, a saint, feel his soul tremble, and immediately after that, the aura on Lin Yi's body changed. The most obvious was the madness contained in his eyes. If that madness were to radiate out completely, I'm afraid it would be able to overturn the entire southern region. What kind of person is this? Coming. Xiang Tiange was very excited to see Lin Yi's change, because Lin Yi's appearance like this had only appeared when he was dealing with that group of Buddhas. I didn't expect to see it reappear now, and only because of a name. What is Lin Ming? Xiang Tiange didn't know what kind of relationship Lin Ming had with Lin Yi, but to be able to make Lin Yi show this kind of expression, he thought that he must be an extremely interesting person. Hearing Lin Yi's words, Liao Feng's eyes grew colder and colder. Are you kidding me? Naturally, I'm not joking, my words naturally count. If I can really be defeated by a waste like you, what's the use of me keeping this head? The current Lin Yi didn't have the slightest intention of disguising himself. Even his tone was full of pride and arrogance. It was as if he didn't even look at Liao Feng in the eyes. Deception. Liao Feng's body trembled slightly due to his excessive anger. Just at this time, a voice transmission rang in his ears. It's okay, Peek, you can do whatever you want. Originally, Liao Feng really wanted to fight with Lin Yi, even if he was doomed, but when his own father said this, it calmed him down instead. Phew. I only saw Liao Feng exhale a deep breath and looked at Lin Yi and said word for word, you said to bet once, you use your head, and I'll use mine, and if I lose this head, you can just take it, but my family members, as well as other people from the immortal imperial dynasty, can't be a part of this bet. Oh. Lin Yi looked at Liao Feng with interest. Should I say that it's worthy of being the son of destiny, always able to calm down at critical moments? But what Lin Yi wanted to know the most right now was whether or not there was any existence of himself as a person in Liao Feng's memories of being a reborn person, and what kind of role Lin Ming had in it. From the other party's attitude earlier, it was clear that they had taken him for Lin Ming. Could it be that in his memory, Lin Ming would be engaged to Wu Mingyue? If so, was it true that after getting engaged to Wu Mingyue, one would be able to wait for the arrival of the everlasting forest family? Just as Lin Yi was still pondering, Xiang Tiange stepped forward once again. Leave this fight to me. Not necessary. Lin Yi shook his head and said softly, I intend to do it myself. Ah. Xiang Tiange's face was filled with a look of loss. It seemed that his desire to have a good fight before going forward to the Forbidden Zone was out of the question. Then it's decided. The Extreme Bliss Demon Sovereign was naturally very excited. He had 100% confidence in Lin Yi. Not to mention an unheard of Liao Feng. Even if Xiang Tiange was allowed to fight Lin Yi again, the Extreme Bliss Demon Sovereign would unconditionally believe that Lin Yi would be able to win. One could only see the Extreme Bliss Demon Sovereign's large hand waving.
The formation patterns in the Holy Lord's Hall flickered, and by the time they opened their eyes again, they had already arrived at the martial training hall. The previous ring has been rebuilt. There were disciples who were discussing the Dao in 2s and 3s around them. Seeing a large group of people suddenly appear, the crowd all froze, and after seeing the figures of the extreme bliss demon sovereign Lin Yi and Xiang Tiange, their gazes were filled with doubt. Isn't the holy sonship competition over? What's the point of coming to the ring at this hour? As soon as they saw that there was something lively to watch, the crowd all called out to their friends, and soon, the news that Lin Yi might be dueling with someone spread throughout the entire Zhengqi sect. Many disciples as well as elders came to hear the inquiries, just to verify the facts with their own eyes. As expected, there were only 3 people left on top of the ring at this moment. One was the extreme bliss demon, one was Lin Yi, and the remaining one was a teenager who had never seen him before. Only Liao Feng was seen standing above the ring, his eyes filled with gravity. Lin Yi, if I can't defeat you this time, my Dao heart won't be solid, and the Grand Princess, I won't let her be with a devil like you. When he said the words Grand Princess, there was a hint of tenderness in Liao Feng's eyes. Obviously, the Grand Princess was his white moonlight, both in his past life and in this life. Boom! Liao Feng no longer held back, and the aura on his body directly burst out. As soon as the cultivation of the transformation god was revealed, Liao Kai or Wu Mingyue, as well as all the people from the immortal imperial dynasty, all looked at Liao Feng in surprise. Didn't you say he's a Jin Dan? When did it just turn into a god? Those who were able to become god transformation cultivators at this age were naturally heavenly prides. The Zhengqi sect was also like this. The first requirement to become a sequence disciple was that one's cultivation had to reach the transformation spirit realm, and only if they were a disciple of the younger generation. This Liao Feng is hiding? Wu Mingyue felt the aura from Liao Feng's body, and her phoenix eyes carried a few strands of deep meaning. Liao Kai was even more confused. His own son, who had a waste constitution before, had suddenly become a heavenly pride? No wonder he wanted to challenge Lin Yi. Chapter 126 The Law of Being Pierced for Jumping Chops. But if only the cultivation of the early stage of the transformation of God against Lin Yi. Liao Kai's face held a hint of worry. One must know that the most rumored thing in the southern region today was the Saint Sun competition of the Zhengqi sect. The news that 2 top demons had appeared in the Zhengqi sect had naturally spread throughout the southern region, especially Lin Yi, who had simply crushed the other sequence disciples in a lopsided manner when facing them. Only Xiang Tiange was able to fight him. Those sequence disciples could all be at the cultivation level of a transformation spirit, and there were even some who had reached the middle and late stages of transformation spirit. His own son, who had always been rather wasted, had suddenly become a heavenly pride, but he couldn't die here just because of this matter. Liao Kai was in a big hurry, but now that both of them had mounted the ring, there was no chance at all for him to stop them even if he wanted to. With no way out, Liao Kai directly looked at his own Grand Princess with a plea for help, wanting her to ask for a ray of hope for Liao Feng. But Wu Mingyue acted as if she didn't see Liao Kai's gaze. If it was just a cultivator at the early stage of God transformation, it wouldn't be worth it for her to cross paths with the extreme bliss demon, especially when the object of the cross paths was still that bizarre Lin Yi. Who knew what kind of consequences there would be if they offended Lin Yi? Both losing the marriage contract and allowing a holy land to stay in enmity with his own, such a costly deal, Wu Mingyue would not do. Without the nod of the Grand Princess, Liao Kai was not able to take the liberty to call off the duel. After all, the one who initiated the duel was his son. At this moment, the extreme bliss demon sovereign was standing on the stage, and when he felt the cultivation level of the early stage of transformation spirit in Liao Feng's body, he didn't care too much about it. What's wrong with the early stage of transformation? His own saint's son was going to be above all the sequence disciples, and as for the reason why Liao Feng was hiding his cultivation, the extreme bliss demon sovereign could probably guess some of it. Isn't it just about pretending? But you ran to my extreme holy land. Bah! Zhengqi sect to pretend? Then you've really come to the wrong place. No matter what the outcome of this battle is, you kids already have a way to take your death. This ground is reserved for you. This is your duel, not a competition. So when I open the large formation, no matter what happens, I won't open this large formation, except when the battle has a result. Either one side will die, or one side will voluntarily admit defeat. After saying that, the extreme bliss fiend directly walked out of the ring. Above the ring, only the Liao Feng, who was no longer hiding his cultivation, and Lin Yi, who was dressed in red, remained. Lin Yi, I've been waiting for this fight for a long time. Liao Feng almost called out Lin Ming, but once he remembered Lin Yi's state earlier in that weird aura, he changed his mouth in time. The Lin Yi from before had made him feel extremely terrifying. It's as if the creature at the bottom of the food chain is facing the creature at the top. That bloodline suppression-like feeling caused Liao Feng to have a trace of fear in the bottom of his heart. It wasn't a theory of will, but a feeling of fear that was automatically generated by the body and the divine soul.
That's why the name was purposely changed when it was called out.
Lin Yi sized up Liao Feng in front of him. I have to say, this Destiny's Child storyline is very much in the right place indeed. If he were to switch to another villain at this moment, Liao Feng would no longer hide his cultivation and then defeat that villain with a bang, and by the way, make Wu Mingyue look at him differently, and the immortal imperial dynasty tilt its resources.
Everything is logical, isn't this the normal routine regarding the Chosen One?
However, since he had let himself come across it, he naturally would not give him such an opportunity.
You're the Chosen One, right? I'm the Chosen One plus the villain, the buffs are stacked, how can I lose?
The two stood above the ring, one poised to strike, the other in a cloudy state, the high and the low. At this time, Liao Feng didn't have the time to think about pussyfooting around, whether it was in his previous life or in this life. The man in front of him brought him too much pressure. How can you not be nervous about facing the nightmare in your mind?
Liao Feng's palms were oozing sweat. As if to dispel the sense of awe within, Liao Feng chose to strike directly. Boom!
A halberd appeared in Liao Feng's hand. The body quality of the god-killing body allowed his body to flourish with bloodlight. This was the derivation of the killing chi, which had already condensed into a substance, thick as blood. This scene filled Liao Kai below the ring with confusion.
Where did his own son get such a great killing aura?
Even if he had been hiding his cultivation in a low-profile manner, killing aura was different from anything else. Even if he possessed a god-killing body, he still needed the grinding of his flesh, blood, and soul to add killing aura to himself.
When did he kill so many people?
After sacrificing his halberd, Liao Feng's aura changed, and he was like a god of war descending. Scarlet light around the surrounding, hair upside down, pupils sharp as lightning, body battle chi surging, vibrating the four directions. This aura alone made countless people feel shocked.
Lin Yi! Suffer death!
Liao Feng roared, and then rose up in the air, the halberd in his hand blazing with bloodlight, erupting in a burst of roaring sounds, and the emptiness gave off a glassy, shattering sound. The halberd swung with bloody light, spreading out endless ripples that shook the land.
Boom! A deafening roar resounded through the heavens and earth.
That halberd slammed hard into Lin Yi with many runes. The latter had been standing in place without taking action, and when the halberd attacked, he slightly sidestepped, avoiding the blade of the halberd, and then struck out with a sword finger.
Dang!
The sound of metal clashing rang out, and Lin Yi's body erupted with a shocking sword intent. At the same time, the shadow of the Taiji divine diagram rose up in the air from behind him. Only heard a boom sound, the sword chi river rushed up, rolled up 1,000 feet high, flooded the place. The runes are endless, indestructible, in the void seems to be strangling everything. Seeing this scene, Liao Feng drew his halberd back and struck a sweeping blow against that sword chi Yangtze river. A metallic tremor sounded out, and blood-colored runes roared between heaven and earth. The halberd impacted on top of that sword chi Yangtze river, blocking it directly. Liao Feng's face wore a few scowls, and every single sword chi from that sword chi Yangtze river was as heavy as a mountain. Even if it was only a passive resistance, it still made him a bit strained. Finally, with a violent roar, the blood-colored halberd was sent flying.
Liao Feng's figure flickered and directly disappeared into the void as those sword chi surged and tore apart the remnants he left behind.
At the same time, Liao Feng appeared by his halberd, grabbed it and charged towards Lin Yi once more. He looked like a crazy demon, his body emitted a bone-chirping sound, and he descended from the void, dancing his war halberd and slashing Lin Yi upright.
Put! The sound of entering flesh rang out.
Lin Yi's hand was more than but a spirit sword appeared. That spirit sword was wrapped in spirit power, causing the blade to be extended. The blade directly pierced through Liao Feng's chest. He maintained the motion of holding his halberd up with both hands and slamming it downward at the moment. Looking at Liao Feng, who had been pierced by himself, Lin Yi's tone carried a hint of helplessness. Jumping splits?
Do you not understand the law of jumping chops will be pierced through the chest? Chapter 127 Outbreak of Desperation. Liao Feng was in the air, his entire body supported by a sword. The spiritual energy on top of that sword blade continuously ravaged his body, causing him to spit out several mouthfuls of blood. The law of jump splits being pierced?
What was that? He'd never even heard of it, and he didn't have time to ponder that one right now.
You deserve to die. Lin Yi.
Liao Feng roared and gave a hard slap to his own, only to hear a boom as he broke free directly from above the sword blade. A mark also appeared on the silver armor on his body, and it was obvious that the force of the palm he had just used was not light. The injured Liao Feng was like a lone wolf, his eyes were red and his aura was getting more and more dangerous. The more the god-killing body fought, the more courageous it became, and after being injured, it was even more able to stimulate the potential in its body. Even though the current Liao Feng was at the early stage of god transformation, the aura on his body made even the harmonization stage cultivators shudder. If you looked closely, you would be able to notice that the blood qi wrapped around Liao Feng's body at this moment was becoming even more dense. If it was a blood mist before, it was on the verge of condensing into liquid at this moment. Killing god body returning to the ancestors? Liao Kai was overjoyed to see this scene. He was likewise a god-killing physique, but even with the cultivation of the Saint Realm, it was impossible for him to make these blood qi condense into this shape. There was only one possibility for Liao Feng's change, and that was that he was awakening the killing god bloodline in his body. As descendants of the ancient great emperors, they naturally had emperor blood hidden within their bodies, only that the passage of time had resulted in no one being able to return to their ancestors. The emperor's blood directly transformed into a physique that had been passed down from generation to generation, that is, the god-killing physique. If the bloodline returns, doesn't my son have the stature of a great emperor? As the eldest princess of the immortal imperial dynasty, Wu Mingyuan naturally had extraordinary insights, and coupled with the fact that she had just heard Liao Kai's words, she also naturally knew about the changes in Liao Feng's body. Return of the ancestors? Murmuring these two words softly, his phoenix eyes flowed with luster, not knowing what he was thinking about. At this moment, Liao Feng had completely changed. If his temperament was like a god of war before, then now he was an ancient god in charge of killing. Boom! Lin Yi, in this life, I will stop you. Your plan won't work. Accompanied by a roar, Liao Feng raised his halberd in his hand and came towards Lin Yi once again with a standing chop, this time swinging the halberd, which was obviously far too powerful than before. Slanting over with a forceful stance, a terrifying sonic boom erupted in the air. The qi and blood on Liao Feng's body was so monstrous that the entire sky was dyed red, and the red cloud-dense sky was accompanied by thunderous sounds from time to time. Seeing this scene, Lin Yi waved his spirit sword, which gleamed. Swish! The strong and unrivaled sword light directly cut through the sky. The heaven and earth momentum driven by that Liao Feng was directly broken by Lin Yi's sword. Lin Yi continuously swung his white spirit sword. He looked like an ancient sword immortal, his black hair fluttering, his eyes sharp, and between the fluttering of his red clothes, he forcefully suppressed Liao Feng. Dang it! The spirit sword and the halberd were constantly clashing in the void, and each stroke seemed like an immortal realm war drum being sounded. The sound of clanging resounded in the hearts of every person watching the battle. His body was dyed with a layer of white flowing light as he continuously swung his spirit sword to chop on top of that halberd, and even though Liao Feng's aura was unprecedentedly strong, he was shocked and coughed out blood. The people on the immortal imperial clan's side were directly stunned. Liao Feng showing his strength one after another would have made them overly shocked, and before that, he heard Liao Kai say that he killed the god body returning to the ancestor, and he had thought that it would be a great display of power, but as a result, he was still being suppressed by Lin Yi and couldn't raise his head? Just by listening to the sonic boom produced by that rotating halberd, the crowd knew that it definitely wasn't that Liao Feng was weak, but that Lin Yi was too strong. Each strike was 1,000,000 pounds of force, but it was resisted by Lin Yi with his sword in one hand, and even that recoil caused Liao Feng to cough up blood. What kind of demon was this Lin Yi? Looking at his cloudy appearance, it was obvious that he hadn't used his full strength yet. Liao Feng was powerful enough in his own right, plus the return of the god-killing body, holding a supreme treasure and wearing battle armor, yet he was still undefeated. Resisting that spirit sword one after another had already made him feel the sound of sadness emanating from the bones in his entire body. When Lin Yi's seemingly random sword chopped on the halberd, the feeling it brought to Liao Feng was as if he was fighting against a mountain. Dang! With another loud bang, Liao Feng held his halberd with both hands and crossed it in front of his chest, blocking the spirit sword, but at the same time, the terrifying force knocked him dozens of feet away. Two marks appeared above the ring. Buzz! In the blood-colored sky, the Taiji divine diagram was continuously flowing, and the two streams of Taiyin and Sun's intent had completely suppressed that blood-colored vision. Immediately afterward, a shadow sat on top of the Taiji divine diagram. If one looked closely, one would be able to realize that the figure sitting on it was identical to Lin Yi. The flowing black Dao rhythms were clothes that were draped over his body, and he cupped his hands to seal, one hand bursting with white light, and the other hand as eerily black as ink. The two visions were actually superimposed together. The Devil's Father is approaching the heavens?
This is the ultimate vision of the devil Dao, again. Is this Lin Yi going against the heavens? I've heard before that he triggered 3 types of visions when he broke through the realm, and now he's triggered 2 types of visions again in the middle of a battle? Is vision his fighting style? Use it whenever he wants? Boom! Just at this moment, a roaring sound was emitted between heaven and earth. Below, Lin Yi took a step forward, Dao rhythms erupted, and white light flashed. Ethereal demonic sounds resonated with the great Dao, causing demons to overlap in everyone's hearts. At this moment, Liao Feng was already in an unstable state of mind, and after being baptized by this demonic sound, his entire face became more and more insane. Aha! Lin Yi, you deserve to die. Liao Feng's black hair was in disarray, and his eyes had been completely covered with the color of blood. A terrifying aura burst out from his body. It was as if the aura wasn't Liao Feng's at all. The thick blood aura made everyone present frown. Crap! When Liao Kai saw this scene, he was in a great hurry. The god-slaying body did allow their Liao family to rise to the heavens in one step, but it also had the same drawbacks. That was because of being too immersed in the killing intent, and if one was not careful, one would be revolted by it. The ancient emperor was in charge of the way of killing, and his emperor blood was naturally furious, which was why Liao's family was so small. Most people without perseverance who walk on the path of the god of killers have only one path to destruction. As for Liao Feng's bloodline returning to his ancestors, I'm afraid that the backlash he suffered was even greater. Nowadays, if Liao Feng didn't come to his senses in time, I'm afraid that he would become a monster reduced to only knowing how to kill. What good is a monster, even if it possesses great power? Looking at the Liao Feng in front of him, Lin Ye's eyes narrowed lightly. He could already tell that this Liao Feng appeared to be starting to play the same thing as the desperate outburst of the Son of Heaven's destiny. The aura on Liao Feng's body was still getting stronger, and that emperor's blood appeared to be reviving. Chapter 128 Can't interrupt when transforming? Swish! Right at this moment, a figure appeared in front of Liao Feng. Who else could it be but Lin Yi? He was seen holding his sword in one hand and piercing his chest. Imperial blood revival? Small universe eruption? You think I'm an idiot? You can't interrupt when you're transforming, can you? Is this your invincible time? Lin Yi was filled with disdain. Liao Feng was like a little cutie. Like, standing there to build up his strength. Seems like he's a bit of a non-person then. Why wait for the end of your transformation to play the desperate burst set? Wouldn't it be faster if I just killed you? Lin Yi! How dare you! Liao Kai roared out in anger when he saw his son being pierced through the chest with a sword. How could he not have thought that his own son would still be crushed by Lin Yi like this even after his bloodline had returned? Moreover, my own son was in the process of storing up his strength. This Lin Yi did not speak of martial virtues. He actually made a sneak attack with his sword. Boom! Devilish might burst out, black waves were heaving in the sky, only to see the extreme bliss devil sovereign standing in front of Liao Kai, indifferently looking at the other party, and softly saying, "If you dare to take a step forward, I guarantee that you'll die here." What is an old friend in front of a holy place? Lin Yi was the demon father's most favored offspring, and besides, those old denizens inside their own holy land were all very happy with Lin Yi. If Lin Yi was injured under his own watch, not to mention how Lady Miao would react, just those old dangs in the ancestral lands would be able to make him suffer. Liao Kai looked at the devil father with red eyes, obviously wanting to rush up. His own son is in danger. If he doesn't care about it, is he still considered a human father? Just at this time, a voice filled with majesty rang out. "General Liao, you must not be rude." Liao Kai turned his head to look. At this moment, Wu Mingyue was staring straight at him with those golden phoenix eyes. Instead of the usual gentleness, the delicate face was replaced by a frosty one. This time, the reason why they, the immortal imperial dynasty, had taken the initiative to come here was why they were hooking up with the sacred land of extreme bliss. The Golden Age has already opened, whether it is the lower domain or the upper domain, the entire 9 heavens and 10 earths of the big and small forces are all eager to move. In this era, even the immortal Dao system was at risk of being overthrown. Therefore, having strong allies is very important at this moment. Obviously, Lady Miao had made a trip to make the Holy Emperor of the Immortal Imperial Dynasty directly bet on the Extreme Bliss sacred ground. Otherwise, how would she have let the great princess, who was extremely gifted, come to join with Lin Yi in marriage? As the eldest princess of the Immortal Imperial Dynasty, who had already explored the Sage Realm, yet she did not have a marriage alliance, it was evident how terrifying her talent was. But Mrs. Miao made a trip and directly made the Holy Emperor decide on the marriage union.
Now that Liao Kai and the Demon Lord were going to start a head-on conflict, it was still in someone else's territory. A fight in the younger generation was no big deal, but if the great general representing the immortal imperial dynasty took the initiative to strike out against the Demon Zune, it would not be a small matter. Not to mention that the union fell through, there was no chance that it would even set off an outright immortal war. As the eldest princess of the immortal imperial dynasty, she naturally wouldn't allow this to happen. Seeing that his own family's princess had gotten serious, Liao Feng clenched his fists, as he had forcefully suppressed his spiritual energy, causing him to tremble at the moment. The Devil Sovereign didn't even look at him more than once, instead, he turned his gaze toward the ring. At this moment, Liao Feng looked at Lin Yi with an unbelievable face. You what you? Lin Yi directly cut his words off. No, you're this lackadaisical when you're fighting others? How much trust do you have in me to play with the whole transformation thing when you're fighting? Liao Feng didn't understand what Lin Yi meant by transforming. In his opinion, since it was a head-to-head duel, it was natural for both sides to bring out their true strength. Just now, Liao Feng had already allowed the Emperor blood in his body to completely revive, even if he would suffer backlash for it, just to get the power to be able to fight Lin Yi. But just as this power was given to him, it was directly interrupted by Lin Yi. Lin Yi didn't seem to be in a hurry to directly cut him down. Instead, he casually waved his hand and a transparent light shield enveloped the two of them. The cultivators in the outside world could still see the two men's voices, only they couldn't hear what they were saying. After setting up the soundproofing spell formation, Lin Yi grinned, revealing that mouthful of snow-white teeth. You just said you wanted to stop me in this life, right? Then tell me what I did in your last life? Liao Feng's pupils tightened. He had just shouted out these words in a moment of desperation, and it hadn't occurred to him that Lin Yi had actually noticed. The reborn is his biggest secret. It was also a shortcut for him to be able to become strong quickly. This secret was definitely not believed by others, and he would never tell it, not realizing that because of the nightmare of facing himself, it caused him to subconsciously say this. What are you talking about? I can't understand. Liao Feng shook his head, indicating that he didn't understand what Lin Yi was saying. Alright, don't play dumb. I knew you had a secret from the beginning. The way you looked at me was always wrong, and also, you call me Lin Ming, right? How about you tell me, what exactly did I or Lin Ming do? Let you hold a grudge like this? Facing Lin Yi's inquiry, Liao Feng directly chose to remain silent. Lin Yi had too many ways to deal with such a hardened son of heaven's mandate. Remember what I told you before? If you lose, not only will you die, but your father, everyone you brought with you will die. So I'll give you a chance, tell your secrets now and I promise to keep them alive, and that Wu Mingyue, right? That should be your favorite person, right? Shut up! When he mentioned Wu Mingyue, Liao Feng roared out in anger, his face filled with a hideous color. I was thinking that I would be able to make a splash here and bring myself a little closer to the white moonlight, but what happened? Let alone a hit, he was about to die here, and he even had to be threatened so much by Lin Yi. What do you want to know? Liao Feng's voice now seemed like a beast on the verge of extinction, like he was hissing. I want to know what Lin Ming did in his last life. Tell me what you know. Liao Feng was first silent for a moment, then he slowly began to tell about Lin Ming. Lin Yi had been quietly listening to that all about Lin Ming. It didn't matter if Liao Feng was really a reborn person or not, as the son of heaven's destiny, he was burdened with heaven's destiny and possessed that memory of 8 or 9 times. It was naturally good to be able to learn more about Lin Ming. The people outside the arena looked at the ring in confusion, they didn't know what this Lin Yi was doing. Wu Mingyue was similarly puzzled. Logically speaking, this Lin Yi and Liao Feng were meeting for the first time, and the two of them naturally wouldn't be familiar with each other to any extent. Chapter 129 Killing the Son of Heaven's Destiny. But why did Lin Yi keep targeting this Liao Feng? Or maybe he wanted to know some secret from Liao Feng's body? Wu Mingyue didn't know exactly what Lin Yi was going to do, but there was no way she was going to go forward and save Liao Feng from questioning him at this time. A fight to the death is a fight to the death. The two had already decided to compete, and it was Liao Feng who had taken the initiative to do so. At this time, any party that went forward to stop the battle would easily lead to misunderstandings. This leads to two forces, which have failed to marry and have to be at enmity. Therefore, no matter how curious Wu Mingyue was inside, she had to hold back at this time. Above the ring. Lin Yi listened to Liao Feng slowly recount those things that happened about his past life. It could be said that in Liao Feng's memories, that Lin Ming became the biggest black hand of the 9 heavens and 10 earths, although on the surface, he looked like a gentleman and a model of righteousness. but in reality, a ruthless and vicious person. The everlasting forest family was even supporting Lin Ming unconditionally, plus he was strong in his own right. Soon, Lin Ming was truly standing at the top of the 9 heavens and 10 lands. Shun me the Chang against me the death. This sentence used to say Lin Ming is not the slightest bit too much, in order to plot the power of the immortal imperial dynasty, with his body into the game, and then swallowed up the entire imperial dynasty. Although there were many heavenly prides that also displayed their sharpness. However, the sharpness of those heavenly prides still appeared somewhat dim in front of Lin Ming, and even when the ancient heavenly prides were revived from the divine source, Lin Ming suppressed those heavenly prides with a crushing stance. Even those heavenly prides with special bloodlines were melted into human elixirs. By the way, did you know that Lin Ming has 2 younger brothers? Ha! Liao Feng looked at Lin Yi in surprise. Apparently there was no news about Lin Ming having a younger brother in his memory. Furthermore, he hadn't long after the destruction of the immortal imperial dynasty, he had unassumingly approached Lin Ming and was killed by his single blow, without ever even seeing his proper face. When he dies, naturally, he doesn't know what will happen in the future. Seeing Liao Feng's expression, Lin Yi shook his head regretfully. He had thought that if Liao Feng was really a reborn person, then would he, as a traveler, appear in his memories. Now it seems to be crushingly obvious. Right, I should have introduced myself a long time ago, right? However, in order to let you die with a clear understanding, I'll introduce myself again. My name is Lin Yi. Lin Yi's face wore a weird smile as he looked towards Liao Feng. The latter first stared blankly for a moment before coming to a realization, and then he was looking at Lin Yi with a face full of horror. He was not a foolish man, at least he had 2 lives of experience. Now, the person in front of him was called Lin Yi, and then associating it with what Lin Yi had inquired about earlier, knowing Lin Ming's 2 younger brothers. Once these words came out, where did Liao Feng not know what was going on? Did he get the wrong guy from the start? The person in front of him was not Lin Ming, but Lin Yi. The killing intent that erupted from Lin Yi's body when he himself mentioned the word Lin Ming was definitely not a fake. Lin Ming is a kind of person no one knows better than Liao Feng. Ruthlessness and viciousness are not able to reflect Lin Ming's person at all. Such a person, naturally, would not care about any so-called flesh and blood. In other words, Lin Yi was Lin Ming's enemy. He himself was Lin Ming's enemy. All the 2 of them, even if they didn't join forces against the enemy, they shouldn't be fighting to the death here. Liao Feng's face carried a trace of bitterness. How could he not have imagined that he had been thinking of shattering his nightmare, only to find out now in the end that he had been the wrong person from the beginning? Is there anything more ridiculous than that? Thief God! Since you gave me the chance to live again, why are you teasing me so much again? Liao Feng kept roaring furiously in his heart. Only after a moment did he look at Lin Yi and spoke, "Why don't you just kill me? Instead, you want to tell me the truth. Is it so that I can help you deal with Lin Ming?" Ha ha ha. Lin Yi laughed out loud and joked, "Dealing with Lin Ming? With your strength and intelligence, I'm really worried that you'll drag your feet. As for why I'm telling you the truth, of course." Put. Spiritual energy erupted above the spirit sword. Accompanied by a terrifying spiritual energy raging within Liao Feng's body, his vitality was gradually dissipating. Before he died completely, Lin Yi said, "Of course I want to see you die in peace." You? Liao Feng's eyes widened as he slowly collapsed to the ground. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for completing the first kill of the destined son. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the human emperor streamer. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the immortality pill. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Buddha kingdom in the palm of his hand. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for earning 1999,000 Demon Punisher points. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Sage Strike. Congratulations to the host for gaining 10 years of cultivation. The villain system and the Demon Punisher function sounded beeps at the same time. If it was normal, at this moment, Lin Yi had obtained the supreme pure cultivation given by the system, he should have broken through to the middle stage of transformation spirit anyways. Nay, the sea of qi in his body was simply too large. Coupled with the nutrients needed for the seeds of the world tree, so his realm did not break through. The reason why he killed this Liao Feng was not because he wanted to obtain any rewards. Rather, it was because the killing god bloodline in Liao Feng's body was the greatest tonic for him. Again, it's the intention to kill. Lin Yi naturally needed to use its bloodline to nourish his body. Liao Feng's body was becoming dried up at a rate visible to the naked eye. Outside, Liao Kai couldn't hold back any longer, and his cultivation of the sage realm exploded out. Boom! The powerful cultivation caused both heaven and earth to resonate. The saint connected to the heavens and the earth, and as he took one step, the heavens and the earth erupted with the sound of the great Tao, and a small world evolved above his head, with the 9 heavens sinking in and the 10,000 paths resonating. Stop! Before the extreme bliss fiend could make a move, the dress of Wu Mingyue on the side swung and her spiritual energy burst out. Only to see an emperor appeared above the void. The emperor looked down on the living world, as if from the 9 heavens above the steps. He wore a 9-dragon crown, dressed in 10,000 dragons' robes, the might of the heavens. The aura of the imperial Tao surfaced on Wu Mingyue's body. At this moment, she was as honorable as a true empress. Jade hand flick between actually directly shattered the small world on Liao Kai's head. The Samur saints naturally need the realm of intention, and Wu Mingyue's royal road realm of intention has reached the realm of terror. With a casual strike, he suppressed Liao Kai, who was also in the saint realm, on the spot. Liao Kai still wanted to resist. His killing god body was awakening, and the killing intent caused his eyes to turn red. Effortlessly standing up, he struck out with a fist. The killing aura was like a tidal wave, as if 1,000 armies were rushing about, making the stars and moon lightless and causing the heavenly dome to crumble. Seeing his own son die a horrible death, he could no longer care about anything. Wu Mingyue's eyebrow frowned slightly as she sighed softly. Originally, I didn't want to do this, but nowadays, the people from the sacred ground of ultimate bliss were there to watch. If she didn't, I'm afraid it would be really hard to explain. Especially after Lin Yi had displayed that amazing talent and giftedness, it was expected that the sacred emperor of the immortal imperial dynasty would place even more importance on this marriage contract.
Chapter 130 Wu Mingyue's Talent. One could only see that the emperor above the void was peerlessly powerful, a large hand coming across the sky and sending out a violent and large collision with Liao Kai's killing intent. The aura of the emperor's way caused all paths to submit. Liao Kai's killing god body was completely suppressed, and that blood chi, not to mention covering the sky, just surrounded his body, and simply couldn't exert its proper power. Edict! Wu Mingyue let out a delicate shout, and the emperor above the void drew the sword of the Son of Heaven at his waist and slashed out at Liao Kai. In order not to spread to the sacred land of ultimate bliss, she had even laid down a heaven and earth blockade formation. Lotus steps lightly stepped, and a large formation was formed. It was evident how terrifying Wu Mingyue's strength was. I'm not happy. Liao Kai roared towards the sky, took off the lance on his body, and launched the strongest strike of his life at that heavenly sun's sword. His essence was burning like crazy. It was like a ferocious beast roaring towards the sky, but even so, the lance was just an ant trying to shake a tree against the sword of the Son of Heaven. The expected Big Bang didn't happen at all. Wherever the heavenly sun sword passed, everything was like a dream bubble, and with a flick of the wrist, it disappeared without a trace. In the ancestral ground, many old ancestors were also watching the battle. Good. A good king's landing girl child, such a talent is worthy of our Lin boy. That chi of the imperial Tao has been energized to the extreme in her body. It can wear down all the laws of the world, cleanse the great Tao, cut down the sky, and possesses supreme greatness. Kid Lin is on the path of the sword Tao, and naturally the sword of the Son of Heaven can seal himself for him as well. Wanting Kid Lin to have the sword of the Son of Heaven? It's impossible for the Holy Emperor to give up his throne, right? He still has a son. Such a heavenly female child has not been made the crown prince, so it's obvious that that old boy favors sons over daughters. What's there to be afraid of? If Kid Lin has a marriage contract with this girl child, then he's the immortal imperial dynasty's own family. There are sons? Oh. The great Tao is merciless, heaven and earth are unkind. Who knows if anything will happen to those sons on the way to fight for the crossing? At that time, this girl child will be the consort directly. Lin boy will not be able to ascend to the throne. That's right, it makes sense to inherit the celestial sword for a bit after you've taken the throne, right? Well, as it should be. The discussions of the many old ancestors were unknown to outsiders. At the ring, everyone's eyes were shocked at that scene. A saint fell. The fall of the saint and the heavens and the earth shared the same sorrow, only to see a rain of blood falling from the sky, as if even the heavens were dripping tears of blood because of the fall of the saint. In just a few short breaths of time, in the eyes of the crowd, that powerful and unrivaled saint had just fallen? Even the people from the immortal imperial dynasty looked at their own family's princess with eyes filled with shock. With such a strong person, why didn't His Majesty, the Holy Emperor, make the Rapunzel the crown prince? Instead, why did he let it come to the marriage? Everyone couldn't figure it out, but it was a royal matter, so they naturally couldn't discuss it too much. Looking at Liao Kai's body in front of him, there was no joy or sorrow above Wu Mingyue's pretty face. It was very plain.
Just at this time, Lin Yi also walked down to the ring. Boo! With a muffled sound, Lin Yi threw the dried corpse to Liao Kai's side and smiled. It's kind of like reuniting your father and son, but our bet hasn't been completed yet. After saying that, Lin Yi turned his gaze towards the crowd of the immortal imperial dynasty. Boom! The extreme bliss fiend was the first to react, and his demonic aura shot straight up into the sky as black waves rolled around, wrapping all of the people from the immortal imperial dynasty in it. The elders who were still on the sidelines also rushed up at the first opportunity, looking at those people from the immortal imperial dynasty with unfavorable expressions. Although they didn't know what was going on, it seemed that their own holy lord and holy son were planning to make a move, so how could they, as elders, be indifferent? Just give the reason afterward. Now that the enemy is in sight, get rid of them. In the face of this scene, Wu Mingyue didn't panic in the slightest, but instead bowed in Lin Yi's direction. This matter is our fault in the front. I am not trying to explain anything. This Liao Kai was also killed by my own hands. I still hope that you all can give us a chance. Wu Mingyue's tone was so humble that she even referred to herself as me, not even saying the word this palace. Obviously a saint, or the eldest princess of the immortal imperial dynasty, but now she was willingly bowing to Lin Yi, a junior. It is clear that it has a big agenda. Those who are able to taste the guts with their pay are those who have accomplished great things. This was something Lin Yi was more than familiar with. After all, on the Blue Star, there were countless stories like this. At the same time, Lin Yi was a bit puzzled. In Liao Feng's memories, Wu Mingyue hadn't even utilized her talents and power as she should have. Instead, she was imprisoned as soon as she entered the everlasting forest family, and when rescued, she was already dead. Is that possible? Viewing this Wu Mingyue's series of actions, Lin Yi felt that she wasn't someone who would die so easily, so there was definitely a problem here. Hearing Wu Mingyue's words, the extreme bliss demon sovereign pondered for a moment before randomly transmitting to Lin Yi, "Lin Yi, I think this Wu Mingyue's sincerity is pretty good, and he even killed his own great general with his own hands, so I don't know how you'd consider it? Should we let them live? Of course, you are now the saint's son, your every word and action represents our Zhengqi sect, so if you want to leave them behind, you don't have to care about any consequences." Hearing the words of the demonic father, Lin Yi's heart warmed. Then he spoke to Wu Mingyue. This matter is revealed. Many thanks to sacred son Lin. Wu Mingyue's forehead was slightly lowered in a gesture of gratitude. Many people from the immortal imperial dynasty were also relieved. They didn't want to fight with the people from the sacred land of extreme bliss if possible. Not to mention the fact that this time itself was to join the marriage. If they caused trouble, they would definitely be punished by the Holy Emperor, but just to say that they and the others were in someone else's territory, wouldn't they be like fish on a plate? Let alone fighting, it's a question of being able to escape. Ha 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 ha. Hearing that Lin Yi no longer pursued the matter of the crowd, the extreme bliss demon sovereign directly laughed out loud. Are we all our own people? How can our own people fight and kill each other? The eldest princess doesn't have to be so polite. Quick, that one who, take our honored guest and entertain him properly. The crowd was not surprised by this cheeky appearance of the extreme bliss fiend. Only the people of the immortal imperial dynasty glanced at each other. Lin Yi, you're so inadequate. Watching you fight just now made me unable to endure it as well. Let's go to the Forbidden Zone now. Xiang Tiange walked over at this time and complained to Lin Yi in dissatisfaction. The penalty box? Hearing the words Forbidden Area, Wu Mingyue's phoenix sound tightened. She hadn't thought that Lin Yi and Xiang Tiange were actually crazy to this extent, but they were planning to break into the Forbidden Area at the cultivation level of a harmonized god? Luckily, the extreme bliss demon sovereign was arranging for hospitality at the moment, or else when he heard Xiang Tiange's words, he would probably come up and give him 2 slaps. The last time he went to break into the Forbidden Zone, he was the one who took care of it. He, the demon lord, was about to become a tool man. Chapter 131. Xiang Tiange has a dragon in Yan? Yes, but... Lin Yi's gaze carried a bit of deep meaning as he said to Xiang Tiange, are you really okay with this? Last time, from what you said, after you came back, it looks like you were almost killed, right? Xiang Tiange had a black line. You really are a pot calling the kettle black. Last time, after being captured back by the extreme bliss demon sovereign in the Forbidden Zone, good lord, just because his physique was stronger, he was hung up and beaten for a full 7 days. If it wasn't for his physique being able to heal itself, he would probably be beaten half to death. Of course, this wasn't really chastising him for breaking in, but rather worrying about something happening to him over there. Is the Forbidden Zone of life something you can just break into? Even if the ancient great emperors, they wouldn't be fine with going to the Forbidden Zone. After all, who knew exactly how many beings were hiding in the Forbidden Zone and how strong they were?
It's not a joke for the younger generation to go into the forbidden zone. It's okay.
Xiang Tiange patted his chest and smiled. Isn't it because you're here, you're a saintly son? If you set out with me, when the time comes, if something goes wrong in the east, I'll put the blame on you and I'll be safe.
Lin, yeah. Do you have any ing manners? The key thing is, you even said it outright. You're such an honest and reliable little man. Wu Mingyue's phoenix eyes fluctuated slightly as she spoke to Lin Yi. Saint Sun Lin, that forbidden area is not trivial, so if it's not necessary, it's better not to go through it. Sparing her amazing talents and gifts, she had never thought of going over to any forbidden areas. Upon hearing this, before Lin Yi could say anything, Xiang Tiange on the side couldn't help himself. His tone was full of dissatisfaction. I say, Rapunzel, since you've already had a marriage contract with our saint's son, you should also understand that marrying a chicken follows the chicken and marrying a dog follows the dog, right?
Hey 8, question mark. Wu Mingyue, question mark. Hearing Xiang Tiange's words, the two cursed in their hearts.
Lin Yi, who the hell are you calling a chicken dog? Wu Mingyue, who married a chicken dog?
Xiang Tiange naturally didn't care or know what the two were thinking, and continued, you dare to teach your man to do things now, after a while, you still have to let him do things for you?
You want to turn over the sky?
You.
Snap.
Before Xiang Tiange could finish his sentence, the back of his head was slapped hard.
The extreme bliss demon sovereign threatened, Xiang Tiange, you brat want to turn the tables, how do you talk to our honored guest?
One must know that although the eldest princess was now ready to get engaged to Lin Yi, but people were on Xiang Tiange's side. After all, they were seniors. Moreover, Wu Mingyue had just shown her talent and strength.
Strong people need to be respected, not to mention this is one of their own.
It would be strange if the extreme bliss demon sovereign didn't give him a slap on the face. Seeing the arrival of the extreme bliss demon, Xiang Tiange immediately shut his mouth with good sense. He was worried that the extreme bliss demon would know that he was going to break in with Lin Yi and then confine him. That would be fatal.
Luckily, Wu Mingyue wasn't much of a tattletale.
The extreme bliss demon sovereign spoke to Lin Yi. Holy son, it's up to you to take the eldest princess on a tour.
I know. Wait. Lin Yi was just about to agree when he was interrupted by Xiang Tiange and kept giving him looks.
Seeing that Xiang Tiange had stepped forward again at this critical moment, the extreme bliss demon sovereign was also puzzled for a while.
When did this kid get so attached to Lin Yi? Besides, the two of them are in a marriage contract. What do you mean by always standing in the middle of the two of them? Don't you?
The extreme bliss demon sovereign's gaze toward Tiangu carried a hint of horror.
How come he never knew that his own disciple had a dragon yang fetish? Now he was even hitting on Lin Ye's body. No wonder.
On weekdays, for the senior sisters and sisters, there is no intention of discussing the Dao together, but instead, they are unusually interested in men, such as the kind of recklessness of Gong Xiang.
Hiss. No way.
It can't be like this. How can Lin Yi's hallowed saintly son be brought down by him? The extreme bliss demon sovereign's tone carried a hint of caution. Xiang Tiange, I asked Lin Yi to bring the eldest princess for a visit. Why did you not agree?
This. Me. Yes. Seeing Xiang Tiange's evasive appearance, the extreme bliss demon sovereign was even more certain of his guess. We are demonic cultivators, not evil cultivators. Your hobby can be cold, but it can't be evil.
Good you Xiang Tiange, why didn't this honored one realize you had this hobby before? Just as the scene fell into awkwardness for a time, it was Wu Mingyue who took the lead to speak. Holy Lord, this palace still has business today, so I won't stay for the visit. Wait until the next time. Wu Mingyue's words interrupted the extreme bliss fiend's thoughts. He quickly spoke, what's the hurry? You haven't familiarized yourself properly with Lin Yi yet. Why don't you guys stay today? Don't worry, my hall, Zhengqi sect, the hospitality will naturally satisfy you. The extreme bliss demon's words, if it was after those two corpses on the ground were carried away, there were still a few points of persuasion. But saying this now, there was always a feeling that he was going to cut off the roots.
There was also a deliberate emphasis on hospitality.
There's no need, the spiritual void battle will open soon, and this palace will also be escorting my younger siblings. If Saint Lin doesn't mind, feel free to come to my dynasty as a guest. After saying that, Wu Mingyue handed Lin Yi a spirit token. This is my identity spirit tag. If Sage Lin comes as a guest, he only needs to notify the guarding generals and I will come to greet him.
Thanks a lot.
Lin Yi didn't push back and directly accepted the spirit license plate. Seeing Lin Yi take the spirit card away, Wu Mingyue didn't say anything more, and after bidding farewell to a few people, she left the Zhengqi sect with the people from the immortal imperial dynasty. After waiting for the outsiders to leave as much as they could, the Extreme Bliss Demon Sovereign solemnly looked at Lin Yi. Lin Yi, now that you're married, don't be led astray by some improper people, do you know that? Question mark. Lin Yi was dumbfounded. He had absolutely no idea what his own Saint Master was smoking here. What do you mean you can't be carried away by some unsavory people? And Xiang Tiange, who was obviously very anxious to take Lin Yi to break into the Forbidden Zone, heard the words of the Extreme Bliss Demon Sovereign and spoke directly and anxiously. Don't worry, Sacred Lord, I'm here by Lin Yi's side, I'll be watching over him, I won't let him run off the rails. After he said that, he didn't care what the Extreme Bliss Devil said, he grabbed Lin Yi's hand and ran off into the distance. This scene caused the Extreme Bliss Demon Sovereign to be dumbstruck as well. What the hell do you mean Lin Yi has you by his side? It's because of you that I don't feel at ease, okay? And what's wrong with you, a big man, pulling another man and bouncing away? Is it hard to get it already? No. No, from today onwards, we have to add a rule in the door rules, not allowed to play what dragon and yang good. If found, I head to you all fly. Chapter 132, Traveling to the Forbidden Zone. After the Extreme Bliss Demon Sovereign finished talking to himself, he walked towards the distant Hall of Punishment. Apparently it was intended to change the rules of the door. On the other hand, Lin Yi and Xiang Tiange made their way out of the Zhengqi sect. On the way, Lin Yi almost slaughtered Xiang Tiange with a sword. There was no way, he just couldn't accept being clutched by Xiang Tiange's hand, and he was still clutched so tightly. The two were now, one was a holy son and the other was a sequence 1 disciple. Walking out of the Holy Land naturally wouldn't have any guarding disciples stopping them. Lin Yi looked at his destiny. It seemed that the short-lived phase was still there. Thinking about it, in the case that Wu Mingyue and Liao Kai didn't make a move, who was able to give him a threat with these engaged people? Liao Feng, the son of destiny? Don't be ridiculous, Liao Feng is at best a freshly minted manifest destiny. Under Lin Yi, who possessed a villainous aura, he was casually able to slaughter him, completely unable to bring about his short-lived fate. This laborious short-lived phase made Lin Yi literally choke on his throat. When will he get rid of this thing? I guess he'll be more comfortable. Brother! As the two of them walked through the forest of the 100,000 mountains, Xiang Tiange spoke to Lin Yi, who was to the side. We've come out, so I'll also tell you about our purpose this time. It's true that living beings are not allowed to enter in the Forbidden Zone. But we can't go in if we don't this time. Xiang Tiange spoke with a serious face. Last time, I was occasionally in a secret realm, and I obtained a map that showed that there was once a great powerhouse who had fought his way into that forbidden area of life, just to seal his own path. I don't know what realm that mighty one is in, but he's still the only one who uses a forbidden area to seal his path. Unsurprisingly, he fell. But Xiang Tiange, who had been sighing a second ago, suddenly became highly emotional, but before he fell, he once sealed his treasure art. I don't know if it was for the purpose of selecting a successor, or what. The forbidden beings in the Forbidden Zone can't open the seal left behind by that mighty one, and the beings in the outside world have no way to enter the Forbidden Zone, causing the treasure art to be dusty. Now our chance has come. As long as we find that treasure art, we'll split it equally between the two of us. As he spoke, Xiang Tiange's face flushed slightly, and even a few drops of sweat broke out on his forehead due to his excitement. Clearly, he coveted this precious art. Xiang Tiange, who possessed the Qilin treasure art, coveted it like this. That treasure art was bound to be a heaven-defying existence. Hearing this, Lin Yi nodded. There was no reason not to take a powerful treasure art when it was placed in front of him. Riches and riches. If he didn't go and get that precious art back after knowing the news, his Dao heart would be unstable. Seeing Lin Yi nod his head, Xiang Tiange continued, and there's one more thing you can rest assured, we don't need to enter the center of the Forbidden Zone. That mighty one from back then must have considered this as well, so he sealed that precious art at the edge of the Forbidden Zone. As long as we don't travel to the center, we won't trigger anything forbidden out. The ones who can come out to stop us, other than some stragglers, the rest are those heirs of the Forbidden Zone. They just can't be beaten. When the time comes, you help me pester them, I'll take the opportunity to get the treasure art, and when I get it, you and I will team up to retreat from the enemy and run away. It's like God doesn't know what's going on. Xiang Tiange had a you believe me look on his face. But Lin Yi felt that his plan wasn't reliable no matter how he thought about it, or rather, it wasn't even a plan at all. What kind of plan is this to go all the way from the beginning to the end? Who said that the oldest taboos would not appear at the edge of the Forbidden Zone, those ancient taboos that were dormant in the Forbidden Zone, casually blowing their breaths? It was estimated that the two people now would have to go up in smoke. Last time, Xiang Tiange was relatively lucky, plus the Extreme Bliss Demon Sovereign arrived, so he was able to escape from the Forbidden Zone.
After people were prepared, it was unknown if it would be as simple as Xiang Tiange said. Because the forbidden area was inside the 100,000 mountains, the two of them traveled farther and farther towards the deepest part. The ferocious beasts along the way were purely warm-ups for the two of them. It wasn't that there were no stronger ferocious beasts, but those ferocious beasts likewise inhabited the deepest part, so naturally, they wouldn't run into them now. What the two don't know is this. Behind them, two figures were facing each other. These two were both women, and the kind of women who could crown the 9 heavens and 10 earths with their looks. One person was dressed in red, with an enchanting and plump body, a seductive face, and a piece of scale at the center of the brow, adding to the charm. The other was dressed in a palace dress, her delicate face carrying the aura of a king on the throne. Who are you? And who are you? You're here for Lin Yi? So that little guy's name is Lin Yi, so what are you? You have a dangerous aura about you. Since you know the danger, you should quickly retreat, or else you won't be able to leave. Oh. Try it. Boom. The two men's jade hands slashed their palms and clashed together. In a flash, the sky and earth darkened, those giant trees around them directly turned into flying ash, and those irrational ferocious beasts were trembling and kneeling on the ground, not taking a step away even before they died. Two stunning-looking women set off a great battle here. The battle between these two was unknown to Lin Ye's side. The two of them had come to the vicinity of the Forbidden Zone at this moment. Although this place was at the center of the 100,000 great mountains, unlike the surrounding lush sky-high trees, this place was a complete wasteland. A stark contrast to the surrounding forest. The earth was barren, yellow sand was spreading, and the air was filled with wisps of bloody and strange odor. Obviously there wasn't any shade, but the sunlight couldn't penetrate this wasteland, and amongst the yellow sand that filled the ground, one could see the white bones. These white bones, after years of weathering but not the slightest intention to turn into flying ash, visible in their lifetime, are powerful cultivators. But it's such cultivators that are all over the place here. The forbidden zone of life, where all living beings are prohibited from entering, is not just words. Feeling the bizarre aura in the forbidden area, Lin Yi didn't feel the slightest bit of discomfort. Xiang Tiange's eyes were even more filled with scorching heat. Finally, it's here. Last time I left in a mess, this time is different. Are you sure you're here for the treasure arts? Hearing Lin Ye's inquiry, Xiang Tiange froze for a moment. Yeah, didn't I tell you about it? Why do I look at you like you're here for trouble? Hey! Were you found out? There's no difference, it's all the same. In order to find the treasure art, surely you have to fight against them, and fight against them at the same time to find the treasure art. What difference does it make? It really doesn't make a difference, but when you get back, you heal your brain. Saying that, Lin Yi stepped into the forbidden area. Phew! The first moment he stepped into the forbidden zone, the astral wind blew towards his entire body. Obviously it was just a gale, but it was like a knife that was constantly scraping every inch of skin. Chapter 133: The Strange Immortal Hall. Yes. Xiang Tiange, who possessed the absolute king body, was naturally extremely strong in terms of his physique. The wind was just enough power to give him a massage. Stretching his back, he made a crackling sound of bone. Lin Yi didn't have a masochistic personality like Xiang Tiange, and his physique was naturally not afraid of these strong winds. The first moment he stepped into the forbidden zone, he felt that something seemed to be watching them all the time above that dim void. After all, this was a forbidden zone of life, and some weirdness was within tolerable limits, but it wasn't a comfortable feeling to be watched all the time. That blood-red eye in the middle of the universe before, Lin Yi had always remembered it. Buzz. Lin Yi felt his finger get a little warm and lifted it up to see the ring that his own mother had left behind. That is, the so-called Goldfinger granny seems to be reacting to something. Come on, Lin Yi, what are you gawking at? Xiang Tiange didn't care about the feeling that he was being watched, instead urging Lin Yi to hurry up and head inside. As far as the eye can see, there is barrenness and white bones, and it is impossible to see the surrounding area, and after entering the forbidden area, it is completely two worlds from the outside, and even the direction is indistinguishable. Lin Yi was also very puzzled. What exactly did Xiang Tiange use to recognize the direction? Could it be that he used his nose? Xiang Tiange led the way in front, Lin Yi followed, and along the way, not to mention the forbidden spirits of the forbidden zone, not even a wandering soul could be seen. This is full of white bones, not even a wandering soul? Or is it that the beings in those forbidden zones were more favorable to the wandering souls and swallowed them all?
The yellow sand under their feet made a rustling sound. It wasn't that the two of them didn't want to step forward in the air, but once they did, they would have to exert their spiritual power, and it would be unwise to directly expose themselves before they figured out the attitude of the Forbidden Zone's beings at this point in time. The two of them, one after the other, kept moving forward on top of the yellow sand. The dim sky could not tell the hour at all, and the air was filled with that rotten scent that obscured one's aurora. I don't know how long he had been walking, but Xiang Tiange turned his head and looked at Lin Yi seriously. We seem to be lost. Right now Lin Yi only had one thought, and that was to press Xiang Tiange's face directly onto the yellow sand and suck out the water inside his brain.
Where's that confident energy you had just now?
A strong boredom to go inside. Do not know, think this is your backyard garden.
And after all this walking, you're telling me you're lost?
It's ridiculous.
Hey! Xiang Tiange scratched his head in embarrassment and continued to speak. If we go in one direction, we should be able to. Sooner or later. Boom! A loud noise suddenly interrupted Xiang Tiange's words. The two of them looked to the back at the same time, and at some point, an immortal hall actually appeared behind the two of them. The reason why it was called the Immortal Hall was because in this dim environment, that immortal hall shone with a 7-colored light, and wisps of immortal sounds emanated from within, making people unconsciously entranced. What the hell is this? Xiang Tiange hadn't seen this before the last time he came to the Forbidden Zone either. Lin Yi turned his gaze towards the Immortal Hall with a wary look in his eyes. There must be a demon when things go wrong. This Immortal Hall appeared suddenly and opened its doors, obviously waiting for the two to enter it. If they really went in, who knew what would await them, knowing that this was a forbidden zone of life?
Boom, boom, boom. Just as the two of them were still thinking about it, a dawning sound suddenly erupted from them. Looking at each other, they were surprised to find that the two of them were actually aging. The reason for that muffled sound was because their bones were also shrinking, and the two of them, without realizing it, had turned into old men whose rows of wood would rot. It reeked of decay and stench.
Not to mention Lin Yi's mutated innate Dao body, Xiang Tiange's Jedi King body alone couldn't possibly age before its lifespan was exhausted. What's going on? When Xiang Tiange opened his mouth, his voice was full of hoarseness and low voice.
The two's bodies became incomparably heavy at the moment, and it seemed that even moving a step was difficult. Buzz! A haze of light erupted from the Immortal Hall, and that halo of light enveloped above the two's arms, which were instantly restored to their original state.
It's making us have to go in.
Lin Yi looked at his arm that was like a newborn, where he still didn't know what this Immortal Hall was planning to do. As it comes, so it goes. Xiang Tiange couldn't care less and walked directly towards the middle of the Immortal Hall, and Lin Yi naturally went along with him. Now the two of them were aging more and more, and if they continued like this, I'm afraid that it wouldn't be long before they would become a withered bone. At this time, there was only the option of entering the Immortal Temple. Boom! As the two entered the Immortal Hall, the gate also completely closed. When the gate closed, the Immortal Hall also disappeared in place. The forbidden area is still quiet, as if nothing happened in general. Boom! There was another loud bang, accompanied by wisps of eerie aura covering the heavens and earth. A being wrapped in waves of black chi appeared at the location of that Immortal Hall. That being had its feet on the ground and its head in the sky. Its body was huge, and the intent of decay on its body was able to bring an end to all things. With the appearance of that being, the bizarre aura in the forbidden area grew stronger. Did that thing show up again? The voice of that being was as if it came from beneath the 9 hells, full of death. The terrifying beings didn't exist for long, and a silence once again returned to the forbidden area. On the other hand, Lin Yi and Xiang Tiange, who had entered the Immortal Hall, both returned to their normal state, and the previous aging seemed to be nothing more than an illusion. Once they entered the Immortal Hall, they looked around. Stepping into the Immortal Hall was like entering a transcendent world. A faint mist filled the hall, giving it a mysterious and illusory feeling. Huge white jade pillars supported the towering roof of the hall, and the pillars were beautifully carved with lifelike patterns of immortal birds and beasts, and exotic flowers and plants. The top of the hall was inlaid with countless twinkling gems, like stars, illuminating the entire hall. A huge incense burner was placed at the center of the Immortal Hall, with incense smoke rising up and emitting a refreshing fragrance. Dozens of white jade tables and chairs were placed on both sides, with immortal fruits and fine wines on the tables, making people salivate. In the depths of the Immortal Hall, there was a high platform on which a golden throne was placed. The throne was inlaid with all sorts of precious gemstones and emitted a dazzling light. If there was really a heavenly emperor in existence, this should be the heavenly emperor's throne. The entire immortal hall was filled with a mysterious and peaceful atmosphere, making people wonder at the magic and wonderfulness of the immortal family. But the weird point was that the whole hall was empty when there was obviously steaming hot immortal food on the table. The fairy music he heard before also seemed like a hallucination.
I'm afraid this isn't the real immortal world, is it? Xiang Tiange looked at the scene around him dumbfounded. Just the aura emanating from the immortal food on that table made him feel that he was going to die from the spiritual energy in it if he took a bite. Chapter 134, The Immortals. Lin Yi glanced at Xiang Tiange and said indifferently, "You're afraid you're not an idiot, right?" He wasn't mesmerized by the sight before him. Is there really a fairy world? Even if it did exist, it wasn't something that two tiny transformation spirits could touch. He had already experienced too many bizarre things: the blood-colored rosary beads, the bronze coffins, the great terror in the universe. No matter which of them was able to make him truly certain that there were immortals. But if there really was an immortal, and such an immortal fate was in the middle of a forbidden area, what were those forbidden beings doing? Isn't it the fight for the crossing that they drew and hid in the forbidden zone? With the existence of the immortal temple, it was still the turn of the two of them? Xiang Tiange didn't care about Lin Ye's mockery. He wanted to figure out what kind of place this was right now. Cultivators spend their entire lives fighting with the heavens and people for a glimpse of the immortal way, right? Now the aura in this immortal hall indicated that there might actually be immortals present. How could he not be excited by such a discovery? Only to see Xiang Tiange stride into the center of the immortal hall. Seeing how reckless he was, Lin Yi followed close behind. Right after Lin Yi walked into the center of the hall, he suddenly saw a faint light emanating from the two white jade tables, which seemed as if they were sending out invitations to the two of them. Xiang Tiange apparently noticed this scene as well and turned his head to Lin Yi and spoke, "Do you want to sit up and take a look? Is there another option now? Both come and go." Lin Yi had already noticed just now that the moment the immortal hall's gate closed, a layer of chaos had clouded over the gate. Although he didn't know what that chaotic aura was, Lin Yi didn't want to try and walk into the chaos. There was only one way out now, and that was to find a way out of the immortal hall. Returning the same way was definitely out of the question. Seeing Lin Yi nod his head, Xiang Tiange no longer hesitated and directly walked towards a white jade table. The two sat next to each other. Buzz. The moment they had just sat down, the entire hall erupted with a blinding light, a light that caused the duo, even if they were spirit transformation realm cultivators, to close their eyes. The moment the light dissipated and the two opened their eyes, they saw an image that they would never forget. Only to see that the white jade table, which was previously empty, was now filled with people, and rather than saying those were people, it was more like they were immortals. The reason why I say this is because all of their bodies emanated a seven-colored haze, and thousands of Dao rhythms bowed down in front of them. Some of these immortals were being similar to the human race, and some were being similar to the ancient imperial race. Even the true dragon and true phoenix clans that had gone into hiding could be seen here. Above the incense burner, wisps of green smoke drifted, and in a short time, the entire hall became misty, as if immortal chi was wrapped around it. Those beings at the white jade table pushed their cups together. I don't know when, suddenly appeared two rows of nymphs. Those nymphs although can't see the face, but each bring the feeling, as if the world's special general, dressed in flowing cloud skirt, accompanied by I don't know where to come from the immortal music, dancing. Seeing this scene, Lin Yi became even more vigilant and his hand unconsciously touched his Qianquan ring. The bronze coffin was now in his system storage space, and touching the Qianquan ring was just a subconscious habit of his. This fairy-like appearance in front of him didn't make Lin Yi feel any peacefulness. Instead, he felt that it was full of weirdness everywhere. Are these beings really immortals? Or perhaps this immortal hall is the legendary palace of Heavenly Jewel? Thinking of the Ling Shao Palace, Lin Yi subconsciously looked towards the throne in the deepest part of the immortal palace. Above the golden throne was currently sitting a man in imperial robes. The man was huge, sitting sideways on top of the throne with one hand on his head. Although it was impossible to see its face, the face shrouded in immortal chi seemed to have a pair of golden pupils breaking through the fog. Wisps of imperial might emanated from that man's body. The cosmic stars and rivers floated behind him, and a reddish-golden halo appeared above his head. If there really was an immortal emperor, that would probably be it. I don't know if it was an illusion, but as Lin Yi looked at the man, the other man was also looking at him. There seemed to be a hint of laughter in the golden pupils. On the side, although Xiang Tiange was usually reckless, he was sitting upright at the moment, his eyes looking at the scene above the hall, but his eyes maintained a clear demeanor. The two of them didn't move a bit from the meal and wine on the table. These are the immortals? Xiang Tianga looked toward the being sitting at the white jade table and couldn't help but subconsciously open his mouth and mutter to himself.
But it was clearly whispered in a very small voice. It was exceptionally clear in the middle of this bustling immortal hall. Swish! The singing and dancing in the hall stopped, and those spirits kept their previous movements fixed there, and then they all looked straight towards Xiang Tianga.
Xiang Tianga didn't say anything, but his clenched fists indicated that he wasn't at all calm inside at the moment.
Suddenly being stared at by so many bizarre beings at the same time, if it were an ordinary person, they would have been unable to resist fleeing, but Xiang Tianga sat in his position, his body not moving at all, as if even his breathing had stopped. I don't know how long it took before normalcy returned to the Great Hall once again.
The statue like Xiang Tianga also breathed a sigh of relief.
Turning his head towards Lin Yi, he made eye contact with him. After all, it seemed that these beings were able to hear voices, and if they were accidentally startled, hell knows what would happen.
Sasha.
Just as Lin Yi was searching for a way to break the situation, a sound of footsteps came. Only to see two fairies slowly come and sit down beside Lin Yi and Xiang Tianga, one of them holding up a cup, seemingly wanting to feed the drink in the cup to the two of them.
Right on.
Eyeing this scene, Lin Yi suddenly remembered that he still had a system. Previously, after beheading Liao Feng, the system was constantly laughing maniacally inside his head, and that sound was just too disturbing, so he directly shut it down.
Isn't this the perfect time to let the system do some probing?
Thinking of this, Lin Yi immersed his mind.
Open the system. Ding. Lin Yi. You #at. Hashtag.
Just as soon as he opened the system, he heard his birdsong. Obviously the system had been grumbling about Lin Yi interrupting his maniacal laughter. At the same time, the system's beep sounded at this time.
Ding dong. Signing into the Forbidden Zone of Life was successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Holy Pill X100. Signed to Ancient Corpse Heavenly Court successfully.
Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Huanyu Mountain.
Ancient Corpse Heaven? As soon as he heard that name, Lin Yi knew it was going to be bad.
Even when the sign in function was restored, he didn't feel the slightest joy.
Is a place that can be associated with the word Heavenly Court any good? Plus, the system directly gave the Huanyu Mountain. It took signing up to the Forbidden Zone to give 100 sacred herbs. Signing up to the Ancient Corpse Celestial Court to give an Imperial Mountain directly? When he browsed them all earlier, Lin Yi had seen that thing was clearly an Emperor artifact. What level is he in? Signing in directly gives an Imperial artifact.
He wouldn't believe you if you said there wasn't some danger in here.
Chapter 135 Become an Emperor? See what you see around you?
Originally, the system was still bird-dogging over there, and when they heard Lin Yi's words, they instantly quieted down.
Moments later, a scream no less than an earthquake erupted. Yikes! You my ass! Lin Yi didn't have the good sense to say, "You're a ING system, you're always afraid of this and that, are you a pussy?" Phew! The system was still in fear before, and as a result, when Lin Yi said that, it gasped for air. Only after a few moments did he slowly speak, "You're the one who's a pussy, I'm a system, naturally asexual." How can it be? Alright. Lin Yi directly interrupted the system impatiently. "It doesn't matter to me if you're a man or a woman or a yin-yang unity, just tell me what you saw, right?" Dude. Do I even need to see this? The system's tone was full of incredulity. Are you too blind? The surroundings are full of blood and bones, the seats are full of corpses, can't you see that? The two of you are sitting here like statues, what are you doing here? Hearing the system's words, Lin Yi recovered his thoughts from his mind. Looking at the surrounding immortal gas is insignificant, which has what blood and bones, the white jade table of immortal food or even can smell the wisps of aroma. But naturally, the system can't be mistaken. The only possibility was that he and Xiang Tianga had been blinded by a single leaf. The bronze coffin, the evil Rudra, the world of rosary beads, and then this ancient corpse heavenly court. I'm afraid he didn't get the wrong script, did he? Is this really a cultivation world? Sure it's not some weird world? In the middle of their thoughts, the maid had already passed the drinks to Lin Yi and Xiang Tianga's mouths. The latter desperately winked at Lin Yi, seemingly telling him not to drink. Lin Yi wasn't a little cutie, especially after learning what the system said. It was even more clear that if he really drank this stuff, not to mention whether anything would go wrong. You can disgust yourself to death with disgust. Seeing that the drinks were handed to their mouths, the two just ignored them. A majestic and thick voice came out from the throne on the high platform. The two guests have come to my heavenly court, why don't you try a cup of this immortal wine?
The moment the voice rang out, the Great Hall once again became silent. Lin Yi knew that since the other party had already noticed the two of them, hiding was definitely not an option, so he immediately pushed away the wineglass in front of him and stood up. "This senior, the two of us accidentally intruded into this immortal palace under our lost ways, so please open the way out and we won't bother you."
Xiang Tianga also stood beside Lin Yi, his gaze vigilant as he looked at the throne in front of him.
He held a spirit tablet in his hand and seemed to be planning to inject spirit power into it at any time.
Ha!
The man on top of the throne laughed lightly. "The visitor is a guest. Since the chaos of the ancient times, you are still the first guests of this heavenly court of mine. Since there is such a destiny, this emperor will naturally seal you as a supreme immortal, so that you can enjoy an everlasting life. How about an immortal position in this heavenly court, at your disposal?"
"It's not necessary." Lin Ye's tone didn't have a hint of hesitation.
Not to mention that the system had already seen it. Even if the system hadn't seen it, he wouldn't believe the other party's bull.
Enjoying a long life? Cultivators fight all their lives for the word longevity. But in the countless epics, how have we ever heard of anyone attaining the immortal Dao? So many amazing and talented people hadn't even logged into the immortal realm, and two little transformation spirit cultivators, casually entering a palace, were able to ascend to immortality in the same place? Even the Son of Heaven's destiny doesn't have this treatment.
Not to mention the fact that he has two other ill-fated.
Incorrect.
Lin Ye's pupils tightened. He remembered, he still had a short-lived phase. I thought that withdrawal plot would trigger this destiny, but it turned out that it didn't, and now I've come to this weird immortal hall.
Could this be the place to get him?
Thinking of this, Lin Ye's vigilance intensified a few points. At this moment, the man on top of the throne stood up, and the moment he stood up, the cosmic shadow behind him became more and more solid. It was clearly right in front of the two of them, but it was as if they were separated by a universe. The sun, moon, and stars seemed to surround that man's body, and if he were a true immortal emperor, his might would probably be just like that.
There's no need to be so vigilant. How would this emperor deceive you two juniors?
With that, the man raised his large hand. Buzz. Between heaven and earth, countless spiritual energy was pouring madly towards the two.
Middle stage of transformation. Late stage of transformation. Pre-combine. Pre-transition. The two of them soared all the way up the realm, and that terrifying aura caused the ground the two of them were standing on to crack. Within a short time, the two of them had arrived at the supreme realm, and their bodies were already vaguely emanating an emperor's might. To become an emperor? Xiang Tianga's eyes widened as he was able to sense that the Jedi King body seemed to have reached the realm of great accomplishment. His current physical body seemed to be able to harden against great emperors. If it was his own demonic father's kind, casually snapping a finger, he would probably be able to make him go up in smoke. How?
The emperor, whose body was covered in haze light, slowly walked up to the two of them, a gentle smile in his tone. "Now you two juniors know my methods, right? A vigilant mind is a good thing, but it has to be differentiated to whom? The so-called immortals. As long as I want to, the two of you will immediately be able to become immortals." Lin Yi had never felt such a thick power in his body before. If the current him were to rush towards the upper region, he would probably be able to directly fight his way into the Lin family, right? The goal of revenge, which was still far away, was able to be reached easily at this moment, and if it was an ordinary person, he was afraid that he would not be able to sink into it. However, whether it was Lin Yi or Xiang Tianga, although they were emanating imperial might and possessed the power to turn the world around, the eyes of the two remained clear. That's the benefit of a strong will. It doesn't get lost in power and illusion so easily. Lin Yi once again spoke respectfully. "Please, senior, open the way to go and let the two of us leave."
Humph. Boom.
When the immortal emperor was furious, the sun and the moon crumbled, and it was possible to clearly see that within that void behind him, universe after universe was crumbling, and countless living beings were letting out wailing sounds.
It seems to be questioning who made the immortal emperor angry and dragged us down.
The entire hall began to vibrate and shake, but the many immortals sitting behind the white jade table remained in their previous positions, not moving, as if they were puppets.
"Do you know what happens when you anger me? Senpai." Xiang Tianga spoke up at this time. "We don't mean to anger you. This is the heavenly court, but it's not where we belong, so please open the gate, senior." Ho ho ho.
That immortal emperor-like man suddenly let out a weird laugh.
Phew. With an overcast wind blowing through,
the great hall was suddenly transformed.
Chapter 136, Ancient Corpse. The magnificent and grandiose hall had disappeared and was replaced by a ruin.
Bones and blood were scattered everywhere, and thick plasma covered the ground, and stepping on it was like sinking deep into a swamp. In the broken hall, there were many corpses, and those corpses had already decayed, and each of them had wounds and weapons that had penetrated them. These beings died in an extremely horrific state, with unwillingness, pain, and distortion on their dry corpse-like faces. The fairies who were previously as heavenly beings had even turned into morose white bones. Immortal Jade Dew also turned into a cup of thick blood, full of dirt on the table, but also all of the living creatures' dirty organs. This is not a fairy temple, it's clearly hell. The immortal emperor like man in front of the two also disappeared. On top of the broken throne, there was a corpse that was dressed in an already blackened emperor's robe, with his head lowered so that one couldn't see his face. There was a weapon like a club running through his chest. The blood that flowed out was black, and that black blood kept corroding the club weapon as well as the ground. He is hardwired to be nailed to this throne. Running him through with a long stick and killing him with a single blow shows how painful it was to die at that time. Even if Xiang Tianga had a big heart, he was still a bit dazed at this moment. He was even a bit glad that, fortunately, he didn't get lost in it just now. If he let him drink a cup of that plasma, he might as well just kill him. At the same time, a feeling of emptiness and powerlessness appeared in the two of them. After all, just now, they had touched the Emperor realm and seemed to have truly turned into ancient emperors who were reigning over the world and oppressing the ancients. Now that he had once again resumed the transfiguration stage, it would be strange that he wouldn't develop a sense of powerlessness. Why don't you kneel when you see this emperor? A hoarse voice resounded through the great hall. Click here for. The surrounding corpses, as if they had been instructed by something, all staggered to their feet, followed by walking to the center of the hall and making a pilgrimage to that throne. They even look horrible. But the kneeling was full of devotion. Lin Yi and Xiang Tianga also felt a pressure appear on their bodies. The pressure was as if the two were carrying a mountain, and the bones in their entire bodies emitted a mournful sound. The legs, in particular, were flexing. Damn! Trying to make me kneel? Dream on! Xiang Tianga roared, his purple qi and blood instantly burst out, and as the spiritual energy in his qi burned, his physique grew stronger and stronger as he resisted the opponent's pressure. Lin Yi didn't have to work that hard, as he had discovered earlier. The blood-colored rosary seemed to have a resistance to this weird power, so at the first moment, he held the blood-colored rosary in his hand. A faint red glow emanated from his body, and the opposing party's pressure was simply ineffective against him. And it was just the right time to take a closer look at the body across the room. Not to mention the legendary immortal emperor, even if it was a supreme being like the supreme being, if the corpse were to give birth to a corpse spirit, just the residual power left by that corpse would be able to make the two of them instantly turn into a blood mist. A supreme powerhouse was a supreme powerhouse, and after dying, that corpse wasn't something that anyone could get close to. But the corpse in front of him didn't have that powerful pressure. Just now, he had also only utilized his own corpse qi to suppress the two of them. Obviously from that flow out of the black blood can feel a strong Dao, but on the contrary, there is not the slightest pressure on top of the body, as if an ordinary person died. Right. He understands. This was so because of a long stick that ran through the body. The baguette was holding the body down, preventing him from reviving. After a long period of corpse qi suppression, the duo in front of them did not submit and kneel down in the slightest, which made the corpse slightly surprised. It seems that there is a great creation in your bodies. After saying these words, the corpse qi in the great hall completely disappeared and waited until everything was quiet. That raspy voice sounded again. How about we make a deal? You guys come and help me take down this stick stuck in my chest, and I'll give you unimaginable chances. Lin Yi and Xiang Tianga glanced at each other. Help him pull that thing out? Joking aside, if they did, what awaited the two of them would be complete sustenance, right? Even if there is a great opportunity, one must have the life to enjoy it. Ha! The corpse seemed to have guessed what the two were thinking, and did not continue to compel, but instead opened his mouth. The white-clothed kid over there, you should be the absolute king body, right? But do you know the curse of the Jedi king body that cannot become an emperor? And do you understand why the Jedi King's body disappeared in his later years? Hearing the ancient corpse's words, Xiang Tianga's pupils tightened. Indeed. The absolute king body was extremely strong, and it was not too much to say that it was a heaven-defying physique, but there was a problem with this physique, and that was that it could not become an emperor. Moreover, the absolute king's body would disappear after it reached its later years, and it was clear that all of them had the ability to harden themselves against great emperors, but they were still unable to break that curse. Multiple epochs had passed and several Jedi King bodies had been born in this world, but all of them ended in disappearance. You get me out of here and I'll tell you why, and also, the kid in red. When he said this, the ancient corpse's tone carried a few moments of astonishment. If I'm not mistaken, you're a member of that clan, aren't you? A clan with heinous sins, TSK TSK TSK. Being a descendant of that clan, you won't be able to fight your way through this life. There will even be countless ancient beings that will not allow you to exist. Without even awakening your bloodline, either your clan was exterminated, or you are an outcast. Either way, you'll die sooner or later with no one behind you to protect you. If you get me out of here, I can shelter you. You two should be able to accept such a deal, right? This time the two remained silent, but the look on their faces changed. The firmness from before had disappeared and was replaced by a sense of shock. The curse of the Jedi King's body, the sinner's bloodline. It seemed like either one was something the two of them were desperate to figure out. This ancient corpse has not known how long it has been standing here, so it must not have been for nothing. How about this? That ancient corpse seemed to feel that the two didn't believe in it, and hastened to strike while the iron was hot. I can make an oath of the heavenly Dao, and if you guys release me, I'll also guarantee that I won't do anything to you. And will also tell you what I said before in its entirety. In that case, you should believe it, right? At those words, Xiang Tiange was still a bit torn, but Lin Yi stepped forward. Hey, Lin Yi, don't be impulsive. Chapter 137 The Broken World. Xiang Tiange was in a hurry and wanted to call Lin Yi back, but at this moment, Lin Yi seemed to be compelled and slowly walked to the ancient corpse. Ha. You made the right choice, offspring of sinners. I will shelter you across the ages. Lin Yi stretched out a hand and grabbed it towards the ancient and dull rod. The ancient corpse trembled slightly because of its excitement. He'd been waiting for this day for far too long. All of the people who were compelled to come in with that immortal haul before were too weak to touch the long stick on this chest. But the two in front of them were different. One was a Jedi King body, and the other was the descendant of a sinner. Either body type can definitely pull this long stick out, and at that point, this ancient corpse thought well, and Lin Yi did do so. Only Lin Yi stretched out a hand, and his 5 slender fingers touched on top of the long stick made of some unknown metal. Yeah. The ancient corpse's tone became excited. As long as you pull this out, I'll give you whatever you want. The secret of the bloodline? The blessing of the strong. Even if it's the entire 9 heavens and 10 earths, I can help you. Put. The dry sound of entering flesh rang out, and the ancient corpse's words came to an abrupt end. Because he found that Lin Yi not only did not pull the long stick out, but even pushed it inside. What does this mean? Lin Yi looked at the ancient corpse in front of him with a kind smile on his face. You're too good at blowing off steam and giving me the entire 9 heavens and 10 earths? What do you think you are? Are you really an immortal in the world? Lin Yi smiled and spoke while pushing the long stick inward with all his might, and even to avoid the long stick falling off, the Qianquan ring on his finger lit up, and many rune paper inscribed with runes appeared in his hand. Snap! Those talisman papers were slapped one by one on top of the long stick by Lin Yi. What are you doing? The roar of the ancient corpse caused the entire crumbling hall to tremble, and the many corpses of the pilgrimage fell to the ground in an eastward direction. Xiang Tiange also came forward at this moment, and smiled heatedly at Lin Yi. I knew your kid wasn't someone who could be compelled so easily. Is this thing sturdy? Don't let him out. I still have some runes here. Reinforce it again. You guys? Well. Ancient corpse had been so angry that his words were trembling. How could he not expect these two boys to be so shameless? So much for not helping him out. What do you guys mean you're still reinforced? Lin Yi looked at the long stick in his hand. Honestly, it was a good magic weapon. If he could pull it out, it would probably be a top-sharp weapon. But not now at this time. The ancient corpse in front of him didn't know what kind of realm it was. If he pulled out the long stick, the might on the corpse alone would be able to make him and Xiang Tiange receive a box lunch. As for the ancient corpse saying earlier that he could make a heavenly Dao oath? Ugh! Whether that thing was useful or not, could Lin Yi, as a heaven's destined son, not know? What heaven's oath of cause and effect theory, all is bull. To be really useful, the heavenly Tao may have to day and night to the bottom of the thunder and lightning. That's why the ancient corpse's previous words were fine to lie to others, but to lie to him? Thinks he's an idiot. Click here for. I didn't know if Lin Yi had pushed too hard, but an ear-piercing bone-chirping sound came from the ancient corpse's body. In order to make sure that the other party couldn't get out, Lin Yi and Xiang Tiange had continuously taken out all sorts of treasures from their own small vaults in order to seal this long stick all the way in. Damn you too. The ancient corpse let out a furious roar, and the corpse chi gushed out, which landed on the corpses in the hall, causing all of them to stand up.
I wonder if it's the baguette.
To be able to be in this hall must not be weak, but these corpses are not the slightest bit of power, as if they have all been suppressed in general. Other than being hard enough on its own, it's just a normal corpse. Seeing this scene, Lin Yi deepened the idea of not letting this ancient corpse go out. Otherwise, wouldn't the first thing this thing does when it comes to life be to look for him? With this in mind, Lin Yi's more in his hand was even a few points faster. Sensing that the long stick was getting closer and closer to his corpse, the ancient corpse hurriedly spoke, "You guys stop, don't continue, I can tell you everything you want to know, as long as you don't continue." Lin Yi and Xiang Tiange weren't affected in the slightest, and continued sealing the long stick at their own pace.
I'm telling you guys. If you continue, I promise to die with you.
Hearing this, the two stopped what they were doing. All of them raised their heads to look at the ancient corpse, not understanding where he got the strength from. Obviously all of them were firmly nailed to the chair by this long stick.
If he was that capable, wouldn't he have gotten himself out of the trap long ago? Or does he have something else up his sleeve?
Just at this time, the ancient corpse slowly spoke, "You guys don't think that I'm the only one in this great hall, right?" Lin Ye's eyes narrowed lightly as he waited for the ancient corpse to continue. After all, he also felt that there was something strange about this, such a weird hall, such a weird ancient corpse.
He was actually able to subdue him with ease?
Thinking about it was not very realistic. If it was that simple, how did the countless corpses in the Great Hall come to be? Although they could not feel their breath, just by looking at that strong physical body, they knew that they were by no means weak.
Ha!
The ancient corpse sneered, and then the walls above the Great Hall began to flicker with an ethereal light.
Buzz! An image slowly unfolded before the eyes of the two.
Only to see that the walls of the Great Hall seemed to have turned into a pane of glass, and outside the glass, a deserted universe? The stars shattered, everything ended, and the tattered bodies of countless living beings floated in the universe, a completely shattered world. At the end of the universe there is a mountain that is even bigger than a star. That mountain emits a wisp of ominous aura, and if you look closely, you will be able to find that the mountain is full of broken human heads. There was also a huge corpse straddling the peak. Everywhere was filled with blood and bones, and it was as if this world had experienced countless great battles, and this tragic scene was shocking.
What is this place?
Xiang Tiange also froze when he saw this world. It seemed that he had never heard of a place where such a tragic great battle had occurred.
Ho ho ho!
The ancient corpse at this moment was smiling a bit weirdly.
Then he spoke, "Descendants of sinners, you see this shattered world, don't you? This is the world where you once existed, and the powers of the heavens destroyed your universe and withered everything, so you are destined to stand against everyone." Chapter 138 UAE.
Nowadays, the resentment of this world but still exists. Any of the ancient corpses in here are existences you must not mess with. If you continue, I will awaken them.
In time.
The ancient corpse didn't continue to put words into their mouths, but the two naturally knew what was going to happen.
Buzz.
Right at this moment, the ring in Lin Yi's hand erupted with an icy blue light that was so bright and dazzling.
Ha! Lin Yi hadn't said anything yet, but the ancient corpse spoke out in shock. How is it possible? This is Yui's aura. There's no way she's alive.
As the ring's light grew more and more intense, a fairy figure that looked like she was above the 9 heavens appeared in front of her, and the figure was surrounded by wisps of Taoist rhythms, and a snow lotus blossomed on her head, adding a bit of ice coldness to the entire hall. That silhouette was the old granny that had been living in Lin Yi's ring. The ancient corpse was already unable to speak because it was too surprised.
Xiang Tiange did the same, looking at Lin Yi with a strange gaze. "Good, Lin Yi, you're breaking into a forbidden area with me here, and you're carrying a woman with you. Where did you hide her?" Lin Yi was obviously used to Xiang Tiange's nervousness and didn't say anything more.
The silhouette gradually solidified and transformed into the woman who looked like a fairy. The woman looked around and frowned slightly. "Ancient corpse, celestial court, how did it come here?" Lin Yi spoke, "I didn't want to come in either, I was sucked in." Upon hearing this, the woman turned her gaze to the imperial ancient corpse sitting in front of her and said in a cold voice, "You still don't die?"
"Oh. Ha 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 ha."
The ancient corpse let out a maniacal laugh. Yue, your world has shattered, but I haven't.
I don't want to become a memory.
I want to live. I want to slaughter all of these 9 heavens and 10 earths. And these damned primordial bloodlines." In the face of the ancient corpse's madness, Yui's tone remained cold. "You won't make it. This Qi Jun one you stick locks onto your past, future, and present. Even if you pull it out, you won't be able to get out of it, let alone, except for him." Yui reached out and pointed at Lin Yi. No second person other than him can pull it out, not even the other first bloodlines.
Ha! Upon hearing this, the ancient corpse's tone was filled with horror. You're saying he inherited that person's blood? Exactly. Yui nodded. Born as a king, he should be the king of the world. It won't be long before he grows up and will clear the air with you. Liquidation? Ha 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 ha. In the 9 heavens and 10 lands now, how can he liquidate by himself? How can he do that? Not to mention the current him. What about you guys in the past? You're all still covered in blood, and your bodies have been reduced to mush. Our past is a hijacking the hijacking his past, and it is his time. That day will not come. You are finally in the past. The ancient corpse's tone was full of anger. In the face of such a maniacal ancient corpse, Yui didn't say another word to him, instead turning her head to look at Linyi. See this side of the world? Remember the current scene well, and in the future you'll have to settle things with them one by one. Linyi was completely confused at the moment. The grandmother inside the ring is called Moon, and is familiar with the ancient corpse. And at one time it seemed as if a powerful world existed, only for that world to be shattered. The entire world was destroyed, and Mooney was obviously one of the survivors, and when they said they were survivors, only their souls were left. As for what he appears to have inherited from someone, he is the only one in the world. But that's not right, isn't he a member of the everlasting Lin family? Not to mention that damned Lin Ming, but in the lower domain he should still have a second brother? What do you mean he inherited the bloodline himself? Lin Yi also knew that it wasn't the best time to ask questions, and nodded, reflecting the image of that broken world deep into his mind. At the sight of Lin Yi's eyes, there was a hint of relief in Yui's beautiful eyes. Immediately after that, the jade hand flicked up. Accompanied by a rumbling sound, the immortal hall erupted with a haze of light, and the doors were opening continuously. Go! After leaving those 2 words, Yui turned into a stream of light and entered Lin Yi's ring. The gate had already been opened. Lin Yi and Xiang Tiange naturally wouldn't stay here for much longer. That ancient corpse really wasn't much use. The only one chance seemed to be the long stick in his chest. But it's not like that thing can be pulled out easily. What a waste of time to be here without a chance. Lin Yi and Xiang Tiange both walked towards the open door. The ancient corpse let out a hoarse growl behind them. You are not allowed to leave. Moon Yi. Moon Yi. You stay for me. You will never succeed. Lin Yi naturally didn't have the habit of ignoring the growling of vicious dogs. When they walked out of the gate of that immortal hall was closed once again, and immediately afterward, the immortal hall that looked so precious and solemn from the outside disappeared in the eyes of the 2. I say Lin Yi, you're so inadequate. Xiang Tiange said to Lin Yi with a dissatisfied face, it's just that you're hiding people's means in your body and not telling me. We are his brothers. How come you didn't even tell me about your birth? Just now listening to the 2 of them talking, it seems like your identity is a bit scary. This Xiang Tiange's self-centeredness caused Lin Yi to be speechless for a while. When did those 2 become brothers? How did he not know about this? Xiang Tiange stared tightly at Lin Yi. Obviously he wouldn't rest until he heard a satisfactory answer. Lin Yi sighed and said softly, did you forget where we are? Xiang Tiange, who was waiting for Lin Yi to answer his own question, obviously didn't realize the seriousness of the matter and froze a little when he heard Lin Yi's words. Seeing this expression on Xiang Tiange's face, Lin Yi continued to speak flatly, we're in a restricted area, and also, there's someone behind you. If you continue to gawk, I'll make sure that his claws can gouge the back of your head. What? Hearing Lin Yi's words, Xiang Tiange was shocked and subconsciously turned around to throw a punch. Anyway, there were no living beings in the forbidden area, and it was even more unlikely that they would encounter the deceased, so it was time to fight. Besides, can something that picks at the back of someone's head be any good? Boom! Xiang Tiange struck out with a fist, and his purple chi and blood shot straight up into the sky. The body also burned like an immortal divine furnace, and the purple light illuminated the darkness. Without knowing when, many living beings had appeared around the 2 of them. Although these beings were humanoid, their bodies were covered with black hair, their hands and feet turned into claws as if they were standing up like ferocious beasts, and wisps of black gas emerged from their bloody mouths. The intent of decay spread throughout their entire body. Xiang Tiange's punch struck one of the beings, and the terrifying force directly dented that being's chest. Chapter 139 On Your Side. After the tremendous force smashed into that being's chest, the trend did not abate, causing it to fly directly backwards, crashing into several beings with a deafening roar. I just came out, can't you let me calm down for a while? 1 by 1, 2 by 2, come up here, just in time, take you guys down.
Xiang Tiange strode forward like a god king, his body blooming with purple light, even his black hair had a layer of purple luster as he pressed forward step by step. Those Forbidden Zone beings also rushed forward, they didn't have any nonsense, opening their bloody mouths, their claws were like sharp blades, drawing trajectories in the air. No matter what kind of attack, Xiang Tiange, who was the absolute king body, naturally broke all laws with one force, and his large purple hand slapped out, breaking the sky with one hand and shaking the heavens. The powerful force of chi and blood caused the surrounding beings that rushed up to be directly slapped to pieces. Although those beings had exceptionally strong bodies, they didn't have spiritual power and treasure arts, and only attacked with their sharp claws alone. Such a being was simply a moving stake to Xiang Tiange. After all, no matter how strong they were, how could they compare to Xiang Tiange's absolute king body? Boom boom boom. The sound of collisions kept ringing out. Xiang Tiange was in the midst of the monsters like nobody's business, his fists were firing left and right. And Lin Ye's side was much simpler. There was not even a need to take out the spirit sword, and wherever a pair of sword fingers passed, sword chi rushed into the sky. The flat chaos sword technique struck straight out. The sun and moon shadows appeared behind him. His hands cupped seals, and two large discs that looked like great mills of annihilation rumbled and crushed through the high sky, pushed forward by him. Pushing the sun and the moon, it was truly as if an ancient god was approaching the dust, looking down on the living world. The sun and moon intertwined, and the Dao rhythms flowed as his hands erupted with blazing light, making it impossible for people to look at them directly and filling them with an aura of grandeur and holiness. Rumble. The two gigantic grinding wheels slowly moved forward, and all the living beings in the Forbidden Zone where they passed through were turned into flesh and blood. Sword intent surrounded the flesh and blood mill above. The current sword intent could no longer be said to be a fledgling sword intent, but a true sword intent. This sword intent carried an ancient and thick aura. Under Lin Yi and Xiang Tiange's devastating attacks, those beings didn't have the slightest ability to resist, and they were all killed on the spot by the duo. Ha 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 ha, it's fun to kill. Xiang Tiange's body wasn't stained with a single trace of blood, and even if there was blood splattered on his body, it was all burned up by the flaming purple chi and blood. The sun and moon shadows behind Lin Yi also slowly dispersed. Only blood and bones were left around. It was evidence that those forbidden beings had once existed. After Lin Yi and his duo killed all the Forbidden Zone beings, they continued to walk towards the front. In the forbidden area, all the places looked the same, and after they came out of the Immortal Hall, they were unable to recognize the direction at all. Only able to keep going in one direction. In that case, either reach the depths of the Forbidden Zone or just walk out. Either one is also much better than staying put. At this moment, Lin Yi, immersed in his mind, was communicating with the Moon Yi in the ring. What the hell is going on in that wrecked world? There are some things that it's not the right time to talk about, and all I can tell you is that it's the world I used to live in, and the world your ancestors lived in. Hearing this reply from Yu Yi, Lin Yi frowned slightly. His pet peeve was the Riddler, half-spoken words were just too much for people to handle. However, if the other party didn't want to talk about it, he didn't have a better way, so he could only continue to inquire. You said that my ancestor, then what exactly is the matter with my birth? You said I inherited that soul bloodline? After a whole half a day, the parents I know now are still not real? No. Lin Yi's inquiry caused Yu Yi to hastily deny it. You were indeed born from your mother, the one you know, and you're also a member of the Lin family, except that your bloodline is of a unique nature. That means you're the only one who returned. After you inherit your ancestor's bloodline, others will naturally lose this opportunity. After all, its uniqueness, when you reach the Saint Realm, you'll know the special nature of this bloodline. But what? But when you awaken your bloodline, you may attract a great enemy. I have just cleared the mark within your body. You should have already encountered that irresistible enemy, right? At those words, Lin Yi fell into silence. Indeed, because of his bloodline, he had encountered a great terror in that universe, and if the bronze coffin hadn't been here, I'm afraid that he would have gotten cold long ago. What benefits this bloodline would bring him was still unknown, but it seemed to have a whole lot of disadvantages. Just talking about that great enemy in the universe, there was no telling what realm of power he was. A single look was able to block off the heavens and the earth, causing the stars to shatter. Such a strong person was unheard of by Lin Yi. But there was no use complaining he couldn't bleed himself dry, could he? One more thing. My mother, what is her identity? Where is she now? Hearing Lin Yi's inquiry, Yui was silent for a moment and softly said, Your mother, she is above the 9 heavens, an heir to an immortal Dao lineage, and likewise a descendant of that world. I've been in the ring, and the two of us are familiar with it. Her leaving without saying goodbye must be because something went wrong in the 9 heavens above, and the current Yu was not qualified enough to travel to the 9 heavens above to take revenge. Lin Yi's tone carried a bit of killing intent, something that Yui could naturally sense. So she directly poked at Lin Yi's thoughts. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi didn't retort, but instead softly said, I naturally know how much of a gap there is between me and that Lin family, but a gap now doesn't mean a gap in the future. This revenge, I will avenge. Well, I'll support you. Oh? Lin Yi was a bit surprised. You should know who my revenge is, and you're still on my side? Naturally. Yui's tone was full of determination. Those eyes are yours, they are proof that you were born as a king, naturally you should get them back. It doesn't matter to me what happens to the Changsheng Lin family, but you have to live well. I want to see the day when you reign over the world. Emperor's pupil. Lin Yi unconsciously placed his hands above his eyes. The pain that was etched in my bones at that time, but I still remember it all the time. Whether it was Lin Ming or the rest of the Lin family, they had to pay for this pain with blood. Of course, before that, the second brother in the middle of the lower domain could be found first. That same forsaken second brother was also an asset in the attack on the Lin family. Lin Yi. Just as Lin Yi was still pondering, Xiang Tiange's voice rang out, and Lin Yi turned back to his senses and looked around. Nice guy, a whole lot of nice guys. Straight to the depths of the Forbidden Zone? Not bad for having 2 ill-fated destinies. Chapter 140. The Forbidden Zone heir is a puppet? In front of him was still a piece of yellow sand, but the difference was that on top of this yellow sand, there were many black buildings. These black buildings were as if they had been randomly constructed out of random rocks. There is no chapter in verse and beauty, in this yellow sandland is even more dead and bizarre. A building like this has never been seen before. Coupled with the fact that the bizarre aura around them was becoming more and more prevalent, these two of them would be idiots if they didn't realize that this was the depths of the Forbidden Zone. It is? It was at this time that a sudden change appeared in the two men's bodies. Only to see that first, black hair after black hair appeared on his arm, and immediately after that, the black hair kept spreading and soon spread all over his body. It's the weirdness of being in the middle of a forbidden zone. What is this? Xiang Tiange grabbed the black hair and violently pulled it off. Accompanied by a tearing sound, a large area of black hair was ripped off by him in a hard way, and purple blood instantly gushed out. But even if the black hairs are pulled off in an instant, they grow back again. Forest leaves naturally grew these black hairs. The system at the moment was also constantly reminding. Ding dong. The host is being invaded by bizarre forces. If one tried to use spiritual energy to cut off the source of that weirdness, it would only trigger more weird auras to recoil. This change is irreversible. The closer they got to that center, the faster the fur grew on the duo. Even the fingernails began to grow crazily, just like those beings they had killed earlier. Such a bizarre scene didn't make Lin Yi and Xiang Tiange feel the slightest bit of fear. After all, they had just walked out of that bizarre immortal hall. Now do not say that the body grows black hair, their own bottom is not long. Cough. District Black Hair, what is there to fear? Just at this time, a hoarse voice came from behind the duo. Xiang Tiange, you're at it again. The two turned to look, and at some point, a being wrapped in darkness appeared above the yellow sand. His skin was ghastly white, he was wearing a black robe, his eyes were lifeless, even his lips didn't have the slightest bit of blood color, and his pupils were filled with death. Although he stood there, he could not feel the slightest breath of life from him, as if he were a dead body. You are here. Xiang Tiange's eyes narrowed lightly as he looked toward the man who had suddenly appeared. There was not the slightest bit of surprise on his face, as if the man's appearance was a matter of course. Lin Yi sensed the aura on the other party and already guessed the identity of the other party. If I'm not wrong, this person is the heir in the middle of the Forbidden Zone. Swish swish swish. In the middle of their thoughts, the sound of breaking air rang out, and several figures appeared around the two of them. One could only see that although these people looked different, they all had pale skin and lifeless eyes, and their bodies were filled with the meaning of death. A bunch of Forbidden Zone passers? Lin Yi also came to be interested when he saw the appearance of these people. I thought that there should only be one heir to the Forbidden Zone, but I didn't expect so many to actually come. At a cursory glance, there were about 7 or 8 people. Lin Yi, you saw it, didn't you? Xiang Tiange turned his head to Lin Yi and spoke. These assholes don't talk about martial virtues. Last time they besieged me, even if they couldn't beat me, they still shook people directly. This time I have to relieve my anger. Hearing Xiang Tiange say this, Lin Yi gave him an odd look. No, man, are you here for a chance, or are you here to fight for revenge? Where's the chance? Where's the magic?
You don't want it, do you? Just come and fight with others. The current Xiang Tiange obviously couldn't care about that much anymore, as he moved the bones in his entire body and looked at the forbidden area air with adult intent in his eyes. On the contrary, those forbidden area airs were calm. After all, there was originally no luster in their eyes, and it was impossible to see what they were thinking. At this time, Lin Yi realized the problem. These forbidden area airs seemed to be just one shell after another. The reason why he said it was a shell was because he possessed a page of scripture, so he could naturally sense that all of them were real human puppets. Unlike a page of scriptures as well as the scripture of degradation, these puppets should have been corpses themselves and then created. If you thought about it that way, you would be able to know why several of them were covered in death aura as if they were one and the same. And these shells are all shells that have special body qualities, but their special body qualities seem to have been drawn out at this moment. Xiang Tiange's eyes condensed, and his purple aura instantly burst out. That purple blood aura was like a rotating giant wave that directly pierced through the hazy clouds. The huge immortal hall appeared above the void. Now that he had seen his target, Xiang Tiange naturally wouldn't hold back. And Lin Yi didn't have the slightest intention of making a move. Facing these 8 puppets, Xiang Tiange definitely had no problem. The one thing to be wary of is the being that hides in the shadows. Boom! The earth shook. Xiang Tiange stepped out and charged toward the 8 puppets. The puppets naturally wouldn't sit still. Their hands stretched out and countless bizarre corrupted intentions burst out from their sleeve robes. Dang! The clang of metal rang out. The immortal hall above the void had fallen down, blocking the spreading decaying intent as well as the sneak attacks of several people. Looking around, 3 people stood in front of Xiang Tiange, 3 behind them, while the remaining 2 were on the left and right. 8 people directly surrounded it. In front, 3 people stood side by side, one with a pitch-black cauldron hanging over his head, the other with a black lance hanging over his head, and as for the one in the center, he was holding a black long sword. The 3 of them had the same demeanor, and then they violently charged towards Xiang Tiange. At the same time, the rear, left and right sides attacked at the same time. These people don't need verbal or eye contact at all. They are puppets after all, even their minds are the same. The great cauldron smashed fiercely towards the immortal hall, and the lances, spirit swords, great swords, and many other magic treasures in the first instance also cooperated to launch an attack. Invisible pressure sinking down, just the residual power emanating from those magic treasures had already caused the ground to crumble and rocks to pierce through the air. It's an amazingly powerful thing. 8 people at the same time, and tacit understanding is as long as the other side has a little crack, will certainly be dead. Xiang Tiange was not surprised but pleased to see this scene. This was the kind of fight he had been waiting for. Now that he had Lin Yi to hold down the fort for him, he naturally had no qualms about it. He had purple immortal hall, feet on the yellow sand spread on the ground, lofty and immovable, purple light will he and the land under his feet, all protected inside, did not receive any impact. But defense is not in his nature. Only to hear Xiang Tiange let out a loud shout, the purple hand slapped again, purple chi and blood surged and rushed like an ocean, slapping the many incoming magic treasures away. Chapter 141 The Real Living Spirit of the Forbidden Zone. Immediately after that, Xiang Tiange's hands kept waving, purple chi and blood kept intertwining and converging, forming a sledgehammer, only to hear a loud rumbling sound. The sledgehammer ruthlessly smashed towards those puppets. The puppets naturally wouldn't sit back and wait for death, they struck out at the same time, corrupted intent enveloping the heavens and the earth. One after another large star was being diffused, forming a 7-star streak. The 7 puppets simultaneously stretched their hands into the void, drawing out trajectory after trajectory, complex and subtle. The giant hammer above the void smashed directly on top of the 7 great stars. There was a loud boom. Gray and purple auras were constantly intertwining and colliding, causing this heaven and earth to be illuminated. The sledgehammer was in the world, the stars were shining brightly, and for some of the same-aged prides, this was simply an unimaginable power. Xiang Tiange was not the slightest bit disadvantaged in a pair of 8s. Seeing this scene, Lin Yi on the side couldn't help but marvel at Xiang Tiange's talent. After all, as a heavenly destiny host, if one didn't have heaven-defying talent and strength, how could one fight against those heavenly destiny sons who were open all the way? Those 8 puppets stood together with Xiang Tiange, and the corrupted chi and purple chi and blood spread throughout the yellow sandland, and the earth trembled, revealing the white bones buried under the yellow sand. Boom boom boom. The roars continued to ring out as Xiang Tiange got more and more energized as he fought, seemingly forgetting that he was above the forbidden zone. Those 8 puppets didn't have the slightest expression on their faces, they were just passively fighting Xiang Tiange. Right at this moment, Lin Ye's eyes stared and the human emperor's sword suddenly appeared in his hand.
In the void, a rushing sword chi sped toward a black building in the distance. That sword chi carried an indestructible aura, cutting through the sky with a buzzing sound. Swish! The sword chi containing the aura of the Emperor's Dao cut off a corner of that black building directly. Boom! That corner hit the ground, splattering a large amount of yellow sand, and at the same time, revealing a figure behind the building. One could only see that the figure's entire body was wrapped in the intent of decay, and his skin was as pale as a puppet's, only that the eyes of that ancient well seemed to carry a trace of astonishment. Sure enough, here it is. Boom! With another loud bang, Xiang Tiange knocked those puppets back and turned his gaze over. When he saw that figure, his eyes also solemnized. He could feel the level of danger on the other party. It was completely different from the puppets in front of them. If I'm not mistaken, this person is the true heir to the Forbidden Zone. That Forbidden Area heir just stood there quietly, and although not a single trace of aura emanated from his body, the might he brought to the people was completely different. Lin Ye's eyes narrowed lightly as he looked towards that Forbidden Area transmitter. Although that sword chi just now was only sent out randomly, it also contained sword intent, yet the other party blocked it without even moving. It was at least a heavenly pride of Xiang Tiange's level. The Forbidden Zone transmitter just stood there quietly, with no intention of fighting. Just at this time, the 8 puppets came down once again. Xiang Tiange dodged the attack and immediately grabbed the thigh of one of the puppets, then with a buildup of strength, he threw it fiercely towards the side of the Forbidden Area heir. Boom! Due to the overpowering force, it caused the puppet to make a roaring sound in the air. Just as the puppet was about to smash into the Forbidden Area heir, a large amount of corrupted chi appeared and completely wrapped the puppet in it, and in just a blink of an eye, the puppet actually directly turned into flying ash. Oh! Xiang Tiange came to be interested. Such an opponent is a rare thing. How could he afford this trip to the Forbidden Zone if he didn't fight him? But just as Xiang Tiange was planning to continue, suddenly, the heavens and earth shook violently. It rumbled in the void. The black waves were overwhelming, spreading throughout the entire Forbidden Area. A crane-haired old man arrived in this Forbidden Area, first glancing at Lin Yi and Xiang Tiange, and with a wave of his large hand, he directly slapped the dark clouds above the sky away. Only after the dark clouds had all dissipated did Lin Yi see clearly that, at some point, many Forbidden Zone beings were standing above the void, and their pairs of eyes filled with dead silence were staring downwards. That old man Lin Yi was also familiar with. It was the third ancestor. Ha 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 ha. At this moment, the third ancestor let out a big, boisterous laugh. Everyone, even though the disciples of my clan are haranguing the front, you guys aren't so bad as to hide here, are you? Want to lay your hands on them? Buzz. An unprecedented aura of decay suddenly spread out, once again restoring the sky to darkness. Only a huge Forbidden Zone being appeared in front of everyone's eyes. The being had a human head and a horse's body, covered in black scales and emitting wisps of ethereal light. Only to see that voice with a big mouth opened his mouth and said, "You've come just in time, this is already your disciples, the second time to break into our Forbidden Area. You should know the rules, the last time has already given you face, this time let them stay. What's more, they have entered that ancient hall, and I have something to ask them." Hearing the words ancient hall, the 3 ancestors also showed surprise in their eyes. However, now was not the time to get to the bottom of the matter, only to see the third ancestor's sleeve robe wave, countless black waves intertwined behind his back, and within a short time, they intertwined to form a gigantic being. Dharma, heaven and earth. That discovery had 3 heads and 6 arms, like an Asura in the world. On each arm, he held a magic treasure, and the woozy sound resounded between heaven and earth. The great avenues all resonated with it. You want to strike? When that Forbidden Zone being saw this scene, his face looked unkind, and the sound of war drums seemed to be coming from above the void as well. A great battle capable of shattering heaven and earth seemed to start in the next second. What's wrong with striking out? A frivolous voice appeared, and immediately afterward, a dozen or so old ancestors from the Zhengqi sect all appeared behind the 3 ancestors, staring straight at the Forbidden Zone being. The third ancestor even said in a snarky tone, "I say, is it because we've been too quiet all these years? Causing this little thing of yours to have the strange idea of being able to arm wrestle with us?" Boom! After saying these words, that Asura phantom with its head in the heavens and feet on the ground had a hideous face, and a giant hand directly slapped towards that Forbidden Zone being. See death. The Forbidden Zone beings were not afraid, and after coldly grunting, all the scales on their bodies stood up. The roar resounded through the universe, and as a long spear appeared in the hands of the Forbidden Zone being, wisps of Dao rhythms surrounded him. Facing the huge hand that slapped down to cover the sky, the Forbidden Zone beings blasted out with a gun. Boom! Accompanied by a deafening roar, the void collapsed, the 10,000 paths bowed down, the dark clouds above the void were completely dispersed, and the terrifying lance transformed into a heavenly pillar, striking directly at the giant hand that covered the sky.
A mere pony trying to escape my grasp? The third ancestor's tone was filled with contempt.
With that, the sleeve robe was lightly waved.
That giant hand directly covered down.
At the same time, several old ancestors appeared and shielded Lin Yi and Xiang Tiange. Such a battle was not something they could stand still and enjoy.
Chapter 142 Strong and Overbearing. Boom!
At this moment, the killing intent was like a sea that swept across the 10 directions, and pieces of black buildings crumbled and became flying ash. Under that terrifying black giant hand, nothing could be preserved and all ceased to exist. The ground in the center of the forbidden area was tens of feet deep. The long spear that looked like a heavenly pillar didn't block the giant hand at all, and it directly collapsed the moment the giant hand that covered the sky slapped down. The earth trembled madly at this moment. The void also appeared with channels of temporal turbulence, and that palm slap actually shattered even the void. This was also only one hand of that Azura phantom. As for the forbidden zone being, it had long since disappeared, not knowing if it had escaped or been slapped into pieces. Lin Yi, who was sheltered by a few old ancestors, stared wide-eyed, his body trembling slightly from excitement. Such might was something he had only dreamed of. If he had such power, he would be able to launch his revenge against that so-called everlasting forest family.
Yesterday's vendetta is like a sword in the back.
Not to mention gouging out the eyes that were supposed to be his. If he hadn't needed a pair of eyes for temporary use right now, he would have gouged the eyeballs out of their sockets. After all, his eyes were Lin Ming's now. The strength and incomparability of the three ancestors was deeply imprinted in Lin Yi's heart. The earth continued to quake for a long time before it regained its calmness, and when one looked around, those black buildings at the center of the forbidden zone had completely disappeared, replaced by a deep pit that looked like a rift in the sky. The deep pit spread out for hundreds of miles, and it looked so terrifying. Right after the three ancestors flung their hands in disdain, a voice filled with majesty suddenly appeared between heaven and earth.
You passed. The third ancestor raised an eyebrow and looked into the void, speaking disdainfully. Says who? I haven't seen you for many years, but you're getting more and more timid. What, you don't dare to come out to meet me? Are you afraid that you'll be ugly to me, is that it? The voice in the void was silent for a moment before speaking again. It was your disciples who came here uninvited, treating the rules of my forbidden area as if they were nothing, and instead of restraining them, you took the initiative to strike at us? Could it be that you want the universe to be shattered and the heavens turned upside down? Don't talk to me about useless things. Facing the voice from the depths of the forbidden zone, the third ancestor didn't give the slightest bit of face as his face was filled with a look of impatience revealed. I heard about it. One of our boys broke into your forbidden zone before, didn't he? And now it's just one more time? It's only twice. What are you mad about here? Besides, they've only come twice now, and even if they came 3 times, you'd still have to obediently give in to the ground. And the universe is broken and the sky is turned upside down? Fine, I'll give you a chance. Boom! Along with these words of the third ancestor falling, the huge Azura phantom raised his 3 heads and 6 arms, and many magic treasures blossomed with brilliant light above his arms, and that light caused the void to become distorted. Obviously each of the magic treasures was something extraordinary, and if a great battle really started, it was feared that the sky would be turned upside down, just like what was said. After all, it was just a single palm that had just struck this deep pit of hundreds of miles. Seeing the movements of the 3 ancestors, the other old ancestors also offered up their own magic treasures. There were even people who took out their spirit cards and seemed to continue shaking people. You! The voice in the void was filled with anger and horror. He couldn't have imagined that after years of not seeing each other, the personalities of these lunatics hadn't changed in the slightest, and it was clear that it was now the Golden Great World. A single carelessness could lead one's own power to a place of no return, even if it was a holy land as well as a forbidden area. However, people did not have the slightest fear, and had the intention of starting a fight at the drop of a hat. And listen to that tone of voice that was actually so forceful, as if they were wrong about the Forbidden Zone. The forcefulness of that tone even made quite a few Forbidden Zone beings that had awakened feel like they were wrong. Well, the third ancestor teased, want to start a war? I still say, this so-called Forbidden Zone of yours is a Forbidden Zone to others, but in the face of us, put away your. You should be thankful that my disciples didn't show any damage, or else, even if the earth overturns and the heavens fall, I'll still make to flatten this forbidden area of yours. Well, well, well. The voice in the void was filled with anger and said 3 good words in a row. Are you guys really not afraid that we will be extremely sublimated and die with you? Afraid? Oh.
The third ancestor laughed coldly and continued, extreme sublimation, TSK 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 TSK.
Really scary? Then come on, quick, extreme sublimation, what are you waiting for? Waiting for me to treat you guys to dinner, ah? If you really have the courage to be extremely sublimated, why do you still need to hide here as turtles? A bunch of defeated dogs, still calling and barking here, simply laughing off my teeth. In this way, I will give you a chance, as long as one of you now dares to extreme sublimation, without having to do anything, the old man will naturally give those two boys. Originally, the three ancestors were still putting up a fight there, and subconsciously glanced downwards, wanting to take a look at Lingyi and Xiangtianga. As a result, after looking over, I was surprised to find that the two boys had already run away. The aura of the boundary-breaking talisman was still lingering in the void, and it was obvious that these two brats had used the boundary-breaking talisman to run away. Ha 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 ha. Seeing this scene, the third ancestor laughed instead of being angry. This is how it should be. My extreme bliss. Cough, my Zhengqi sect's heir should be like this. Otherwise, what's the difference between them and these idiots? Many beings from the Forbidden Zone were filled with rage deep underground. They were all angered by the arrogant attitude of the three ancestors of the Zhengqi sect. But spare me, there is not a living being to go out of the intention. Hiding here is not just for the Golden Great World to fight for the fairy. If they were to fight for their lives with others in extreme sublimity because of one breath now, wouldn't their hundreds of thousands of years of mindfulness have been cultivated to the dogs? Seeing that there was a delay in response, the third ancestor spread his hands. The opportunity was given to you guys. It's you guys who don't cherish it. It's still the same thing. If my disciples come next time, I don't care about the fights between my peers, but you guys. If anyone dares to make a move, I will not blame us for swinging the forbidden area. After saying that, the three ancestors turned around and left in that dashing manner. Azura's phantom also gradually dissipated into the void. The living beings in the Forbidden Zone simply hated this scene, but there was nothing they could do about it. The moment. The depths of the Forbidden Zone. Dao's divine thoughts were talking to each other. This extreme bliss Holy Land is really overly arrogant. They must be taught a lesson before they can do so. Now is not a good time, and with these people's vindictive character, if you strike out at them you will have to kill them all in one blow. Can you guarantee to slaughter them all without extreme sublimation? Should we just watch them be arrogant? Chapter 143 Spiritual Void Battlefield. Damn! We have never been so humiliated in many epochs. Sooner or later, this extreme bliss sacred land will one day be plunged into the land of doom because of their arrogance, but until that duo in their ancestral ground is seated, we can't tear our faces off with them yet. You guys are saying that not to speak his name, but to know it in his heart. Also, after those two disciples of theirs finished using the boundary-breaking talisman, they seem to have found Li Qianquan's inherited treasure art in the middle of our forbidden area. Shouldn't we go and block it? Now those old assholes haven't gone far, let them take the treasure art. Having inherited Li Qianquan's treasure art, they'll have to inherit that karma as well. The depths of the Forbidden Zone became quiet once again, as if there was no breath of life. On the other hand, Lingyi and Xiangtianga, who had used the boundary-breaking talisman, appeared in a clearing on the outskirts of the Forbidden Zone, and Xiangtianga got a small shovel out of nowhere and started digging at the ground. It didn't take long to dig up a skull. The top of that skeleton was full of scars, even the skull was shattered. Obviously it had suffered an unimaginably great battle before it died. Seeing the appearance of the skull, Xiangtianga's face was delighted, and immediately afterward, he took out a red crystal from inside his Qianquan ring. Buzz! Along with the appearance of that red crystal, a seven-colored haze erupted from the empty eye sockets of the skeleton. Boom! The sunlight shot straight up into the sky, knocking the surrounding dark clouds right through. Got it! Looking at the red crystal in his hand colored with a haze, Xiangtianga was filled with excitement. Lingyi, who was on the side, was extremely speechless. He had watched Xiangtianga use that red crystal to find his way. Since he was able to find his way, why did he have to walk inside as if he were a headless fly in the beginning? Obviously, Xiangtianga wanted this treasure art in addition to getting the previous scene back. Let's go, Lingyi, what are you gawking at here? We've made a fortune this time. Xiangtianga's face was filled with joy, but in the next second, he seemed to think of something, and his face collapsed once again. Right, the appearance of the old ancestors also means that our whereabouts have been exposed. It suddenly occurred to him that his own demonic father must have known about this matter as well. And the fact that the demon lord knew about this meant that his own master must have prepared all sorts of criminal laws and was waiting for him to return. When he thought of his own master's methods, Xiang Tiange couldn't help but tremble. Lin Yi, who was at the side, looked at Xiang Tiange with a face full of oddities. "No, man, you seem a little heavy-handed." Staring at the skull there and shaking his body? Even now the eyes seemed to be in sage mode. "What were you just doing?" Xiang Tiange naturally didn't notice Lin Yi's odd expression. After thinking for a moment, he spoke, "Lin Yi, in a while, the spiritual void battlefield will be opened. Surely you'll be attending it together, right?" Spiritual void battlefield? It wasn't the first time he had heard this name, so Lin Yi opened his mouth and inquired, "What is the spiritual void battlefield?" Hearing this, Xiang Tiange slowly explained for him. This spiritual void battlefield was a huge battlefield passed down from the ancient times. Being a battlefield, there was naturally endless blood and bones, and the chances of the strong were not few. Opportunity is naturally accompanied by danger. This ancient battlefield does not know how many epochs remain, which even has many spatial and temporal cracks, and there are also corpse spirits generated by the corpses of powerful people. Being a spacetime rift, there was no telling when some treasures, chances, corpses, and the like would fall, and coupled with its own chances, it naturally attracted many heavenly prides to enter it. However, for the sake of the safety of the many young celestials, the most powerful users used great means to completely change the spiritual void battlefield. To enter it, you only need to enter with your consciousness. The young celestial's consciousness would transform into a body and enter the spiritual void battlefield in search of a chance. It now coincided with the opening of the spiritual void battlefield. If one were to go in on a normal day, one would be assimilated by the sky-charging murderous aura inside, and the only time to do so was at this time of the year, which was the best time to do so. Most of the celestial pride of the entire 9 heavens and 10 lands would presumably go in there. When he heard those words, Lin Yi's pupils tightened. If he was just interested before, then this time, he had to go in. Not to mention that unsealed second brother, he had to go for the mere fact that the heir to the Lin family could possibly go in. Eternal life Lin family, Lin Ming. Even if I can't behead you in the middle of the spiritual void battlefield, I'll still want your divine soul to be damaged. The consciousness being struck down would definitely have an effect on the divine soul. Therefore, when he heard Xiang Tiange say that most of the celestial pride of the 9 heavens and 10 lands would enter it, Lin Yi naturally had no reason to refuse. Seeing Lin Yi nod his head, Xiang Tiange rejoiced, "This is just right. I happen to know the entrance to a spiritual void battlefield, and counting the time, it's almost about to open. We'll just go straight there." After saying that, Xiang Tiange waited with an expectant face for Lin Yi to agree. The latter glanced at Xiang Tiange and naturally guessed that little bit of his mind. For a major event like the spiritual void battlefield, it was logical that the sect must have sent someone to escort them, so why did Xiang Tiange act alone? It's not all about being spared a beating. It didn't matter to Lin Yi where he entered the spiritual void battlefield from. After all, he didn't need anyone to escort him. Even though he had now become a noble holy son of the Holy Land, Lin Yi didn't slack off in the slightest. It's easy to grow up with the blessing of the strong, but you can lose the will to keep charging upward because of it. This is fatal to the monk. Previously, the extreme bliss demon sovereign had said to Lin Yi that he wanted to find him a protector, but was rejected by Lin Yi for the same reason. Protector of the way, as the name suggests, is not yet a strong person to protect. If one knew that there was an extremely powerful person behind him, how could one fight for his life? How could one achieve the path of invincibility without fighting for his life? Go! After Lin Yi faintly said those 2 words, he left towards the distance. Xiang Tiange followed closely behind, and after catching up with Lin Yi, he spoke with a solemn expression, "Lin Yi, although your actions just now were very cool, I have to tell you that you're going the wrong way." Lin Yi. With the scene of the old ancestor showing his fists earlier, there were naturally no living beings to stop Lin Yi and Xiang Tiange when the 2 of them were in the forbidden zone. Not only that, even the decaying intent around them was dissipating. Obviously, those beings in the forbidden area were also afraid that the 2 would directly die in this. As the 2 of them sped under their full power, they soon walked out of the forbidden zone. Xiang Tiange even kept an eye out and didn't follow the original path out of the forbidden zone, preventing the people from their own clan from waiting there to greet the 2 of them. Instead, they chose a different path. The moment they stepped out of the forbidden zone, clarity was also restored between heaven and earth. Turning his head and looking around, the inside of the restricted area and the outside were literally 2 worlds. Chapter 144 An old friend in the city. Xiang Tiange knew where that location was, so Lin Yi naturally followed him and left. Because the distance was too far, one would still need to enter the city and find the teleportation array to get to the entrance of that spiritual void battlefield.
In the middle of the 100,000 mountains, the two of them sped their way through. The reason for this recklessness was entirely because the ferocious beasts in the vicinity had all disappeared for some unknown reason. Several peaks in the distance were also shattered, and it was unknown what kind of great battle they had experienced. Therefore, the two did not need to estimate at all, and their speed was so fast that they drew two trajectories in the air. At the edge of the southern domain. This was clearly a barren land, but there was a bustling town, and rather than a town, it was more like a gathering place formed by many forces. All kinds of flags floated above the void. Both large and small forces as well as casual cultivators all gathered here. It was because of the opening of the spiritual void battlefield. After all, anyone would want to take a shot at that chance. Not to mention that this was a good opportunity for the upper domain and the lower domain to come into contact, and some of the prideful people who had shown themselves in the lower domain wanted to enter the spiritual void battlefield to seal their strength. It was a gathering of heavenly prides from all walks of life, not to mention the southeast, west and northwest domains. Even the heavenly prides from the central state, and even the upper domain, would all appear inside, and it could be said that it was a battle of heavenly prides. If you can push across the board in it, then you will surely serve as the leader in the beginning of the Golden Age. Because he entered it with his consciousness, the entrance to the spiritual void battlefield had at least a dozen entrances in the southern domain, and this was only one of them. Sparingly, the surrounding area was crowded with cultivators. All the forces, big and small, use spiritual energy as well as heavenly materials to build temporary landing sites. In order to guard their own family's heavenly pride, avoiding that heavenly pride's fleshly body from being damaged instead after its consciousness entered the spiritual void battlefield. Of course, there is no shortage of people who come here to make deals. For example, if some loose cultivators wanted to enter the spiritual void battlefield and had no forces to shelter them themselves, what if they were killed by their enemies? This is the time when neutral forces are needed to help. Just need to spend a certain amount of spirit stones. These neutral forces don't care what kind of devil you are or what kind of wanted criminal you are, they only recognize spirit stones and not people. There were even some neutral forces that were not afraid in the slightest when faced with a Holy Land level force. Rules are rules, and taking money from people is not a good idea. The two of them, Lingyi and Xiang Tianga, passed through the teleportation array and arrived at the nearby city. Without the slightest stop, they directly arrived at this entrance. Looking at the bustle, Xiang Tianga's eyes were filled with excitement because he would be able to start a great battle when he arrived inside the spiritual void battlefield. There are real heavenly pride in there. Especially the upper domain. As for Lin Yi, he didn't say much along the way. He was looking forward to meeting his so-called old friend in this so-called spiritual void battlefield. If he really encountered it and didn't let it leave something behind, then he would really be unstable in his Taoist heart. The two did not hide their faces. A person dressed in red, clean, and handsome face with indifference color, long hair like ink, scattered casually, especially that pair of eyes, like a pool of water, deep and quiet, that also positive and evil temperament let a person addicted. Another person dressed in white, handsome face with a few dashing smile, hair was hair crown bundled up, out of the dusty temperament as if banished immortals. The two of them, regardless of their dress or temperament, attracted frequent sidelong glances from the people around them. I don't know who opened their mouths and shouted. Lin Yi and Xiang Tianga of the Zhengqi sect? At those words, the crowd looked at the two in unison, and even the people who were still talking before turned their gazes to them. Ever since the sacred land of ultimate bliss had been renamed the Zhengqi sect, Lin Yi had broken into a great reputation. He even concluded a marriage contract with the eldest princess of that immortal imperial dynasty, making people envious. Xiang Tianga was also a celestial pride that was able to compete with him, and it was said that the Zhengqi sect, the original extreme bliss sacred ground, was going to take off in the midst of this golden great world. But there weren't any people from the Zhengqi sect behind the two of them? Such two absolute heavenly pride, they, the Zhengqi sect, would be willing to let the two come by themselves? The elders of the group of forces were secretly thinking. No wonder people can become a great pride. How can a flower in a greenhouse not be afraid of the wind, frost and rain? It's done. When we go back, we'll cancel our own heirs protector and let them break in on their own. Aha! Let's do it this way. Maybe after many years, this kind of heavenly pride can also appear among their own forces, then won't it be a big profit? Lin Yi and Xiang Tianga didn't care about the gazes of the crowd and walked straight towards that entrance, wanting to observe. Lin Yi. Just at this time, a beautiful and majestic voice rang out. Lin Yi turned his head to look. That stunningly beautiful woman in a palace dress, with an aura like an empress, who else could it be if not that Wu Mingyue? Only this time, when he met with Wu Mingyue, he found that her breath was a bit disorganized, and even above that delicate face, there were a few pallor.
She's hurt? This was Lin Ye's first thought.
After all, it's only the injured who are in such a state. However, as the eldest princess of the immortal imperial dynasty, and being so powerful herself that she was feared, how strong should one be to be able to injure such a person? Unbeknownst to him, just as Lin Yi was sizing up the other party, Wu Mingyue was also sizing him up. What kind of identity did this Lin Yi have? The kind of bizarre woman who made even the ferocious beasts submit to her would actually appear by her side. It seems that we need to test the waters before we can have the slightest problem with our dynasty. The two of them smiled and greeted each other with their own thoughts. As for Xiang Tianga, he didn't have the intention of being a lightbulb. Moreover, he was somewhat unsure of how to address Wu Mingyue.
You said to call the seniors, right? She favored Hayoshiba's betrothed. If you call it by name directly? Or Rapunzel, there's always some disrespect for the seniors. Instead of obsessing about it, just don't call it. Wu Mingyue also didn't care about these trivial matters and smiled as she spoke to Lin Yi. This time, did the two of you come by yourselves? Aha!
Lin Yi nodded. If every trip was that loud, it would also attract disgust, wouldn't it? Wu Mingyue nodded with deep sympathy, and actually secretly said inwardly,
You, Lin Yi, are still afraid of attracting disgust? Don't you even know how your reputation is out there?
It is natural that such words cannot be spoken.
If you don't mind, why don't you come to my place, and after you enter the spiritual void battlefield, we'll be the ones to watch over the two of you in your physical bodies. Naturally, I don't mind. Lin Yi nodded. He still trusted Wu Mingyue as a woman. After all, if she had any bad intentions towards Lin Yi, she wouldn't have gestured like that at that time. Now that she had taken the initiative, she had saved herself a lot of trouble.
Chapter 145, The Great Evil One. Under Wu Mingyue's guidance, Lin Yi and Xiang Tianga arrived at the makeshift palace built by their immortal imperial dynasty. The reason why it is a palace is because the materials used are just too luxurious. Obviously it was just a temporary shelter, but every brick and tile was cast from heavenly treasures, and even the formation patterns around that palace exuded a feeling that made people's souls tremble.
The immortal imperial dynasty's handiwork wasn't ordinary.
And just as Lin Yi and his duo arrived at this palace, a few young men walked over head-on. They were both male and female, and each of them exuded an inestimable power, clearly the younger generation of the immortal imperial dynasty. Because Wu Mingyue was from the previous generation, she was only able to be a protector of the path this time she came, and was not able to enter that spiritual void battlefield. Therefore, the immortal imperial dynasty had sent other young men. Just by looking at their dresses, one could tell that among these people, there were princesses, imperial princes, and even military generals. At the same time that Lin Yi was sizing up the crowd, those young celestial pride also looked at Lin Yi at the same time. Previously, after Wu Mingyue returned to that immortal imperial dynasty, the attendants had already told everything.
The death of the two fathers, Liao Kai and Liao Feng, was no small matter in the immortal imperial dynasty.
Not to mention the fact that Liao Kai was in the position of a great general, just that Liao Feng, at such a young age possessing uncommon talent and potential, such a person would definitely be the mainstay of their immortal imperial dynasty in the future, and even a powerful person in the fight for the fairy as well. Such a heavenly pride was killed just by saying so? Even the death was extremely tragic. In the end, they had to take another shot at their eldest princess, and if it wasn't for the eldest princess's decisiveness, would they still be able to escape in that holy land of ultimate bliss? For various reasons, the perception of these younger generations towards Lin Yi could not be much, and even vaguely carried a bit of hostility. Wu Mingyue naturally noticed the gazes of the crowd. Only to see her phoenix eyes glaze over, she said in a cold voice, "No rudeness." As the eldest princess and an extremely strong cultivator, she didn't even need to display her own pressure, just that aura alone made the younger generation of the immortal imperial dynasty all freeze on the spot. One of the little girls was the first to react, bouncing to Wu Mingyue's side and hugged that soft arm.
"Imperial sister, how do you let outsiders come to our place?"
Obviously, having recognized Lin Yi's identity, that preferred to feign ignorance, it was evident that this little princess, too, was that kind of playful character. Hearing her own little sister's pouting voice, Wu Mingyue's pretty face carried a hint of doting as she stretched out a slender white jade finger and lightly tapped the other party's forehead.
Ouch!
The little princess covered her forehead with her hands in a pitiful manner. If it was someone else, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to resist coaxing the other party right now, but who was Wu Mingyue, and how could her own little sister's little shenanigans be hidden from her?
I only saw Wu Mingyue say in a slightly caustic manner, "Who is an outsider?" This Lin Yi is my future Taoist couple, don't you know that? What? He's Lin Yi?
The little princess pretended to be surprised, then walked over to Lin Yi's body and looked carefully from head to toe. The small mouth skimmed, disdainfully said, so it is like this I think it is what 3 heads and 6 arms, feet on the ground, head in the sky of the absolute fierce devil it, this weak look, how can be worthy of imperial sister you I see.
Shut up.
Wu Mingyue stopped the little princess's words with a cold voice. This time, even if the other party showed a pitiful appearance, the frost above Wu Mingyue's pretty face did not decrease in the slightest.
Apologize to Hayoshiba.
The little princess's shell teeth clenched her lower lip, her face full of defiance.
Who was she to apologize to Lin Yi and a future Taoist couple? Her own royal sister was so outstanding, and he was actually thinking of laying down a killer, and he was also known for his ferocity.
How could such a person be worthy of his own imperial sister?
But looking at the threatening intent in Wu Mingyue's phoenix eyes, the little princess reluctantly walked up to Lin Yi.
Wait. The little princess was just about to open her mouth to apologize when a young man walked over. His body was wearing the same systematic armor as Liao Feng's. Apparently he was also a teenage general in the immortal imperial dynasty.
He had a smile on his face that made it look like a spring breeze.
Only to see him speak to Lin Yi. Brother Lin, the little princess is used to being bratty. If there is any offense, please forgive her. She actually doesn't have any bad intentions, so let me, the family member, come and apologize on your behalf. The teenage general's tone was not rash or aggressive. Instead, he opened his mouth to Lin Yi in a pleading tone. Such a remark was not offensive to Lin Yi, who then smiled and said, an apology is not necessary, it's fine. Upon hearing this, the teenage general breathed a sigh of relief and said gratefully, thank you, Brother Lin.
Okay.
Seeing that the farce was over, Wu Mingyue spoke, the opening of the spiritual void battlefield is imminent, so all of you should go to your seclusion.
Imperial sister, I want to stay with you.
The little princess was still planning to use the pampering and cute move, but it was obviously useless against the current Wu Mingyue. Only seeing Wu Mingyue's phoenix eyes glaring, the little princess immediately behaved herself and went forward with the others to the retreat room.
Lin Yi,
Xiang Tiange, you guys should be here for the first time and haven't had a proper tour yet. Why don't I take you to that spiritual void battlefield for a tour?
I'm even.
Xiang Tiange shook his head. He had his own thoughts. It was not easy to meet so many heavenly prides of the same generation. It would be a pity if he didn't exchange some ideas. Instead of following Lin Yi and Wu Mingyue and being a bright shining crystal, it would be better to go wander around by yourself. There might be something to find.
Lin Yi naturally knew Xiang Tiange's character very well.
After the 3 of them said a few words, Xiang Tiange turned to leave while Wu Mingyue led Lin Yi to the entrance of the spiritual void battlefield. Along the way, Lin Yi and Wu Mingyue had attracted a lot of attention. Wu Mingyue was naturally famous as a heavenly pride of the previous generation, and now Lin Yi's reputation was not far behind.
The matter of the duo's engagement is even more intriguing.
The location where the spiritual void battlefield was located was a mountain peak, and underneath that mountain peak, there was a huge crystal stone. The crystals were green in color, with wisps of mysterious Dao rhythms surrounding them. Walking closer, one could feel the suction force coming from above, only that the spiritual void battlefield hadn't been opened at this time, so there weren't a lot of people around.
Ah! It's you! You great evil!
Just as Wu Mingyue was introducing Lin Yi to everything around him, a young girl's shout rang out. Lin Yi only felt that this voice seemed like he had heard it somewhere before. Turning her head to look, a young girl in a purple dress stretched out her finger to point at him with a look of horror on her face. On the side of that young girl, there was a woman who was a few years older. That woman's skin was like snow, her eyes were like stars, her delicate face had a cool color, and the whole person gave a feeling that she didn't dare to get close.
Chapter 146, Who Gave You the Courage?
Hearing the young girl's shout, a pair of cool eyes looked straight at Lin Yi. It was at this time that Lin Yi remembered the identity of that young girl.
Purple Kite.
The Luo who had previously traveled to the Broken Temple together was Yu's senior sister, and while they were there, Lin Yi had ended up planning to sacrifice the 2 of them together to that bronze coffin. Only the Purple Kite used a special kind of card and disappeared into the tomb, and when Lin Yi wanted to chase after him, a slender white hand reached out from that light, and the 2 of them exchanged a palm strike. Now that he felt the aura from that cool woman, he knew that it must be this woman who had saved Zhengqi.
Hearing Zhengqi's shout, the cool woman naturally recognized Lin Yi's identity.
You know, Luo Weiyu died in his hands. Even if that Luo Weiyu wasn't a good bird, he was still a disciple of their clan. When Wu Mingyue saw this scene, there was a hint of surprise in her phoenix eyes. It seemed like it hadn't occurred to him that Lin Yi would be able to run into acquaintances everywhere he went off. Zhengqi walked straight over with the cool woman and spoke to Lin Yi. Great evil. I've finally found you. You killed Senior Luo and finally tried to kill me. Apologize. Quickly apologize to me. Lin Yi was once again surprised at Zhengqi's intelligence. You killed Luo Weiyu, and you're going to be killed again. Can you solve it with a few apologies? The cool woman on the side tugged on Zhengqi and spoke respectfully to Wu Mingyue on the side. Eldest princess, you're here too? Aha! Wu Mingyue nodded, then inquired, has my Dao couple ever had any misunderstandings with you? Not a misunderstanding. The cool woman raised her head, a pair of eyes with a chilling look staring straight at Lin Yi. Earlier, your Daoist couple nearly decapitated my senior sister, and if I hadn't left my senior sister with a spirit token, I'm afraid she would be dead at this moment. Yes? Wu Mingyue's face was all bland colors, calmly spoke, this matter I think is a misunderstanding, let's leave this matter, Ha 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 ha, the eldest princess is really protective of her Dao couple. Just as Wu Mingyue said that this matter had passed, loud laughter rang out and a middle-aged man slowly walked over. The man was full of heroic aura, with strands of Dao rhythms flowing around him, and was obviously an uncommonly strong person. Only to see him walk step by step to Wu Mingyue's front and spoke, eldest princess, is the matter of almost killing your little daughter so simple to be able to talk over? When Wu Mingyue saw the man's appearance, there was also a trace of gravity above her pretty face. What do you want? Oh. Easy. The middle-aged man shrugged his shoulders and said with a disinterested expression, let me beat him half to death, so that it is not only to give your eldest princess face, but also to help my little daughter take revenge. It is simply the best of both worlds, so it is not too much to ask, is it? Do you know who he is? The holy son of the Zhengqi sect? When speaking of the Zhengqi sect, the middle-aged man's face held a hint of disdain. Lin Yi naturally took in his expression, only he didn't say anything, but instead looked at the other party with lightly narrowed eyes. Just at this time, that middle-aged man continued to speak, I think the eldest princess would be in favor of my proposal, right? Upon hearing this, Wu Mingyue's phoenix eyes went completely cold as she spoke in a bland tone, leave now. The middle-aged man didn't seem to hear what Wu Mingyue said and inquired, what did you say? Wu Mingyue coldly said, I said. Roll. Ha 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 ha, yes, yes. The middle-aged man was all but laughed at, tell me to roll? It seems that we from Mount Taiching have never been told to roll, elder princess. If I remember correctly, your martial imperial dynasty is under siege, right? Though it's just a trial run right now. But there's no telling what will set off an immortal war one day. At that time, if we, Taiching Shan, join forces with those people, have you ever thought about what will happen to your immortal imperial dynasty? Wu Mingyue did not say anything, her pair of phoenix eyes looked at the other party coldly, with the intention of striking out at the drop of a hat. And right at this moment, Lin Yi stood out and blocked Wu Mingyue behind him. Seeing Lin Yi's actions, Wu Mingyue was visibly stunned, she didn't know what Lin Yi was going to do. I only heard Lin Yi teasingly say, old dog, who gave you the courage to wail and bark in front of me? The opening of the spiritual void battlefield is just around the corner, and although I didn't previously know what a hell of a place Taiching Shan was, I promise that once the spiritual void battlefield opens, I'll clear out all of your people from Taiching Shan. What an arrogant junior! The middle-aged man's expression became completely gloomy as he said word for word, then have you ever thought that you simply can't enter the spiritual void battlefield? Stop me? Lin Yi looked as if he had heard some heavenly joke, I'll just stand here and wait for you to take a shot at me. I'm now the saint son of the Zhengqi sect, and I promise that if you dare to make a single move, I'll immediately have the sect launch an immortal war against you. The middle-aged man had a question mark on his face. He didn't even know where the hell Lin Yi got the courage to actually say that he'd let the clan start an immortal war against him? Even if you're a holy son, aren't you taking yourself too seriously? A genius who hadn't grown up yet was just that, a genius, and wasn't able to be called a strong person. How could such a person allow the sect to start an immortal war? The reason Lin Yi had such a bottom line was entirely because he had received a voice transmission. It seemed that his own old ancestor had come one, and was quietly watching from above the void at the moment, and when that middle-aged man had been arrogant before, the old ancestor had only faintly spoken to Lin Yi. If he's crazy again, you go up and slap him, don't worry, we're not afraid of him, if not, I'll go down and beat this kid to death. If he wasn't worried about causing too much trouble for his clan, Lin Yi would have gone up and slapped him. And at this moment, the middle-aged man was still digesting what Lin Yi had just said. Wu Mingyue also looked at Lin Yi with a surprised expression. Of course, if that person dared to make a move, she would naturally help Lin Yi.
Kid, if you have the guts, say it again.
That middle-aged man's face was filled with a gloomy color as he threatened Lin Yi. At this moment, whether it was Zhengqi or that cool woman, the two of them were also slightly nervous. The reputation of the sacred land of extreme bliss was well known, and although Montai Qing was the same as them as a sacred land level power, it was important to know that there was a gap between a sacred land and a sacred land. Especially, the holy land of ultimate bliss is just a pure bunch of crazies in there.
There's nothing they wouldn't dare do.
Zhengqi's little face was white, as if she was worried about causing trouble for her clan. She hadn't expected things to come to this. Originally, I thought that I would just let my own senior sister teach Lin Yi a lesson, which would have thought that my own father was on the side. Facing the middle-aged man's threat, Lin Yi took a step forward, the corners of his mouth flicked up, and he smiled. I say, old dog, who gave you the courage to be in front of me?
Phew. A strong wind is coming. Chapter 147 Jolie.
Only to see that middle-aged man arrive in front of Lin Yi with a flash.
Powerful Dao rhythms erupted here.
The earth is cracked, but also attracted the attention of the surrounding people here, wanting to see who was here to make a move. The middle-aged man's fist made a sonic boom in the air, and the green-colored haze traced out a dazzling trajectory. In the face of this punch, Lin Yi didn't have the intention of dodging, and the wind of the punch caused a strand of his hair to dance slightly.
Wu Mingyue also reacted immediately.
The phoenix eyes stared and said in a cold voice, "Seek death." Only to see her decisively striking out, directly offering up a large seal with a few words clearly written on it.
I have been appointed by heaven to live for eternity.
The large seal with a crystalline body erupted with a blazing light and smashed in, roaring like the sea.
The might was like waves.
Seeing the large seal coming, the middle-aged man turned around and punched.
Boom!
A powerful roar resounded through the heavens and earth, and the resulting airwaves directly lifted all the surrounding ground, and that power extended all the way to a surrounding mountain peak along with the ditch that appeared on the ground.
The mountain collapsed instantly.
A mere tentative exchange of hands between saints caused heaven and earth to shake and many cultivators to bow down. It was evident how terrifying the might of a saint was. Wu Mingyue's body wafted out that imperial aura, causing the void to distort, as if a female emperor had descended. On the other hand, the middle-aged man on the other side was not the least bit afraid of this imperial Dao Qi. A subtle Dao rhythm surrounded his body, adding a few points to his dedusted temperament.
Wu Mingyue, do you really want to meddle in this matter? Lin Yi is just a junior, why would you agree to this marriage? Why don't you let me kill him and put an end to this marriage contract? At those words, the coldness in Wu Mingyue's body increased.
Whether it was a woman who cultivated immortality or a woman in the secular world, it was obvious that youth was a forbidden topic for them to talk about. The middle-aged man said that Lin Yi was a descendant and added that the union between the two was inappropriate. It was supposed to be finding a reason for Wu Mingyue to leave it alone. But in her ears, she only heard the other party say that she and Lin Yi weren't suitable because the two weren't even from the same era. Sparing Wu Mingyue, who had always had an imperial state of mind, at this moment, her face became more and more ugly. Zhengqi, as well as her senior sister, the two of them slightly propped up their foreheads, obviously feeling helpless at their own father's words as well.
Wu Mingyue's side was just about to continue striking when she sensed a powerful aura approaching. The middle-aged man felt it too. The two of them all looked up into the void, only to see an old man slowly walking down from above the void. The old man had crane hair and was dressed in white, with an immortal aura. Those who didn't know thought it was some kind of righteous leader. But the two recognized each other straight away. The Polar Holy Land is also the old ancestor of the Zhengqi sect. This old ancestor had always walked the world and was the first to show his face every time, making it hard for people not to recognize him. Only to see him arrive in front of the duo with a smile on his face. Don't mind me, you guys carry on. By the way, little Makiko, what were you about to do just now?
The old man looked at the middle-aged man, and his tone was as if he was talking to a young child. At those words, Ziyu's pupils tightened. He hadn't expected that the Zhengqi sect had actually sent someone, or an old ancestor. The forces of the Zhengqi sect hadn't been seen arriving before, and there was also news that the Zhengqi sect had entered the spiritual void battlefield from other entrances this time, so how could they have suddenly arrived at this time?
He shaded me.
Ziyu subconsciously looked at Lin Yi, who was on the side. Lin Yi still had the same bland expression, only when he looked at Ziyu, there was a hint of playfulness in his eyes.
Elder Li.
Wu Mingyue bowed to the old man with a few moments of respect in her tone. Alright, Mingyue, you're our Saint Sun's Dao couple, you'll be one of our own in the future, there's no need to be so polite, just call me Li Zhu. Yes, Zhou Li. With regards to the marriage union, Wu Mingyue did not have the slightest resistance. But Lin Yi wouldn't be so narcissistic as to think that the other party would be infatuated with him after seeing one glance of himself, and to be able to make the immortal imperial dynasty's eldest princess this obedient, there must be something wrong with the immortal imperial dynasty. Then recalling what that purple emperor had said earlier, the martial imperial dynasty was being provoked by many immortal Dao lineages at the moment. So the marriage was either to find reinforcements or the Rapunzel had something else in mind. Definitely not just to find a dog. At this moment, Li Zhu was looking at Ziyu with a smile on his face, as if he was waiting for his next words. Ziyu as the head of a clan naturally is not a wimpy generation. Even if it is Li Zhu's face, he still calmly opened his mouth. Seniorly, the holy son of your clan, not a few days ago will be my great disciple to kill on the spot. If it is not my daughter was saved, I'm afraid that it is also difficult to escape death. He even spoke out against me before, 1 life plus the last 2. I just want to teach him a lesson, not too much, right? Oh. Li Zhu unexpectedly glanced at Lin Yi. He saw that little girl, and her looks had a few lover-like qualities. I didn't expect Lin Yi to be able to destroy flowers with a hot hand. However, thinking about Lin Yi's pet peeves, it seemed normal for him to do so. After thinking for a moment, Li Zhu spoke in a gentle tone. It's naturally fine to teach him a lesson. Let's do it this way. I'll watch from here. Feel free to do as you please, and I'll make sure I don't take sides. At those words, Ziyu was somewhat speechless. You promise not to take sides? What guarantee are you taking? Who doesn't know your style of Zhengqi? Even if you don't take the initiative to look for trouble, in front of you, I dare to touch your family's holy son? He said so many words, but just for the sake of letting you reprimand Lin Yi painlessly in front of everyone, in that case, everyone has a step down. And I've gone soft in disguise, which isn't good enough. Elderly, our old ancestor from Mount Taiching is also here now, and should be a former friend with you as well. Why don't I lead the way for you to meet an old friend? Ziyu's words were merely to tell Li Zhu that their Taiching Mountain's old ancestor had also come. Wouldn't it be nice for everyone to make peace? If we really fight, our family's old man isn't a vegetarian. As an old ancestor who naturally did not know how many years he had lived, how could Li Zhu not know the meaning of the other party's words? Only to see Li Zhu open his mouth with a playful face. How many old undead have you guys from Taiching Shan come? Don't worry, I'll go to them in a while, but right now well. I'm more interested in seeing how you teach my family's holy son a lesson. Don't worry about doing it. If I say I won't shelter, I won't shelter. Don't you still believe in my character? What you don't believe in is your character. You people of the righteous sect have a gross character. Of course, Ziyu only dared to think about this in his mind. How could he not say it to his face? Lin kid, did you hear me? Why don't you come forward and let people teach you a lesson? Or else people will say that I, Zhengqi sect, don't know how to be polite. Chapter 148. Naturally. Lin Yi nodded, then took a step forward and stood in front of Ziyu. Smiling, he said, this so-and-so senior. Sorry, I forgot. Since you said that I was at fault first, then please still do it. I promise to stand still and not move. Ziyu's eyes narrowed lightly as he looked at Li Zhu as well as Lin Yi. He sort of understood, these two people singing in unison, clearly want him to lose face in front of many cultivators. If he were to make a move, he would definitely be educated on the spot by that Li Zhu. If he didn't do anything, his face could be considered to be put on the ground and rubbed hard. Ziyu turned his hand behind his back, only to see the Qianquan ring in his hand glow slightly, followed by a stream of light cutting through the void. Zhu Li looked at Ziyu in surprise. That expression seemed to ask, what's the point of putting your hand behind your back? Do you think I'm blind? I can't see the spirit tablet that cuts through the sky? Oh little imperial son, are you calling those old undead ones from your Taiching mountain to come here? But they shouldn't be free right now. Ziyu looked at Li Zhu with a puzzled expression, not understanding what he meant by that. Seeing the doubt on Ziyu's face, Li Zhu spoke with a slight gloat. The few of them are now discussing the Dao with a group of people, so I guess by the time it's over, the spiritual void battlefield will be open. Exclamation point. At those words, Ziyu was shocked. He knew that none of the people from this Zhengqi sect followed the rules. His own ancestor was entangled, so wouldn't he be isolated now? It was at this time that Lin Yi inquired in mock confusion, what's wrong? This senior, isn't he going to teach me a lesson? You great evil. Zhengqi saw her father being pressed step by step, where else could she hide, directly running out from behind her own senior sister, her big eyes glaring at Lin Yi, looking furious. Obviously you were the one who was rude to me before and wanted to kill me, and now my father has only said a few words about you, and you're letting people come to make things difficult for my father.
What the hell do you want? That's not true.
Lin Yi shook his head and continued, I didn't make things difficult for your father, from the beginning until now. Wasn't I waiting for him to teach me a lesson?
As for you. Lin Yi took a step forward and locked eyes with Violet Kite.
The latter subconsciously took a step backward when he saw Lin Yi's intimidating gaze. It was still that cool woman who came forward and supported Zhengqi, staring viciously at Lin Yi in the process. In the face of the duo's anger, Lin Yi didn't care, but instead spoke with a serious expression. That time was really too unlucky. I actually didn't slaughter you. It's really regrettable, but this time the opportunity has come again. I'll make sure that I meet you guys in the middle of the spiritual void battlefield, I promise.
You seek death.
Being threatened by someone in front of his own daughter, it would be strange for Ziyu, who was already short-tempered, to be able to hold back. Only to see him roar, the thick spiritual energy transformed into a large green-colored claw, spreading down to the sky. This was to destroy everything with one blow. That spiritual energy intertwined into a huge claw, covering the sky and the sun. The clouds were scratched right apart in a flash. Dawning temporal turbulence appeared around the claws. If this claw materialized, it was estimated that this entire entrance to the spiritual void battlefield would be destroyed. All of those surrounding forces, big and small, looked coldly at Ziyu.
The other side is trying to kill even themselves? Ziyu. Do you want to die? To actually strike out at us? Simply out of sight, are you, Tai Ching Shan, trying to dislike the immortal war? Damn it! Do you realize how many people you're going to get involved with this?
A cultivator was roaring. All of them had erected defensive formations. If they were implicated by this idiot from Tai Ching Shan, wouldn't they die in vain? Some casual cultivators even ran away directly. The spiritual void battlefield hadn't opened yet, and they hadn't gone forward to that neutral place of refuge. It would be too wrong if they died here. That giant claw that covered the sky, tightly locked onto Lin Yi, seemingly wanting to slap him directly to death. The heavens and earth became dim, countless spiritual power Dao rhythms churning in the void. In the face of this scene, Li Zhu's face did not have the slightest bit of solemnity, and then he stretched out a hand and flicked it into the void as if it were a marble. Boo! A stream of Dao rhythms centered on Li Zhu's finger and drifted rapidly toward the void, and that Dao rhyme appeared in a circle of ripples in the void. The gigantic claw that covered the dome of the sky dissipated like a bubble in the next second. The sky returned to its original form, and the expected big collision didn't happen. Li Zhu struck out as if a grown man was dealing with a baby as lightly as that. Ziyu's face was filled with gravity. Although he had already attained the sage realm, he could not feel the cultivation of this Li Zhu in front of him at all. It was thought that Li Zhu would go to fend off that giant claw, in which case, he could also take his daughter and disciple to escape. But it did not occur to him that people stood still and merely snapped their fingers, and his own saintly power of connecting to the will of heaven and earth went up in smoke. He had never felt that he was able to fight against the Zhengqi sect's old ancestor. It was just that the fact that he actually didn't even have a chance to escape caused him to despair a little. Then he smiled bitterly and said, Elderly, it is up to Elder to decide how to punish, but I hope that Elder will not make things difficult for my daughter.
Father,
Just as Zhengqi was about to speak, he was casually sealed by Ziyu, preventing him from saying more. Seeing this scene, Li Zhu lightly laughed. You said so. How can I still make things difficult for you? Do you really think that we're some kind of 10 evil demonic cultivators?
We are the righteous path.
Upon hearing this, although Ziyu was a bit surprised, he was still relieved. In his opinion, this Zhengqi sect's ancestrally should have been too proud of his status as a senior to take action against a junior like him.
It seems that when we go back, we have to let our own daughter stay away from this Lin Yi. They are the same generation, and if they meet in the spiritual void battlefield, the other party will definitely not keep their hands off themselves. Boom!
Before Ziyu could finish his thoughts, in the next second, he only felt as if he had been struck by a star at his chest. The bones in his chest made a mournful sound at the very first moment. That huge force that was like a star directly sent him flying, and amidst the dumbfounded looks of the crowd, Ziyu transformed into a stream of light and ruthlessly crashed into the crystal stone at the entrance of the spiritual void battlefield. The entire mountain peak began to continuously drop boulders, and large cracks appeared on top of the mountain. If this was not the entrance to the spiritual void battlefield, I'm afraid that this simple strike would be able to collapse this mountain directly.
At this moment, Ancestrally withdrew his fist and said calmly, Although we are of the righteous path, you should be punished for bullying the small with the big and touching my family's holy son. Those old ancestors of yours should also be punished.